Chapter 1. After the breakup, I contracted a vampire school beauty. Master, I'm hungry. I need your blood. How could I possibly hurt the master? Suyu was controlled by a woman wearing a gothic miniskirt with black wings spread out behind her. Her blood-red lips were slightly open, and her deep purple pupils revealed a heart-pounding yet tender look. The person in front of Suyu was an international student from abroad, known as the campus belle of Magic City Yuling University. Alia Tsepasi. This situation happened because Suyu travels to a modern beast-taming world where demonic dens are rampant and threaten humanity. Everyone wants to awaken their beast-taming talent in the awakening ceremony and become a beast-tamer. Unfortunately, Suyu failed to awaken his talent during the awakening ceremony. He was destined to be just an ordinary person. There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, but outside the awakening hall, Suyu's girlfriend Jiangying excitedly showed off her talent report to him. Awakened, I've awakened. And it's an A-level talent, affinity with demonic plants. Jiangying excitedly talked about the future with Suyu. As a result, the next day, Suyu, let's stop here. I'm trying hard to learn about beast taming. What about you? I'm going to be a beast master in the future. I can't possibly marry an ordinary person like you, right? Prince Wang has also been pursuing me recently. You can't stop me from running to someone better, right? Suyu felt that this world was a bit absurd. How could he be the first to land here? Did I really travel through time? Jiangying originally thought that Suyu would lose his temper and curse, but at least he should say something, right? However, Suyu's instinctive kindness made her just kindly remind her to remember to have the surgery, as men really care. As a result, he was scolded by Jiangying. When Suyu left, he could still vaguely hear the sounds of delicacies like steamed shrimp heads, steamed mullet and fried cakes. On the way home, Suyu looked up at the night sky. Although he didn't take the slight sadness too seriously, Jiangying was right. This society is a society of beastmasters. There are 9 demon caves inside Daxia, among which the Demon City Demon Cave is famous for its disasters. Since the appearance of the Demon Cave, society has undergone tremendous changes and everyone is in danger. The closer to the Demon Cave, the cheaper it is because of its safety, and a large number of civilians are needed to build defense projects near the Demon Cave. Suyu and his family were settled in a coastal area very close to the Demon Cave, which was about 30 kilometers away. Returning to the coastal area from the city center, Suyu walked into a dark alley. In the shadows of the corner, Suyu's voice seemed to be heard, and a beautiful figure flashed out and caught Suyu's eye. She wore a gothic miniskirt, knee-high stockings, a slit cape with black sleeves, and long burgundy hair draped around her waist. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, with upturned eyes, a straight nose, and voluptuous red lips. However, her complexion was completely pale, and her clothes were torn and covered in wounds. The most serious wounds even revealed the white bones. It was like a blood-stained jasmine in despair, wandering in the dark sticks, ready to wither at any time. Save me. Girl, what's wrong with you? Suyu subconsciously stepped forward to support her. Their eyes met. The purple pupils made people feel as if they were intoxicated by the abyss. This beautiful face was enough to capture any man. Arya closed her beautiful eyes slightly, as if she had made a decision. I'm sorry, I will compensate you. I won't let you suffer any loss. Ah? Suyu was still confused when Arya hugged Suyu's head and bit his neck. Why are you biting people randomly? Is this some kind of cosplay? The sharp teeth bit through Suyu's skin, and the flow of blood made Suyu's eyes go black and he almost fainted. Could it be a strange beast in the Devil's Cave? How could a beast invade here? Has the front line been lost? Am I going to die? With doubts in his mind, a flash of electricity passed through Suyu's mind. Ding! It's detected that you've been sucked blood by the vampire queen. The first male human to suck blood from the queen's life will become her master. You have signed a beast-taming contract and become a beast-tamer. Due to the special circumstances of the subject, the god-taming system has been activated. Host, Suyu. Rank, First Level Awakening Realm. Pet, Vampire Queen. Spiritual Power, Spiritual Realm. Gain the talent S-Level Fatal Temptation. Your blood has a fatal temptation to all exotic beasts. The higher the sequence level, the more likely they are to be attracted by the unique fragrance emanating from you. Gain the talent S-Rank Blood Crown. Any beast that receives your blood will become your pet and form a contract with you. Pets that receive a large amount of your blood will trigger the atavism phenomenon, and creatures that receive very little of your blood will temporarily become your blood servant. Please increase the number of beasts you contract to gain more abilities. System. At the critical moment, Suyu activated the system. The woman before me is actually the vampire queen? She doesn't seem to want to kill me. A sacred parchment, soaked in blood and glory, floated in my mind. Name, Aliet Sepasi. Race, Vampire Queen. Sequence, number 007, true ancestor of the vampire clan. Rank, first level awakening realm. Talent, Immortality SSS. Abilities, Blood Queen SS Dead Apostles MS. Good impression, life and death together. Aliet Sepasi? Suyu remembered this person as the sophomore genius and cool beauty from Yuling University in the Magic City, as reported online every day. Because the contrast was so great, Suyu didn't recognize her at all. He became a 4-star beast master after only 1 year of enrollment. He was active on the front lines of the Demon Cave and won countless victories. Coupled with his stunning figure and taciturn personality, he was exactly the reporter's favorite subject to report. So, her true identity is the Vampire Queen? What on earth had happened? How did her realm fall to the first level? How did she get injured so badly? However, Suyu lost too much blood and fainted. When I woke up again, it was. Is this legendary aloof school beauty actually so unrestrained inside? What Suyu didn't know was. This was due to her ability Fatal Temptation. After drinking Suyu's blood, Arya seemed to smell a fascinating fragrance that made her heart beat faster. In addition, she had just lost everything, and the first man she met in despair who used his own blood to heal her wounds was enough to intoxicate her cold heart. The blood contract unique to the Vampire Queen is extremely sacred to the vampires. Once it is signed, it means life and death. She whispered in Suyu's ear, "Master, I'm hungry and need blood." Why? Is it not possible? I can be your woman. Arya lifted Suyu's chin and spoke softly. Suyu never dreamed that this flower of high mountain, admired by countless people, was staring into his eyes at this moment. Especially since he just broke up. Who could refuse this? Queen? I am seriously injured, only blood can heal. Would you like to? Chapter 2 Jiangying's Attitude, Arya's Blood Queen. Humph. Nothing more than that. No. How is this different? Arya, please retract your blood-sucking fangs, it hurts. The scars on Arya's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her messy beauty and the affectionate look she gave Suyu also soothed the slight sadness Suyu felt today because of the breakup. The frustrating thing is that Suyu has always been passive. Is she really the campus beauty of Yuling University in Modu? The contrast is too great. In the video, her long black hair tied in a high ponytail looks like a sharp flower on a high mountain, which is hard to associate with the passionate temperament in front of her. Arya's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stood up, crossed her legs, and returned to her former proud demeanor. "Little guy, what are you thinking about?" Suyu was frowning. "You just called me master, and then you called me little guy, right? Who is the master anyway?" Wait, Suyu found that Arya seemed to have grown a lot taller. Facing Suyu's confused look, Arya understood and said, "Don't be surprised. My body shape will change when I am extremely lacking blood." A gleam of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Doesn't this mean that this woman can control Kaluo? When I first met her, she was less than 1.6 meters tall, but now she is close to 1.75 meters. Are you really the Aliet Sepasi from Yuling University? How could you do that? Arya's face was covered with a gloom. The king was attacked. You're lucky, little one. I am immortal, but once I become extremely depleted of vitality, I will fall into a death sleep. Unlike ordinary vampires, which sleep for a month, I am a descendant of the third true ancestor of the blood race. Once I fall into a death sleep, it will last for 70 years. I cannot wait. Then, Arya was silent for a while and didn't want to say more. Suyu didn't ask any further questions, but just sat beside her and held her hand. Feeling the warmth in her palm, Arya smiled like ice melting in early spring. But the guy who attacked me was also killed by me. It's a pity for my 4 blood servants, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. Otherwise, I could have them as concubines for you. Suyu coughed lightly. Ahem. No. I am already very satisfied to have Arya. Arya's lips curled up, Master, the king's contract only lasts once. From now on, the king will follow me in life and death. But the master also has to be responsible for me. What responsibility? The next day, Suyu, with two big dark circles under his eyes, went to the registration office of Yuling University in Modu with Arya. Originally, he was not eligible to register. But he successfully activated his beast taming talent yesterday and made a contract with Arya, so he is eligible to sign up to become a beast tamer. Today is the registration day, and there are quite a lot of people gathered at the new student registration office. Student, let me see your talent report. Sorry, we don't accept students with beast taming talents below sea level. My dear student, it's not enough to just have a level talent. You also need to contract a pet. The nearby pet association sells pet eggs for 1 million each. Student Wang Hongxi, this is your admission certificate. There will be an entrance test at Yuling University tomorrow. If you pass the test, you will be admitted successfully. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Beast tamer is really a Krypton gold profession. A pet egg that depends on luck costs 1 million. Ordinary people have to sell everything they have to afford one. Just as Suyu was about to sign up, a familiar voice came. Suyu? Why are you here? Suyu looked closely and saw Jiang Ying wearing a light gray two-piece dress with a low waist. She was standing next to a man and looking at Suyu in surprise. Jiang Ying looked at Suyu's big dark circles under his eyes and felt proud. He was acting so calm yesterday, but it turned out to be fake. He must have been up all night. But Suyu still followed me today. If not for himself, who else could it be for? Before Suyu could speak, Wang Hongxi, who was beside Jiang Ying, came over and said, what else could it be? Suyu, you don't have the talent for taming beasts. This is not the place for you. Xiao Ying is a beast master with a level beast taming talent. You're not worthy of her at all. Staying with a poor wretch like you will only delay her. Suyu frowned. This person seemed to be the young Master Wang that Jiang Ying mentioned yesterday. It is said that his family is very rich, and his uncle is the dean of a college at Shanghai Yuling University. Suyu was too lazy to argue and shook his head. No, I'm here to register for school. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Ying sighed and said, Suyu, stop playing dumb, okay? How can you sign up if you don't have the talent for beast control? I know you want to prove yourself to me. But this will only make me look down on you even more. A qualified ex-boyfriend should disappear right where he is. We're over. Suyu? You guys seem a bit overly self-aware? Wang Hongxi even stood in front of Jiang Ying and said, Suyu, please leave here. Don't you know what your family's situation is? Can you afford talent reagents? Can you afford pet eggs? The dispute between the few people attracted more and more onlookers. Even the teacher from the admissions office couldn't help but take a glance. This kind of thing happens every year, but now it is a period of war with the demon cave. The students of Yuling University are reserve soldiers and are not the place for good kids to come, so they don't bother to care. Wang Hongxi raised his right hand. Get lost. Suyu, if you continue to pester Xiao Ying, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Hongxi raised his hand and summoned his pet beast. A 2-meter-long lion, its claws entwined with flames, glared at Suyu fiercely. The onlookers retreated in panic. Oh my god. Is this the fiery golden lion, sequence number 392? It's actually in the top 500. This kind of precious pet will probably fetch no less than 10 million yuan at the pet association auction. The Wang family is indeed rich and powerful. Wang Hongxi said arrogantly, how about I do it, or do you want to get out of here? Hoof. I can't stand it anymore. A cold snort came from behind Suyu. Everyone suddenly realized that the woman behind Suyu seemed to bring a biting cold wind with every step she took. She suddenly spread her dark wings, and her deep purple pupils made people shudder, but her beautiful face made everyone unable to help but take a second look. Shut up, miscellaneous cultivator. Arya raised her hand slightly and then swung it down. Blood Queen. Wang Hongxi suddenly felt his knees go weak and blood gushed out of his calves. Bang! Wang Hongxi's knees slammed heavily on the ground, and he knelt down in front of Suyu. The golden fiery lion wanted to protect its master, but Arya just waved her finger and drew out half of its blood. The blood floated in the air and condensed into a blood throne, which smashed heavily on the back of the fiery lion. Boom! Ouch! The entire golden lion was pinned to the ground, and could only howl in pain. Arya sat on the bloody throne, looking down at all living things. She crushed the skull of the fiery golden lion with one foot and said proudly, "Your blood is really dirty, bastard." At the same time, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he pointed at Wang Hongxi and said, "And you ignorant thing, you dare to yell at my master, are you tired of living?" Wang Hongxi covered his legs and wailed in pain, who are you? Do you know that my uncle is? Arya held Suyu's hand and said, "Me? Of course I'm the master's pet, and more importantly, my lover." What? All the onlookers stared with wide eyes, and then there was an uproar. Chapter 3, Upper Sequence. Special admission? Transforming a pet, isn't this a privilege only granted to those in the top 100 of the sequence rankings? Oh my god. What a stroke of luck. A high-ranking rank, worth at least $1 billion in the Pet Association. No wonder the fiery golden lion couldn't even struggle, it turns out he's run into a tough opponent. Humph, you're still mocking me for not having the talent for beast control. How self-indulgent. This is a high-ranking pet. You're the one who doesn't have the talent, right? The most important thing is that it's really good looking. Compared to it, my pet is. Damn, my back teeth are about to break. Why am I not the lucky one? Arya was so different from her original appearance that not only the freshmen, but even the teacher at the registration office didn't recognize her, they just thought she looked very familiar. Although, I guess it won't be hidden for long. Jiang Ying was completely stunned. She had just dumped Suyu yesterday, and today she specially changed into a sexy and cool outfit, just to get closer to Prince Wang and get better beast taming resources. As a result, just one day later, Suyu appeared in front of her with a high-ranking pet. Just now she really seemed like a clown, acting so sentimental in front of Suyu. Wang Hongxi took in Arya's stunningly beautiful face and terrifying strength, and while enduring the pain, he said, "Girl, I don't blame you. Leave Suyu and follow me. Suyu, this poor boy, definitely can't afford to support you. Our Wang family has plenty of beast taming resources. Follow me, and you won't suffer any loss." Even though his legs were in extreme pain and he was full of resentment towards Arya and Suyu. But if I could get such a powerful pet, and be able to vent my feelings freely, and snatch her from Suyu again, then it would be worth it. Arya frowned slightly. That's unbearable to hear. The king has and will always have only one lover. Your stinking blood is truly disgusting. Arya clenched her hands, and Wang Hongxi felt as if a part of his being seemed to have been drained of blood. Then, severe pain came. Ah! How dare you! When everyone looked closely, their legs couldn't help but tremble. Damn, so cruel. Will this be useful in the future? I don't think it can be helped. It's all rotten, it must be removed. After losing so much blood, he must be useless. Dingley, the registration teacher standing nearby, finally stood up and walked over. It's okay if it's just a minor fight, but if someone really gets killed, Dean Wang is not someone to be trifled with. Student, please stop. This is the university entrance, not a fighting arena. Suyu glanced at Arya, and Arya waved her hand away. The blood throne turned into a pool of blood, and Wang Hongxi was also freed from the blood restraints. He fell to the ground in pain, and his two bodyguards rushed over to support him. Suyu, and you, just wait. He fainted before he could finish his words. After being pulled away by the bodyguard, Dingley said kindly, "Alas, you are in trouble." Suyu shook his head, "I was just defending myself." Excuse me, can I enroll? Dingley nodded quickly, "Yes." Student, although your talent report is blank, you have won the favor of the upper sequence, which is enough for you to be admitted as an exception. Here's your certificate. There's an entrance test tomorrow. The schools will be divided and resources will be allocated based on the test. You can check this manual for relevant beast taming knowledge. Good. Suyu was about to leave after getting the manual, but when he turned around, he saw Aaliyah looking down at Jiang Ying. You're not good looking either, are you? Besides your big face, I can't imagine why the master would have taken a liking to you before. You? Jiang Ying's face flushed. She was actually quite pretty, considered an 80% beauty, but compared to Arya, she was immediately outshone. He is half a head shorter than her, and there is a big difference in his figure, face, appearance, and temperament. Suyu, is this your revenge? Ah. Your brain circuits are really. Suyu scratched his head, I never thought I would meet you. We were done a long time ago, weren't we? Can you please stop pestering me? Jiang Ying was speechless for a moment. What she had just said was like a boomerang, hitting herself all over again. This time she was truly infuriated and broke through. You acted so calm yesterday, so you've been hooking up with her for a long time, right? Scumbag. Suyu, don't be so proud. With your shabby family, there's no way someone would fall in love with you. Can you afford it? She'll leave you sooner or later. Suyu frowned and was about to say something when Aaliyah interrupted him. It's just money, sister, I have plenty of it. Of course I can support my master. On Arya's hand, a gold ring engraved with the Pet Association's logo swayed gently. Jiang Ying was completely dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The onlookers immediately recognized her. Oh my god. Isn't this the certificate provided by the Pet Association to members who have accumulated spending exceeding 1 billion? Turns out she's a rich woman. Oh my god. They say pets are money-eating beasts, but look at this one, raising itself and its master together. What kind of good luck is this? This definitely didn't come from a pet egg. This person was originally a humanoid beast that was doing well in society. Sister, I want to be embraced too. Arya glanced at the group of people over there and snorted unhappily. Get out of here, you miscellaneous cultivators. Your blood smells stinky. Arya pulled Suyu away from the crowd, but the boys behind them didn't seem unhappy at all because of being scolded. Sister's cursing voice is also very nice. Damn freshman. Suyu, right? I'm jealous, I really am. TSK, the Wang family is notoriously petty. They're definitely going to get revenge. Anyway, Suyu might have the entrance exam tomorrow. The whole school will be watching, so it shouldn't be too noisy, right? Yes, maybe we can even see the treasure of Demon City Yuling University, that senior sister Ollie at Sepasi. Hey, don't you think that the upper sequence just now looks a bit like the senior sister? On the way home, squeezing through the crowd, Suyu smiled and said, thank you. The adobe hair on top of Arya's burgundy hair swayed. What are you thanking me for? Stand up for me. Arya tilted her head. You humans are really hard to understand. Suyu was quite surprised. Could it be that she didn't understand human emotions? Then why did you stand up for me? Arya put on a thoughtful expression. Hearing them say that about you made me feel bad, so I just did it subconsciously. I thought if I did this, you'd be happy. Suyu felt warm in his heart. Perhaps, this is the love that belongs to the vampire queen. It does not have the concealment and pretense of humans, but is more sincere. It is said that she has a very bad attitude towards others, but a surprisingly good attitude towards herself. Arya then chuckled and said, I read in a book that humans usually give gifts to express gratitude, right? Suyu smiled and said, okay, what gift does Aaliyah want? I will do my best. I'm hungry. This. Suyu supported his waist. Indeed, last night was the happiest moment of my life. But it's really unbearable, right? Suyu said righteously, Ms. Arya, I must correct your wrong values. As a girl, you should be more reserved. Aaliyah looked at Suyu in confusion. I don't understand, don't you want to have fun with me? Suyu remained unmoved. As a man with sound values, he would never be easily shaken. Think. Chapter 4, the whole family was shocked by Wang Hongxia's vicious revenge. Satisfied, Arya got up and changed her dress. Suyu's legs felt a little weak, and they hadn't stopped since he met Arya yesterday. But, she looks much better than when I first met her. The scars have healed, and even the internal injuries are probably almost healed. Suyu looked around. The rosewood decorations, ivory carvings, and warm fireplace gave the house a classical feel. How many years did she live? Suyu ultimately failed to ask this offensive question. Arya smiled faintly and said, What are you thinking about, little one? Suyu said, Alia, come home with me. I haven't told my family about my enrollment yet. He even hasn't returned home since last night. But from today on, you have to live with me. No problem. My house only has 3 bedrooms and a living room, and the sound insulation is not good. If Arya moves in, there is no guarantee that there will be complaints from the neighbors. At Suyu's house, Su Qifan and Ning Shooting were discussing in the kitchen. Our son and Jiang Ying have been out for a day and a night. Tell me, are we going to have a grandchild soon? Su Qifan shook his head. I have always felt that Jiang Ying is a good girl and can become a beastmaster. It's a pity that my son doesn't have this blessing. Do you think he will be able to? Ning Shooting frowned. How about selling the house and buying some pet eggs for my son? As long as he can contract a pet, he can become a beastmaster, right? Su Qifan took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, his hands trembling slightly. This is a difficult decision to make. The family's entire savings can only be gambled once, and Su Yu's sister is still in school. Ning Shooting picked up the spatula and said, "Is it possible? We can't hold our son back. Listen to me, sell the house, add the million or so we've saved, and as long as our future son and Jiang Ying can." Before Ning Shooting finished speaking, Su Yu opened the door and heard the conversation about selling the house. "No, I just went out for a day, how could my home suddenly be gone? Etc. Mom and Dad, why are you selling a house? The house prices have dropped so much now. If you want to sell it, is there anyone stupid enough to buy it? Also, our family actually has so much money saved?" Ning Shooting dropped the spatula on the table. "Ouch, you scared me." Su Qifan walked up to Su Yu and patted him on the shoulder. "Son, your mother and I think we should sell the house and get you some pet eggs. We can't delay you and Jiang Ying." Su Yu raised his eyebrows. It took him a while to react. "Oh, when I went out yesterday, I said that Jiang Ying asked me out." Su Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Okay, Mom and Dad, don't worry about it. Jiang Ying and I have already broken up." Su Qifan and Ning Shooting were startled at first, then looked at each other and saw a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes. "Is it the family that is holding my son back?" Ning Shooting wanted to comfort Su Yu, but she couldn't think of what to say. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Su Yu coughed lightly, "Ahem. But after breaking up with Jiang Ying yesterday, something happened. Anyway, I'm a beastmaster now. Arya, come here." "What?" Su Qifan and Ning Shooting looked at Su Yu in surprise. "How did you suddenly become a beastmaster? Didn't you say you don't have the talent to tame beasts?" Then, they saw a tall, extremely beautiful woman of 175 centimeters height following behind Su Yu. She had specially changed her hairstyle to a long, straight black ponytail that was more acceptable to ordinary people. She was wearing a cool-toned dress with black stockings. Even if one judged her with the most discerning eyes, they could not find any flaws. "Hello, I'm Su Yu's pet and his lover, Aliet Sepasi." The two of them stood there in a daze. He didn't even mourn for a moment for his son's breakup with Jiang Ying, and the perfect daughter-in-law came to the house immediately. Su Qifan nodded repeatedly and said, "I've always felt that Jiang Ying is not suitable for you. You brought your girlfriend home without even saying hello in advance." Ning Shooting rolled her eyes at Su Qifan. "Men are so fickle." Hello, I'm Su Yu's mother, and you're a pet?" Su Yu explained, "Mom, didn't you read the information on the beast taming website? All high-ranking pets can transform into human form. Arya is even more special. She lives in human society. Have you forgotten the video you watched the day before yesterday? Back then you said it would be great if I could find a daughter-in-law as talented as Arya. Now that she's brought back, don't you recognize her?" Ning Shooting suddenly remembered the front-page headline she had seen a few days ago, and said with a smile from ear to ear, welcome, old man, don't just stand there like an idiot, where's your top-grade Da Hong Pao? Hurry and take it out. You bastard, why didn't you tell me earlier? I haven't prepared anything." Different from the happy scene at Su Yu's home, the Magic City First Hospital. The surgeon said to Wang Feng, "My suggestion is, just cut it off. This part of the body has been drained of blood and is completely necrotic. If it is not removed, it may be life-threatening." That's right, the person lying inside was Wang Hongxi. After Wang Hongxi was sent to the hospital, his father Wang Feng rushed over without stopping, and Jiang Ying also came with him. Jiang Ying covered her mouth before she agreed to date Wang Hongxi. As a result, not only was she humiliated by Aliyah in front of Su Yu today, but her new boyfriend was also going to become a eunuch. How could this not make her feel devastated? Wang Feng's teeth were chattering. Cut it. After the attending physician left, Wang Feng and the rest of the Wang family glared at Jiang Ying. "Are you Hongxi's girlfriend? Tell me, what's going on?" Jiang Ying didn't dare to hide anything and told everything. He even exaggerated and slandered Su Yu secretly. Wang Feng grinned grimly. "Oh, so his pet crippled my son? Okay, very good, Su Yu." In the ward, Wang Hongxi's wailing could be heard. What are you doing? Dad, you can't cut it. Please, Dad, let me keep it. Wang Feng walked in and said distressfully, "Son, you have to cut it, otherwise you may not even be able to save your life. Don't despair. Once you become a 6th rank beast master and master the power to regenerate severed limbs, they will grow back." Wang Hongxi cried bitterly, "Really, really?" Wang Feng said, "Of course. Don't worry, son. I will make him pay the price." When Wang Hongxi heard Suyu's name, he screamed in pain, "Dad, I want him to die. I want to see him tortured to death. No, leave him with a breath. I want his humanoid pet. When I grow back, I will humiliate them in front of him." Ah. The butler beside him said, "Master, it was the young master who started it. We are not in the right. After all, this is a society ruled by law, and they cannot kill people at will." Wang Feng said fiercely, "Humph, isn't he going to take the entrance exam tomorrow? Set the difficulty level to SSS." The housekeeper understood, "Yes, master is very smart. No first-level beastmaster will be able to pass. As long as he can't enter the school, there are plenty of opportunities to kill him." Wang Feng nodded, "Yeah. As reserve soldiers, students need to experience a baptism of life and death without any preparation. Although the school will take protective measures to ensure that everyone survives, there will always be accidents. But not everyone was unprepared." Arya chatted briefly at Suyu's house, and then told him that there was an entrance test the next day, so Suyu's parents didn't try to keep them, and the two left early. After leaving, Arya said seriously, "Little one, we need to prepare for tomorrow's entrance test." Suyu gestured with great excitement, "Oh? Are there any freshmen who are stronger than us?" Even Wang Hongxi and his fiery golden lion were killed in seconds by Arya, so what other opponents could there be? "We are both so strong." Arya smiled faintly and said, "No, it's just a death test with a pass rate of less than 30%. Chapter 5, Advancement to the 2nd level Transcendent Realm. "Your meeting with this king is destined." Aliyah's words made Suyu suddenly nervous. Perhaps it was because the day went too smoothly that he almost forgot that this was a dangerous world and his life was threatened by the devil's lair at any time. After returning to Arya's villa, Suyu asked, "So what kind of entrance test is it?" Arya shook her head. "I'm a special recruit, so I didn't take any tests. But I heard they were assessed using a mimicking field from a demon cave, which is no different from a real demon cave. But the old guys in the academy probably wouldn't want to let the students die, so they probably have some protective measures." Suyu frowned. "Is this a real devil's lair? No wonder it is called a death test. So, Arya, what should I do to prepare?" Arya leaned back in her recliner, flipping through a book casually. "How should I know? If it weren't for you, little one, I wouldn't have paid any attention to how the human with sequence number 999 grew up." "Ha? Humanity is ranked 999? Isn't that last? Oh my god, we humans are so powerful. But didn't you take classes at Yuling University for a year?" "Ha, the book says the best way to avoid revealing your identity is to keep silent." Suyu suddenly realized that this was how the cold school beauty became so cold. Suyu shook his head, remembering that the school seemed to have distributed a knowledge manual. So he took it out and looked through it. It contains information about the magic cave, pets and beastmasters. There are 999 races with serial numbers in the demon cave world. The higher the number, the stronger the magic circuit and the stronger the race. Among them, 501999 are called the lower sequence, 101500 are called the middle sequence, and the first 100 are called the upper sequence and have the ability to transform. The first 10 are even more special, known as the Age of God sequence, and are an ancient heritage originating from the mythological era. The levels of innate abilities are FS, and only the God Age sequence can possess power above S level. After the Beastmaster and Pet awaken their talents, they will both reach the first level of awakening. The first 4 stages are awakening, transcendence, transformation, and nirvana. As the human with serial number 999, he himself does not have a magic circuit. Before becoming a 4th level Beastmaster, he needs his pet to break through in order to drive the human to breakthrough. Suyu took a deep breath. No wonder the profession of beast tamer appeared. It was not that humans chose to be beast tamers, but that this was the only path. Suyu continued to read. The methods of upgrading pets are different, but the principles of the first 4 levels are roughly the same. They all eat the meat and blood of exotic beasts to enhance their chi and blood, and eat the crystal cores of exotic beasts to enhance their magic power. The higher the level of the exotic beast meat in crystal core, the stronger the effect, and of course, the more expensive it is. Arya, who was lying on Suyu's back reading the manual together, said disdainfully, "Hey, I don't want to eat those dirty blood foods." Then how did Arya break through before? The Vampire Queen's panel information flashed through Suyu's mind. Rank, First Level Awakening Realm 10-1000. Having sex with her can heal her injuries and restore her blood supply, but it cannot help her break through the level and her progress does not improve. Those 10 points of progress seem to be increased by sucking Suyu's blood. Arya said gently, "Of course, blood. Other people's blood is very smelly. I don't want to drink it at all. I only want to drink the master's fragrant blood. I am a descendant of the third true ancestor. To advance to the transcendent realm, I need 1,000 liters of blood." But she didn't want to hurt Suyu, so the progress was stuck here. Suyu stood up and looked at Arya, his eyes sharp as he said, "Arya, your blood queen can control all blood cells, right?" Suyu pinched her delicate face and pulled it to his neck. "Aliyat Sepasi, please obey the master's orders and use the blood queen to control all my hematopoietic stem cells to regenerate infinitely. Then, drink to your heart's content." A bright color flashed in Arya's purple eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. It was not until this moment that she felt from the bottom of her heart that Suyu was worthy of being her master. She doesn't like cowardly humans. Her initial encounter with Suyu was both heartwarming and forced. However, Suyu's inner madness made her eyes sparkle. "We're not just compatible. Little guy, it seems that your meeting with this king is not accidental. It's destiny. Don't worry, it won't hurt you." Suyu closed his eyes with a smile. In this dangerous world, the only people he could trust were his own strength and Arya, who would stick with him through thick and thin. Blood Queen, revitalize and regenerate. Ding. The Vampire Queen drank your blood, rank progress +10. Ding. Your blood triggers the Vampire Queen's atavism phenomenon. The Blood Queen's control is strengthened. The cells of demonic plants, the souls of the dead, and everything considered blood are also included. Ding. Aliyat Sepasi has reached the maximum level and completed the advancement. Rank, Second Order Transcendent Realm. Transcendent Realm, physical and spiritual strength will greatly increase beyond that of mortals. The Blood Queen's range of influence will be expanded to 200 meters, and the number of dead apostles served by the dead apostle Im will increase to 5. Dead Apostle Im, the Vampire Queen's undead prelude, will capture 5 living beings within a 100-meter radius and enslave them as her loyal dead apostles. At the same time, Suyu was also promoted to the second level of the extraordinary realm. His physical strength increased significantly, and every blood vessel seemed to be soaked in the surge of magic power. A punch he threw out probably had a force of no less than 1,000 pounds. There is no pain when Arya sucks blood. On the contrary, her strength is very light as a gentle caress, and she uses the ability of the Blood Queen to guide the blood to flow slowly and gently. "Thank you for the hospitality, Master." The next day, Suyu and Arya, full of energy, arrived at the Demon City Yuling University. There were more than 3,000 people who signed up. Although there are only one Beastmaster among thousands, their number is still large considering the population of Dixia. Suyu seemed to have discovered Wang Hongxi, who had a sinister look on his face, and Jiang Ying, who was accompanying him, in the crowd. One cannot help but marvel at the advancement of the extraordinary world. Wang Hongxi was able to come back and take the exam in just one day despite being seriously injured. Above Rose Square, a woman rode a phoenix and floated down from the clouds, her voice echoing in everyone's ears. "Classmates, welcome to Moto Yuling University. I am Shang Wanling, the Dean of the Exotic Beast Department. As everyone knows, humanity has been suffering from the ravages of war for the past 20 years since the Demon Cave appeared. Our school is responsible for guarding Dasha's second Demon Cave, the Disaster Demon Cave. This is also the unshirkable responsibility of all students who enroll. The war between races is cruel. It has no rules and can strike at any moment. Are you truly prepared to fight for humanity at any moment? Entrance test, Demon Cave Mimicry Field. All of you will be transported into the Demon Cave-like world we created. Please do your best to survive and complete the mission. If you want to give up, please tear up your admission certificate. Someone will come to rescue you. Welcome to the Racial Confrontation Road. I wish you all good luck in fighting." Swish, swish, swish. While everyone was still confused and hadn't reacted, beams of light fell from the sky and teleported thousands of students into the Magic Cave's mimicry field. Suyu also had a blinding bright light that blocked his vision. Chapter 6: The Most Unfair Exam. Wait, isn't this the school beauty? As the light curtain disappeared, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. It is no longer the clear blue sky of the Magic City. Instead, it is filled with dim sky, dead leaves drifting in the wind, countless desolations and bleakness. The roadside is full of deep pits and broken wood, which looks like a desolate scene after a great war, just like the end of the world. This is a devil's cave? A light blue text screen popped up in front of Suyu's eyes. Location: King Shixia. Mission name: The Last Insider. Difficulty: S. Background and mission introduction: there is a traitor among the human defenders of Redstone City. He sold intelligence to the blood-sucking ants and green vine tree people. They are planning a beast tied to devour humans. You are the only survivor of the reconnaissance team. Now you have to bring the intelligence back to Redstone City and catch the traitor. Redstone City, a frontier city built by humans in the Devil's Cave. Mission props: a map, a list, and a race introduction. Are you carrying out the mission? Yes, Suyu responded. Arya frowned slightly. Bluestone Gorge? What bad luck. Oh. Why? Generally, first-level Beastmasters are only allowed to operate outside the Demon Cave or around Redstone City. Only third-level Beastmasters or the best of the second-level ones are allowed to enter Bluestone Gorge. Faintly, Arya smelled a hint of conspiracy. And this mission is extremely unreasonable. Freshmen usually have F and E level missions. S level missions are difficult and meaningless. I really don't know what those old guys are doing. Arya complained. Outside the Magic Cave mimicry field, the onlookers, seniors, and teachers were in an uproar. Oh my god. How come someone got assigned an S-rank mission during the entrance exam? Isn't this just setting them up for death? Dean, this is unscientific. Isn't the Demon Cave mimicry field set up to simulate based on the strength of the participants? Shang Guanling frowned slightly and was about to ask, but Wang Yu, the dean of the combat department, beat her to the punch and explained. Classmates, be quiet. There's nothing wrong with the Demon Cave mimicry field. Look, this student's pet is humanoid. Since it possesses a higher sequence, it's clearly recognized by the Demon Cave mimicry field as being capable of carrying out this mission. A senior student complained, that's so unfair. Wang Hongxi, who plays the traitor, has 100 people to stop him. And Suyu has to carry out the mission alone, with the blood-sucking ants and green vine tree people chasing him. Is it really okay? Another senior student said secretly, I heard that Wang Hongxi is Dean Wang's nephew. It seems that Suyu had a conflict with Wang Hongxi yesterday. Oh my god, Zundu Fakidu? Of course it's true. I saw them fighting at the school gate yesterday. I heard that Wang's penis was broken. I heard it was all because of a bloody love triangle. No wonder, this must be revenge. The rumor immediately spread like wildfire. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. Damn Wang Feng, even though you love your son, don't be so obvious when doing such tricks. However, Wang Yu immediately said righteously, nonsense. This dean has been overseeing the Demon Cave mimicry field for over 10 years and has never made a mistake. How could I abuse public resources for personal gain just because of some mischief among the younger generation? Furthermore, do you retreat when you receive a difficult mission on the battlefield? That would be unfair to you? Do you give up when you are in a desperate situation? Then how did our predecessors resist the invasion of the Demon Cave and defend the human territory? He is truly a man of great righteousness and selflessness. The students felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't refute it. The key point is that Suyu's mission is really abnormal. There are strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. It is basically a situation where he is bound to die. With the strength of the freshman, this is simply an impossible task. If you die in the Magic Cave mimicry field, you will really die, unless Suyu gives up the test. Shang Guanling frowned slightly and said, in that case, Dean Wang, it's understandable that a freshman can't complete the S-level mission. As long as his performance is acceptable, let him enroll. How do you say that? Wang Yu shook his head, no. The rule is that you must complete the task before you can enroll. Why should the rule be broken just because of him? If he really feels it's too difficult to complete, he can just give up. We're not forcing him to die. Shang Guanling was speechless for a moment. This is a blatant act of personal revenge. Wouldn't it be self-destructive to give up on admission? Even if I were to apply to another beast taming university, it would take a year, and who could guarantee that nothing unexpected would happen during that year? If you insist on taking the exam, you might really die in it. Wang Yu, your Wang family is too vicious. Shang Guanling sent a message to her beast, letting a feather of Qinghuan carry the message and fly to the principal's office. To investigate a dean, the principal must take action. The students were unable to change Wang Yu's decision and could only stare at the screen in the sky. Suddenly, someone said, "Ha! Did you notice that the figure next to this junior looks a little familiar?" Inside the magic cave mimicry field. After reading the mission introduction and the race manual, Suyu lightly pinched his brows and said, "This is targeting me." Arya tilted her head and saw Wang Hongshi's name on the list of traitors. She understood the Wang family's sinister intentions. What kind of mission is this? It's just a simple killing game. The task flow is simple and clear, without too many twists and turns. Wang Hongxi and 100 other people were responsible for preventing Suyu from returning to the city. It's easy to tell with your toes that this is the Wang family's secret operation to kill Suyu openly. Or force Suyu to drop out of school. Can I not go? No, he can't. He is being pursued by the blood-sucking ants number 182 and the green ivy treemen number 355. A huge tide of beasts will come and swallow Suyu at any time. It's easy to win. Suyu just needs to kill those 100 beastmasters alone. Aliyah blinked her beautiful eyes, held Suyu's hand and said, "Do you need me to wait with you for another year?" Suyu's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he took Arya's hand and kissed it gently. "No need, my queen, no conspiracy or tricks, just let them come. Arya, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of facing any number of people." Whom? Outside the mimicry field. When Suyu finally called out the name Arya, all the students watching in Rose Square were dumbfounded. Even the teachers in charge of surveillance had their eyes as big as lanterns. Wait, what was his name? Aliyah, could it be? Why didn't the school beauty come to watch the game today? No. No way. Everyone took a deep breath, their throats trembling, as if they realized something serious was wrong. The once bustling Rose Square fell into a deathly silence. The astonished people's jaws almost hit the ground. The silence was broken and the noise suddenly became like thunder. Holy shit! Holy shit! Could it be that Suyu's contracted pet is it his junior classmate Arya? I was wondering why it looked so familiar. You see, the school beauty's eyes are dark purple, and so are Suyu's pets. The contrast is so great, I didn't even recognize it was Arya. Hey! What the hell are you doing, you bastard? Are you worthy of kissing Arya's hand? Brother, you have already chosen the way to your death. Ah! Go to hell. I was just worried about whether I was being unfair to you. Damn, just die in there. Dean. Principal. We want an explanation. Shang Guanling was also confused. Aliyat Sepasi, a genius who was loved by everyone and a flower of the high mountain who was promoted to a 4th-level beastmaster in less than a year, actually became Suyu's pet? What's going on? Chapter 7 Everyone tames beasts, why should you tam the school bell? It was originally just an ordinary entrance test, and everyone just wanted to watch it to see the level of the younger students. As a result, the mentality of all the male compatriots in Rose Square exploded and their hearts were broken. Our female compatriots were also surprised, and their shock was beyond words. No one can deny that Aliyat Sepasi's extraordinary talent far exceeds that of ordinary people, and her beauty has captured all boys. But now no one can explain why the treasure of the Demon City Yuling University has become Suyu's pet. No. Everyone is taming beasts, why are you taming the school beauty? I can't hold it anymore. Rose Square was filled with noise and Shang Guanling was completely unable to control the situation. Finally, a gust of wind came and blinded everyone's eyes. The breeze created a transparent floating corridor in the air, and a middle-aged man came over, waving wings of wind. Ning Hanwen, the president of the Magic City Yuling University who controls the origin of the special Yuling wind, landed in Rose Square. Shang Guanling said, "Principal, Arya." Ning Hanwen gently pressed down with his right hand, "Classmates, be quiet." Seeing the principal in person, the students' discussions died down and everyone looked at Ning Hanwen eagerly, as if waiting for an explanation. Ning Hanwen said slowly, "Arya's true form is actually a vampire. I saw she was quite talented, so I recruited her. She lost contact with me the other day while on a mission in the demon cave. I guess she encountered something unexpected and ended up becoming this new student's pet. Vampire, sequence number 99, is a powerful being belonging to the upper sequence. But Ning Hanwen concealed the information about the vampire queen and the true ancestor of the blood clan. The students suddenly understood. What? So Alia is a vampire. No wonder. I was wondering why junior sister Arya's strength had regressed so much. Vampires who lose too much blood will indeed fall in level. Damn it. Why can't I have such a good thing? I also want to be Sister Arya's blood bag. Damn it. Why does this freshman have to get all the good things? I refuse to accept this. Come out and challenge him. Before Suyu even started school, he had already become the public enemy of men in the entire school. Shang Wanling sent a message to Ning Hanwen, Principal Dean Wang Might. Before he could finish, Ning Hanwen interrupted him. Last night, after discovering their tricks, I already adjusted the settings of the magic cave mimicry field back, so... Shang Wanling's eyes suddenly widened. That is to say, the magic cave mimicry field determines that Suyu is qualified to perform this task. Even if there is no cheating, an S-level task is still given. But his talent report clearly said, none. Shang Wanling stared at Suyu's every move in the mimicry field. What secrets did this freshman have? The principal came in person, probably just for him? In the mimicry field. Suyu and Arya followed the map back to Redstone City while looking at the racial information. Blood-sucking ants are roughly the same size as humans. They are ferocious creatures that live for blood and will not stop hunting until all the blood is gone. Yes. Suyu smiled knowingly. Seeing that Suyu seemed confident, Arya thought secretly in her heart. Let me see, what would you do in this crisis? If you are truly qualified, perhaps our clan's last wish. Arya packed Suyu lightly on the face. Nothing, just a little reward before the battle. I sensed they were nearby. This small action was nothing, but it made the boys outside even more angry. Ah! This bastard! I've been chasing him for a whole year and he didn't even add any prestige, and he actually dared. The one called Wang Hongxi, kill Suyu. Huamo jumped. Shang Wanling held her forehead slightly, thinking that this class of students was really hopeless. She also didn't expect that the cold Arya had such a passionate side. The two of them looked so intimate holding hands, it was no wonder that the boys went crazy. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Hongxi and his group stopped Suyu on the road from Qingshi Gorge to Hongshi City. There were fallen leaves, dead trees, and bluestone paved roads. Wang Hongxi stood on the hillside with a sinister look on his face. Dozens of students lined up, ready to summon their beasts at any time. Seeing Suyu swaggering towards him, Wang Hongxi felt a pain in his lower body and said viciously, Suyu, it seems your good luck has come to an end. Suyu narrowed his eyes. Why? Wang Hongxi was so angry that he laughed. Why? You really don't understand your own situation. You're just one person with one pet, and you think you can beat 100 of us? How arrogant! I will never be able to quench my hatred unless I break your spine and make you kneel before me like a wild dog and beg for mercy. Suyu looked at the others. Are you helping him too? Song Qi, who clearly looked like a henchman behind Wang Hongxi, spoke up. Suyu, Wang was just trying to persuade you to stop harassing his girlfriend, but you resorted to violence. That's really too much. Furthermore, Wang offered to buy your pet, and you maliciously injured him. He was forced to be hospitalized. People like you don't deserve to attend Demon Spirit University. Another henchman, Liang Chen, said, That's right. Don't you think you can escape accountability? I'm giving you two choices, either give up and leave, or you die here. Suyu shook his head slightly. It's true that the wicked are the first to complain. Who was the first to strike? Wouldn't they know? However, Suyu did not have the habit of proving himself or defending himself. He glanced at the others lightly. What about you? A few girls whispered, My job is to stop you. I don't want to give up my enrollment. Actually, I don't agree with it, but they gave too much. Once one's own interests are involved, who would be willing to truly uphold justice? Suyu looked at Jiang Ying again. Jiang Ying clenched her fists and said, Suyu, no matter what happened before, it's wrong for you to be the first to hurt someone. Apologize to Hongxi now. Wang Hongxi said impatiently, Apologize? Why waste your time talking to him? Get on with it. In the end, about 70 people chose to summon their own pets, and the remaining 30 chose to watch, ready to take advantage of the situation without offending anyone. Suddenly, all sorts of strange beasts appeared on the hillside, including giant sunflowers 7 or 8 meters tall, lions wrapped in flames, and skeletons covered in mud. Wang Hongxi became even more angry when he saw Su Yu's calm demeanor. "Su Yu, you're about to die, are you still going to be stubborn?" At the same time, a perverted desire arose in his heart. "How about this? As long as you give me your pet as compensation, I'll spare your life and we'll be even. How about that?" Su Yu said coldly, who was about to die. "You are a bunch of arrogant fools, you think you can kill me by sheer numbers? And you, Wang Hongxi, you are not even a man, your thoughts are still so filthy. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Arya, do it." Everyone was shocked. Is Su Yu really going to fight all of them by himself? But this posture. Everyone felt like they were being looked down upon. Arrogant. Go. Be careful, his pet is most likely a high-ranking vampire. Don't get close to it to avoid having its blood controlled. Team Monster and Team Undead go first, and the exotic beasts will raid the formation. According to the plan they had agreed upon long ago, they targeted the vampire's weaknesses and sent a dozen demonic plants to take the lead. A golden sunflower cast its rays of sunlight on Arya. Let the scorching sun restrain the cold vampire. But she is the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, the king of vampires, and is not afraid of the sun. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Arya basked in the sunlight, with blood and bones pounding behind her into a huge harp of blood and bones. The harp played the prelude of the undead from hell, and the haunting tune instantly eroded the pet's mental defenses. Start, the Death Apostles' Anthem. Chapter 8, The Crown of Blood. The king's order cannot be disobeyed. The raging musical notes caused everyone's eardrums to burst, and the musical notes that invaded their minds forcibly controlled the 5 pet beasts, including Wang Hongxi's fiery golden lion. Roar! Wang Hongxi was startled. He suddenly found that the connection between the fiery golden lion and his consciousness was broken. The golden lion's eyes were filled with blood, and as if it was being controlled, it knocked Wang Hongxi away. Poochie! Wang Hongxi spat out a mouthful of white foam and flew backwards towards Su Yu. Su Yu was not polite either. The moment Wang Hongxi flew over, he raised his right arm and elbowed Wang Hongxi hard in the face. Bang! Blood spurted out and flowed like a stream. Wang Hongxi was like a kite with a broken string, with 7 teeth knocked out of his mouth. The intense pain was excruciating. Wang Hongxi screamed, "Ugh, kill him." Song Qi was shocked, he is extraordinary. Damn it, don't fight him alone. Lao Wang, are you okay? Jiang Ying was stunned. The sunflowers she controlled were completely unable to affect Arya. Instead, they allowed her to fully exert her power under the sunlight. It seemed as if she was the one who was gloomy, and Arya bathed in the sunshine was the light that she could never reach in her life. The students watching the game outside in Rose Square suddenly felt the wind direction reversed. Damn, is Wang looking for death? And he even dares to ask for Arya's junior sister? That elbow feels so good. Man. No wonder he's so confident. Did he secretly advance to the transcendent realm? With Arya here, it's indeed possible. But after all, there are 100 of them. It's still very difficult to fight. Even if I'm ahead in realm, I can't defeat 100 alone. Arya is the prodigy that they cannot allow to be defiled the most. Wang Hongxi is so shameless that the public opinion immediately turns to Su Yu. But they are right, it is impossible for a low-level beastmaster to fight one against 100. In fact, Arya also found it quite difficult to cope with it. She was like a Valkyrie on the battlefield, condensing her blood into sharp blades and blood shields. No flames or ice from the monsters could break through the defense of the blood shield. At the same time, she had to distract herself to protect Su Yu, and her limited counterattacks also weakened her opponent to the greatest extent. The dead apostles used by the dead apostle him were quickly dealt with. There are too many of them. Wave after wave of attacks, the joint attacks of wind-type pets and fire-type pets continued to burn blood, the undead spirits sneaked into the ground, and the spiritual attacks launched from underground were hard to defend against. The amount of blood that can be manipulated is also decreasing. It seems that the victory of Wang Hongxi and his gang is unshakable, while Su Yu is on the verge of collapse. Arya glanced at Su Yu, seeming worried. Su Yu returned a reassuring look, "It's time." Su Yu took out a knife, cut open the palm of his hand, and splashed blood into the air. Everyone was puzzled. Why would you suddenly commit self-harm? Arya. Pump my blood into them. Arya didn't understand what he meant, but she did it anyway. Suyu's blood was condensed into hundreds of imperceptible needles, which were shot at every pet. The needle went in, seemingly without causing any harm. After the treatment, Wang Hongxi sneered, you've run out of tricks. Look, there's no harm at all. Liang Chen also laughed, Suyu, so what if you have broken through the extraordinary realm? Do you really think you can defeat all of us by yourself? The others were also a little nervous. One of them, Li De, said, he and that vampire are indeed very strong. It took so many of us a quarter of an hour to finally make them show any signs of fatigue. Wang Hongxi covered his leaking mouth and said, go, capture him. Everyone ordered their pets to attack, and Jiang Ying's sunflower was at the forefront. Arya lay on Suyu's back and said, my blood is running out. Suyu patted her and said, you've done a good job. Leave the rest to me. Under the gazes of countless people, Suyu stood in front of more than 70 pets with Arya on his back. His eyes were like torches, and he seemed to have no idea what fear was. The students watching in Rose Square couldn't help but say, is this really the end? If Arya hadn't fallen in level, we wouldn't have lost. This also shows that Suyu is too dependent on Arya. Doesn't he have any talent at all? It seemed that in the eyes of everyone, including Shang Guanling, Suyu's failure was irreversible. Only Ning Hanwen stared at Suyu. A master who can conquer the age of gods cannot be ordinary. Suyu stood on the hill, facing the strange beasts, evil plants, and undead spirits surrounding him from all directions. He leaned sideways, raised his right arm, stretched out his right hand, and spread out his 5 fingers. Beasts. King, this is my order. All of you. Cut your own throat. Blood was still dripping from his right palm. That thin figure was obviously shaky but full of confidence. Everyone was about to sneer, and the audience in Rose Square were shaking their heads, but a strange scene happened. Those strange beasts, undead spirits, and demonic plants stood upright on the ground, facing Suyu. Unable to speak, they actually tried their best to make sounds. Yes, all glory belongs to my king. S-level talent, crown of blood. The existence that has been injected with a small amount of Suyu's blood will temporarily become Suyu's loyal blood servant. No resistance, no disobedience. Puff. More than 70 pets chopped off their heads at the same time. A bloody mist filled the air, staining the ground red with blood. Everywhere were broken branches of demonic plants, the heads of strange beasts, and the souls of the dead. Wang Hongxi and his group of beast masters opened their mouths wide, watching the scenes unfolding before their eyes in disbelief. Shock, fear, trembling, fear. The fear was beyond words and almost destroyed all their will. The onlookers in Rose Square were also stunned. How is it possible? Oh my god, what kind of ability is this? Is it his talent? Or Arya's talent? No, Arya is obviously exhausted. This is Suyu's innate ability. Why do they suddenly listen to Suyu? I understand. Just now, Arya injected Suyu's blood into the bodies of the pets. This is his talent. His. What a terrifying talent. Suyu carried Arya on his back and walked in front of Wang Hongxi. Wang Hongxi knelt on the ground, trembling. No. This is all fake. Fake. Suyu said contemptuously, this is the king's order. The king's orders cannot be disobeyed. And you don't even deserve to be killed by me. Suyu raised his foot and stomped on the back of Wang Hongxi's head, slamming it into the ground. Bang! Wang Hongxi struggled for a few seconds and then fainted. Then, his eyes swept towards Song Qi, Liang Chen, and a group of people who were lying on the ground crying and begging for mercy. They were so arrogant at first and so humble later. It was laughable to think about it. Roll. Suyu considered that it would not be a good idea to cause large-scale bloodshed during the entrance examination. After all, he would also become a student of the Demon City Yuling University. If he was in the demon cave, he would not bother to talk nonsense and would be chopped to pieces in minutes. It's just an exam, and we can't make the school look bad. This group of people, as if granted amnesty, tore up their admission certificates in a matter of minutes and withdrew from the exam. Finally, Suyu looked at Jiang Ying. Chapter 9 Fatal Temptation. I am a walking disaster. Jiang Ying hugged the broken branch of her sunflower, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and she looked up at Suyu stubbornly. Her life, her everything. Why was the beautiful beginning just destroyed so ruthlessly by Suyu? Is this your revenge? Come on, hit me. Hit me. She cried and screamed, woo-woo. Did you meet her a long time ago and deliberately hide your innate ability to get rid of me? Scumbag, bastard, heartless man. Woo-woo, I was wrong, Suyu, I was wrong, please forgive me, can we still be together? Suyu has chi stagnation. Why didn't he realize that Jiang Ying was so shameless before? If you hadn't been the first to try to kill me and try to curry favor with Wang Hongxi, I would have believed it. Unfortunately, you didn't. Your tears don't mean you feel you're wrong, but rather that the ugly inside of you has been revealed, exceeding your psychological tolerance limit. Go away, I'm too lazy to hit a woman. As Suyu turned around, Jiang Ying looked up and was slapped hard. Bang! All her crying and whining were silenced by this slap. Aliat Sepasi slapped her pretty face, leaving a red mark. The master is a gentleman, but I am not. Stay away from my man, bitch. Jiang Ying sat on the ground in a daze, at a loss. Shang Wanling moved slightly and transmitted a voice, Principal, this is unbelievable. This must be a rare S-level talent, right? Why is his talent report none? Ning Hanwen got the answer he wanted, feeling satisfied, and left a message, no need to delve into it. Shangguan, let Suyu go to your academy and you will be in charge personally. Shangguan Ling was stunned, Oh. After saying that, Ning Hanwen left gracefully. It seems that no matter what, Suyu is bound to enroll in school. Wang Yu, who was standing by, felt his teeth itching from gritting their teeth. How could one not be angry when his nephew was trampled on the ground? There are so many unexpected things. Suyu's S-level talent, Arya becoming a pet, the principal's personal visit. Wang Yu almost tore his face off against him, but ended up becoming a stepping stone for Suyu. Suyu. Just wait, Wang family, we will take revenge. Inside the magic cave mimicry field, Arya lay on Suyu's back and blew into his ear with satisfaction. Master, I found that I love you a little more than before. Suyu shook his finger and said, you can't replenish your blood here, there must be someone watching outside. Normally, when Arya calls him master, it's when she wants something. Aliyah pinched Suyu's waist and said, Humph, that's not what I meant. If the master is willing, I can give you the special permission to take that woman as your slave. Suyu retched, it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. After getting used to driving Arya's supercar, I never want to touch Jiang Ying's Geelium Grand again. Humph, you're smart. If you dare agree, I'll bite you to death. Suddenly, Arya realized something. Oh, there was a group of onlookers who ran away just now. Oh yes. Task. Suyu's mission is to return to Redstone City to catch the traitor and stop the beast tide. However, Suyu wasted too much time here, and the more than 30 people who had been watching but not taking action took advantage of the chaos to run back. In other words, as long as they hold on until the beast tide arrives and are not caught by Suyu, wouldn't Suyu's mission have failed? The people in Rose Square suddenly realized this. Oh my god. How can we catch them? With over 30 people fleeing in different directions, isn't that like looking for a needle in a haystack? It's over. This freshman finally won, but now he has to send the mission. Okay. Give Arya back to us. Wow, you guys are such a lowlife. I support you, Junior. That's right, they're a match made in heaven. How can you, a bunch of monsters, object? Suyu chuckled and said, just run away. Who says that to complete the mission you have to catch all the traitors? Arya raised the corner of her mouth. Oh little one, tell me what your talent is? She became more and more curious about Suyu. I originally thought the little guy's only talent was that his blood smelled delicious. Suyu naturally believed Arya and whispered in her ear. A glint flashed in Arya's eyes, and she continued, so that's how it is, little one. If one day an enemy far more powerful than these people came to claim me, would you still be the same as you are today? Suyu pinched her cheek. What are you talking about? I'm more afraid of losing you than losing my life. Let's go, let's deal with this beast tide itself. The boys in Rose Square were already numb. Look at the intimate actions of the two people. I'm afraid that everything that should and shouldn't happen has happened. The person they couldn't let go of, Suyu had probably let go of him long ago. But, Suyu threatened to deal with the beast tide itself? How is this possible? Do you think you are fighting against the beast tamer? A tide of beasts, a terrifying tide of beasts. The blood-sucking ants and green vine tree people all live in groups. The tide of beasts they have raised is at least tens of thousands. What can Suyu use to resist it? Not to mention that there might be terrifying creatures from the reincarnation realm among the beast tide. This is not something you, Suyu, are capable of stopping, right? In the eyes of many people, Suyu is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, what unfolded next was beyond everyone's expectations. Suyu came to the rod of the green vine treeman and asked Arya to use the Blood Queen's blood-making ability to pour Suyu's blood on this bluestone land. No one knows why Suyu did this. After sprinkling, Suyu and Arya left far away. Afterwards, blood-sucking ants and green vine tree people came all over the mountains. As a result, a shocking scene happened. The blood-sucking ants suddenly went crazy and launched a fierce attack on the green ivy treeman's team. They were like possessed by demons, craving for the blood shed by Suyu. Fatal temptation. The blood-sucking ants that are ranked higher in the sequence have completely lost their sanity, and their hunting instinct for chasing blood has been completely activated by Suyu's fatal temptation. They will devour everything within their sight. This is their racial characteristic, and also Suyu's special innate power. As a result, the mighty beast tide came to an end in the internecine slaughter between the blood-sucking ants and the green vine tree people. Oh my god! Is this even possible? Blood-sucking ants live for blood, but why is his blood so attractive? What exactly is Suyu's innate ability? The Calamity Cave. To me, he's more like a walking calamity. Wow, with this kind of performance, I'm afraid this will definitely be the top trending search topic tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tonight. Pili has already released a video. Rose Square was in a state of excitement. This new life brought so many miracles that it really opened everyone's eyes. And in front of Suyu, a curtain of light appeared. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on single-handedly crushing the beast tide. Task completion rating, SSS. Activate the Demon Cave Mimicry Field for special rewards. Chapter 10 SSS level scoring. Enrollment, treatment of S-level students. Special rewards? Special reward for the Demon Cave Mimicry Field, Spiritual Power Infusion. Special reward 2 from the Demon Cave Mimicry Field, 1 talent reagent of your choice. Please make your decision within 1 day. Suyu didn't understand what mental power infusion was. But he knows about the talent reagent. Those who do not have awakened talents during the awakening ceremony can also use their money to purchase talent reagents worth hundreds of millions to awaken their acquired talents. Although acquired talent is not as good as innate talent, it can still allow ordinary people to embark on the path of a beastmaster. This reward is indeed precious. As for mental strength, before Suyu could react, a pure illusory energy seeped into his mind. The originally chaotic mind seemed to be illuminated by light, opening up a spiritual world, and the thin spiritual energy units merged into a flowing stream. The sound of electricity echoed in my head. Spiritual power, Lingxi realm. Congratulations to the host for improving your spiritual power. Now your spiritual power is enough to accommodate a second pet. The system prompt came. A breakthrough in mental strength? Suyu, who had not yet received any training in beast taming, did not understand what mental power meant. But Suyu can slightly sense the existence around him. It is a power that breaks through the limitations of the 5 senses and feels everything: the breeze, the earth, the blood, the fallen leaves. Although the range of perception is still limited, it proves that Suyu is far beyond ordinary people. Another curtain of light descended. After a trance, Suyu and Arya were teleported back to Rose Square. In the square, a bunch of seniors ran over and raised their middle fingers in a friendly manner. Kakexiu, you bastard, I want to challenge you to a duel. Arya, how can I live without you? You bastard Junior, give Arya back to us. Suyu curled his lips. I knew it. With Arya's fame and beauty at the Yuling University in the Magic City, she definitely has a lot of suitors. Suyu was also prepared to face all the Fiangyang. But, damn, there are too many. When Suyu looked around, he saw only a sea of heads. Arya looked displeased, and the bat-shaped black wings behind her spread out to protect Suyu in her arms. Get out, bastards, what do you want to do to my master? Bang! Suyu seemed to hear many heartbreaking voices. Woo, sister, how can your 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Master. Master? Ah. Why? I can't accept it. Shangwan Ling was completely confused. How can this be called a reserve force defending the country? Hurry and quell this chaos. She wrote on Xinghuan and said sternly, all right? The entrance exam for freshmen is over. Why don't you go back and practice as soon as possible? The 9 Schools Alliance Exchange competition is coming up soon. Are you planning to compete like this? Also, have you completed your mission and kill targets in the Demon Cave? Do you want to be stripped of your Beastmaster status? Shang Wanling's rebuke immediately silenced everyone. The Demon City Yuling University will provide students with massive resources and the most professional beast taming guidance, but the competition is also fierce. Beastmasters enjoy extraordinary social status, but also have to bear extremely high elimination and combat death rates. After Shang Wanling's scolding, everyone left in disappointment, with a hint of resentment and envy in their eyes. Suyu said helplessly, Teacher, is this the atmosphere at Demon Spirit University? Shang Wanling paused for a moment. You've taken everyone's dream girl as your pet. How could they not fight you to the death? And there are many powerful suitors among Arya's suitors. But they're all in the Demon Cave and haven't returned. I'm afraid your future school life won't be peaceful. Suyu shrugged and didn't care. Shang Wanling sighed and said, forget it, just be mentally prepared. But congratulations on passing the entrance exam, especially the most difficult S-rank mission. According to the regulations, students who pass the S-level mission will be qualified as S-level students. Come with me to the office and I will give you a detailed introduction to your benefits and requirements. Suyu didn't want to reveal his talent. But Arya is simply a walking spotlight, and coupled with the Wang family's targeting, things eventually turned out like this. The result was good, a blessing in disguise. In the office, Shang Wanling smiled and said, please sit down. Let me introduce you to our Demon Spirit University. There are 5 branches in the school: the Department of Exotic Beasts, the Department of Practical Combat, the Department of Demonic Plants, the Department of Specialties, and the Auxiliary Department. Students will be assigned according to their talents and pets. Given your qualifications, you're well suited to the Combat Department, the Exotic Beast Department, and the Specialty Department. However, the Specialty Department specializes in elements and the undead. The Dean of the Combat Department, Wang Yu, is Wang Hongqi's uncle, so... Suyu nodded, well, I am willing to enter Mr. Shang Wan's Exotic Beast Department. Shang Wanling smiled. Very good. Your talent report shows none. I know you may not want to reveal your talent ability. Can you tell me your talent level? Suyu thought about it and decided to reveal a little in exchange for better treatment. S level. My blood is quite special. It has the power to lure enemies and control the souls of some pets. Shang Wanling nodded slightly, which was basically consistent with her guess. Sure enough, here, this is a student ID card specially made for you. From today on, you are an S-rank student at Demon Spirit University. The school implements a credit exchange system. 1 credit is equivalent to a beast taming resource that would cost 1 million outside the school. As an S-level student, you will receive 100 credits every month. Remember, there are less than 200 S-level students in the entire Great Xia. Furthermore, you will have priority in selecting your pet, purchasing rare talent reagents, and the right to form your own beast control team. You know, the students of Beastmaster University are called students, but in fact they are also reserve soldiers of Daxia. The war in the Demon Cave will call us at any time. If you can form a team, you can better display your abilities. Of course, your progress will be assessed every month. If you fail, you will be disqualified. After all, it's a huge sum of money. In addition, you have obligations. US level students need to achieve good results for the school at the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament in half a month. This is related to the allocation of resources at Beastmaster University. There will be 2 exchange tournaments a year. After that, you will be tasked with suppressing the Demon Cave. The most difficult tasks will often be assigned to you first. Are you willing to accept it? Suyu nodded. There's no reason to refuse. Hundreds of millions of resources every month. Magic City Yuling University is really rich. This is no wonder, as Beastmasters are now the real national defense force of Daxia. If they are not careful and are attacked by monsters from the Magic Cave, it will be a disaster. Not to mention the distant past, the volcanic Demon Cave in Huaying country had erupted a few days ago, causing a Demon Cave invasion disaster, which resulted in the destruction of several cities. The losses of Huaying country were incalculable, so every country was frantically increasing its investment in the beast taming university. Shang Wanling smiled and said, okay, then you can prepare to start school. S-level students will also have dormitories specially assigned by the school. Arya sat on Suyu's lap. Due to the lack of blood, she recovered to her small state and said, wouldn't it be better to live in the house I used to live in? Shang Wanling's face froze. Ilya, your house is in the girls' dormitory area. Arya said, huh? Old man Ning promised me. Shang Wanling finally gave up struggling. Who knows what the relationship is between the principal and Arya? Forget it, it's a single family house anyway, so you can just stay in your original house. Also, Suyu, you have to be careful. Although the school encourages students to have free love, don't make too much noise at night. Suyu? Why remind me specifically? Obviously I am the passive one. Chapter 11 went viral on the internet, the conspiracy began to emerge, and all parties paid attention. After leaving school, Suyu first sent a message to his parents to tell them the good news, and then went home to report the victory. Ning Shooting and Su Qifan at home were so excited that they told everyone they met, hoping that all their relatives, uncles, and neighbors would know about it. Suyu was not good at dealing with those relatives. He quickly ran away with Arya carrying the bucket. After a whole day of hard work, Suyu finally moved his luggage to school. Even though he had been promoted to the extraordinary realm and gained physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary people, Suyu was still exhausted. Hey, Arya, could you help with some of the work? These 100 boxes are mostly your luggage. But I'm so hungry. He. How can I bear to let you do such a small job? Suyu gritted his teeth. Damn it, this time he must choose a talent reagent that can enhance physical ability, and then subdue this little goblin. Arya smiled brightly. I mean, I'm hungry. While Suyu was busy moving, news and videos about Suyu spread like wildfire. The gossip on the internet has long been replaced by the tidbits about Beastmasters. It can be said to be a real carnival for the whole nation. Any family with a little money would consider buying a beast tamer egg. Even if they don't have the talent to be a beast tamer, it would be good to have more labor force in the family. Naturally, they are very enthusiastic about the news about beast tamers. And on this day at the end of September, Suyu's news made headlines on major platforms. Hashtag the genius school beauty is actually a vampire. Men use these 3 tricks to win her over. New student, but an S-ranked genius. The video of the entrance exam for Demon Spirit University has been leaked. The power of a king? Beast taming expert, this is the most incredible beast taming talent I've ever seen. The Milik estate and the Pesci family strongly condemned the incident and questioned the origins of the new pet. Strategic value. Suyu's innate ability may be able to change the situation on the battlefield. Exaggerated news came out one after another, and people were having a great time, but some people became extremely sinister after hearing the news. Wang's house, a secret basement. Wang Feng. Who allowed you to act on your own? Dad, there are so many vampires, how could I have known it was that vampire? It was that bastard Suyu who hit Sheer so hard. Shut up. Mr. Ishikawa from Huayin Country funded us with 10 bottles of S-level talent reagents and asked us to capture that vampire. What happened? The people sent by our Wang family and the people from Huayin Country were completely wiped out. Since then, I've repeatedly warned you not to take any further action. If we're ever exposed and Ning Hanwen tracks us down, our Wang family will be finished. Wang Yu said, yeah, brother, you're too careless. Ning Hanwen obviously knows someone's been tampering with me, and he's already interrogating me indirectly. Wang Feng's face was filled with anger and sadness. Finally, Wang Changlin, the head of the Wang family, said, okay, I understand. They are my grandsons after all. Wang Yu, please use the special admission quota to enroll them. Wang Yu was in a dilemma, but finally nodded for his elder brother's sake. Wang Changlin thought for a moment and said, don't be impatient. Let him have his moment for a day or two. According to the intelligence from Redstone City, the Demon Cave is about to face a major war. As an S-rank student, he will definitely be drafted into the army. We will then eliminate him in the Demon Cave. Wang Ping, Wang Cheng, informed Mr. Ishikawa to stay calm. Yes. Imperial Capital Yuling University, conference room. This boy's talent must be S-level. Didn't your admissions office block the entrance to the Awakening Hall? How could you let him apply to Demon Spirit University freely? Exactly. What the hell is your admissions office doing? We were supposed to win the freshman round of the 9 Schools Alliance tournament, but now what? If we lose this year and our funding is reduced, you, the admissions office, will be held fully responsible. Okay, stop being so pessimistic. Zheng Huiran, the president of Imperial Spirit University, tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Didn't we recruit several gifted students this year? Especially Kong Huanyuan, she won't necessarily lose to Suyu. Besides, without Arya in their second year of Demon Spirit University, their competitiveness has greatly decreased. In short, we've gained that half-human, half-demon ethereal witch. Principle, now that you mention it, it's not really a loss. The 9 Schools Alliance exchange war is imminent, and the Eternal Devil's Cave in the Imperial capital is still restless. Okay, everyone should prepare to go. Yes. The secret contact point of Huaying Kingdom in the coastal area of Magic City. Ishikawa Hidetsugu angrily said, "Bah! You Xia people took our deposit and then told us we failed to capture the enemy, and you think you can just brush it off?" Wang Qing explained, "Mr. Ishikawa, please don't be angry. We didn't expect Alia Tsepasi to have such hidden power. But she is already very weak, and her strength has regressed to the extraordinary realm. The next capture will definitely be successful." Ishikawa Hidetsugu suppressed his anger and said, "Tell me about your plan." Wang Qing took out a document and said, "Look, when the time comes, we will strike in the Devil's Lair, and no one will be able to find out who did it. Let's take a step back and say that even if that vampire has some special abilities, we can capture Suyu's family and use them to threaten him." Ishikawa's worry gradually faded. "Search for her. As long as we can capture her, our Huaying Kingdom is willing to offer another 5 billion. Okay, it's a deal." Yesterday, Suyu and Alia were busy with their breakthroughs, and they just had simple meals of bread and desserts. Finally, Suyu found some time to cook a meal himself. Arya leaned back in the recliner and read a book. After a busy period, Suyu called out, "Come and eat, Alia." Arya stretched, went to the table, scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and put it into her mouth. "How's it going? I'm a pretty good cook, right?" Jiang Ying's parents used to say their daughter didn't want to learn how to cook, so Suyu decided to learn it, but Arya's expression suddenly changed, her teeth trembling. "You added salt? Suyu? Shouldn't we add salt?" Alia covered her mouth and said uncomfortably, "You should have put sugar in it." Suyu raised his eyebrows. "I'm not sleepy anymore," he joked, "you should have added salt. How can you eat it with sugar?" "Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a mean sweet lover, Alia. As my pet from now on, of course I have to follow my master's taste." Arya felt a little aggrieved, her brows furrowed. "No. What's wrong? It tastes better with salt. Alia, you'll get fat if you keep eating sweets." As Suyu finished speaking, he noticed that Alia's deep purple pupils were covered with a layer of mist. Why did she suddenly? Arya took out a book from her arms and smashed it on Suyu's head, then ran to another room with tears in her eyes. "Ah, it hurts. What's this for? Is it that serious?" This was the first time Arya had ever had a quarrel with him. Suyu looked at the book that fell on the ground. The Vampire Diaries. For some reason, his heart ached. He picked up the book and opened the first page. The words on the first page made Suyu realize that he seemed to have made a big mistake. "It's so bitter. I asked my mother why everything I eat is so bitter. Mom said that as descendants of the true ancestor, we can only taste sweet. All other sour, spicy, and salty flavors taste the most bitter in our mouths, 100 times more bitter than when humans eat raw Coptis chinensis. Perhaps this is like our fate, full of bitterness and betrayal." Suyu bit her lower lip lightly. How bitter must the taste be to make the proud Arya cry? Suyu judged others by his own standards. What he took for granted might be a luxury for Arya. Suyu made a decision in secret and picked up the phone, saying, "Hello? Teacher Shangguan, I've already decided what talent reagent I want. Could you please send it to me right away?" Chapter 12, Arya's unwavering loyalty to you, accompanying you through all the ups and downs. What? Suyu, you better think about it. The highest level of talent reagents rewarded by the Demon Cave Mimicry field can be a level. I've thought about it, and I'm in a hurry to use it now. Okay, I'll have someone send it to you. While waiting, Suyu continued to flip through the diary written by Arya. The records are few and trivial. The last page is about yourself. I met a lovely man today. His blood smelled really good. Meeting him might be the end of fate. He is very kind and gentle. I am very satisfied with him. If my mother were still alive, I would really like her to see him. I believe he is my destiny. I became his pet. Mom said humans, especially men, are very fickle. What would he think of me? Would he like me? What are men really thinking? I don't understand, but he should be very happy if I had sex with him, right? He said he would cook for me. He seems quite skilled at it, so it should be delicious. Does he like sweet food? I'm looking forward to it. Suyu's eyes suddenly became blurry. Is the love of a vampire much purer? Ding! Your item has arrived. The bell outside the door rang and Suyu quickly got up. Hope it is really useful. How bitter does it taste? Suyu exchanged for the D-level talent reagent, Taste Link. Taste, Sync. Ugh, it was as if the bitterest taste in the world instantly filled his mouth, causing Suyu to vomit violently, and his entire stomach was resisting fiercely. Arya curled up in bed. What she had just experienced was much more bitter than eating raw coptis root. Why doesn't T, the little guy, ever ask me what I like to eat? Didn't T we agree that you were most afraid of losing me? Does he not actually like me very much? She felt awkward for a while, and only sat up after the bitterness subsided. Actually, we can't blame him. After all, ignorance is not a crime. Arya comforted herself for a while and prepared to go talk to Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu pushed open the door. Arya! Arya turned her head, but couldn't help wanting to look back. Suyu brought the dinner tray to her, clasped his hands together, and said sincerely, I'm sorry. It was my negligence. I was so careless. I'm such a bad boyfriend. Please forgive me this time. The corners of Arya's mouth curled up slightly, like the early spring that melted the ice and snow. I don't blame you. It's just too bitter. Suyu said, I made a new one. You must be starving. Come eat it quickly. Arya smiled, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and put another spoonful into her mouth. Didn't I say to add sugar? Salty, salty? No, not bitter, is this the taste of salt? This. She looked at Suyu, somewhat bewildered. Suyu smiled and said, I asked teacher Shangwon to help me check. There is a rare gift reagent called Taste Link. Isn't it just that the reward for our entrance exam is to choose a gift reagent of our own? I tried Arya's taste and found out that the bitterness is really unbearable. I'm sorry, I was so self-righteous. From now on, Arya, you must also taste the flavors that I can taste. The world is not just sweet and bitter. I want to accompany you to experience all the sour, sweet, spicy, and salty flavors. Arya's eyes sparkled as she scolded him sheepishly, what a waste. You actually asked for such a useless gift reagent. How could that be? Arya is my salvation. Anything that can make Arya happy is not a waste. Arya's face turned red, which was rare for her. She could clearly feel the sound of her heartbeat. Arya threw the gold ring given by the Pet Association to Suyu. There's something I bought for you in there. After saying that, Arya lowered her head and ate her meal in big mouthfuls. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu, braised pork, steamed fish. A taste I've never tasted before. A feeling I have never had before. Woo, it's so delicious. I want to drink salty tofu pudding tomorrow morning. Sure. I also want to eat salty rice dumplings. Wait, it's better to eat sweet zunzi. Ah. You just said you'd try all the flavors with me. Okay, whatever you say. Let me see what Arya bought me. Deer antlers, lamb kidneys? What do you mean? Because I want to eat delicious you are. Arya's attitude towards you has changed. Life and death together until death. Vampires are easily betrayed because they are easily satisfied, right? The next day, Suyu had dark circles under his eyes and his legs were shaking. I regret it. I should have changed to a reagent that can enhance my physical strength. This was not only due to replenishing Arya's blood, but also due to the fatigue from a busy day of moving into the new house. Students above grade A will be allocated single-family villas, and Arya's house is particularly large, covering an area of more than 2,000 square meters. No wonder S-rank students are allowed to form beast-taming teams. Don't we need to hire a few servants first? In addition, after Suyu's mental strength breaks through, he can contract a second pet. But Suyu still didn't have a good idea. After having Arya, I look down on those who are too weak. It's better to go to class and listen to the advice of school teachers. Suyu had zero theoretical knowledge of animal taming and relied entirely on brute force to create miracles. In addition to the credit system, Shanghai Yuling University also implements a system of large and small class tutors. There is an open class every morning, and the rest of the time the tutors give private lessons. Mentors are also divided into 3 levels: Silver Badge Mentors, Gold Badge Mentors, and Star Badge Mentors. Suyu's mentor is naturally the Dean Shangguan Ling, a true star-level mentor. The open class on Monday morning is also her class. After arriving at the classroom with Arya, the whole audience was silent. Everyone turned their attention to the man who had stirred up the entrance exam. Is he Suyu? Yes, that's him. Isn't that Senior Alia next to him? It's the one they said on the internet. It really is true. Suyu was very strange. Why does everyone act like they know him so well? Suyu found a random seat and sat down, his face darkening as he surfed the internet before class. His rhythm is everywhere on the internet. A Beastmaster genius that only appears once in 4,000 years? Come on, is the entire history of Beastmasters only 100 years? The secret to conquering a talented campus beauty is that the flower language of a certain ball is forbearance and wealth? We are not that perverted, okay? This elbow is too violent, kids, don't watch it. How did the video of me beating Wang Hongxi get out? Wait, I can tolerate the previous part, but why is my dad giving media interviews? And he even endorsed Xingdongfang and became a gold medal lecturer? The key point is, Dad, you endorsed the wrong thing. That's a cooking school, not an education school. I couldn't help myself when I saw the photoshopped picture of myself wearing a chef's hat. I used to be the one who fought on the front line of the game, capturing both the black and white pieces 7 times, and having a lot of fun. But today it's my turn to be ruined? Only when Shangguan Ling walked into the classroom did the discussions subside a little. The exotic beast branch enrolled 800 students this year, of which Suyu's class was the top class with 76 students, including 2 S-level students including Suyu, and the rest were all O-level students. Shangguan Ling said, "Classmates, welcome again to the exotic beast division. From now on, I will be your dean. You can come to me if you have any questions. Next, let's discuss the issues that everyone is most concerned about. How should beastmasters and their pets cultivate, and what do spiritual power and realms represent?" Student Lu Xian, you come from the Lu family, a family of beast masters. You should know a lot about this. Would you like to tell me about it? Lu Xian, another S-level student in the exotic beast branch, was directly invited to enroll and did not take the entrance test. She had a neat high ponytail and wore a chiffon polka dot dress, giving her the air of a wealthy lady. Even Suyu couldn't help but take a second look. Suyu's performance yesterday was obvious to all, and Shangguan Ling also wanted Lu Xian to show herself. These two would have to take the lead in the freshman year of the exotic beast branch. Lu Xian nodded slightly. Yes, the beast tamer is in the first 4 levels. Chapter 13, Choosing a Second Pet? 9 Schools Alliance Competition. Lu Xian nodded and said, yes, for a beastmaster in the first 4 stages, awakening, transcendence, transformation, and nirvana, advancement is driven by the breakthroughs of their pets. After nirvana, humans will possess magical circuits and develop their own physical strength. Realm represents physical energy, while mental power represents spiritual energy. The two complement each other, but if you want to contract more pets, you must rely on breakthroughs in mental power. Mental power itself is extremely difficult to cultivate. Currently known methods are limited to killing special ethereal clan members in the demon cave to obtain their ethereal hearts, or forcing one's own spirit in life or death situations. There's also the demon cave mimicry field in the major beast taming universities that can elevate people from the spiritual origin realm to the spiritual stream realm. I heard this is a special technique learned from the demons in the demon cave. The students nodded repeatedly. Everyone has a very superficial understanding of mental power and realm. Lu Xian's theoretical preparation and friendly sharing have made everyone feel a lot of favor towards her. Shangguan Ling smiled and said, well, that's very well said. In short, in addition to the common blood diet and combat methods, pet training can also be improved through special innate abilities. In the early stages of a beastmaster's development, besides improving his own realm, the most important thing is to contract a powerful pet. Every time your spiritual power level increases by 1 level, you can contract an additional pet. The currently known realms of spiritual power are Lingyuan, Lingxi, Linghu, Linghai, Lingyuan, and Lingyu. The demon cave mimicry field can help you improve your spiritual power in the early stages, but the rest of the journey depends on your own gains in the demon cave. Talking about the topic that Suyu was interested in, Suyu asked, "Then, teacher, if I want to contract a second pet, do you have any recommendations?" Everyone gasped. Yes, Suyu's mental strength had been raised to the Lingxi realm by the demon cave mimicry field yesterday. Although you don't have to complete an S-level mission to receive the reward of mental power infusion, being one step ahead is indeed enviable. Shangguan Ling said, "Well, that's a good question. We Beastmasters rely mainly on the combat effectiveness of our pets. Currently, powerful Beastmasters generally follow several principles, the first of which is serial numbering. Classmates, sequence numbers are an iron rule in the demon cave. It doesn't mean that those with higher numbers will necessarily defeat those with lower numbers. The numbers reflect the order of magic circuits from strong to weak. Often, the higher in the sequence a being is, the stronger its own magic circuits are, and the more likely it is to possess powerful innate abilities. If you can come across a sequence numbered in the top 100, don't miss it. If you can come across a sequence numbered in the top 10 of the legendary Age of Gods, then you don't have to worry about whether it's compatible with you. Just make a full-strength contract. Age of Gods pets are extremely rare. There are only a handful of people in the entire Great Xia who possess them. In this school, only the principal has a pet of the Age of Gods. Suyu deeply agreed. He had a profound experience of the power of the God Age sequence every night. I just didn't expect that the Age of God sequence would be so rare. But think about it. Arya's most powerful gift, the power of immortality. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed as long as there is enough blood. And no matter what, it will not be killed, and if all the blood is drained, it will only fall into a deathly sleep. It itself stands at a height that ordinary pets cannot reach. Shangguan Ling continued, the second factor is the beast tamer's own talent. This is easy to understand. For example, Li Su's A-level talent, Lightness Blessing, can greatly increase the speed of his pet. Therefore, he is more inclined to choose a flying or speed-type pet. The third option is the choice of a minority, the resonance of the same system. Research conducted by the overseas country of Milica has shown that if pets belong to the same system, they often produce excellent chemical reactions. For example, Mr. Suyu, besides the vampire, sequence number 62 Moonlight Apostle and number 377 Dead Apostle are all from the same system. However, I would like to remind everyone that since improving spiritual power is extremely difficult, it's often better to have less than enough. Of course, this is only for our top class. For ordinary Beastmasters, it's naturally better to find a second pet as soon as possible. Afterwards, Shangguan Ling continued to answer questions and resolve doubts. Suyu also fell into thought. Arya is very strong, it's true, it's better to have nothing than to have something less than what is right. Otherwise, not only will he be unable to help Arya in the battle, he will most likely become a burden to her. I really need to ask Arya's opinion on this matter. What if she gets jealous? Arya? Alia knew what Suyu was going to say. She gently lifted Suyu's chin with her fingers and whispered in his ear. This king has no objection to you finding a second pet. You are just too weak to share a man with me. At least, we should look for the top 10. Suyu was shocked. Age of Gods? Sister, I'm incredibly lucky to have met you. Don't make that expression, little one. I know of a place in the demon cave that has descendants of the Age of Gods. I'll help you capture them when the time comes. TSK, I heard that after that tribe transformed, they... Suyu's eyes lit up. He hugged Arya and kissed her fiercely. You are truly my treasure. I have a bad stomach and I was born to love eating soft rice. Shangguan Ling's face froze when she saw this scene. Ahem. Student, cultivating a bond with your pet is certainly important, but this is during class. Can you please exercise some restraint? Suyu came to his senses and found that the people around him were looking at him with envy and jealousy, so he quickly apologized. But the class was already in an uproar. Kakexiu, are all vampire girls this good looking? I'm jealous. My second pet must be contracted to a vampire. Stop it, I've seen vampires before, but the only vampire this good looking is Senior Alia. Damn it. You deserve to die, Suyu. Finally, the class ended in a noisy atmosphere. Shangguan Ling shook her head repeatedly. Suyu is extremely talented, but he is really restless. After the large class ended, Shang Wanling left behind 7 people. Among them are Su Yu and Lu Xian. Let's get to know each other. From now on, I will be your mentor. At the same time, I can tell you that as my students, Shang Wanling, you all have to participate in the preliminaries of the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. The exchange competition will be held in half a month. So you actually didn't understand why time was so tight. Li Su asked in confusion, "Teacher, why is there an exchange competition right at the beginning of the school year? I remember it wasn't held 2 months after the start of school last year?" Shang Wanling frowned. "I can tell you now that the exchange competition doesn't have a fixed time. The school is responsible for suppressing the demon den, so we have to arrange the time according to the situation on the front lines. You may not have a clear understanding of how important the exchange competition is. I say this because, in addition to the fact that Daxia will allocate funds based on the results, it also determines the order in which the 9 universities will form elite forces to suppress the demon cave. We humans are not strong in the demon cave. Last year, Imperial Capital Yuling University won the championship, and we were 1 day late in suppressing the Calamity Demon Cave we were responsible for. As a result, 1,462 Beastmasters from Red Stone City were killed and 391 were missing, including me. Daughter. Chapter 14, Elegy of Blood and Tears, Su Yu vs. Lu Xian. The 7 of them were silent. Li Su whispered, "I'm sorry, teacher." Shang Wanling wiped away the tears from her eyes. "My daughter and I are mentally prepared for this, but, and since she's missing, there's still hope of finding her." Although, she knew that the hope was extremely slim. Shang Wanling perked up and said, "We are beast masters. If we don't go, who will? You've all heard about what happened in Huaying country a few days ago, right?" Everyone nodded. The kingdom of Huaying failed to suppress the volcano demon cave, and the flame demon clan rushed into the world, destroying 5 cities and causing incalculable losses. Shang Wanling said, "We are not Huaying people. We in Daxia must defend the enemy from the devil's lair. But who doesn't have some selfish motives? Everyone has their own preferences. Of course we hope to suppress the beast tide in the Calamity Demon Cave first. Isn't it the same for other colleges and universities? However, unfortunately, no school has the strength to suppress the demon cave alone. Even resisting is difficult, so we have no choice but to resort to this method. We're competing in our ability to train students and warriors. We're willing to accept defeat." Everyone just now knew the whole story of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. So you also had to admit that people are indeed close or distant to each other. No wonder the school attaches so much importance to the exchange competition. This isn't an exchange match at all. This is an elegy soaked in blood and tears, and a compromise made by the Beastmaster to fulfill his loyalty, filial piety, chastity, and righteousness to his country and family. Shang Wanling said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I said some heavy words. Let's introduce each other. You will be comrades in the same team from now on." The 7 people gave their names one after another. Su Yu, Lu Xian, Li Su, Wei Gang, Chen Mengmeng, and Jishui, Zhang Xinyue. Shang Wanling said, "To force you young people into battle so early is a reflection of our generation's incompetence. But I hope that the threat of the demon cave will one day be ended in your hands. Daxia's annual investment in Beastmasters exceeds 10% of its total budget. You should understand what this percentage means. If it weren't for everyone taming beasts, adding more labor capacity, I'm afraid." The 7 people nodded, which meant that Daxia had tried its best. Shang Wanling shook her head, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me tell you about the rules of the preliminaries. Each of the 5 major colleges will select some participants. The combat department and our exotic beast department will have 10 places, and the other 3 departments will have a total of 12 places. There will also be open auditions, with no limit on the number of students in the academy. All students can apply, for a total of 16, for a total of 48 people. After that, it's a single elimination tournament, with classmates avoiding each other. Ultimately, 8 people will be selected to represent the school in the 9 Schools Alliance individual competition. S-level students have a bye in the first round, but they must win at least 2 games. In addition, there will be a special team battle. Each college will select a team to compete in a 7-on-7 match. The winner will represent the school in the 9 Schools Alliance team battle. The rules are simple. Time waits for no one, we must quickly decide the results before participating in the competition. Shang Wanling looked at the 7 people and said, "I will do my best to coach each of you. You should also communicate more. Also, choose a captain. The 7 people looked at each other. Finally, his eyes fixed on Suyu and Lu Xian. And Jishui said, "You are the only 2S level students in the team, so the selection must be from the 2 of you." Li Su, Wei Gang, Chen Mengmeng, and Jiang Xingyue all nodded without objection. They had seen the video of Suyu and Alia's performance. The 5 of them knew they were no match for that shocking performance. Lu Xian was able to be specially admitted to the school, and her family seemed to be very powerful, so she naturally had the qualifications. Shang Guanling looked at the 2 of them. "Suyu, Lu Xian, what do you think?" Lu Xian shook her head. I just got here today, so I don't know much about classmate Su." Suyu also said, "Teacher, you decide." Shang Guanling said, "Then the one who achieves the most will come first." "Wouldn't you find out after you 2S rank students compete? Besides, being elected captain naturally comes with a lot of benefits. Don't you 2 really want to compete?" Shang Guanling's proposal was immediately unanimously agreed upon by the other 5 people. Approved. That hit the nail on the head. Agreed. We really need a fight, right? Suyu and Lu Xian looked at each other and finally agreed, "Okay. Let's go to the arena." Shang Guanling brought a few people to the arena. The rules were briefly introduced. The winner was the one who injured the pet and made it unable to fight again or knocked it off the stage. The arena of the fighting arena is very wide. In order to accommodate the battles of Beastmasters, the arena is 300 meters long and 150 meters wide, which is more than enough for low-level Beastmasters to perform. The other 6 people sat in the spectator seats, staring at the 2 of them intently. Lu Xian said from a distance, "I heard that classmate Su is in the Transcendent Realm? Coincidentally, I am also, so it can be considered a fair duel." Suyu held Alia's hand and said, "Please teach me." "Don't worry, Lu, I will hold back." Lu Xian had a solemn expression. Although she had not witnessed Suyu's battle with her own eyes, the shocking scene of him fighting 1 against 100 and causing dozens of pets to commit suicide at the same time at the king's command made her heart palpitate. Lu Xian speculated that this must have been achieved through some medium. According to the intelligence, it was most likely Suyu's blood. But Arya is a vampire who can control blood. The 2 of them are so compatible that ordinary people would be killed instantly when they meet. But Lu Xian is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. She also possesses S-level talent and a high-level pet, and is not afraid of Suyu. "Please." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Xian jumped up, and a pure white griffin carried her into the air, keeping a distance to avoid being hit by Suyu's blood. The griffin is pure white all over, but it has 2 heads, one of light and the other of holy flame. Serial number 63, 2-headed griffin, a powerful race from the Eternal Demon Cave in the Imperial capital. Each 2-headed griffin has different attributes, but once they form a group of thousands, they can immediately flood the land with devastating magical power. After transforming, since the 2 heads look more like conjoined twins and are not good looking, they generally do not transform on their own initiative. Combined with Lu Xian's S-level talent, Void-style bundle release, it can condense attribute energy into an energy ball smaller than a fingernail and then explode with terrifying power in an instant. It can be said to be a humanoid bomber. S-level students generally possess some strategic potential to change the situation on the battlefield. The competition begins. The bright roar and raging holy flames of the 2-headed griffin descended from the sky. Suyu and Arya's figures seemed extremely small in the face of this roar. However, Arya's blood shield solidified instantly, and the holy flame of light bombarded the blood shield completely without being able to break through it at all. Lu Xian's pupils narrowed. The holy flame of light naturally restrains cold power, making it a perfect match for vampires. But why could Arya's blood shield easily block it? Even faintly, the holy flame was covered by the blood shield and swallowed. It's useless. Void-style bundle release. Lu Xian activated her innate ability, and the huge energy pouring out of the holy flame of light was like being attracted and gathered by a small black hole, forming a terrifying energy ball with extremely terrifying energy density. As long as Lu Xian moved her mind, it would explode instantly and burn the enemy to ashes. How do you deal with this move? As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, she did not think that the other S-level students of Demon Spirit University could really compare with her. Family background and differences in resources. These are gaps that ordinary people cannot cross. It's not that she looks down on others, but with her talent and the education her family has given her since childhood, there is no reason for her to lose to those who have far less resources than her. Suyu remained calm and composed. I see, your talent is very interesting. Aaliyah, let's finish it. Have you given up? Lu Xian thought subconsciously. But the next moment, Lu Xian, with a strong sense of crisis, started honking wildly in her mind. That's a death threat. Suyu was serious for only a moment, and Lu Xian developed an unconquerable death instinct. How is this possible? Suyu still leaned sideways and stretched out his right hand. The king's orders cannot be disobeyed, including inanimate objects. Your hollow style, Xu Feng, obey the king's command and bloom. The virtual energy ball suddenly rushed towards Lu Xian at high speed. The two-headed griffin under Lu Xian seemed to be controlled by some force, and it couldn't help but crash into the energy body she had condensed. The fear of death is overwhelming. Chapter 15, Instant Victory. Shang Wanling's astonishment, the demon cave is armed. How did he do it? He can manipulate inanimate objects? Lu Xian kept her distance to avoid being hit by the blood needle, but she was still manipulated from a distance? A platinum-colored energy ball burst into light in front of her eyes, and the terrifying energy fluctuations seemed to be able to kill Lu Xian instantly in the next moment. Lu Xian closed her eyes tightly because of the golden light. Everything happened so fast that she had no time to react. Just now, she thought that as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, other S-level students were not qualified in front of her. As a result, she was completely unable to fight back in front of Suyu. Arya. The virtual energy ball did not explode after all and stopped in front of Lu Xian. It seems the winner has been decided, Lu. Shang Wanling looked at the two people in surprise. She could imagine that Suyu would win, but she never expected the gap to be so big. And, is that really Suyu's talent? Doesn't Suyu's talent rely on blood as a medium, and can only influence and control some pets? No, that's Arya's. Suyu was using words and actions to confuse others, but the person he was actually manipulating was Arya. Only. The distance Lu Xian had just opened up was over 100 meters. Are vampires really that powerful? Although Arya has a great reputation, her identity as a member of the God Era sequence has always been well hidden. In the entire school, only the principal Ning Hanwan and a very few people know Arya's background. Lu Xian and the two-headed griffin fell to the ground with gloomy expressions. The others looked at each other in confusion. Hey, what on earth happened? Li Su, did you see clearly? Li Su shook his head. I don't understand it at all. What exactly is Su Yu's talent? And Ji Shui said, Sister Lu Xian is also an outstanding talent in the Lu family. She was even ranked in the top 50 of the Great Xia potential ranking in an internal test that you didn't know about. How could she lose so easily? Chen Mengmeng thought for a moment and said, it's not that Lu Xian is too weak, it's that Suyu is too abnormal. If you don't have information about his abilities, you'll be manipulated. Everyone nodded. Suyu walked up to Lu Xian and asked softly, are you okay? Lu Xian's brain was still in a state of daze, and she was quite dazed. It took her a while to react and said, what exactly is your ability? Suyu put his finger in front of his mouth. This is a secret, classmate Lu Xian. Once my abilities are revealed, they won't be as effective. When Suyu was discussing the fighting method with Arya, he realized that his fatal temptation and Crown of Blood both had a strong kill at first sight effect. Combined with Arya's Blood Queen, it can easily disrupt the opponent's judgment of Suyu's abilities. Just now, when Lu Xian used the virtual energy ball, Arya immediately merged some blood into the virtual energy ball to achieve the effect of manipulation. The two-headed griffin itself was about 100 meters away from Arya and was also within the Blood Queen's capture range. Suyu deliberately used words and actions to interfere with the other party's judgment. Except for Shang Wanling, no one in the audience noticed that all this was done independently by Arya. A bold idea emerged in Shang Wanling's mind. Then I was shocked by my own thoughts. If everything that just happened was done by Arya, then Arya's performance has far exceeded the capabilities of vampires. The sequence ranking is absolute. The vampire at the lower position number 99 is absolutely unable to control the two-headed griffin at the higher position number 63. Temporary control is possible, but Arya's ability to manipulate blood has clearly reached the dominance level. This is suppression from a higher order. Could it be that? Shang Wanling shook her head. How is that possible? She applauded and said, nice fight, isn't it? Your strength is also impressive, Lu. Just remember, when facing an opponent like Suyu, whose talents are unknown and who is extremely threatening, you should prioritize obtaining intelligence rather than actively seeking battle. Then he looked at Suyu. As for the two of you, Suyu, you don't look like a freshman at all. Your fighting instinct is amazing. Suyu raised his eyebrows. Was Shangguan Ling observing him? Thank you for your praise, teacher. Shangguan Ling smiled and said, in that case, the captain of the team will be Suyu. Several others came over and said, no problem. Captain, you're too strong. Can't you reveal even a little bit of your talent? Suyu smiled and shook his head. Are you kidding? If you knew all my secrets, wouldn't you be able to figure out how to deal with me? Lu Xian also recovered and said, yes, that's what the teacher said. Suyu, thank you for showing mercy. Although she was reluctant to admit it, Suyu was indeed much stronger than her. She didn't even know how she lost. Suyu, don't mind it, we are comrades. Teacher, what are the advantages of being a captain that you mentioned before? Shangguan Ling laughed, how realistic. The benefit is, of course, that you'll get an extra 20 credits every month, and after winning the team battles in the preliminary and exchange tournaments, the captain will receive an additional reward. What? When the others heard this, they immediately regretted it and said, wow, teacher, why didn't you tell me earlier? If we had known earlier, we would have tried it too. Yeah, maybe we have a chance if we fight Suyu in a round-robin match. Shangguan Ling said with a smile, okay, you have to seize the opportunity yourself. I guess your first month's credits have arrived. At school, everything costs credits, including eating. If you have extra credits, you can go to the logistics department next door. Shangguan Ling said mysteriously, there are more ways to become stronger than just training with pets and using innate reagents. There are also demon cave weapons produced in the demon cave and made with demon cave materials. So you just counterattack Lu Xian's energy ball. Lu Xian, you should have some magic cave weapons that can resist it, right? Lu Xian lowered her eyebrows and nodded. I thought it might be unfair to Suyu, so I didn't bring it with me. Suyu looked at her in surprise. No wonder. I think that a beast-taming family like the Lu family should have some treasures beyond my knowledge, right? The little girl is quite martial. Shangguan Ling said, well, the teacher at the Demon Cave Armed Logistics Department is more professional than me in this area. You can go and consult him. If you need blood food to feed your pet, you can go to the school cafeteria. They sell delicious meat from the monster cave beasts there. That's all for today's class. Let's hurry up and practice. Time is tight, as the qualifiers will begin in 3 days. Everyone nodded and left together. Shangguan Ling went straight to the principal's office. She wanted to get the answer from the principal about Arya's guess. Outside the arena, Li Su suggested, it seems that the credits have arrived. Let's go to the logistics department to check it out. Wei Gang asked, do you have any extra credits? Didn't you hear the teacher say that eating also requires credits? Brothers and sisters, do you know how much the exotic beast meat in the cafeteria is sold for? And Jishui sighed and shook his head, you boys are so careless. I went there yesterday. The cafeteria charges for exotic beast meat by grade. Low-level exotic beast meat and demon plant essences are 0.01 credits per kilogram, mid-level ones are 1 credit, and high-level ones are 10 credits. So expensive. 1 credit is 1 million, and lower-order beast meat is also worth 10,000 yuan? Well, it's just slightly lower than the market price. Jiang Xinyue frowned and said, a pet's daily food intake is limited. If you want to advance faster, you must buy the meat of higher-order exotic beasts. The improvement of lower-order beasts is very small. I'm afraid I don't have any extra credits to buy the demon cave armament. Suyu narrowed his eyes and saw that this was the trouble of a mortal beastmaster. I don't need it. I just need to serve Arya well. In the end, only Suyu and Lu Xian decided to go and take a look. The remaining 5 chose to go to the cafeteria. On the way, the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Finally, Lu Xian took the initiative to come over and shook Suyu's hand, saying, Suyu, can you tell me? Where did I lose? I can exchange it with credits. I promise I won't tell anyone. You can have the contract pet sign a contract for me. Chapter 16, I'll give you a ghost-level weapon. A powerful enemy bathed in dragon blood. Lu Xian can accept failure. But I can't accept losing in such an unclear way. They were all S-level students and had S-level talents. Her family background almost crushed Suyu, but in the end she was killed instantly. This makes her look like a moron. Before Suyu could speak, Aliyah pushed Lu Xian's hand away and said, if you want to ask, just ask directly. Don't use this as an excuse to touch my man casually. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment, then blushed. I didn't mean that. Suyu smiled and said, okay, I certainly can't tell you my abilities, but you did make a big mistake in the battle just now. Both your griffin attacks and your innate abilities work very well together. But you forgot that your griffin's roar hit Arya's blood shield first. Your innate ability, Void Release, is like a small black hole. While its gravity is extremely strong, it also has flaws. Arya took advantage of this and broke the blood into an invisible state before melting it into her. So, you understand. Lu Xian was shocked. So that's how it is. It wasn't Suyu who was commanding inanimate objects, that was just his disguise. No wonder the virtual beam release can be manipulated. Suyu had actually already hinted at some of his abilities, which was a favor that needed to be repaid. Lu Xian nodded in gratitude and said, thank you. As compensation, I'll give you a ghost-level demon cave weapon. Suyu asked in confusion, ghost level? Lu Xian smiled and said, Student Su, it seems you have never come into contact with the demon cave armed forces? Let the teacher from the logistics department explain it to you. Let's go together. There is no need to ask about the demon cave armament. Anything beyond Suyu's knowledge must be ridiculously expensive. The eldest lady gave it away as she wished. Are all beast-taming families so extravagant and inhumane? Suyu looked at Aaliyah again. Arya said helplessly, don't look at me, I don't understand either. I used what old man Ning specially prepared for me. They were all destroyed in the demon cave last time. Lu Xian almost sprained her ankle when she heard this. Ning? Old man? You mean the principal? Ning Hanwen, who has reached the Saint Realm, is a living legend. Even her father has to give him some respect. I've heard for a long time that this talented senior is the principal's personal disciple, so their relationship is not simple. The three of them came to the logistics department. Lu Xian hopped over to the teacher in the logistics department and said, Uncle Bai, I'm here to see you. Suyu's eyes narrowed. Big families have a wide range of friends. Even the teacher in charge of logistics knows him. As we all know, logistics is a very lucrative job. Can ordinary people work in logistics? The director of the logistics department was named by Ruhui, a little old man with white hair. Seeing Lu Xian, he said angrily, what about what old Lu owes me? Is he planning to deny it? He didn't dare to come himself, so he sent his daughter here. Doesn't he plan to pay it back? Lu Xian smiled and said a few soft words, and Bai Ruhui calmed down. After seeing Suyu and Aaliyah, Bai Ruhui's expression turned serious. His calm eyes seemed to ripple, and he finally said with relief, the little vampire finally chose you. There's something behind these words. It seems that he knows Arya's true identity. Suyu clasped his fists and said, my student Suyu, nice to meet teacher Bai. Bai Ruhui looked at Suyu and nodded slowly, well, for her, you would rather give up a grade A talent reagent worth hundreds of millions for just a grade D talent reagent. It can be seen that you are a good master. Alia's face flushed slightly as she stood behind Suyu. Suyu suddenly realized that the talent reagents were distributed by the logistics department. Combined with Bai Ruhui's understanding of vampires, he knew that what happened yesterday was normal. Tell me, why are you two here today? Lu Xian pulled Bai Ruhui and said, Uncle Bai, I promised to give classmate Su a ghost-level magic cave weapon. The tea that Bai Ruhui had just drunk almost choked him. Cough cough cough. Little ancestor, you're such a jerk. A ghost-level weapon? That'll cost you 50 credits. 50 credits? That means it's worth at least 50 million outside. Moreover, this thing is not circulated and has no market. Its actual value is probably far beyond the market price. Lu Xian handed over a purple gold card and said, Uncle Bai, there's 100 million in it. I bought the school credits. Yuling University is a money-burning cave, and the funds are never enough, so the school has opened up a way for rich children to buy credits. On average, one credit costs 2 million, and a maximum of 100 credits can be purchased per month. The school can only maintain its income and expenditure by using the price difference. Bai Ruhui said helplessly, all right. Young man, how much do you know about the demon cave arms? Suyu shook his head, I don't understand. Bai Ruhui explained, okay, old man, let me explain it to you from the beginning. The so-called demon cave armaments are weapons with special powers made from the body parts of sequence races that we humans obtain by killing strange beasts, demonic plants, and undead in the demon caves. This special weapon is powerful, not inferior to a pet. However, its use will inevitably have side effects. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the side effects. The Demon Cave's weapons are divided into beast level, ghost level, dragon level, demon level, and god level from low to high. Low-level beastmasters, meaning those below the Nirvana realm, can only use beast level and ghost level weapons. Mid-level beastmasters can use dragon level and demon level weapons. Only high-level beastmasters who have broken through the cycle of reincarnation can use god-level weapons. Of course, the school also supports you in hunting and bringing back materials. The processing fee is only 10 credits. If you are willing to sell it to the logistics department, we will also subsidize you with the corresponding credits. Don't think it's expensive. The quality of the Ghost class weapons is made of materials that can withstand missiles. Suyu nodded slightly, and his mind felt much clearer. The combat power of a Beastmaster is composed of 3 parts: his own realm, pet beasts, and magic cave weapons. Lu Xian was extremely generous, and there was probably a hint of winning over others in her spending. Money is just a number to people in a big family like theirs, and they never hesitate to spend money on friends who are valuable to win over. Suyu didn't mind. These credits are really not enough. A ghost-level weapon costs 50 credits. Just as Suyu was about to carefully select the armed forces of the Demon Cave, footsteps were heard outside. A man in school uniform, about 1.9 meters tall, his body bathed in blood, walked over. On his left shoulder was a fiery red spear, and on his right shoulder was a pair of giant wings with triangular wings, like a pair of pterosaur wings. He grinned with blood on his face and said, "Teacher Bai, don't rush to leave work. Help me see what kind of weapon can be made from the wings of this screaming pterosaur." "Hey, a strange face, are you a freshman this year?" Bai Ruhui put on a face of watching a show. "Suyu, although it is unfortunate, your first strong rival is back." "Rival? Who is he?" Sophomore Mu Changwei, a beast tamer in the transformation realm, was a member of the blood spirit squad the little vampire originally belonged to, and he's also one of the S-rank students pursuing the little vampire. Suyu turned around and looked at Mu Changwei. The two looked at each other, their eyes seemed full of curiosity. Mu Changwei walked forward and looked at him. "Hey, I was wondering when I could see you again. I went to the Demon Cave, and when I came back I heard that you had kidnapped our captain." His sinister expression undoubtedly showed that he was a human being who was accustomed to killing. Suddenly, Suyu noticed the malice in his eyes. Mu Changwei raised his right fist and rushed towards him. Suyu dodged backwards, and the fierce fist almost brushed the corner of Suyu's eye. Before this, Arya's face was cold, and the dragon blood-bathing Mu Changwei obeyed the call of the Blood Queen and tightly bound his shoulders. "Ha! You can actually dodge it? Have you reached the extraordinary realm?" Arya said coldly. "What are you going to do to my man?" Mu Changwei saw Aliyah behind Suyu and said with some pain, "Captain, please don't say such hurtful words. It's just, right now I don't think I'll lose to the captain." Having just killed the screaming pterosaur, he was showing his arrogance and didn't take Suyu seriously at all. Suyu patted the bloodstains on his body and chuckled. "I thought he was some ruthless character who came back, but it turns out he's just a worthless loser who takes pride in taking advantage of others' downfall." Mu Changwei's expression changed. "What did you say?" Chapter 17: Suyu vs. Mu Changwei, SSS level talent immortality. Suyu glanced at him and said, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Mu Changwei sneered. I've seen many newcomers like you who think highly of themselves. Most of them become weak-kneed once they enter the devil's den and end up dying there. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly here?" Suyu said complacently. "The fact that Arya has never mentioned you around me shows that you are nothing but a small figure in her eyes. Your words just now also prove this point. I think, before Arya fell into a lower realm, you would not dare to speak like this in front of her, right?" As if a sore spot had been touched, and as if painful memories had been evoked, the corners of Mu Changwei's mouth twitched. The tension in their eyes grew stronger. Lu Xian whispered, "Uncle Bai, is he one of the 7 blood spirits of the Blood Spirit Squad?" Bai Ruhui nodded gently. "Yes, the Blood Spirit Squad is a talented team composed entirely of S-rank students. The other 6 were all prodigies who were beaten alive by the little vampire. However, none of them received the little vampire's favor. It's difficult to even get close. Arya is extremely indifferent and cold towards others, including the Blood Spirit team. The only one who can be treated specially is Suyu. It's just that her dazzling beauty and powerful talent make her suitors want to throw themselves into the fire even though they know there is no chance. Originally, no one had a chance, so everyone felt very balanced. Then Suyu suddenly appeared. After Mu Changwei heard in the demon cave that Arya had become Suyu's pet, he ran back angrily. That's why the scene just now happened. Lu Xian grabbed Bai Ruhui's arm and said, "Uncle Bai, this is pure bullying. Suyu has only just enrolled, how can he compare with the 7 blood spirits who have been training for a year? Stop them immediately." Bai Ruhui raised his hand to stop Lu Xian, signaling her not to speak. "Boy, let me see the beast master of the age of gods." Mu Changwei threatened, "Suyu, leave Arya. If you are a man, don't always hide behind a woman. The captain is not someone you are qualified to touch." Suyu was not angry at all. He hugged Aaliyah and said, "It's not your turn to make decisions, is it?" Veins popped out on Mu Changwei's face, as if he could hear the sound of his own heart breaking. That cold and inviolable captain actually let Suyu hug him freely like a little bird. Mu Changwei said angrily, "Okay, very good, let's have a fight. If you win, the screaming pterosaur wings I cut off will be yours. Otherwise, you'll have to leave. Weaklings are not welcome here." Before Suyu could speak, Arya said playfully, "Are you serious? I'm not trying to discourage you, but compared to this little guy, even if you're ahead in realm and have 2 pets, you're bound to lose. You are no match for him." "I am not as good as him?" Suyu's sarcasm certainly made him angry, but Arya's words really trampled on his dignity. Mu Changwei gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible. Captain, I will prove to you that he is the one who is completely unworthy of you. Do you dare to fight me, Suyu? I won't bully you. I don't use the demon cave's weapons. You have the captain to help you, so you're not at a disadvantage." Suyu nodded slightly. "Okay, if I win, I'll add one more thing, never show up in front of Arya again." "Okay." Lu Xian was very anxious. How could Suyu, a freshman, compete with an old student who had been enrolled for only 1 year? The suppression brought by the realm will greatly weaken the effect of the pet skills. She looked at Bai Ruhui for help, but Bai Ruhui said, "Go ahead and fight. I'm here with you, so don't be afraid of destroying the buildings nearby." Bai Ruhui waved his hand, and a blue light curtain spread out, as if slightly clinging to the building next to it. It looked weak but was indestructible. The two of them paid no attention to what others said. After putting some distance between them, Arya whispered, "Be careful. His talent is S rank, innate divine power, which allows him and his pet to unleash triple the power. He's a pure power-based beast master." Mu Changwei summoned his pet, a one-eyed giant ape with black mane, and a vine that stretched straight up into the sky. A combination of strange beasts and demonic plants? The two sides looked at each other for a moment, and Mu Changwei waved his hand. Vines weaved into a network in the sky. The one-eyed giant ape clung to the vines and swung into the air, then fell from the sky and headed straight for Suyu. Giant ape King Kong shatters the earth. The arms of the one-eyed giant ape glowed with golden light, and its power was like a small meteorite falling to the ground. Mu Changwei is extremely skilled in combat, using demonic plants to enhance mobility and using his own talents to give the beasts powerful attack power. Behind Arya, a harp made of blood and bones played undead notes. "The deathly hymn." Mu Changwei said recklessly, "Useless captain. Your dead apostle hymn cannot control beings with higher realms than your own, it can only influence them. This is also the source of his self-confidence. The suppression of realm will cause the original absolute dominance to decline. Otherwise, how could he dare to fight Arya? In the past, Arya could easily kill him with the Death Apostle's hymn and the Blood Queen. The notes of the undead caused the one-eyed giant ape to lose consciousness for a short time, but he was not enslaved as a dead apostle. Seeing the one-eyed giant ape crashing down like a thunderbolt, Arya condensed hundreds of blood-red spears and scattered them upwards. Bang bang bang. The blood spear was smashed to pieces by the giant ape's arm, which weighed thousands of pounds. It seemed that nothing could stop its power. Realm, the purest advantage. The vines of the demonic plant were also spreading around Suyu, not letting him escape the killing range of the one-eyed giant ape. Suyu and Arya looked at each other, and a rare expression of anger appeared in Arya's deep purple pupils that looked like the abyss. She would never allow anyone to dare to try to kill Suyu in front of her. The giant ape fell down, but Arya was fearless and faced it head-on. "Arya!" Suyu and Mu Changwei said in unison. "The might of the giant ape is enough to crush everything. Arya is not a power-type pet, so why?" Bang! A cloud of blood mist spread out, and a huge pit 10 meters deep was smashed into the ground. In order to take the giant ape's attack, Arya's right arm was completely broken, and blood was visible to the bone. However, the next moment, the red light of the shining world healed everything. SSS level talent, immortality. The true ancestor of the Blood Clan is immortal and can endow all existence with the characteristic of immortality. The hundreds of blood spears that were originally shattered by the one-eyed giant ape were also endowed with the immortal attribute, stabbing towards the one-eyed giant ape from all directions. Mu Changwei's pupils constricted, not good. The vines spread rapidly in an attempt to save the environment. Suyu did not hesitate at this moment. He cut his palm and sprinkled the blood on Arya. Arya split the blood into hundreds of spears and stabbed them into the giant ape. Roar! The vines blocked most of the attacks, but more than 10 blood spears still pierced into it. The huge pain made the one-eyed giant ape wail incessantly. Even with the giant ape's powerful wrist strength, it was unable to break any of the seemingly fragile blood spears. This is a power that transcends the suppression of realms. SSS level is defined as eternal power, which can only be possessed by the God Age sequence. Mu Changwei looked at Aliyah in disbelief. What kind of ability is that? Besides Blood Queen and Dead Apostle's Anthem, how come Arya has a third power? In the moment when he was in a trance, Suyu stood in front of Arya and chuckled. Unfortunately, the winner has been decided. Mu Changwei came to his senses in shock and said coldly, "Humph, you're just a clown hiding behind Arya. How can you say the outcome is decided?" Suyu chuckled, turned sideways and raised his hand, "Because your pet beast is about to change its owner. The king's orders must not be disobeyed." Suyu snapped his fingers, "You beasts, kill him." Mu Changwei, who was about to sneer at Suyu, suddenly realized that the one-eyed giant ape and the green immortal vine had lost their connection with his spiritual power. Chapter 18 Because I am the king of sequence, and you are just a stepping stone to the king. The pet contract in Mu Changwei's mind was suddenly covered by a layer of hazy mist. He was completely unable to sense the status of the one-eyed giant ape and the green fairy vine, as if they had become strange existences. Mu Changwei widened his eyes. How could the power of Suyu's command be effective on a pet in the transformation realm? Isn't the suppression of realm absolute? The clown, who was originally thought to be easily crushed by him, now surpasses him in an unexpected way. The one-eyed giant ape swung its thick arms and attacked Mu Changwei fiercely. Mu Changwei gritted his teeth, gave himself his own talent and punched forward. Bang! Dust flew and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. The green immortal vine also obeyed Suyu's orders. The vines and thorns crisscrossed and cut Mu Changwei's body with scars. He couldn't figure out what Suyu's talent was. Suyu jokingly asked, "Why? You don't seem to understand? Is your pet useful?" Suyu followed suit and gave Mu Changwei his method back. The green immortal vine grew countless vines, which launched the one-eyed giant ape into the sky. The giant ape fell from the sky like a meteorite. Vajra cracks the earth. Boom! Mu Changwei vomited a mouthful of blood. Even though his body had been tempered to be extremely strong, he still struggled when facing the combined forces of strange beasts and demonic plants of the same realm. Impossible! One Eye, Xiao Chang. Can't you hear me? Suyu snorted coldly, "They only obey the king's call. This is my talent, the king of sequences. All beings in the sequence will bow down at my feet." Mu Changwei roared, "You're talking nonsense. How could such a talent possibly exist?" He thought Suyu was lying to him. It was a psychological tactic. But if I lie to him, how can I explain everything that happened before my eyes? Suyu's realm is indeed lower than that of the one-eyed giant ape and the green immortal vine, but the power of the Blood Crown and Fatal Temptation is different from that of the Blood Queen. Suyu was not dominating them, but tempting them with blood. It was their voluntary behavior, so how could there be any resistance? But this kind of temptation of loyalty is limited in time. The duration of Suyu's Blood Crown, who is in the extraordinary realm, is only about 1 minute. Suyu stood high above him and looked down at him. "Am I talking nonsense? Hasn't your pet proved everything? I am the king of sequences, and you are just a stepping stone crawling under the king. If I wish, your pet can commit suicide now." Suyu raised his hand, as if he would swing it down at any time. Mu Changwei's hands were shaking with anger. In terms of strength, he can easily beat Suyu. Even a powerful being like Arya had to use her trump card to fight against the one-eyed giant ape and the green immortal vine because her realm was suppressed. It was purely because of Suyu's unknown talent that made him afraid to act rashly. He didn't lose, and he didn't want to admit defeat. I especially don't want to admit defeat in front of Arya. But reality does not allow him to hesitate. One Eye and Xiaoqing are far more important than his dignity. I give up, you win. Mu Changwei gritted his teeth and admitted it all. In fact, Suyu's crown of blood as temporary control over his pet has reached its limit. But Mu Changwei didn't know. If he had held on for a few more seconds, he might have turned defeat into victory. It was still too early for Suyu to engage in a cross-level battle. This was only possible when Mu Changwei didn't use the magic cave weapons, but instead used his talent and psychological offensive with words to win. However, all this ended with Mu Changwei's surrender. Suyu released the control, and Mu Changwei took back the one-eyed giant ape and the green immortal vine, his eyes extremely heavy. He sighed and threw the screaming pterosaur's wings to Suyu. I accept the loss. Then, he carried the red-tipped spear on his shoulder and left with a somewhat lonely look. Lu Xian, who was watching the match, finally felt relieved. Uncle Bai, he won. Suyu actually won. He's one of the sophomores of the Blood Spirit's seventh son. Only now did she understand how much Suyu had held back when sparring with her. Suyu and Arya, who have played all their cards, can even defeat one of the seventh son of the Blood Spirit by crossing levels. Bai Ruhue nodded slowly. Not bad, young man, you have shown me a very rare talent. Suyu felt as if Bai Ruhue saw through everything, so he said, it's just a trivial trick. Sorry for the poor performance. Technically I didn't win the fight, he just gave up on his own. Bai Ruhue chuckled and said, why are you acting so arrogant, little guy? When you attack the enemy, you must save them. Mu Changwei also realized that if he continued to fight, he might win, but his pet would be crippled if not killed, so he admitted defeat. Don't worry, what happened today won't get out. He's not that kind of boring man. It's just that the charm of the little vampire is really, who among those young and energetic guys cannot be envious of him? With her here, there will be a constant stream of people looking to cause trouble for you. Suyu took Arya's hand and said, I'm not afraid. If an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Alright, Mr. Bai, let's get back to the demon cave armaments. What kind of demon cave weapon should I choose? And what level of weapons can be forged from the wings of this screaming pterosaur? He came here today to pick out equipment. Mu Changwei, it was just an accident. But it also gave Suyu a reminder. There is definitely more than one jealous rival of his. As the news spreads to the Devil's Den, more and more people will come knocking on his door. We have to seize the time to become stronger. Bai Ruhue brought Suyu and Lu Xian to the underground magic library of the logistics department and said, dragon wings are usually used to build flying weapons, which are quite rare. They are suitable for beast masters like you who lack mobility. The screaming pterosaur's serial number is number 255, and it can be built into a ghost-level weapon. Your fighting style is to use blood to fight, so the best choice is a ghost warrior who can share the same system. As he spoke, Bai Ruhue pulled out a box from the magic library. Take it and try it. Suyu opened the box, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Inside was a blood-red longbow with obscure symbols engraved on it. The moment Suyu reached out and picked it up, information flooded into his mind. Demon cave weapon, dusk longbow. Level, ghost level. Note, forged from the sharp horns of a twilight blood eagle, this sharp and swift blood-colored bow can penetrate at speeds exceeding Mach 10. Damage isn't its strong point, but it can be used for special purposes. Ability, blood drain. The target penetrated will be marked with a dusk mark, becoming a mobile blood nest that can be drained of blood at any time. Side effect, it craves blood and will ask its owner for blood when it runs out of blood. Looks a lot like Arya. Of course, Suyu didn't dare to say this out loud. However, the side effects of the dusk longbow might be its strongest point for me. Good stuff. That's it. Teacher Bai, Arya also used the Mordile cave armor before, but it was all damaged. Please help my Arya choose another one. The longbow and the demon cave weapons I forged with the screaming pterosaur's wings are enough. Lu Xian gave him a ghost-level weapon, and Mu Changwei also sponsored a dragon wing. He only needed to pay a processing fee of 10 credits, and the remaining credits could be used to equip Arya. Bai Ruhue stroked his beard and said, Oh? You can, but I don't recommend it. Suyu asked in confusion, Why? Chapter 19 Men also need to be pampered, undercurrent surge. Bai Ruhue said, the reason is simple. The demon cave armament was developed to adapt to humans. Although we humans are sequence number 999 and are born without magic circuits, it is precisely because of this that we have the greatest adaptability and plasticity. Pet beasts are different. Their magic circuits are like genes. If they use the magic cave weapons, it's like injecting another gene, and they will suffer far more severe side effects than us humans. The magic cave weapon the little vampire used was a precious set of magic weapons without side effects that the principal had collected. There was only one such set in the entire school. Suyu suddenly realized. Come to think of it, I've never seen a Beastmaster's pet armed. So that's how it is. We humans also have advantages. The lack of magic circuits means there is huge room for improvement. Bai-Ruhui personally took charge of the task. As a top magic craftsman, he processed the wings of the screaming pterosaur into magic cave weapons. It was a pair of pitch-black dragon wings with triangular wingspans, about 3 meters wide when fully extended. Strange wind energy flowed on them, and the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard faintly. Suyu picked it up, and its information flooded into his mind. Demon cave armament, screaming dragon wings. Level, ghost level. Note, made from the wings of a screaming pterosaur, this special flying weapon possesses the power of wind. Ability, screaming, the dragon's wings can swing tornadoes. The tornado swung by the screaming pterosaur carry dragon-like sound waves that can pierce the hearing within a certain range. Side effect, the longer the host flies while wearing it, the louder the shrieking sound will echo in their ears. This is the resentment of the slain pterosaur. Armed and connected, he took off with his jet-black dragon wings, holding the twilight longbow, and only then did he feel like a true beastmaster. He is no longer a man who can only hide behind Arya and exert force, but a warrior who can fight on the battlefield like her. After the experience, Suyu put away his magic cave weapon and said, "Thank you, Teacher Bai, for your guidance." Bai-Ruhui stroked his beard and said, "Well, practice hard when you get back." The power of the demon cave's weapons can be said to be our humans second only to our pets in fighting against the demon cave. As a beastmaster, you can still contend with Mu Changwei. But if he uses the weapons from the demon cave, I'm afraid you're no match for him. Suyu nodded. After saying goodbye to Bai-Ruhui, Suyu and Lu Xian returned to the dormitory. Lu Xian smiled and said, "Thank you again, Su. Compared to you, I'm still far behind." The battle between Suyu and Mu Changwei was an all-out fight, and he showed too much mercy to her. Suyu shrugged. He was given a ghost weapon as a gift, and in the end, Suyu only spent 10 credits in processing fees to get a set of weapons for free. Naturally, he was quite polite. I also took advantage of it. Lu's abilities are more suitable for large-scale combat than mine. Lu Xian smiled and said, "From now on, please give me your guidance, Captain." Wait. Captain, this is the girls' dormitory. Suyu pulled Aaliyah, "Sorry, I really live here." Lu Xian blushed and wondered what the teacher had arranged. Although it is a single-family house, Suyu's villa is right next to hers. Arya is so beautiful, there is no need to imagine what will happen between them that night. Wow, a little curious. Lu Xian covered her face and ran into her dormitory. Suyu looked at her curiously, but ultimately couldn't figure out what Lu Xian was thinking. After returning to the dormitory, Suyu and Arya had a hearty meal and sat by the fireplace. Arya was still lying in her armchair, reading a book. She noticed that Suyu seemed to be worried, so she asked, "Little guy, what are you thinking about?" Suyu sat next to her. "Today?" In order to defeat that person, Arya had to use immortality to carry it. I wonder if I am too dependent on Arya. Thinking carefully, if it weren't for Arya, I wouldn't be qualified to become. Before he could finish his words, Arya tapped his mouth with her finger. Her eyes, as gorgeous as gemstones, gleamed brightly. "This king will not allow you to be unconfident." Suyu shook his head. "No, I'm not talking about that. I was wondering if your arm was painful at that time? If I can't become stronger, won't Arya always be injured like this in the future? I am your man. From now on, you are not allowed to use this trick easily." Arya's heart skipped a beat. What? Is the little guy feeling sorry for her? She raised the corners of her mouth and said, "It doesn't hurt that much. Vampires feel much less pain than you humans. That's not all that's on your mind, is it?" Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Suyu said, "Well, although I know it's wrong to think so, and Arya is obviously very cold to others and only nice to me. But when I think about there being a genius who is even stronger than Mu Changwei pursuing you, I feel a little irritated." Arya smiled and said, "They are just bastards, little one. You're my knight, so you are responsible for driving away all those bastards. Also, instead of worrying about me getting hurt, why not give me some blood, so I can heal my wounds?" Suyu suddenly found something wrong. Wait, what book are you reading? Suyu grabbed it, his face ashen. Your special code. Arya. It's not right in the book. I don't like it. Aliyah leaned against Suyu. What kind of wife do you like? You can just tell me directly. Anything? Well, of course, whatever kind of wife you want me to be, I'm willing to listen to you. Because men also want to be pampered. Suyu's throat moved. It turned out that everything he wanted had always been within his reach. Practical Department Branch, Conference Room. Wang Yu said, the preliminaries will begin in 3 days. Don't worry about the others. They are no match for our practical department. There's only one person to watch out for. Suyu and Aliyah's analysis report appeared on the screen in the conference room. Wang Yu's practical branch is extremely strong. This year, it has recruited 3 S-level students, making it the most powerful branch of the Demon City Yuling University. In previous years, most of the teams that represented the demon spirits were his student teams. Except for last year when they were crushed by the blood spirit team taught by the principal himself. This cooperation with Huaying country is crucial. The head of the Wang family entrusted him to spare no effort to suppress Suyu's growth. The accident like capturing Arya in the magic cave last time must not be allowed to happen again. In addition, Wang Hongxi was brutally treated by Suyu. Even if he and Jiang Ying were specially admitted to the school, he was depressed all day long. How could he let Suyu go? S-level student Limu said, Teacher, team battles are easy, but in individual battles, even if the 3 of us face Suyu, I'm afraid we may not be able to win. Wang Yu shook his head. No, in addition to combat power, what beast masters compete for is more importantly intelligence and compatibility. Suyu's talent is very strange, but once we figure out what his talent is, we can find a way to crack it. According to the intelligence we have, Arya has made numerous moves over the past year. Her abilities are divided into 2, the ability to freely manipulate blood, and the Dead Apostles Hymn, which uses the rhythm of the dead to invade the mind. What about Suyu's ability? Look, this is the video of the entrance exam, and this is the video of what just happened in the arena. What are your thoughts after reading this? Wang Yu wanted to suppress Suyu, but it was not convenient for him to do it himself, so the individual and team battles in the preliminaries were his breakthrough points. Chapter 20, Life Elixir, the preliminary round begins. Every battle will be recorded. Therefore, most Beastmasters do not want to reveal their abilities. Apart from the private competition with Mu Chanwei, the 2 previous battles were watched a full 7 times by the team from the practical department. Li Mu said, it's very strange. Any pet that is hit by Suyu's blood will lose its mind and become his loyal warrior. But in the second video, Suyu doesn't rely on blood, but can command inanimate objects? After all, Wang Yu was not at the scene at the time, and he could not observe the video with his mental power, so it was even more impossible to expect Shangguan Ling to tell him. This is also what he can't figure out. Is it true that Suyu's talent is perfect? Lei He, an S-level student, asked, Teacher, is it possible that Suyu has 2 talents? One for pets, and one for inanimate energy entities? Wang Yu nodded, it's possible. But Hongxi said that Suyu's family is not well off, so it's impossible for him to buy powerful talent reagents. Most Beastmasters are born with only 1 talent. Let's assume he's mutated. Based on that, you might have a good chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. Li Mu, Lei He, and Yuan Lang looked up. Wang Yu smiled and said, don't you have the magic cave armed against blood magic and spiritual magic? And the compatibility of the 3 of you is not bad against Suyu. Keep a distance from him, at least 100 meters, and don't get hit by his blood. Then you have a good chance of defeating him. As long as we close the gap in talent and intelligence, with your family's background, you won't lose to Suyu, right? That's what the teacher said. Wang Yu said with satisfaction, as for the drawing of lots, I will find a way. This is my personal request, so I'm counting on you all. Yes. Woo. Aliyah, you don't have to drink this. Arya curled her lips. Even with the taste connection, she still felt that the taste was a bit strange. She smiled and said, as long as you are satisfied. Next, it's my turn. Suyu quickly said, wait a minute, Aliyah, maybe we should practice for a while. How much of my blood do you need to drink to advance to the transformation realm? It is nice to enjoy yourself, but when you think about the approaching battle in the demon cave, you cannot be careless. Arya frowned slightly. 3,000 liters. Last time, the unlimited activation of your hematopoietic stem cells in one go was just a temporary solution and it's not good for your body. Maybe we need another approach. Suyu asked, what method? Arya said, in the demon cave, every demon city has a pair of mythical realm city lords and demonic plants. Those mythical realm demonic plants secrete life essence. Just one drop can greatly improve your physical condition and ensure an endless supply of blood. Sounds powerful, but here comes the problem. Where can I buy it? Alia said, the Pet Association has some, but they're very expensive. Each drop costs 100 million, and each person is limited to buying 10 drops. Holy shit! Are you trying to rob me? But think about it, how many mythical demon plants have humans killed in the past 100 years? It's good enough to have a stockpile. The gold ring I gave you contains my bank deposit certificate. The deposit inside is just enough to buy 10 drops, but if you want more in the future, we'll have to find a way ourselves. Suyu felt warm in his heart and nodded. Arya had saved up a lot of money, but she handed it all to Suyu without reservation. Suyu secretly made up his mind to protect her, who belonged to him alone. Arya. You're not the only one who can fight for me. I can do the same. I've come up with a killer move for both of us. Suyu bought 10 drops of life essence from the Pet Association, and his heart was bleeding with pain. The water droplets in the jade bottle sparkle with starlight, and contain unparalleled life force. Without hesitation, he drank it in one gulp. Cleanse impurities and expel filth. I am full of unprecedented energy and vigor. Allows Arya to resume her blood-sucking training. With the blessing of the life spirit liquid to improve physical fitness, Arya can absorb 30 liters of blood every day by activating hematopoietic stem cells without affecting Suyu's health. It is estimated that it will take 100 days to advance to the transformation realm. Unless Suyu can obtain more life essence to strengthen his chi and blood, Arya would not be willing to overdraw Suyu no matter what. Over the next 3 days, Suyu and his team practiced teamwork and became familiar with the abilities of the two ghost weapons. Soon, the 9 schools alliance preliminaries were held as scheduled. According to the rules, Suyu and Lu Xian had a bye in the first round. There are 2 games a day, and it is his turn in the afternoon. However, this time the qualifying round is different from previous ones, as it chose to be broadcast live to the whole society. Before the game, Suyu's parents called him. Hey, son, how about we come watch your game this afternoon? Okay, but mom, tell dad to cancel the Xingdongfang endorsement immediately. That's something a human can't endorse. Poet's grip. Suyu had finally built up some reputation in society, but all of it was snatched away by Xingdongfang Culinary College. Unacceptable. Ning Shooting laughed from the other end of the phone. Don't worry, your dad is too excited. They gave our family a full 8 figures. Hiss. Suyu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. I really can't. Mom, if you need money, tell me. I get 100 million a month in subsidies alone. Besides, the 9 schools alliance tournament will be broadcast live to the entire society. I can't let it affect my glorious image. Even if you don't think about your son, think about your daughter-in-law. She's too shy to handle this. Suyu moved out of Arya without hesitation and finally got his parents' consent. Once you become a Beastmaster, this money is really worthless. Don't mention 8 figures before, Vimi 50 and you can edit the picture as you like. In the morning, Suyu and Lu Xian watched the competition of their group members. It has to be said that even though they were not S-level students, their talents were equally outstanding, and the 5 of them successfully defeated their opponents and advanced. In the afternoon, Shangguan Ling came back with the lottery results with a serious look on her face. Li Su asked, Teacher, what's wrong? Shangguan Ling handed over the lottery results and said, My luck is average. I'm not worried about the others, except for Jishui and Suyu. Shaoan, you are facing Li Mu, the S-level student specially recruited by the combat department this year. Suyu, your opponent is also an S-level student from the combat department, Leihe. It is said that Leihe is a Thunder Beast Master who excels at speed, which seems to be unfavorable to you in terms of compatibility. The lightning element excels in speed and destructive power. If the speed is fast enough to avoid the pursuit of blood, Suyu's talent will be useless. The reason why Suyu was able to gain the upper hand in the battle against Mu Changwei was that his compatibility was too restraining for this kind of melee beastmaster. Suyu said, Don't worry, teacher, I have a solution. But Mr. N, if something is impossible, don't force it. Their actual combat was because of me, maybe. Suyu had a grudge with the dean of the practical department a long time ago, so there was no guarantee that he would not interfere in this draw of lots. He also heard that Wang Hongxi and Jiang Ying were specially admitted to the school, and there would be a lot of conflicts in the future. And Jishui clenched her fists. Well, I'll try my best. Soon, cheers were heard on the screen of the arena. First match. Li Mu vs. and Jishui. Please invite both players to come on stage. And Jishui, who was called, came on stage solemnly. Shang Guanling said, "Look carefully, our biggest opponent in the team battle is the practical department branch. And that Li Mu is said to be our school's most outstanding freshman this year, ranked third on the Dasha potential ranking. Suyu, when the time comes, I'm afraid he will be handed over to you to deal with." Suyu on the viewing platform fixed his eyes with a serious expression. Amid the roar of the audience, the S-level prodigies from the preliminaries stepped onto the field. Chapter 21 Silent Anger, Suyu vs. Leihe. The preliminaries were held in the top-tier fighting arena of Demon Spirit University. It was luxuriously decorated, and the seats were dispersed but still able to accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. The arena is 500-800 in length and width, with 4 special pets forming an absolute defensive barrier on the edge to prevent the duel inside from affecting the audience outside. The preliminaries didn't have as many viewers as the 9 Schools Alliance, but it was still bustling. The venue was packed, and the popularity of the live broadcast on various online platforms quickly exceeded 100 million. And Jishui tried his best to calm down and walked onto the arena. During these 3 days, she used up all her credits to buy upper sequence exotic beast meat, and was able to reach the extraordinary realm before the preliminaries. She told herself in her heart, "Give it your all, Shui." In the arena, a Nirvana Realm referee said, "There are no restrictions on the Demon Cave armaments in the preliminaries. Everyone, call it a day." Li Mu nodded amiably. "Well, Mr. In, please give me your guidance." And Jishui didn't dare to be careless. "Student Li, please." Without any delay, the confrontation started quickly. And Jishui kept Shang Guanling's instructions in mind. When he was unsure of the other party's ability, he would first keep his distance to test the other party's intelligence. Her talent, great as spiritual eyes, happens to be good at this. Able to detect the other party's emotions, fluctuations and composition of magic power from the most subtle changes. Wind Chaser Pegasus, take me flying. The beast of sequence number 177 possesses pure white fur and broad wings. Its mobility and impact force are the pride of its clan. Li Mu looked up at the soaring Pegasus and raised his left hand slightly. And Jishui immediately locked onto his movements. Spiritual eyes. Li Mu's talent was fully revealed under the lock of the spiritual eye. How so? By the time he realized it, it was too late, his abilities had already unfolded. Li Mu's S-level talent, interlaced boundaries. It is a special combat talent. Countless imperceptible sharp yet tough threads extend from the fingers to form a dragnet, like a birdcage that blocks all of Jishui's routes. And his pet beast, a male humanoid, appeared, with a red body and 2 horns on its head. Shang Guanling exclaimed in surprise, "The red flame demon from the Volcano Demon Cave, number 39. Shaoan. Give up. Compatible with each other." The sharp and intertwined lines limit the mobility of the wind-chasing Pegasus. Once it tries to break free from the birdcage, it will be cut into pieces by the already sharp lines. The red flame demon's fiery breath passed through his lungs, spewing out heat waves along the guidance of the thin line. Devil flames burning the sky. Boom! The red-black demonic flames spread along the thin line to Jishui's side in an instant. And Jishui knew he was no match for him and quickly raised his hand. "I admit." She hadn't finished her words yet. Li Mu shook his fingers quietly. The intersecting thin lines of boundary quickly closed, carrying with them the demonic flames. Boom! Shaoan. Shang Guanling realized that something was wrong, and quickly called a halt and flew out. The scene and live broadcast have already fallen into a frenzy. Ordinary people had no idea how dangerous and malicious Li Mu's attack was. They were just cheering for the emergence of a new generation of genius. This is the strength of an S-level student. I thought those people this morning were already strong enough. Third on the Dasha potential list, his reputation is well deserved. I killed him instantly without even understanding his attack pattern. Is this an S-level talent? 1 Suyu, 1 Li Mu, this year's 9 Schools Alliance battle, Demon Spirit University is going to make a comeback. Hey, that girl is not in good condition. Ha, that's what you deserve. We pay such high taxes to train powerful beastmasters, not to let a bunch of good-for-nothings play house. Shang Wanling and the referee rushed into the arena and rescued In Jishui. The wind-chasing Pegasus tried its best to protect him, but it was not good at defense. And Jishui suffered burns all over his body and vomited a lot of blood. Shaoan, hurry up and find a healing beastmaster. Shang Wanling couldn't lose her temper in front of so many people. When In Jishui was carried down, Su Yu and his group squeezed over. Teacher, In Jishui. Shui, what's wrong with you? Damn it! Is it really necessary to use such a heavy hand? Su Yu said, Teacher, I'll do it. Arya. Alia nodded slightly, and the red light spots fluctuated. And Jishui's burns faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shang Guanling's eyes narrowed suddenly, remembering what she had been told when she went to see the principal 2 days ago. Being briefly granted immortality was enough to heal In Jishui's burns. As Li Mu walked off the stage amid applause, he glanced at Su Yu. Lu Xian angrily questioned, Li Mu. We are all classmates. She has already admitted defeat. Why did you still want to kill her? Li Mu's half-smile made people angry, and he said softly, I just didn't hear it. Besides, I've been holding back quite a bit. I just didn't expect you guys from the exotic beast family to be so vulnerable that you couldn't even withstand a single blow from me. On the contrary, you should thank me. If I had used a little more force, I might have killed that little girl's pet. Lu Xian's heart was in turmoil. Li Mu waved his hand and said, Get out of the way. This is Demon Spirit University. Weaklings are not welcome here. Are all the people in your exotic beast department branch children? If you have the guts, speak up in the arena instead of just talking nonsense down there. Lu Xian gritted her teeth, wanting to take action right then and there but was stopped by Su Yu. The two looked at each other, and Li Mu's sense of crisis instantly reached its peak, as if he was a hunter locking onto his prey, and his heart was slightly moved. He is indeed a dangerous person. Apart from this person, no one in the exotic beasts branch is to be feared. Even Lu Xian is no match for him. Only Su Yu is an outlier among outliers. However, Li Mu is not a pushover either. What? Are you from the exotic beasts branch going to use your numbers to bully the weak? Su Yu glanced at In Jishui. This girl was very enthusiastic in everything she did. She helped him find out a lot of things about the school, and the team training in the past few days was also very helpful thanks to her care. If someone in his team was injured, it would naturally be his responsibility as the captain to take responsibility for the injuries. Su Yu was silent for a moment and then said, Tomorrow, wait for me to dig out your patella. Students from the practical department branch arrived, and the two teams were clearly separated. Li Mu said coldly, You are quite arrogant. You should think about how to get past Leihe. Leihe patted Li Mu on the back and said, Old Li, you did a good job. Ha, this is the Su Yu who is praised to the sky, right? I don't think he is that great. Boy, the next match is between us, shall we go on stage? The referee in the fighting arena also announced, First match, Li Mu wins in the combat department. The next match is the only one between two S-rank students in this round. Leihe from the combat department, and Su Yu from the exotic beast department. As soon as the announcement was made, thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. Su Yu's last public appearance was so shocking that everyone was waiting for his performance. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast almost overflowed the screen. Su Yu glanced at Leihe and whispered, Then, you'll regret being my opponent on your hospital bed, bastard. Veins suddenly popped out on the face of Leihe, a 1.9-meter tall man. Heh, it's just as the rumors said, principal. Li Mu reminded, Lao Lei, do you remember the dean's instructions? Leihe nodded, Don't worry, we will win. No one can catch up with my thunder and lightning. My compatibility makes me the best person to fight Su Yu. The two entered the ring, and the referee sighed and reminded them, You don't restrict the demon cave's weapons, but remember, stop when you're done. However, the bloodshot eyes of both men seemed to indicate that they had not heard the following words. This is Demon Spirit University, a place where only strong people are born, and no one will stop it because they would rather students be disabled in training than die easily on the battlefield. Leihe said, Do you think I'm the same as those losers in the entrance exam? What a pity, it's your misfortune to have picked me. Su Yu, you are the challenger. Chapter 22, Thunder Crane's Lightning Flash. Your acrobatic performance is quite good. Barrages of comments from the online live broadcast floated by one after another. Here it comes, Arya is coming. Come on, Leahy. Kill Chef Su. It's difficult, but the odds are actually that Leahy has a higher chance of winning. Is it a compatibility issue? Experts have analyzed that Arya and Suyu's abilities may not be good at dealing with speed-type Beastmasters. Wow, even the Star Emblem instructors from Imperial Capital Imperial Spirit University and River Beast University came to watch the game. Are you here to study your opponent? Today's focus battle attracted a lot of attention, and star-level mentors from other top beast taming universities also came to observe. Old One, your Emperor Spirit is here too? Lao Lin, isn't your Jiang He here too? Are you here to see Suyu? Lin Li nodded, of course, but Suyu may not be able to defeat Leahy. Wang Jing looked intently and said, well, Leahy is at least ranked 43rd on the Great Xia potential list as a young talent. Suyu's strange talent might rank in the top 10, but in terms of compatibility, Leahy seems to have the advantage. For Beastmasters with low mental strength, speed sometimes plays a decisive role. After all, no matter how strong the power is, it is useless if it cannot hit the target. In comparison, the odds favor Leahy a little more. The referee waved his hand, start. Suyu and Leahy held their breath and started the instant they heard the sound. Leahy summoned a number 105 Thunderbird with lightning wrapped around its body. The thunder struck the ground with a hissing sound, creating cracks. Leahy's talent is S-level, Flash of Lightning. It is immune to the damage caused by thunder power and can use lightning to increase speed. The thunder flash in the extraordinary realm can increase the speed to the level of breaking the sound barrier. Bang! A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the thunder crane turned into a ray of thunder and echoed with the Thunderbird, drawing two arcs of annihilation in the arena and heading straight for Suyu. Arya. Behind Arya, a harp made of blood and bones played the prelude to the dead. The deathly hymn. The spreading undead notes invaded Thunderbird's spirit. Leahy was well prepared. In order to counter this move, he took a ghost-level weapon, the Drum of Echo, from his family. Bang! The dense echoes of the drums try to neutralize the impact of the Death Apostles' hymns as much as possible. What Leahy hadn't expected was that the power of the ghost-level armaments couldn't completely silence the rhythm of the Dead Apostles' hymn. Although Thunderbird wasn't controlled, its movements were sluggish, and its mind was almost in disarray. As expected of a talented senior from the previous class, I don't know how I would fight without this ghost-level weapon. Suyu calmly observed Leahy's movements. It was not surprising that he could use the corresponding ghost weapon. The thunder crane turned into lightning, and even with Suyu's spiritual power at the Lingxi realm, he could only capture the afterimage of its movement. From the perspective of compatibility, it was really not that easy to defeat. Thunder flashed, and Thunder Crane arrived instantly. Before hitting Suyu's face, Arya's Blood Queen was activated. The blood in Leahy's hands and feet seemed to be controlled, and his knees couldn't help but want to bend. This is Arya's ability to control blood. Arya could actually catch herself moving at high speed in the thunder? Fortunately, he was prepared. Another Aniwo, the strange doll, can swap its own damage with the doll's damage. The blood controlled by Arya was instantly replaced on the puppet, allowing Leahy to barely break free from the Blood Queen's restraints. But the side effects of the strange puppet are equally terrible. After the effect ends, the damage suffered by the puppet will be returned to Leahy in multiples. In order to defeat Suyu, Leahy could no longer care about these things. Suyu, you're done. Just as it was about to touch Suyu, a pair of black dragon wings flapped behind Suyu and flew into the air with Arya, avoiding the Thunder Crane's fatal thrust. At the same time, Arya condensed dozens of blood spears and stabbed them towards Leahy. Leahy didn't dare to confront the blood spear head-on, and dodged it with his speed advantage. Leahy looked up and saw Suyu and Alia standing in the air with serious eyes. Is it the flying-type demon cave armament? You underestimate me, Suyu. You can't dodge my lightning. The drumbeats of the echo drum awakened the Thunderbird's consciousness. The Thunderbird finally overcame the influence of the Dead Apostles' hymn and echoed the power of the Thunder Crane. The feathers on the Thunderbird's body stood up like sharp blades. With the blessing of the Thunder Crane's flash of lightning, it launched intensive bombardments. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder feathers cover the sky. Thousands of thunder feathers launched a thunder attack that was more terrifying than a hail of bullets, and everyone was worried about Suyu. However, the pitch-black wings behind Suyu waved like a tornado, sweeping away countless thunder feathers with a shrill scream, and the invisible sound waves turned into sound waves and attacked the Thunder Crane. Leahy dodged suddenly, but the sound waves still pierced his eardrums. He nearly went deaf at that moment. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Suyu's ghost weapon is of extremely high quality. It might be made from the dragon wings of the screaming pterosaur. Damn it, if he keeps fighting like this, he won't be able to withstand the backlash from the strange doll. Thunderbird. As a direct descendant of the Lei family, he must not bring shame to the family at any cost. Losing to a commoner like Suyu would be a disgrace to their first-class beast-taming family. Look at you, you stinky beggar. This is something you will never learn in your lifetime. The Thunderbird and Thunder Crane turned into arcs of lightning. The two arcs of lightning intertwined to form an even more dazzling, incandescent white thunder. Its speed immediately broke the sound barrier and soared into the sky almost in an instant. 2 in 1. The speed was so fast that it almost exceeded everyone's reaction. The lightning arc was like a lightning spear, determined to pierce through Suyu. It's over. Several Star Emblem mentors made their judgment. The speed is too fast. Lei was carrying the magic cave weapon that could weaken Arya's power. With Suyu's ability, he could not avoid the penetration of this lightning spear. Bang! The blazing white thunder created a bloody mist, and the lightning arc of the Thunder Crane successfully penetrated Suyu. The audience at the scene widened their eyes. Could it be that Suyu? Linley said with a sharp gaze, yes, Lei is finished. I never thought Arya would be so skilled in controlling blood. Suyu's judgment is so meticulous. He doesn't even look like a freshman. The two of them worked together perfectly. Lei was still immersed in the joy of piercing Suyu, and even thought for a moment that he had won. But when he looked at the pool of blood on the ground and raised his head again, he saw a strange scene. Suyu and Aaliyah were still looking down at him from high in the sky. How is it possible? He clearly crushed Suyu. Suyu clearly died in his hands. Suddenly, the effect of the strange puppet in his hand ended. The backlash didn't come? Could it be that? Lei realized later that everything that had just happened seemed to be under Suyu's control. Arya did not cause harm by controlling his blood through the Blood Queen. It was only controlled at the beginning, and then it only slightly changed the blood flow in Lei's eyes, causing a very small deviation in his visual judgment. But it was this tiny deviation that ultimately ruined everything. That pool of blood already existed. Lei was in the game and had no idea what it meant. Everyone watching the match saw that Arya used blood to create a dummy that looked very much like Suyu. Then Lei unleashed his full firepower, revealing all his trump cards. He rushed straight at the dummy, shattering the pool of blood. In Suyu's hand, a blood-red longbow slowly emerged. Your acrobatic performance was pretty good. Does your family own a circus? Lei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. It turned out that his impressive performance just now made him look like a living funny clown in everyone's eyes. Laughter and discussion in the audience followed one after another. I thought it was a powerful conversation, but it turned out to be a performance to go along with your meal. It's a pity that it's past dinner time, otherwise I could show off 3 bowls. Is this the S-level student from the combat department? Xingdongfang needs talents like you. Lei's posterior tooth socket was almost bitten off. A flash of lightning. Suyu drew his longbow and said contemptuously, unfortunately, speed is not your specialty alone. Chapter 23, The Dusk Blood Arrow Breaks the Thunder Force, ranking 9th on the Dasha potential list. Lightning arcs flashed, but it was Suyu who held the initiative from beginning to end. The pitch-black wings and the blood-red longbow, like messengers of the night, blocked all the light in Lei's sight, making him suddenly lose hope of winning. Impossible. With my speed and lightning, Suyu can't catch up. As long as he can't hit me, I can't lose. There was a flash of lightning, and arcs of lightning intertwined again. The twilight longbow in Suyu's hand condensed into a scarlet arrow filled with blood, and a black and red light spread out on the arrow feathers. Under the intersection of blood and night, a red light locked onto the Thunder Crane and the Thunder Bird. Lei is in great danger of a brain crisis. This arrow cannot be taken head-on. Instinct drove the Thunder Crane and Thunder Bird to dodge and avoid being locked. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth. It's useless. Whoosh! A blood-red light streaked across the sky, like a wound tearing through space, and pierced through the spine of the Thunderbird at an indistinguishable speed. Cry! The Thunderbird let out a painful wail. The arrow's speed exceeded Mach 10, which was already 10 times faster than the Thunder Crane and Thunderbird that had just broken the sound barrier. Lei then realized it. Speed is no longer his exclusive domain. Suyu's arrow is faster. Light blue blood was dripping from the Thunderbird's body. It was pierced by the dusk arrow, leaving 2 arrow holes. Leahy turned around suddenly and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that he had no fatal injuries. Damn Suyu. Does this ghost warrior increase speed but weaken attack? Heh, your broken bow looks pretty scary. What a pity, the power is too weak. Suyu, if this is all you can do, you'd better admit defeat. The thunder crane once again transformed into a lightning arc and charged towards Suyu. The spectators discussed. This, bow and arrow don't hurt? What about scraping? It was so fast, and it was a penetrating wound, but the only result was some bleeding? Master Su, stop shaving. However, the star-level instructors from other schools who were watching the competition had solemn expressions on their faces. Wang Jing exclaimed, "What a genius!" He actually took advantage of the side effects of the Ghost Warrior. Lin Lirue commented, "It's pretty much what we speculated. Suyu relies on his own blood as a medium to generate energy. This move is very difficult to defend against. He and vampires are surprisingly compatible." Leahy thought Suyu's attack was just a lot of noise but little action. When he was about to launch another attack, puff! Leahy's chest was pierced by a sharp claw from behind. He turned around in disbelief, and the one who attacked was Thunderbird? The whole audience was dead silent. The audience who didn't know the truth and everyone in the live broadcast room were all frantically questioning. Suyu stretched out his right hand in the air and snapped his fingers, "Obey the king's orders. Kill the master. Brute." Phew. All 10 sharp claws of the Thunderbird pierced through the Thunder Crane's chest. Bones broke and blood gushed out. This tastes good, doesn't it, Leahy? How does it feel to have your proud speed and lightning-type pet pierced by your own pet? Leahy's eyes were filled with confusion and hesitation. When exactly? Suyu's blood didn't hit him or Thunderbird at all? Could it be that the blood arrow just now? It's too late to realize it. The winner is decided. The referee immediately waved his hand and said, "Healing Beast Tamer, please come in. Students are seriously injured." Wang Yu, the dean of the practical combat department who was watching the match, was furious. He immediately rushed into the arena and demanded, "Suyu, you're breaking the rules. Why would you kill a student during a sparring match?" Suyu spread his hands and said, "Teacher Wang, you are wrong about me. Referee, please check carefully. I deliberately avoided the vital points. It just made Lei suffer a little. On the contrary, you should thank me. I have always been very measured in my actions." Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. The referee checked and nodded, "Don't worry, Dean Wang, student Su did avoid the vital points. But you need to take him down for a blood transfusion quickly. We can't delay it for too long. Before Wang Yu could get any further outburst, the spectators who were watching the game stopped doing it first. Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. Can't the combat department really afford to lose? Just now, the girl from the exotic beast department was injured, and the dean didn't even intervene. Really? That makes Suyu a truly graceful man. He didn't even kill me. That's right. If it was my brother who got beaten, I would definitely fight back with all my might. It's rare that Suyu still has restraint. But why is this happening? Why don't I understand? Wang Yu's face looked extremely ugly. He was extremely embarrassed as countless people pointed at him. The instructor in charge of explaining the game on the viewing platform quickly spoke up to save the situation, saying, "What a wonderful game. I believe that as everyone has seen, Suyu has once again demonstrated his command ability. You may be confused, but the Beastmasters should have noticed that it was Suyu's blood arrow. He injected his own blood into the Thunderbird's body and completed the control. Suyu's natural ability was already difficult to guard against, and now it's even more difficult. Even Arya didn't have to put in much effort to easily deal with it. The difference between the odds before the game is worlds apart. Only after the instructor came to the rescue did Wang Yu leave quietly. Otherwise, he, as the dean, would probably face more criticism for his personal involvement. Although the incident ended decently on the spot, the live broadcast on the entire network caused the incident to ferment online. His name instantly appeared on the hot search of microwaves. ## Kuyu, this is serious. People are becoming more and more interested in Suyu's talents and abilities, and more speculations are emerging. The more widely accepted view is that Suyu's blood has the power to invade the spirit of pet animals. A very terrifying S-level talent. But no one knows the strength and scope of this control. As the topic continues to ferment. Not long after Su Yugong and Lei He finished their battle, the Dasha potential list was updated. Dasha potential list. 9th, Su Yu. As they walked off the arena, Lu Xian, Li Su, and the others came running over and said, "Captain. Well done. Shui, look, the captain has avenged you." The people in the practical department are so uncultured. It turns out that the top beam is crooked and the bottom beam is crooked. And Shui was healed by Arya's immortality characteristic. After a brief faint, she was able to walk again. She whispered, "Su Yu, thank you." Su Yu smiled and said, "It's what I, as the captain, should do." During the conversation, the people from the practical department branch were busy as ants on a hot pan, as if the scene was being repeated, except that their positions were reversed this time. Li Mu looked over coldly, staring at Su Yu. Su Yu said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. In your words, you should be thanking me for not crippling Lei He. Just wait until tomorrow for me to dig out your patella." Li Mu clenched his fists. "Su Yu, just wait. It's not certain who will dig out whose patella. Tomorrow, I will use my strength to tell you that you and all your pride are nothing compared to our Li family. Although there has been no draw yet. But everyone seems to know that the practical department, which has always taken advantage and never suffered any loss, will not swallow this humiliation. A battle is inevitable between Li Mu, the most outstanding S-level student specially recruited this year, and Su Yu, a prominent figure who has been bound to Arya since entering the school. Chapter 20 For the conditions of Dasha 9 guards, looking forward to your performance. Li Mu turned and left, and whispered to Wang Yu as he passed by. "Teacher, don't worry. I received news from home that a second pet has been prepared for me." Wang Yu's eyes lit up, and his previous anger instantly disappeared. Li Mu and Su Yu both have spiritual power at the Lingxi realm and are qualified to contract a second pet. But the difference is, Su Yu is a commoner, so it is not easy for him to wait for a suitable pet. The Li family behind Li Mu is the pillar of Disya and can find a suitable pet for him in a short time. The victory is obvious. 2 against 1, the advantage is on my side. Shang Guanling came to the middle of the 7 people and said, "Lu Xian, it's your turn soon. Hurry up and get ready. Su Yu, follow me." The other 6 people returned to the lounge, and Su Yu followed Shang Guanling out of the arena and came to an office in the office building. Shang Guanling said softly at the door, "Su Yu, congratulations. After defeating Lei He, you've been included in the official list of Dasha's potential students. You may not know this, but all students listed in the potential list will become candidates for official Dasha training. Those inside are from the 9 guards of Dasha, and they came to see you specially. The 9 guards of Dasha are troops stationed in the 9 demon caves within Dasha, with 1 troop corresponding to each demon cave. The troops stationed in the Disaster Cave under the Demon City are called Dragon Eagle Guards, and are based in Redstone City. They serve as the front line against all races in the Disaster Cave." Su Yu asked doubtfully, "See me?" Shang Guanling said, "They are just doing their routine. Don't worry. It will definitely be a good thing for you. Just say whatever you think later. Don't be so reserved." Su Yu nodded. As the 2 entered, Su Yu saw a man and a woman. The man had a square face, a burly build, and a scar on his face. The woman had an oval face, was about 1.7 meters tall, and had a pretty face. As soon as Su Yu saw these 2 people, he felt a sense of familiarity. Like Mu Changwei, his eyes were used to seeing killing. The square-faced man stood up and said, "Hello, Su Yu, I'm Qin Zhe, a major in the Dragon Eagle Guard. We've watched your wonderful battle and have something to discuss with you. Come, please sit down." Qin Zhe took out a document and the secretary beside him was responsible for taking notes. Su Yu, 20 years old, became a beast master this year. His talent didn't awaken during the awakening ceremony, but he may have awakened an S-level talent later in life. His pet is named Aliat Sepasi, suspected to be a sequence number 99 vampire. He was the former captain of the Blood Spirit Squad. There are many incomplete details in your report. According to regulations, all newcomers who appear on the Dasha potential ranking are targets for Dasha's key training. However, before that, we would like to have detailed intelligence. Of course, this depends entirely on your personal wishes. Su Yu shook his head, "Sorry, I don't want to reveal my abilities for the time being." Qin Zhe smiled and said, I understand. Beastmasters have always been like this. It's just a routine matter. For newcomers who are willing to trust us, we will directly invite them to join the 9 guards of Daxia and receive training from both the Beastmaster University and the military. Don't you want to consider it? Suyu still shook his head. In the eyes of outsiders, Arya belongs to the upper sequence of vampires, not the sequence of the Age of Gods. This secret is of great importance, and Suyu will never reveal it. Shinzei said with a hint of regret, I understand, let's not talk about this for now. Shinzei leaned forward. As a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard, we extend an invitation to you. You should know that the Beastmaster University is a reserve force. You have the obligation to participate in the war, but you also have the right to choose the battlefield you want to join. We are all from the Magic City. We, the Dragon Eagle Guard, also need talents like you. What do you think? If you have any conditions, you can propose them. Suyu fell into deep thought. According to Shangguan Ling, the order of participating in the Demon Cave will be decided after the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition. At that time, any Beastmaster would have to enter the Demon Cave to participate in the battle. This is the responsibility that must be borne when enjoying super high treatment in the whole society. When choosing a battlefield, most people would choose a magic cave that can defend themselves. Suyu nodded. Major Qin, I am willing to join the Dragon Eagle Guard's battle sequence, but I have 2 conditions. Shinzei's eyes lit up. Well, go ahead. Suyu smiled bitterly and said, one is my treatment. You know, Beastmasters are bottomless pits. I don't have a Beastmaster family behind me, so my resources are very tight. I will also participate in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange tournament. By then, there will definitely be other 9 guards looking for me. I hope my treatment will at least not be lower than that of other families. Shinzei's mouth twitched. He is also a guy who will not do anything without profit. But he could understand that which powerful Beastmaster was not fed with massive resources? I promise. Suyu continued, okay, the second one is easy. I hope to protect my family. Shinzei said, of course, as long as you join the Dragon Eagle Guard, your relatives will move into our Dragon Eagle Guard family annex, and there will be special patrols and security. Suyu nodded, okay, then I agree to join. Also, Major Qin, I'd like to advance some life spirit fluid. According to the current progress, it will take Arya 97 days to advance to the transformation realm. Suyu needs a large amount of life essence to improve his physique and increase his qi and blood. Shinzei was a little embarrassed. Life essence? That thing is very rare. Even our Dragon Eagle Guards don't have much in stock. Generally speaking, the top 10 Beastmasters on the Great Xia potential list who join the Great Xia 9 Guards are only allocated 1 drop of life spirit fluid every month. Everything else must be exchanged for military merit. Suyu said directly, I want to advance at least 10 drops, and if possible, 40 drops would be best. Shinzei blurted out subconsciously, what? Suyu was really rude and asked for a huge amount of money. 40 drops, that's 4 billion. Although this price was raised by the Great Xia Beast Taming Material Subsidy Act, the actual value is also extremely high. Suyu would never let this rich guy go. Currently, the life essence liquid cannot be bought anywhere else, and the front line has the most. Suyu took 10 drops of spiritual liquid, and it took 100 days for Arya to advance. If I can take another 40 drops, it will only take less than 20 days to reach the transformation realm before entering the Demon Cave. Only strength can give you the confidence to survive in the war in the Demon Cave. Shinzei felt a bit overwhelmed and said cautiously, this is too much. I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions. He didn't dare to be too definite. What if the other 9 guards of Daxia were really willing to give it? Suyu knew that if he wanted to get benefits, he had to prove his worth. Major Qin, I really need this. How about this? If nothing goes wrong in tomorrow's qualifying round, I'll probably be drawn together with Li Mu, who's ranked 3rd on your potential list. If I win, how about you apply for 40 drops for me? As long as I have these 40 drops of life spirit, I am confident that I can win the first-year championship of the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. Shinzei's pupils constricted. If it is first in the 9 Schools Alliance, that's another matter. Good. I promise. Shinzei stood up and held out his hand, looking forward to your performance. Suyu stretched out his hand and clenched it, yeah. After the Dragon Eagle Guards left, Shangguan Ling laughed and said, you're so bold to make such a boast. Even if you have Arya, this freshman class is truly extraordinary. Suyu shrugged helplessly, teacher, I don't have the support of a beast taming family, and my resources are limited. I can only fight for it. Shang Guanling nodded. Well, this is exactly the second reason I called you here. This preliminaries are hosted by the practical department, and the results of tomorrow's draw have actually been announced. Your opponent is Li Mu. What I want to tell you is the information about Li Mu and the Li family behind him. Chapter 25, Nine Pillars Family, the beginning of Arya's truth. So you took the information handed over by Shang Guanling. Shang Guanling said, the Xia clan has a history of beast control for hundreds of years, and among them have emerged some powerful beast masters. They have formed large clans with the power and knowledge they possess. These taming families can be divided into first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate families based on the strength of their beast masters. The head of a third-rate family alone needs to be at the level of the Samsara realm. There are 3 realms for an intermediate beastmaster: Nirvana, Wheel of Reincarnation, and Samsara. Only the family of a beastmaster in the realm of reincarnation is qualified to be called an aristocratic family. Shang Guanling continued, among the many families, 9 families stand out. We call them the Pillar families. They are the pillars of Daxia, and together with the Beastmaster University and the 9 guards of Daxia, they form the main force against the Demon Cave. Uniting all forces capable of resisting the Demon Cave is the policy of the entire Great Xia, but it has also created problems for some families. The Li family is one of the 9 pillars families, and this Li Mu is the most outstanding S-level student recruited this year, second only to Kong Huan Yuan of Diling University and Shi Xiaolong of Jianghe University. Based on my speculation, if he wanted to defeat you for sure, his family would undoubtedly have prepared a second pet for him, as well as magical cave weapons capable of countering Arya's abilities. Almost half of the top 10 in this year's Great Xia potential list are from pillar families. Their talent and strength are probably far superior to those of the previous class. Shang Guanling glanced at Arya. If there is anything that Su Yu absolutely defeats Li Mu in, besides his unique talent and ability, it is only Arya. Arya played with Su Yu's hand nonchalantly, without showing any nervousness at all. Su Yu browsed through Li Mu's information. Combined with what Shang and Zishui observed with his spirit eyes, he roughly understood Li Mu's innate ability of boundary intersection. This is a control and offensive talent that uses the sharpness of the thin line itself to attack and restrict the opponent's movement. Speaking of which, Mu Changwei's close combat talent is not very helpful when facing Su Yu, but it would be much easier for him to face Li Mu. One force can break 10 skills, and this thin line cannot stop the simple and crude force. To outsiders, Li Mu's compatibility seems to restrain Su Yu. Shang Guanling asked, how is it? Are you confident in dealing with him? Su Yu nodded slightly. I am more looking forward to whether Major Qin can bring back my 40 drops of life essence. Shang Guanling was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Being able to recruit Su Yu into the exotic beast department might be her best decision this year. Okay, then I'll wait for your performance. Su Yu left the office building and went back and forth to the arena. One reason was to see the team members' results today, and the other was because his parents had brought his sister to watch the game, so he went to pick them up after it was over. On the way, Alia noticed that Su Yu was a little silent and asked, little guy, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about tomorrow's game? Su Yu shook his head slightly. The more Su Yu understood Arya's abilities, the more he realized how powerful the God Age sequence was. One thing was confirmed even more. Arya, your attackers intended to capture you alive, correct? Arya nodded slightly. Well, what's up, little one? Do you have any clues? Su Yu had a vague guess, but still lacked some evidence. What my mentor said just now has inspired me. I still have some immature ideas that need to be verified. Arya pursed her lips. Has Su Yu always kept this in mind? Being attacked and almost falling into a death sleep was the beginning of Arya and Su Yu's relationship, and also the dark cloud hanging over her heart. Now, she doesn't need to bear it all alone, but has someone fighting alongside her, and they depend on each other for life and death. Alia pecked Su Yu lightly on the cheek, feeling relieved. I'll leave the things I can't figure out to you. Ahem. A familiar cough was heard. Su Yu saw a figure standing in front of him. He frowned as he recognized him. Didn't we agree that if you lose, you're not allowed to appear in front of Arya? The figure behind him was Mu Changwei, a sophomore. He discovered something and wanted to report it, but happened to come across the scene just now. He felt so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, but he couldn't show it. Mu Changwei said coldly with a thick face, so, I am not facing away from you, I am not face to face, and it is not considered a breach of promise. Su Yu? Damn, is this even possible? No, can you guys have some dignity? Mu Changwei looked a little embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Humph, I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. I really have something important to tell you. Here. Take this. He threw back a small round card. Even if the captain chose you, you were once our captain. As much as I hate to admit it, 3 days ago, after our fight, I went to a bar to get drunk. Someone took advantage of my drunkenness and tried to buy information about the captain. I heard his accent was strange, so I just casually gave him some information. Then I tried to follow him to see what was going on, but I lost him. So I returned to the demon cave. One of our team members has the gift of recalling the forgotten memories of an area. We found the place where the captain was attacked. All traces of the area had been cleared, but during the memory recall, we discovered a small gadget dropped by someone. As a gift, I give it to you. You, since the captain has chosen you, don't let her be attacked again. So you looked at the small round card thrown by Mu Changwei. That's a family crest. A demonic sword cut through the bird feather pattern. Only people from Huayin country like to wear family crests. It was as if a ray of light shone into a foggy conspiracy, and some speculations were gradually confirmed. Suyu said, okay. I don't owe you a favor. Your pet was simply enchanted by my blood and its mind was blocked. It only obeyed my command out of a brief pursuit instinct. It didn't betray you. You don't need to take it to heart. Mu Changwei breathed a sigh of relief, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. Tomorrow, we still have the 9 Schools Alliance. Don't lose. The captain has never lost before. Besides, I don't take it to heart. He walked away, and it seemed as if his steps had become much lighter. Arya's eyebrows twitched slightly, and the upper right corner of her mouth curled up slightly, with a look of disgust on her face. Are all men so stubborn? Suyu chuckled. He must have come here specifically to find the answer. The bond between a beastmaster and his pet is above all else. How can one be a beastmaster if there is a barrier in their heart? Suyu and Alia came to the lounge of the arena. At this time, Lu Xian and the others had already finished their respective battles. Brothers and sisters, how did it turn out? Lu Xian smiled and said, the top 16 have been announced, and 4 people from our team have made it, you, me, Zhang Xinyue, and Chen Mengmeng. Suyu turned around and said, wow, Li Su and Wei Gang, why are you 2 male compatriots so incompetent? Li Shuwei was injured and felt helpless. Lu Xian said, Captain, their opponents are very strong, and they both happen to be restrained by their compatibility. Suyu's face darkened. Is it Wang Yu's doing again? Several people felt the same way. The draw was heavily targeted today, mostly because of Wang Yu, the dean of the practical department branch who presided over the draw. My lottery results for tomorrow are out. It's Li Mu who played against Xiaoan today. The other 6 people looked up and their pupils narrowed. This kind of targeting is already blatant. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Suyu said softly, it's okay. Let them come. Tomorrow I will crush all of his confidence, and even make them afraid to look us in the face in a team battle. I will destroy the pride of the combat department once and for all. Mu Changwei's visit made Suyu understand a truth. His ability will cause a rift in trust between the pet and the Beastmaster, which is a fatal blow to the Beastmaster. Chapter 26, Draw Results Released, Expert Commentary, Li Mu has the advantage. Li Su covered his injured leg and stood up and said, I believe you, Captain, but can you treat my injured leg? Suyu waved his hand, go away, my Arya will not heal other men, go find a healing Beastmaster yourself. Li Su said sadly, wow, where's the friendship we promised each other? Suyu said seriously, Shaoli, I have to criticize you. You're still complaining about such a minor injury. It's really embarrassing for us men. Look, Wei Gang didn't even say a word. Li Su looked at Wei Gang, who patted his shoulder and consoled him, oldly, because I didn't have much hope in the first place. Puchi Lu Xian and Jishui and others couldn't help laughing. Suyu's words boosted everyone's confidence a lot. The places for the freshman individual competition are almost all occupied by S-level students, and the school will generally consider avoiding them in the lottery. In the arena, with the end of the last game, the scene entered the drawing phase. Suyu looked at the screen in the lounge. Although he already knew who his opponent was, he decided to listen to the outside world's voices. On the screen, today's first 2 rounds of preliminaries have concluded. Tomorrow, 8 students will be selected to represent Magic City Yuling University in the freshman stage of the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. Let's see the draw results. The first match tomorrow is Suyu versus Li Mu. There was an uproar at the scene, and the website's barrage of comments kept flashing. Oh my god. I was wondering if Demon Spirit University was going to use an internal lottery to circumvent this. This is a direct confrontation. The fairest episode. Third on the potential list versus ninth on the potential list. Luckily, I grabbed a ticket for tomorrow. Who will win? Is there any Beastmaster who can give an analysis? The host in the live broadcast studio said, "We are honored to have invited Mr. Lu Yun, an expert from the Pet Beast Association and a Nirvana Realm beast tamer. Mr. Lu Yun, what do you think of this duel?" Lu Yun said confidently, "Maybe many people think this is a fight between dragons and tigers, but I think Li Mu will easily defeat Suyu tomorrow." The barrage of comments passed by one after another. So you will be in the top 8 or top 16? Easy? Even though Li Mu is the third most talented student on the potential list, Arya was still the strongest last year. Damn, although Suyu's revenge for stealing my wife is unforgivable, there's no way Senior Alia will lose. Lu Yun glanced at the comments and analyzed, "You don't need Yun Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer's duels focus on realm, sequence, and compatibility. Li Mu and Suyu are at the same realm, and both have high-ranking pets. The key to victory or defeat lies in their compatibility. It's obvious, judging by his appearances over the past few times, that Suyu's ability relies on blood as a medium, requiring a certain amount of space to operate. Li Mu's ability is precisely the field control capability that can counteract this. Li Mu's advantage in terms of compatibility is too obvious. Besides, Li Mu comes from a prominent family, so there's no guarantee he won't have a second pet. Who do you think has the advantage? No matter how strong Arya was, that was only last year, not to mention she's fallen in level. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Don't treat the past as forever. Lu Yun's analysis is quite convincing. Although Arya was very famous last year, there were very few recorded appearances of her and information about her was seriously insufficient. People's perception of Arya was more about her appearance as a genius school beauty. Reasonable and to the point. The odds are out, and it's true. Li Mu's odds are only 1.4, while Suyu's are straight up to 4.7. The showdown between the two geniuses on the potential list, coupled with the comments of the Beastmaster experts, directly triggered a new round of discussion frenzy. In the director's room, the host who had just finished the broadcast said softly, "Lao Lu, is Li Mu's advantage really that great? I'm thinking about buying some to try later." The two are friends, so they naturally chatted for a while after turning off the live broadcast. Lu Yun said disdainfully, "My friend, why are you following Yun? In my opinion, the odds are evenly split between the two of them." I was deliberately trying to inflate the odds. If you want to bet, you have to bet on Suyu. Remember to buy some for me. Our association is very strict in checking. The host's mouth dropped open. An expert indeed. In the lounge on the other side, Lei He, who had been cured by the healing Beastmaster, lay curled up in a ball on the hospital bed, shivering. Li Mu and several others came to his side. "Lei Zi, I will avenge you tomorrow," Li Mu whispered. Lei He's eyes were filled with fear. That was the fear for Suyu, and the fear for the future path of being a Beastmaster. The Thunderbird pierced its own body. He no longer dared to summon the Thunderbird. Although he knew that it was affected by Suyu's ability, when he thought that his partner, whom he trusted unconditionally and fought side by side with, stabbed him, that trust and sense of security seemed to disappear. This kind of hidden damage almost destroys everything a Beastmaster has. Lei He trembled and said, "Li, you must win. Remember to be careful of Arya. Arya can control the blood in the human body. The strange doll is not enough to resist her." Lei He looked at Li Mu almost pleadingly. Li Mu held his hand. "Believe in me, brother, you will win. In order to deal with this vampire, Li Mu will contract a second upper-level pet tonight, and will also deliver a special ghost weapon to fight against vampires." He wanted to defeat Suyu in order to restore his best friend's spirit and also to fulfill his teacher's request. Although he was not very clear about the grudge between Wang Yu and Suyu. In a basement somewhere in the Magic City. Ishikawa Hidetsugu angrily said, "Bah! Mr. Wang, can you really keep your promise? Arya and Suyu are getting more and more attention. What if they get to the top of your so-called potential list and are protected by the 9 guards of Daxia and the governor of Modu? I now seriously doubt the sincerity of your Wang family." Wang Yu was a little overwhelmed. He deliberately suppressed Suyu in order to weaken his influence and strength as much as possible before Suyu went to the magic cave. On the ground of the magic city, he and the Huaying people really didn't dare to attack a beastmaster from Disya. Unexpectedly, Leihe not only failed to stop Suyu, but was also crushed by Suyu. Wang Yu said solemnly, "Mr. Ishikawa, please believe in our sincerity. Tomorrow, I have arranged for Li Mu to compete and will definitely stop Suyu from participating in the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. And no matter who protects Suyu, he will definitely participate in the war in the Demon Cave. Dacia is different from other countries. Here, the bravest people go to the battlefield." Ishikawa Hidetsugu's worry gradually faded. "Okay, I'll trust you again. I hope our first cooperation can continue. I promise that such cooperation will continue in the future." Wang Yu smiled and said, "Well, then I'll wait and see." After Suyu and his companions finished watching the draw, they left the lounge. Lu Xian accompanied the injured to find the Beastmaster from the healing department, while Suyu went to pick up his family who had come to watch the game. Waited about half an hour. Su Qifan, Ning Shooting, and Suyu's sister Su Wanrong finally squeezed out from the huge crowd in the arena. When Su Wanrong saw Suyu, she jumped over and jumped into Suyu's arms. "Brother! You are so awesome. That person is no match for you at all." Arya, who was wearing a baseball cap and didn't want to attract attention, frowned slightly. "Even though I know this seems to be Suyu's sister. But, her nose always feels sour. Is this what the book calls jealousy?" She bit the tip of her thumb. Ever since Suyu introduced her to all kinds of flavors in the world, she gradually developed a sense for taste. Suyu pulled Su Wanrong away. Okay, you are already 18, why are you still acting like a child?" Su Qifan and Ning Shooting came over with smiles. The two looked at Suyu with both relief and worry. Beast masters and ordinary people are two different worlds. His son's excellence is certainly gratifying, but his mastery of killing skills at such a young age means that the day of going to the battlefield is not far away. Su Wanrong pouted and said, "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. I want to be a beast master like you." Suyu said decisively, "Don't even think about it, no way." Chapter 27 Suyu vs. Li Mu. The governor of Dacia is watching the match in person. "Why? It's enough for us to have a professional beast master like me in our family. If you like pet beasts, I'll buy you one later, but you are not allowed to be a beastmaster." Suyu's family has only 2 children. Suyu's confidence in going to the battlefield mostly came from Arya, otherwise he would have to be prepared to die. The God Age sequence is such a rare thing that it is a pie in the sky to have one. Suyu firmly opposes Su Wanrong becoming a beastmaster. Ning Shooting and Su Qihong had the same idea. Having a beast tamer in the family is already a great honor for the family and a great achievement for Dacia. Even this one would cause Ning Shooting to have nightmares at night, fearing that Suyu would not come back if he really went to the battlefield. Su Wanrong pouted and pulled at her twin ponytails, looking unhappy. Ning Shooting smiled and said, "Okay, Rong, your brother is thinking about you too. Look, with your brother here, our family is well off now. Even if the contract ceremony doesn't go smoothly next year, we'll have enough money to buy you talent reagents and a pet. Your brother has a competition tomorrow. Let's go back quickly so as not to delay his preparations." Su Wanrong nodded and said worriedly, "Brother." Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Suyu. "Don't worry, I won't lose. I mean, don't get hurt." After saying that, Su Wanrong turned and left. Ning Shooting and Su Qihong gave a few instructions and left. Suyu looked at their backs, feeling a little confused. Arya warned, "This is not a good choice." "Why?" "When you go to the Demon Cave, you'll find out that a new entrance to Blue Star is added every few years." "What?" Arya said earnestly, "This is a disaster you humans cannot escape, so, even if you want to protect them, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater." Suyu nodded slightly. "I'll think about it." Arya hugged Suyu's neck and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. The competition will be tomorrow. You should replenish this king first." "Arya, there's no need to go all out against a merely Mu, right? The amount of blood consumed by Blood Queen and Death Apostle Sim is not that much, only immortality consumes a lot of blood, which requires blood replenishment in advance." Aliyah bit Suyu's earlobe lightly. "Who knows? Why, don't you want to?" Suyu gritted his teeth. "Then you have to wear JK today. And wear an eye mask." "Humph, are you sure?" "Ha!" Suyu's physical condition had improved significantly after taking the life spirit liquid. Even if he fought from late at night to dawn, he was still full of energy. Arya. Go all out today, don't hold back. Arya's words yesterday made Suyu think for a long time. Although concealing his and Arya's talents would give him an advantage in subsequent battles, the threat of the demon cave still exists. Suyu needs more resources, so he needs to show his value. Arena. There was a drizzle in the sky today, but it still couldn't stop more and more people from flocking to watch the game. Battles between the top 10 in Dasha's potential list are rare. Many ordinary students even skipped their morning classes and squatted in front of the live broadcast. Stop making noise, it's about to begin. Turtle, Li Mu's odds. Are people generally so optimistic about Li Mu? Yesterday, many experts predicted that Li Mu would win. According to rumors released by the combat department, Li Mu has contracted a second pet. Hiss, no wonder, it looks like Suyu and Aaliyah are in danger. Look, the governor of Dasha Demon City is here to watch the game today. Holy crap, he's here too? The governor of the Demon City and commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard, the guardian of the Calamity Demon Cave, is here in person. In the viewing area, Ning Hanwen personally welcomed the distinguished guest. Governor Xia, is it really necessary for you to personally attend a competition between students? Xia Tingyan smiled and said, I came here specifically to see the talented student that Principal Ning has hidden away. It seems that something unexpected happened to you. Ning Hanwen said, man proposes, God disposes. Fortunately, this student is quite talented. Xia Tingyan asked curiously, oh? Then I'll have to open my eyes and take a good look. Please. Who does Principal Ning think will win? Ning Hanwen's white beard fluttered gently, but he said nothing. Xia Tingyan smiled and said, it seems that Principal Ning is quite confident. I have met this person from the Li family. He is a great man of his generation and is not someone who can be manipulated by others. Yes, Li Mu is a very talented kid. Xia Tingyan shook his head. Ning Hanwen was very tight-lipped. It was wishful thinking to expect to guess what he was up to. While chatting and laughing. The game is ready to begin. Because of some disturbances yesterday, although the heat subsided quickly, the referee was still replaced by Lin Tang, the dean of the demonic plant department. Lin Tang used his mental power to spread his voice. The final round of the Magic City Yuling University preliminaries, the first match is Li Mu versus Suyu. The sky was filled with cheers and flowers. Amidst lights and cheers, Suyu and Li Mu walked out from the aisles on both sides. Old Li, come on. Don't embarrass our practical department. Senior Alia, I will always support you. The two of them looked at each other as if they didn't hear anything. Lin Tang stood between the two of them and whispered, I won't say more. If I judge that someone is on the verge of death, I will intervene, but that also means someone will lose. Do you understand? Suyu and Li Mu nodded in succession. Lin Tang said, okay, show your talents to the fullest, young man. Humanity must fight against the demonic den, and you young people must fight even more. Don't worry, as long as you're still alive, we can save you. Lin Tang shouted, the first competition begins. Lin Tang's words brought the noise to an abrupt halt, and everyone was waiting for the two to make their move. Li Mu said coldly, Lei he was crippled by you, and he actually fears his own pet. Your ability is really insidious. Before, they all underestimated Suyu's abilities. Compared to the wounds inflicted by one's own beast, the natural lack of trust in one's heart is the sharpest blade that destroys a beastmaster. Suyu said, it's the same with you. If you want to target me, just come after me. You're also involving others. I don't think you have any martial ethics at all. Li Mu stretched out his hands, martial virtue? That's just an excuse for the loser. I will take back everything my best friend has lost. The pterosaur behind Suyu flapped its wings, really? It's a pity that you won't get what you want. The crisp sound of a raindrop falling to the ground above the arena became the horn for the two men to attack. Roar, Scarlet Flame Demon. Show yourself, Shadow Dance Raven. Just like magma tearing the surface of the earth, the true form of the Red Flame Demon was a 6-meter-tall red flame giant. And as the outside world had guessed, Li Mu had indeed contracted a second pet. The shadow tide surged, and from the black river of shadows rose a human figure wearing a black and purple hood, holding a strange netherworld wand, and a face with a beak like a crow. Xia Tingyan immediately recognized this pet. The Li family is really willing to spend a fortune. Herder from the Shadow Cave of Milica, the number 16 Shadow Clan, known as assassins born from the shadows. They once slaughtered tens of thousands of beastmasters during the war with the Lika kingdom, and were the culprit that caused the Shadow Cave's front to collapse, and surprisingly, the Li family captured one. Suyu is in trouble now. Chapter 28, The Eternal Immortal Him. The Dance of Darkness and Shadow. The rules of the sequence are absolute. Sequence number 16 is already extremely close to the God Era sequence, and the power it displays far exceeds that of ordinary higher sequences. The foundation of the Pillar family is fully revealed. As an outstanding legitimate son, the Li family spared no effort in cultivating Li Mu. Li Mu did not underestimate Suyu at all. As soon as the battle started, he activated the boundary intersection. Countless silk threads as thin as cicada wings are spread throughout the arena. The filaments are sharp and extremely tough. Their disadvantage is that they are afraid of pets with enhanced physical strength. They can rely on brute force to break through. Arya snapped her fingers, and blood turned into a rain curtain that dripped onto the silk thread. The barely noticeable silk thread instantly turned into a red tide. Li Mu frowned. We can't defeat Suyu by simply blocking and intersecting the boundaries, but as long as we can limit his movement space. Before this thought came to mind, Arya clenched her right hand. The blood stained the silk thread transformed into a spiral. Sizzle, sizzle, the interlaced thin lines were completely unable to withstand the cutting of blood. Li Mu's pupils constricted. What? Is this really something a vampire can do? The interlaced lines of the boundary are very resilient and are not afraid of sharp weapons. However, they are unable to withstand Arya's power to control blood. Suyu looked down from the air and said, after all these big words, is this all you can do? The corner of Li Mu's mouth twitched, but he did not respond. Suyu is good at psychological warfare, so ignoring him is the best option. Suyu's idea of relying on the boundary interlacing failed, but the boundary interlacing is not only an offensive ability, it also has the effect of guiding magic power. The red flame demon beside Li Mu's lungs glowed dark red, and then he opened his devilish mouth. The devil's flames burned the sky. The roaring dark red magma turned into a magma fire snake under the guidance of the crisscrossing thin lines of the boundary, aiming at Suyu and encircling him from all directions with irregular curves. Li Mu said sternly, "It's not over yet." Undercurrent. Shadow Dance Crow raised his magic wand high, and the ground turned into a black and purple sticks. Black and purple bubbles surged and exploded, and more than 10 black water columns gushed out of the sticks. The water columns transformed into black knights. Under the guidance of thin lines, they cooperated with the magic flames to close and surround Suyu, as if to completely swallow Suyu in the darkness. Suyu and Arya did not dodge, nor did they intend to retreat. Li Mu must have a ghost weapon that can weaken the Death Apostles him and the Blood Queen, but this only applies to skills in normal conditions. Don't worry, go all out, Arya. Arya clasped her hands together, and the two powers began to combine. A low chant echoed within the arena. Wake up! The bloody surge that sleeps in death. Listen to the call of the true ancestors hymn. Behind Arya, blood turned into blood-red harps and flutes. The Blood Queen forged a complete blood symphony orchestra, and endowed the hymn with immortality. In the face of the eternal immortality, the true hymn is about to be played. The sacred yet deadly notes stopped all the bombardment in front of Suyu. Blood poured into all the demonic flames and dark nights along with the sound waves of the hymn. And those inanimate objects now became the dead apostles enslaved by Arya. The sonic fluctuations seemed to solidify into something substantial. As Li Mu stared in disbelief, the pitch-black knight, trampling on the lava, charged towards him. Even the Scarlet Flame Demon and the Shadow Dance Crow were thrown into confusion before the immortal hymn. The Li family gave Li Mu a moon bone necklace made from the skull of a moonlight apostle, but it couldn't eliminate the influence of the immortal hymn. On the viewing platform, Xia Ting'an took a deep breath. Eternity is actually. Oh, Principal Ning, you've concealed too much. No, should I say Suyu is too lucky? Ning Hanwen took a sip of tea and sighed. Is Suyu really the lucky one? Xia Ting'an asked, what do you mean? The secret cannot be revealed. Xia Ting'an rolled his eyes at him. In this regard, the two people he hated the most were the presidents of Mo Ling and D Ling universities. They were shrewd and cunning but never said a word. Before, Qin Zhe reported to Suyu that he had made a huge request, asking for an advance of 40 drops of life essence liquid. He thought that this young man didn't know how big the world was and how difficult the Devil's Cave was. Now it seems that it was not such an exaggeration. It's worth a gamble on him. The rest of the audience was stunned. The intensity of this duel far exceeds all other competitions. Even the huge space of the arena could not accommodate the offensive of the two. If it weren't for the barrier, the two people's attacks would probably be enough to destroy the entire arena. Now, the one in trouble is Li Mu. Arya's abilities exceeded the highest expectations of all who came to watch. This is the true strength of the talented school beauty from last year. Li Mu took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. He urged the silk thread in his hand to penetrate into the body of Shadow Dance Crow, using external force to activate the pet's ability. Shadow Dance. Li Mu had thought in advance that his pet might be controlled by Suyu. That's why he contracted Shadow Dance Crow, not only because he was strong enough, but also because of his racial talent. Can fall into a state of madness and violence. Even the master can't control it, so you can't control it either. The last command it received before losing its mind. Destroy them, Raven. The Shadow Clan, which is very close to the sequence of the Age of Gods, broke free from the influence of the Immortal Im, but the price was the loss of sanity, and turned into machines that only knew how to kill. The Dark Crow lifted up the dark waters of the underworld and washed away the flames bombarding Li Mu. The Dark Knight was decomposed by the Shadow Dance Dark Crow. The frenzied Shadow Dance Crow no longer possesses immense magical power, but instead possesses powerful physical destructive power. Arya's gem-like eyes gleamed. Oh? Can you get rid of the influence of immortality? Not bad, it's a pity that you're still a little short, otherwise I would have caught you and made you my pet. The dark tide on the ground was suddenly pierced by the gushing blood, and the dark Styx was replaced by a river of blood in the blink of an eye. After a night of replenishment last night, Arya is truly in peak condition. The gushing blood turned into countless swords and shields and fully armed blood cavalry beside her. With the vibration of her wings, the Blood Knight followed the king and charged into battle. Bang! The Dark Raven was pierced by countless blood swords, but its strong vitality after going berserk was still able to temporarily stop Arya's bombardment. At this time, Li Mu seized a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Red Flame Demon was affected by the hymn and could not move, but Li Mu's boundary intersection could control it. Li Mu's thin thread pierced through the Red Flame Demon, controlling the Red Flame Demon to leap up. While Arya had no time to pay attention to Suyu, he went straight for Suyu. At the same time, the intersecting thin lines spread again, blocking all of Suyu's escape routes. Suyu flapped his wings, and the Red Flame Demon failed to hit him due to the interference of the Screaming Tornado, but the intersecting thin lines of the boundary just brushed past Suyu's arm, cutting a large wound. Blood, dripping. Li Mu finally found the flaw. Chapter 29, Blood Monarch. All glory to our king. There were bursts of exclamations from the viewing stands. Isn't Arya sequence number 99? Why is she beating sequence number 16? Mutation, it must be mutation. Li Mu has found an opportunity. Suyu is in trouble. Just now I thought Li Mu was going to lose. As expected, he is ranked third on the potential list and still has a trump card. Li Mu's desperate counterattack seemed to give people hope, and Suyu was indeed injured. And Arya seems unable to deal with Shadow Dance Crow in a short period of time. Everything seems to be leaning in Li Mu's favor. Li Mu did not dare to be careless at this moment. Arya's strength exceeded his highest expectations. Even the Berserk Shadow Dancer was like a candle in the wind in front of Arya and could only serve as a pure sandbag. He must defeat Suyu before the Shadow Dance Crow can continue its wild dance. Red Flame. The Red Flame Demon shrank into a human form, and under the control of the silk thread, it spewed out wave after wave of roaring magma in the air. However, a wall of blood rose from the ground, and Arya suddenly appeared in front of the Red Flame Demon. Li Mu was shocked. Wasn't she stopped by Shadow Dance Crow? A glance. It was discovered that when Shadow Dance Crow was fighting with Arya just now, the blood that suddenly dripped after Li Mu cut Suyu's arm tempted Shadow Dance Crow in the wild dancing state. The irrational Shadow Dance Crow was just following Li Mu's last orders and instincts. At the most critical moment, Shadow Dancer gave up stopping Arya in front of him, but chose Suyu's blood that was full of fatal temptation. Change of personnel. In this moment of gap, Arya captured the Red Flame Demon at close range, and the Blood Queen completely controlled everything about the Red Flame Demon. Suyu followed the Twilight Longbow arrow he shot and rushed towards Li Mu. Li Mu had prepared in advance to deal with the Ghost Warrior of the Twilight Longbow, and did not lose his composure because of this. But the Red Flame Demon was controlled, and the Shadow Dance Crow suddenly turned to chase Suyu's blood, which made him panic. I originally thought that things were going badly, but the moment Suyu recklessly rushed over, the hope of victory was rekindled. Suyu, you dare to rush straight towards me, you are looking for death. The intersecting boundaries can't cut Arya, so can't they cut you? Countless thin lines spread out, and the moment Suyu vibrated his shrill dragon wings and rushed in front of Li Mu, the thin lines had completely wrapped Suyu. Puff! Victory is at hand. However, an even more bizarre scene appeared. A dazzling crimson light shone on Suyu's body. The boundary intersection should have perfectly cut Suyu's body in half, but under the influence of the crimson light, Suyu was like a sharp arrow that pierced through everything and pierced through the boundary intersection. Use your body as an arrow. Arya's immortality attached to Suyu will turn into an unstoppable force. Not to mention that you can't cut Suyu open. Even if there is a powerful force that cuts Suyu in half, immortality will quickly heal Suyu, and the blood that flows out will become the activation of Crown of Blood and Fatal Temptation. As Li Mu stared in astonishment, Arya condensed the blood on Suyu's arm into a tiny blood needle and stabbed it into Li Mu's body. In a moment, Li Mu's mind seemed to be controlled by a certain force, and the blood-red crown echoed in his spiritual sea of consciousness. The majestic breath of the king shocked his spirit. Li Mu stared at Suyu blankly in a daze. Suyu issued the king's order. It's over. Keep my promise. His pre-match promise. Cut out your patella. Li Mu placed his right hand on his heart, showing no sign of displeasure. He said with a sincere face, "Yes, all glory belongs to my king." Lin Tang, who was standing by, realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop it. But it's too late. Li Mu used his boundary intersection to cut off his knee. Bang! A blood mist burst out, and Li Mu, who had lost his patella, felt his knee soften and fell to the ground, trembling all over. The red flame demon and the shadow dance crow gradually disappeared and returned to the pet space. The battle came to an abrupt end in a scene that no one could have predicted. Silence, the whole place was dead silent. Few people understood what happened in the end. In that lightning flash, when Suyu seemed to be in a precarious situation, like a small boat in the sea that could be hit by the red flame demon's magma at any time, the situation was reversed in just 3 seconds. Shadow Dance Crow suddenly stopped pestering Arya, and the intertwining realms didn't cause any damage to Suyu. Li Mu suddenly gave up resistance and chopped off his own knee. Lin Tang rushed to Li Mu and anxiously summoned a crystal-clear demon plant, dripping with dew full of vitality. Suyu said softly, "I held back, his life is not in danger. To this world, broken arms and legs are minor injuries." Lin Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Li Mu is not seriously injured and will recover in less than half a month. But, being injured by one's own ability, this feeling is probably not much better than Leihi's, right? Terrifying talent. Lin Tang said loudly, "Li Mu is confirmed to have lost. The first player to advance from the preliminaries is Suyu." The whole audience was boiling. Of course, some people are dejected. 1. How did they win? Turtle, I didn't understand it at all in the end. As long as there's blood flowing, it's under his control. He's like a master controlling blood. Li Mu actually lost. Wow. I bought 10. Oh my god, why did you buy so much? That ditch expert swore it all up, but he lost. Suyu and Aaliyah were just letting the game go. Turtle, the Great Xia potential ranking has been updated. Suyu replaced Li Mu and became the third on the potential list. Not number 1? Is there anyone better than this? The first two are also monsters, it's hard to say. Wang Yu's face turned dark blue and then purple, the color of liver. Li Mu actually lost. What's going on with this vampire? This will completely anger those Huaying people. Even Xia Tingjin came to watch the fight, which will surely attract attention, and it will probably be even more difficult to take action against him. Sure enough, we still have to think of a solution from his family. In the spectator seats, Xia Tingyan stood up and said, "Principal Ning, this is a very interesting match. It seems that it is my turn to fulfill my promise." Ning Hanwen asked in surprise, "Huh? What promise?" Xia Tingyan sighed. Suyu said before the competition that if he could win, he would advance him 40 drops of life spirit liquid, and he would be sure to win the exchange competition. But the result was like this. It turned out to be the Age of Gods. Shu, regret it? Xia Tingjin smiled and said, "Not really. There's more than one Age of Gods this year. I'm starting to look forward to his showdown with Kong Huan Yuan." Ning Hanwen pondered, that girl from Imperial Spirit University who has half the blood of the ethereal witch. Ha, if that's the case, it's old Zhang's turn to suffer this time. Xia Ting'an looked at Ning Hanwen strangely, not knowing what this old guy was up to. On the other side, the conference room of Imperial Capital Yuling University. Principal Jiang Huiran and other mentors watched the entire competition. Star instructor Wang Jing said, sure enough, he still has a trick up his sleeve. I didn't expect him to actually beat Li Mu. So this year, isn't it? Several instructors understood what he meant and all looked at a woman in the corner. If there is someone among the freshmen of Imperial Capital Yuling University who can defeat Su Yu, there is only this freshman beauty from the Imperial Spirit University, who is half human, half demon and has inherited the blood of the ethereal witch. Beneath the Imperial Capital, in the Eternal Devil's Cave, every 100 years a god-era sequence number 009 Void which is born from the sequence number 100 Void Clan. The witch night it caused is also known as one of the 10 natural disasters in the Demon Cave. In the corner, she propped up her arms and looked at the screen. Her long curly hair, a color between platinum and silver, was scattered behind her shoulders, with a widow's peak in the front. Her delicate and flawless face was like a white jade sculpture, and her aquamarine pupils were like the calm surface of a lake. Her every frown and stubbornness could break any man's defenses. Kong Huan Yuan said softly, we can win. Chapter 30 Obtaining the Life Essence and Transforming the Physical Body. Su Yu returned to the lounge, and Lu Xian and others surrounded him excitedly. Wow, that's so strong, Captain. Well done, Captain. Now the combat department is doomed. With Li Mu's injury, I'm afraid he won't even be able to participate in the team battle. Even if he can get better, will he dare to talk nonsense in front of the captain next time? No wonder the captain said we'd handle the team competition together. It's true. 2 of the 3S rank students from the combat department have been taken down. So, this year's team competition is undoubtedly ours. Everyone was very excited. They originally thought that there was still a fierce battle waiting for them in the team competition, but Su Yu handled it all by himself. And Jishui had tears in his eyes. Su Yu, thank you. Su Yu shook his hand, you were implicated by me, I just did what I had to do. And Jishui smiled shyly. Su Yu had offended the people in the practical department to death in order to avenge her. She felt a little guilty. Su Yu stretched and said, I'm exhausted from this match. I won't watch your game anymore. Lu Xian, Chen Mengmeng, Zhang Xinyue, you guys need to keep up the good work. The 3 women nodded slightly, glancing at the backs of Su Yu and Arya from the corner of their eyes. Su Yu was severely exhausted from this battle, his face was a little pale, and Arya seemed to have shrunk a few sizes, only about 1.5 meters tall. Maybe this is the price of excessive use of blood? Arya lay on Su Yu's back, and now she just wanted to kiss Su Yu. In the battle just now, when Su Yu's blood dripped in front of Arya and Shadow Dancer, the blood that was full of deadly temptation made her unable to control herself. If she had not tasted this delicious blood many times, she would probably fight with Shadow Dancer for it on the spot. Su Yu's wounds had been healed by immortality. He turned around and touched Arya's chin. I am lucky to have met you. Me too, Master. As soon as he walked out of the lounge, Su Yu saw Qin Zhe, the major of the Dragon Eagle Guard who had been waiting for a long time. Qin Zhe was carrying a black leather suitcase. When he saw Su Yu, he couldn't help but sigh, congratulations, Su Yu. To be honest, at first I was skeptical about whether you could defeat Li Mu. But if you really win, I'll give you the full 40 drops of life essence as we agreed upon. Qin Zhe leaned closer and whispered, this is the order given directly by the commander on the scene today. Su Yu turned around and looked at the audience seats thoughtfully. He and Arya hardly hid their moves today. This powerful figure who has the opportunity to touch the Holy Land must have already seen it. It is not surprising that most people cannot recognize Arya since they have never seen the Age of Gods sequence. And Xia Tingjin. This must be the reason why he approved 40 drops of life spirit liquid so readily. There might be secrets in the sequence that he doesn't know about. Su Yu took it without hesitation. Well, thank you very much. I will do my best to win the 9 Schools League Championship this year. Qin Zhe nodded slightly and said tactfully, then I won't bother you anymore. I'm looking forward to the exchange competition in 10 days. After saying goodbye to Qin Zhe, Su Yu took out his cell phone and reported to his family that he was safe. Then I returned to the dormitory with Arya. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Su Yu opened the suitcase. 4 bottles of mutton fat jade bottles were shining with dazzling starlight. There was no doubt that it was the elixir of life. A single drop of this precious strategic resource could fetch as much as 100 million yuan in the market. Every drop can transform the Beastmaster's originally weak body. The reason why the human race is ranked number 999 is that, in addition to not being born with magic circuits, the human race's physical strength is far inferior to that of the myriad races in the demon cave. After taking 10 drops of life essence liquid, Suyu's skin surface had already become shiny, as if it had a symbol of surpassing the ordinary body. Without hesitation, Suyu drank the life essence in the mutton fat jade bottle. Tons, tons, tons. It flows down the throat smoothly and 4 billion goes into the stomach. Even if it doesn't taste good, it's still good. The effect of these 40 drops far exceeded the last time. The star-like life essence improved every inch of skin, flesh and bones. Suyu's skin fell off like scales, and then new skin grew out, which was full of luster and flexibility, and no longer as weak as an ordinary person. This is... Suyu felt a qualitative transformation. Alia's eyes lit up a little more. Hungrily, she leaned over behind Suyu and sniffed a few times. It smells even better, master. Suyu smiled and said, drink it. You've worked hard today. Arya's eyebrows danced with joy, and she bit her teeth lightly. He drank a total of 50 drops of life essence liquid, which was enough to activate hematopoietic cells to drink 150 liters every day without affecting Suyu's health. Suyu felt like he had become a living super blood bag. Fortunately, the efficacy of the life essence liquid is incredible enough, and my chi and blood have already exceeded the human limit by dozens of times, otherwise I really couldn't hold on. In her mind, Arya's advancement progress began to accelerate. Ding! The Vampire Queen drank your blood, rank progress plus 150. Rank, second level Transcendent Realm 300, In this battle with Li Mu, Suyu's lack of a pet became a huge disadvantage. Although finding a second pet is urgent, Suyu and Alia still feel that it is better to have nothing than to have something with something less than what is needed. Unless it is a God Age sequence, or an existence as close to the God Age sequence as Shadow Dance Raven, otherwise it would be a waste of precious mental energy. After recovering a little, Shang Wanling called him to come to the office. In the office, Shang Wanling's smile widened as she saw Suyu and Arya. Congratulations on defeating Li Mu. You've already advanced to the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament. Also, you look well, don't you? It seems the Dragon Eagle Guards have kept their promise. Suyu said, well, I feel very good, it seems. Shang Wanling smiled slightly, it seems like you have transformed, right? Suyu nodded vigorously, yes. I feel like my whole person has transformed. Shang Wanling explained with a smile, actually, I was going to tell you this later. After all, you freshmen can hardly get any life spirit before you go to the catacombs. But since you've transformed first, I'll tell you about it later. Let me tell you something else first. Shang Guanling handed Suyu a document and said, you have advanced to the 9 Schools Alliance Finals. According to school regulations, you will be awarded 50 credits. These are the main opponents you may encounter in the finals. Whether our school can get a priority spot this year really depends on your freshman season. Suyu raised his eyebrows, as if he was confused. Shang Guanling explained, because the results of the other 3 grades won't fluctuate much compared to last year, we have an advantage in the sophomore stage. The juniors at Jianghe University are quite strong, and Di Ling is a senior. So, the focus of this year's competition is actually, you freshmen. Suyu seemed to understand something. No wonder the school gives so many rewards. Students who perform well in class will also be rewarded with credits, usually around 1 or 2 points. It has to be a competition like this, and you can get 50 credits by participating. Suyu casually flipped through the information and was attracted by a photo of a woman when he opened the first page. The long platinum curly hair and aqua blue eyes make people fall in love with them at first sight. If Arya is the abyss of enchantment, then this is the icy lake of the snow country. Shang Guanling smiled and said, Suyu, she will be your strongest opponent in the exchange competition. Chapter 31 The Strongest Witch, the third realm of physical body, sets off to the imperial capital. The strongest opponent? Suyu looked at her information. Name, Kang Wanyuan. Gender, female. Age, 19. Origin, father is human, mother is a void witch, born every 100 years from the Void Clan in the Eternal Tribulation Demon Cave. Possessing half of the God generation bloodline, she possesses powerful mental strength and perfect adaptability to all demon cave weaponry and secret treasures. She can also become a beast tamer like a human. Realm, second order transcendent realm. Talent, unknown. Pet, number 36 Snowheart Rose, a demonic plant from the snowy cave of the Bear Country, possessing the ability to infinitely multiply and shape with ice. Suyu was slightly surprised. Apart from Arya, this is the first descendant of the Age of Gods that Suyu has seen in public information. He already possesses the combat power of the God Age sequence, and can also contract pet beasts and demon plants like a Beastmaster. No wonder he is ranked first on the list of potential of this generation of Dasha. Arya glanced at it with interest. Then, Suyu and she looked at each other and smiled. It was as if they were thinking of the same thing and the same possibility. Shangguanling looked at the two of them strangely. What? Is there a problem? Suyu quickly shook his head and changed the subject. No. This information is too general. Is there no detailed record of the fight? Shangguanling said helplessly, no. Imperial capital Imperial Spirit University protected her very well. All we know is that she fought 14 consecutive matches against 14 other S-rank freshmen at Imperial Spirit University in one day, and she didn't lose a single match. She is called the Undefeated Witch by the students of the Imperial Spirit, and is also a beauty revered as a treasure by the entire Imperial Spirit. Suyu looked at her photo and raised his brows. It sounds quite intimidating. However, based on Shangguanling's words, it is not difficult to conclude that Kong Huanyuan's strength is probably far superior to Li Mu's. It may not be easy to get her. Shangguanling continued, as for the second-place finisher on the Dasha potential list, Shi Xiaolong from Jianghe University, his chances of winning against you are probably about even. He does have a leaked battle video. Take this DVD and take a look at it. Suyu took it and accepted it. Go back and study. After discussing the opponents to watch out for in the exchange competition, Shangguanling said, just keep this in mind. There are still 10 days until the exchange competition. Since you've just come into contact with the life spirit fluid, I'll tell you about the power of this physical transformation. Shangguanling rolled up her sleeves, and her pure white arms gradually lit up with star-like colors. Suyu, as a Beastmaster, the realm after the Transcendent Realm is called the Transformation Realm, and after that is the Nirvana Realm. What is transformation? We humans don't possess magical circuits, nor can we draw upon the magical energy within the demon cave to strengthen our bodies. In terms of talent alone, we might be the weakest among the demon cave races, but our predecessors have embarked on the path of beast tamers. Letting our pets' breakthroughs drive our own breakthroughs. Transformation and Nirvana are the realms in which we humans reshape our physical strength and magic circuits. There are 3 realms of the physical body: gold, silver, and jade. These realms are manifested in the skin. Look at your arms. Is there a silver glow? Suyu looked down. There was indeed a faint silver thread flowing in the luster between the arms. Shangguanling continued, we can use the secret treasures within the demonic cave to enhance our physical bodies. Once our physical bodies reach the mithril realm, the Beastmaster will have met the minimum requirements for advancing to Nirvana. After the breakthrough, we will possess the corresponding magic circuits, and then we will awaken our innate talents once again. The classification of the magic cave secret treasures is the same as that of the weapons, or the weapons are graded according to the secret treasures. The life essence you drank is a dragon-level secret treasure. 50 drops, just a little more than a mouthful, is enough to advance a human's body to the mithril realm. That's why it's so precious. This stage is extremely important, as it represents the aptitude of your magic circuits after Nirvana. If you can reach the White Jade realm and then achieve Nirvana, your body will be blessed by the power of the stars, just like your teacher, thus laying the foundation for your future path to becoming a demigod. Suyu suddenly realized. No wonder he was able to rely on his talent to withstand the attacks of his pet when fighting against Mu Changwei before. It's not just the blessing brought by his strength talent, but also the transformation of his physical body. Suyu said, I understand, teacher. Shangguanling said, well, your progress is much faster than others, so prepare for transformation and Nirvana in advance. There are still more than 10 days until the exchange competition. I should take this time to familiarize myself with the physical strength of the mithril realm. It might become the secret to victory. Suyu nodded, okay. After returning to the dormitory villa, Alia leaned close to Suyu's ear and said, little guy, it seems that the second pet has been found. Tell me the truth, are you attracted by her beauty? Suyu's cheeks flushed. Ahem. Arya, I just think she's a good fit, isn't she? The God Age sequence is something you only encounter when you encounter it. Didn't you also say that anything can happen in the demon cave? The descendant of the God Age you mentioned is just one of the possibilities. The dialogue about Kong Huan Yuan has been edited and 300 words have been deleted. It's more beautiful than the God Age sequence. Which Beastmaster wouldn't want it? But Dilling University must be strictly protecting her, so it's hard to have a chance. The only chances. Suyu and Aliyah said in unison, exchange competition. Arya's lips curled up. TSK, do you men just like to have this kind of cold-looking beauty all to yourself? Suyu was sweating profusely. What terrible book have you read recently? You know what, it's really good when you think about it. But, Suyu regained his composure, isn't this difficult? Arya rubbed Suyu and said with a doting look, TSK, who told you to be my man? With my talent and yours, it is possible to steal her in public. Then, Arya whispered her plan into Suyu's ear. Suyu's heart beat violently. And, that's really great. However, this really offended Emperor Ling to death. Forget it, having too much debt is not a worry. With Arya around, he's already disliked by the seniors at Demon University, so what if he gets hit by an Emperor spirit? Just do it. In the following days, Suyu concentrated on adapting to the strength of his transformed body. In the team competition, Lei He and Li Mu from the combat department were both seriously injured, so they chose to forfeit against Suyu's team from the beast department. Suyu's team played another team match with the team from the demonic plant department. There was no way to resist the power of Arya's deathly hymn, it was almost a one-sided defeat. As a result, Suyu's team successfully became the representative of Demon Spirit University to participate in the Nine Schools Alliance Exchange War. 10 days later, the Nine Schools Alliance Exchange competition was held in the imperial capital. Led by Shang Guanling and Vice President Gu Yi, the group embarked on a journey to the imperial capital. Chapter 32, Speculation on the Train, the Traitor Among the Seven. On the special train from Mo Ling to Di Ling, Suyu admired the scenery outside the window with great interest. Since the appearance of the Demon Cave more than 100 years ago, the development of this world has become completely different from the original world. In addition to rice and wheat, the farmland also cultivates a magical plant pearl rice. Although it has not reached the sequence threshold, the fruit of this pearl rice weighs more than 10 kilograms per plant. It does not consume much soil fertility but absorbs the magic power in the air. If hundreds of plants are planted per acre, the yield per acre can easily reach thousands of kilograms. The Devil's Lair brings more than just war. Otherwise, Daxia would not be able to afford such high expenditure on the Demon Cave. The atmosphere on the train was a little tense. Freshman year was fine. Besides Suyu's team, there were several S-level students from other departments participating in the individual competition, and we got along pretty well. The sophomores and juniors stared at Suyu with extremely unfriendly eyes. The reason is simple. Arya lay on Suyu's legs, eating grapes and feeding Suyu one from time to time. It was heartbreaking. Mu Changwei exchanged glances with Suyu and then looked away. The blood spirit squad around him was the main force of the sophomore season, and all of them had returned from the Demon Cave. Away, did you really have a fight with him? Mu Changwei sighed helplessly. Well, and I lost. What? The other 6 people turned around. Although Mu Changwei is the 7th in the blood spirit team, he shouldn't lose to a freshman, right? Even though the captain is his man now. Mu Changwei glanced at the 6 people and said, if you want to fight with the captain, go by yourselves, don't drag me along. The 5th brother, Wu Xinghao, seemed to recall something terrifying. No, you've already lost. It means the captain's realm hasn't dropped much. I'd better not go looking for trouble. The other 6 people agreed with this. When I heard that Arya had fallen in realm, I finally got over the horror of being abused for a year and regained my admiration for her. But Mu Changwei looks like he has no fighting spirit at all, so it seems like Arya can still control them? In the end, he could only grit his teeth and stare at Suyu bitterly. Suyu felt it was funny. Are they jealous or afraid? Never mind. Arya. Arya leaned closer and said, Suyu said softly, I asked a friend to check this thing a few days ago, and he just replied to the message. In Suyu's hand was the small round token that Mu Changwei had given him. Arya's face was solemn. Does this mean that the person who attacked her has been found? That small round plate is the family emblem of the Ishikawa family of Hanazakura province. Suyu asked a friend who studied at the customs to help him check the records of Dacia Customs through the back door. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. In the past month, a large number of Ishikawa have entered Dacia. Arya's attack was most likely related to them. Arya always found this matter very strange. The place where she was attacked was not far from Redstone City, which should be a relatively safe area. As a result, she was besieged by hundreds of beast masters that day. All 4 maids died in the battle, which was earth-shattering. However, the Dragon Eagle guards of Redstone City did not make any movement, as if they had not noticed anything. Arya, seriously injured, fled to the passage between the Demon Cave and the Demon City, but there were also ambushes there. This is how Arya escaped, almost falling into a death sleep, and then met Suyu. Suyu joined the Dragon Eagle Guard with the intention of investigating the truth of that day. Arya frowned slightly. "What do you think?" Suyu whispered, "I have a hypothesis. If they want to kill you, then there's no need to do it near Redstone City. Wouldn't the depths of the Demon Cave be a better choice? Just 10 days ago, it suddenly dawned on me. Just as I wanted Kamashiro, others wanted him too. That's why they wanted to capture you alive. That's why they chose to strike near Redstone City, in order to capture you and quickly escape from Dacia." Arya nodded slightly. If the person who did it is from Huaying, there are 2 ways to return to Huaying country. One is to first return to Dacia from the disaster cave and then return to Huaying country. The other route is through a dangerous restricted area. All the demon caves are connected, which is information that humans have learned at a huge cost. However, the demon caves are connected to extremely dangerous restricted areas. According to the myth, there is no return once you go there. Suyu's hypothesis is the most reasonable. Suyu continued, "If this hypothesis is true, then it is certain that they have an insider, or a large number of them. The Dragon Eagle Guard's accomplice might not be a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard, but he must be someone who can exert influence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to silently ambush one of their own people right under the Dragon Eagle Guard's noses, and he could even replace the guards guarding the Demon Cave passage. This shows that this person has a high status. He's a spy familiar with the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find out your information and thus determine that you're Kamio. But this spy probably didn't know you were Kamio himself, otherwise he might have preferred to keep it to himself. It's just that Hana Sakura got other information from other sources, and after corroborating it, he was able to make this conclusion. Think about what Mu Changwei said. Your blood spirit team also has an insider. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to track your whereabouts, and they wouldn't be able to determine that you are Kamiju based solely on the information provided by the insider in the school." Arya's eyes suddenly turned to the blood spirit team, and her deep purple pupils were covered with a layer of haze. This team, with no emotional connection but relatively familiar with each other, hides a poisonous snake who wants to harm the farmer. At the same time, Suyu was also quite surprised. Going to such great lengths for the Age of God sequence. What secrets are hidden in the sequence? Arya wanted to get up but was stopped by Suyu. "Get out of the way, little one. Plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum, they died in the Devil's Cave to protect me. I promised them that I would avenge them." Suyu shook his head, "Don't alert the enemy. Arya, you are everything to me. Your hatred is my hatred, but I am not telling you this to make you angry now. We're going to eradicate them. Otherwise, what if someone runs away?" Arya calmed down and said, "What should I do? Tell old man Ning?" Suyu shook his head, "You can say that, but it's not appropriate for now. The identities of the 3 types of people that Suyu is anchored on are all somewhat tricky. You tell the principal that there is a traitor among your students and teachers, and then tell the governor of Dacia that there is a problem among your soldiers defending your country? Besides, Suyu's speculation is too broad. There are also the beast-taming family. As for the Dragon Eagle Guard alone, the people there might not be the core members of the Dragon Eagle Guard. It might be that the family is trying to influence their family members in the Dragon Eagle Guard. What should we do then?" Suyu smiled. "Probing. Test the smallest target first. The blood spirit team will return to the Demon Cave after the exchange competition, so there is no better opportunity than now. Don't let it slip, Arya." Chapter 33 Talent is a reflection of the soul, the spiritual eye identifies the soul. Arya pursed her lips wisely, indicating that she would just shut up. This kind of brain-intensive task is too difficult for vampires. Suyu rubbed her head with satisfaction. This matter still needed someone's help. Shaoan, Suyu said softly. And Jishui was chatting with the sisters. When she heard Suyu's voice, she came over and asked, "What's wrong, Captain?" Suyu waved his hand and whispered, "Please help me." And Jishui's A-level talent, the spirit eye, can observe a series of fluctuations in people's magic power, emotions, etc. If one wants to test it, there is no one more suitable than her. And Jishui said, "Okay, Captain, if you need anything, just let me know." She was very grateful to Suyu for helping her get revenge before, so she naturally responded to Suyu's request. Even in private discussions with Lu Xian and her sisters, she had a good impression of Suyu. Suyu asked in a low voice, "Shaoan, if I want to know whether someone is telling the truth or a lie, can your spiritual eyes help me tell it? I don't quite understand your talents. If it involves privacy, you don't have to tell me." And Jishui smiled lightly, "Nothing, my talent is not like the captain's, of course it can be said. Captain, while it's certainly possible to distinguish true from false, it's not absolute. After all, someone skilled in disguise can even fool themselves." Suyu nodded slowly, "That's true." And Jishui added, "But Captain, before judging whether a person is telling the truth or not, my spiritual eyes can first judge a person's character." "Oh? What do you mean?" And Jishui said seriously, "Talent. Captain, talent is a reflection of our human soul. The talent you awaken reflects the kind of person you are. People with power talents are simple and innocent, while people with mind control talents like the captain are very thoughtful." "That's not what I meant." Suyu was stunned for a moment and then said, "It's okay, just continue." And Jishui said shyly, "In short, one can get a glimpse of their personality from their talents. If one can generate extremely strong emotions and magical fluctuations, one can even peek into their souls." Suyu nodded slightly. A very powerful observation talent. Suyu had never thought of this before. Is the awakened talent of human beings a reflection of the mind? If so, Mu Changwei's pure power-based talent meant that he was rather rough. Well, this guy was thick-skinned, straightforward, and didn't hide anything, which was quite consistent with his character. In addition, he took the initiative to find Suyu and tell him about the family emblem. He shouldn't be a traitor. Okay, I understand. Aliyah, help Shaoan confirm their respective talents. I'll go test them. Shaoan, please. Suyu stood up and walked towards the Blood Spirit squad of the sophomore group. The other 6 members of the Blood Spirit team, except Mu Changwei, were stunned. Okay. We didn't bother you. You came to us instead? Suyu showed no sign of timidity and sat opposite the 7 people. Let me introduce myself. My name is Suyu. In the middle of the 7 people, a 2-meter-tall giant took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "The current captain of the Blood Spirit squad is Duguming." There were 2 scars on Duguming's broad face, making him look quite fierce. Suyu stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a grip was felt between the hands, and the strong squeezing force seemed to be able to crush an ordinary person's palm into powder in an instant. Silver light flowed on Suyu's hand, resisting the grip. Duguming looked at Suyu in surprise. Mithril Realm. What? Mithril? The others were equally shocked. This freshman, who had just embarked on the path of a Beastmaster, had hoped that the boss would give him a show of strength, but Duguming released his hand and said, "No wonder the captain." He sighed, "You two have met Old 7 and Mu Changwei. The second oldest is Nieliang, the third is Su Ping, the fourth is Ho Shang, the fifth is Wu Xinghao, and the sixth is Lu Jing." Suyu nodded one by one. Duguming Dao said, "Let's be frank. Just because Old 7 recognizes you doesn't mean we recognize you too. You do have some ability, but whether you can survive in the Devil's Cave is still uncertain. The world of Beastmaster is a world of war, where the weak are not welcome. Especially taking away the weak people whom they worship as goddesses." Suyu remained calm. "I'm sorry, but I don't need your approval. Arya's approval is enough for me." As if they had stepped on someone's tail, Duguming and the other 6 looked unhappy. The truth is sharp. Arya and Suyu are so affectionate with each other, I really don't know how far they have gone. When several people showed obvious emotional fluctuations. On the other side, Arya asked, "How is it?" And Jishui activated his spiritual eyes. The mist in the eyes showed a variety of colors. 3 power types, 2 control types, 1 spirit type, and 1 special type. Arya nodded slightly. It was pretty much the same as she remembered. Ron. That person has two colors. Does he have two talents? Alia followed the direction of Njishue's gaze. The fifth one is Wu Xinghao. Arya frowned slightly. From my impression, he seems to be a beastmaster who uses demonic plants and spirit beasts. His talent seems to be called Cliff Lock. And Jishue shook his head. Well, in addition to the unique colors of the control system, it also leans towards the spiritual system. According to Njishue, talent is a reflection of the human mind. Humans with control abilities tend to be more greedy and lustful, while those with psychic abilities tend to be more thoughtful. Apparently, even Arya didn't know about his talent. What does that mean? There's a ghost. Suyu had a brief chat with a few people. When Suyu talked about the small round card, Duguming and others also looked heavy-hearted. No matter what they think of Suyu, the fact that Arya was attacked was itself very strange. On this point, I assume our goals are aligned? Duguming nodded and said, we don't want to see the captain being plotted against. What do you think? Suyu said with a sly look in his eyes, I suspect there is a traitor. When he said this, Suyu quickly glanced at the 7 people. Some are confused, some are lost, some are shocked, some are thoughtful. It's a way to scare the enemy without explicitly pointing out that they are from the Blood Spirit team, and it can be covered up later. Duguming frowned. What do you mean? Suyu concealed the part about suspecting that there was a traitor in the Blood Spirit team and told the rest of the information. Duguming took a deep breath and said, you are right. The Dragon Eagle Guard is a mixed bag. Although they are trying to unite all forces that can fight against the Demon Cave, there are indeed various forces intertwined among them. We'll find a way to investigate. In addition, Duguming brought the topic back to the topic. If you lose in the exchange competition, I advise you to leave the captain honestly. If nothing else, I don't want to see the captain die in the Devil's Cave with a burden. Suyu stood up. Don't bother with that. Looking at Suyu's back, Duguming seemed to be thinking about something. Suyu returned to his seat. How is it, Shaoan? Chapter 34, The Witch on the Imperial Spirit Tower, The Love Between Long and Yen. Suyu asked with concern, how is it, Shaoan? Did you observe anything? And Jishue whispered, Wu Xinghao, there's something strange about his color fluctuations. On the surface, he's a control-type beast master, but in reality, he's hiding a spiritual talent. Also, I'm not sure what you were talking about just now. One person's mood changes were different from the others. Suyu recalled the look he had just given the 6 people. Is that Su Ping? Just now, the third brother Su Ping's eyes were a little vague, and he was obviously thinking about something else. Right. And Jishue asked in surprise, Captain, do you also have observation abilities? Suyu shook his head, no, it's just that there's something wrong with the look in his eyes. And Jishue said, oh, but it only lasted for a moment, and soon returned to normal. Suyu nodded. There's something fishy about these 2 people. The target has been reduced from 7 to 2, which is good news. It is much better than trying to find a needle in the vast ocean of Dragon Eagle Guard and Demon Spirit. Well, thank you very much. Don't tell anyone about this. And Jishue smiled and said, yeah, I'm glad I can help the captain. She returned to her sisters, and Lu Xian curiously asked her what she and Suyu talked about. And Jishue just smiled and passed it over vaguely. Although Lu Xian was a little concerned, she did not continue to ask. His eyes moved around, as if he was thinking about something. Arya lay quietly on Suyu's legs. Catch them both and interrogate them? Suyu laughed. Don't be impatient. Let them get moving first. Maybe we can follow the clues and catch them all at once. How? After the exchange competition, find an opportunity to communicate with the dean and the principal. Also, Suyu also glanced at Lu Xian. Lu Xian and Suyu looked at each other, then looked away embarrassedly. There is also the eldest daughter of a beast-taming family here. After chatting with Shang Guanling last time, Suyu found an opportunity to hint that the Lu family, like the Li family where Li Mu was from, was also a 9-pillar family. Considering Lu Xian's kindness to him, perhaps he could borrow some of her strength. Of course, the premise of all this is Suyu has enough value. Suyu is determined to win this 9 schools alliance exchange competition. Otherwise, the next time he and Arya enter the magic cave, the mastermind behind it will most likely not miss this opportunity. For others, it is a competition, a decision on the order of suppressing the demon cave, but for Suyu, it is a matter of life and death. Arya closed her eyes. Well, it all depends on you, little one. After all, you are my knight. The train soon arrived in the imperial capital, and the group from Demon Spirit University took a special car to the imperial capital Yuling University. Emperor Ling University is located at the entrance of the Eternal Demon Cave. This is the most tragic battlefield in Dacia, and it is also the only main attack direction among the 9 magic caves in Dacia. Unlike the Disaster Demon Cave, which only has one frontline red stone city, there are 3 cities built in the Eternal Demon Cave to support each other in fight against the 7 cities of all races. In recent years, Dilling University has often won the first place in the 9 Schools Alliance. As soon as I got off the car, Dilling University came into view. Unlike the modern Demon Spirit University, the Imperial Spirit University has an ancient and majestic palace design, with the only tall building being the clock tower facing all directions. The sound of the bell on the tower striking the hands does not represent time, but the signal of the attack of the cave. This setting, which is extremely martial, also means that once the bell rings, the entire imperial capital will be fully prepared for war and all citizens will become soldiers. The group entered Dilling University after being welcomed by the staff. Vaguely. Suyu felt a pair of eyes looking at him. Arya handed the telescope to Suyu. Look at the tower. Suyu took it and looked towards the tower. He saw a girl with long platinum curly hair, wearing a light blue short skirt and barefoot, sitting on the edge of the tower. She was like a snow girl walking out of ice and snow, pure and untainted by the dust of the world, and her gaze as calm as the surface of a lake was cast at him. Kong Huan Yuan was enjoying the breeze on the tower, looking at the team of demons coming out of the school gate. The rising star. The corner of Kong Huan Yuan's mouth curled up. So, you are also a descendant of the Age of Gods? There is a subtle induction that is unique to the descendants of the Age of Gods. This is the reason why Arya is certain that there are still descendants of the Age of Gods in the Demon Cave. The 2 women went to different places but said in unison, "The prey is coming." After a simple arrangement, Shangguan Ling called a brief meeting of the first-year students of Mo Ling University. "Everyone, please take a seat. The exchange competition schedule is very tight, so let's make this short." The freshmen who participated in the exchange competition sat in a circle, carefully observing the exchange competition manual. Shangguan Ling said, "The main competition will start tomorrow. It will be an individual competition first, but it will still be open to the whole society. The first round of the individual competition is a breakthrough round. The specific rules will be announced on the day, but only 8 of the 72 students from the 9 schools will be left to advance to the elimination round. I won't say much about my opponents in the individual competition. They're likely to be at the top of Dacia's potential rankings. I believe you've already reviewed their profiles many times. If you have any questions or difficulties, feel free to contact me. As for the team competition, it will be held after the individual competition. The specific rules are based on a draw, and there are 2 types of competitions: attack and defense, and group battles. Generally, the results of your sophomore, 3rd, and 4th-year competitions won't be much different from previous years, so your freshman year is actually the most closely watched competition. What I want to say is, for the sake of the school and our magic city, please do this. The war in the Demon Cave is about to begin, and the results of the exchange competition will be an important reference for the order of deployment of combat power of the 9 beast-taming universities. Everyone wants to protect their own interests and family first, and there is no right or wrong in this. In the end, there is only one way. This is not a world for the humble. The strong will fight, and those who fight will win. On the other hand, Jianhe University also arrived in Dilling under the guidance of several star-level instructors. At Jianhe University, Instructor Linli said, "Xiaolong, how are you?" The person being asked was Shi Xiaolong, who ranked 2nd on the Daxia potential list. Shi Xiaolong nodded slightly. "Well, I'm lucky. There really is news about the legendary clan in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. The principal personally captured one." Linli took a deep breath and said, okay. In this way, whether it's Kong Huan Yuan or Suyu, you have a good chance of defeating them." Beside Shi Xiaolong, a cute girl with twin ponytails said with a smile, "Brother Lon, in my eyes, you are the undisputed #1 in the entire exchange competition." Shi Xiaolong said softly, "Don't worry, Yen. I will definitely win the exchange competition, and then go to your house to propose marriage. Before that, wait for me, okay?" Yenlinger nodded, her eyes full of her lover. "Yeah." Night falls. Suyu seemed to see in his dream. Chapter 35, Dreams Are Her Past, the beginning of the 9 Schools Alliance War. The Dream of Night. Suyu had never been so lucid in a dream before, and he knew clearly that it was a dream. It was a dead wilderness and an ancient castle forged in blood. On top of the ancient castle, a woman with black wings spread out and wearing armor like a valkyrie on the battlefield is fighting a desperate battle with the invading enemy. She was like a small boat in the raging waves that could capsize at any time, but she was also like an unshakable king, with long wine red hair scattered behind her. In the blink of an eye, blood coagulated into hundreds of blood knights who fought for her. The ancient him made the enemies defect one after another, and even though she was the only one left, she still held on. There are many enemies, strange beasts, demonic plants. It's like an atlas of all races, but in this memory, they all pass through Suyu like spirits. Suyu gradually approached. The woman's face was strangely familiar. Very similar to Arya. The difference is that it has a touch of mature charm and the vicissitudes of time. Suyu had read Arya's diary. She would record some trivial things, but rarely mentioned her past. Recalling Arya's vague records, could this mature and pretty face be mother-in-law? She held a little vampire in her arms and said softly, "Arya, Mom can no longer be by your side. The future of the vampire race is too heavy for you. Mom just hopes you can live happily. Run, the farther the better. Leave the restricted area and go to the starting point, where everything is." Before she finished speaking, the dream began to collapse. The blood moon in the sky, the roar of dragons, and the screams of birds and beasts pierced through the red moon, and in the last scene, Arya's mother seemed to see Suyu. She smiled at Suyu, pushed Arya towards him, and nodded slightly. "Please." Suyu woke up suddenly. Arya was sleeping soundly beside him, sucking her fingers and murmuring softly. Is this her past? Suyu couldn't help but think. The vampire progenitor is immortal, but will fall into a deathly sleep after entering a near-death state. Arya's mother is missing, but who are those enemies? What is the starting point? Why did she see me? Is this her ability? This world is full of secrets. Suyu gently stroked Aliya's wine red hair. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. One day, I will find you with her. Arya's diary contains a lot of thoughts, and as her man, it is natural for him to help her convey these feelings. When the sunlight shines through the window and falls on her face, the sleeping beauty gradually wakes up. She rubbed her eyes and stretched lazily. Little guy. I seem to have had a dream. Coincidentally, I am the same, and I also promised a vow to the person in my dream. Arya tilted her head, confusion evident on her face. I promised a woman that she seemed to have passed through a nightmare and saw the reality on the other side of the dream. Arya's deep purple eyes suddenly widened, as if she had thought of something. You. A tear rolled down Arya's eye, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Suyu hugged her. Aliya, let's go find it. Let's grow stronger together, catch those who are behind this, and one day, we will find her. Well, let's go, little one. I'm in top form today. Suyu glanced at the ancient contract in his mind with surprise. Pet, Aliya Tsepasi. Rank, 2nd level Transcendent Realm 2999 3000. After Suyu's persistent efforts to feed the tiger with his own body, he even reached this step before the exchange competition. It's only one step away from promotion. That atavism phenomenon of the blood crown has not been activated. Suyu believes that this atavism awakening should be when the rank is promoted. If he could handle it this time, Suyu would not be in a hurry to advance in public. If not, haha. They both got up and headed to the meeting room. Shang Wanling brought the arrangements for the first phase of the exchange competition. The 8 participants in the freshman competition gathered in a circle. Shang Wanling said, "Classmates, the co-organizer, Emperor Ling University, has just announced the results of the first round of the challenge. The location will be the Demon Cave Mimicry Field at Imperial Spirit University. The 72 individual contestants will compete individually. The points system will be the rule. The top 8 will advance to the elimination round. Specifically, the levels set up within the Demon Cave Mimicry Field will automatically score you with each level you pass. Of course, if you eliminate a competitor, you will also earn points." Everyone looked at each other. This encourages confrontation between students from different universities. Suyu was also thoughtful. It is said that the top 8 people in points can advance. On the other hand, if everyone is eliminated, wouldn't it be Shang Guanling said softly, although it's an individual competition, I think everyone knows what this exchange competition means. Chen Fei, an S-level student of the demonic plant department, said, yes, teacher, we understand. I suggest that Suyu become our temporary captain. Before we enter the elimination round, we should all try our best to cooperate. How do you think? Shang Guanling nodded with satisfaction. The others did not object. Suyu's performance in individual battles is obvious to all. Only Yuan Lang from the practical department felt a little uncomfortable, but it was not easy to go against everyone's wishes, so he reluctantly agreed. Shang Guanling said, okay, then I look forward to everyone's performance. Let's go to the teleportation array. Today, Dilling University is packed with people who have come here specifically for this 9 schools alliance exchange competition. Even many beast tamers from well-known overseas beast taming universities came to observe. Beast masters have become the backbone of every country. Although humans have temporarily reached a consensus to jointly fight against the Devil's Den, how can the conflicts between people stop? The competition between beast tamer students has also become an occasion for competition among various countries. The Rose Square of Dilling University accommodated more than 70,000 spectators. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room and overseas continued to rise, reaching a peak of tens of millions before it even started. The competition among the seniors is probably pretty even, but who do you think will come first among the freshmen? Han Kai Kite. The lineup of Emperor Spirit University this time is very strong. Demon Spirit University was originally not weak, but it's a pity that Li Mu, one of the strongest candidates, was eliminated by Suyu. Suyu has a good chance too. He and Arya work together perfectly. Naive. Although it's an individual competition, the first round is a free-for-all. If I were Emperor Ling's men, I would have directly surrounded Suyu. Sure, Xiaolong also has a chance. His talent is also terrifying. Yes, Zhenghe University has a chance to compete for first place this time. Their talents are too special, and the Emperor Spirit and the Demon Spirit may not be able to defeat them. Chapter 36, The Taste of Blood, The Snowstorm in the Eternal Devil's Cave. The crowd outside was roaring like a thunderous roar, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room continued one after another. But in front of the teleportation array of the Magic Cave Mimicry Field, it was extremely peaceful. Linley, the star-level instructor at Imperial Spirit University, handed each person a jade bottle. Students from 9 schools, I'm Linley, the instructor at Imperial Spirit University, and I'll be the referee for this first challenge. You will be transported to the Demon Cave Mimicry Field, the Eternal Demon Cave. Let me introduce the Eternal Devil Cave to those of you who don't know about it. It's a demon cave suppressed by the Imperial capital, and it's also the only demon cave that Daxia is actively attacking. Besides us from Daxia, there are 5 other higher-order races entrenched in this demon cave: the Void Clan, the Red Python Clan, the Two-Headed Griffin, the Three-Eyed Golden Lion, and the Demon Yasha. In a war between races, there's no right or wrong. What makes the Eternal Demon Cave unique is that it presents different calamities in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Now, in late autumn, the calamity of the Eternal Demon Cave is the calamity of wind and snow. After you teleport, there will be bone-chilling cold and razor-sharp winds. Survive there, make your way through the snowy road under the snowstorm, and slay the 5 species of exotic beasts we've created on the snowy road using the Demon Cave Mimicry Field to earn points. Completing the snowy road will earn you 100 points. Killing a beast will earn you 10 points, and eliminating a competitor will earn you 10 points. The time limit is 3 hours. After 3 hours, the top 8 students will enter the elimination round. Of course, the Demon Cave is extremely dangerous. If you encounter a danger that you cannot resolve, you only need to crush the jade bottle to teleport away. I advise everyone not to be too brave. If you die in there, you will really die. After Linley finished introducing the rules of the game, everyone present looked solemn. He sighed softly. After all, they are freshmen who have only been enrolled for half a month. Even if they are a group of talented students, it is somewhat difficult for them to face the test of life and death so soon. However, war will not wait for humans. Linley was in a bad mood because he received news from the restricted area yesterday. A certain upper sequence race ranked in the top 20 is planning a war to break through the defense line of the 9 guards of Daxia and invade Blue Star. When Suyu lowered his head in thought, the man standing next to him said, I thought Suyu from Demon Spirit University was just like the one in the competition, a fierce and ruthless person, but he seems to be quite ordinary. Suyu raised his eyebrows and looked, vaguely remembering something. Jianghai University, Shi Xiaolong? Shi Xiaolong is of similar height to Suyu and is hailed as another candidate for the championship in this exchange competition. Suyu watched his games when he was bored. His talent belongs to the combat type. Under the cover of his pet, his own destructive power is no less than some upper sequence ones. Therefore, his pet is more defensive. Shi Xiaolong nodded gently, yes. Li Mu, who lost to you, happens to be a personal friend of mine. Suyu frowned, so, you are here to avenge him? Shi Xiaolong glanced at one place and said, no, he lost to you because he's not capable. I have a suggestion. How about we join forces and kill that person first? Suyu followed his gaze and saw the girl with long platinum curly hair standing among the Emperor Spirit team. She looked so dazzling. Together with Arya, she was simply the most beautiful scenery in the whole venue. Suyu said, not interested. Are you kidding? That's my prey. To be honest, the format of this first game really helped a lot. If Suyu and Alia's plan were carried out outside in the arena, it would be difficult to implement with the intervention of the referee instructor. But in this mimicry field, everything is possible. Suyu chuckled and said, I'm a gentleman after all. As a gentleman, I firmly oppose the act of ganging up on a girl. Oh, if you don't have confidence, I allow you to come over after I defeat her and see if you can pick peaches from my hand. Shi Xiaolong's face froze. He thought that Suyu might be rather arrogant. But these words, which were almost like almsgiving, showed that he was not taken seriously at all. You? Okay, then let's each rely on our own abilities. If you and that vampire are still as strong as when you fought Li Mu, then I can only unfortunately tell you that you have no chance of winning. He was also full of confidence and turned away. Shi Xiaolong returned to the team, and Yanlinger asked, Brother Long, what did you say to him? Shi Xiaolong said softly, nothing. He's just as arrogant as the rumors say. I'll let him see what the barriers of genius are. Also, fight back for Brother Li Mu. Isn't he your cousin? Yanlinger smiled and nodded, yeah. After Shi Xiaolong left, Alia whispered in Suyu's ear, little guy. This king smells another sweet scent. Suyu was stunned for a moment before reacting. Arya was talking about the taste of blood. Who is it? Arya locked eyes with him. The woman next to the bastard who just spoke to you. Suyu recalled the information Shang Wanling had given him. Wait. Isn't that Shi Xiaolong's fiancé? Arya nodded and said, well, although it's not as fragrant as you, little one, but I always suck your blood, and I feel a little guilty. Someone has to share the burden with you. Before, Arya also had 4 maids, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum, for her to suck blood. Suyu was the only man. Suyu covered his forehead slightly. Is it really possible to do such a thing? Okay. Suyu agreed. The trouble after the fact, think about it later. Arya will need more and more blood in the future, so finding a suitable blood pack will always be a priority. This is a world of war where the strong prey on the weak. All morals cannot outweigh the law of blood, survival. Only the strong can survive, and only by fighting can you become strong. Suyu took Alia's hand. Under the waves of light. The teleportation array was activated, and 72 students from the 9 Schools Alliance were teleported to the Eternal Demon Cave mimicry field. The white snow blocked the view, and the whistling and biting cold wind was like a knife, and the slightest movement could cut the skin. It's a disaster on a snowy road. Seeing it in person is worse than hearing about it. Fortunately, before Suyu came, he specifically found Bai Ruvue from the logistics department to ask for advice, and spent 50 credits to buy a ghost-level magic cave weapon that could deal with wind and snow disasters. Demon Cave Armament, Candle Shadow. Level, Ghost Level. Note, using the red flame demon's heart as the candle's wick, the warmth it emits will melt the magical ice and snow. Ability, Snow Melting, a candlelight reflection will be emitted within a 10-meter radius, and the magical ice and snow within this range will melt. Side effect, sometimes its heart can become too violent, and the candle core can turn into lava. Please handle with caution. Suyu took out the candle shadow. Let's go, classmates, it's time to fight for our magic city. Lu Xian and the others followed closely behind, setting out on the snowy road. The battle to break through the barriers has officially begun. Chapter 37, Snowstorm. The first level is under siege? All students who were teleported into the Eternal Devil's Cave were given a map of the snowy road. The snowy road is located in a long mountain range. The further away from the mountain, the thinner the air and magic power will be. Often, when you are 100 meters away from the mountain, beastmasters and pets below the Nirvana realm will not be able to withstand the effects of magic power depletion. It is unrealistic to rely on flying abilities to directly climb over a mountain. The end point is at the top of the mountain. You will get 100 points directly when you reach the finish line, and combined with the points you earn along the way, you will most likely advance directly to the knockout round. After stepping onto the snowy road, a strong wind swept in, and the sky full of ice and snow blocked all vision. Lu Xian immediately recognized it and said, "It's the snowstorm. The snowstorm will scatter everyone to random locations." Suyu frowned slightly. The organizer, Dilling University, has also made preparations in advance. Suyu said decisively, "Everyone should act on their own. I'm afraid they won't give us the chance to form a group." The other 6 nodded solemnly. Where it is blown to is entirely random. It means that everyone can only rely on their own abilities. Outside the mimicry field, in the Rose Square, Yu Chang, the Dean of Studies at Imperial University, who was in charge of explaining the situation, commented. The Eternal Devil's Cave always causes turbulent snowstorms from time to time. Anyone who sets foot on the snowy road will be swept to a random location by the turbulent snow. In the Demon Cave, anyone can face various unexpected situations at any time, even desperate situations. How you deal with them and whether you are lucky enough are also part of your strength. It seems someone is unlucky. Suyu and Arya were swept into a pine forest at the foot of the snow-capped mountains by the turbulent snow and wind. 5 people from other schools were dragged here with him. Suyu vaguely recognized 2 of these 5 people. Zhuluan, from the Desert Beast Taming University, ranked 7th on the Dasha potential list. Luo Hong, from Snowfield Beast Taming University, ranked 9th on the Dasha potential list. Judging from the uniforms of the other few people, they also seemed to be from these 2 schools. The 2 opened their eyes and saw Suyu and each other at the same time. Zhuluan said decisively, "Luo Hong, do you want to join forces?" Luo Hong looked back and saw that there were 3 people from the school including himself, and 2 people from the desert. But Suyu's fighting power alone made him feel uneasy. To be fair, even if all 3 of them come together, they may not have much chance. He was not prepared to deal with Suyu's Demon Cave armed forces. Good. Luo Hong glanced at Suyu. "I'm sorry, but I wouldn't dare to deal with you if we met alone. Unfortunately, luck seems to be on our side." The students from the 2 schools reached a consensus instantly, and the 5 of them lined up to deal with Suyu together. Suyu was not surprised. There is no point in talking more. The people watching the battle on Rose Square were discussing. It's over, 5 against 1. What bad luck! We have at least 1 or 2 of our own people in other places, but only Suyu is being besieged. It's over. I thought Suyu had a chance to win. Did he have to send it in from the beginning? Zhuluan and Luo Hong did not dare to be careless. The strength Suyu displayed in the battle with Li Mu was extremely powerful. Neither of them was able to deal well with the spiritual magic cave weapons. Be careful, don't be affected by that vampire's abilities. Well, according to speculation, the song will directly control weaker pets, and only pets of the same level should be affected. Fortunately, this is the Snow Mountain. Luo Hong, who comes from the Snowfield Beast Taming University, has a snow fox as his pet. It is quite advantageous in this special terrain. Maybe it can counter Arya's dead apostles hymn. The 5 people formed a formation and summoned their pets. Roar! Zhuluan and another student from the Desert Beast Taming University controlled the desert blood scorpions, drilled into the snow, and attempted to kill Arya from underground. Luo Hong's snow fox turned into a white shadow in the wind and snow, completely unrecognizable to the naked eye. The other 2 were 5-meter-long snow monsters. The snow monsters grabbed the huge trees, used the pine trees as weapons, and swept forward. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. Arya's full power had never been revealed before, just for moments like this. Do you really think that those little gadgets of Li Mu and Leihi can withstand the sequence of the Age of Gods? Arya! Bang! The dark wings behind Arya shook off the wind and snow, and the harp condensed from blood and bones, with the blessing of the red light, played the immortal hymn again. This is different from all previous duels. The power of Arya's anthem is no longer influence, control but dominate. The devil's sound pierces my ears. The dead apostle's anthem blessed by immortality even pierced through the blizzard. The wind and snow seemed to be bounced away by the sound waves of the magic sound. Bang! The snow monster, snow fox, and desert blood scorpion were already under Arya's control before they even got within 30 meters of her. Luo Hong was surprised to find that his pet had cut off contact with him. No matter how he called, the snow fox no longer paid attention to his orders. Zhu Luan was even more surprised. Couldn't this song only charm those weak pets like those in the entrance examination? Aren't all opponents of the same level as Suyu just affected? How is that possible? Suyu chuckled, sorry, luck seems to be on my side. It's unfortunate for you that you dare to stand before me without any preparation. Sorry, you're eliminated. The number of dead apostles that can be commanded by the dead apostle hymn is exactly 5. You happen to have 5 pets, so take them. The snow fox, snow monster, and desert blood scorpion turned their heads and showed their ferocious eyes to the 5 people. Luo Hong and Zhu Luan took 2 steps back timidly. Without a pet, the beast master would have lost almost all of his combat power. How could he fight? Arya said contemptuously, you bastards, I'll borrow these little beasts for a while. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Hundreds of blood spears gathered behind Arya and aimed at the 5 people. Zhu Luan and Luo Hong looked at each other unwillingly and had to crush the jade bottle. We give up. A report came from the sky. Suyu from Demon Spirit University eliminated Zhu Luan, and his points increased by 10. Suyu from Demon Spirit University eliminated Luo Hong, and his points increased by 10. No one expected that at the beginning of the individual battle of the exchange competition, Suyu faced the siege and killed them instantly, scoring 50 points. In Rose Square, Yu Cheng exclaimed in surprise, unbelievable. Isn't that vampire's ability limited to controlling pets of lower rank than his own? Whether it was last year or this year, the power Arya displayed in public was to dominate pets of a lower level. This time, the disguise was torn off directly. Suyu was indeed thinking of hiding Arya and his own abilities as much as possible to confuse his opponents. But this competition has more attractive rewards than the championship itself. This was the first opponent from the Age of Gods that Suyu and Arya faced. They dared not be careless and had to give it their all from the beginning. The audience was shocked. It's hidden so deeply. Sure enough, those who play tactics are all dirty. Chapter 38. The first battle is the decisive battle, a 3-way confrontation on the top of the snowfield. Without the ability to fight against the psychic system, I am really helpless in front of Suyu. Look, the champagne at Snowfield Beastmaster University has already been opened early. Do you really think this snowfield is your home turf? In the sky, a huge real-time scoreboard shows the points earned by everyone. Suyu took the lead and won the first place. First place, Suyu, 50 points. Second place, Kung Huan Yuan, 20 points. Third place, Shi Xiaolong, 20 points. At the very beginning, many people were eliminated. The gap between ordinary geniuses and top geniuses is like a wall of size, insurmountable. A snowy road can stop ordinary people, but it cannot stop geniuses. Suyu sat on the snow monster's shoulder, and Arya sat on Suyu's legs. Legend has it that by killing special ethereals one can obtain the ethereal heart and increase one's spiritual power. Unfortunately, the ethereals in this mimicry field are just simulations after all. Suyu and Alia killed the ethereal beast and gained 10 points, but no ethereal heart was dropped. Arya asked, "What are you doing?" She saw Suyu bite his finger and a few drops of blood dripped along the way. I'm afraid there will be a melee on the top of the mountain. Make some preparations first. Arya looked at her rations reluctantly as she was about to feed them to the beasts in the snowy mountains. She knows it too. This is to deal with the rumored ethereal witch. Let's go to the top of the mountain. The snow mountain is about 3,000 meters high, which is as easy as walking on flat ground for a capable beastmaster. It took about an hour and a half for Suyu and Arya to successfully reach the top. At the same time, Suyu saw several slightly familiar faces appear in front of him on the other side of the mountaintop. The giant screen broadcast in the sky sounded again. Demon Spirit University. Suyu successfully reached the top, points plus 100. Shi Xiaolong from Jianghe University successfully reached the top, points plus 100. He was the first one to come up? He was also accompanied by Yen Linger from Jianghe University and another player who was in the top 30 of the potential list. Shi Xiaolong was also a little surprised. Then he looked at Suyu warily. Suyu didn't rush to act and whispered, "Alia, can you sense it?" Arya nodded slightly. Yes, she's nearby, but she didn't show up. There is a faint special connection between the God Age sequence. Although the location of the void kite was not sensed, it was not far away. Wait. Yen Linger on the other side whispered, Brother Long, he's alone, aren't you going to fight? If we can eliminate him here, Zhanghe University will at least be in the top 2 this year, right? Shi Xiaolong shook his head, no, our reinforcements are behind. And, look over there. Yen Linger looked in the direction of Shi Xiaolong's gaze and saw an irregular flow of magic in the wind and snow, which seemed to be a disguise. Yen Linger understood and said directly, why would a renowned genius like Emperor Ling have to hide? As she finished her words, the snow melted away instantly. Kong Yuan walked out in the wind and snow, her long curly hair dancing in the wind, her feet floating in the air, as if illusory waves were flashing between her hands and feet. Her light makeup embellished her most beautiful years, and it was difficult for any man to remain calm in front of her. Kong Yuan said softly, I thought you would start fighting first. If you can wait here for the battle to end, I would be happy to watch. She looked at Suyu again, her eyes moving, as if she was thinking about something. To be honest, Suyu and Shi Xiaolong's scores are enough to advance to the knockout round. However, no one wants to stop there. If you can get rid of your competitors sooner rather than later, you can't wait. Everyone carries the hopes of their city and war zone on their shoulders. Confrontation, a silent confrontation, as if the howling wind and snow had stopped. In Rose Square, the originally noisy audience fell silent and whispered to each other. Hey, I thought we'd only see these 3 guys face off in the knockout rounds. Looking at this posture, they are ready to decide the outcome in a round before the elimination round. It's true. Not everyone has the chance to reach the summit. Most people just wander around the mountainside. The first battle is the decisive battle, and the outcome will be decided in one battle. There's still half the time left. I'm afraid we'll have to fight. Who will win? It's hard to say. On the commentary platform, Zhuang Chu, another star medal instructor from Jincheng Beastmaster University, said, I didn't expect the 3 top contenders to meet here. Brother Yu, who of these 3 do you think has a greater chance of winning? Yu Cheng said cautiously, in terms of strength, they are probably on par with each other. Originally I thought Kong Yuan and Shi Xiaolong would be slightly stronger than Suyu, but Suyu just tore off his disguise and revealed the power of his pet. Now it's unpredictable. Of course, Kong Yuan's chances of winning are still very high. After all, her personal combat power is no less than that of a pet. She already possesses powerful upper sequence demon plants, and her personal combat power will make her stand out from the competition. The standoff did not last long. Suyu vaguely felt that the strange beasts that drank his blood were approaching the top of the mountain. He was not sure what kind of backup plan Shi Xiaolong and Kong Yuan had prepared. But you must seize the opportunities that belong to you. Another man behind Yen Linger whispered a few words in Shi Xiaolong's ear. Shi Xiaolong nodded knowingly. Immediately, without any warning, Shi Xiaolong casually broke off the branch beside him, which immediately turned into a sharp blade that broke through the air, piercing through the wind and snow and thrown towards Suyu and Kong Yuan. His S-level talent, Penetrating Hero. Any object in his hands will be endowed with unparalleled penetrating destructive power. There are even few pets of the same level that can resist. The battle is about to begin. Arya condensed a blood shield in front of Suyu, and the piercing spirit broke through 3 layers of blood shields before being dissolved by the blood. In front of Kong Yuan, there was a violent fluctuation of magic power, like a distortion of space, which tore the piercing arrows thrown at it into pieces. At this moment, the 3 of them headed straight for the center of the mountain top. At the feet of Kong Yuan, sequence number 36 snow heart roses rapidly proliferated, like ice roses blooming on the snowy mountains. Each rose was accompanied by extremely tough thorns, as if to trap everyone under the thorns. Behind Arya, the harp made of blood and bones once again resounded with the vibrations of the undead. She did not give it the attribute of immortality from the beginning. After all, the SSS level talent of the ethereal which is related to mental power, and this power has limited effect on her. The purpose of using the hymn was to force her and Shi Xiaolong to divide their energy to deal with it. Shi Xiaolong was also prepared. His pet number 14, the Heavenly Fate Black Turtle, is a species that can isolate all forces, including weakening mental attacks, and is known as the strongest defense in the Demon Cave. The disadvantage is naturally the lack of offensive ability. However, it is consistent with his talent. The demonic sound spread, the rose blossomed, and the black tortoise's spiritual shield condensed. A 3-way melee has begun. Chapter 39, Relics of the Age of Gods, Yen Linger's Spiritual Body. The thorns that grew from the snow heart rose whipped the shell of the destiny black turtle without leaving even the slightest mark. Kang Huan Yuan frowned slightly. The hardness of this turtle shell was beyond imagination. Combined with Shi Xiaolong's penetrating power, it can be said to be the strongest combination of spear and shield. Arya's chance also failed to affect the black turtle. It ranks 14th in the sequence and is a race closer to the Age of Gods than the Shadow Clan. Naturally, it cannot be effective without the blessing of immortality. This is just a test. Arya spread her wings and raised her hands towards the two of them. Blood Queen. Although they had already prepared the magic cave weapons to counter Arya's abilities, the blood in Shi Xiaolong and Kang Huan Yuan's bodies was still controlled to a certain extent, causing their movements to stagnate. In this moment of opportunity, Su Yu drew his bow and drew his arrow. Dusk longbow, a blood arrow pierced through at a speed that could not be recognized by the naked eye. Bang! The black tortoise's shell was too hard, and even the penetrating power of the dusk longbow could not penetrate it. The situation on Kang Huan Yuan's side was even more bizarre. The blood arrow quickly slowed down less than 10 centimeters in front of her, and finally broke and melted in a wave of space fluctuations. It is impossible to expect victory by bloody arrows. This is just a way to analyze the abilities of both sides. The abilities of Shi Xiaolong and his pet are simple and crude, but the black turtle has never demonstrated its special skills. Perhaps there is a trap. The main combat force of Kang Huan Yuan's pet, Snow Heart Rose, is its infinitely multiplying roses and thorns. In Arya's understanding, the SSS-level talent of the ethereal witch is the catastrophe itself, the witch's night. But the two abilities of the ethereal witch are different in each generation. The ethereal race excels at both spatial and spiritual attributes. And Kang Huan Yuan's performance just now was also related to this. The ability to break the blood arrow and Shi Xiaolong's piercing spirit should be the power to twist space. As for the other ability, it still needs to be tested. Kang Huan Yuan's upper lip curled up slightly. Her SS-level ability, Spiritual Phantom, and the extraordinary level Spiritual Phantom can distort 3 pieces of space with a radius of 10 centimeters. The growth ceiling is extremely high, but if it is identified and bombarded intensively, it will be overwhelmed. That's why Kang Huan Yuan chose Snow Heart Rose, which can supplement the defense against intensive bombardment. No matter what, you can't be led by the other two. Just as Su Yu planned. Kang Huan Yuan also had the same idea. Her mental power is even one level higher than Su Yu's, reaching the spiritual power realm of Linghu realm, but she has not yet contracted a third pet because she is waiting for the God Era sequence, or a very advanced upper sequence. Now that the opportunity has appeared, Kang Huan Yuan has contracted a second demon plant specifically to capture her. Have to wait. We must first get rid of Shi Xiaolong and then launch Witch Knight. Otherwise, once the Witch's Knight is activated, the two will be forced to join forces, and then this incomplete Witch's Knight may not be able to trap the two. Despite the back and forth confrontation between the three parties, they remained relatively restrained. In the rose square outside the mimicry field, Star Emblem instructor Zhuang Chu said, Su Yu is not at all inferior to these two people. Whoever is targeted first will probably lose their chance at the championship. Yu Cheng smiled and said, Really? Not necessarily. Don't forget, besides Su Yu and Kang Huan Yuan, there are 2 other people on Shi Xiaolong's side. It was only then that the audience noticed that while the 3 geniuses were fighting, Yan Linger and another person teamed up to set up a spiritual formation. No wonder Shi Xiaolong was the first to attack. They are already prepared. What do you mean? I was wondering why a useless guy with a B-level talent would sneak into the Zhenghe University team. Turns out his pet is used to set up a teleportation array. Zhenghe University went all in this round. I understand. Yan Linger's talent is the spirit body splitting soul, which allows her to separate her own spirit body to search for the whereabouts of others. It looks like a 1v1v1 fight, but it's about to turn into a brawl between the Zhenghe University team. In the mimicry field, Su Yu noticed that Yan Linger on the other side was quietly arranging something. It would take about 15 minutes for him to reach his destination. A group of 5 tribes of strange beasts, chasing Su Yu's blood, were climbing the snowy road. Could it be? Arya! Hit that side first. Su Yu's shrill dragon wings flapped and he took off. He drew his bow and let the blood arrow fly. Kang Huan Yuan also noticed that Yan Linger and another person were motionless, as if the secret arrangement of the teleportation array had reached a critical moment. Snow Heart rose from the ground, attempting to destroy the surface of the spiritual formation. Sure Xiaolong raised the corner of his mouth. It's over. When I make a move, you won't stand a chance. Unfortunately, you can't break through my defense. Black Turtle. Mysterious Shield of Destiny. The shell of the Destiny Black Turtle rose into the air, emitting golden light, and a golden energy shield stretched across Yen Linger's body. No matter how strong the penetrating power of the blood arrow is, no matter how fast the snow heart rose proliferates, it cannot spread behind the black shield. Absolute defense. Yen Linger clapped her hands and said, "Mission accomplished." Suyu, Aliat and Kong Huan Yuan noticed a light blue halo rising straight into the sky. The spirit of Yen Linger's split soul had already found all 8 contestants from Jianghe University and replicated the teleportation spirit formation here with them. The teleportation array is not suitable for combat at all. It is extremely slow to draw and easily interrupted. It can only transmit in one direction. It is also necessary to find the location of everyone in advance and enter the teleportation array at the same time. However, this is exactly suitable for Yen Linger. Her soul-splitting ability can ensure absolute safety of communication and transmission in the magic cave. Halos of light rose up. In the snow-capped mountains, the students who were originally fighting against the strange beasts and the students who were fighting against other contestants all stepped into the arranged teleportation array at the same time. Whoosh whoosh. Rays of light hit the top of the snow-capped mountain. Sure Xiaolong took out a strange-shaped bowl from his arms and said confidently, "It seems that it is time to put an end to this exchange competition. You guys don't stand a chance. This is the dragon-level secret treasure, the Thousand Lakes Bowl, which the president of Jianghe University found in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. Low-level beastmasters certainly cannot use dragon-level weapons, but this is a natural secret treasure of the Age of Gods, known as the Relic of the Age of Gods. It does not need to be processed into weapons, so it naturally will not cause side effects to beastmasters, and there will be no level restrictions on its use. It can be said to be one of the secret treasures that the Devil's Cave dreams of." In order to defeat Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan, Sure Xiaolong and his Jianghe University put all their efforts into this first battle. In this extremely severe snowstorm, the water from the Thousand Lakes Bowl will turn into an avalanche and snow roar, completely drowning the two of them. The members of Jianghe University, who are in the upper hand, will also take all the places in the elimination rounds without any loss. Chapter 40. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? The situation took a turn for the worse. The originally balanced three-party confrontation suddenly turned into a major crisis for Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan. The cheers in Rose Square were getting louder and louder. The real-time odds of Sure Xiaolong winning the championship soared from 1 to 4.5 to 1 to 1.5. The direct transmission of the spirit body and soul, the backflow of the Thousand Lakes of the dragon-level secret treasure. Jianghe University has made a lot of preparations to win this game. Sure Xiaolong was in the upwind position, holding the Qianhu bowl in his hand. Surrender. I was just waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Behind Sure Xiaolong, Yen Linger and the other 6 people also summoned their pets and stood behind the heavenly fate Black Turtle, not afraid of Arya's dead apostolem at all. It seemed that once his Qianhu bowl fell, it would mean the opponent's defeat. However, Arya raised her hand, and a crimson light shone on the black shield. Kong Huan Yuan understood that she needed to cooperate with Suyu a little at this time to stop the Qianhu bowl from being activated. Spiritual Phantom. Immortal Blood Queen. Although Suyu's blood arrow was blocked by the turtle shell, the blood remained on the turtle shell. The phantom of the Konghuan kite broke off some of the turtle shell. Snap. Sure Xiaolong looked at the gap on the black tortoise in disbelief. The immortal red light transformed the blood from Suyu's blood arrow into an immortal holy blood spear. Bang! The blood spear pierced Sure Xiaolong's right arm. Ah! He had great faith in the black turtle's absolute defense, so naturally he had no contingency plan for dealing with the black turtle's defense being shattered. Even, he had never expected that there was a force that could tear the black turtle's shell apart in an instant. The Qianhu bowl slipped from his hand. Arya's blood condensed into blood claws that grabbed the Thousand Lakes bowl. Sure Xiaolong didn't care about the pain and couldn't destroy the blood spear. He simply took advantage of the situation to launch the penetrating power, nailing the blood spear to the blood claws, and grabbed the Thousand Lakes bowl with his left hand again. During this short period of time, the 5 dead apostles controlled by Arya with him, namely 2 desert blood scorpions, 2 snow monsters and a snow fox, have rushed up to fight with Yen Linger and the other 6. Anyway, they are not his pets, so Suyu does not feel sorry for them at all. He lets them exchange injuries for their lives and fight their way out. Bang! Bang! The desert blood scorpion, unable to adapt to the environment, was the first to collapse and was beaten into a pool of blood. However, the snow monster and snow fox danced in the wind and snow, holding back the other S-level students of Sheikh University. Sher Xiaolong did not hesitate and activated the Thousand Lakes Bowl. A bowl shaped like a lake pours down the water of thousands of lakes from the sky. The lake water blessed by the lake spirits can dissolve all the evil in the world. The water from thousands of lakes poured down and instantly turned into ice and snow in the extremely low-temperature snowstorm, as if it was about to drown Suyu and Arya. Arya no longer held back and clasped her hands together. Boom! Violent explosions erupted from the ground, and all the blood she could now control turned into a wall of blood, slamming head-on into the ice and snow formed by the water from thousands of lakes. Blood seeped into the ice, and when the inanimate object was mixed with blood, that was when Arya took control of it. This is how the virtual style is released, and this is also the case with the water in thousands of lakes. Then, a strange scene happened. There were bursts of exclamations in the Rose Square. Under Arya's control, the water of the thousand lakes jumped up from the ground and flowed back towards Sher Xiaolong. Sher Xiaolong was greatly shocked. The water in the thousand lakes was completely out of his control, but was driven by Arya. Arya's lips curled into a scornful smile. How can the remnants of the Age of Gods compete with the true Age of Gods? Swish! The water from thousands of lakes flowed back into the sky, and Sher Xiaolong was swept into the vortex by the water from thousands of lakes that he summoned. Mysterious shield. The black turtle of destiny protected it inside its body, but still suffered heavy damage. Yan Linger quickly caught the down Sher Xiaolong. The two Xinghui mentors at the Rose Square exclaimed in disbelief. Can you actually manipulate the water of 1,000 lakes? That's a relic of the Age of Gods. No, she melted her blood into the water of the 1,000 lakes. At that moment, I thought Sher Xiaolong was going to win. The power displayed by Arya has far exceeded the scope of number 99 vampire, and is even stronger than the Moonlight Apostle. Could it be the Moonlight Messenger? Sher Xiaolong vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his chest was shaking violently. Kong Huan Yuan opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Arya with even more enthusiasm. Yan Linger hugged Sher Xiaolong with heartache. When the strongest spear was no longer sharp, when the strongest shield could not resist, she felt for the first time that the genius she admired also had moments of powerlessness. Sher Xiaolong's blood was boiling, and he said to the people around him, "Block for me, I have another pet." The depressed mood of several people was finally lifted. That's right, they haven't lost yet, and the school SAS hasn't shown his full strength yet. Besides, they still have the advantage in numbers. Arya had just put all her might into resisting the relic of the Age of Gods, and had already used up most of her blood. She was definitely unable to continue, and even her body had shrunk a bit. Chance! But at this moment, long howls tore through the wind and snow, as if the howling cold wind did not seem so harsh in the howls that came one after another. Roar! Everyone was startled and looked behind Suyu. From the shadows emerged a strange beast that blocked out the sky and the sun. The ethereal tribe, which resembles a humanoid spirit, the red python tribe, which lies on the ground and breathes fire, fearless of wind and snow, the two-headed griffin soaring through the sky, the three-eyed golden lion galloping through the pine forest, and the demon Yasha, vibrating its wings and holding a pitchfork. This huge number. I'm afraid even thousands of them wouldn't be enough. Moreover, these strange beasts did not conflict or go crazy when they gathered together, even though their realms were very low, and many were even at the first level of awakening. The mimicry field did not generate any powerful strange beasts. This just happened to be convenient for Suyu. Suyu's blood crown can now only make powerful monsters go crazy, but cannot effectively control them. However, for low-level monsters, it can be controlled at will. Suyu looked at Sher Xiaolong and chuckled. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Those few shrimp soldiers and crab generals, aren't they the reinforcements you mentioned? Open your eyes and see what reinforcements are. Shocking. Thousands of strange beasts, chasing Suyu's deadly and tempting blood, were dominated by Suyu's blood crown and became Suyu's absolutely loyal blood servants. Even Kong Huan Yuan widened his eyes. Only then did she remember that Suyu seemed to have used blood to create an extremely incredible record in the battle during the entrance test. At the beginning of the period, she and the Imperial Spirit University both analyzed that Suyu's ability could only control about 100 low-end exotic beasts. After all, the blood-sucking ants at that time were just mad, so they were not to be feared. However, he's like a walking disaster. Although it no longer affected the battle situation, the broadcast in the sky sounded at an inopportune time. Demon Spirit University Suyu controls 3,277 exotic beasts, points plus 32,770. The students who had not yet reached the summit and had no idea what was happening were looking at the sky in amazement. It's as if I think there's some bug in this world. Chapter 41 SSS Which Night? Advance to the Transformation Realm. Ha! Is this mimicry field acting up? 30,000 points? Walter? No, how come you can control so many monsters? You don't know, Suyu's talent seems to be able to control low-level beasts. That's good now. I'm afraid there won't be any strange beasts blocking the way in the snowy mountains. Really? Doesn't that mean we can go to the top of the mountain too? Go, go, go. The score displayed on the giant screen in the sky looked weird no matter how you looked at it. First place, Suyu, 32,990 points. Second place, Konghuan Yuan, 260 points. Third place, Shi Xiaolon, 230 points. The score has lost its meaning due to Suyu's outrageous operation. Except for the students who were unaware of what was going on, everyone else was paying attention to the battle on the top of the mountain. Facing the overwhelming swarm of strange beasts behind Suyu, Shi Xiaolong and his companions looked a little ugly, and Yen Linger's face was even paler. They originally possessed the Thousand Lakes Bowl, a relic of the Age of Gods, and were quite confident that they could deal with Suyu's ability. However, Arya defeated Qianhuyu, leaving them helpless in the face of this group of strange beasts. The strange beasts behind Suyu lifted up Suyu and Arya. Suyu looked down from above and said, "My ability is the king of sequences. Crawling at the king's feet is a living creature's instinct. Come on, all of you." Several people looked up at Suyu, feeling angry at his arrogance, but they had to admit that Suyu at this moment was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, extremely oppressive. Outside the mimicry field, Star Instructor Zhuang Chu said, "It looks like Suyu is going to win. He's like a moving disaster." Countless viewers also expressed the same feeling. Shi Xiaolong is finished, who can still resist this group of strange beasts? Yu Qingzi shook his head and said, "No, it's hard to say." Zhuang Chu was surprised and asked, "Oh?" Yu Chengdao, the natural disaster is not just caused by Suyu. On which night, Konghuan Yuan, like Suyu, possesses the power to trigger natural disasters. Accompanied by Yu Cheng's comments, the audience looked at Konghuan Yuan on the field. Facing these thousands of strange beasts, Konghuan Yuan slowly rose up, formed seals with his hands, and muttered, "Telling the eternal night, the dawn is coming." The dark night covers the sky. Still, the soul of hope sings the praises of paradise. Awake, which night? Shang Chang Ching. Cry, cry, cry. With the phantom kite at its center, a jet-black ribbon suddenly bloomed, enveloping the world. Painted on the ribbon were obscure and depressing patterns, engraving the witch's dream in the darkness of the night. Arya jumped to Suyu's side. "Here I come." The power of the Void Witch lineage. Which night? The inherent barrier released by the witch perfectly covers all living beings within 1,000 meters of her own mental space, pulling them into another barrier space. In this space, the power of the God Age sequence, the Void Witch, will be fully exerted. Sky, earth, and distance. There is only the eternal darkness of the night and the abstract pictures of little people with strange smiles, which seem to record the memories of a dusty past. The Void Clan, who excels at spatial and spiritual powers, has a Void Witch that appears once every century and will combine these two abilities into one. That is, make the absolute barrier between fantasy space and real space no longer absolute. Everything on the canvas of the dark night can be transformed into her power. Suyu did not feel afraid, on the contrary, he became more and more fanatical. Only in this way can we be worthy of the name of the Age of Gods. Only then will it be worth my decision to take such a big risk to capture you. The power of the phantom kite is fully unleashed. In addition, her other demonic plants, the sky thunder bamboo and the snow heart rose, erupted completely. The group of low-level beasts behind Suyu wailed in pain as they were strangled by the two demonic plants, and their blood dyed the earth red. At the same time, on the canvas, the Grim Reaper's scythe, the elves' longbows, and the dragon's roar broke away from fantasy and turned into reality, wave after wave of destruction and ruthless killing. It's like a picture of the end of the world. Shi Xiaolong opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. He thought he had obtained the relic of the Age of Gods, and the power of the Age of God sequence seemed to be just that. But at this moment, he realized that he had only seen a small part of the world. There was no way he could resist. Where is Su Yu? No matter how powerful that vampire is, can it possibly resist the barrier of the Age of Gods? The mind space is not disturbed by the outside world, and no one outside knows what is happening inside. The top of the mountain is empty and there is no one. But within the barrier, Kong Huan Yuan floated in the air, a faint smile on his lips. Here, the small bottle given by the school can't be separated. My spiritual power has reached the spirit lake realm. So, can you please give her to me? You can't get out anyway, so just let me go, okay? Su Yu raised his head and looked at her exquisite and picturesque face. It turns out that we had the same idea. Su Yu shook his head slightly, the ethereal which is well deserved of her reputation. But, do you think I haven't prepared anything? Arya floated behind Su Yu. Little guy, let's arrest the witch. She gently bit Su Yu's neck. Kong Huan Yuan's mood, which had been as calm as the surface of a lake, suddenly became a mess. Not good. But by the time she realized it, it was too late. Arya drank the last bit of blood and crossed the threshold of transformation. Arya's dark wings transformed into dark reflections, and the reflections formed the foundation, and on the foundation, the blood throne stood firm. Aliyah Tepasai has reached the maximum level and completed the advancement. Rank, 3rd level transformation realm. Metamorphosis, the body and soul begin to transform. The Blood Queen will endow the blood body with the concept of living soul, and the range of the spell will be expanded to 500 meters. The number of dead apostles served by the dead apostle hymn will increase to 10. As a result, Su Yu also crossed the threshold of the transformation realm. His physical fitness has greatly improved. Although humans still do not have magic circuits, if Su Yu faces the low-level monster again, he can already fight with his own strength. At the same time, Su Yu's S-level ability, Fatal Temptation, gained a new effect. Fatal Temptation, your blood is a fatal temptation to all beasts. You can transform the blood of any beast that has sucked a large amount of your blood into a deadly poison. The improvement of both Su Yu and Arya exceeded Kong Huan Yuan's expectations. As they were both from the Age of Gods, even though she had the home field advantage and Arya had just been significantly weakened in order to fight against the legacy of the Age of Gods, she probably couldn't be sure of victory at this moment. Su Yu saw her fluctuating feelings and whispered, "Do you think this is the end? Do you think I brought these low-level beasts here to deal with you?" Su Yu flapped his wings and rose up, then extended his right hand sideways. "Beasts, commit suicide for the king. Your blood will become the power of the Blood Queen." Chapter 42, Kong Huan Yuan vs. Arya, the gods versus the gods. Kong Huan Yuan suddenly looked down at the ground. The thousands of strange beasts didn't hesitate at all. They used strange voices to imitate human voices towards Su Yu. "Yes, all glory belongs to our king." Phew! Thousands of strange beasts shattered their magic circuits and crushed their hearts. Blood, endless blood. The earth was dyed red, the dark witch's night was dyed red. Su Yu walked behind Arya, gently placed his hand on the top of Arya's head, and gently pulled out the shaking alopecia. Boom! Suddenly, all the blood flowed upwards, continuously upwards, and even in the dark witch's night, it still turned into a blood moon that illuminated the sky and the earth. Filled the skeleton with the bones of strange beasts and condensed the barrier with flesh and blood. Ka! Ka! Crows, bats, eagles, and all kinds of dark creatures multiplied, blending into the blood and into the temple forged in blood. The completely unsealed Arya no longer holds back and reproduces everything that belongs to the Age of Gods. SSS level Immortal Temple. The Blood Temple roared, the Blood Riders trampled the earth, and the Blood Eagles soared in the sky. Arya floated in the air, confronting him from a distance. There is a vast sea in the sky, and there is the underworld on earth. The earth and the sea will be bound to the sky. Soul sleeping in the underworld, listen to the hymns of the true ancestor and shatter the witch's night. The complete chant of the Immortal Temple shattered the boundless witch night, and countless blood followers rushed towards the void kite regardless of death. The phantom kite has the blessing of her home field. This is the snow mountain of the Void Clan. She can use the magic of the earth, which is also the key to her victory over Arya. But at this moment, Arya, who has sacrificed all the strange beasts on the snow mountain, has reached the stage of transformation and can now exert the power of the Age of Gods to the same extent as the magic power of the earth she possesses. Incredible! What's even more terrifying is that the Immortal Temple is rooted in the barrier and can actually compete with her for the magic power of Fengshui Mountain. Countless sharp blades of witch night pierced through the fantasy world and smashed towards Arya, but the endless blood was also squeezed into blood blades by Arya to fight back. The two women attacked each other without holding back. The sky, the earth, the mountains, everything was torn apart by the aftermath of the two women's attacks. Cracks appeared in the earth, the tops of the mountains were flattened, and the sky of the barrier fell like fragments. Endless fantasy weapons, but unable to penetrate the equally endless army of blood. Even Suyu was dazzled. Arya had told him before that he should not touch the ahog on her head easily, as it was a limiter. Once touched, she, who belonged to the age of gods, would pursue her instinct to hunt for blood. Of course, all power will be released. However, this incredible attack has exceeded Suyu's highest expectations. This is the Age of Gods sequence. Completely different from other sequences, no wonder every force wants the Age of Gods sequence. This is just a low-level attack. If one day it grows to the Holy Realm, Suyu couldn't imagine it. But at the moment, Arya still couldn't take down the Phantom Kite. Possessing the magic of the Snow Mountain, the power of the illusion kite is endless. She could borrow incredible power from the little figures in the scrolls leaping in the darkness, thousands of swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks and forks. But at the same time, she couldn't defeat Arya. The blood of these thousands of strange beasts is enough for Arya to fight until dawn. A breakthrough is needed. Suyu, who was in the temple, observed the confrontation between the generations of gods coldly. If there is any decisive force, that still requires Suyu to break through. As long as Suyu's blood can be injected into Kong Huan Yuan's body, even if the contract cannot be signed in an instant, the power of the crown of blood will be enough for Arya to gain an overwhelming advantage. This still needs Suyu to achieve. Arya. I don't know if Arya can still hear his call after being released from the restrictions. In the life and death duel between blood and night, Suyu still saw that beautiful look back. Arya's deep purple pupils had been dyed red with blood, but she did not seem to have lost her mind. Instead, she smiled at her dotingly. With peace of mind and confidence. Suyu nodded slightly, everything went well. Despite unimaginable twists and turns, the two were still able to capture each other according to their pre-planned plan. Suddenly, Suyu thought of a possibility. He seems to have another talent. Perhaps, this insignificant and useless talent can help him. Suyu leaped into the air and stuffed something into Alia's hand. Arya didn't understand what he meant at first, but then she realized what he meant and showed an embarrassed expression as if she wanted to refuse. However, this really has the potential to create a fatal breakthrough. Finally, he nodded slightly. Plan agreed. Suyu returned to the ground, and endless blood-based monsters were born in Arya's immortal temple, moving forward bit by bit against the terrifying firepower of the Phantom Kite Witch Knight. Kong Huan Yuan frowned, thinking that dragging on like this was not a solution. The magic power of Fengshui Mountain has been eroded by 20% by the immortal temple. Her own realm is lower than Arya. If half of the Snow Wind Mountain is controlled by Arya, she will have no chance. I recalled my previous life and the words I said before. Yuaner, mother is a sinner of the Conling clan. Yuaner, don't blame your father. He didn't abandon us. Your birth cost him his life. Yuaner, I'll be waiting for you in the restricted area. A fierce look flashed across Kong Huan Yuan's eyes. For her wish. She can't fail. She must capture this divine being. With his hands clasped together, the little figures leaping on the canvas of the dark night seemed to have crossed the barrier between illusion and reality. One after another, giants hundreds of meters tall and holding the scythe of death descended into the space. Her magic power was completely unable to withstand their arrival. The magic power of Fengshui Mountain was absorbed by Kong Huan Yuan in an instant. The final blow will be delivered by these night trolls. At this time, Suyu's figure was hidden in a blood eagle that walked out of Arya's Temple of the Immortal. The blood eagle was made by Arya herself and given the attribute of immortality. The blood eagle was not much different from other blood eagles, blood crows, and blood bats on the surface. It still passed through the bombardment of the Phantom Kite and rushed to less than 100 meters in front of her. When Kong Huan Yuan casually ordered the night troll to chop at the blood eagle, an accident happened. Clang! There was a sharp metallic roar. Realizing that something was amiss, Kong Huan Yuan discovered that this blood eagle seemed different. Not good. The blood eagle rushed in quickly, and the illusion kite directly activated its ability, Spiritual Phantom. The triple distorted space tore apart the blood eagle's exterior, revealing its true appearance. It's Suyu. Kong Huan Yuan was surprised to find that Suyu was already less than 50 meters away from her. This position fulfilled a seemingly insignificant talent that was useless except for Arya's enjoyment. At the same time, Arya also took out the thing Suyu gave her. Chapter 43, The Counterattack of a Useless Talent. You are mine. What is Suyu going to do? The danger signals in Kong Huanyuan's mind were ringing wildly. She subconsciously activated another S-level ability, Phantom Soul Painting. The capture range is 100 meters, and any living creature that approaches her will have its spiritual consciousness invaded, creating nightmare-like hallucinations. The ethereal race, who excel at manipulating mental power, are extremely skilled in the field of illusion. But Arya has been waiting for this move from you. The power of the ethereal race is nothing more than space and spirit, and any illusion can be interrupted. The Blood Queen manipulated the blood in Suyu's brain and instantly shattered the nightmare-like illusion. The distorted space of the spiritual phantom has not completely disappeared yet, and cannot be activated again before it disappears. Suyu reached forward, taste connection. At the same time, Arya put something into her mouth. It was ordinary salt. However, if a vampire does not synchronize his sense of taste with Suyu, he will not be able to feel any taste other than sweet. Any other taste will turn into the most bitter taste at this moment. Suyu used himself as a medium to synchronize Arya's sense of taste with Kong Huanyuan. Although Arya was very reluctant to recall that taste, she had experienced it many times after all, so she could barely endure it. The illusory kite is different. At that moment, Kong Huanyuan suddenly realized that a disgusting bitterness surged from her mouth. This bitterness disturbed her whole body and made her tremble continuously, as if she had lost her sense of taste. Her throat, tongue, and stomach were all resisting fiercely. Kong Huanyuan had never expected that Suyu's method would be so beyond imagination. This is not something that is difficult to resist. Kong Huanyuan only needs to use the illusion of Huanhu and Nianhua to cover his own perception to eliminate it. However, on the battlefield, any hesitation will lead to defeat. At just this moment, Suyu destroyed all of Kong Huanyuan's attention and concentration, immediately retracted the taste link, and instead linked it to Arya, allowing Arya to escape from the extreme pain. Arya was the first to recover, and Witch Knight lost the control of the phantom kite, and there was a vacuum in her control over the magic of the wind and snow mountain, and there was also a gap in the barrier that was bombarding each other. In a showdown between generations of gods, 1 second is often enough to affect everything. No one expected that in this battle between the gods, Suyu's useless talent would make a comeback. Arya used all her blood, and the immortal temple suddenly rose to hundreds of meters. The magic power that eroded the snow-wind mountain tore the Witch Knight's barrier space into pieces. When Kong Huanyuan came to his senses, the barrier of Witch Knight was filled with space fragments, and the dark eternal night, the barrier between illusion and reality, returned to calm. Lose? A possibility she had never imagined came to her mind. No. The barrier can still last for a while, she can still fight hard. It's not because of anything else, it's because Suyu is right in front of him. As long as she controls Suyu, she can force Arya to surrender. In order to connect with the sense of taste at close range, Suyu is now closer to Kong Huanyuan, less than 30 meters away. At this distance, even Arya couldn't save Suyu before Kong Huanyuan took action. After keenly grasping the final possibility of victory, Kong Huanyuan mobilized all his magic power, Spiritual Phantom. Whoosh whoosh. The triple space was torn apart, pulling Kong Huanyuan closer to Suyu. The two of them were facing each other, less than half a meter apart. Suyu finally saw her face clearly. Her long platinum curly hair no longer fell behind her. The fight had left her hair quite messy. Her fair face was stained with black and gray. Excessive consumption of magic power caused blood to flow from the corners of her mouth. She had an oval face, a hump nose, and a pair of natural peach blossom eyes that were as charming and alluring as crescent moons, but at this moment her gaze was extremely firm and resolute. Sorry, stranger, for my wish. There was a hint of murderous intent in Kong Huanyuan's eyes, and he was even ready to use Lingkong Meiying to break Suyu's limbs if he dared to resist. Unexpectedly, Suyu did not retreat at all, nor did he intend to surrender. A silver light shone from his body as he attempted to resist. Kong Huanyuan knew that this was a symbol that Suyu's physical body had broken through to the mithril realm. However, under the spatial break of Lingkong Meiying, the mithril realm physical body was useless. Since you refuse to sit still and wait for death, then you will suffer a little. Kong Huanyuan's heart hardened, and the triple space twisted towards Suyu's arms and left leg. Bang! A burst of blood mist exploded, and the strength of the physical body could not withstand the power of space. Suyu's blood splashed on her body, and her beautiful face was also stained with blood, fading away from the black and gray. However, it took less than a second, and before Suyu could even feel the pain, the red light shone across the entire ruined witch knight, and the broken arms and right leg quickly healed. The blood on Kong Huanyuan's body spread out and turned into thousands of dense blood needles, which aimed at her body from countless directions. Whoosh! Kong Huanyuanhua turned pale. Xue Xingxiangwei and Tianlei Mingzhu were fighting with the monster that came out of the immortal temple. Ling Kong Meiying had not disappeared yet after twisting Suyu, and she was surprised to find that she had no means of resistance at this time. The most fatal point is that these dense blood needles are all Suyu's blood. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Blood needle inserted. Crown of blood, activate. In Kong Huanyuan's spiritual sea of consciousness, a scarlet crown exudes the majestic aura of a king. Any soul that wants to resist it will be intimidated by the crown. Kong Huanyuan just realized that Suyu, whom she thought she could control at the last moment, was actually a deadly temptation that lured her into a trap. Blood dyed everything red. As her delicate body trembled continuously, Suyu gently reached out and stroked her face. Ethereal witch, you are mine. Like a victor's declaration. The phantom kite stood in the air, unable to make any struggle. The warmth of the man's palm remained on her cold face, and her soul turned into a transparent contract and penetrated into Suyu's sea of consciousness. The ethereal contract complements the bloody contract. Suyu caught his second pet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing your second pet. Unlocking a new talent. S-level talent, Strange Fake. Strange Counterfeit, any secret treasure or weapon you've deconstructed can be recreated by consuming your stamina. The level of the recreated item will be reduced by 1 level, and its effects will be weakened. Other than that, all other functions remain the same as the original item. Note, all S-level talents will experience a leap forward after advancing to the Nirvana realm. Host, please continue to improve your spiritual power and capture more pets to unlock more talents. The second pet. Brand new power granted by the system. At this moment, everything is in hand. Of course, the biggest gain is this half-human, half-demon ethereal witch from the God Age sequence. Suyu looked at the ethereal contract. Name, Kong Huanyuan. Chapter 44 The Second Pet, the Ethereal Witch. Name, Kong Huanyuan. Race, Ethereal. Sequence, number 009, Ethereal Witch. Rank, Second Order Transcendent Realm. Spiritual Power, Spirit Lake Realm. Talent, Witch Knight SSS. Abilities, Spiritual Phantom SS Phantom Soul Painting S. Idea, Hostility. The Sequence of the Gods, the Ethereal Witch. Kong Huanyuan's eyes were misty, and her final failure resulted in her becoming the opponent's trophy. She didn't understand Suyu at all, and had no idea what was waiting for her in the future. What is even more desperate is the agreement with my mother. It seems that, just like the wind blowing away the castle built of sand, all ambitions end at this moment. Suyu looked at her. Her eyes were filled with confusion, loss, and a little bit of resentment. Suyu rubbed her face. Don't worry, I will treat you well. The crown of blood has released its control. Arya also stood beside Suyu. Kong Huanyuan clenched his fists and bit his lower lip. Let go. Suyu smiled and said, I refuse. You're so overdrawn that even the contract is flickering. But, you've also realized one thing, right? My blood is very. Suyu hadn't finished speaking, but Kong Huanyuan had already sensed it. Suyu's blood smells so good, I really want to drink a sip. The fatal temptation is irresistible to beings with higher sequences. As a member of the Age of Gods, she naturally longs for it. Suyu used his fingers to wipe off the blood that had just splashed on her face, and then put it in front of her mouth. How about it? Do you want to? Kong Huanyuan's breathing suddenly became short. This attitude and this method are meant to make her submit completely physically and mentally. No, I am a witch from the ethereal tribe. But, the fragrance was so refreshing that she was overdrawn and urgently needed to replenish her energy. Finally, she closed her eyes. Even though her mind was holding on, her body's instinct drove her to open her mouth and bite Suyu's fingers. Aliyah pinched Suyu with a bit of jealousy. You succeeded. Suyu smiled and kissed Aliyah. Okay, I'll feed you after this is over. Isn't that another goal? Arya understood what he meant, and took out some of Suyu's blood that she had stored in advance to replenish it, and then flew towards the Weaksher Xiaolong and Yanlinger. The barrier of Witch Knight is about to collapse. I wonder what people will feel when they see this scene. I'm afraid we have to put pressure on Suyu, right? Unfortunately, the matter has already been settled. The other side. Shi Xiaolong and several other students from Jianghe University were completely subdued by the monsters that came out of the Immortal Temple and had no power to resist. Shi Xiaolong saw Alia walking towards Yanlinger and asked anxiously, what are you going to do? Yanlinger was trembling all over. Ever since she was caught up in this witch's night, she felt as if she was in a nightmare. Arya teased, don't be nervous. Becoming my king's maid may be a good thing for you. Drink a drop of my blood, and from now on your physique will become that of a moonlight messenger. Reality does not allow them to refuse. Outside the mimicry field, in an office at Diling University. Old man, it's been so many years since you last came to Diling. Why are you so interested today? Jiang Huiran, the president of Diling University, picked up a cup of tea and said calmly. The person coming out of the window was none other than Ning Hanwen, the president of Magic City Yuling University. Ning Hanwen narrowed his eyes and said, if I don't come, I'm afraid that something will be difficult for you to handle later. Jiang Huiran's deep gaze fixed as he looked out the window. He analyzed countless possibilities in his mind. He probably wasn't talking about the Demon Cave. Then he thought of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition, you mean? He regained his composure and smiled cheerfully, Huan Yuan will not lose. After all, she is. Suddenly, Jiang Huiran recalled Arya's information. This old guy had come all the way here again, and suddenly a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that she is neither a vampire nor a moonlight messenger, but the true ancestor of the blood clan? Jiang Huiran took a breath and said, No, Huan Yuan never said that she. Then he changed the subject, even if that's the case, aren't you afraid that Huan Yuan will win in the end? Ning Hanwen took out a pot of fine wine and said, then let us wait and see the final result. Come, try this fine wine I accidentally found in the drunken demon well in the Calamity Demon Cave. Looking at Ning Hanwen's calm expression, Jiang Huiran muttered to himself, and his mental power passed through the campus and looked towards the Rose Square. Inside the mimicry field, outside the Witch Night barrier. Because Suyu took away all the strange beasts. Wave after wave of students successfully reached the top of the mountain. The weirdest thing is, the snow on Fengshui Mountain stopped falling and the wind stopped. Only the snow-covered mountain top remains. People from Demon Spirit University, people from Emperor Spirit University, about 30 people gathered at the top of the mountain. They gathered in groups and faced each other coldly. Lu Xian was confused and asked, what happened just now? Where's Suyu? What's going on with this scoreboard? Chen Fei from the demonic plant department also shook his head, I don't know, but a big battle did break out here just now. Could it be that Suyu has already won? Has he advanced to the next round? After all, his score. Lu Shen nodded slightly, it was possible. On the other side, Yang Shurjia from the practical department of Diling University chuckled and said, ignorant. They've obviously been pulled into Kong Huanyuan's barrier. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful your Suyu is, it's a pipe dream to think he can win within Kong's barrier. It seems that this exchange competition is another great victory for us, Emperor Spirit. The people of Emperor Ling were extremely confident. Kong Huanyuan was a semi-public member of the God Era sequence, and it was completely unimaginable that she could lose. Lu Shen looked a little ugly. The person in front of him was Yang Shurjia, ranked 22nd on the Great Xia Potential ranking. After the Lu family's pre-match support, Lu Xian actually had the strength to defeat him. However, if Suyu lost to Kong Huanyuan, then this exchange match might be. Kong Ji, another student from the Imperial Spirit University next to Yang Shurjia, said, I haven't seen Shi Xiaolong or anyone from Jianghe University either. Could it be that they were all pulled into the barrier by the beauty from the Sky University and eliminated? The others said, it's very likely. She is indeed the goddess of my heart, so powerful and beautiful. I wish I could trade my lifelong career as a beastmaster for just one day of her boyfriend. Yang Shurjia knocked, Shu, don't let Huan Yuan hear it. But then again, I can't imagine anyone could win her heart. She's so aloof. I didn't even get to talk to the school beauty during this exchange competition. Several people expressed deep agreement. Suddenly, a crackling sound was heard. Everyone on the top of the mountain and the audience in Rose Square realized that the barrier was broken and Kong Huanyuan and the others were about to come out. Chapter 45 Let Go of Our School Beauty. An episode that shocked the world. Outside the mimicry field, everyone held their breath. It's coming out. Who won? The phantom kite? Damn it, I can't see what's going on inside. It's driving me crazy. Zhuang Chu, the Xinghui mentor in charge of the critique, asked nervously, Brother Yu, who do you think won? Yu Cheng took a deep breath and said uncertainly, it should be Kong Huan Yuan, right? If her barrier was breached, it should have been shattered in an instant, not unfolding so slowly like this. This means that it was Kong Huan Yuan who took the initiative to remove the barrier. Hiss. Yu Cheng's words immediately ignited the students watching the game at Diling University. Nice. If Shi Xiaolong and Suyu are both defeated, who else can stop us at Diling University? Who else? No escape. Junior Sister Kong must have won. I told you, there's no way Junior Sister Kong would lose. Captain, I strongly request that we cannot leave out Junior Sister Kong from our team. With Junior Sister Kong's strength, she's not weak even in our junior year. Humph. Don't even think about it. I think you have bad intentions. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to get close to the school beauty, right? As long as I, Wang, am here, don't even think about getting close to the schoolgirl. Mo Ling and Jiang Yi, did you hear that? Just admit defeat. You've been losing for 6 years in a row. You'll always be second or third, Meng Huo and Meng Yu, and you're destined to be the next in command. That's right, come over here and kowtow to the Prime Minister. The people from Moling University and Jianghai University who came to watch the game felt nervous and stared at the screen anxiously. The Blood Spirit team members all had different expressions, some were worried, some looked uncertain. Shang Wanling was even more worried. Suyu, you won't lose, right? Although Ning Hanwen did not tell her explicitly, Shang Wanling had already vaguely guessed that Arya was probably a vampire of the God Age sequence. Sequence 91-100, these 10 numbers are extremely special, and the king of their clan will achieve the title of Age of Gods. Being from the same Age of Gods, could it be that the true ancestor of the Blood Clan could not defeat the ethereal witch? In the mimicry field. As the barrier unfolded layer by layer, terrifying magical fluctuations emanated from it. What will be the result? Who will emerge victorious? This will largely determine the outcome of the freshman division of the 9 Schools Alliance Interchange Tournament, and even the entire tournament. It's coming out. Yang Shijia was the first to see a blurry figure. Everyone is watching, the world is focused on the exit of the barrier. Who is it? The first one to come out was the pale-faced Shi Xiaolong. Why is it him? Wasn't his relic of the Age of Gods already defeated by Suyu? Could it be that he counterattacked in the barrier? No, look at his eyes. Shi Xiaolong's eyes were extremely dull, and his dazed expression was shaky. He did not walk out of the barrier, but was thrown out of the barrier by a group of dark creatures. Everything that supported him seemed to have just been quietly shattered. Bang! As soon as he walked out of the barrier, he fainted on the ground. Even all the contestants from Jianghai University, except Yen Linger, were thrown out and fell to the ground. Everyone from the Emperor Spirit and the Demon Spirit breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Shi Xiaolong was defeated, which scared them. On the contrary, the people from Jianghai University outside the mimicry field looked as pale as death. Shi Xiaolong fell during the battle, which meant that they had no chance of winning in the end. Everyone continued to stare at the barrier, waiting for the final winner to emerge. Finally, the barrier space was completely shattered, revealing the true situation inside. Just the next moment, they all stared with wide eyes, looking at the figure that unfolded from the barrier in disbelief. Arya sat on a throne forged from bones and blood. Suyu stood before it, his right hand extended forward, his index finger stained with blood. In front of Suyu, the broken winged angel, the jewel of Imperial Spirit University, the goddess of countless hearts, Kong Huan Yuan, was kneeling before Suyu, sucking the blood from his finger with ecstasy, as if struggling, as if dazed. Suyu's other hand caressed her soft face wantonly, gently stroked her smooth hair, and pinched her earlobe. What was surprising was that Kong Huan Yuan not only did not resist, but gave in and let Suyu do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid that if Suyu made some more excessive requests now, she would not refuse, right? Kong Huan Yuan's ears turned red and she felt extremely embarrassed. This action was extremely shameful, but her instinct made it impossible for her to resist the deadly temptation of Suyu's blood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lu Xian? Yang Shijia? Outside the mimicry field, Zhuang Chu, Yu Chang, and Shang Guanling, All audience, huh? This? What happened? The official live broadcast room was even shut down in an instant, but it couldn't stop countless people from taking screenshots and spreading them, and the online popularity reached the top in an instant. Confused, puzzled, shocked. Countless emotions intertwined. Why was Emperor Ling's school beauty kneeling before Suyu and obeying him so obediently? Like a pet? Suyu looked at the surprised eyes. I know this is when the pressure is greatest. He snatched away the jailing flower from the Imperial Spirit University in front of everyone. He did not regret it. The journey to the Devil's Cave was about to begin. For the sake of his own life, he had to capture this divine flower. Yang Shijiao was the first to recover from his shock, gritting his teeth and saying, "You bastard Mo Ling. Let go of our school beauty." The people behind him suddenly realized, Suyu. Take your dirty hands away. What kind of love potion did you give to classmate Huan Yuan? That's right, get out of here. Despicable. You cheated. Otherwise, how could Kong Huan Yuan lose to you? Even Lu Xian and the others looked at each other in confusion. They believed that Suyu could win, but they never expected the result to be so weird. In the Rose Square, countless audiences, star mentors, and students were waiting for Suyu's explanation. Especially the students of Dilling University, they gritted their teeth and glared at Suyu fiercely. He was so intimate with their school beauty, so embarrassing. Suyu turned his back and chuckled, cheating? No, no, no. This is my ability, the king of sequences. If she loses to me, she will naturally become mine. Pet. At the same time, in Suyu's mind, the ethereal and transparent pet contract materialized and appeared on the top of the snowy mountain. Countless people saw the pet contract between Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan. Boom! It was like a thunderclap exploding in everyone's ears. The ethereal witch, number 1 on the Great Xia potential ranking, a semi-public member of the Age of God sequence and the Chosen One, was defeated by Suyu. Even more unacceptable than the defeat was that she herself became Suyu's pet. This means that from now on, the ethereal witch has someone to marry. Suyu is her master. Countless people opened their mouths wide, stunned and speechless. Even countless male compatriots of Emperor Ling had difficulty breathing. The whole place was dead silent. The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths, and then a loud roar broke out. Chapter 46. Why do you think you can control the goddess? Beep. Fuck. The school beauty actually. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ah. Am I having a nightmare? Countless male compatriots stared with wide eyes, frantically watching what was happening on the screen, wishing they could rush into the mimicry field on the spot. Yu Chang, the Dean of Studies at Dilling University, was speechless. The most outstanding student in their class actually became the pet of the evil spirit Suyu? Isn't this world a little absurd? Zhuang Chu, who was standing by, was shocked at first, but then when he saw Yu Chang's expression, he felt a sense of pleasure in his heart. Ha, you people from Diling claim to be the best school in Dixia every day, but now you've been screwed, right? Linley, the Xinghui mentor who was in charge of the referee, never expected that such a change would happen in the Magic Cave simulation field. Shocked, Linley opened the mimicry channel and entered. In contrast, the students watching the game at Demon Spirit University had mixed feelings. It's certainly a pleasure to be able to step on a Dilling University, but damn, why is Suyu the one with the good things happening again? Fuck, what you said is true. Why are all my pets so ugly, and he contracted a goddess? I don't accept it, I protest. Why is it that everyone else is taming beasts, but you're just taming goddesses? It's over, another goddess has fallen. The matter of Arya had already made the male compatriots of Mo Ling extremely unhappy. Therefore, when they saw Suyu win another goddess who was ranked first on the Dixia potential list, they were even more envious and almost died of jealousy. Of course, the most angry person was Wang Yu, the dean of the Demon Spirit Practical Department, who was sitting in a corner of the spectator booth. His expression became increasingly gloomy as he looked at the screen. Suyu's rapid rise will surely bring him into the sight of Dixia's top leaders, and Huaying country will inevitably blame the Wang family again. Next to Wang Yu, Wang Hongxi and Zhang Ying, who had hoped to join him in making fun of Suyu, had pale faces. Wang Hongxi's face was distorted beyond recognition. Seeing that Suyu had contracted another goddess, and he couldn't even be a man, he gritted his teeth so hard that he almost drew blood. Zhang Ying's emotions became more complicated, with jealousy, resentment, and countless other emotions intertwined. Wang Hongxi became increasingly rude and twisted towards her, but he was no longer a man. Suyu, it's all your fault. The president's office of Diling University. Zhang Huairan's hand loosened and the wineglass fell to the ground. Pa! He glared at Ning Hanwen, old bastard. You're going too far. He finally figured it out. Suyu's talent is the power to forcibly contract people into pets. Due to a mistake, the god arrow which that they carefully trained became the pet of their demon students. No wonder this old man came all the way here. Ning Hanwen suppressed a smile. Lao Jiang, don't be angry, come, have another drink. Zhang Huairan didn't care about his status and dignity as a strong man of the older generation. Drink your mother's head. Inside the mimicry field, Yang Shijia and his companions could no longer contain their anger and summoned their pet beasts. He also contracted the two-headed griffin, leaped up, and rushed into the sky. They want to take back their goddess. Suyu sneered, overestimating his own abilities. It's a good opportunity to try out the ability of the phantom kite. There is no love between her and Suyu, but the existence of the beast taming contract does not prevent the beast tamer from giving orders to the pet. Phantom kite, shoot him down. Although Kong Huan Yuan was unwilling, the beastmaster's orders were above all else. She raised her hand, and a phantom appeared. The space spiraled, and with a bang, one of the heads of Yang Shijia's two-headed griffin was broken off and twisted off by the space. Yang Shijia was shocked. He didn't expect that the person who attacked him was the goddess they wanted to win back. Suyu opened his arms. There's still some time before the exam ends. Don't waste time, just come together. Arya and Kong Huan Yuan, two pets from the age of gods in my hands, what do I have to fear? Everyone was shocked. Even the Beastmaster ranked 22nd on the potential list was killed instantly by Kong Huan Yuan. Adding Suyu and Alia to the mix, how could they fight? It's so tragic. It is foreseeable that once the fighting breaks out, it will be a one-sided massacre. At this moment, Linli rushed over. As a star emblem instructor who had entered the Samsara realm, Linli looked at Kong Huan Yuan with a heartache and immediately announced, "Stop. I declare the first exam over. The top 8 will advance to the knockout rounds. Also, Suyu, you, follow me. The situation is urgent." Not long after Suyu announced that he had contracted Kong Huan Yuan, Principal Zhang Huairan, Desia's top management, and Desia's 9 guards jointly issued an order, and the exchange competition ended immediately. This is a serious matter. The atmosphere outside was already boiling with activity, and the exam couldn't continue anyway. This was the first time he had to deal with such a difficult matter. But no matter what, it would be a good idea to block the news about Suyu and calm the fishing boat first. Suyu had no objection and stopped. Lu Xian and the others were still in shock and did not go up to talk to Suyu. But, it seems like the demon got a big bargain. Kong Huan Yuan became Suyu's pet, and Shi Xiaolong was defeated, both of which were equivalent to being eliminated. Jianghai University was completely wiped out, and half of the top 11 on the potential list were easily eliminated by Suyu, and half of the Diling University was also eliminated by Suyu. At this time, in addition to Suyu, there were 5 students of Mo Ling in the top 8 of the scoreboard. Fei Chen whispered, hey, we've advanced. Besides, our opponents this time are all very weak. It's safe, we're going to win. After realizing this, everyone at the Demon City Imperial Spirit University immediately shouted to Emperor Ling. Shout! Are you guys from the Imperial Spirit going to keep popping the champagne? It seems like it. You like to open champagne at halftime, right? I'll make you look ugly. Hey, I heard their most beautiful girl on campus blew it loudly. Will she still be in their school in the future? What are you thinking? A pet follows its master. It's ours from now on. They envy and hate Suyu, but that doesn't stop them from using this to attack their mortal enemy, Diling. The people in the audience at the Diling Stadium looked pale and tasted like chewing wax, which was even more uncomfortable than eating shit. The noise outside continued, and several trending searches popped up on the internet. In just over 10 minutes, the search volume exceeded 100 million. In the mimicry field, Suyu, Alia, and Kong Huan Yuan followed behind Linli, and of course, Yenlinger. Linli looked at Suyu angrily, you bastard. Do you know that she is from our Emperor Ling? Damn it. If this were in the Devil's Cave, I would have torn your head off long ago. Suyu forced himself to hold back his laughter. Go ahead and curse. If you don't curse harshly, you'll feel embarrassed. You scold me, but I won't lose any meat. Instead, Emperor Ling will be at a disadvantage this time. No matter how harsh the scolding and punishment were, Suyu accepted it. After all, Suyu got an epic wave of gold coins from Emperor Ling. The harsher you curse, the better Suyu feels. Huan Yuan, don't be afraid, the school will definitely take care of you. Kong Huan Yuan's face was pale. Call the shots. Linley didn't know that unlike other pets, once the Divine Age contract was signed, regret was not allowed. Chapter 47, Global Discussion. Dacia's top leaders gather. As soon as he left the magic cave mimicry field, Suyu heard the thunderous roar of the crowd in the Rose Square next door, which seemed to have turned into a long-lasting verbal battle. There were all kinds of black and white scams, forcing Emperor Ling University to send more than 10 star-level mentors to rush to the scene to stop the endless verbal battle and evacuate the audience. Linley's face was full of black lines. He gritted his teeth and led Suyu and others through the back door to the clock tower of Emperor Ling University. After Suyu returned to reality, he secretly glanced at his phone. As expected, the entire internet was in an uproar, with Suyu's clips and messages everywhere. However, he didn't dare to read them openly in front of Linley. They arrived at an office, and Linley said with a dark face, "Wait here first, our principal will be here soon. I'm warning you, don't run around or shout." Suyu nodded slightly. I would only yell if I were crazy. Even though Suyu had contracted the Kongwon kite, once Emperor Ling's students knew that Suyu was here, thousands of students and tens of thousands of pets would come and kill him, and each of them could drown Suyu with just a spit. After Linley left, the office fell into silence. Kong Huan Yuan was utterly lost, like a hollow shell with its soul separated from its body. Yen Linger, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. She had no idea why Arya had chosen to target her, and her body had also undergone subtle changes. She seemed to feel that she had a magic circuit and was no longer a human being. Arya took out a bunch of grapes from a storage magic weapon and pointed at Suyu with her finger. Suyu understood and activated the taste link. After the war, everyone's fate changed. Taking advantage of this free time, Suyu took out his mobile phone to see people's reactions online. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. The most searched topic is over 300 million searches. Hashtag School Beauty Hunter Suyu. When I clicked on it, I saw a clip of the last scene of the exchange competition, where Kong Huan Yuan was kneeling in front of Suyu and sucking his fingers. Suyu's abilities revealed. It turns out his true talent is forging contracts with blood. This old jerk is definitely targeting the school bell. With Arya in front and Kong Huan Yuan behind, I advise friends from other schools to protect the bell of their own school and never let Suyu get here. We, the male group of the Desert Beast Taming University, are opposing Suyu. We will refuse to entertain any demonic team that has Suyu. There is also a group of students with Dilling University certification who left a message. Suyu, I'm going to fight you. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. My heart aches. I won't feel relieved if I don't kill Suyu. Oh. According to rumors, Suyu seems to have been taken to Area A by instructor Xinghui. Suyu, who was trying to hold back his laughter and watching the fun in front, suddenly shuddered and looked out the window. I felt a little relieved after confirming that the bell tower was in Area C. It's not just Disya that's hotly discussing this. There are also mentors from other countries who came to Rose Square to observe Disya's young generation of Beastmasters. The news of Suyu's contract with Kong Huan Yuan also jumped to the top 3 on a certain Twitter account. After a brief thought, in addition to envy, jealousy and hatred, the Huaying people and the Hanning people also suspected that Daxia was deliberately falsifying information to gain support for the global magic cave strategy. Their reasons were very good, because they had done it themselves 2 years ago. Suyu laughed dryly twice and stopped paying attention. We should think about how to overcome the current difficulties. Squeak. The first person to enter was Shangguan Ling. Shangguan Ling came to Suyu, feeling both angry and amused. Alas, Suyu, you almost pierced the sky, did you know that? Oh my god, I don't know how this is going to end. Anyway, I can't hold it in anymore. The principal has already come here in person. Just now, in the principal's office of Ling's principal, Zhang Huiren, and our principal had a fight in the Holy Domain barrier. The 9 and 3 governors of Disya have come together, and it's even alarmed the Disya military. Commander Liu of the military is on the way too. Suyu blinked. What the hell? Is it that serious? How could a single student alarm so many high-ranking officials? They even seemed ready to come and question him. What's even more terrifying is that the hot discussion that was sweeping the entire internet just now was suddenly cleared. It's obvious that someone is blocking the news. Suyu gently held his forehead and said, "Can I let the principal of Ling scold me severely and solve it? If possible, I would let you curse for 3 days and 3 nights." Shang Guanling laughed. "Wouldn't that be wonderful for you? You took such a huge advantage, can you just solve it by scolding me?" She was also quite nervous. This matter was very tricky. Not to mention his reputation, Suyu was originally hated by everyone except the freshman in Demon Spirit, and this time he was completely ruined in Emperor Spirit. The key point is that you stole someone else's God Age sequence. The Nine Schools Alliance is also an important part of maintaining the defense of the 9 demon caves. Which school is willing to suffer losses easily? She couldn't imagine the worst outcome. Linley pushed the door open and came in, his anger still lingering. "Everyone is here, you guys follow me." The group came to a spacious hall. There were only a few people in the huge hall. There was a large round table in the middle of the hall. It was made of an unknown material. It was light gray in color and emitted a faint chill. It was probably made of some kind of crystal stone mined from the Eternal Devil's Cave. There were obviously 4 people sitting at the round table. On the right side of the round table were the principal of Mo Ling, Ning Hanwen, and the vice principal, Gui. On the left were the 3 governors of Disya's 9 guards and Commander Lu. In the middle were the principal and the dean of studies of Di Ling, and on the side seemed to be people from Jianghe Beast Taming University. Even from a distance, Suyu could feel an inexplicable shock. It was as if a pair of eyes were spying on everything about Suyu. But, after signing the contract with the Konghuan Yuan, the ethereal and transparent contract made Suyu's spiritual sea of consciousness covered with a layer of light phantom smoke. Even a powerful person like the one in front of him couldn't help but show doubt. This was the first time Suyu saw a true top-level beastmaster. Normally, we rarely see beast tamers at the 3rd level, Nirvana, Wheel of Reincarnation, and Samsara, let alone beast tamers at the upper 3rd level, Demigod, Mythology, and Sanctuary. But in this hall, there are probably a few beastmasters at the Saint Realm, right? For the first time, Suyu felt cold sweat on his forehead. This really stirred up a hornet's nest? But now that things have come to this, it's a done deal, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Suyu stepped forward with gritted teeth. Linley said, "Principal, Governor, Commander, I have brought the people with me." Zhang Huiran frowned, his hands trembling as he said coldly, "Take a seat." Commander Lu standing aside seemed to be a middle-aged man, quite younger than the old guys, and seemed a little familiar. Commander Lu smiled knowingly at Suyu. Suyu reacted and realized that it seemed to be Lu Xian's father. TSK, the Lu family seems to be one of the 9 pillar families. Her father is indeed in a high position and has great power. Ning Hanwen's expression remained calm. He neither looked at Suyu nor said a word, as if he was calm and indifferent to the matter. Zhang Huiran first said softly, "Huan Yuan, you." Chapter 48, Punishment Turns into a Fight? Zhang Huiran asked with concern, "Huan Yuan, you, are you not hurt?" After 1,000 words, he finally asked helplessly. Kong Huan Yuan's eyes were unusually empty. He only reacted when he was called and shook his head slightly. However, no one knows what happened in the barrier. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that a fierce battle must have broken out inside. According to the report on the magic cave mimicry field provided by Linley, the magic power of the entire Fengshua mountain was drained by Konghuan Yuan, but it still couldn't defeat Suyu. It can be imagined that the intensity of the battle inside is probably no less than that between the middle and 3rd level beastmasters. Zhang Huiran looked at Suyu again. "Tell me, young man. What happened? Don't try to hide it. We old guys are still smart. There are no outsiders here. It's absolutely reliable. Nothing will be known outside this hall. There's no way to avoid it." Suyu also did not lack the courage to face it. Which of these powerful people is not the best of the best? This group of people probably already knew Arya's identity. What really reassured Suyu was Ning Hanwen's attitude. Since his own principal was so calm, he guessed that the situation wouldn't be too bad, right? Suyu said frankly, "Seniors, I think you already know. Arya is the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, sequence number 007 of the Age of Gods. There's a special connection between the Age of Gods, so from the very beginning, this Sara and I knew each other's identities. Coincidentally, we both entered this competition with the same idea, the only difference is that Arya and I won in the end." After Suyu said this, everyone nodded slowly. It was pretty much the same as what they judged. Jiang Huairan said, Huan Yuan, is he right? Kong Huan Yuan lowered her head and said, well, principal, I did want to take his vampire away, but I lost. Jiang Huairan almost couldn't catch his breath. What a confused Huan Yuan. I know you want to become stronger and then cross the Forbidden Sea to the restricted area, but you are too impatient. If it was just Su Yu's one-sided covetousness, he would have every reason to take the opportunity to make trouble. But now, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. Even if he is right, how can he deal with Su Yu? Kill him? Stop it, they are also members of Dixia. Ning Hanwen can't just sit back and watch. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Huairan coughed violently several times. Ning Hanwen quickly activated his magic power to help him sort it out and said, Old Jiang, don't be anxious. You're so old now, you need to learn to stay calm. Jiang Huairan glared at him angrily. If he wasn't in front of the younger generation, he would have wanted to slap him. It's not you, Mo Ling, who's the one who suffered the most in the relationship. You're so ungrateful. Jiang Huairan said fiercely, I don't care about anything else, kid, I don't care what method you use to cancel Huan Yuan's contract. This is our Emperor Ling's people. Ning Hanwen was unhappy. You're asking too much, Commander Lu, Governor Xia, you all know that the contract of the Age of Gods cannot be terminated. The method prepared by Kong Huan Yuan was also to rely on illusions to control Su Yu, so as to dominate Arya. Jiang Huairan was filled with rage and said angrily, Old man, what do you mean? Are you planning to just let it go? Huan Yuan is also a member of Dixia. You are robbing her. Even if you are a beastmaster, you must obey the laws of Dixia. At this time, Commander Lu Shengyuan said, Okay, calm down, old Jiang. Even if you want him to release it now, he can't do it. Jiang Huairan sneered, Your daughter is in the same team with him, so of course you're on his side. Lu Shengyuan laughed awkwardly, It's true. Xia Tingjin didn't care about those things. No matter what the final result was, Su Yu had fulfilled in disguise what he said when he joined the Dragon Eagle Guard. Defeated Kong Huan Yuan and won the True Freshman Championship. Xia Tingjin said, Let's not talk about this for now. What I'm curious about is, Su Yu, what exactly is your talent? With the existence of the Age of Gods, no one can form a contract without their consent. Clearly, Sora Cohen didn't volunteer to be your pet, did he? That hits the nail on the head. Commander Lu, the other governors, the two principals, and several star-level instructors all looked at Su Yu. To this day, they still cannot fully guess what Su Yu's talent is. After Su Yu contracted the Void Kite, he unlocked a new S-level talent, Strange Counterfeit. It seemed that the old talent could be revealed a little bit. Su Yu took a deep breath and said, Crown of Blood. Anyone who drinks a small amount of a student's blood will be temporarily controlled by the student. Anyone who drinks a large amount of blood can be forced to sign a contract. As for the atavistic effect and fatal temptation, Su Yu did not intend to mention it. Everyone was startled and their expressions varied. No wonder, no wonder. Su Yu certainly didn't tell the whole story, but it was enough to dispel their doubts. What Su Yu didn't know was that this group of powerful people were not only fighting for personal and group interests, but also had to ensure the safety of the entire Daxia and confirm that Su Yu was not a crooked person or secretly supported by other countries. Xia Tingyan nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Thank you for your frankness. As promised, the Dragon Eagle Guard's door is always open to you. Jiang Huairan said, Don't interrupt. The point is, what are your plans? Everyone looked at each other. The matter is settled, what else can we do? Lu Shengyuan said, How about? Principal Ning, you compensate Lao Jiang with 5S level talent reagents? Let's see you take the blame, how about that? Jiang Huairan sneered, 5? Commander Lu, I'll trade you 50. Are you willing? Lu Shengyuan closed his mouth and pretended I didn't say anything. The military of Daxia wants to witness the ownership of the sequence of the Age of Gods. This is a matter of great importance. However, from the perspective of their own interests, it is imperative for Su Yu to join the 9 guards of Daxia. They will not lose out no matter how they calculate it. They just come to persuade Jiang Huairan not to really kill anyone. Wu Maming, the governor of the Demon Suppression Guard stationed in the imperial capital, said, Old Jiang, tell me, what do you want to do? The Demon Suppression Guards are different from the other military personnel. If Kong Huan Yuan leaves, it will be a loss for the Demon Suppression Guards. Of course we can't just let it go like this. Jiang Huairan sighed and said, Forget it, old man, I'll take a step back. In this way, let Suyu transfer to join Emperor Spirit, and this matter will be over. This way, even if Huan Yuan doesn't want to be controlled by him, I, an old man, can still watch over her. It's the best of both worlds. Otherwise, I won't let you take Huan Yuan away no matter what. Everyone was shocked. Damn it, you old ghost, how could you say such shameless words? Linli was also confused. He had just said that he would make the decision for Kong Huan Yuan. What kind of decision was this? He was too embarrassed to even look at Kong Huan Yuan. Ning Hanwen's calm face flushed red. Ha? What are you talking about? Jiang Huiran, I'm telling you, forget it. What? Old Ghost Ning, are you going to test whether my sword is still sharp? My sword is not at all bad. Suyu was also shocked. What's going on? Chapter 49, Punishment? Win. This is the king's gift. Lu Shangyuan coughed lightly and said, Ahem, you two, don't make fun of the children. How could this be an old man who has lived for countless years? He is just as childish as a young man. Jiang Huiran sat down again with a gloomy expression. Ning Hanwen was in a good mood. It was a real pleasure in his life to make this old man suffer a great loss. Ning Hanwen said, in the final analysis, this is nothing more than a quarrel of pride among young people. It just involves the age of gods, that's all. Putting aside your identities, would you still mobilize such a large force? The governors looked at each other in confusion. This makes sense. The reason why there was such a big fuss was that Arya and Kong Huan Yuan were descendants of the Age of Gods, which were extremely rare in the entire Blue Star. Jiang Huiran knew that he couldn't do anything to Suyu today. After all, Kong Huan Yuan had the same idea in mind, and Suyu had done nothing wrong. He simply couldn't swallow this. Ning Hanwen continued, besides, this might not be a bad thing. Jiang Huiran's eyes twitched. Good news? What the hell? Seeing that Ning Hanwen was keeping things secret for once, Lu Shangyuan asked, what good news? Ning Hanwen said mysteriously, there have been beast masters of the Age of Gods in Daxia before, but this is the first time someone has been born with 2 ages of gods, right? Lu Shangyuan, Jiang Huiran and others seemed to realize something and their eyes suddenly fixed. Suyu was even more confused. Gentlemen, what secrets does the Age of Gods sequence hide? Can you please tell us openly? It is obvious that these people are very secretive about this matter and are unwilling to say more. Jiang Huiran sighed, Huan Yuan, tell me, are you willing to go with him? Kong Huan Yuan looked bewildered. The dream of going to the restricted area was shattered like a bubble, just like a small boat floating on the sea that had lost its destination and was filled with confusion about the unknown. Suyu wanted to say something to her, but it was inappropriate to do so in front of this group of old men. Instead, after showing off the grapes, Arya leaned over and stroked her pink face, believe in me, my king. This little one is different from all the humans you have met. Then, in a voice that no one could hear, it echoed in Kong Huan Yuan's spiritual sea of consciousness, our sad wish will be realized in him. This king has always firmly believed in this. When she heard the last sentence, Kong Huan Yuan's heart seemed to be gently touched, and her eyes towards Suyu and Arya were no longer full of hostility. So, you are the same? In Suyu's spiritual sea of consciousness, one of the ethereal contracts quietly changed. Idea, hostility, curiosity. The empty eyes of Kong Huan Yuan seemed to gather light again. She pursed her lips and said softly, well, I can go with him. Jiang Huiran? He wanted to try one last time. What did the vampire say to her? It actually changed Huan Yuan's mind. No, it cheered Kong Huan Yuan up again, and even a light appeared in his eyes. The others were also quite surprised. Suyu smiled and held Kong Huan Yuan's hand, I know you have something to say to me. Don't worry, your wish is my wish. Kong Huan Yuan instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but she felt the warmth in his palm. The ethereal clan can sense the words of the soul in the dark. He is not lying to me. This is the conclusion drawn by Kong Huan Yuan. The most important thing is what Arya said just now. Our sad wish? Then I will try to believe you. Ning Hanwen narrowed his eyes and said, isn't this the best of both worlds? Jiang Huiran snorted coldly, you, forget it, I'm too lazy to scold you. Since it's Huan Yuan's own decision, I can't say anything more. But Suyu, you must withdraw from the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament immediately. And you are not allowed to participate again from now on. Withdraw from the competition. Including the future. A few people blinked, it seemed reasonable. You, Suyu, are the pets of the 2 generations of gods. Who can beat you in the same grade? The order in which the 9-school alliance enters the magic cave in the exchange competition is also for the sake of fairness. Ning Hanwen smiled and said, except for exchange matches with other countries. Jiang Huairen nodded. Bringing glory to Daxia is another matter. He looked at Suyu. Young man, do you accept it? Suyu's eyes gleamed brightly. That's it? That's it? He has already monopolized the most delicious rewards of the exchange competition. It doesn't matter whether he continues or not. He has made a name for himself and demonstrated his value to the top leaders of Daxia. Suyu was even prepared to be expelled from school. I've already won. This isn't even a punishment. Good. Jiang Huairen added, also, Huan Yuan was raised by me since she was little. If I hear that you treat Huan Yuan in the slightest bit badly, be careful, I will punish you. Suyu quickly swore to the sky, don't worry. I promise she won't suffer even the slightest bit of injustice. Wu Meiming, commander of the Demon Suppression Guard, said, let me add one thing, Suyu. Huan Yuan was originally going to be a crucial force in our future efforts to suppress the Eternal Devil Cave. Since you must shoulder this responsibility as well. In addition to the Dragon Eagle Guard, you must also participate in the Demon Suppression Guard's operations. Of course, what the Dragon Eagle Guard gave you, our Demon Suppression Guard will not be less. Xia Tingyan was a little unhappy, but didn't say anything in the end. Wu Ming's request was not excessive. Suyu nodded, defending the country is the unshirkable responsibility of every Daxia citizen. Even if you don't say it, as long as Daxia needs me, I am willing to join the battle at any time. Lu Shangyuan smiled and said, good, great ambition. But Suyu, if any reporters ask about this after we leave. Suyu smiled knowingly. He can handle the media. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Those are just rumors out there. Arya is just a vampire, and Huan Yuan only has a trace of her bloodline, not a true age of god. Lu Shangyuan nodded with relief. It's better not to spread this kind of thing, so as to avoid being coveted by others. This biggest hurdle is finally over. But that's not the end of it. Huang Wenba, the vice president of Jianghe University, who was listening in, said, Suyu, there's another thing you should explain. What's going on with Yan Linger from our school? I heard from Xiaolong that she was hurt by your vampire without any resistance. Whether it should be said or not, people are realistic. The Kalmuan Yuan attracted attention only because it was involved in the secrets of the Age of Gods. Yan Linger was also taken away by Arya, and her physical condition seemed a little strange, but there were obviously fewer people paying attention to her. The others remained silent, as if it had nothing to do with them, and just watched and witnessed. Arya frowned slightly. Hey, stop slandering me. What do you mean by harm? This is a gift from me. Gift? Yan Linger and Huang Wenba looked at Arya in confusion. Arya chuckled and said, she drank a drop of my blood and has become my servant. No matter how you look at it, she hasn't suffered any loss. She even wants to thank the king and the little guy, doesn't she? Chapter 50. From now on, you will serve me during the day and serve the master at night. Yan Linger was confused. The confusion in her heart was no less than that of Kong Huan Yuan just now. What Arya meant was, Yan Linger, you are no longer a human being. She looked at Huang Wenba for help. Huang Wenba was a little embarrassed and became much kinder to Suyu and Arya. He asked softly, then may I ask, what kind of physique has she changed into? Arya blurted out, sequence number 19, Moonlight Envoy. Hiss. Everyone gasped, their expressions varying. Suyu was a little confused. Shangguan Ling whispered, Suyu, this is one of the conditions required to advance to Nirvana. Nirvana? Breaking through from the lower 3 realms to the middle 3 realms is no longer solely about the pet leading the master himself also needs to achieve Nirvana. We humans don't have magic circuits, so there are currently 2 main methods of breakthrough. One is the physical ascension flow, just like you tempered your physique, at least to the red gold realm, using the physical body to nourish and cultivate the magic circuit. The other is the fusion ascension flow. The fusion ascension flow is to fuse the magic circuits of all races. This method is not very dangerous, and the success rate is extremely low. However, once successful, the magic circuits of all races can be born. So Arya directly fused her with a Moonlight Envoy who was at the top of the sequence. No matter how you look at it, she made a huge profit. Otherwise, if she had gone with the fusion flow on her own, it would have been difficult to do so without killing dozens of higher ranked ones. No wonder. It is also difficult to catch pets of higher order. Even though these geniuses are all upper sequence and are legitimate sons of large families, a single upper sequence pet is actually in short supply, not to mention fusing dozens of them for ascension, which is an extreme luxury. Huang Wenbo was speechless for a moment. No matter where this is placed, people will say that Yan Linger made a huge profit. No one would agree with Shi Xiaolong's accusations. Huang Wenbo smiled and said, "Since it's just a misunderstanding, just talk it out." "Then Yan Linger, come back with me?" Arya interrupted, "Wait. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Moonlight Envoy must drink a drop of my blood every month, otherwise she will die suddenly on the night of the full moon." "Do you want to watch her die?" "If that's the case, it's up to you. Otherwise, she'll be my maid from now on. I'm not so kind as to let outsiders use her as a blood bag." Huang Wenbo looked at Arya in astonishment. The other old guys also communicated with each other. A decisive kill. Even if the head of the Yen family comes, he will not blame Arya. On the contrary, he will be very grateful to her, because the Yen family will have an extremely excellent beastmaster in the future. Yen Linger was frightened, her big eyes blinking with tears. "I don't want to be the Moonlight God's messenger, can you change me back?" Arya shook her head. "I can't do that." Then she smiled charmingly and lifted her chin. "Your spirit is fragrant. Although it can't compare to the little ones, you will follow me and the little one in the future. I won't treat you unfairly." Arya needs 20,000 liters of blood to advance from the transformation realm to the Nirvana realm. The blood in Suyu's body had been replaced almost 100 times, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Huang Wenbai used his mobile phone to send a message to Yen Linger's father and soon received a reply. "Yen Linger, your father gave it to you." After Yen Linger took the phone and read it, her face turned pale. Huang Wenba comforted him, "Well, since it's your father's decision, the school can't interfere." Yu and Xiaolong. Principal Ning, Vice Principal Gu, Teacher Shangguan, the head of the Yin family will talk to you later. Ning Hanwen had already guessed it, and he stroked his white beard and said, "Well, we demon spirits certainly welcome young talents like this. Okay, Mr. Shangguan, take them away." Suyu's eyes moved. "Good job. Yen Linger's father, just let his daughter come to Mo Ling like this?" "It's true. Yen Linger has obtained the blood of the Moonlight God. The Yen family must be so happy that they can't even express it." Upon closer inspection, Yen Linger is certainly not as beautiful as Arya and Kong Huanyuan, but the legal loli with twin ponytails and big eyes still has quite a charm. Suyu laughed at himself, being too greedy. She followed Suyu and his group out of the hall in disappointment. After leaving, the faces of the old guys instantly became solemn and dignified, with endless murderous intent in their eyes. Lu Shengyuan pointed at the map of the magic cave and said, "It's time to talk about business." According to reliable information, an abyssal demon king from the number 006 abyssal demon clan, who came from the restricted area, is the mastermind behind this invasion of Blue Star. The main force is the number 33-5 spirit clan, including 7 other upper sequence races. In 10 days, the 9 demon caves in 12 cities in Daxia will be invaded simultaneously. Shangguan Ling gently touched her chest along the way. "Suyu, you really scared the teacher to death." "Fortunately, we got through it smoothly. There was even a hint of joy in my heart. Perhaps a great beastmaster will emerge from among his disciples." Suyu apologized. "I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't discuss it with you in advance, but for the individual and team competitions, Shangguan Ling smiled, her mood brightening. It's okay. We've already secured 5 of the 8 spots in the individual competition. You've eliminated all the strong competitors. It doesn't really matter whether you make it or not. In this freshman stage, we, the demon spirits, have already secured victory." Suyu suddenly thought, "That's good. Oh, teacher, didn't I break the record in the preliminary round? Let's go see if there are any rewards. If there are, please bring them up and help me exchange them all for life essence. Now before they know I'm disqualified." Shangguan Ling nodded repeatedly. "Okay, teacher, go and take a look. Take some of the beauties and go back first." Then he whispered, "Young man, please exercise some restraint." Suyu laughed. "Teacher, why are you so frivolous? Where's your husband?" The group went their separate ways, and Suyu and the others returned to the dormitory assigned to Demon Spirit University. There was no one around, so we could finally talk face to face. Yenlinger pleaded with Arya, I beg you, I don't want to leave Brother Long. If he knew I was here, he would be furious. She knew that Sir Xiaolong was also a proud and arrogant person. If he knew that she had become someone else's maid, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Arya teased. That won't do, little girl. Don't you want to live? From now on, you will serve me during the day and the master at night. Isn't that much better than following that little bastard? Yenlinger clenched her fists and said, No. Suyu, Brother Long and I have no grudge against you, why are you doing this to me? When Yenlinger mentioned this, Suyu suddenly said, Stop. Do you think I'm a kid who's easily fooled? If Arya and Huan Yuan weren't from the age of gods, I'd probably have died under that Thousand Lakes bowl, right? I was just about to ask you. Sure, Xiaolong mentioned Li Mu. Did Li Mu ask him to kill me in the mimicry field? As if her worries were revealed, Yenlinger's face turned pale. Chapter 51, Empty Wish, S-Class Strange Fake. Additional update. Yenlinger's eyes wandered, No. No, what are you talking about? Suyu chuckled. A friend of mine once told me that talent is a reflection of one's soul. Arya said that your spirit is very pure, which means you are a simple girl. Therefore, your lying skills are really bad. Yenlinger kept muttering to herself. Suyu then asked, Tell me, what is your relationship with Li Mu? Did he ask you to kill me if possible, or cripple me? Does he hate me that much? Or, did he have other instructions? Suyu approached her, and his originally lifeless eyes suddenly became sharp, completely different from the innocence he had when facing the top leaders of Dixia before. Don't try to lie to me. Yenlinger's fingertips trembled, and she closed her eyes and recalled the time before participating in the exchange competition. Cousin Li Mu came specifically to find Sir Xiaolong and her. I begged Brother Long to defeat Suyu no matter what, and it would be best if Suyu couldn't get into bed before the battle in the demon cave broke out. Because Suyu was his nightmare. Although the matter was a little strange, he still agreed given the relationship between the two. Yenlinger did not hide anything and told the truth. But Brother Long and I really don't want to kill you, really, she said with a sigh. Suyu frowned and paced back and forth. Arya did not disturb Suyu's thoughts, and Kong Huan Yuan beside him was even more confused. Suyu whispered, If Li Mu wants to take revenge on me, wouldn't it be better to kill me? Why did you just want to hurt me? Li Mu's teacher is Wang Yu, from the Wang family? Recalling the three traitors that Suyu had speculated about before, there seemed to be a clue. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth. Next, just follow the clues. Sooner or later, I will catch you all. Then he looked at Yenlinger and said, I'm sorry, but what you and Sir Xiaolong did is even more extreme than wanting to kill me. Little girl, if someone simply wants to kill me, I might just retaliate briefly if I'm in a good mood. However, if someone tries to hurt Alia, that's crossing my bottom line. If you don't want Sir Xiaolong to die, then stay here obediently. Arya needs blood, and I will find a way to get you some life essence. Yenlinger felt some resentment in her heart, but Suyu's last look at her was like anger. Arya came to Suyu and said, Don't be angry, it will hurt your body. Suyu restrained his emotions, yeah. Suyu came up to her and said happily, Would you like to get to know each other again? My name is Suyu. You wanted to take Arya from me, and I wanted to take you. We're even. From now on, you are mine. Your wishes are my wishes, and your enemies are my enemies. Desire. Kong Huan Yuan's heart seemed to be hit accurately. She immediately knelt in front of Suyu, tears streaking down her eyes. She no longer had the reputation of being a cold and aloof school beauty. She said excitedly, My sad wish. My mother is waiting for me on the other side of the Forbidden Sea. My time is running out. I can sense that the ethereal leaf my mother left behind is getting weaker and weaker. 3 years, I only have 3 years at most. If it's just as the true ancestor said, just as you said. Now my only hope is you. Everything I have, all my strength, I am willing to follow you forever. As long as you are willing. Suyu pulled her up and rubbed her earlobe with his hand. If I remember correctly, the other side of the Forbidden Sea is a restricted area. What realm do you need to cross the Forbidden Sea? Kong Huan Yuan frowned, at least, a demigod. It takes 3 years to become a demigod, and there are only a few people on the blue planet who can do that. Suyu nodded gently, Okay, I promise you. Arya said, Sister, it only took the master 15 days to advance from ordinary to the transformation realm. His madness is simply not like that of a human. 15 days? Kong Huanyuan looked at Suyu in astonishment. No matter how talented one is, it would take at least half a year to go from an ordinary person to the transformation realm, right? Could it be that it's really possible? A segment of the interaction between Suyu and Kong Huanyuan was deleted, suggesting that Suyu's S-level talent made Kong Huanyuan like him more. In his mind, the ethereal contract underwent subtle changes. Favorable impression, curious more than friendly. I will make you believe that you will not regret choosing me. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hello, your delivery. Kong Huanyuan quickly stood up and tidied up his messy hair. Suyu opened the door and found a small box and a text message from Shang Guanling. Could it be? The text message said that the first place in the challenge competition would be rewarded with 1,000 alliance points, which was equivalent to 1,000 credits. Shang Guanling exchanged them for 10 drops of life essence before Suyu was disqualified. Suyu opened the box, and the star-like water droplets and the mutton fat jade bottle lay quietly inside. Well done. 10 drops may not seem like a lot, but Suyu wants to try to use the talent he just obtained. S-level talent, strange fake. The life essence is a dragon-level secret treasure and is also the secret treasure that Suyu has come into contact with the most. If his talent can make a counterfeit of the essence, it will solve the problem of the scarcity of the life essence in one fell swoop. Even if the fake's level will drop from dragon level to ghost level. Suyu looked back. Huanyuan, watch carefully. I, your master, am not someone who will just hide behind you. Not only Kong Huanyuan and Yen Linger, but even Arya didn't understand what the little guy was going to do. Life essence, a demonic plant born from the mythical realm, is rare and powerful, yet its internal structure is relatively simple. Information about it is everywhere. Strange fake, structure reproduction. His strength was draining away, and his breathing became rapid, as if he had been fighting with Arya from night till dawn. The star-like shining light filled the entire room. Arya, Kong Huanyuan, and Yen Linger watched in astonishment as the 10 drops of life essence transformed into a trickle, flowing slowly. Chapter 52, Wei Ingren's Kill Order. Suyu must be killed. Yen Linger's eyes widened. Having grown up in the Yen family, she knew better than anyone else how incredible Suyu's abilities were. 100 drops, no, there are at least 200 drops. I have never seen such talent. Even though he felt resentful, he couldn't help but admire the power Suyu displayed. However, the starlight of these life essences seemed to be much dimmer, and was completely incomparable to the original life essences. But so what? Gentlemen, quantity is everything. Kong Huanyuan's eyes moved, and the originally dim hope not only did not diminish, but became even more dazzling. Arya took it and examined it for a moment, taking a sip before whispering, "How did you do that?" Kong Huanyuan and Yen Linger also listened attentively. Suyu leaned over to Aaliyah and whispered in her ear. This made Kong Huanyuan a little unhappy. Hey! Yen Linger is an outsider. It's fine if you don't tell her, but why are you hiding it from me? I want to hear it too. She wanted to come closer but was stopped by Arya. Stop, sister, the master's secret ability can only be known by his woman. I'll be content just to let you see it. Unless you intend to. Kong Huanyuan pouted and looked unhappy. Arya smiled. The little guy was indeed the one who supported her the most. At the same time, she was extremely shocked. The effectiveness of this ghost-level life essence seems to be only 1/10 of the dragon level one, but the key is that Suyu can reproduce it infinitely as long as he has enough physical strength. This is definitely a strategic level capability that can affect the entire Dasha beast controlling supplies. Arya said, no wonder you were willing to share the crown's gift with those old guys. So that's how it is. Apart from the secret treasure, can anything else be done? Suyu nodded slightly, took out the dusk longbow and reproduced it. Although it only had beast-level power and was much more fragile, it was still worth 10 credits when sold, a full 10 million. Suddenly, I felt a black screen in front of my eyes and almost fainted. Arya quickly grabbed him and said, so, the only restriction is physical strength? Arya nodded in satisfaction. Maybe things will get better once you reach Nirvana and have a magic circuit. Kong Huanyuan listened to the conversation between several people, but he couldn't understand anything at all and felt isolated. Now she has to rely on Suyu to go to the Devil's Cave and cross the Forbidden Sea in the Devil's Cave to find her mother. Delete 500 words. The general meaning is that Kong Huanyuan pleaded with Suyu, and the two were no longer wary of each other and trusted each other more. The other side. Mr. Wang. We, the people of Huaying, have believed in you time and time again, but what about you? How are you going to explain it now? Ishikawa Hideji pointed at Wang Yu's nose and asked. Wang Yu was sweating profusely. Mr. Ishikawa. This is an accident. Ishikawa Hideji said angrily, but Suyu is already #1 on your Great Xia potential list this year. You and Great Xia will definitely spare no effort to protect him. It seems that your Wang family really wants us to tell your principal about this. Wang Yu said anxiously, No. Mr. Ishikawa, please listen to my explanation. According to the news from within Daxia, Suyu will not only not be secretly protected, but will also participate in the wars in both the Calamity Demon Cave and the Eternal Tribulation Demon Cave at the same time. This is obviously a good opportunity for you. Oh? Ishikawa Hidetsugu was puzzled. In their country of Huaying, they would first fill the front line with civilians and conventional weapons, and only after they had gained intelligence on the enemy would they send beastmasters into battle. How come Daxia turned around? Let the strong go first, while the common people watch from outside the den? What kind of logic is this? But he didn't say anything either. Ishikawa Hidetsugu said, Forget it, Mr. Wang, this matter still requires our cooperation. Wang sang, This time our Huaying nation has issued a kill order against Suyu, and a large number of experts will be entering the country. As long as you can cooperate with us to kill Suyu and capture the vampire and the witch, we are willing to sacrifice 30 pieces of dragon-level weaponry and help your Wang family become a 9-pillar family in the future. Wang Yu's eyes moved. Hiss. 9-pillar family. That is the status that their Wang family has always dreamed of. However, Wang Yu also understood what the Huaying people were going to do. Arya and the witch were very likely the legendary God Age sequence. But it has nothing to do with him. What's happening with Daxia or the demon spirit? What does it have to do with him? Wang Yu said happily, Really? Okay, I agree on behalf of the Wang family. I wonder how many skilled fighters Huaying country plans to send this time. I'm afraid Suyu will also be part of the Dragon Eagle Guard. If there are too few, it will be difficult to take action. Ishikawa Hidetsugu said confidently, Don't worry. This time we have 100 of us, led by 10 Samsara Realm Beast Tamers. As night fell, Suyu returned to the room. But here comes the problem. Emperor Ling had too many guests to entertain and not enough rooms to allocate, and Arya firmly refused to move into Kong Huanyuan's villa. Yan Linger wanted to leave but was not allowed, so she had to sleep on the floor. Then, the other 3 could only squeeze together. During the trial, the 3 of them fought against each other for a whole day, and their magic power was greatly consumed, so they needed to rest. But when Kong Huanyuan closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep, he heard a soft voice beside him. Leah, are they still awake? I guess they must be asleep. Little one, I'm anemic, I want to drink blood. Okay. Another 200 words were deleted, and nothing happened. The general meaning was that Kong Huanyuan also needed Suyu's blood, and also liked Suyu more. There was no way, please understand. She wanted to look back, but was afraid of being discovered pretending to be asleep. But because it was a bit crowded, I obviously couldn't fall asleep. Moreover, when Arya sucked blood, the subtle fragrance of Suyu's blood was intoxicating. The more one experienced it, the more one wanted to get closer. Wouldn't that mean one would become a vampire too? Suyu turned his head and saw Kong Huanyuan moving shyly. Could it be that she hasn't fallen asleep yet? Chapter 53, The Empty Heart to be Picked, The Vow Under the Moon. Suyu hugged Arya and turned his head to hint. Arya nodded gently. Before, she had told Suyu that she would be jealous. After all, even a female vampire would not want to share her only love with others. But who told her that Suyu was her only one? Compared to this, she cared more about another thing. You can have any woman you want, I don't mind, but you are not allowed to hate me, because my heart is as crisp as potato chips. If you hate me, my heart will break. Delete 300 words. The general meaning is that Suyu and Arya found that Kong Huanyuan was not asleep and played a trick on her. Don't bully me. Arya giggled. This ethereal witch only looked glamorous and beautiful outside, but she was also a naive girl when she returned home. Kong Huanyuan usually barely speaks a few words to men. Suyu pulled her over. Are you still resisting, Huanyuan? Sister, humans have a saying, called, You're so reserved. How can the little one and I trust you with our backs? Kang Huan Yuan bit her lower lip, hesitated for a long time, and sighed softly. Okay, but not now. Why? Mother said that our Void Spirit clan is extremely special. You and I are equivalent to plucking the Void Spirit heart, which will unconditionally raise your spiritual power by 1 level. Master's spiritual power is still at the Lingxi realm, right? It's extremely difficult to improve from the Lingxi realm to the Linghu realm, but I still have a way. But improving from the Linghu realm to the Linghai realm is. At least, I don't want it to be wasted, and I don't want it to be so casual, because I'm afraid you will. Her eyes reflected the moonlight, and they were extremely beautiful, like melting ice and snow, extremely beautiful. She also had her own concerns. Suyu's promise to cross the forbidden sea far away in the Devil's Cave with her had already opened her heart, but she was afraid that if she was so casual, Suyu would think she was a cheap and casual woman. Suyu pulled her clothes back up. I'm very happy that you are willing to tell me. I won't think of anything else, but I want to tell you that Arya and I are in big trouble. There are traitors around us, so we have to be extremely careful. I want you to be my woman so that we can trust you completely. But at least, I can feel the truth you're telling me. My friends have observed you. Your soul is pure. I am willing to trust you and cross the forbidden sea with you, no matter what dangers may arise. The moonlight came through the window and fell on her face, reflected by the moon. Kang Huan Yuan solemnly extended her hands forward, facing upward, and knelt on the bed, kowtowed softly. My master, a witch of the ethereal clan, I offer all my loyalty. If my power can be used by you, it will be my supreme honor. May our wishes intersect forever. I will be forever loyal to my oath, and I will never regret it until my death. In Suyu's mind, the ethereal contract underwent subtle changes. Good impression, more than friendship, no regrets, companionship. This is the highest oath of loyalty offered by the Void Clan, and it is also a symbol that she wants Suyu to believe in her. Suyu touched her cheek lightly. Well, then I'll wait a little longer. That night, Kang Huan Yuan was not the only one pretending to sleep. Yan Linger was lying on the ground wrapped in a quilt, feeling mixed emotions. Rumor has it that the ethereal clan has the power to identify souls, and the ethereal which actually. She also felt a little curious about Suyu. But there is also resentment. Besides Suyu, there is also the Yen family and myself who is powerless to fight against the family's decision. In addition, it's already 3 o'clock in the morning, aren't you guys asleep yet? I shouldn't have let Brother Long agree to Li Mu in the first place. Or, Xiaolong, are you hiding something from me? No matter how slow or naive she was, she realized that Xiaolong might not be as honest as she thought. At the same time, I was a little envious of Suyu and Arya, envious that there was no barrier between them. At the same moment, under the moonlight, Huang Wenba shook his head helplessly. Xiaolong, there is nothing we can do. The Yen family's patriarch has decided that starting today, Yan Linger will transfer to Mo Ling School. You, don't make a scene, okay? When he attended that meeting, he signed a life and death contract, and he must not reveal the true identities of Arya and the Phantom Kite. There are people who will spread rumors about the identities of the two. Even the most widely spread rumor that Kang Huan Yuan is half-witch's blood has never been acknowledged. Xiaolong punched the pillar next to him angrily. Bang! The stones are full of cracks. His fists were also oozing with blood. Before the competition, the head of the Yin family said that as long as he could win the championship, he would be willing to put aside his prejudice and agree to his relationship with Yan Linger. Result? What puzzled him even more was why he was so harsh when he tried to stop him, but when Suyu snatched it away, the head of the Yin family agreed so easily. There was only one explanation for him. Yan Linger got a great opportunity from Suyu, but she also had to pay some price and serve as a blood bag for the vampire. The resentment in Xiaolong's heart grew. Yes, I understand, teacher. Huang Wenba looked at his back, wanted to say something, but finally shook his head helplessly. After Huang Wenba left, Xiaolong called Li Mu. I really shouldn't have agreed to you. On the other end of the phone, Li Mu snorted. Brother Shi, where do you even begin to talk about this? I can't disobey my master's orders, and, if Suyu doesn't die, I will never be able to face my own pet again. And didn't our Li family also give you the information about the Thousand Lake Bowl? The psychological trauma from that battle made him afraid of his own pets. Xiaolong said angrily, but Linger. Li Mu said kindly, I know about my cousin, Brother Shi, calm down. I'll tell you everything this time. Actually, the plan is this. There's a man named Mr. Ishikawa, who. Chapter 54 Exchange Competition Results. Suyu, these are all rumors. The next day, Lu Xian excitedly sent a message to Suyu, hoping that Suyu would come to watch the game. After all the strong enemies were killed by Suyu, and the only remaining players on the potential list were only slightly weaker than her. This resulted in her being able to miss out on the championship. She felt a little embarrassed that she missed picking up this one. Children from big families are not short of money or resources, but they lack fame. The stage that Suyu set for her benefited her greatly. Lu Xian secretly decided to thank Suyu afterwards. As a result, Suyu said he had something urgent to do and couldn't come. When Lu Xian asked him further, Suyu said that he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with his new pet before the Demon Cave War broke out. The relationship with the pet is the cornerstone of a beast master. It sounded very reasonable at first, but Lu Xian suddenly thought, pets? Aren't all your pets school beauties? Recalling the sounds coming from next door every night. Definitely working on that. Lu Xian's ears blushed and she shook her head. Never mind, she'll talk to him after the game today. In the huge dormitory, only Suyu and 3 girls were left. Kong Huanyuan rubbed his chin, feeling quite resentful. Suyu and Arya are wolves. Their lips were bitten and they had no mercy at all. Their voices were a little hoarse. She looked in the mirror and fixed her makeup. Suyu stood behind her. After combing Arya's hair, he came to help her again and whispered softly in Kong Huanyuan's ear, I found that you are more beautiful this morning than last night. Kong Huanyuan smiled and said, how about comparing with Arya? A fatal question, Arya's pointed ears curled up beside her. Each of us has our own strengths. Arya is my sun and you are my moon. Day and night, I can't see anything without you. Arya snorted. Oh, man. Suyu smiled and said, Ilea, does Yenlinger really need to draw a drop of your blood every month? Arya nodded slightly. Well, how else do you think the Moonlight Apostles became extinct? Suyu was stunned, so it's true? Arya chuckled. Only you men lie. I always speak the truth. Suyu was a little embarrassed. He really thought that this was a trick to fool those senior executives. Come to the dinner table. Suyu handed the bottle of 200 drops of ghost-level life spirit liquid to Yenlinger. From today on, there will be 200 drops every day. However, Arya needs your blood. How about it? It's worth it, right? Of course, please don't tell anyone about my abilities. Yenlinger blinked. She was ready to have Arya suck her blood for nothing. And Suyu actually gave it to him? Although it is a degraded fake, its effect is real. This is equivalent to giving 20 drops of the original version every day. Even if you are the legitimate son of a 9-pillar family, your monthly quota will never exceed 5 drops. This is more than just a good deal. Arya sucked her blood without affecting her health. If so, she would have the opportunity to complete the nirvana of the fusion ascension flow and the physical ascension flow at the same time. She held the 200 drops of fake spiritual liquid, feeling a mixture of emotions. Even his father has never been so generous, let alone Brother Long, who has always been concerned with his own cultivation. Her mood changed quietly. Suyu continued, Huan Yuan, what are the requirements for your advancement? Arya is blood, and that's easy to satisfy. But Kong Huanyuan was just greedy for his own blood, but it did not help him advance. Kong Huanyuan said, regular blood food is fine, but I don't like it. She stretched out her hand, and a snow heart rose blossomed in her palm. The rose's pistil, which was soaked in the fruit of the demon plant's core, emitted refreshing energy fluctuations. Fruits, spiritual fluids, and spiritual leaves born from demonic plants are all fine, but they must be high-order fruits, otherwise they will be useless to me. Suyu thought to himself that he was another picky eater. Moreover, he is a money-eating beast. The fruits of the upper sequence are more expensive than flesh and blood. The upper flesh and blood costs 10 credits per kilogram, and the fruits cost double that. After all, they are the essence of demon plants, and the output is much less than the meat of exotic beasts. Etc. Suyu suddenly thought, if I could get access to more advanced demonic plants and deconstruct them, wouldn't the problem be easily solved with the help of strange fakes? I understand. Leave it to me. At this time, Komuan Yuan's advancement progress is Realm, 2nd level Transcendent Realm 1600-3000. After dinner, a few of them chatted about the Demon Cave. Suyu also needs to deepen his understanding of the Calamity Cave and the Eternal Cave. At the same time, Suyu also told Kong Huan Yuan about the troubles he and Arya encountered. The ethereal kite said, "Well, I have sworn an oath to my master. No matter how dangerous it is, please let me accompany you." Suyu was full of confidence at this moment. With the Witch's Knight in the Immortal Temple, even if the person who came was a Nirvana Realm Beast Master, Suyu would be able to fight. Near noon, Lu Xian called. "Suyu! Come quickly! What's wrong? We won! We won! We won both the freshman individual and team competitions." Although Suyu withdrew from the competition, there are really not many strong opponents left. Lu Xian and her friends won the championship of the freshman stage in no time. In the sophomore year, the Blood Spirit team lived up to expectations. Although Arya was not there, these people had been tempered by time and were not easy to deal with. The junior stage is Jianghe University, and the senior stage is Diling. After 6 years, Demon City Yuling University once again won the championship of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition, and today the 9 Schools Alliance immediately decided to give priority to solving the Beast Tide offensive in the Disaster Demon Cave. "Come quickly, I can't handle it. These reporters are eager to interview you. If you don't come, they will rush into the dormitory area," Lu Xian said anxiously. "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Suyu said, "I'll go deal with it. Wait until I come back." Rose Square was bustling with people. When Suyu arrived, the award ceremony had already ended, and he, who had been withdrawn from the competition and banned for life, had no chance of winning any awards. Fortunately, Suyu won the highest prize among all the participants in 4 sessions. At the interview site, the sharp-eyed reporter spotted Suyu by smelling him. "It's Suyu. Hey, really? Hurry up, let's interview the Magic City Daily first. Go aside, this is the Imperial Capital, our Imperial Capital son must come first." Even though he didn't attend the elimination round, everyone's attention was attracted by Suyu. Countless students of Emperor Ling gnashed their teeth, wishing they could rush up and fight Suyu like a real man. The fastest reporter from the Sun had already thrust the microphone to his lips. Student Su. Rumor has it that you forced a contract with the Void Kite. Also, including Arya, there are rumors that both of your pets are from the legendary Age of Gods. Is that true?" Everyone stared at Suyu with burning eyes. This is what they care about most. Suyu took a deep breath and said bluntly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I must clarify this point. Rumors, all rumors." Chapter 55, Demon Cave Mobilization Order. Daxia is on high alert. First of all, there's no such thing as coercion. It's voluntary. Do you understand? Look, this is a photo of us cooking together today. Suyu showed his cell phone. In the photo, Kong Huan Yuan was wearing a cook's apron and cooking with great interest. Suyu was hugging her from behind, as if praising her cooking skills. Suddenly, the group of boys behind the reporter suddenly got furious. The intimate expressions of these two people looked like a couple in love. The boys at Diling University felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly, and wailed loudly. "Impossible. This is all Photoshop. You photoshopped this. Ah. Why? Huan Yuan, my Huan Yuan, how can we live without you?" Suyu casually posted a group photo, which directly broke down the psychological defenses of countless boys in the Rose Square. This was even more devastating than defeating them in the exchange competition. A group of reporters wrote with great speed, "This is big news. Suyu turns her enemy into her wife, a generation of aloof school beauty, the former number 1 in potential falls in love with the current number 1 in potential?" Suyu cleared his throat. "Also, I seriously doubt your professionalism and intelligence as a reporter." The female reporter from the Sun was stunned. "Huh?" Suyu said disdainfully, "Only people with underdeveloped cerebellums would believe rumors about the Age of Gods. Anyone with true independent thinking knows that if it were true, it would have been strictly protected long ago. Do you think you're the one who's going to hear about it? Why do you always attribute hard work to talent? It's just an excuse for those scoundrels to be lazy." The reporters were stunned. It seemed like this was talking about them. Hiss. "You know what, it's true. The gods of Milika and Huayin countries live in seclusion and are unknown to everyone. How could they be as high profile as Daxia?" "Yes." Seeing that the effect was achieved, Suyu glanced at him contemptuously and left without saying a word. The reporters did not continue to pester Suyu, but instead quickly used their mobile phones to read the news. Reversal, Kamiju is just a rumor. The IQ of this generation of netizens is not enough. School beauty hunter Suyu, you have to learn 3 kinds of masculine charm. After the interview, Mo Ling's dormitory was surrounded by the boys from D Ling, all of whom wanted to denounce Suyu. Kong Huan Yuan blushed. She didn't like crowds and never read online news. She asked worriedly, "Master, have I caused you any trouble?" Arya peeled an orange and said, "Oh, don't overthink it. He's probably very happy. There are sour grapes out there. TSK, men." After trying all kinds of flavors, she also understood what sour is. Suyu smiled awkwardly. "Alas, I can't come to D Ling anymore from now on." Once that photo got out, it would not be an exaggeration to say that everyone was condemning him. The rumors about the Age of Gods were also refuted by Dacia's public relations efforts, so there was no need to worry about it. However, this incident was quickly replaced by another major event. Dacia Mobilization Order. Suyu just remembered that the purpose of the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition was to determine the deployment sequence of the 9 Schools Alliance's Beastmasters. Once the exchange competition ends, it means the war has begun. In the autumn of the 3066th year of the Blue Star calendar, the myriad tribes of the demonic caves are attempting to attack our imperial capital, Jincheng, Jiangling, and the demonic caves of Mowang. All citizens are requested to evacuate as soon as possible with the help of the various governors' offices. This offensive is unprecedented, but please believe. We Beastmasters will hold our line of defense, every inch of land and every drop of blood. We will never allow any monster to enter Blue Star. Unlike modern society, during the decades of war against the demons, Dacia developed a resilient social atmosphere. The mobilization order for the Mordor War did not bring fear to people. On the contrary, the moment the mobilization order was issued, everyone was temporarily transferred to the surrounding towns under the deployment of the 5 governor-general offices. Shangguan Ling came to the dormitory. "Suyu, the Magic City Yuling University has issued an urgent notice. All students must return to campus within 1 day. We should leave." Suyu responded, "Well, teacher, is the Order of the 9 Schools Alliance participating in this battle?" Shangguan Ling's frown relaxed slightly, and a smile gradually spread. "You did a good job. This time, the 9 Schools Alliance will prioritize resolving the beast tide in the Calamity Demon Cave. No matter what people in school say, at least in the Magic City, you are everyone's hero." Suyu felt warm in his heart and then shook his head. "It is my duty and I have no choice but to do it. Let's go, teacher." He won a place for the Demon City to participate in the war, which also meant that the Imperial City had to fortify its defenses and wait for support before the end of the battle in the Demon Cave of Disaster. How can we talk about heroes? Let me see the so-called Magic Cave and who is the mastermind behind the harm to Arya. The next day, the group returned to Mo Ling. The Magic City is under martial law and all the buildings are deserted. Suyu's parents sent a message saying that they have moved to the next town and everything is fine. They did not ask Suyu to achieve great things, but only to return safely. Suyu didn't say anything, just comforted him. "Mom, don't worry, it's not that bad. Your son is not afraid of those monsters and demons at all. Well, son, be safe, and remember to bring your new girlfriend back to meet her when the time comes." "You're not satisfied with just one." Suyu laughed. Did his family know about this? No wonder the story of Suyu and Kong Huan Yuan became a hot topic. After hanging up the phone, Suyu looked serious. In fact, the situation is very bad. Demon Spirit University held a swearing-in ceremony today. Dacia will never conceal the war situation from the lower-level beastmasters and warriors. Everyone has the right to know and the right to withdraw. Therefore, even though Dacia has the largest number of demon caves on Blue Star, it can still keep the enemy out of the country. Vice President Gui explained the known information. It has been discovered that the 5 major demon caves will face attacks, and each demon cave will face at least 3 waves of monsters from 3 directions, the number of which is unknown. The Disaster Demon Cave Redstone City will be attacked by the 3 tribes of Qingyan City, Zishuan City, and Black Sand City at the same time. The descendants of the gods from the restricted area, the Abyss Demon Clan, may also join the battle. The number of monsters is estimated to be no less than 300,000, while the strength of the Beastmasters is only 20,000 from the 9 Schools Alliance, 20,000 from the 20 battalions of the Dragon Eagle Guard, and 10,000 from the Governor's Office, the Great Xia Military Headquarters, and the coalition forces of various families. At first glance, it seems that the enemy outnumbers us, but we are already under the least pressure among the 5 directions. Commander Lu of the Great Xia Army and Commander Li, the Great Xia Commander-in-Chief, issued an order requiring the Calamity Demon Cave to quell the beast tide within 3 days, freeing up forces to aid other demon caves. It can be said that the pressure is enormous. Major Qin Zhe sent a message saying that he would pick up Su Yu in the afternoon and take him to the disaster cave. Due to Su Yu's outstanding performance, he joined the Dragon Eagle Guard ahead of schedule, and Su Yu's team, including Lu Xian and others, will also go together. Remembering that there is always a dark hand behind the scenes, Su Yu needs to be fully prepared. He came to the door next to his dormitory and knocked on the door of the first person he was looking for. Lu Xian. Su Yu, need help. Chapter 56, Lu Xian's Conditions, the Old Fox's Foresight. Lu Xian opened the door. She was wearing a bathrobe, her hair wet with water droplets, and her pretty face was quite surprised. "Hey, Captain, why don't you pack your things? Come to my place when you have time." "Excuse me, I just took a shower and haven't changed yet." "Come in first." Su Yu scratched his head and walked in. Lu Xian sat on the sofa, drying her hair with a hairdryer. "Captain, you're such a busy guy you didn't even watch my championship game. What are you doing here today?" There were some small complaints in the words. Although all the strong opponents were defeated by Su Yu, Lu Xian did win the championship after all. However, not many people paid attention to her, which made her a little worried. Su Yu heard her complaint. "I'm here to apologize." "Hey, I brought a gift." Lu Xian took it casually. What good things had she not seen? Su Yu's gift was probably... Wait. That's not right. Lu Xian took out the mutton fat jade bottle from inside, which emitted star-like colors. Life spirit? Why is there so much? As Commander Lu's legitimate daughter, Lu Xian can only get 10 drops every month. This thing is a strategic material and is in short supply everywhere. However, Su Yu probably gave her no less than 200 drops. But the color seems a little dull. Su Yu put his finger in front of his mouth. Secret. This is a weakened version of the life spirit fluid. It's not as potent as the real one, but it's larger in quantity. How is it? I'm quite sincere, right? Lu Xian blinked her eyes, savoring what Su Yu said. First of all, where did this thing come from? It was undoubtedly Su Yu's creation. The spiritual fluid was a dragon-level secret treasure, and I had never heard of a ghost-level life spiritual fluid. This means that Su Yu's value is immeasurable. Why would he give me this? Su Yu is very tight-lipped, but he actually revealed his abilities to her, which means he must have something to ask for. Lu Xian raised the corner of her mouth and crossed her legs. Then I will accept your sincerity. Tell me, Captain, do you need my help with something? Su Yu nodded. TSK, you are really smart. It is easy to talk to smart people. I really have a problem that I need your help with. Lu Xian burst out laughing. Captain, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't even dare to think about winning the championship of this exchange competition. As long as I can help, I will never refuse. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Okay. How many powerful beastmasters can you find? They need to be trustworthy, at least beastmasters of the Samsara realm. The more the better. Su Yu didn't dare to guess how powerful the mastermind behind the scenes was. According to Arya's description, the ones who attacked her were a group of mid-level third-level beastmasters, who were extremely powerful. Lu Xian wanted to tease Su Yu, but she found his expression extremely serious. Recalling what Shui had said earlier, she put aside her joking and said solemnly, I have 2 Samsara realm beast tamers who are protecting me personally. If I ask my family for help, I can get at least 3 more Samsara realm beast tamers and 10 will of reincarnation realm beast tamers. Sure enough, the strength of the 9 Pillars family should not be underestimated. Even if war comes, they still have a large number of mobile manpower. No wonder Daxia tolerates their privileges. At critical moments, these families are also the pillars of Daxia. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, holding the mutton fat jade bottle, and said meaningfully, it's just... Su Yu understood, 5,000 drops? The strange fake consumed too much physical strength, and Su Yu could only reproduce about 500 drops a day. If one can elevate his physical body to the true gold realm, or even the white jade realm, during the trip to the demon cave, and open up the path to nirvana, and possess a magic circuit, the output will be incalculable. Lu Xian shook her head. It's a long-term deal. I won't take it for free. I'll exchange it with you for money or other secret treasures. 5,000 drops per month. Equivalent to the original 500 drops of life essence. Even for the Lu family, it is a big business. Suyu didn't hesitate. Deal. Saving your life is more important than anything else. Lu Xian smiled and said, then won't you explain it to me? Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, I think you also know that the reason I met Arya was because she was attacked and seriously injured, so she had to choose me. These rats hiding in the shadows are powerful and cannot be underestimated. As Daxia's beast master, I must join the battle. I think they know this, so. Lu Xian nodded, I understand, don't worry. She didn't ask any more questions. Suyu has demonstrated his value and is worthy of the Lu family's investment. Before leaving, Lu Xian whispered, by the way, Captain, I have one small request. Her face flushed as she said, keep your voices down at night. The soundproofing in this house is a bit poor. You were all ready, and now you're even louder. Suyu smiled awkwardly. Wow, what a shoddy project. It's worthy of being a school. Before, there were sounds every night, which was bearable, but since the arrival of the phantom kite, it's really. Ahem. I understand. Damn it. I'm going to complain to the logistics department. Lu Xian smiled and closed the door. Suyu left in disappointment. With her back to the door, she remembered what her father had said, asking her to get closer to Suyu. In the future of the Lu family, no, in the future of Daxia, he will be the pillar. In addition to looking for Lu Xian, Suyu plans to meet with the principal Ning Hanwen. Even though he had never talked to the principal face to face, Suyu knew that his every move would probably be monitored by this legendary being who could touch the Holy Realm. In addition, Arya had been taken care of by Ning Hanwen before, and he knew as much about the Age of Gods as she did. When Suyu arrived at the door of the principal's office, he was stopped by a familiar voice. Suyu. Suyu turned around and found it was Shangguan Ling. Teacher? Why are you here? Shangguan Ling said with a strange expression, the principal seems to have known you were coming. He said now is not the time for you to meet with him. Ah? Suyu looked stunned. Did you know that a long time ago? Dear principal, can you predict the future? He told me to tell you that you need to handle this matter yourself and asked me to hand this over to you. Shangguan Ling handed over an envelope. I opened the envelope and found 4 lines of poetry. Don't wait until you are old and sad, live your life with no regrets. Where the sword of the king of you is broken, the glory of the past will never return. Suyu frowned. This principal was really unreliable. He was acting as a riddler at this time? Etc. Suyu widened his eyes and immediately discovered the clue. Okay, thank you, teacher. Thank the principal for me. These 4 sentences contain 2 names and the 2 things they correspond to. The principal was not senile at all, he knew what had happened. Why do I have to solve it? I don't know about that. Maybe, they want to give a decent ending to the traitor who had made contributions in the past? Suyu shook his head. He didn't care. The important thing is that Ning Hanwen pointed him in a direction and told him to find someone to help. Logistics Department. Mr. Bairuhue, who was leisurely drinking tea, also became busy because of the impending war. Hey, Suyu? What are you exchanging for here? You must have accumulated quite a few credits, right? Chapter 57, No Regrets is as good as regrets, the day when the broken sword is reforged. Bairuhue was sipping tea. Although he was quite busy, he did not see any trace of the tension of war. Suyu was accompanied by Arya and Konghuan Yuan. The 2 women stood behind Suyu, and just standing there in the logistics department was a beautiful sight. Suyu has quite a few credits. He had accumulated 150 points before the exchange competition. Although he withdrew from the exchange competition, Missouri Ling still secretly gave Suyu a reward of 100 credits. After all, without Suyu's outstanding performance, we would not have won the championship in the freshman stage. Please help me exchange all the credits on my student ID for spiritual fluids, spiritual leaves, or spiritual fruits from higher-level demon plants. Besides, I really have something to trouble you with. Bairuhue narrowed his eyes and chuckled, really? That's quite a lot. Xiao Lu, go and tell the other students. Suyu and the others, come with me inside to get it. Suyu nodded slightly. Bairuhue brought Suyu and the other 2 to the warehouse. The demon spirit's warehouse was built underground, and its secrets were not to be passed on to anyone except the 6 ears. Bairuhue raised the corner of his mouth and said with great pride, great, you actually managed to bring back the witch from Emperor Ling? TSK Tisk, tell me the truth, did you plan this in advance? Yu Chang, the principal of Di Ling, is his old rival. The thought of eating this mortal enemy was as painful as eating a fly, and Bai Ruhui felt an indescribable sense of pride in his heart. So you shamelessly took Kong Huanyuan's hand and said, absolutely not. It was fate that brought us together. Kong Huanyuan's cheeks turned red and she shyly shook him off. Bai Ruhui looked at Suyu for a while and said, oh. You have a bit of my youthful demeanor. Look, spiritual liquids and spiritual fruits are hard to find, but spiritual leaves are plentiful. Let me see. 250 credits on your card. You're probably the only freshman who doesn't lack credits. According to the price list, Suyu selected 500 spiritual leaves and 10 spiritual fruits. Adding Kong Huanyuan's own belongings in Emperor Spirit, it should be enough to advance to the transformation realm. After receiving the spiritual leaves and spiritual fruits, Bai Ruhui changed the subject and said seriously. Did Old Man Ning ask you to come find me? Calculating the time, if you want to go down to the devil's lair with the little vampire, it seems that I am the only free person in the school. Suyu's pupils shrank. They are indeed smart people who have lived for decades. Before Suyu could speak, Bai Ruhui said, I'm sorry, Suyu, I will never go to the demon cave again in my life, so I can't help you. Besides, you don't need a mere Samsara realm beast tamer to protect you, right? Instead of coming to me, why not go find that little girl Lu? Bai Ruhui refused outright, leaving no room for negotiation. His eyes seemed filled with death, a kind of calmness that was more sorrowful than a dead heart. Recalling the poem Ning Hanwen wrote to Suyu. No regrets, if regrets. Broken sword? Could it be that Wang Yu is not the only one with a broken sword? He thought that the broken sword of King Yu in the poem meant that the dean of the practical department, Wang Yu, was suspected of being a traitor, and Ning Hanwen saw through it and hinted it to Suyu. Now that I think about it, it may also refer to Bai Ruhui mentioned earlier. Suyu looked up and saw a sword hanging on the wall. Although it was a bit ancient, it exuded unparalleled power. Suyu murmured, Teacher Bai, could this be a broken sword? A slight ripple appeared in Bai Ruhui's calm eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Did Old Man Ning tell you? Yes. Bai Ruhui sighed, well, it is indeed a broken sword. He looked up at the broken sword, as if he saw a life with a broken spine. Your teacher Shangguan Ling is my ex-wife, so, do you understand? Suyu suddenly realized. Shangguan Ling said that her daughter disappeared in the Devil's Cave, so this broken sword might be related to that incident. Suyu stepped forward and pulled out the broken sword. Teacher Bai, tell me, what is the structure of this sword? What is missing from it? Bai Ruhui jokingly asked, is it useful? It works. Bai Ruhui didn't know what tricks Suyu was planning, so he said softly, this sword is called Wuhui, and it was forged with the magic level secret treasure, the demon-slaying crystal. This sword has been with me for 20 years. Now that the sword is broken, I regret it. Qingyan City, the last place I heard about my daughter, but... The Demon Cave and the Demon City, Arya said that each demon city is guarded by a city lord from the mythical realm and a demon plant from the mythical realm. So far, the entire Daxia has only captured 2 demon cities in the Eternal Demon Cave. Suyu closed his eyes, concentrated and said, I understand. It's not the sword that's broken, it's not the years that are regretted. The principal just wrote me a sentence, don't wait until you're old and sad, don't regret the years that have passed, so this is what he meant. Teacher Bai, I will kill the lord of Qingyan City and take back everything you've lost, but please help me too. I also don't want to lose the person who's most important to me. I know you won't believe me, but, just like this broken sword, today is the day it will be reforged. Bai Ruhui's pupils constricted. He had no idea what Suyu was going to do. However, his heart was inexplicably stirred by waves, and the calm lake surface seemed to be brewing a tsunami, and the awakened life once again launched a violent storm towards the cliff of despair. On the broken sword of Wuhui, a bluish-white light condensed, and the broken part actually spread out inch by inch into a sword edge, a blade, a sword tongue, and a sword tip. A bizarre fake. The 3'3" green peak, sweeping away the mottled marks of chronic illness, reveals its grandeur again. Bai Ruhui widened his eyes and looked at Suyu in disbelief. He has been hammering away at the Demon Cave armament day after day for 10 years. As a top magic craftsman, why hasn't he thought about repairing this broken sword? Apart from the psychological problem, are demon-level weapons so easy to repair? However, Bai Ruhui stepped forward and picked up the Wuhui sword. examining it carefully with trembling fingers. Although I've fallen from a certain level, from demon level to dragon level, but. Tears welled up in Bai Ruhui's eyes. I'm back, I'm back. He could feel the soul of the sword soul that responded to his burning and sad wish. Bai Ruhui looked at Suyu, as if seeing. Miracle. No wonder Ning Hanwen asked him to come. This is not a one-sided help. To Bai Ruhui, Suyu's redemption is more important to him. Clang. The long sword was unsheathed. Bai Ruhui said in a hoarse voice. Okay, I'll go with you. You go to the demon cave first, I will be there soon. The brilliant golden light rekindled in his eyes. Suyu didn't know what this meant, but Bai Ruhui, who was specifically mentioned by Principal Ning, must be just an ordinary beastmaster in the reincarnation realm, right? After leaving the logistics department, Arya said for no apparent reason, that's the long stairway to the gods. Before Suyu could ask further questions, he met two familiar people at the door of the logistics department. Wang Hongxi, who had a sinister look on his face and walked awkwardly, and Jiang Ying, who followed beside him. When Wang Hongxi saw that it was Suyu, and Arya, and Kong Huan Yuan behind him, his eyes were filled with fierceness. It's you, Suyu. Chapter 58. The one who laughs last is the winner. Kong Huan Yuan advances. Wang Hongxi's eyes were full of resentment. Jiang Ying behind him was even more resentful, and she subconsciously pulled her sleeves. Suyu noticed that the skin under her sleeve seemed a little purple. Suyu had not seen her since the entrance test, but had only heard of her occasionally. Seeing Suyu now at the peak of his career and the two stunning women around him, Jiang Ying felt indescribably uncomfortable. It's all your fault. Can't you just be an ordinary person? If it weren't for you, Wang Hongxi wouldn't have been so cruel to her. Suyu didn't care what they thought. Kong Huan Yuan saw that they looked unhappy, so he winked at Arya with a look of excitement, wanting to know what was going on. Suyu glanced down jokingly. Wang Hongxi's legs trembled as painful memories flooded his mind. Suyu, you are very proud, right? Let's wait and see. I don't believe you can still. When it came to the key point, he was horrified and almost said it out loud subconsciously. Last night, Wang Feng informed Wang Hongxi about the cooperation between their Wang family and Huaying country, and the Huaying people promised that they had a demigod-level beastmaster who happened to be proficient in regeneration. As long as the collaboration is successful, this is not a problem. After the battle in the demon cave begins, the Wang family will have someone serving as the battalion commander in a battalion formed by a beast-taming family and the Dragon Eagle Guard. At that time, they will disguise themselves and act together to witness the moment when Suyu is killed and his pet is taken away. When Wang Hongxi thought about the imminent revenge, he felt as if all the burdens in his heart had been lifted. Even if the Huayingren promised to give the Wang family some honorary Huayingren positions, Wang Hongxi is not unqualified to compete for the positions of the two God-era masters. As for how Hana Sakura circumvented the rule that the Age of Gods can only contract once, it is unknown. Wang Hongxi mustered up his courage and said, Suyu, just wait. The one who laughs last is the winner. You'll regret this. Suyu didn't say anything and walked straight to Wang Hongxi. Suyu, who had been gradually tempered in battle, didn't even need to use any strength at this moment. The coldness in his eyes made Wang Hongxi swallow back the words he hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Ying wanted to help, but Suyu glared at her and pushed her away. Suyu leaned over and stared at Wang Hongxi. Yes, the one who laughs last is the winner. I look forward to seeing you two again in the demon cave, Master Wang. Because then I can. I will kill you with my own hands. In Mo Ling, due to school rules, there are still concerns. But in the Devil's Cave, in the chaos of war, only strength is the cornerstone that determines everything. Suyu looked up. Let's go, Aliyah, Huan Yuan. The demon cave will bear witness to our legend. Seeing that Suyu was in a good mood, the two women followed him. What the final outcome will be depends entirely on the battle in the magic cave. It is foreseeable that no matter whether Suyu or the group behind the scenes wins, it will cause a huge uproar in Daxia. When finally packing up and getting ready to leave, there were bursts of whimpering sounds coming from Suyu's room. There are too many spiritual fruits here. I'm already stuffed. To advance, you have to eat a lot. You've only eaten 500 kilograms? That's not much. Sister, do you think it tastes bad? Kong Huan Yuan quickly shook his head and finally stuffed the last piece of spiritual fruit into his throat. Gudong. Ding. The void which ate the silver moon fruit, rank progress plus 100. The progress of the phantom kite has reached the maximum level, and the advancement is completed. Ding! Because the ethereal which drank your blood, that atavism phenomenon was triggered. Metamorphosis Realm SS, Spiritual Phantom. The range of the spell is expanded to 200 meters, and it can simultaneously induce 5 levels of spatial distortion. Atavism Phenomenon. The radius of spatial distortion increases from 10 centimeters to 20 centimeters. Transformation Realm S, Phantom Soul Painting. Not only can it create illusions, but it can also force a large amount of useless information into the mind sea of consciousness, causing mental stagnation. Atavism Phenomenon. The maximum number of people captured is increased to 5. Kong Huan Yuan coughed twice and almost choked, but he didn't care about that. She was surprised to find that this advancement in her abilities was extraordinary. Both triggered a rare atavism phenomenon. How is this possible? Even in the sequence of the Age of Gods, if one wants to perfectly trigger the atavism phenomenon and ultimately achieve the position of the Age of Gods, one can only rely on the chance of fate. Arya chuckled and said, "Well, now you understand the benefits of following the little guy, right? Now, do you still want to go back?" Kong Huan Yuan lowered his head and smiled faintly. "I don't want to think about it anymore, never again." Perhaps meeting Suyu is the only way for her to realize her wish. Yen Linger on the side was even more surprised. In just a few days, she witnessed the entire process of this ethereal witch from being forced, to not rejecting, and then to voluntary. What was even more surprising was that she began to get used to Suyu constantly creating miracles, and gradually became less resistant. Even when Suyu proposed to go to the Devil's Cave together, she did not resist and agreed directly. Suyu stretched and said, "Okay, let's go." Major Qin Zhe of the Dragon Eagle Guard came in person to pick up Suyu's team, and the car was already parked at the door. The 4 of them and the 6 members of Suyu's team got on the bus together and became the first group of students from Demon Spirit University to rush to the Demon Cave to participate in the battle. The deans of each department, teachers, and the 9 schools alliance will intervene after the war breaks out. On the way, Qinze said leisurely while driving, "To be honest, the result of the exchange competition left me dumbfounded, Suyu." Suyu laughed and said, "I'm so sorry that I couldn't win the championship." The original agreement between the two was that Suyu would get the 40 drops of life essence liquid only if he won the exchange competition. Qinze shook his head slightly. "It's not winning the championship, but it's better than winning the championship." "Okay, enough nonsense, let me first tell you about your position, salary, and tasks." Qinze handed Suyu a set of Dragon Eagle Guard uniforms and an epaulette. According to regulations, a Transformation Realm Beastmaster is a company-level position, and you are the first person to be awarded the rank of captain as a freshman. The Dragon Eagle Guard has 20 combat battalions, each consisting of over 1,000 Beastmasters and 5,000 ordinary soldiers who build the positions. At that time, you will be assigned to the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard, which is directly under Governor Xia. Your treatment is excellent. You will be given 200 merit points per month, which is equivalent to your academic credits. Furthermore, you can exchange them for even more goodies than academic credits. Of course, the area you are responsible for is probably the most dangerous. On the map, there are 3 magic cities near the Red Stone City, the frontline city of the Disaster Cave. Among them, the nearest Qingyan city is less than 200 miles away from Hongshi City. With the speed of the Beastmaster, he can reach the city within 2 days at the latest. Qingyan. All this made Suyu feel an inexplicable sense of weirdness. Just when I was about to find someone to help, I learned about Bai Ruhui's situation. As soon as I learned that the Lord of Qingyan City was Bai Ruhui's enemy, I was arranged to go to Qingyan City. This trip to the Devil's Cave is a matter of life and death. Chapter 59, The Demonic Cave of Disaster, number 100 on the Holy Land ranking list. Suyu. The Demon Cave Passage is built 30 kilometers outside the Demon City. The road is covered with green grass, but the closer you get to the Demon Cave, the duller and darker the grass becomes. When you arrive at the Demon Cave Passage, the huge energy vortex like the night sky makes people feel uneasy. And Jishui in the car murmured, "Is this the Devil's Lair?" In fact, everyone was prepared for a fight to the death and even wrote a suicide note, but when they really stood in front of the Devil's Cave, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Arya seemed to be in the same boat. After all, she had set foot in this familiar place countless times. Qinze patiently explained, "Yes, this energy gate is the passage to the Demon Cave, and the floating black particles are the demon ash in the Demon Cave." So you asked doubtfully, "Demon ashes?" He was not afraid of this Devil's Cave. No matter how depressing the Devil's Cave was, it could not be as depressing as the Witch's Night of Konghuan Yuan. That's the ability known as the Scourge of the Demon Cave. Shinzei said, well, the ashes left behind after using magic power in the Demon Cave are difficult to dissipate. Although they can replenish the magic power lacking in mid-level Beastmasters, long-term absorption will also cause irreversible damage. On the contrary, ordinary people are not seriously injured. Generally speaking, the longest a Beastmaster can stay in the Demon Cave is 1 month. After a month, they must return to the surface to cleanse the demonic ash from their bodies. Everyone nodded, so that's how it is. No wonder famous Beastmasters return from the Demon Cave from time to time. We're here. Shinzei got out of the car and everyone followed closely behind him. Arya took Suyu's hand. For the first time, I'll take you in. Suyu smiled and nodded, while Kong Huan Yuan held the corner of Suyu's clothes. Li Su and Wei Gang behind them frowned. That's too much, Captain. We're about to go to the battlefield, can you please stop showing off your affection? Several girls were also quite envious. The captain had such great luck. Arya and Suyu stepped into the passage of the magic cave. The bizarre lights and shadows in the passage seemed to reflect some secrets, and the obscure symbols and sounds wanted to invade Suyu's mind at any time. Don't look at anything, just move forward. Arya said softly. Suyu held his breath and entered the magic cave under the guidance of Arya. The Demon Cave of Disasters is famous for the disasters it produces. Once Suyu enters the cave, a completely different sight from the mimicry field appears in front of him. The devilish ash that filled the sky dyed it gray was quite depressing. At the end of the horizon, you can vaguely see a standing city. Behind him, Shinzei and others also entered. Comrades, that is our demon capital's last and only front in the Calamity Demon Cave, Redstone City. People are coming and going on the road. In stark contrast to the peaceful scene, it is not uncommon to see Beastmasters covered in blood. Suyu recalled the first time he met Mu Chanwei. The man, whose body was bathed in dragon blood, laughed wildly and wantonly, with a murderous look on his face. Here, everyone is like him. Suyu's lips curled up slightly. How should I put it? He felt like a fish in water, a paradise all his own. Arya. Here, killing is not a sin, but an honor, right? Arya's eyes lit up. She knew what Suyu was thinking. Others would be afraid of killing, but Suyu would not. The little guy's meeting with her was indeed destined. Of course, Master. Kong Huan Yuan smiled faintly. After just a few days of getting along with her master's inner madness made her feel extremely at ease. If anyone can cross the Forbidden Sea within 3 years, he is either a genius or a madman, and there is only a fine line between genius and madness. At the end of the sight, someone floated over on a giant leaf that was 20 meters long. Shinzei, is this the newcomer in our camp? Shinzei looked up and said, that's right, Captain Li. Li Lingya said from the giant leaf, I heard our super rookie is here too? Shinzei smiled and said, Suyu, this is Captain Li. From today on, your team will be officially incorporated into the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard. Suyu nodded, hello, Battalion Commander. Li Lingya smiled and said, I've heard of you, especially your name, Suyu. Before you even arrived, our Dragon Eagle Guards had already advanced 40 drops of life essence, and then you performed brilliantly at the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange competition. I'm afraid it won't be long before you enter the Holy Land. Li Lingya hesitated to speak, this is not the place to talk. Come back to the camp with me first, everyone come up. Shinzei said, then my mission is completed. Well, take care, Major Chin. Shinzei was responsible for meeting the new students. After he turned around and left, everyone flew to the Redstone City base on a giant leaf. This Li Lingya seems to be a beastmaster at the wheel-turning realm, and his strength is quite impressive. Li Lingya was about to introduce the Dragon Eagle Guard to everyone, but boom, boom, boom. The originally gloomy sky was pierced by a golden light, and the dull sound was followed by the striking of Huangzhong Dalu. A golden scroll slowly unfolded in the sky, and it seemed that the words on the sky could be clearly seen from anywhere in the magic cave. The golden writing went from blurry to clear. Suyu and his group looked at each other, completely unaware of what was going on. Li Lingya smiled and said, I wanted to introduce it to you later. Now that we've caught up, listen carefully. He pointed at the sky and said, that thing is called the Holy Land Ranking. No one knows its origin, and no one knows how it appeared, but there is no doubt that it is a great secret treasure above the divine level. Its appearance can only mean one thing, a genius capable of stirring up the world has left his mark in the Demon Cave world, and has thus been included in its collection. The Holy Land is what the various races here call the Demon Cave. It also represents the supreme realm that a Beastmaster reaches at the end of his life. The Holy Land rankings are the same as the Secret Treasure rankings, divided into 5 categories: gods, demons, dragons, ghosts, and beasts. Beastmasters in the lower 3 ranks might be able to make it onto the 10,000 Beasts rankings if they work hard. Everyone looked up at the sky. A piece of text emerged. In the snowy demon cave, Ekaterina, a human at the transformation realm, surpassed her level and killed a Nirvana realm Earth Snowbear, reaching the 488th place on the 10,000 Beasts list. The snowy demon cave seems to be the northern bear country? Being able to kill a Nirvana level beast by crossing levels can naturally be called a genius. There seem to be 500 people on the 10,000 Beasts list, covering all races including humans. The one at the front of the human race seems to be Adam, who is ranked 13th from Milika country, followed not far behind by Duga Ming from the Blood Spirit team, who is ranked 19th. Li Lingya encouraged them, don't be envious. With your talents, if you work hard to improve, you will have the chance to be on the 10,000 Beasts ranking in the future. By then, not to mention us humans, even among the myriad races in the Demon Cave, you will be famous all over the world. Everyone nodded vigorously. This is even better than the terrestrial network. Equivalent to an announcement from all races. Just when everyone was calming down their excitement, the golden words of the Holy Land ranking list and the 10,000 Beasts ranking continued to be listed. In the Calamity Demon Cave, the human Suyu entered the Demon Cave and reached the 100th place on the 10,000 Beasts list. The rest of the people will be ranked 1 place lower. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Chapter 60. All races are watching. The world storm is ours. Everyone, including Li Lingya, the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard, looked at Suyu in disbelief. Captain, what did you do? Suyu, have you been to the Demon Cave before? Suyu shook his head. Li Lingya was horrified. How could this be possible? A person who has never entered the Devil's Cave, has never been explored by the Holy Land ranking, and has no record of battle, can be ranked 100th on the 10,000 Beasts list just by saying I'm here? You should know that this list of 10,000 beasts includes all the fierce men below the Nirvana realm. The top 100 had either reached the White Jade realm in terms of physical form, or had already integrated their magic circuits and were ready to achieve Nirvana. Is it because of Arya? This vampire had been to the Demon Cave before, and was even ranked high on the list of all beasts, but hadn't she fallen from grace? Even if he has just recovered to the transformation realm, can Suyu make it onto the list with his strength at the early stage of the transformation realm? Li Su couldn't help but said, Captain, you must be hiding something from me. Are we still good brothers in the same team? Wei Gang asked, Lao Su, have you ever come to the Demon Cave secretly without telling us? Suyu said helplessly, really not. I don't know what's going on. He also planned to act secretly and catch the masterminds behind the scenes off guard. Result. The Holy Land ranking list 10,000 beasts ranking directly put Suyu under the public eye. Really, it doesn't make people keep a low profile at all. Li Lingya recovered and kindly reminded him, maybe it's just a simple judgment of talent. Suyu, once you're on the list, I'm sure everyone in the Demon Cave will know your name. While it will make you famous, it also means more people will come to challenge you. Yes, reputation is important everywhere. As for Suyu's name, you can see it just by looking up. Lu Xian gave Suyu a very strange look. Thinking back to the incredible ability he displayed in his dormitory, perhaps this was related? Obviously, everyone is a freshman, and Suyu has only been on the path of a Beastmaster for less than a month, but he already makes people feel like he is on the edge of an unfathomable abyss. It was the right decision to help him. Maybe things in the future can also. Okay, let's not talk about that for now, we're here. Let's go and meet our comrades from the 1st Battalion. Li Lingya lowered the giant leaf. Although Redstone City is called a city, its actual area is not very large and it looks more like a magnificent fortress. The entire structure is made of red dark ore. Even the beasts in the reincarnation realm can't easily blow open the walls of Redstone City. The 1st Battalion is a combined battalion with 1,000 beastmasters and 5,000 soldiers. The battalion commander and deputy battalion commander are both beastmasters at the wheel-turning realm, and the 3 company commanders and 3 deputy company commanders are at the Nirvana realm. Suyu and other outsiders will independently carry out reconnaissance and combat missions. When Li Lingya took Suyu and others to visit the base. Across the Forbidden Sea, deep in the restricted area. 9th Prince, all tribes are ready. This time, we will definitely open the road to the starting point. The Abyssal Demon Clan, shrouded in pitch-black magic fog, and the Demon Clan's ninth prince, standing atop the Demon Palace like a star-studded throne, said quietly, "The rankings, interesting. Just after setting foot in the Holy Land, you're already on the 10,000 beasts list?" The Abyssal Devil Worm, with its bloody mouth wide open, said, "Hee hee hee. Humans, this race at the end of the sequence is a bit strange. But how can someone with even a little talent like this compare to the ninth prince?" Another Abyssal Devil Bird said, "Exactly. In front of the ninth prince, who is number 1 on the myriad beasts ranking, this boy is nothing but the glow of rotten grass. Why should the ninth prince pay attention to him? Ninth prince, this war will be fully commanded by you. All the city lords of the 5 marginal lands of Eternal Calamity, Disaster, Thousand Lakes, Great Desert, and Spring Brocade have agreed to follow the orders of the Holy Land and send troops to the human race." The ninth prince said calmly, "I command? Okay, then, let's go to the disaster area." Perhaps he just thought the judging of the Fengyun ranking was extremely interesting, so he arbitrarily decided the main attack direction of all the races. By the way, send an envoy with some demon seeds to Fengyun Tower. I don't want the information I'm waiting for to be sold to the human race by Fengyun Tower. The demon bird next to him said with disdain, "That damn permanent neutral organization? I really don't understand what they're all about. The ninth prince, if we can penetrate the Forbidden Sea and the starting point, Fengyun Tower will be used as a sacrifice by all the tribes. These people are very smart. Send it, at least this time we'll make them stand aside and watch." Somewhere in the demon cave, Fengyun Tower. A group of figures wearing strange masks with numbers like Beast 17 and Dragon 24 on them were busy in a misty building. Recorded. Newcomer to the Wind and Cloud rankings, Human Suyu, 20 years old, Beast Master. It is speculated that his talents consist of 2 S-level talents, both related to blood. His 2 pets are, one is a descendant of the vampire clan's true ancestor, and the other is the daughter of the ethereal witch. This information is top secret and will not be sold for the time being. Master of the Beast Pavilion, the Abyss Demons are about to attack the starting point. How should we respond? A middle-aged man dressed like an ancient Confucian scholar and wearing an animal-shaped mask sprinkled countless ice crystals into the clouds. How to deal with it? The world's ups and downs are created by our generation. Once we enter the world, time will pass by quickly. As usual, we'll contact him first to see if he's willing to join. Fengyun Pavilion is absolutely neutral and won't favor any particular clan. If there's a clan willing to trade with us, as long as the price is right, we'll do it. Yes, I understand. With the help of the Fengyun ranking, so you entered the vision of all races on the first day he arrived in the Demon Cave. Redstone City, the headquarters of the 1st Battalion. Li Lingya said, "Anyway, Suyu, you can always come to me if you have any questions. You are elites, and your squad is considered a company-level unit, ready to carry out dangerous missions at any time. If you still hesitate." Suyu and the others shook their heads and said in unison, "No hesitation, Captain. Fight for your country, and die on the battlefield. My parents are in the town behind the Magic City. If I don't go, are they supposed to carry it all?" Li Lingya saluted solemnly and said, "Okay, tomorrow, you will be included in the mission sequence." "Yes. Suyu, come here for a moment." Li Lingya took Suyu to a quiet place. "Captain, what's going on?" Li Lingya's eyes fixed on him. "Have you heard of Fengyun Pavilion?" Suyu said, "No. It seems that the vampire hasn't mentioned it to him yet." Li Lingya said, "The Fengyun Pavilion's origins are unknown. They claim to be protecting the golden list in the sky. This group of people behaves strangely. They will definitely contact anyone on the list. Let me warn you, be very careful when dealing with them." Suyu frowned. "Oh? Why?" Li Lingya said seriously, "Many of the humans who defected joined Fengyun Pavilion. Most of them are scum of all races. For the sake of business, they will sell anything, including their own lives. So, Chapter 61, a level mission, merit points and the ghost-faced fox tribe. So, if you meet someone from Fengyun Pavilion, it would probably be a good idea to keep your distance. After all, there's at least a 50% chance that they are." Suyu pondered and said, "Are you here to kill me?" Li Lingya nodded, "Yes. Even if you want to trade with them, you have to be extremely cautious." Suyu clasped his fists and said, "Thank you for your advice, Captain. I will keep it in mind." The Devil's Cave is more complicated than he imagined. Li Lingya patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, don't be polite with me. You are the top of the Great Xia potential list. In order to get you to join the 1st Battalion, I have to argue with other battalion commanders. If you have any difficulties or needs, please tell me. Suyu said softly, Captain, I really need to ask you something. Oh? Go ahead. Suyu looked towards the direction of the Demon Cave passage. Captain, who is usually responsible for guarding the passage of this Calamity Demon Cave? Li Lingya thought for a moment and said, it seems to be the mission of the 17th Battalion. You may not know this, but the first 10 battalions of the Dragon Eagle Guard were conscripted soldiers, while the last 10 battalions have other positions in the Magic City and are only assembled in times of war. These 17 battalions were formed by some of the Magic City's top families. A gleam of light flashed in Suyu's eyes. That's right. Arya was ambushed again at the entrance of the Demon Cave passage. It would be unreasonable if the Dragon Eagle Guards were unaware of it. This means there is a traitor in the 17th Battalion. Who is the commander of the 17th Battalion? Li Lingya smiled brightly. Old Wang Ziyuan, usually doesn't like to talk much and is a bit introverted, but his strength is still quite good. King. It can't be such a coincidence, right? No, there are no coincidences in this world. Everything has cause and effect. Oh, then, Captain, can our 1st Battalion communicate with the outside world? Yes, I can, but I need to transfer. Then Captain, if I'm on a mission and there's a communication from the outside world, please notify me immediately, okay? Li Lingya was a little curious, but didn't ask too much. Maybe it was someone else's private matter. Okay, leave it to me. However, our human base stations have only been laid out in Redstone City and some frontline positions. If you leave the front lines, ordinary means of communication will definitely not work. You have to use this. He took out a token engraved with a crabapple pattern and handed it to Suyu. Li Lingya smiled mysteriously. Do you remember the giant leaf I picked up from you today? Suyu was stunned. He didn't expect the connection between them. But this token is soaked in magic power, as if it is part of the demonic plant? Li Lingya said, it's not just the demon city that has protective demonic plants. Our Redstone City has them too. Governor Xia's mythical demon plant, the Qinglan begonia, protects the entire Redstone City. Its leaves can carry people, and its branches can transmit messages through the air. When you write on this token, as long as you are still in this cave of disaster, Qinglan Haitang will sense it. Suyu suddenly realized. This demonic plant from the mythical realm is truly terrifying. Alright, go and rest early. You will officially start your mission tomorrow. Suyu returned to the tent, and the first camp had arranged accommodation for everyone. Night. Arya said, how's it going, little one? Suyu nodded slightly. The problem may lie with the 17th Battalion, but further investigation is needed. In the real world, I've asked my old classmate at the customs office to help keep an eye on it for me. If any more Hanakura people enter, please notify us in advance. It seems foolproof. Arya raised the corner of her mouth. With the little one around to take care of these brain-intensive things, she naturally didn't need to worry about it. Suyu still had doubts in his mind. If I was the one behind the scenes, was there a way to completely bypass Suyu's speculation? Mobilizing the traitor at the entrance of the magic cave to ambush Arya is ultimately too risky and too easy to investigate. Any battalion commander can find out about it by asking. Did the mastermind really not think of this? Suyu shook his head and didn't think too much about it. The next day, Lu Xian went out feeling refreshed and stretched. It has been a long time since I had a good sleep. Since becoming neighbors with Suyu, they can only have a quiet night in this military camp. She just didn't understand. Was it really that addictive? Suyu also came out and said, hey, good morning. Lu Xian, I forgot to ask you yesterday. Lu Xian looked back and put her finger in front of her mouth. Shoo, we're already here, we can act at any time. Then she stretched out 6 fingers, looking quite pleased with herself. Suyu understood. 6 beast tamers of the Samsara realm had arrived? The 9 Pillars family's foundation was truly formidable. Suyu said, then I'm relieved. There should be nothing to worry about in the next 2 days. Unless a war breaks out, it will be impossible for this group of people to easily evade Xia's surveillance and take action under the noses of the Dragon Eagle Guards. He will only take action when the war in the Demon Cave breaks out and everyone is overwhelmed. Let's go, it's time to carry out the mission. Suyu's team arrived at the lobby of the 1st Battalion's headquarters. Li Lingya was discussing combat missions with each company with a serious expression on his face. Suyu? You've come just in time. Everyone, you have all heard of him, Suyu, the newcomer in our camp. After a few pleasantries, Li Lingya asked, Suyu, are you ready for battle? Suyu and the others blinked, and Lu Xian asked, Battalion Commander, is there a combat mission? Generally speaking, newcomers will not receive combat missions right away, and they will have to go through some logistical training. Li Lingya nodded, yes, the situation is urgent, I can't care about so many things. Let me briefly explain. Our battalion is primarily deployed in Qingshi Gorge, in the direction of Qingyan City. The inhabitants of Qingyan City are the Spectral Fox, sequence number 231. We just received a message that 9 outposts in Qingshi Gorge were simultaneously attacked by the Spectral Foxes. We need to provide support. We are a little short-staffed. The battalion commander, deputy battalion commander, and 6 company commanders and deputy company commanders each led a team of reinforcements, but there was still an outpost that could not be rescued. The night before the war has arrived. Tentative confrontations, guessing the human race's defense strength, looking for weak links. In repeated conflicts with humans, the myriad races gradually learned tactics and strategies, and became increasingly difficult to deal with. I understand. Let's go. Li Lingya said, okay, 1st Platoon Leader Liao Shan, you go with Suyu. This mission is too late to be released. It is tentatively classified as an A-level mission. Please. Yes. For A-level tasks, the team participating in the task will receive 500 merit points, which is a lot for each person. Except for Suyu and Lu Xian, everyone in Suyu's team has very limited resources and urgently needs to complete missions to gain merit. Liao Shan and his 100 Beastmasters rushed to Qingshi Gorge with Suyu. On the way, Liao Shan introduced the ghost-faced Fox clan to Suyu and others. Brother Su, be careful. The ghost-faced Fox clan in Qingyan City have always been our great enemies. The city's lord is a mythical ghost-faced fox, whose power is unfathomable. This clan is extremely skilled at disguise, often able to exploit the weakest link in a person's heart, causing them to suffer a mental breakdown. When dealing with them, don't be deceived by their false facades. Chapter 62 Outpost Attack and Defense, Suyu vs Nirvana Ghost-Faced Fox. Liao Shan couldn't help but worry, this time the demon cave is invading in full force. I'm afraid the ghost-faced Fox clan will be the main force of the attack. Our 1st Battalion will inevitably face a fierce battle this time. Suyu asked in confusion, oh? Isn't it said that the main force is from the Abyss Demon clan in the restricted area? Liao Shan explained, Brother Su, you don't know that even the alien races in the restricted area find it difficult to cross the Forbidden Sea in large numbers. They are only a small number of elites. The main frontal battlefield is still the alien beasts in this disaster cave. Suyu, I see. So the main enemies in the Demon Cave War, apart from the ghost-faced fox, are the blood-sucking ants and green vine treemen that Suyu had seen in the mimicry field. I don't know how much impact my abilities can have on the monsters in reality. Qingshi Gorge is 20 miles away from Hongshi City. There is a flat open area between the gorge and Hongshi City, which is very easy for the monster tide to spread. Therefore, in most cases, to defend Hongshi City, one must first defend Qingshi Gorge. Li Su and Ji Shui and others were also going to the battlefield for the first time, and they were very nervous. Suyu whispered, don't be nervous. Li Su and Lu Xian will be in charge of the aerial firepower. Wei Gang will be in the front, and Chen Mengmeng and Jiang Xingyue will be in the back providing support and long-range strikes. If there is an unexpected strong enemy, I will deal with it. Suyu's words reassured everyone. And Ji Shui and Chen Mengmeng's hands, which had been trembling with nervousness, relaxed a lot. Suyu's strength is obvious to all. Even the ghost-faced fox in the transformation state would be chopped into pieces in front of Suyu. Arya and Konghuan Yuan were on the left and right, with Yenlinger following behind. Arya turned around and asked, how much of my blood have you merged? Although Yenlinger was somewhat reluctant, she had to admit that what Arya gave her was indeed a great opportunity. In just a few days, a powerful magic circuit was born in her body. The spirit soul could only separate into a spirit body without combat capability. Now, the number of separated spirits has increased 5-fold, and they have the power to materialize entities at any time. Combined with the power of the Moonlight Messenger, the main body can even descend to any spiritual body, which is extremely close to the SS-level talent. Yenlinger said, half. That's enough. You'll just stand behind the little guy and take the bullet for him if there's any danger. Don't worry, my immortality can revive the dead, so you'll be fine. Linger frowned, feeling a little sad. Suyu smiled and said, that's not necessary. Aaliyah, I'm with you. He turned back to Linger and said gently, protect yourself. Linger's defenses seemed to be touched. Suyu ignored all this, the battlefield was approaching in a flash. On the steep cliffs of Qingshi Gorge, a watchtower stands on the peak. Countless ghost-faced foxes emerge from the depths of the canyon. They are 1 meter long, covered with white fur, and have sharp claws that can easily pierce through the rocks to climb up. They have hideous faces and look like ghosts. Liaoshan panted and said, no matter how fast you try, you'll catch up. Lao Lu, we're here to support you. Oh my god, how many are there? At least 3,000. If the 9 outposts were attacked on the same scale, wouldn't it take nearly 30,000 troops just to explore the way? Liaoshan quickly analyzed, it's just bad luck. We have the main force of the enemy here. Brothers, hold on. The battalion commander and his men will be here soon to support us. We must not allow a breach in Qingshi Gorge. Otherwise, this would not be a tentative feint attack. Once Qingshi Gorge was breached, it would immediately turn into a strategic decisive battle between Qingyan City and Hongshi City. Don't take a single step back. Kill. There are 20 Beastmasters at the outpost, and including reinforcements, there are less than 130 people who have to stop nearly 3,000 ghost-faced foxes. Suyu was not in a hurry to bleed. Crown of Blood, this ability has not yet appeared in the Demon Cave. Suyu didn't want to let this powerful first-sight killing ability be wasted here. The ghost-faced foxes surged up like a tide. The Beastmasters summoned their own pets one after another. As soon as Suyu's team appeared, they showed their powerful combat capability. Lu Xian and the two-headed griffin spewed firepower in the air, released virtual styles, and released the holy flame of light. One after another, condensed platinum energy balls fell down. Boom! The sounds of explosions rang out one after another, and all S-level students possessed strategic-level abilities that could change the battlefield. It really opened the eyes of Liaoshan and others. Li Su cooperated from behind, with the 9-blade Windwing, and each Windwing killed the foxes like hemp. Wei Gang's giant demon ape stood in front to cover the attacks of Chen Mengmeng and Zhang Xinyue. The tidal-like offensive was temporarily suppressed by a few people. Liaoshan said excitedly, well done. Brothers, don't embarrass our Dragon Eagle Guard. We can't lose to the newcomers. For a moment, the momentum was high and the fighting spirit was high. Taking advantage of the geographical location, they held the cliff. Suddenly, a roar came out, and the trees on the cliff were broken by the sound waves of the roar. The canyon echoed, shocking the soul. Liao Shan's pupils narrowed, Nirvana. It's the ghost-faced fox in the Nirvana realm. Suyu looked over and saw a special creature in the center of the ghost-faced fox battle formation. Its white fur was dyed black, and it was 3 meters long. It could lift the ground with a light wave of its sharp claws. Nirvana. Suyu had never really fought against opponents of higher levels, let alone faced such a critical gap in realm. But there aren't even a few Beastmasters at the transformation realm on my side. Platoon leader Liao, Lu Xian, hold the line. I'll deal with it. Suyu made a decision in an instant. Liaoshan was extremely worried. The gap between transformation and Nirvana was huge. Suyu, can you do it? He gritted his teeth and said, okay, just hold them off until the battalion commander and the others arrive. Suyu, Alia and Komuan Yuan rushed straight into the enemy camp and ignored the rushing fox demon. The group of ghost-faced foxes seemed to be well aware that the 3 people were not simple people. The instinctive deterrence emitted by the powerful creatures made them dare not even get close. The ghost fox in the Nirvana realm, blood dripping from the corner of its mouth, leaped in front of Suyu and said with a strange laugh, hee hee, you smell so fragrant. I have never smelled such a fragrant human. It's decided. You humans have invented something really good. I want you to be my eunuch and eat your flesh and blood every day. It seemed to have stepped on Arya's reverse scale, and Arya's eyes suddenly turned blood red. That's hers, all hers. What level of beast are you, to dare to covet my man? Shut up, miscellaneous cultivator. Arya's mouth corners turned down, and the Blood Queen controlled the blood in the ghost fox's body. The ghost fox was not aware of it and its knees softened. Bang! His knees slammed heavily on the ground, leaving 2 large holes. It was confused, and all the ghost-faced foxes around it were also confused. The dignified ghost-faced fox ghost general actually knelt on the ground after the first encounter? Immediately. Roar! It let out a sharp and dull roar. The ghost fox in the Nirvana realm broke free from the shackles of Arya's blood and rushed up in anger, wanting to tear apart the alien who dared to humiliate it in front of its tribe. Chapter 63, Kill Nirvana. Slaughter 3000. A new star appears on the beast ranking. After just one encounter, Suyu understood. This opponent is not a strong enemy. No wonder the teacher said that the sequence ranking is absolute, and no wonder so many people are chasing after the upper sequence and the Age of Gods. The huge body of the ghost-faced fox pressed forward, and at the same time, its ghost face seemed to reflect Suyu's heart and changed. The ugly face gradually twisted and transformed into the appearance of Jiang Ying, muttering, "Suyu, it's all your fault." Suyu felt nauseous. Ugh. What the hell, this is the ability of the ghost-faced fox, are you trying to disgust me to death? Damn it, Arya, phantom kite, kill it. In Arya's eyes, the ghost-faced fox turned into the maid who attacked and killed her. In Kong Huanyuan's eyes, the ghost-faced fox turned into a demon that kidnapped her mother right in front of her. With just one grimace, he successfully angered 3 people. The ghost-faced fox was quite proud. Be angry, be in pain. Sizzle. The phantom kite distorted 5 pieces of space, and it was a phantom of the spiritual sky. Bang bang bang. The ghost-faced fox's hands and feet were broken by the space, blood mist exploded, and a 20-centimeter wide cut was blown open in the lower abdomen. At the same time, Suyu gave a drop of his blood to Arya to control, and it flew into the exploded abdomen. With the sky phantom kite, there is no need to find a way to pierce the monster's hard exterior. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding from the first time they worked together. The ghost-faced fox screamed, "Roar! Damn humans, do you think the Nirvana realm is so fragile? Regeneration. What is Nirvana?" Ancient times saw the phoenix rising from the ashes and being reborn. Beasts and humans who reach the Nirvana state fully master the ability to regenerate flesh and blood, and possess unparalleled physical strength. The ghost fox was surprised that the woman next to Suyu could blow up its strong body, but it became even more angry. Being humiliated repeatedly by it is a huge shame for the monster clan with its extremely strict hierarchy. Go to hell. The ghost-faced fox appeared in front of Suyu in an instant, and swung its sharp claws, as if it would chop Suyu into 2 pieces in an instant. The 2 women beside him did not resist. The ghost-faced fox smiled grimly in his heart. Although they were ants with some strength, they were still frightened by his own strength. However, when its sharp claws were only 3 centimeters away from Suyu's forehead, it became uncontrollable and hung in the air. The ghost fox was horrified to find that its whole body seemed to be controlled by something. In its mind, the majestic crown of blood shocked everything. In front of the crown that looked like a king, it was like a humble ant, willing to kneel down and not resist. Suyu frowned and said, "You beast, tear off your ugly face." The ghost-faced foxes around were all laughing strangely. They didn't know why the ghost general suddenly stopped, but the mere human dared to speak nonsense in front of the ghost general. They really didn't know what was good for them. Suddenly, the huge ghost general, the ghost-faced fox, stood in a funny posture with his legs straight, and the sharp claws on his other 2 legs scratched his ghost face. "Yes, all glory belongs to my king." What? Thousands of ghost-faced foxes were stunned. The ghost general who commands the ghost fox clan with such arrogance actually kneeled down and swore allegiance to a lowly human, even at the cost of tearing the most sacred ghost mask of the ghost-faced fox clan? Suyu snorted coldly and said to its back, "I also think that the thing we humans invented is very good. Castrate myself, and then, slaughter all these ghost foxes." "Yes, my king." Hands raised and claws dropped. "Gotcha." Without any hesitation, the blood dyed the ground red, but they obeyed Suyu's order and pounced on the ghost foxes. Ah! Screams rang out one after another, and the 3,000 ghost-faced fox soldiers were in chaos. Liao Shan stared at the bottom of the valley in disbelief. What on earth had just happened? But his instinct drove him to order, "Kill. Don't spare anyone. Revenge our brothers who died in the past." Massacre, one-sided massacre. Countless ghosts and foxes tried to escape in all directions. Arya slowly lifted up the blood that dyed the earth red, and the entire valley turned into a blood cage. Only humans wantonly slaughter ghost foxes. The harp of blood and bones played in the wind, playing the elegy of slaughter. A golden light flashed from the wind and cloud ranking and the 10,000 beasts ranking in the sky, piercing through the gray clouds. In the demonic cave of disaster, the human Suyu slaughtered 3,000 ghost foxes and instantly killed Nirvana. He reached the 67th place on the 10,000 beasts list. All the tribes in the demon cave looked up at the sky. A newcomer who just entered the demon cave yesterday, and the next day he surpassed the level and killed Nirvana, slaughtering 3,000 ghost-faced foxes? The Ghost Fox City Lord, who was far away in Qingyan City, angrily smashed the luminous cup in his hand and stabbed a human slave to death with one claw. He said furiously, "Su Yu. Check. Who is this person? A reward of 50,000 Saint Gold will be given to anyone who can catch this person." Li Lingya, who was at another outpost, curled his lips in surprise. Damn, a hunk. There were not many enemies at their outpost and they were easily dealt with. He was still thinking about whether he should rush to Suyu's aid, so as not to let the genius he had worked so hard to get die. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. If they really put their lives on the line, I'm afraid even the several Nirvana Realm Company commanders and deputy company commanders might not be able to defeat Suyu. This kid. Arya's last bloody shot blew up the Ghost Fox's head, and the battle came to an end. Liao Shan and Lu Wang, the person in charge of the watchtower, rushed over and said, "Brother Su, I admire you. No wonder the battalion commander insisted on having you join our battalion. You are worthy of being the number one on our Great Xia potential list. Even this list of the strongest has a name for Brother Su." Liao Shan and his entire team were extremely excited. This is an epic victory. 3 people were seriously injured, 8 people were slightly injured, no one died, but 3,000 ghost foxes were killed, and the tentative attack of Qingyan City was defeated. There is no doubt that the next time Suyu appears, he will be terrified. Suyu smiled and said, "It's over. This battle also relies on everyone's concerted efforts. I was just a little luckier." The others also had smiles on their faces. They knew that this battle was originally quite dangerous, and Suyu could be said to have turned the situation around single-handedly. The other members of Suyu's team no longer felt the tension of going to the battlefield for the first time. "How is it? The enemy is not that scary, right?" Suyu said. Li Su laughed and said, "There's nothing I can do, Captain. I thought all the monsters in the demon cave were as perverted as you." "Suyu? What's wrong with me?" Everyone agreed deeply. Half of their fear when they first entered the battlefield was because Suyu was too strong. They felt that they were weak and would definitely be noobs on the battlefield. As a result, even Jishui, who was not good at fighting, relied on the wind-chasing Pegasus to kill 20 ghost-faced foxes. Suyu said helplessly, "Be more confident. You are the first in the team competition after all. But don't be arrogant, this is just a small group of enemies." Everyone gradually calmed down. 3,000 monsters are already densely packed. What about that 300,000 strong demon beast tide? It's probably stretching for dozens of miles with no end in sight, right? This is still a conservative estimate. Platoon leader Liao were retreating first. Liao Shan was very good at dealing with people, and he immediately responded, "Don't worry, Brother Su, I will deliver all the spoils this time to you. We are already very satisfied with the merit of being awarded to the Dragon Eagle Guard." Chapter 64, Weapons Without Side Effects. Ishikawa's Conspiracy. Especially the ghost-faced fox in the Nirvana realm, who might be able to drop a ghost-level secret treasure. The internal rewards for military achievements are enough to fill everyone's pockets. Besides, this battle was entirely thanks to Suyu, so there is no intention of sharing the spoils. "Thank you very much." Suyu was not polite either. His own team was so poor that they were waiting for resources. Suyu doesn't need to do anything to clean up the battlefield. On their way back, the group met Li Lingya, who came to help. Li Lingya tapped Suyu's shoulder lightly with his right fist. "Good boy, I knew you were something special. Show me your skills. If you hadn't been here this time, the losses would have been huge. I'm going to report you and ask for your recognition." A small team wiped out 3,000 ghost-faced foxes, an absolutely impressive achievement. Li Lingya added, "Mission completed. Go to the logistics department to collect your merit points." Li Su and Jishui and others showed joy on their faces. Since they lack resources, they might be able to buy a handy piece of magic cave weapon. After returning to the base, all the veterans looked at Suyu differently, with respect mixed with a little awe. Suyu is sweating. This list of 10,000 beasts is exaggerated. I can't kill 3,000 ghost foxes by myself, right? Suyu got 150 merit points, Lucien got 100 points, and the others got 50 points. No one had any objection. These two killed the most enemies, so it was normal for them to get more points. As for the spoils, Suyu accepted the spoils dropped by the Nirvana Ghost Fox. A ghost-level secret treasure, the Ghost Fox painted skin. Suyu handed it to the magician in Redstone City. After some transformation, a brand new ghost-level weapon appeared. Devil's Cave Armor, 1000 change painted skin. Level, Ghost Level. Note, made from the loyal Nirvana Realm Ghost Face Fox face, due to its absolute loyalty upon death, you do not need to bear the side effects, the painted skin will bear them on its own. Ability, 1000 changes, can disguise as any face you know in detail. Side effects, none. Hiss. Suyu took a breath of cold air. Loyalty. Could it be that, the secret treasure dropped by the loyal and sacrificial beasts will not have any side effects? If so, the value of this ghost-level weapon in Suyu's hand will far exceed that of other weapons. If you tell anyone about this weapon that doesn't have any side effects. I can't imagine it. Suyu immediately pulled Arya and Kong Huanyuan into his residence. To the confusion of the two girls, he put on the mask. How about it, Leah? Am I like you? Suyu even deliberately pinched his voice to imitate. He used the 1000 changes painted skin to transform into Arya's face. Arya's expression changed constantly. Get lost, this is disgusting. You found a treasure, little one. I didn't even notice it. It seems like even your scent and aura have changed since you put it on. Kong Huanyuan echoed, even the color of my spiritual sea of consciousness is more like Sister Arya. Suyu said mysteriously, there is something even more special. Suyu took it off and put it on Arya's face. Arya instinctively took a step back. She remembered what Bairuhue said, that pet animals would bear more side effects and costs, but out of trust in Suyu, she finally did not dodge. After putting it on, it seems. No side effects. Seeing that Arya was silent, Kong Huanyuan took a while to react. Could it be? Arya nodded slightly. How did you do that? The two girls asked in unison. This is no trivial matter. If Suyu masters the method of making magic cave weapons without side effects, it will subvert the entire magic craftsman world and even change the fighting methods of beast masters. By then, pets can also wear magic weapons, and their power will be far greater than before. Suyu confessed everything and whispered, don't make it public yet. Let's wait until we become stronger and can protect our achievements. Suyu had no doubt about the endless malice of human beings. The two women knew that the matter was of great importance and agreed. Suddenly, Arya laughed softly. Ha, little guy, I'm thinking of something. What is it? What did you do when you made this magic weapon? Tell me, do you want me to change my face to someone else's when we're having sex, so you can experience it? Suyu quickly said, no, how is that possible? Aliyah, I must criticize you, your thinking is becoming more and more unhealthy. Arya's expression changed. Remember what I said before? This Calamity Cavern has a descendant of the Age of Gods. I said their clan is the epitome of all the spiritual talents of the Holy Land. I vaguely remember her face looking like this. Suyu had never thought that such an extraordinary face would catch his eye. It was so gorgeous and dazzling, like a demon beauty that could bring disaster to the world. He fell in love with her at first sight and became obsessed with her at first sight. Arya switched back and pouted, you still say no. I see you're drooling. Suyu was sweating profusely. Aliyah, my love for you is evident to all, but wasn't that face of mine a little unfair just now? Suddenly, Suyu felt that Arya's suggestion was really good. Arya wasn't really angry. Humph, it's not your fault. They're just born to be sluts who know how to please men. Kong Huanyuan thought, could it be? Master, you must catch her. The more Suyu listened, the more confused he became. Ah? Who are you talking about? The two women covered each other's mouths at the same time. Shu. Don't recite his true name, it will be sensed. Suyu was disappointed and stopped asking. This matter will probably have to be put after the war in the Demon Cave and the resolution of the mastermind behind it. Late at night. When Suyu was about to rest, Li Lingya sent a message, Suyu. The call was transferred from the present world. I heard it was from your old classmate. Suyu sat up suddenly. Aliyah, stop. Arya frowned, although she was not satisfied yet, it seemed to be about her own affairs. So you picked up the phone. Hello? Lao Gao, have you gotten any results on the thing I asked you to do? Gao Quan is his old classmate who works in customs after graduation. Yes, there was an incoming flight at noon today, with over 200 Hanazawa people on board. While that's acceptable considering it's tourist season, the unusual thing is that there were over 30 people with the surname Ishikawa alone. Suyu's eyes flashed with sharpness. Here we come. The worst case scenario is that they are all enemies. But if I were a Huaying person, I would never arrange it on a plane. They should arrive in batches. Got it, Lao Gao. Keep an eye on it for me these next 2 days. If there aren't a lot of Ishikawas left, let me know. And then tell me how many Ishikawas there are. Okay, I'll think of a way. Lao Gao, please, do me a favor and I'll get you a talent reagent that's at least A grade. Suyu, this is too precious, I have to accept it. It's okay, my life is much more valuable than this. I'm counting on you. Yes. Gao Quan hung up the phone, raised his hands and said tremblingly, I have done what you said. Please let my parents go, I don't want to. Ishikawa Hidetsugu smiled evilly and said, searching like crazy won't do. You have to keep saying this for the next 2 days. This bastard is quite cautious. He actually found us. Luckily, the Wang family investigated your network in advance. Chapter 65, Counterfeit, 1,000 Changes, Smoke Rising, All Around Us. Kong Huan Yuan smiled and said, so the master has made preparations in advance. This should be foolproof, right? She suddenly noticed that Suyu's expression looked a little serious. What's wrong? Arya asked curiously. Suyu smiled and shook his head, you don't understand. Hello? Transferring to Shangguan Ling from the Demon City Imperial Spirit University. Hello? Teacher, please help me, one of my friends may be controlled by someone. Arya and Konghuan Yuan stared at each other in confusion with their big, Kazalan eyes. Why does Suyu think so? Isn't it going smoothly? After hanging up the phone, facing their doubts, Suyu said, he and I are so close that we share the same bunk bed. How could he be so polite to me? There's obviously a problem. Otherwise, why would he say he doesn't deserve it? He's not even finished his sentence yet. Over the years, I don't know how many times I have been called godfather in the dormitory. Given their relationship as father and son, there was probably something fishy going on when he said that. Considering that the mastermind behind this was able to infiltrate the Dragon Eagle Guard, it would not be difficult to find out his own network of relationships. So, Gao Quan was reminding Suyu in his own way. Konghuan Yuan said strangely, strange man. Suyu said, they are more cautious than I thought. I suspect. He had an immature idea, but he didn't say it out loud in the end. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble to the two women before the war. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's solve the trouble at hand first. In a war, how can any egg remain intact? Suyu took out the ever-changing painted skin and activated his ability. Strange fake. A beast-level fake 1,000 change painted skin appeared in Suyu's hand. Reproducing ghost-level weapons is obviously not as difficult as reproducing dragon-level and demon-level weapons. It consumes about 1/10 of your physical strength. The information flows into the mind. After the downgrade, the abilities of the pseudo-1,000 change painted skin are: Ability, pseudo-1,000 changes, can disguise as any face that is known in detail, but cannot disguise temperament, smell, etc. The ability has obviously declined a level. But it doesn't matter. Arya asked doubtfully, what do you want to do, little one? Suyu smiled slyly, we need to strengthen the myriad races in the demon cave. Arya, Huan Yuan, it is said that this war is being led by the abyssal demons of the Forbidden Zone. Do you know what the abyssal demons look like after they transform? The two nodded slightly. Could it be that Suyu wants to? It's too dangerous. Suyu frowned and said, what are you thinking? It might be useful to save my life at a critical moment. I'm not stupid enough to disguise myself as a demon and go to Qingyan City to get killed. Ladies, is it because I've been asked to do all the brainwork lately? Are you no longer willing to use your brains and just focus on beauty? In the end, these words were never spoken. Arya smiled faintly. She had never felt so safe. She had come to the demon cave before purely relying on her own strength, believing that power could suppress all races. Now she felt for the first time that it was great to be able to rely on Suyu, her own man. He always has endless ideas. Although Suyu said that he would not take risks, The war was coming and he would definitely take risks, but he would definitely turn danger into safety. The authority and destiny of the third true ancestor. Your meeting with me is no accident. The next day, it was dawn. At the end of the horizon, thick black smoke rolled up, and a sharp sound tore through the sky and earth, waking up everyone who was still sleeping. Gather! When the horn sounded, all the beastmasters and warriors stationed in Redstone City gathered. Suyu gently leaned forward and looked into the distance. The flames burned everything, the clouds seemed to be on fire, and a picture of hell was slowly unfolding. There is no doubt that the war has begun. It's coming faster than expected. Lilinga said as he directed the assembly. Brothers, half an hour ago, the ghost-faced fox tribe of Qingyan City, the blood-sucking ant tribe of Zishuan City, and the green vine treeman tribe of Haisha City all launched their forces simultaneously and came out in full force. The 3rd, 6th, and 12th battalions, which have been relieved, have engaged the enemy in close combat. Pass on the garrison commander's order. Our 1st battalion is moving to the front of Qingshur Gorge to join the 3rd battalion in blocking the ghost-faced fox clan. The situation is urgent. The beastmasters will set off in advance, and the soldiers will follow with conventional weapons. Different from other countries' tactics. Conventional weapons such as artillery fire cause minimal damage to exotic beasts and demonic plants, but this country still uses conventional forces to consume the physical strength of all races in order to reduce casualties among beastmasters. But the price is that after every fierce battle, there are corpses everywhere. Suyu had no intention of judging whether the tactics were good or bad, but Dasha's tactics at least guaranteed him a worry-free life for the first 20 years. The youthful tension of yesterday has faded from the faces of Lu Xian and others, and they are now full of fighting spirit. Even ordinary soldiers were eager to fight. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I must blow up those damn foxes in the dog trough today. Beastmaster, go ahead, we'll be there soon. We can't mount bayonets on our artillery, but we can still wear down their stamina. Thousands of beastmasters, led by Lilinga, rushed to the battlefield first. The center of Qingyan City, Zishuan City, and Haisha City is the Mediterranean Sea. On a small island in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, the 3 city lords knelt on one knee to welcome a carriage pulled by a black and green demonic horse that came down from the sky. Greetings to His Majesty the Ninth Prince. In the restricted area, gods reign supreme. The royal family of sequence number 92 Demon Clan is sequence number 006 Abyss Demon Clan. The Abyss Demon known as the Ninth Prince stretched out a hand from the carriage, and the tranquil island on the lake instantly transformed into a dark demonic realm. The 3 city lords were startled. They have been able to reach the mythical realm of cultivation, having already broken through the limitations of their own sequence. They are able to transform and possess powers that transcend their race. But for some reason, he felt a little fear of the Ninth Prince, who was only at the transformation realm. That wasn't a fear that came from strength, but rather an instinctive humility that came from looking up to a superior being. The Ninth Prince slowly stepped out of the carriage, his face obscured by a pitch-black mask. Please stand up. Fox Wind, what's the result of the human I asked you to investigate? The Lord of Qingyan City, the ghost-faced Fox King, Fox Wind, who was named, said, Your Highness, this person is active near Qingshur Gorge. This time, we will send out all 100,000 fox soldiers of our clan. We will definitely be able to capture him for Your Highness. The Ninth Prince responded softly, then said, Tung Qian, Shirgu, what about what I told you to do? The 2 demons said in unison, Please rest assured. The 2 tribes each sent 50,000 demon soldiers to put pressure on the front, and the other main forces will descend from the sky to launch a surprise attack on Redstone City. After a long struggle, the 3 cities have figured out the ways of the Dasha people. The front lines are often the tough nut to crack for the Beastmaster. You might as well attract the enemy's main force at the front line, then carry out an airstrike in the rear, occupy the passage to the magic cave, and then fight your way out of the edge of the land and head straight to the starting point. By then, humans will be unable to take care of both ends, and if the other 4 marginal areas launch attacks at the same time, they will surely break through the smooth road to the starting point. No wonder such a young demon was chosen to command this major restricted area. When the Ninth Prince first arrived at the battlefield, he displayed amazing insight and talent. Chapter 66, Attacked in the Rear. Coincidence is coincidence. The 3 city lords, including all the city lords in the 5 marginal areas, have high expectations for this operation. At least they are always invincible. There are 7 demon cities in the disaster area, and 7 city lords in the mythical realm. Even if they are defeated head-on, the human race will not dare to chase and kill them, otherwise the other city lords will not sit idly by. Perhaps because he saw the three demons' arrogance, the Night Prince said sternly, "Put aside your complacency. For the past 10 years, your marginal lands have been encroached upon by the humans at the bottom of the sequence. Aren't you ashamed? Was there a human city in this marginal land 20 years ago? This time we will return empty-handed." The three city lords were slightly moved. The two guardians guarding the Ninth Prince were filled with demonic energy. The gloomy sky suddenly turned into a purgatory of red and black. The breath of destruction made the three demons subconsciously want to escape. Above the myth, Fox Wind, Tung Chien, and Shirgu all knelt on the ground in succession. "We will obey His Highness's orders and penetrate the red stone this time." At the same time, the three demons also felt something strange. The voice of the Ninth Prince, who is ranked first on the 10,000 beasts list and is known for his decisiveness in killing, does not seem to be as powerful as imagined. The Ninth Prince said calmly, "Go ahead." The three demons didn't dare to stay any longer and scattered away. After the three monsters left, the Ninth Prince asked, "Demon Bird, what do the people in Fengyun Tower say?" The bird venerable standing beside the Ninth Prince said angrily, "They refused." The Beast Pavilion Master claimed that he would never favor any side, but this is clearly favoring those humans. "Your Highness, I suspect that this Beast Pavilion Master is most likely a human." The Ninth Prince was silent for a moment. "When the Forbidden Sea is filled up, they will be the first to die." "Yes." Xingshi Gorge Line. Broken arms and limbs, bloody and mangled. The entire defense line was deployed with 7 battalions, more than 7,000 beastmasters, and tens of thousands of pets. Among them, there are hundreds of powerful pets of the upper sequence, but the number of ghost-faced foxes is simply too many. All over the mountains and plains, those ugly ghost faces seem to cover the entire earth. Anyone who looked down would see 100,000 of the most disgusting faces. Suyu's team was responsible for defending a hilltop. In just one morning, they repelled 7 death charges of the ghost-faced foxes, and the number of ghost-faced foxes killed quickly exceeded 3,000. The killing made Li Su and others feel extremely numb. Their faces were covered with dirty blood, and they seemed to have become a killing machine. After several rounds of fighting, even the monsters could not remain fearless and gradually retreated. And Jishui panted and said, "Captain, they finally retreated." The others breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally ran away." According to the team's prior agreement, Suyu was asked to maintain his physical strength as much as possible to deal with any powerful enemy that might appear. The entire battle was mainly maintained by Lu Xian, Li Su, and Jiang Xingyue. However, Suyu couldn't look happy. There's something wrong with the way this battle is being fought. The cultures and religions of all races are different, but their natures are the same. They are all afraid of death. What had provoked the ghost-faced foxes? They charged in wave after wave, as if each ghost-faced fox had no fear of death. "We are defending our country, what are you doing it for?" Suyu asked. "Lu Xian, where are the other friendly forces?" Lu Xian said tiredly, "They've all come up. 18 battalions have been deployed throughout the entire Qingshi Gorge, including the other 2 directions. After all, we can't stop the enemy on the Great Plain in front of Redstone City, right?" Suyu couldn't put his finger on what was odd, but his intuition told him he should take action. "Well, the next time the ghost-faced fox attacks, take this with you. Remember, don't ask where it comes from." Suyu sent the fake 1,000 changes painted skin to his teammates. The other 6 people's faces lit up after they got it. Suyu didn't intend to explain. "Lu Xian, contact Captain Li, we want to make an attempt, please cooperate. If we cooperate well, we might get unexpected results." "Good." Just as Suyu was planning to cause trouble, a shocking explosion was heard from behind them, in the direction of Redstone City. Suyu and others looked back in surprise. Suddenly, I found that above the clouds, dense green vine tree people were spinning their branches and leaves, taking a group of blood-sucking ants into the sky, and rushing towards the Redstone City from the air. Rumble. As a large number of Beastmasters left Redstone City was forced to use conventional weapons to stop them, but the effect was minimal. Only then did the front realize what a big mistake they had made. Li Lingya contacted Lu Xian and asked Suyu and others to go back for support, but it was too late. The ghost-faced foxes on the ground rushed up again. In order to fight for Redstone City, the 3 cities came out in full force and spared no effort. "Captain, we..." Before Suyu could make a decision, 6 pitch-black dark horses appeared in the sky above the mountain, stepping on flaming clouds and galloping out in the wind and thunder. At first glance, they looked very different from ordinary monsters. Arya and Kong Huanyuan's expressions changed. "Suyu, it's the Abyss Demon. Suyu stared at the sky. What a good trick. Over Redstone City. Hee, Tung Qian, that bastard Xia Tingyan definitely didn't expect us to come from the air, right? Chi-Chi, Shirgu, our clan has been keeping this trick for this moment. Subdue them. This city lord is going to kill people today. Chi-Chi, rather than killing them all, it's better to keep them as slaves. Human slaves are also excellent. 50,000 blood-sucking ants, 50,000 green vine treemen, in their perception, the defense of Redstone City is useless at this moment. Suddenly, the two demons sensed that something had happened in the passage of the magic cave. A huge energy wave spread out, and then thousands of people rushed out from the passage of the magic cave. Rare and exotic beasts soared in the sky. Even under the blowing of a strong wind and the scattered sand, bright spots as dazzling as stars quickly approached. Fujin and Shirgu were horrified and gnashed their teeth. Ning Hanwen. One of Ning Hanwen's pets is an elemental spirit. The strong wind blocked all the movements and smells of this group of humans, just waiting for them to fall into the trap. Damn it! Don't humans always attack the land of eternal doom first? Why did you come to the disaster area first? According to the habits of the past 6 years, humans often launched the active attack in the Eternal Demon Cave first, and the other demon caves defended, so they dared to cross the front line and launch a surprise attack on Redstone City without scruples. Result? Under the strong wind, 20,000 Beastmasters appeared, and dozens of upper third-level Beastmasters poured into the disaster area. Ning Hanwen, Xia Tingyan, Jiang Huiran. Are they the ones who were really fooled? That's the coincidence. For the past 6 years, the disaster-stricken area has been holding on and waiting for help. But today the norm has changed. The elite forces of the 9 guards of Daxia, the 9 pillar families, and the 9 school alliances have all come out. Xia Tingyan let out a dragon roar that pierced through the clouds. Dragon Eagle Guards, listen up. The coalition forces have arrived, and Redstone is safe. Counterattack. Suddenly, the Dragon Eagle Guards on the front line were in an uproar. When they were most worried and almost lost their composure, the garrison commander stabilized the morale of the troops like a stabilizing force. Kill. Chapter 67 Suyu vs. the 9th Prince of the Demon Clan, the demonic face under the mask. The entire Qingshi Gorge human defense line was greatly strengthened, the ghost-faced fox's desperate charge was no longer effective, and the human race gradually began to counterattack. With one exception. A gorgeous carriage pulled by 6 dark horses from the demonic realm was suspended in the air. 2 powerful men tore through space and emerged, standing on both sides of the carriage. The ghost-faced fox in the valley was frightened by the powerful force coming from the carriage, and stopped in its tracks. After trembling for a long time, it finally fled in the opposite direction. It's a survival instinct. Suyu and his companions broke out in cold sweats. They should have been happy about the reversal of the situation, but the trouble before them was enough to kill them. Suyu whispered, Lu Xian, take the others and retreat, quickly. The Abyss demons came for no reason, and the most likely reason was that they were targeting Suyu, or Arya, and Konghuan Yuan. Others are like ants in front of this group of demons and probably have no interest in chasing them. Lu Xian didn't think much about it and ran back with Jishui and the others. The people from the Lu family who were ordered to protect her were not far away. But this is no longer a battlefield where the Samsara realm can intervene. The 2 demons beside the carriage looked simple in appearance, but they were actually very powerful and had great strength concentrated in themselves. They must be above demigods. Lu Xian also realized that this group of people were locking onto Suyu. The only option now was to escape quickly and ask for help from Redstone City. Sure enough, the 2 demons and the owner of the carriage did not care about Lu Xian and others, but just looked down at Suyu from a high position. The bird reverend said, Your Highness, Fujichi and Shirgu seem to. The 9th Prince said coldly, That's fine. We've already made preparations for both scenarios. Using the human race to kill some marginal sequences is also part of the plan. Being able to open up a passage to the starting point is certainly the most important thing. Even if it is not possible, exterminating this marginalized ethnic group can also achieve some hidden purposes. The insect venerable looked at Suyu below and said, Your Highness, this is a small matter that can be handled by me. Why do you need Your Highness to do it yourself? Besides, those humans might have gone to get reinforcements. We can't stay here for long. The 9th Prince glanced to the side and said, You mean, I will lose? The Chongzun felt a chill in his heart and immediately knelt on one knee. I dare not. Remember, my decision cannot be changed. Yes. The corner of the ninth prince's mouth curled up into a sneer. How could he not know what kind of creatures the demons are? From the moment Suyu stepped onto the 10,000 beasts list, he believed that Suyu was very likely to have the god generation sequence. When he got close to him today, the special sensation between the god generations was true. If these two old ghosts knew about this, even though he was in a high position and had great power, they would inevitably become covetous of him. He stepped out of the carriage and floated down. Suyu's eyes fixed. The Abyss Demon Clan, could it be? In the sky, the Holy Land ranking list was looming, and a string of words on the 10,000 beasts ranking was about to emerge. Land of Disaster, the ninth prince of the Abyss Demon Clan versus Suyu of the Human Clan. Suyu frowned. It was true. He won the jackpot as soon as he arrived at the Magic Cave. The leader of the 10,000 beasts list, undoubtedly the number one person after the Demon Cave Nirvana. After the transformation, he was not tall, but rather slim, and his body outline was a little strange. Maybe this is what the demons are like? He floated down and pointed at Arya and Kong Huan Yuan beside Suyu and said, "Leave them here, and then go away." Human. Suyu sneered, "Where did you get this arrogant little brat? You should ask your two elders to bully the weak. As for you, go back to your nest and feed your baby." The ninth prince exuded a cold aura through the mask, and the two venerables in the air shook their heads slightly. What a fool! How dare you disobey His Highness the ninth prince like this? If he really slips away, His Majesty the ninth prince is not a bloodthirsty devil and may be able to spare this human's life. It's a pity that this human being doesn't know what's good for him. In the eyes of the two venerables, Suyu is like a skeleton. The only suspense is whether it takes the ninth prince one move or two to kill Suyu. Boom! The pitch-black darkness descended like an eternal night, the hellish fire intertwined with the darkness, and everything around was swallowed by the darkness. Konghuan Yuan stood up and chanted the lyrics of the Witch's Night in his heart. Inherent barrier. The ninth prince, one of the demon kings of the abyss, also possesses it. The spatial turbulence caused by the collision of the double barriers swept Suyu, Arya, Konghuan Yuan, and the ninth prince of the abyss into the air. The two venerables were stunned for a moment before they suddenly realized. The ethereal tribe. He actually has a fixed barrier. No wonder the ninth prince has his eyes on him. The rules of the barrier are absolute. If one wants to invade the inherent barrier from the outside, even a demon king in the mythical realm will have to go through a lot of trouble. The two demons shook their heads and gave up. The ninth prince can't possibly lose. Just wait. Inside the barrier. The ninth prince smiled faintly behind his mask. The ethereal witch, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan, actually came to our door in such a weak state. If we don't accept this great gift, it would be a blasphemy against Goddess Grace. The barrier collides. Half is the eerie underworld purgatory, and half is the witch's night. Arya did not dare to be careless. Suyu had already plucked out the ahog on her head. She clapped her hands, and the immortal temple stood under the witch's night. Unfortunately, this time he did not have the magic power to control Fengshui Mountain, so he could not use the magic power as unscrupulously as last time in the mimicry field. The fusion of blood and night, the collision of demons and monsters. Countless dark knights, holding the divine weapons carved by the witch, were invincible. Countless black-winged demons rolled out from the magma of the purgatory opposite, and their dark green pupils pierced through the netherworld and projected over. Arya and Konghuan Yuan had just been promoted to the transformation realm, but the ninth prince of the abyss opposite them had already stood in front of the door of Nirvana and Rebirth, ready to push the door open and enter at any time. Although they were both in the God era sequence, there was a huge gap between them and each realm had its own distinct chasm. The huge gap in magic power could not be made up by sheer numbers. In the battle of inherent barriers, which night was suppressed by purgatory, and in the destruction of summoned creatures, the Black Knight was beheaded by the devil. The ninth prince moved towards Suyu step by step, and it seemed that no force could stop him. Arya and Konghuan Yuan stood in front of Suyu, muttering, "What should we do? My magic power in the barrier is not as good as his." Suyu gently bit his fingertips, and blood dripped. Being from the same age of gods, the ninth prince of the demon clan must have some knowledge of the ethereal clan and the blood clan. The only one who can make a breakthrough is yourself. Arya. Arya condensed Suyu's blood into a blood needle and shot it out at an astonishing speed. The ninth prince casually sent a demon to resist, not taking it seriously. However, the next moment, Konghuan Kite activated Spiritual Phantom. The five-fold spiral space broke the demon's body, and blood needles and blood arrows condensed from the demon's blood flew away. At this moment, he was moved and turned slightly to avoid it. Only when Suyu's blood arrived in front of him, a strong temptation made his heart and soul tremble. In terms of serial number, he is ranked higher than Arya. And without any prior preparation, it is naturally impossible to resist this fatal temptation. He was momentarily distracted, and as he tried desperately to control himself and resist the temptation, an arrow of blood pierced his dark mask, revealing the face within the mask. But beneath the mask, Suyu's dumbfounded face was hidden. Weird and cold. Is he? No, she is. Chapter 68. The ninth princess was so angry that she shocked the entire demon cave. The ninth prince of the Abyss Demon Clan, the leader of the 10,000 beasts list in the demon cave, is actually a woman? At first glance, the enchanting face hidden under the mask does not seem to be as peerless as Arya's. But when you look closely, you will find that her enchanting face is like a kaleidoscope. The more you look at it, the closer it will get to the beauty that you desire most in your heart. The ninth prince. No, the ninth princess Chi Mayan covered the broken mask with both hands and glared at Suyu in the distance. What is that power? Why is his blood so full of temptation and desire? She was always the only one who captivated everyone and captivated their hearts and souls when she revealed her true face. But who would have thought that today she would be seduced by a mere human at the end of the sequence? The miserable look she showed just now when she was about to pounce on the blood arrow formed by Suyu's blood would probably shock outsiders. The invincible momentum she had accumulated since she rose from the Holy Land in her fearless heart of Taoism would surely be shattered. Suyu. She gritted her teeth and glared at Suyu in the distance with uncontrollable anger. He must be eliminated. If he hadn't revealed that he was a female demon, the Abyss clan would never have the chance to replace the demon god. Boom. 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 Pillars of dark fire from purgatory shot up into the sky. It seemed to represent Chi Mayan's anger. Suyu was stunned for a while, and even Arya and Kong Huanyuan were stunned for a while. Isn't the throne of the Abyss Demon Clan always passed down from father to son and not from father to daughter? It seems like I have heard some incredible secret. Arya whispered, "Little one, retreat. We can't take her down now. The gap is too obvious." Even Arya's undying temple and Kong Huanyuan's witch's night could not suppress Chi Mayan. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the Transformation realm is much greater than that of the previous realms. Suyu also wanted to run away. Even if he won the fight, what would it matter? There were still two terrifying old guys guarding outside. How do you run? Arya's eyes showed some reluctance, and she finally said, "I'll give you immortality. When the phantom kite shatters the barrier later, the spatial turbulence in the moment of the barrier collision will sweep us away, but..." Suyu smiled and said, "I understand. It's nothing. You and Huanyuan should hide in the pet space for a while. I need to carry this turbulence, don't I?" Suyu pinched her pretty face and said, "Don't worry. With Immortal here, why would you worry about me dying?" Arya's heart hardened. "Huanyuan, do it." Kong Huanyuan nodded slightly and took the initiative to cancel the witch's night. The scroll of eternal night shattered layer by layer and was swallowed by the purgatory of the underworld. The barrier space was extremely unstable and a howling space turbulence storm swept over. Arya pounced on Suyu, kissed him, and passed everything she had, all the red immortal power, to Suyu. Afterwards, Suyu put the two girls into the pet space. It was pitch black in there, and if it weren't for this danger, he would never let the two girls stay in there. This move was not only to prevent the two women from getting hurt, but also to prevent them from being dispersed by the spatial turbulence. Chi Mayan seemed to have guessed Suyu's thoughts and said angrily, "Suyu, Your Highness will never let you escape." She was anxious. If Suyu really ran away, where would she go to find him? She even transformed into her original form regardless of everything. The female demon's scream pierced through layers of space, but disappeared into thin air the moment it reached Suyu. No! The spatial turbulence was like thousands of sharp blades, piercing his flesh. He looked to the other side of the turbulence and said with a grin, "Little witch, remember this. It hurts so much, damn it. As long as there's no one from your family around you, I'm going to capture you alive one day. I'll take you into my room and ravage you in front of the entire demon cave. This turbulence isn't fatal, but it hurts. If one day I can't get revenge on you, the Witch of the Abyss, so you will never be willing to accept it." It was the first time in his life that he was defeated and fled in a messy and ugly way. However, it was gratifying that the one who was embarrassed and ugly was Chi Mayan, who was extremely angry but had no idea what to do. Whoosh! The barrier shattered, and when the two venerables outside the barrier were about to congratulate the ninth prince on receiving a new toy, a golden text slowly emerged above the sky. The ninth prince of the abyss versus the human Suyu. The ninth prince wins, Suyu flees, but Suyu manages to escape in front of the two demon lords. Suyu rises to 36th place on the 10,000 beasts ranking. What? The two venerables wanted to curse. What did you mean by running away in front of us? Hasn't he yet? Etc. The demon bird venerable and the demon insect venerable reacted, and Suyu took the initiative to jump into the turbulent flow of space caused by the shattered barrier and was swept away by the turbulence. Really ran away? The Fenji Unbang will not tell lies. The worst part was, the ninth prince was lightly covering his face, as if his mask had been knocked off? Was he even slightly injured? How is this possible? He is an absolute prodigy in the Holy Land. Even the top 10 guys on the 10,000 beasts list may not be able to hurt him. Your Highness! The two demons felt their scalps tingle and hurried forward. Chi Mayan's voice changed and he said angrily, "Send a message to all 7 cities in the disaster area. Attack Red Stone City at all costs. Send a message to the 7 city lords to dig 3 feet deep to find Suyu for His Highness. Strategies and tactics are no longer important. If Suyu is not killed, once the truth about her daughter's identity is leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable." Yes, Your Highness. It was the first time for the two demons to see the ninth prince behave so miserably. But he did not dare to delay and quickly passed the order. Redstone City. The Green Ivy Tree people and the blood-sucking ants were defeated with the help of the 9 Schools Alliance. Their defeat was like a landslide, and more than 70,000 strange beasts, demons and plants were annihilated. Tong Qian and Shirgu were beaten by a mixed doubles group of humans in the mythological realm. Although they finally escaped, they were seriously injured. Xia Tingjin also received Lu Xian's call for help immediately after the war. He, Ning Hanwen and Zhang Huairan had never expected that the 9th prince of the Abyss Demon clan would attach so much importance to Suyu that he was willing to go into battle personally and even brought 2 demon lords with him. This almost violated a red line in the war between the two sides. The 3 of them immediately prepared to rush over, but they happened to see the golden words of the 10,000 beasts list in the sky. Ran away? Xia Tingjin asked in surprise. In his opinion, with the demon lord by his side, how could he possibly escape? Zhang Huairan, after all, had raised Kong Huan Yuan, so he immediately realized they took advantage of the spatial turbulence. Find them. Xia Tingjin nodded and said with emotion, "That's great." Suyu was able to survive the hands of the leader of the 10,000 beasts list and escape from the eyes of the demon lord. I'm afraid he will become famous throughout the demon cave. The demon caves in various places had different feelings when looking at the 10,000 beasts list. Li Mu and Shi Xiaolong, who had fought with Suyu before, felt mixed emotions. Wang Yu and Wang Hongxi, who attempted to act secretly, gnashed their teeth. Adam of Milica looked up at the sky, contemplating the unfamiliar name. On the other side of the Forbidden Sea, the geniuses of all races remembered this name and emerged one after another, trying to cross the Forbidden Sea to the land of disaster. In Feng Yun Pavilion, the Dragon Pavilion Master immediately ordered his men to locate Suyu's position as quickly as possible. Chapter 69 Doesn't that mean that I can also be the 9th prince? By the time Xia Tingjin and others arrived at Qingshi Gorge, Chi Mayan and other demons had already left. The forest on the hill was flattened, the stream evaporated, and even the hilltop was concave. It's late, Xia Tingjin said. Zhang Huairan said worriedly, the direction of the spatial turbulence is unstable. Now, except for Suyu himself, no one knows which corner of the Calamity Demon Cave he has been swept into. Ning Hanwen narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Xia Tingjin frowned. This isn't good. I don't know what the 9th prince of the demon tribe has gone crazy for. He's mobilizing all 7 cities in the land of disaster to gather. The Qingshi Gorge front is in crisis. The Qinglan begonia that guards Red Stone City is Xia Tingjin's demon plant. He can sense the information coming from the front lines at any time. Zhang Huairan's face changed. I was worried about the safety of my own Huan Yuan and that brat, and I was also a little annoyed. This time, I happened to have ambushed the blood-sucking ants and the green ivy tree men. I had originally wanted to end the war in the land of disaster as soon as possible and rush to the aid of the Eternal Devil Cave, but now it seems the result of the exchange competition at that time affected the direction of the war in Dacia. The imperial capital had a hard time resisting the Eternal Demon Cave, and the other 3 demon caves were not having an easy time either. But we can't really ignore Suyu, this kid is bringing 2 gods with him. Ning Hanwen said, it's okay, let's go to the front line first. He won't die so easily. Look, isn't his name still on the list? When a person dies, his name disappears. As long as the name is there, you are alive. Jiang Huairan's mouth twitched, and his voice became smaller and smaller. You are so sincere. Alas. Huan Yuan, are you okay? Time waits for no one. The 7 city lords of the disaster land have gathered. The 3 dare not stay and return to the front line. Pain. It hurts so much. When Suyu woke up, all that was left was excruciating pain. Fortunately, his immortality talent was healing everything. This time the injury was too severe. Although Arya's body had shrunk to 1.5 meters, she still had several shocking wounds despite all her efforts to treat him. It took 3 hours after the battle for the wound to be healed. Fortunately, I drank so much life essence, otherwise I would have really fallen into the spatial turbulence. Suyu, who had regained his sanity, said weakly, Alia, where are we? Arya murmured, Xingyan City. While she was treating Suyu, Kang Huan Yuan took Chenbian painted skin and went out to investigate. Xingyan City? Oh shit. Isn't this the city of the ghost-faced fox? It feels like we've been sucked into a fox den? Looking out the window, Suyu discovered that although the city buildings outside were very different from those of humans, they still had some similarities, and were more like ancient courtyards. Kang Huan Yuan wiped the sweat off Suyu's forehead with a towel. Suyu sighed, alas, they are both witches, but why is one so gentle and charming, while the other is so vicious and violent? Kang Huan Yuan blushed and shook her head. I didn't expect that the 9th prince of the demon clan would be a woman. Suyu asked in confusion, why, is there any taboo? Suyu's theoretical knowledge about the myriad races in the demon cave is almost zero. Arya explained, the abyssal demons are the royal family of the demons, and they are also the order of the gods. They live beneath the abyss and believe in the eternal demon god. The successor to the demon king must be a man, and once the new demon king takes over, all of his brothers and sisters will be killed and the new demon king will inherit their power. So we didn't expect. Suyu came to his senses. Therefore, this talented woman disguised herself as a man and did not even dare to be discovered by the guards accompanying her, because if she was discovered, she would lose the qualification to succeed the demon king and even lose her life. This Abyss Demon clan has a flavor of the Xuanwu Gate inheritance method. After clarifying this, Suyu understood. No wonder she was so angry and wanted to kill me in the end. So you're afraid I'll tell others? Arya and Phantom Kite nodded in unison. Very likely. Suyu shook his head. Let's not talk about this for now. Can we leave Qingyan City? Kang Huanyuan's eyebrows curved. I just slipped out quietly and hypnotized a few ghost-faced foxes with the phantom soul painting. They said the city gates are heavily guarded, and no one is allowed to leave the city without the city lord's order. We already have a huge difference in appearance from the ghost-faced fox. Even the beasts above Nirvana can transform, so it would be difficult for us to get out. It is also impossible to count on the Dragon Eagle guards to come to the rescue. In all these years, Daxia has never really reached the gates of Qingyan City. Otherwise, Bai Ruhui and Shang Wanling would not regret their daughter's affairs. Unable to escape, no one to rescue, and once discovered in an enemy lair, they would be surrounded and killed. It seems like a dead end. The two women looked a little depressed, which was not much better than before they were caught in the space turbulence. Suyu's eyes rolled and he seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Arya, Phantom Kite, don't be discouraged. I've got an idea. A glimmer of light flashed in Arya and Kang Huanyuan's eyes. They were both helpless. Suyu's words seemed to light up the candle of hope that was about to go out. What method? The two women asked in unison. Suyu picked up the Thousand Changes painted skin and imitated Chi Mayan's masked face based on the idea in his memory. If even the Ninth Prince's guards have never seen her true appearance, doesn't that mean I could also be the Ninth Prince? At least, she has no way to prove that she is the Ninth Prince. Even if I were to face her and I were to say I am a man, would she dare to admit that she is not a man? Ha! The two women were stunned at first, and then stared in amazement. And, it's true. Now, perhaps only Suyu and a few others know the true appearance of the ninth prince. Even if confronted face to face, Shi Mayan would fall into the trap of falsification. She really couldn't admit it. Once you admit it, it's tantamount to suicide. The more Suyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. This is the only way to get out of the city. Impersonate her and get the city lord's order. You don't even have to pretend to be too real. I guess the lord of Qingyan City might not be in the city right now, and others may not have actually seen the ninth prince. Kong Huanyuan was stunned. No wonder Arya said that Suyu's madness was unpredictable, yet it just worked. The hope for the future can really be realized in him. Suyu recalled what Shi Mayan was wearing. This was not a secret treasure or weapon, so it was no problem to replicate the strange fake. Arya, use blood to make 6 dark horses. If you want to act like one, then act like one. Huan Yuan, use Witch Knight and Phantom Soul Mind painting to make the dark horse and the carriage more realistic. You have to look your best. The two women looked at each other and started to fight. With the neighing of the dark horse sounded, and in the witch's night that tore fantasy and reality apart, it perfectly reproduced the aura of the ninth prince when he was traveling. Arya and Phantom Kite stood on either side, pretending to be maids attending them. The dark horse rushed into the sky with the carriage, stepping on the flaming cloud, and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. Countless ghost-faced foxes looked up at the dark horse chariot in the sky and looked at each other in confusion, as if they had heard that this might be the ninth prince's chariot. Arya's voice pierced the city lord's house. Where is the city lord? Now that you see the prince, why don't you bow? Chapter 70, A Sudden Change. The city lord is away from home and his wife is hard to guard. The ghost-faced fox guards in front of the city lord's mansion were discussing. Is this really the carriage of the ninth prince of the demon tribe? Haha, is that true? Who would dare to pretend to be someone like that? No one in our marginal land dares to offend the Holy Land. Exactly. Look at the maidservant beside the carriage. TSK, with such a look, only the ninth prince of the demon clan is worthy of having such a maidservant, right? These ghost-faced foxes guarding the city lord's mansion have naturally reached the Nirvana realm, broken through some sequence restrictions, and mastered the ability to transform, but they are not very skilled in transformation. The cultures of all ethnic groups are very different, but they tend to be consistent in aesthetics. What surprised Suyu was that, although he felt that the plan was highly feasible, but none of the ghost-faced foxes questioned his identity. Based on appearance and rumors alone, I believe it more and more. The limitations of cognition have locked their judgment. Just like the ancient farmers thought that the emperor was plowing the land with a golden hoe, the races in the marginal lands have never truly seen the big men from the restricted area. Now that you have met the prince, why don't you bow? Where is the city lord? You are so negligent. Could it be that you ghost foxes don't want to gain a foothold in this disaster-stricken place? Arya's arrogant tone didn't resonate with the ghost foxes. Instead, the ghost fox guards believed that this was the way a prince of the demon clan should be treated. They all knelt and said, "Greetings to His Highness the Ninth Prince." The city lord's mansion was built like a miniature ancient palace. In the courtyard, a woman in gorgeous attire ran out with her skirt lifted up. Her face was gorgeous and charming, like a mature woman, and behind her skirt was a fox tail that could not be hidden. She knelt and said, "I am Fox Princess, the wife of the city lord Fox Fong. My husband is away on the battlefield, and I am here to welcome His Royal Highness the Ninth Prince on his behalf." Suyu felt a little relieved. The bet was right. It is highly likely that the Lord of Qingyan City is not in Qingyan City. Xia Ting'an and other important figures of the human race entered the area, and city lords such as Hu Feng could only fight to the death with the human race on the front line. The only ghost fox who had the chance to see the ninth prince is gone, so why not let him control it? After taking a quick look, Arya transmitted a message. It seems to be a ghost-faced fox in the Samsara realm. Although this Samsara realm was 3 levels ahead, so you had already thought of a countermeasure. The experience in the mimicry field proved that his blood was also useful in the Samsara realm. Well, tell her we're going in. Arya stared down. Stand up. Your Highness the Ninth Prince is of noble status. To prevent being attacked by lowly humans, he has decided to move to Qingyan City. Can you provide defense? Fox Princess immediately stated, Qingyan City's defenses are strong. It is an honor for our clan to be chosen by His Highness. My ghost-faced Fox clan swears to protect His Highness the Ninth Prince until our death. Please come to your residence, Prince. I will do my best to serve you. Arya controlled the dark horse, go. 6 underworld horses rode on a cloud of flames and descended upon the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, the interior hall was decorated in an exotic style. The burning sandalwood effectively covered up the unconcealable stench of the Fox clan, and it was also light and elegant. Wearing a mask and pretending to be Chi Mayan, Suyu walked slowly into the inner hall with his hands behind his back, and sat down in the seat belonging to the city lord, who foamed in a dignified and unceremonious manner. The Fox princess showed no dissatisfaction and said with a smile, "Here is the tea, your highness the 9th prince. It is made from the fine spring water of the drunken demon well in the land of natural disaster." The common language of all races is not difficult to learn. With Suyu's mental strength, he had already been able to use it freely before entering the demon cave. Communicating with ghosts and foxes is a piece of cake. Good tea. This is a habit I learned from the humans of the land of origin. I hope your highness doesn't mind it. Fox Girl looked at Suyu with a straight gaze, which had a kind of charm that was captivating. He put himself in a very low position in his words. Although his realm was obviously higher than Suyu, he did not dare to overstep the mark in the slightest. The reason is simple. Appearance can be disguised, but Fox Princess believes that temperament is difficult to imitate. The 9th prince's aura in every gesture was indeed very similar to what my husband described. How could she know that Suyu was wearing 1,000-changing painted skin, and she didn't dare to guess that the big man from the Holy Land would wear the mask of their Fox clan? Although Suyu had many flaws, if someone was really familiar with the 9th prince, they would definitely be able to recognize him, but Fox Princess was not familiar with him. Not to mention Fox Lady, I don't even know her husband Fox Phone. Not to mention that the maids beside him were all stunningly beautiful, and Fox Lady felt inferior to them. It was impossible for such people to exist in this remote place. That's right, it must be from the Holy Land. Her speculation wasn't entirely wrong. Arya and the Phantom Kites race had indeed been in the forbidden area. Suyu said, "The Lord of Qingyan City has been very loyal and dedicated this time. The Ghost Fox clan is fearless and unafraid of death. This prince has indeed seen it." Fox Princess was delighted and said with a smile, "Your Highness, you are so kind." Suyu said coldly, You mean this prince?" Fox Princess was startled again. This demon was indeed moody. She immediately said, No, what I meant is that my people are willing to go through fire and water for your highness at any time." Suyu stood up and walked to Fox Ji, pinching her chin with his hand. Fox Princess' heart trembled. In Qingyan City, no ghost fox had ever dared to treat her like this. She was the wife of the city lord of Qingyan City. But she was not angry at being treated so frivolously by the 9th prince. On the contrary, she even imagined in her mind that if she could climb up to the 9th prince's high branch, she would become successful from then on. She is not stupid, but greedy. Even if you are just a concubine of such a big shot, you can go much further and be safer than being a cannon fodder in this marginal land. Fox Princess said excitedly, Your Highness, I. Her cheeks were flushed, and her voice was gentle and charming, as if it could make a man's bones soften. Suyu was slightly surprised. Oh my god, are all of you races so unrestrained? Poor Lord of Qingyan City. It is really hard to guard against the fox wind at night, and the lady has already gone to the prince's bed. This fox demon looks pretty good, although it is far inferior to Arya and Konghuan Yuan. At most, it can be compared to the stars in human society, but it has a bit more charm. However, Suyu does not want everything. There is always an indescribable coquettishness about this ghost-faced fox clan. Besides, Suyu doesn't want anything that has been used by other foxes. Aliyah on the side said unhappily, Madam, this is not a crime of disrespect. Do you really think a lowly ghost fox like you could possibly catch the eye of His Royal Highness the Prince? How dare you use your charm on His Highness? Fox Princess turned pale, and then realized that she was too greedy. Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. Suyu snorted, considering it's his first offense, let it go. But this prince has said that your ghost fox clan has performed well, and it is time to give you some rewards. Since Fox Wind is not here. Fox Princess immediately said excitedly, My husband is not here, I can accept His Highness's gift on his behalf. Suyu. You two are such a loving couple. Suyu bit her fingertips lightly, okay. This prince's blood can transform any demon into a new person, giving them the might of my demon clan. However, Fox Girl's pupils constricted. That extremely sweet blood, a godsend opportunity to cross the sequence, must not be missed. Chapter 71, Fallen Under the Blood Crown. Shocked command. Fox Princess was very excited, and the gleam in her eyes was beyond words. Reborn. In the demon cave, the order of sequence is absolute. Fox Princess suffers from the restrictions of her race, but does not know the human method of taming beasts, and can never make any further progress. If she can transform into a demon and become a higher sequence, then the insurmountable long step to becoming a god is not a luxury. She knelt on the ground respectfully, her fox tail wagging back and forth, looking extremely docile. Even if Suyu wanted to kill her openly in the city lord's mansion at this moment, I'm afraid she would not refuse. Suyu took out a golden vessel filled with blood and handed it to her. The strong fragrance emanating from that blood was definitely extraordinary. This also indirectly confirmed the extraordinary value of this demon blood. How could she know that this was just the fatal temptation of Suyu's blood? Arya and Kong Huanyuan have been uneasy since they came to the city lord's mansion. They are dazed and afraid of revealing any flaws. Result? It's true that when there are bugs everywhere, it can still run absurdly. Be it a coincidence or an accident. Fox Princess drank Suyu's blood with a gulp. In Fox Princess's mind, a blood-red crown forged from fresh blood shocked her spiritual sea of consciousness, emitting an ancient and majestic holy power. Only then did Fox Princess realize that something was wrong. She had not really been transformed. This fatal temptation and her inner greed made her lose her basic judgment. When you sink into the abyss of greed, it is too late. This is not devil blood, you are not the ninth prince. Fox Princess widened her eyes and stared at Suyu with resentment. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth and took off his mask. You are absolutely right, Madam City Lord. I, Suyu of the human race, am here to report. Sink beneath the crown of blood. Also, you just. So sexy. Fox Princess's face changed drastically and she looked pale. Human race, humanity. She actually tried every possible way to please the lowly race and was even willing to sacrifice herself for them. Before she could even curse, her spirit was already shocked by the bloody crown. As the wife of the Demon City Lord, she was actually killed by a mere human. That face, twisted with resentment, uttered words of immense loyalty. My king, your loyal blood servant is ready to risk his life for you. The blood crown will not last long, and Suyu does not want to sign a contract with her. Hand over the city lord's order. Yes, my king. Arya gasped in amazement. No matter how many times I see it, this little guy's talent is truly terrifying. Kong Huanyuan deeply agrees with this. She was forced into a contract by this talent. Suyu took the city lord's order and said, how's it going? I got it smoothly. Even the thing that Suyu was secretly most worried about, the 10,000 beasts list, was not triggered. Perhaps, there are some special rules in this ranking list. Arya teased, if I weren't here, would you still be planning to taste the city lord's wife? Suyu raised his hands, it's unfair. I don't want anything that has been used by other foxes. Are all foxes like this? Arya shook her head. Not really. The ghost-faced fox is considered one of the fox clans. And then there's the number 97-tailed fox clan, which is even more extraordinary in appearance. As for the outliers among them. Suyu was stunned. Could it be that our goal is? Shoo. Arya said, the last time I sensed her, she was in the Wangxian forest, 200 miles east of Qingyan City. The sequence number of the tailed fox is between 91 and 100, and this clan also has a god-level sequence. No wonder Arya said their tribe is born to charm men. Kong Huanyuan said, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Should we retreat as soon as possible? Suyu shook his head, retreat? No rush. There's one more thing to do. Suyu did not forget that the daughter of his teacher Shangguan Ling and Bai Ruhui seemed to have disappeared near Qingyan City. He said to Fox Princess, is there any beast master in Qingyan City who has captured humans? Fox Princess said loyally, reporting to my king, yes, there are over 10,600 human slaves in the city, including 2,200 beastmasters. The corners of Suyu's mouth trembled slightly. The human race in Qingyan City have been fighting for over 10 years, so it's inevitable that they would capture each other's captives. I didn't expect there would be so many. Maybe, I should do something for Daxia. Call upon the entire city to gather all the humans and escort them to the Bluestone Gorge. By the order of the Ninth Prince. Also, give me the roster of human captives. Fox Princess nodded, yes. When Fox Lady delivered the message, Suyu took out the token made of the branches of the Qinglan begonia tree, on which were messages from many people expressing their concern for Suyu's safety. Suyu smiled lightly and replied immediately, I am in Qingyan City and have taken control of the city lord's wife. Don't worry while the city lord is away. There is a good opportunity to rescue all the human captives in the city. I will lead them to the front line of Qingshe Gorge. Please ask my teacher for the name of her daughter. I will do my best to rescue her. Qingshe Gorge, the human settlement. The 7 cities in the demon cave were like crazy. Nearly 700,000 strange beasts, demonic plants, and undead spirits took turns to attack, regardless of life or death. Even though the main force of the human race was deployed in the Calamity Cave, the pressure was still enormous. Fortunately, the Beastmaster's combat power was far superior to that of the same level beasts. Although the first day's frenzied attack consumed a lot of the human race's physical strength and the pet's magic power, the losses were not great. Lu Xian and others had just come down from the battlefield to recover their strength, and were also quite worried about Suyu's safety. If Suyu hadn't stopped the terrifying demon, I'm afraid they would have. Chen Mengmeng squatted by the fire, hugging her legs. Suyu, nothing will happen. Suddenly, there was a movement from Lu Xian's token. Lu Xian's dejected look faded away. There's news. News about Suyu. Several people quickly gathered around, and Lu Xian quickly finished reading it. No, I have to tell the teacher. No, I have to tell Governor Xia. Lu Xian rushed towards the command center of the human base. Stop, shouted the guard. Lu Xian said anxiously, get out of the way. Governor Xia. Principal Ning. Urgent military information. I need to see you for something urgent. There were countless powerful figures gathered in the headquarters, including powerful figures from the military and pillar families, and they were somewhat displeased when they heard the shouting outside the headquarters. Xia Tingjin said, let her in. After all, she was Commander Lu's daughter, so Xia Tingjin did not stop her. After Lu Xian rushed in, Li Zongxing, the Li family steward, said unhappily, this is a strategically important military location. Doesn't this little girl from the Lu family know the rules? Xia Tingjin asked, Lu Xian, why did you trespass into the headquarters? If you really look into it, this is no small matter. Lu Xian hesitated and seemed to want to say something. Xia Tingjin added, say, everyone here is trustworthy. Lu Xian handed the token to Xia Tingjin. Qinglan begonia was originally his demon plant, and he immediately understood everything after taking the token. How is this possible? Everyone, look. He waved his hand and the words above appeared at the command center. Countless people opened their mouths wide and looked at Suyu's reply in disbelief, as if they were reading a heavenly book. Chapter 72 Fully cooperate with Suyu. The most dangerous moment. The whole place was silent, no one spoke. Even Ning Hanwen couldn't help but be moved, as if it exceeded his psychological expectations. After a while, Li Zongxing, the steward of the 9 Pillars family Li family, took the lead and said, what do you think? Is this true or false? Could it be that the enemy captured Suyu and forced him to write it down? That's possible, but it could also be true. If what Suyu said is true, he will surely become a hero of the entire demon city and even Daxia. But I don't believe it, it's impossible. This is unbelievable. A mere transformation realm beastmaster suddenly appeared in the enemy's demon city, controlling the city lord's wife and the city lord's mansion? And could he even rescue the humans who had been held captive by Qingyan City for so many years? Every single incident seemed to be crushing their worldview to the ground. Li Zongwan, another steward of the Li family, said, brother is right. It looks like he's been captured, maybe even betrayed. Lu Xian said firmly, Suyu is definitely not that kind of person. Li Zongwan snorted coldly, humph, hard to say. Also, little girl from the Lu family, this is a strategic military location. It's not your turn to interrupt. Why don't you step back? Lu Xian bit her lower lip lightly. The Li family must have slandered Suyu because of Li Mu's incident. Xia Tingjin said coldly, Zongwan, be careful with your words. Don't casually accuse your comrades or fellow soldiers of betrayal without verifying the facts. Li Zongwan sensed Xia Tingjin's ill intentions, and a chill ran down his spine. He immediately apologized, Governor Xia is right. I was just suggesting a possibility, and I wasn't thoughtful enough. Lu Xian noticed that Shang Wanling was crying with her face covered. She tried her best to control her emotions. If it weren't for the command center, she would probably cry bitterly. Xia Tingyan turned around and asked, Dean Shangguan, what do you think? Shangguan Ling's eyes were filled with tears. I only told Suyu and a few others about my daughter's affairs. Not many people know about it. I can. Xia Tingyan nodded. I understand, you go and answer him. There is no doubt that what Suyu said is true. Although we don't know how he controlled the city lord's wife and indirectly controlled Qingyan City, now, at this critical moment of life and death, he chose not to hide from danger himself, but decided to take the risk and rescue our comrades. This matter is top secret. Keep it strictly confidential and do not let it leak out. If I find out that anyone here has leaked the information, I will be a traitor to the great Xia. With tens of thousands of comrades in arms, if this task succeeds, it will be no less than a large-scale victory. Xia Tingyan's words were very serious, and he was also implying that people from the major families were not allowed to pass the news back. At least until the operation is over. Li Zongxing had no choice but to express his attitude. Don't worry, Governor Xia, the family will never leak the news. The same goes for the association. The same goes for the 9 Schools Alliance. Xia Tingyan made the decision and said, okay. Pass on my order. The Dragon Eagle Guard and the Allied forces will launch a counterattack across the board, interspersed and splitting the enemy's front. We must isolate the ghost-faced fox in the north before tomorrow. The Dragon Eagle Guard's 12,369th Battalion will then be responsible for the support. Dean Shangguan, tell Suyu that all humans in the Calamity Demon Cave will fully cooperate with Suyu's actions. But if you have any requests, just let him know. Shangguan Ling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Although she said that she had not given up hope, she actually knew in her heart that they could not get close to Qingyan City no matter what, and they could not defeat the Lord of Qingyan City. There were many missing people, and Daxia could not gamble the entire demon cave and even the people behind it to go to war for her. But Suyu listened to it. Not only did he listen to it, he also sneaked into Qingyan City and even had the chance to find her daughter. The nightmare that had trapped her for years seemed to have finally been relieved by the first ray of light. Suyu, please forgive my selfishness. My daughter's name is Bai Yaqing. If you can find her. Governor Xia said he will fully cooperate with your actions and will let me know if you have any requests. The words on the token gradually became incoherent, and Suyu could understand this feeling very well. If one day it was Arya or my parents who left me. It's hard to imagine how I felt at that time. Fox Lady has handed the roster to Suyu. Suyu quickly turned the pages and found Bai Yaqing's name. Sure enough, still alive. There's no time to lose, let them go immediately. Suyu asked Fox Lady to find an excuse that the attack on the front line was not going well. The ghost-faced Fox clan suffered heavy losses and needed some cannon fodder. There was no better choice than human slaves, and this convinced the demon generals. Yes. My king. Suyu gave her a lot of blood, so the effect of the blood crown could last for a while. If it exceeds the limit, then continuing to transfuse blood will be of no use. Controlling the strange beasts in the Samsara realm was still a bit difficult for Suyu. The ghost-faced fox was extremely efficient. In just over an hour, this group of humans were sent out of the city. After the dust settled here, Suyu spread the news of the escort team and said to Arya, Huan Yuan, it's time for us to leave. Arya asked, still using the identity of the 9th prince? Suyu shook his head, no, I think the news of the 9th prince in Qingyan City has spread. It would be too conspicuous to use the dark horse to leave the city now. It's a surprising move. Less trouble is worse than more. We have obtained the city lord's order, changed our clothes, quietly left the city and followed the human team. When it is safe to do so, Suyu still doesn't want to take too many risks. Just as Suyu was about to change Chi Mayan's clothes, a sound of breaking air was heard outside. The city lord has returned. As the shouts from the city gates rang out, countless ghost foxes on the ground shouted together. The city lord has returned. Suyu's heart suddenly rose to his throat. It's really hard to be a hero. I want to be one once in a while. But the Lord of Qingyan City actually returns to the city at this time? Suyu and the other two stuck their heads out and saw that at the end of the sky, in the opposite direction of the human team, a carriage pulled by 6 dark horses, 2 demon lords and the Lord of Qingyan City were galloping through the air. Oh shit! Suyu almost screamed. The sense of crisis in my heart is very strong. How did she know I was here? No, she couldn't possibly know. Even the 10,000 beasts list didn't show Suyu's information. Maybe he really just came to Qingyan City on his way. Oops. Worst case scenario. Suyu, the fake ninth prince, happened to be blocked in the city lord's mansion by the real Qi Mayan. Kong Huan Yuan was momentarily distracted. What should I do, Suyu? Big crisis situation. It's a dead end, another dead end. Arya's eyes were distracted at first, then firm. Huan Yuan, can I trust you? Take the little one with you. She even made a decision in an instant. Suyu said flatly, no. There's another way. Listen to me, both of you. Success or failure depends on this one move. You only have one chance. Chapter 73. I am the ninth prince, do you dare to take off the mask? The two women turned their eyes to Suyu. In this situation, is there any other solution? Suyu didn't have time to explain and said directly, divide it into two steps. Huan Yuan will ambush. When the demon woman and her followers come in, you will activate the inherent barrier to capture only her and Fox Princess, and drag me in as well. It will only take a moment, then you hide in the pet space. Everyone's attention will surely be on that witch. No one will pay attention to Arya's actions. Arya, dig a hole underground now. The deeper the better. We will escape from underground. The specific method of escape is subject to my command. A bold plan took shape in Suyu's mind. As if sensing the two women's worry, Suyu said softly, we won't die here, Arya. I will accompany you through all the ups and downs of life, and one day I will understand what your wish is. Huan Yuan, I will accompany you through the Forbidden Sea and into the Forbidden Zone. Believe me. No explanation was needed. Just one sentence, trust me, dispelled all of Arya and Kong Huan Yuan's concerns. Then, Suyu looked at Fox Lady's fatal temptation. The deadly temptation of the transformation realm is not only tempting, but also deadly. Suyu's blood will turn into a murderous ghost. Although it may not be possible to kill the Fox Princess in the Samsara realm, the effect can be created. In just a few seconds, you're ready. In the sky, Fox Wind said, Your Highness, rest assured. Our insider on the human side has proven that Suyu has not returned to the human side. As long as he's within the borders of our 7 cities, he won't be able to escape. Hu Feng had finally managed to snatch the opportunity to let the ninth prince temporarily live in Qingyan City, so naturally he had to perform well. Maybe he could get this upper hand? Qi Mayan was unhappy and said nothing. For her, the battle in the demon cave dropped to second place, and the most important thing was to find and kill Suyu first. Otherwise, if the news leaks. The cruel inheritance system of the Abyss Demon clan. Qi Mayan pursed her red lips and clenched her fists. Because her thoughts were too vague, she even subconsciously did not actively sense that Alia and Kong Huan Yuan, who were also from the Age of Gods, were not far away from her. Just as a group of demons stepped into the hall of the city lord's mansion, Hu Feng saw Hu Ji smiling like a flower and wanting to greet him. Everything was so beautiful and so peaceful when a black shadow suddenly tore through the space and spread out in an instant. Fox Wind, Bird Reverend, and Insect Reverend were all shocked. Who? This is the Lord's mansion of the demon city. Who dares to take action? Who is lying in ambush here? However, inherent barriers are extremely rare. Even though there are 3 mythical beings, no one could have imagined that Qingyan City actually has someone who can use inherent barriers. In the blink of an eye, pitch black enveloped Fox Lady and Qi Mayan. Qi Mayan reacted immediately. Suyu. Suyu was right in front of her, but she didn't even sense it. What a laxity this is. Qi Mayan gritted her teeth and quickly used her own barrier. Devil Ember's dark flower. That terrifying purgatory is actually a bunch of dark flowers growing in the demon world. The blooming of the dark flowers will trigger destruction like the coming of doomsday. With her current strength, she can only trigger the precursor of the dark flowers, but cannot make them actually bloom. Even so, the barrier it triggered was already extremely terrifying. Which, we meet again. At the end of the barrier, a familiar face appeared in Qi Mayan's pupils. It's him. Qi Mayan gnashed her teeth, feeling a mixture of resentment, joy, and uneasiness. She laughed angrily. Oh, Suyu, this prince didn't go looking for you, but you walked into my trap instead. Go to hell. Years of experience told her that she must kill Suyu quickly. It was extremely unreasonable for Suyu to appear here, and there must be something fishy going on. Suyu exclaimed in amazement, Tisk Tsk, you have such a gorgeous face, but you are always fighting and killing. Why don't you learn how to please men, little witch? But, let's forget about it today. The troublemaker isn't me, but you. Just when Chi Mayan's attack was halfway towards Suyu, a fox shadow flashed by. Puff! Chi Mayan's claws pierced through Fox Princess's lower abdomen. Chi Mayan was horrified. She clearly didn't see the ethereal witch. Kong Huan Yuan's phantom painting gave her a wrong hallucination. But Fox Princess is a beast in the reincarnation realm, shouldn't she be able to defeat it? Suyu didn't give her time to think. He put on the Thousand Changes painted skin and changed into Chi Mayan wearing a mask. Kong Huan Yuan cancelled the Witch Knight and entered the pet space. The barrier was broken. Less than 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, Fox Wind, Insect Venerable and Bird Venerable saw a strange scene that made their brains crash. There are 2 ninth princes? One of them pierced through Hu Feng's wife, Hu Ji. Ha! Hu Feng's face was filled with disbelief. Fox Princess. Your Highness, you. Chi Mayan was panicking. Ever since she met Suyu, she had been in a confused state of being led by the nose. Chi Mayan quickly shook her head. It's not me, it's him. He is. Suyu interrupted, he's fake. Hu Feng, you too. This is Suyu. He pretended to be the prince and sneaked into the city lord's mansion. Unfortunately, he ran into us. Chi Mayan was stunned. No, I am the 9th prince. That bastard Suyu actually pretended to be her right in front of her. Chi Mayan immediately retorted, no, he is Suyu. Suyu, bah. You are the bastard. Hu Feng held the seriously injured Hu Ji in his arms, his mind dazed. The Insect Venerable and the Bird Venerable were also confused. Judging from their aura, Chi Mayan was the real one and Suyu was the fake one, but how could the 9th prince attack Fox Princess? Although clearing the edge area is a secret goal, even the dumbest genius in the restricted area would not kill his subordinates here, right? The insect master held his head and said, wait, let me look carefully, I can't recognize it. Aura can also be deceiving, and the 2 venerables know this very well. Chi Mayan was furious, you too, can't you even recognize this prince? The bird reverend asked, Your Highness, who did you ask me to contact a few days ago? Only he, Chi Mayan and Chong Zuns knew about the contact with Feng Yun Tower. Chi Mayan was helpless and blurted out, Feng Yun Pavilion. The insect master reacted, yes, this is true. That one is fake. Chi Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. These 2 weren't too stupid. The aura of the mythical bird master suddenly came over, you are fake. Unexpectedly, Suyu's next sentence confused the bird venerable. Humph, idiot. Suyu is on the Feng Yun ranking, Feng Yun Pavilion must have contacted him. Does that mean Suyu doesn't know about your contact with Feng Yun Pavilion? Thinking of Li Lingya's words, Suyu quickly thought of a way to fill the gap. The bird master took a deep breath, this is really. Then, Your Highness, no matter which of you is the real one, find a way to prove it. Use your abilities. Use the abilities of our own clan. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, you 2 are hopelessly stupid. Can't you fake your abilities? Use your brains. I am the 9th prince. If you don't believe me, Suyu standing over there, let me ask you, I dare to take off my mask to prove that I am the 9th prince, do you dare? Chi Mayan's eyes widened, Chapter 74 Chi Mayan's Compromise. I will never tell others. Chi Mayan was stunned. After taking off the masks and verifying their identities, they can definitely identify each other quickly. But this is equivalent to Suyu dragging her to explode together. Suyu was doomed to die. But once these 2 demons knew that she was a girl, they would no longer be loyal to her. Once the news spread, Chi Mayan would lose the qualification to compete for the Demon King, and death would also be waiting for her. Suyu smiled flamboyantly. This is what demons are like, their brains are stupid and useless. Never try to prove who you are, there will always be doubts. Rather than proving yourself, question others. Do you dare to take off the mask? Anyway, I am not afraid of wearing shoes when I am barefoot. If you don't dare, then you are definitely not the 9th prince. The bird master and the insect master looked at each other in surprise. It seems that this is the real thing. That makes sense. Your Highness has always been decisive and never hesitates in killing. I haven't even seen your true face yet. The bird venerable said to Chi Mayan in a stern voice, could it be that you are fake? Chi Mayan. She was so frustrated that her lungs were about to explode. Even if she used the demonic cinder flower at this moment, it would be of no avail. She was misled by Suyu's casual words that his ability could be imitated. What the hell can he imitate? How can an ordinary human being imitate the barrier of the age of gods? But this is not the key point. The key point is that Bird Venerable and Insect Venerable believe Suyu's lies. The one who dares to take off the mask is the ninth prince. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with this, but she just can't pick it. Shimayan looked at the bird master angrily. You. For a moment, she felt helpless. Even if I had mouths all over my body, I wouldn't know where to start arguing. It was she who crippled Fox Princess, and it was also she who didn't dare to take off the mask. There was something wrong with the way Hu Feng looked at her. Suyu was still fanning the flames. What are you still standing there for? Catch that bastard Suyu. Hu Feng, don't you want to avenge your wife? Fox Wind stood up, ready to make a move. Shi Mayan's fingertips trembled. She had never suffered such a big loss before. She felt numb. She bit her red lips lightly. She admitted defeat. The barrier of the demonic cinderflower unfolded again, capturing Suyu inside. Now nothing she said would help. He was unable to kill Suyu quickly, and was worried that if he really killed Suyu, he would be desperate and reveal his own affairs. It feels like being in a difficult situation. Within the barrier, Shi Mayan gritted her teeth and said calmly, "Let's make a deal. I won't kill you, just get out as far as you can. Also, you are not allowed to tell anyone about that." Suyu acted like a superior. What kind of deal? I'm the ninth prince, you're the one who should get out. Shi Mayan's mouth twitched. You're addicted to acting, right? She really wanted to tear the bastard in front of her to pieces even at the cost of exposing her true appearance. But her reason told her that she had to endure. Seeing that Shi Mayan was about to lose control, Suyu gently took off the mask. Little witch, this is not a deal. It's you who's in trouble now, not me. Seeing that Suyu had softened his stance, Shi Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. She was slandered like this, but she felt at ease just because the other party was willing to negotiate with her? Shi Mayan was surprised by her own compromise. A feeling I had never experienced before spread in my heart. Shi Mayan asked cautiously, "What do you want?" Suyu said, "At least we have to change places first, right? Can I admit it in front of your two idiots? Can we talk?" Shi Mayan wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she felt that Bird Venerable and Insect Venerable were indeed two idiots. Suyu continued, "Wait until you remove the barrier. There's a deep pit 100 meters away from you at 9 o'clock. You pretend to be me and jump down, and I pretend to be you and chase you. Let's make it real. Then we'll move to another place. You can't kill me, and I can't do anything to you. Then we'll negotiate terms. I'll disappear right where I am, and you can continue to be the ninth prince." How do you do that? Suyu's ultimate goal is to escape. Killing your way out openly would be somewhat conspicuous, and it would be impossible to find a safe place. It's better to drill into the ground. As long as those three mythical beings don't follow us, we'll be safe. The reason why Arya burrowed into the ground in advance was for this moment. Shi Mayan warned, "You'd better not try to deceive me. There must be one condition, you are never allowed to say that I am." Suyu raised one hand to the sky. Okay, no matter what, I will never tell anyone about your identity as a little demon girl." Shi Mayan sighed softly. In order to shut up Suyu, she had to endure the humiliation. Outside the barrier. Although the two venerables were more inclined to Suyu's words, they were still hesitant. The Worm Master, Brother Bird, who should we trust? The Bird Venerable scratched his head. Let's wait and see. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Hu Feng's face was sinister. The one who hurt my wife must be Suyu. He insisted. This not only gave the demons a way out, but also prevented the two venerables from finding fault. The city lord must demand an explanation. The Chongzun said, "Don't worry, I'll leave the fake one to you." The barrier is broken. The two ninth princes fought each other. Suddenly, one of them ran at full speed, opened up a distance of 100 meters, and then jumped into the big hole that had been dug long ago. Suyu chased after him. "No one is allowed to follow me. This prince will catch that bastard Suyu with his own hands." Bird Venerable and Insect Venerable were originally planning to give chase, but with their mythical power, they were able to stop them in a moment. But when the ninth prince, who looked like a real prince, spoke, they became hesitant again. After all, from their point of view, if they accidentally hurt Jinjin, they would be severely punished, but if they did not listen to His Highness Shinjin, they would also be severely criticized when they returned. The demons were a race with extremely strict class structures. The hesitation and entanglement of the two demons are beyond words. Suyu chased after them successfully, and the two demons did not follow him. He breathed a sigh of relief. The identity of the ninth prince was really useful. On the ground, the second demon looked at Fox Wind. Hufom understood what he meant. You two, are you really going to let me handle it? The premise is false. Good. Fox Wind clapped his hands. Hateful human beings. Do you think you can hide from others by escaping underground? Don't you forget. In every demon city, in addition to a city lord from the mythical realm, there is also a demon plant from the mythical realm. The roots of the evil plant are rooted in the ground. Do you think you can escape? Underground. Shimayan traveled for thousands of meters before reaching the end, and a slightly familiar face came into view. Is it you? The two women looked at each other in surprise. Then it dawned on me. Following closely behind were Suyu and Kong Huanyuan, who had slipped out of the pet space. Arya finally felt relieved. There is no doubt that Suyu has passed through another gate of hell. Not only that, there seems to be an unexpected gain? Arya looked at Shimayan strangely. Shimayan said coldly, "What are you looking at? If it weren't for you despicable people." Suyu interrupted, "All right, little demon girl, if you don't want your two idiot subordinates to react, then hurry up." Hurry for what? Dig a hole. Suyu pointed forward. Chapter 75, Losing Both the Wife and the Army. Humph. Never seen the world. Shimayan was so angry that she took off her mask and pointed at herself in surprise. You want me to do it? Suyu was stunned. What else? You were the one who wanted to make peace with me. You can't let me work with my woman, right? Shimayan, I. She didn't know what to say. She was hidden by her mother since birth, and no one knew her gender. From childhood to adulthood, she had been forced to do hard labor for others. She had never done such menial work, like a mouse burrowing into the ground. Shimayan kept reminding herself. Forbearance. When I get the chance, I will kill this bastard. Arya on the side couldn't help laughing, and looked at the Witch of the Abyss with her arms crossed. The more you look at her, the more charming she becomes. Even she, a girl, wants to see her more and more. He just has a very stubborn temper. It's not easy for the little guy to tame this wild horse, otherwise it seems like a good choice to let her be the third pet. The thought of being able to suppress the pearl of the Abyss Demon clan below my own status makes me feel so happy. The vampires were defeated by the demons when they fought for the well of gods and demons. This memory made Arya feel indescribably proud at this moment. Shimayan gritted her teeth and said, you remember this. After saying those harsh words, the little witch actually started to work honestly. It seemed as if it had vented all its anger towards Suyu on the soil and rocks in front of it. After a fierce bombardment, it had dug forward hundreds of meters in just a few breaths. The soil and rocks were directly annihilated and turned into nothingness, which was sent into the inherent barrier, saving even the effort of transportation. Arya whispered in his ear, "Did you trick me again?" Suyu pinched her nose and said, "How can you call it a lie when it comes to the Beastmaster? You little devil, I'll settle the score with you later for what happened just now." Arya felt warm in her heart. She knew what Suyu meant. When Shimayan and his group just arrived at the city lord's mansion, even Arya was a little desperate, and even suggested that Kong Huanyuan take Suyu and run away. Suyu seemed a little angry about this matter, which means that he cares about himself more than life and death, right? While they were talking, Shimayan had already advanced more than 2,000 meters. As expected, he's number 1 on the beast rankings. Even a 3-on-1 fight between Suyu, Arya, Kong Huanyuan, and Justice wouldn't necessarily win. How is this done? Magical power gap? Physical strength gap? Or something else? When they advanced to 5,000 meters, they heard unusual movements ahead. Boom! Rumble! The entire underground tunnel was shaking, and the gravel was shattering. Suyu and others frowned. What's wrong? Shimayan's blood pressure shot up. Those two idiots. Idiots. Hopeless idiots. This prince will go back, and you two will die. Shimayan realized something and cursed Bird Venerable and Insect Venerable. It's Qingyan City's guardian demon plant. Those two idiots must have been shirking the responsibility and putting it on Hufeng. I was wondering why these two idiots didn't just come in. The two demon lords couldn't tell who was the real one, so they just put the blame on Hu Feng. I won't let you kill it, but the demon plant guarding the city is also in the mythical realm, so wouldn't it be easy to injure it? As long as we injure him, we can take off his mask and identify his true identity, then we will know whether he is a demon or not. If he is really injured, we will use you, Fox Wind, to take the blame. Suyu took a deep breath, hiss. It turns out they are masters at playing dumb. They can be leaders now. Oh my god, this city guarding demon plant is at the mythical level. Aren't we doomed? Don't forget, if you're caught and taken back for identification, your fate won't be much better than mine. Shimayan said coldly, you don't need to remind me. You guys, you country bumpkins are just clueless. To tell you the truth, the demonic plant that protects the city has taken root in the demon city. It achieved this myth by absorbing the magical power emitted by the people of the demon city. Therefore, it cannot leave the demon city. Moreover, the longer its branches and leaves spread outside the demon city, the more its strength decreases. This mythical demon plant has branches that stretch for thousands or even tens of thousands of meters, but it's only at the Nirvana realm at most. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. At the same time, keep in mind that this is a big secret. But in other words, the branches that spread out for 10,000 meters are all at the Nirvana realm. Doesn't that mean that one mythical demon plant can be regarded as having the combat power of thousands of Nirvana realm demon plants? Myths are really terrifying. Here it comes. Chi Mayan whispered. Bang bang bang. Countless branches and vines broke through the walls of the underground passage and attacked everyone. The three women attacked one after another, blood thorns, shattered space, and slashed the dark energy demon. Bang! Branches were cut off one after another, but Shimayan did not stop digging. Suddenly, Shimayan frowned and said, you big bastard, let your woman fight with me. The branches of the demon plant are not far ahead. Suyu didn't ask any further questions and nodded slightly. Kong Huan Yuan even summoned his own Snow Heart Rose and Heavenly Thunder Pillar to reinforce the passage. The three women worked together, and the fusion of blood and demonic energy, after the Linkong Phantom twisted the earth and rocks in front of them, smashed them all towards the branches of the giant tree opposite. Brush! The branches, which were thicker than a man's embrace, were pierced through, and spiritual fluid like stars gushed out. Suyu was shocked, life spirit liquid. He had never seen so much life essence liquid before. That's right. The life essence liquid was produced by the mythical demon plants. Bottle, no, basin. Oh shit. Get rich. You evil plant, why don't you stay in the city and dare to spread here? Take it here. At the same time, Hu Feng's expression darkened. The bird master asked, how is it? Did you catch it? Hu Feng's face turned grim. It's too deep. They're at least 5,000 meters underground. The crystal mist pine and cypress trees have lost even a fraction of their strength by the time they've spread there. Even their branches have been broken. What a huge loss. The mythical demon plant has a total of 10 main branches, each of which can extend into hundreds of branches, and the life essence contained in it is the largest produced dragon-level secret treasure in the marginal land. It takes 100 years for the main branches to grow. It's really a case of losing both the wife and the army. The bird venerable's mouth twitched, waste. Brother Chon, what should we do? The insect venerable said, chase. No matter who is real or fake, if something really happens to the ninth prince, we too won't be able to stop him. The blame-shifting plan failed, and the two demons were forced to jump into the pit. Only. Damn it. Why is it blocked at the back? Which direction are they digging in? Hu Feng left the city lord's mansion hysterically, looking for the real body of crystal mist pine and cypress. It must know Suyu's location. Underground. Suyu was having a lot of fun scooping up the life essence. How many drops is this? Several thousand? 10,000? I can't tell the difference, anyway, I'm getting extremely rich. Arya and Kongwan Yuan also filled the containers, wishing they could take the branches of the crystal mist pine and cypress away with them. This made the pampered Chi Mayan dumbfounded. You? Isn't it embarrassing? Ha! You're so ignorant. You're even vying for this thing? Suyu came to his senses. Oh? So your highness has something better? Chapter 76, 9 Extremes Nether Spring, number 3 on the 10,000 Beasts ranking, today and yesterday. Shi Mayan glanced at the life essence with disdain. Of course. She held out a hand, and a mandala with dark purple leaves and blood-red flowers appeared in her palm. The nether flower, born from the great demon realm, drips the 9 extremes nether spring from its pistil. It is a demon-level secret treasure that can enable the physiques of all races to break through the white jade realm and reach the star realm. It can also strengthen the magic circuits, increasing the number of circuits by up to 60. It is far more than comparable to the mere life essence. Shi Mayan's eyes were full of pride. It's finally time to put this bastard on the spot. This is a great miracle of our people, you country bumpkins can envy it. So you whispered again, then where can I get it? Shi Mayan chuckled, only the dark flowers born from the inherent barrier of my royal family can. Suddenly, her expression changed. Are you trying to trick me? Damn it, I got tricked by this bastard again. He. So you laughed dryly twice. The master is like the subordinates. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked too. Suyu observed the dark purple nether spring flickering on the pistil of the nether flower, emitting powerful and mysterious fluctuations. Can enhance physical fitness and magic circuits. This is why she is stronger than Arya and Huan Yuan. You must get it. Even if you only get a drop of the magic level secret treasure, with the strange counterfeit, it is equivalent to an infinite dragon leveled 9 extremes nether spring. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, Little witch, how about this, if you give me 1,000 drops, I promise that I will forget everything that happened today and not say a word about it. Shi Mayan glared at Suyu. 1,000 drops? You drink it as water? The dark flower can only produce 1 drop a day. This 1 drop is more effective than 1,000 drops of your life essence. Shi Mayan thought bitterly, this bastard is really tempted, but he actually asks for such a huge sum. She had to trick this bastard. The Joji Minquan could produce 10 drops a day, and she had to use this to gain the initiative in the negotiations. But Suyu didn't buy it. Don't give me that. Your dark flower can produce at least 10 drops. Shi Mayan was stunned. Ah? How do you know? Then she said angrily, You. Suyu smiled secretly in his heart, I am so lucky, I deserve to be rich. You guessed it right. Suyu stretched out his hand and said, So, 1,000 drops isn't too much for me. I can swear on the Luo River. This is the most important oath of our human race. The 2 women on the side forced themselves not to laugh. Yes. The master never lies to anyone, especially to pretty girls. Suyu nodded repeatedly, see, it's a trustworthy person. Shi Mayan weighed the pros and cons. She has no shortage of this thing, so it might be a good thing to use some resources to completely shut Suyu up. Okay, here you go. But then you have to dig with me. Make a deal. Suyu happily accepted the 1,000 drops of nether spring. I sighed in my heart, they are indeed the top race from the forbidden area, they have all the resources they want. Suyu decided not to tell anyone about Shi Mayan. We have to use this incident to dig out more treasures from this little witch. On the ground. The 2 furious demon lords punched the ground again and again, and each punch could create a hole hundreds of meters wide, but they still couldn't find Suyu's escape route. After all, finding this road thousands of meters below is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The insect venerable said, Forget it, brother bird. With the 9th prince's strength, can he really lose to a mere Suyu? No one knows about it anyway, so let's just wait for His Highness the 9th prince to come back and admit his mistake. The bird master nodded helplessly. Yeah, no one knows anyway. Squeak. The gray sky was pierced by golden light, and a picture scroll unfolded in the sky, with clouds rolling and unrolling, and golden light overflowing. When someone stirs up trouble, the list of the hottest will reappear. The 2 demon lords widened their eyes. Oh shit. Forgot about this. The golden words of the 10,000 beasts list appeared. Human Suyu successfully escaped from the 2 demon lords and the lord of Qingyan City, and successfully kidnapped the 9th prince of the abyss. Suyu rose to 3rd place on the 10,000 beasts ranking. Puff. The bird master spat out a mouthful of blood. The fact that these 2 demon lords were fooled by mere humans was spread throughout the entire forbidden area through the Fengyun ranking. The insect master's eyes blurred. That trick might be the only way for Fengyunbang to save face, but it would be better not to do so. Isn't this openly calling them idiots? The key point is, the 9th prince was also held hostage? It must be a despicable human trick. That's right. Cunning humans. The 2 demons gnashed their teeth in hatred. Brother Chong, this bastard must be trying to escape from the city underground and return to the human camp. You go to the west of the city, and I'll go to the south. We'll definitely be able to stop them. That makes sense, Brother Bird. No matter what, His Highness must not be in any danger, otherwise you and I will be blamed. The two demons did not dare to delay and acted separately, spreading the energy towards King Shixia. Countless humans looked at the sky in astonishment. Especially the blood spirit team, several of them widened their eyes. Captain Duga Ming said, I seriously suspect that there may be a bug in the ranking list. Several people expressed their deep agreement. No matter how strong the old captain is, he can't be so invincible. Mu Changwei asked uncertainly, what if it's true? Several people fell into silence. How many days has he been in the demon cave? He's already turned it upside down, repeatedly escaping the clutches of mythical demons, and even engaging in a battle of wits and courage with the 9th prince of the Abyss Demon Clan, number 1 on the Myriad Beasts ranking. How embarrassed are these seniors? In the team, the expressions of two people were obviously unnatural, even a little sinister. Right above the canyon, Ning Hanwen looked at the sky with a slight smile on his face. He was confident that there was no element that could exceed his expectations. If there was, it must be a variable. The world is changing. Xia Tingjin and Jiang Huiran stared at each other, and the old silver coin started again. Can't we be more sincere with each other? However, Suyu broke the highest record of the human race on the 10,000 Beasts list. The 10,000 Beasts list has never given such an honor to the human race. In Fengyun Pavilion, the two pavilion masters, Long and Shou, are playing chess. Two pavilion masters, we can't find where he is. Long 12 said embarrassedly. The Beast Pavilion Master said lightly, no need, I'll go myself. He turned into an ice crystal, floating with blue light, and disappeared in an instant. The Dragon Pavilion Master looked at the chessboard. Place the piece on the Tianyuan position. Shimayan and Suyu, who were underground, had no idea about the 10,000 Beasts list. With the combined efforts of several people, they dug all the way from the Qingyan City Lord's Mansion to east of the city. If you want to go back to Qingshi Gorge, shouldn't you go to the west or south of the city? Suyu frowned, who said I want to go back? After that it's my own business. Little demon, ahem, Your Highness the 9th Princess, is it time for us to talk? Suyu did not forget that the descendants of the Age of Gods mentioned by Arya lived in seclusion in Wanxian Forest, 200 miles east of the city. Shi Mayan said unhappily, didn't we just discuss this? Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, I just said to forget about what happened today. I found out you were a girl yesterday. Shi Mayan couldn't catch her breath and almost stopped breathing. Chapter 77, Gold Coins Explode, Spirit Lake Realm Spiritual Power. Despicable. Shi Mayan gritted her teeth. Only humans can be so despicable. They, the noble demons, would not tolerate such despicable behavior. Suyu chuckled and said, meanness is the passport of the mean, and nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Princess, can you possibly win the throne if you're like this? Just consider it as paying my tuition. It's not a loss for you, right? Shi Mayan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she was rarely angry. Instead, she chewed over Suyu's words seriously. It was obvious that she was much stronger than Suyu, but she had always been led by the nose. This made Mo, who had worshipped absolute power all his life, think differently for the first time. Suyu said, let's make a deal. You have to promise me 3 things, and I will never mention your daughter's identity to anyone else. Shi Mayan nodded slightly, you say. Suyu held up 3 fingers and said, first, there are tens of thousands of human captives being taken to Qingshi Gorge. My people will go to rescue them. You have to accept this. You don't care about mere humans, do you? Secondly, I need a secret treasure that can improve my spiritual power. You must give me one. Third, tell me why your clan had to kill all of your brothers and sisters after fighting for the throne. Saving fellow human beings and improving the realm of spiritual power are of vital importance. Wanxian Forest is not far away, and Suyu still lacks the extra pet contract position brought by the Linghu realm. Shi Mayan frowned, is the third thing necessary? Why should I tell you about our demon clan? Suyu leaned closer and said, little demon girl, I always feel that our cooperation is not just this time. It won't hurt for me to listen. You are right. I am a country bumpkin who is short of resources. Maybe I can help you in the future and then ask you for resources? A blush appeared on Chi Mayan's charming face. Is he going to help me seize the throne? In the eyes of the demons, this is no different from swearing allegiance. Soon she shook her head again. This must be a psychological tactic used by despicable humans to manipulate her. Suyu looked strange. Are you blushing like a bubble teapot? Chi Mayan coughed lightly and said, well, it's okay to tell you. Not a few people know about this. My clan believes in the unity of all paths. Every time the Abyss Demon clan adds a demon, it will take away a portion of the power of the god in Demon Well. To become a demon king, one must kill all of their brothers, sisters, and relatives to return the magic power to the god in Demon Well. Only then can one surpass the Holy Land. In order to limit internal conflicts and friction, successive demon kings have stipulated that only men can enter the deepest part of the god in Demon Well. When mentioning this, a hint of gloom appeared in Chi Mayan's eyes. She didn't know why, but she just poured out the secret to Suyu. Maybe I really need someone to talk to. Suyu suddenly realized and kept it in mind. Chi Mayan threw another package to Suyu. The Holy Demon Yin Yang Fruit, a magic-level secret treasure unique to our clan, can help you ascend to the Spirit Lake realm. Another magic-level secret treasure. You have so many treasures on you, Suyu wants to take advantage of the opportunity to take her down. Suyu glanced at it and said softly, Your Highness is so stingy, only one? Give me another one. Talent? When Chi Mayan couldn't help but want to curse, Suyu added, Give me another one, and I will give you a gift too. Chi Mayan frowned and threw another one. Suyu also threw a small bottle to Chi Mayan. Alright, Your Highness, we'll meet again. I won't tell anyone. If you have any questions in the future, you can come find me. Of course, I'll give you a secret treasure for each question you ask. Don't forget you promised me to help me send my compatriots back. You don't want to break the agreement we worked so hard to reach, do you? I won't keep my promise to someone who breaks his word. Also, keep the gift I gave you and enjoy it slowly. Don't drink too much. Suyu turned around with an open mind and disappeared from sight with Arya and Kong Huan Yuan. Chi Mayan gently opened the jade bottle, and a faint blood-like aura emanated from it, intoxicating people with a fatal temptation. This was the sweetness and fragrance she smelled when she first fought with Suyu. The higher the serial number, the more it would be charmed. She unconsciously stretched out her mouth. Gudong gudong. Really, very sweet. The warm feeling made the cold devil's heart ripple, and his cheeks flushed. He took 2 sips and stopped drinking. No wonder they said not to drink too much, they only gave me this little. Please give me some more. Looking at Suyu's departing back, she put on the black mask again. Soon, Bird Venerable and Insect Venerable came around from 2 directions and found Chi Mayan standing on the plain. Ninth Prince, is this really you? I am stupid, which one is you? The 2 demons were very nervous and tried their best to shirk responsibility. Chi Mayan stretched out her hand and raised it gently, Get up. You guys are not stupid at all. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just assume it's all Suyu's fault. Chi Mayan turned around gracefully, and her calm words made the 2 demon lords look at each other in surprise. Compared to his previous arrogance and toughness, the 9th prince now had a depth and majesty that the 2 of them could not see through. Suddenly, a faint voice came from the carriage. You too. Remember this from now on, humans cannot imitate our nether flower. The Bird Venerable and the Insect Venerable gasped. The one they thought was fake turned out to be the real one. The 2 demons were sweating profusely and quickly stood on both sides of the dark horse chariot. We admit our mistakes. Where's Foxwind? Your Highness, Foxwind just went to look for his city guarding demon plant. He might be chasing that human. Chi Mayan looked back quietly and looked in the direction where Suyu left. Don't die, asshole. Suyu, Arya, and Kong Huan Yuan came to the nearby woods. He gasped for breath. Finally, I escaped. Arya and Kong Huan Yuan hugged Suyu tightly on both sides. It seems like I've been brushing shoulders with death every minute and every second these past 2 days. Huan Yuan, take a look, can this thing really improve your mental strength? This was an unheard of method, so Suyu had to be cautious. Kong Huan Yuan carefully checked it 3 times. Yes. And there are no side effects. The spiritual energy contained in it is not weaker than that of my clan's ethereal heart. The dominant race in the forbidden area is truly rich in heritage. A wave of gold coins from the little witch exploded, and the most troublesome problem was solved. Suyu did not hesitate and picked up a holy demon yin yang fruit and ate it. and try to understand its structure and function as much as possible. The reason why two are needed is to fully understand and deconstruct it, and then use the strange counterfeit to reproduce the pseudo-holy demon yin-yang fruit. In his mind, a strong spiritual torrent broke through the Lingxi River. The Lingxi River expanded the empty river channel and turned into a large swamp. Within 100 meters around, it was no longer a slight perception, but everything was clearly echoing in his mind. The stream turns into a lake, I emerge into nature, and nature is with me. Spiritual Power, Spirit Lake Realm. Chapter 78. You and I will die together, Hu Feng's pursuit to the death. Kong Huanyuan's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the Spirit Lake Realm. The improvement of mental power is an all-round enhancement of cognitive ability. Some magical fluctuations that were originally imperceptible can no longer escape Su Yu's eyes. Su Yu smiled and reached out to stroke her smooth face. Give it to me when the war is over. Kong Huanyuan's cheeks flushed red and she nodded slightly. Arya was right. Following Su Yu, her wish would no longer be just empty talk. If he is such a man, she is willing to follow him for the rest of her life. Good impression, a company without regrets, a company through life and death. After experiencing life and death, the feelings between the two are no longer as green as when they first met. Then, Su Yu looked at Arya with a serious expression. Arya, won't you explain this to me? Arya's eyes wandered. What? Su Yu stepped forward and hugged her in his arms. Ouch, it hurts, what are you doing? Su Yu raised his hand, but when his fist stopped in front of her flawless face, he choked up and said, in the city lord's mansion, before that little witch came, were you planning to sacrifice yourself and let Huan Yuan take me away? Answer me. Isn't this already in the past? Arya. Su Yu pushed her against the tree and faced her. Do you know? You are my woman, you are the most important person to me. I will not allow you to have such thoughts again, not even a thought. Even if we really die, we will die together. In life, we sleep in the same bed, and in death, we are buried in the same grave. If you dare to do this again, I will. I will hate you so much. Perhaps it was because of the dance between life and death that Su Yu's tense nerves relaxed a little, and his emotions were like a flood that broke through the dam and could not be suppressed. Su Yu choked a little and was hugged by Arya. Arya murmured in her heart. I owe you this, little one. But if there comes such a day, I will still make this choice. Because you are also me. The most important person. Su Yu and Arya hugged each other tightly. Arya changed into a gothic skirt and tidied up her messy hair. The two of them tacitly said nothing. Okay, let's go back and talk about it. It's not safe here after all. Arya, is it in this forest? Arya was a little uncomfortable. Yes. I sensed her presence near here before, so I'm sure she's right. Furthermore, this Wangxian forest looks ordinary from a distance, but inside it is shrouded in a thick white mist, as if it were a camouflage to protect itself. Su Yu nodded. Well, I will send the information back first. It is not easy to rescue these comrades. The little demon girl will not kill them for her own sake. Don't make the teacher wait anxiously. Su Yu used Qinglan Haitong's token to transmit back the general process, the method of transporting the captives, the final rescue location, and the matter of the teacher's daughter. After the message was sent, Su Yu looked up at the sky and his expression suddenly changed. Fuck. When did I become the third on the 10,000 beasts ranking? Su Yu, who was thought to be acting in secret, was actually already known to everyone. Qingshi Gorge, Command Center. After Shang Wanling received the exact news from Su Yu, she choked silently, tears streaming down her eyes, and she was so excited that she couldn't speak. After a while, he recovered and quickly found Xia Tingjin. Governor. Su Yu urgent report. Xia Ting'an watched it 3 or 4 times, but still found it unbelievable. Not only him, the entire command center was silenced again. How did he do that? The 9th prince of the demon tribe is personally escorting them? But will he allow us to rob them? I have no ill intentions, I just want to ask, is Su Yu really okay? It's so unbelievable that I can't even figure it out no matter how hard I try. The initiator of this demon cave war actually listened to Su Yu? Li Jia, who was standing by, became more active. Su Yu has already taken away too much fame and limelight from this war. His own Li Mu has a grudge against him, and the Wang family, a subsidiary of the Li family, and Su Yu are also extremely hostile. This is not good. Li Zongwan quietly transmitted the message, Brother Shang, I will pass the news back to the clan and have them quietly. Li Zongxing nodded slightly. Yeah. No matter what happens in Daha, we cannot allow the hatred towards the family to continue to develop. If necessary, they would even spare no effort, even at the cost of killing tens of thousands of prisoners. Before Suyu escaped from Qingyan City, Fox Wind learned everything in front of the city guarding demon plant. Okay, are the Ninth Prince and Suyu in cahoots? Are you putting on a show together for me? In the cave, Suyu and Chi Mayan were indeed working together to deal with the crystal mist pine in Cyprus. Hu Feng said with a sinister expression, Jing Wu, guard my home for me. This city lord swears to bring Suyu back. No matter what, the Ninth Prince must give this city lord an explanation. If that doesn't work, we'll turn to the Seventh Prince's gate. The crystal mist pines and cypresses shook their branches in agreement. Don't think that Hu Feng suffered a great loss. But if the secret between Suyu and the Ninth Prince can be uncovered, it may be the key to the rise of the ghost-faced Fox clan in Qingyan City. A blessing in disguise. Fox Wind made a prompt decision and rushed all the way to the east of the city, passing through the wilderness and plains, and plunged into Wangxian Forest. Behind Fox Wind, the Beast Pavilion Master, who was walking on ice with ice crystals condensed on his body, fixed his gaze. The small Wangxian Forest is really lively. Let me do the math, Suyu, Hu Feng, huh? Something's wrong. Why is the barrier of the magic cave around here so weak? Could it be? Interesting. Someone actually wants to forcibly tear open the passage into the demon cave. The master of the Beast Pavilion followed and entered the Wangxian Forest. In the fairy forest, Suyu said softly, so, can you tell me which generation of gods are the descendants of in Wangxian Forest? Aliyah raised the corner of her mouth. Well, speaking of it, it's the same as that slutty fox of Fox Princess. They are all foxes, but the level is completely different. The ghost-faced fox is only ranked number 231. The tailed fox clan above it is number 97, and the age of gods it was born in is number 008 Snowfeather Sky Fox. Legend has it that the fox's tail feathers are as pure as snow, yet heaven has gifted it with an alluring beauty that captivates the soul. Little guy, I don't object to you having sex with her. In other words, only a beauty like this is worthy of serving my man. But you must not indulge in it, otherwise it will easily backfire. Kong Huan Yuan added, well, master, be careful. Legend has it that 100 years ago there was a snow-feathered sky fox. Killed the master. Chapter 79, Demons are everywhere, who is the hunter and who is the prey? Suyu was stunned. Hiss, it's so dangerous, and you two still want me to catch her? Love is a rose with thorns. In the history of beast masters, there are very few cases of master killing. Regardless of race, once a contract is signed, it cannot be violated for life. Otherwise it will not be tolerated by the laws of nature. Those who kill their master and rebel will be killed and annihilated by the strange phenomena of heaven and earth, and their bodies will not be left. What is the point of paying such a price? Kong Huan Yuan warned, the reason is simple. Fox demons have always been known for their allure. The demon cave believes them to be wanton and unruly. However, the snow-feather sky fox has a strong character. It's said that a powerful race in the forbidden area once attempted to possess and force her, even threatening the lives of their own kind to sign a contract. Ultimately. So, master, the demon fox is ruthless, but the celestial fox is affectionate. You can't judge her as an ordinary fox demon. The reason I must capture her is that the master is advancing from transformation to nirvana, and the best magic circuit is the magic circuit of the sky fox. Suyu seemed to be thinking about something. Although they were blessed with all the talents of heaven and earth, God played a cruel joke on them. With a chaste and strong character, yet possessing a stunning beauty that captivates all, how could she not be coveted? So, the final result is. No wonder it's hidden. Suyu gently kneaded Aliyah's face. Don't worry, this is not enough to disturb my Tao heart. No matter how charming your appearance is, it can't compare to pure love. Arya nodded slightly. This is also the reason why Arya brought Suyu here. She believed that her little guy could definitely tame this wild horse. The deeper you go, the more you discover the unusualness of Wangxianlin. The cherry blossom petals on the ground are rising in the opposite direction, as if cherry blossom rain is falling from the ground to the sky. In the center of the forest is a calm and clear lake. Arya and Phantom Kite shifted their gaze to the bottom of the lake. She's hiding beneath the surface. Don't worry, this sky fox was only at the transformation stage when I first met her. Catching her isn't difficult, but the hard part is. The difficulty lies in how to make her truly submit. According to Suyu's observation, all the God Age sequences he had seen, whether it was Arya, Kong Huan Yuan or Chi Mayan, had wishes that had to be fulfilled, some of them were even tragic wishes. This should be the key to breaking through her defenses. Suddenly, in the jungle behind Suyu, a cold wind was blowing, and a powerful energy wave swept across the jungle, causing birds and beasts to fly everywhere. Suyu's heart was instantly shrouded in the fear of death, and the strong feeling of oppression made it hard to breathe. Suyu turned around suddenly and saw a 3-meter-tall ghost-faced fox walking out of the shadows. It was in human form, but still had white fur and an ugly mask. This fox demon is none other than the lord of Qingyan City, Fox Feng. Fox Feng's sharp beak dripped with fox saliva, and his eyes gleamed with hatred and greed. He. You really let this city lord hear a terrible secret. It turns out there's a celestial fox hiding at the bottom of this lake. The fact that you can sense it must be Camillo. You didn't expect that. Do you think you can escape from under the city lord's nose by colluding with the ninth prince? You lowly human. You injured my wife and slaughtered my people. Today, you have no way to heaven or hell. Tell me the truth about your relationship with the ninth prince. What secrets does the ninth prince have? Tell me, and I will leave you with an intact body. Otherwise, if I search your soul, it will be like that. Humph. Suyu's face darkened. It was able to catch up with him. He underestimated the ability of this mythical monster. Arya's face was extremely grim. There was only one way to help Suyu escape from the mythical beast. Suyu took a deep breath. He needed to delay time and gamble on a possibility. In the mission briefing sent back to his teacher Shangguan Ling, Suyu mentioned that he was going to Wangxian Forest, and if possible, someone would come to support him. Suyu was completely fearless and walked forward facing the pressure from Hu Feng. No, Fox Wind, do you have any evidence that I injured your wife? Could it be that you simply don't dare to offend the demons, so you want to use me as a scapegoat? Hu Feng's expression changed, as if his secret had been discovered. You really want to die? Suyu raised the corner of his mouth and threw the phone in his pocket to Hu Feng. Ha, Lord Qingyan, let me tell you the truth. I didn't hurt your wife at all, she did it of her own free will. Take a good look. Look at the way your wife fawns over me. Look at how she humbly tries to please me while you're away from the city, even wanting to sacrifice herself to me. You shouldn't blame me, on the contrary, I saved you from being cuckolded. At that time, Suyu secretly asked Kong Huan Yuan to record the video, waiting to expose it after returning to the human camp to undermine the morale of Qingyan City. He didn't expect that it would be used here in advance. Delaying time may not be meaningful, but it is better than doing nothing. At least it allows Suyu to think about how to escape. When Hu Feng saw the little gadget from humans and the picture of Fox Princess's proactive and wanton face, his heart started pounding and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fox Princess, why are you doing this to me? There is no doubt that it was Fox Lady who took the initiative to flatter Suyu. Although, that was Suyu in disguise. You bastard. I'll kill you when I get back. Hu Feng's face was extremely sinister, and he stared at Suyu fiercely. Hatred and anger swallowed up reason. Now he just wants to tear Suyu to pieces alive. Suyu thought for a long time, perhaps there might be a glimmer of hope under the lake. Just as Suyu was about to take action. In the sky, a snake-shaped dagger seemed to split the sky apart, the scattered cherry blossom rain was dispersed, the dark space cracks trembled in all directions, thunder surged, and the wind blew violently. Even Fox Wind was stunned for a moment. What the hell was this thing? Suyu was even more surprised. What is this? It seems that the space is divided. Behind the cracks, the bizarre light and shadows resembled the passageway to the Calamity Demon Cave. Could it be? The crack opened, and a voice came from inside. Wang Sang, is the information correct? Suyu is here, right? Mr. Ishikawa, this is the news directly from the Li family's headquarters. It's absolutely true. I have already sensed Suyu's presence. Suyu and those old guys from Disya would never have dreamed that our Huayin country has its own way of entering the demon cave. Wait, why is there a mythical monster here? Could it be the helper Suyu found? The killers with their faces covered poured into the Calamity Cave through unknown means and descended upon the fairy forest of Outlook. What exceeded their expectations was that there were many demons rampaging here, and Suyu was not the only one. Hundreds of masked men filed in and stood opposite Suyu and Hu Feng. The auras of the three parties suddenly froze, and they seemed confused about what had happened. Arya recognized the masked men and said in a voice transmission, "Suyu, they were the ones who ambushed me." Chapter 80: The Arrival of the Mastermind. Chaos abounds. Suyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the group of masked men in black. Sure enough, there was some familiar smell inside. The mastermind hidden in the territory of Disya finally showed his bloodthirsty fangs when Suyu was far away from Qingshi Gorge. Arya grabbed Suyu's arm from behind. "Little guy, let's." Suyu patted him gently. "Don't be afraid." Suyu raised the corner of his mouth, as if he had thought of something, and whispered softly, "Perhaps you don't believe it, but if they hadn't come, it would have been difficult for us to escape from Wu Feng's hands. But they came. It means that the person who was watching them has also arrived." Hu Feng looked at Wang Yu, Ishikawa Hideji, and his group warily, muttering to himself. "Are these people here to rescue Suyu? There are 2 demigods, 10 reincarnation leaders, and dozens of will-turning and nirvana masters. Even if Hu Feng is a great monster in the mythical realm, he may not be able to win." But judging by their tone just now, Fox Wind shouted sternly, "Where are you from? This human is my enemy. If you don't know what's good for you, I won't mind taking you all with me." Ishikawa Hidetsugu looked unhappy. Why did something unexpected happen every time it came to something related to Suyu? This plan has been planned for a long time and is so thorough and flawless. They were in the Blood Spirit Squad, and the spies in the Dragon Eagle Guard were always monitoring the movements of Xia Tinjin, Ning Hanwan, and others, and even took the initiative to take on the task of supporting Suyu. I thought everything was safe, but a mythical beast suddenly appeared. Ishikawa Hidetsugu said cautiously, "Lord Qingyan, don't misunderstand, we have no intention of going to war with you. You can kill Suyu, but we want to take the 2 women beside him away." Fox Wind said coldly, "They are also my kings." Are you kidding? How can 2 God-era sequences just give up? Ishikawa Hideji's face darkened. It was indeed impossible to communicate with beasts. Then we can only. The early bird catches the worm. Ishikawa Hidetsugu and Wang Yu looked at each other, and then they attacked simultaneously, one on the left and one on the right. The 2 demigods, together with 10 reincarnations, killed towards Fox Feng. Dozens of other masters of the Wheel of Reincarnation and Nirvana surrounded Suyu. Ishikawa Hidetsugu muttered, "Remember, kill Suyu, capture Shindai, and pay loyalty to Amaterasu." All the men in black said in unison, "Pray to Amaterasu." Fox Feng said coldly, "Looking for death." The situation changed suddenly. Suyu, who was destined to die, became a hot commodity fought over by both sides. However, the Huaying people have the advantage in numbers, so Ishikawa Hidetsugu can first delay Fox Wind and let his men complete the siege and killing of Suyu. In his eyes, Suyu is just at the transformation stage. With a group of masters of the Wheel of Reincarnation and Nirvana here, you will surely die without a burial place. Even if the accident that happened to Arya last time happens again, there are still these reincarnations and demigods to clean up the mess. Suyu's eyes gradually showed a vicious look. This group of people was different from Hu Feng. Hu Feng and Suyu had some hatred, but this group of Huaying people wanted to snatch the most important person from Suyu alive. It's a pity that I don't have enough strength. One day when I have a knife in my hand, I will kill all of you. Suyu recognized the fighting style of the people around Ishikawa Hidetsugu and jokingly said, "Tisk, isn't this Dean Wang? I thought we were just having a personal grudge, but I didn't expect your Wang family to be willing to become the running dogs of the Huaying people." All the conjectures were confirmed. There is a potential chain of interests between the Huaying people, the Wang family, and the Li family. Seeing that Suyu recognized him, Wang Yu was too lazy to pretend anymore and took off his mask. People die for money and birds die for food. We and the Huaying people are just a cooperative relationship. You must be very curious, thinking you've done it perfectly. You even had someone at customs monitor Mr. Ishikawa and his men to see if they were entering. But unfortunately, we never intended to enter through the Demon Cave passage in Daxia. Your position, and the location of the reinforcements you agreed upon, are also being watched. Your little cleverness is too childish in front of adults. Today, you will definitely die. Several familiar figures walked out from the group of men in black. Wang Hongxi, Wang Feng, and Jiang Ying. Suyu laughed and said, "They are all here, looking forward to seeing me die with their own eyes." Okay. Wang Feng said coldly, "Suyu, you killed my only child, how could I let you go?" Wang Hongxi stared at Suyu with a sinister look on his face. "Suyu, I want to see you cut into pieces." I want you to watch your woman being abducted by us. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. He felt an inexplicable pain in his lower body, and the heart-wrenching pain made him feel like he was worse than death. Suyu chuckled and said, "Then I wish that you, the last eunuch of Daxia, can get what you want." Wang Hongshi's face turned pale. "You are still stubborn even when death is imminent." Suyu looked at Jiang Ying again, and Jiang Ying said viciously, "Suyu, if it weren't for you, my life wouldn't be such a mess. It would be better for everyone if you died. You shouldn't be alive." Her eyes were filled with resentment, and her arms were covered in bruises, full of hatred. Arya and Kong Huanyuan stood beside Suyu and whispered, "No, in my eyes, meeting the little one is the happiest moment of my life. Master, Huanyuan would rather die than change his master." Jiang Ying clenched her teeth, her resentment growing stronger. Suyu smiled back, as if to say, "You see, it doesn't seem to be what you said?" Wan Hongxi said fiercely, "Why waste so much time talking to him? Chop him off there." Wang Feng waved his hand, "Go." Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of men in black called out their pets, and 36 cherry trees sprang up from the ground, distributed in 36 directions centered on Suyu. The formation engraved with obscure patterns gradually condensed, and its power was extraordinary. The blood-colored glow and ethereal contract in Suyu's mind trembled. A means that can affect the Age of Gods contract. The contract between a pet of the Age of Gods can only be signed once, and once it is recognized by its owner, it cannot be changed. What method did this Huaying person use? What to do? Suyu was frantically thinking of a countermeasure. He didn't care about Wang Yu's words, because he was not the only one who was deliberately setting up confusion. But it takes time. Use barrier to avoid it? Huan Yuan. The phantom kite moves in response, and the witch's night invades reality. Wang Feng sneered and said, "I guessed you would use this trick a long time ago. It's a pity that you are only in the transformation realm. If you reach Nirvana, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop you." Boom! Golden light bloomed from Wang Feng's body in the reincarnation realm, suppressing the expansion of the inherent barrier. It seemed that nothing could stop everyone from besieging and killing Suyu. Arya reached out her hand to her heart. If she was really in desperate situation, she still had a killing move that she could hide from the little guy at the cost of death. Suddenly, ice crystals condensed in the sky, and the cherry blossom rain falling in the opposite direction was frozen into ice crystals. All the demons and humans looked up suddenly, only to see a man in a robe wearing an animal mask, stepping on auspicious clouds and saying disdainfully, "It's really lively. Don't you feel ashamed of so many people bullying a junior?" Chapter 81. Sorry, we at Feng Yun Pavilion want this person. The ice-blue ice crystal waves seemed to solidify into substance, spreading out in waves as the man wearing the beast-shaped mask descended. Whether it was Suyu, Hufeng, Wang Yu or Ishikawa Hidetsugu, they all felt tremendous pressure. The absolute pressure from the superior was so powerful that it seemed as if he could crush everyone to death like an ant. Puchi Wang Hongxi, who was weak in strength, vomited blood and became unconscious. A group of humans and Fox Wind stood on both sides, looking at the people coming from the sky with vigilance. Hu Feng looked at it for a while and said in horror, "The master of Feng Yun Pavilion. Beast Pavilion. What?" Everyone was in a daze. The mysterious force that claimed to maintain absolute neutrality in a chaotic place like the Demon Cave, and no one knew the location of the headquarters, the Lord of the Beast Pavilion, one of the 5 pavilion masters, actually came to the disaster area in person today. Suyu was shocked. Recalling what Battalion Commander Li Lingya said, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. It is said to be mysterious and unpredictable, but in fact it is notorious. Ishikawa Hidetsugu's heart sank. How could there be another accident? Who could have expected that the master of the Beast Pavilion would appear here? Could it be that he is also here for Suyu? Ishikawa Hidetsugu said lamely, "What brings you here, sir? Feng Yun Pavilion has always maintained neutrality. Are you going to break your promise today?" The 2 demigods, Ishikawa Hidetsugu and Wang Yu, were facing a formidable enemy, and the 10 reincarnations stood behind them, ready for battle. The Beast Pavilion master sneered, "Humph, why should I explain my actions to you? Suyu, this pavilion master asks you, have you ever heard of my Feng Yun Pavilion?" Suyu was quite surprised to be called out suddenly. "Are you coming for me?" Suyu clasped his fists politely and said, "I've heard a little bit about it." The master of the Beast Pavilion stood on a cloud with his hands behind his back. "Very well then. I ask you again, are you willing to join my Wind and Cloud Pavilion?" If you agree, I will take care of all the monsters and humans present today, leaving no one alive. Of course, to join our pavilion you must abandon all your human and Daxia identities, and sign an unbreakable contract with the Fengyun ranking. The Beast Pavilion Master's arrogant declaration immediately stunned everyone. One of the 5 Pavilion Masters personally came out to guide Suyu? Zhang Ying and Wang Hongxi on the side had even uglier and more frightening expressions on their faces. The man she had cursed countless times in the middle of the night had now caught the attention of the powerful man in the demon cave and was no longer within the reach of someone of her level. In other words, as long as Suyu nods, kicking her to death would be like kicking a stray dog on the roadside. Ishikawa Hidetsugu angrily said, "Sir, this Suyu is our Huaying people's target. There's an old saying in Daxia that goes, 'He who eats is a hero.' Your Excellency is so arrogant, aren't you afraid of offending our Huaying nation? If you retreat now, you will gain the friendship of us, the Hanakura people." The Beast Pavilion Master glanced at him and said disdainfully, "Your friendship among the Huaying people? That thing is just like your plaster flag, it's disgusting even to use it in the toilet." Ishikawa Hidetsugu gritted his teeth and said, "Bah! You don't know what's good for you. If you insist on doing this, Fengyun Pavilion will become our Huaying people's mortal enemy." The Beast Pavilion Master ignored Ishikawa Hidetsugu's threats and looked at Suyu. "I'm waiting for your answer." Suyu's eyes narrowed. Giving up one's position and background was not just talk. Once an oath is made, it cannot be violated. This means that even if you become an enemy of Daxia in the future, or even do something detrimental to Daxia, you will not be able to escape. Suyu shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior. Unfortunately, Great Xia gave birth to me and raised me for 20 years. Even if I were to be buried here today, I would not dare to be a traitor to Great Xia." The Qinglan begonia token on his waist was moving strangely. If you weren't mistaken, this was a sign that someone was about to arrive. The unexpected end of the Beast Pavilion Master actually bought Suyu precious time. The leader of the Beast Pavilion touched his chin, as if thinking. The Huaying people, the Wang family, and Hu Feng all breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ishikawa Hidetsugu spoke powerfully, he was somewhat intimidated when facing one of the 5 Pavilion Masters of Fengyun Pavilion. "I didn't expect Suyu to refuse." Wang Hongxi was overjoyed and sarcastically said, "Ha, Suyu, I didn't expect you to be such a fool. You don't even want the life-saving straw at hand. Let's see who can save you." A man wearing a turban and holding a kunai stepped out from the Huaying people's team. "Humph, third on the 10,000 beasts ranking, quite a famous name. This is a rare opportunity, let me see what you are capable of. My name is Natsum Shoji, ranked 216th on the 1000 Demons list and 28th on the former 10,000 Beasts list. I don't believe such a weak Daxia person can ride on the shoulders of us Hanakura people." Suyu rejected the leader of the Beast Pavilion, causing the people who besieged Suyu to resume their offensive posture. However, the Beast Pavilion Master thought about it and laughed, "Ha ha. Interesting. We at Fengyun Pavilion love people with stubborn tempers the most. I'm sorry, but I don't care whether you're willing or not. We at Fengyun Pavilion have decided on you." Oh shit. Everyone was shocked, and Suyu was also slightly stunned. It is said that Fengyun Pavilion's thoughts are unpredictable, but today I see that they are indeed willful. Bang! 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 The ice crystals shattered one after another, and azure ice lotuses bloomed in the air. In the blink of an eye, the figure of the Beast Pavilion Master fell from the sky and headed straight for Suyu. Ishikawa Hidetsugu was furious and didn't care about anything else. "Stop him. We can't let him take Suyu away. Lord Qingyan, how about we postpone our fight? Let's get rid of this Fengyun Pavilion Master first." Fox Win's eyes lit up. Fighting alone, it was no match for the Beast Pavilion Master. It nodded repeatedly, yes. The 2 parties who had originally fought over Suyu immediately joined forces to attack the leader of the Beast Pavilion. However, the power of one of the 5 masters of Fengyun Pavilion was far beyond that of ordinary people. At the first encounter, Fox Win's right claw was frozen into an ice cube. Before a Beastmaster in the Samsara realm behind Ishikawa Hideji could figure out what was happening, his neck and head were frozen and then twisted off alive by the master of the Beast Pavilion. Snap! The blood mist exploded, the winds suddenly became stronger, and the heaven and earth were wailing. Setting foot on the cycle of reincarnation, one has already touched the law, and its fall will resonate with heaven and earth. Ishikawa Hideji shouted, "Natsum, Wang Feng. Kill Suyu and take the pet away, quickly." After 2 rounds, Ishikawa Hidetsuga knew that he was no match for the Beast Pavilion Master, and the only hope he could have was that Wang Feng could defeat Suyu. Wang Feng nodded. Go. Move quickly. It doesn't matter if those 2 women get crippled. A group of Beastmasters in the Wheel of Revelation and Nirvana realms swarmed forward. Suyu clenched his fists and was about to fight when a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Suyu chuckled. Ah, Dean Wang, Wang Hongxi, and those bastards, I'm sorry that your wishes will be dashed again. Who told you that you were the only ones who knew how to deceive others and create confusion? Brush. Brush. A flying sword with cold light cut through the sky, and the green light penetrated the magic ash, nailing a cherry blossom man to the cherry blossom tree he summoned. Bang! The brain shattered. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Who? Chapter 82 Norwegian Duanue Ingui, I am not alone. The 3-foot-3-inch green sword and the echo of the bandit chief being killed echoed in Wangxian Forest. Immediately afterwards, the 4th force of Fox Wind, Ishikawa, and the master of the Beast Pavilion appeared, making Suyu feel a long-lost sense of security. Who? Get out here! A white crane, a phoenix, and a land boat appeared from afar in the blink of an eye. Clang! An excited crane cry pierced the devil's ash. On top of the white crane, a middle-aged man who looked a little old but like a dead tree coming back to life, was full of energy and had a sharp gaze. Young man, you really can run around recklessly. If you order me around like this a few more times, I'll end up in this devil's den with my life. Wang Yu. The demon spirit has been kind to you, but you're a traitor who's colluding with foreign enemies. Today, I'm going to clean up the mess for the demon spirit. And your Wang family, do you really think that what you did was flawless and no one would know about it? Wang Yu's eyes fixed, and he asked in astonishment, by Ruvue? You, why are you here? You'd rather die than enter the devil's cave, right? Shangguan Ling? Gui, you guys. Wang Yu's heart trembled. Could it be that his little actions had never escaped the principal's eyes? Obviously doing it so carefully. Thinking of Ning Hanwen's taciturnity and eyes that could see through everything, Wang Yu couldn't help but shudder. He has reason for his confidence. Because in addition to their team, there are 2 other groups of people. Wang Changlin, the head of the Wang family, and his brothers Wang Ping, Wang Cheng and others are hiding in the 17th Battalion. The battalion commander Wang Ziyuan is his cousin. A few hours ago, the Dragon Eagle Guard secretly summoned the battalion commanders to discuss secretly picking up Suyu's team. Wang Ziyuan resolutely fought for this dangerous task and was now hesitating on the road. In addition, there was someone in the Blood Spirit team who followed the Demon Spirit University team to fight and was always monitoring the movements of Shangguan Ling and others. Why didn't he report it in advance? Wang Yu said hysterically, impossible. You can't possibly know that. Wang Yu's mouth twisted more and more, and he said with a sinister look, yes, as long as we kill you all here, no one will know. Suyu stood up at this time. Dean Wang, oh no, Wang Yu. Do you think you're the only one who can plot this? Do you and that idiot Huayingrin beside you think you can hide this from everyone? Do you think I know nothing about you just because you secretly controlled my classmate Gao Quan? What a shame. My old classmate already told me in his own way. Then I asked the teacher to secretly rescue him and follow you all the way, observing your every move. You, the Wang family, and this group of Huaying people have never really left our sight from the beginning to the end. But you really have something. You actually have a method to forcibly break through the passage of the magic cave. We almost overturned. Wang Yu and Ishikawa Hideji were dumbfounded. You? They thought that at least the principal, who was a demon spirit, had arranged everything in secret. But they didn't expect that their every move was seen through by Emir Suyu. What a shame this is. Losing to Ning Hanwen was not unacceptable, but a group of demigods and beastmasters in the reincarnation realm actually fell in front of Suyu, a freshman? Wang Yu looked at Ishikawa Hidetsugu who was standing beside him. Mr. Ishikawa, what should we do? Ishikawa Hideji said coldly. Wang sang. Don't panic, we have more people. As long as we kill them here, you can still explain yourself when you go back. Wang Yu took a deep breath and said, alright. Since you're looking for death, don't blame us. Gui, the vice president of Mo Ling, shook his head. It's hopeless. Everyone, according to the Blue Star International Convention, anyone who trespasses into another's territory will be considered an enemy. Wang Yu, stop dreaming. Wang Changlin and Wang Ziyuan have already been captured by the 1st Battalion Commander Li Lingya and his men. Now there is only one option before you: surrender obediently, or you will be killed immediately. One, you looked like a madman, I don't believe it. Beat. At a command, the two chaotic groups fought together. In addition to Bai Ruhui, Shangguanling, and Gui, the 6 reincarnation realm beastmasters promised by Lu Xian also came to join the battle on Su Yu's side. There were also a dozen school teachers who Su Yu was quite familiar with. Although they are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they are at a higher level. Many people responded to Su Yu with smiles and respect when passing by him. When Su Yu was confused, Shangguanling came to his side and said, "Su Yu, they, like teachers, have students they personally train, and some even have children who have gone missing. The news you brought is a great encouragement to us." So when they heard you were in danger, they all volunteered to help. The teacher also wants to say something to you, thank you. Shangguanling had tears in the corners of her eyes, her voice was a little choked, and then she wiped them away gently, riding the phoenix and charging into the battle formation without hesitation. Su Yu's hesitation at that moment not only helped others but also helped himself. He turned around again and looked at Jiang Ying and Wang Hongxi, who were both completely dumbfounded. Su Yu chuckled and said, "It seems that not everyone wants me to die. I am not alone." Jiang Ying almost collapsed and knelt on the ground. No matter how stupid she was, she knew what it meant to be discovered colluding with Huaying people. Wang Hongxi couldn't stop trembling. "Brother Natsum." Natsum Shoji said disdainfully, "Humph. Trash. Su Yu, do you think you can win just by getting some reinforcements? In terms of numbers, you are at a disadvantage." Bang! As Natsum Shosher finished speaking, there was an explosion behind him. The fake Wuhui sword made by Su Yu with a strange counterfeit looked like a real sword in Bai Ruhui's hand. No, it inherited the will of the real sword and only needed to be sharpened by the sword intent. The nightmare that disturbed his heart was also shattered by Su Yu's behavior in Qingyan City. The sword of no regrets instantly pierced through the chest of Ishikawa Hidetsugu's younger brother, Ishikawa Hideho. Not only him, the other 6 Samsara Realm Beast Tamers and 10 Wheel of Fortune Realm Beast Tamers behind him all exploded. Bang! Bang! Blood mist is like rain, and the heaven and earth are wailing. Ishikawa Hideji's eyes widened. Ming Ruhui was clearly only a Samsara Realm Beastmaster, yet he had actually killed over a dozen people right under the nose of this demigod and still managed to get away without a care in the world. This completely defied common sense. No! It goes against the laws of the Beastmaster class. This is impossible. For a moment, Hidetsugu Ishikawa had an absurd idea. Bai Ruhui might be stronger than me. Bai Ruhui drew his sword, stained with blood, and whispered, "Go away, I'm not looking for you." His nightmare for the past 10 years has been behind Ishikawa Hidetsugu, the lord of Qingyan City, Fox Wind, who took away his daughter and seriously injured him. As for Wang Yu and Ishikawa Hidetsugu, Shangguanling and Lin Tang from the Demon Plant System confronted them from a distance. Gui stared at the master of the Beast Pavilion. Su Yu's eyes sparkled. Sure enough, this teacher Bai who had been dormant for more than 10 years was definitely not an ordinary reincarnation realm. After Natsum Shosher was stunned for a moment, he heard Su Yu's devilish voice. "Now, what are your advantages?" Chapter 83, Break the Godly Stairs in exchange for a life without regrets. The high-end combat power was completely wiped out with one sword, without even summoning the pet. Is this strength gap really just that of a beastmaster in the reincarnation realm? Natsum Shoji felt that something was a little unreal. Not to mention him, even Ishikawa Hideji and Fox Wind were dumbfounded. Hu Feng was slightly stunned, and it took him a while to recognize who the person was. "Are you the bastard who broke into Qingyan City alone last year?" Hu Feng suddenly remembered that just after the war ended last year, a human being tried to break into Qingyan City and killed hundreds of his people. Bai Ruhui's eyes were sharp. "Last year?" "No, you, the ghost-faced Fox clan, owe our family too much blood debt. The past is too painful to recall." Bai Ruhui and Shangguanling had 2 daughters and 1 son. Their daughter and son died in the war with Qingyan City, and their youngest daughter disappeared last year. This long war is a tragic song of countless blood and tears. Since the day Qinger died in your hands, I have waited for a full 13 years. Last year's mistakes will not be repeated. Hu Feng said coldly, "You were defeated by this city lord last year, and the same will happen this year. Give me your life." Bai Ruhui's pupils, which were as calm as a dry well, suddenly contracted. Behind him, a scarlet crown vine that covered the sky and the sun rose from the ground. Thousands of bloody vine leaves rushed towards Hu Feng like a rain of flying blades. A white light flashed from Wohue's sword first, and a sharp piercing sound was like a beam of light falling. Fox Wind revealed its true form. Its white fur turned pitch black, its huge body was over 100 meters long, and its huge claws grabbed towards the cold light. Boom! The sound of explosions came one after another, never stopping. Blood spurted out of Hu Feng's right claw, and the flesh and blood were all blurred, and his expression was distorted. Impossible! You can't possibly have that kind of power. This is something you only get after ascending to godhood. Could it be that you broke the long steps to godhood? From reincarnation to demigod, there is an insurmountable long staircase to godhood. Once you cross it, you will become a saint and become like a land immortal. There is also a huge gap between the realms. That's why Ishikawa Hideji felt that Bairuhue's strength violated the iron rules of this world. Ishikawa Shoji suddenly realized. This guy actually gave up all hopes of becoming a god, just for this one outburst. The long steps to becoming a god are shattered, there is no future anymore, and no more chance to become a god. For ordinary people, becoming a demigod can extend their lifespan by hundreds of years, which is a temptation that no one can resist. And only those who have the ability to become demigods can make this choice. The Beast Pavilion Master in the air was inevitably surprised, muttering to himself, to think someone would make such a choice. In the thousands of years of the demon cave, you're the second one. Shang Wanling in the back looked at Bairuhue with great concern. 3 children, 2 dead and 1 missing, made it impossible for the 2 to return to the past, but now. Bairuhue turned around and smiled faintly. Don't worry, wife. Our son was killed by this beast, and our daughter was abducted by it. I never want to regret my whole life again. Suyu seemed to sense the determination in his eyes and seemed to be confused. Arya whispered, the stairway to the gods is a window to the soul. Breaking it is like breaking your heart, like severing your own path to life. Waste your whole life in exchange for a moment of blooming. The price of immortality is a life without regrets. Suyu was speechless for a moment and asked, is there any solution? Arya was about to shake her head when she suddenly remembered something. Little guy, maybe you have a solution. We'll talk about it later, just survive first. Suyu focused his mind, and Natsum Shoji and his group of Hanasakura people were already charging towards him. Natsum Shoji murmured, it's you, it's all you. As long as we catch you, even if many people die, it's still a victory. This group of Hanakura ghosts have figured it out. Their goal is to capture Shindai. Anyone who can capture Suyu and escape through the demon-level weapons that cut through the passage to the demon cave will be considered a winner. Even if everyone else dies here, it doesn't matter. Suyu, go to hell. Behind Natsum Shoji, a cherry tree and a strange beast with a human face, a snake body, and bird wings appeared. This is the most common pet among the Huaying people. Number 282 Hanaya Sakura and number 108 Izumatan. Next to Suyu, several beast masters from the reincarnation realm invited by Lu Xian also stood behind him. Young man, the lady asked us to protect you, please step back first. Suyu smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but leave these people to me. I'm not so weak that I can't withstand a single blow. Several members of the Lu family nodded. They had also heard of this classmate of the young lady. Although several Nirvana realm cultivators were ahead in realm, Suyu had a pet from the god era, so even if he was defeated, he would not be killed. As for the other realms of the Wheel of Reincarnation and the realm of Samsara, they took them all. Arya and Phantom Kite activated their abilities at the same time. All the battlefields were turned into one. Shangguan Ling's Qinghuan and Wang Yi's Ziying fought fiercely in the air, Lin Tang's Lin Haixintang and Ishikawa Hidetsugu's Huayueying collided and entangled, and Bairuhue stabbed Hu Feng's flesh and bones with one sword after another. Gui did not dare to relax in front of the leader of the Beast Pavilion. Gui's forehead was covered in sweat. Was he a myth? Or a sanctuary? There is an elusive mystery about him, and it is impossible to see through his thoughts. The leader of the Beast Pavilion paid no attention to Gui, as if this mythical beastmaster posed no threat to him at all. He kept his eyes fixed on Suyu the whole time, occasionally looking at Bairuhue. Bairuhue's fierce attack made Hu Feng's scalp tingle. Hu Feng felt extremely aggrieved. He just came here to kill Suyu, so how could he encounter so many messed up things? It's the ninth prince again, it's other humans again, it's Fengyun Pavilion again, and it's Bairuhue who appeared from some unknown corner. Damn human, die. Behind Fox Wind, Tails were forced to emerge. Having surpassed the mythical realm, it already possesses some of the characteristics of the superior race, the tailed fox. The fox light was so bright that it illuminated the entire gray sky like the scorching sun. Die in the scorching heat of foxfire. Bairuhuwe showed a look of determination, ascend the long steps to the gods, and appear. The golden steps condensed like solid objects, and then in the blink of an eye, Bairuhuwe suddenly shattered them. Exchange a lifetime of strength for a moment of glory. A moment of beauty, destroying the fox god. After more than 10 years of dormancy, he made up his mind after last year's failure, and made the choice without regrets after Suyu recast the broken sword. At this moment, he cut off the fox light and the fox tail. Boom! The sky and the earth wailed, and blood rained down. It's like the sky is turning upside down, and the sun and the moon are eclipsed. The Beast Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. He really did it. The myth falls, the sanctuary wails. Gu-Yi and everyone suddenly looked in the direction of Bairuhuwe. The gigantic figure of the ghost-faced fox, the lord of Qingyan City, Hufeng, one of the 7 great demon cities that stood in the demonic cave of disaster, was slain by a mere human in the Samsara realm with a single sword strike. A single blow to the throat. The storm is emerging on the Feng Yun ranking. The blood-red magic light suddenly appears on the Feng Yun ranking sublist, the Fate Demon ranking. Human Bairuhuwe killed Qingyan City Lord Hufeng with his sword, and was promoted to the 308th place on the Fate Demon list by reaching the Reincarnation realm, becoming the only living being on the Fate Demon list to reach the Reincarnation realm. Chapter 84, Counterattack and Rise to Power, the Sky-Roaring Dragon of Feng Yun Pavilion. Fox Wind Falls, the Demon Cave Wails. Bairuhuwe finally cut off the long steps to the gods, beheaded the myth, and turned himself into a ball of blazing white flames, falling from the sky. Shangguan Ling, who was fighting with Wang Yu, repelled Wang Yu, drove the Luan bird away, and rescued Bairuhuwe from the blazing white flames. For this sword, his body in the reincarnation realm, which carried the magical power of mythology, almost collapsed, and his hands seemed to be burnt. Linger, I avenged our child, I. Bairuhuwe's voice was thin as a thread, like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. Shangguan Ling's face was filled with sorrow. I just said that in anger. I have never blamed you. Bairuhuwe said, I know. This is also what I want to do. Don't be sad for me. I can still swing my sword. Take me there and I'll kill Wang Yu. Wang Yu's pupils constricted and his heart trembled violently. Lao Bai from the logistics department had never seemed so ferocious and arrogant before. This sudden outburst made him feel scared from the bottom of his heart, and he even couldn't help wanting to escape. Shangguan Ling shook her head gently. Qinghuan, protect him. Wang Yu, I'll handle it. The flame of Bairuhuwe's life is about to go out, but there should still be some time. If he overdraws his strength again, today's happy event may turn into a funeral. At least, Shangguan Ling hopes that he can see his daughter come back alive with his own eyes, not just a message from Suyu. The team being escorted from Qingyan City to Qingshi Gorge still had at least 2 days' journey to go due to the large number of people. In the next 2 days, Bairuhuwe must survive at all costs. The Blue Phoenix sang, the Blue Sea surged, Shangguan Ling gave Wang Yu no chance to escape, and she risked her life at every turn, without caring about her own life at all. The Beast Pavilion Master watched all this with a cold eye, and suddenly laughed. This is what humans are like. This is why I like humans. Gui said tentatively, if you can withdraw, Dasha will definitely accept your kindness. The Beast Pavilion Master snorted, oh, what's the rush? After that, he didn't say anything else, which made Gui extremely uneasy. Should he take the initiative to attack? No. Since he doesn't want to cause trouble, you shouldn't act rashly. This is one of the 5 mysterious leaders of Feng Yun Pavilion. The only one who can challenge him in the Magic City is the principal. The leader of the Beast Pavilion looked at another battlefield on the ground. The confrontation between Suyu and Natsum Shoshir was becoming more and more intense. 6 Nirvanas besieged Suyu alone, while Arya and Konghuan Yuan opened fire at full power. The Witch's Knight and the Immortal Temple were activated at the same time, pulling the 6 people into the inherent barrier. The devilish energy was everywhere, and countless Black Knights held the Witch's death scythe and cut off Huayueying one by one. One by one, Izuma Tian was trapped in the Blood Clan's castle and the Witch's eternal night. Suyu said disdainfully, oh, aren't all of you Huaying people like this? Besides bullying the weak, what else can you do when you meet a real tough guy? How can people like you change? Do you think that you can take my life by suppressing me by 1 realm? Don't you see what kind of person you are? You're already old, but you've managed to climb to who knows how many places on the 1,000 ghosts list, and yet you're still barking like that. Bang! Bang! The names on the list are ranked based on their realm and combat power, so there are indeed some fakes who have made it through years of experience. This is what Huaying people are like. How can a country of villains have a favored son of heaven? Natsum Shoshi's pupils were filled with fear. He never dreamed that the gap between him and Suyu would be so huge. The master of the Beast Pavilion's magic eyes saw through the barrier and could see every move happening inside. Really? All of this is the guidance of fate, so let me give you a push. He made a decision secretly. The barrier is broken. The bodies of Natsum Shosher and the 6 Hanazakura people were thrown out of the barrier. Suyu looked at Ishikawa Hidetsugu in the distance. Oh, you Hanakura people are indeed playful. Killing you won't even trigger the Fengyun ranking. A group of beastmasters in the Samsara realm were secretly shocked. Suyu's ranking 3rd on the 10,000 beasts list was indeed well deserved. He killed 6 nirvanas by crossing levels, and he didn't even look like he was having a hard fight. Is it that he is too strong, or is Huayingren too useless? After thinking about it, I feel that what Suyu said makes sense. Such a record cannot even make it to the top of the leaderboard. It can only be that the opponent is too incompetent. Ishikawa Shoji's heart sank. This time the Ishikawa family has made every effort and has been planning this for a long time. Even some spies and resources from other families were mobilized. Result? More than half of the people died, the Wang family was exposed, and the defeat was overwhelming. He also watched helplessly as Daxia repeatedly attacked him and took over, being slaughtered like a pig or a dog under the suppression of his realm. The only option now seems to be retreat. But Daxia obviously did not want to give up. If he were arrested, it would lead to a serious international incident. When the time comes. For a moment, Ishikawa Hidetsugu was in a state of confusion. Although Gui was worried about Bairuhue's injuries, he still said, "Don't let anyone go. Capture them all, and kill anyone who resists." If he hadn't been worried about the Beast Pavilion Master, he would have joined the battle long ago. Only. The leader of the Beast Pavilion, who had not been seen for a long time, stretched out his hands. Gui was horrified. The powerful pressure made it difficult for him to even raise his head. Is the leader of Fengyun Pavilion going to take action at this time? Behind the master of the Beast Pavilion, an impassioned dragon roar tore through the sky and split the earth. The roar was so deafening that it shattered the eardrums. A dark dragon shines as brightly as the sun and the moon, is over 100 feet long, and covers the sky. Gui's eyes narrowed. Beast Master. The master of the Beast Pavilion is a beast tamer? Could it be human? Or perhaps possessing human blood? The blue dragon opened its bloody mouth, and icy blue light and shadow converged, aiming directly at Suyu. Locked by the aura of the Beast Pavilion Master, Suyu felt the approach of death in an instant. This is different from the situation in Qingyan City or when I first arrived at Wangxianlan. It is an inescapable deathlock. The deep purple pupils of Arya beside Suyu gradually dimmed, and even she couldn't react at this moment. Gui said anxiously, "Stop. Are you going to start an all-out war with my great Xia?" The leader of the Beast Pavilion ignored it, and the ice crystal roar of the Sky Dragon roar pierced through mercilessly. No force could stop the 10-foot wide ice crystal roar. Just the roar was enough to be called the reincarnation of a myth. Suyu! Suyu! Shangguanling, Gui, and countless others watched in astonishment and helplessness as the beam of light descended upon the heads of Suyu, Arya, and Konghuan Yuan. In Suyu's mind, his short life began to replay like a kaleidoscope. I didn't expect the end to come so soon. There was no time to sigh, but fortunately, he held Arya and Konghuan Yuan's hands tightly. Arya smiled in response. Death was the end of the world. Konghuan Yuan also gave up struggling. Although he was still tied up, he had no regrets. The Beast Pavilion Master's voice echoed in the ears of Suyu and the other two. Amazing, you can still be so calm in the face of death. Don't be so anxious to die, young man. I have a feeling that you will eventually join Fengyun Pavilion. Today, let me help you. Chapter 85, 1,000-foot cold pond hides 1,000 lakes, and 50 strings of the zither recall the prime years. A ruthless ice blue beam of light hit Suyu's head, and the ground collapsed and shattered, dragging the three of them into the cold pond in the center of Wangxian Forest. The splashing water was hundreds of feet high, merging with the drifting blood rain, dripping on everyone. Gui's best efforts to stop him were completely useless. The strength of the Beast Pavilion Master is unfathomable and far stronger than him. Even so, Gui angrily said, your actions are considered as Fengyun Pavilion declaring an all-out war on Daxia. Even if I were to be buried here today, I would never let you retreat in peace. Ishikawa Hidetsugu, who was standing by, was also shocked. This giant dragon in the sky is none other than the number 005 dragon from the Age of God sequence. With this kind of power, crushing them to death is as easy as crushing an ant. These people from Daxia actually dared to provoke this killer. But Suyu and the two gods were sunk into the cold pond, and their bodies were never found, which also declared that the secret operation of the Huaying people this time was a complete failure. Big defeat. The leader of the Beast Pavilion sneered, sat on the dragon's head and circled into the air. I never explain my actions to others. But from Fengyun Pavilion's perspective, saying one more thing is not a tactic to kill. The giant dragon is circling, and the wind and clouds are surging. The golden words of the Fengyun list 10,000 beasts list vaguely appeared. Suyu's name is still on the 10,000 beasts list and has not been erased. The originally gloomy eyes of Shangguan Ling and the others lit up again. Suyu is not dead. Such a move, the roar of the blue sky dragon, could it be? However, Suyu's figure could not be seen at all on the calm surface of the cold lake. The leader of the Beast Pavilion rode away on a dragon, and in the Wangxian forest, only a dozen or so Huaying people and Wang Yu and his group were left trembling in fear. Gui clenched his fists, take them all. We can't stay here for long in this troubled place. Shangguan, you and Bai, the two of you will stay here to support Suyu. Remember to conceal your presence. Gui made a judgment immediately. Shangguan Ling nodded slightly. The Daxia side, which had an overwhelming advantage in combat power, resolved the battle in a whirlwind. Wan Yu and others, knowing that resistance was hopeless, raised their hands in surrender. Ishikawa Hidetsugu attempted to commit suicide by seppuku, but his limbs were pierced by Lin Tang's demon plant. To be on the safe side, the demon plant also pierced his scapula, making him unable to move. This group of people must be taken back and interrogated thoroughly. No one knows how many spies from the Huaying Kingdom are lurking in the Dragon Eagle Guard and the Magic City. We will not be able to sleep or eat unless we pull them out. Looking back at the cold pond, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Suyu, please don't get into trouble. Darkness, darkness where there is no light. At the last moment, Suyu heard the voice of the Beast Pavilion Master, which seemed like a dream. He thought his life had come to an end, but the rapid sinking and severe pain in his body made Suyu realize that he was not dead. Not only did he not die, he was not even injured by the dragon's roar. All he felt was the pain of the water pressure of the cold pool and the falling water cutting his skin. But Suyu's body was able to withstand it completely. The cold pool was bottomless, 1,000 feet deep. Ordinary people could not reach the depths of the cold pool by any means. Only shot down. After touching the bottom, it was like passing through a passage in a devil's cave. Strange lights flashed before their eyes for a moment. Then, Suyu and the other two appeared in the sky, which was more than 500 meters above the ground. The Thousand Lakes Demon Cave is known as one of the two great wonders of Daxia. It has extraordinary scenery, with thousands of lakes and lush grass. A woman holds a guqin in her arms, plucking the strings, and the sound is melodious. The fish in the lake seem to be attracted by the sound of the piano. They jumped up and rolled around. Some koi even jumped onto the shore, but they kept twitching due to lack of oxygen. The woman raised her hand, and the koi fell into her hand. Mr. Xiaoyu, you can't do this. Afterwards, they were released into the lake. The woman enjoyed the spring in the garden and marveled at the magic of her ancestors. The ingenious ideas of our ancestors were truly extraordinary. They connected the two passages to the demon cave, placed the only entrance in the disaster demon cave, and then turned the area of the Thousand Lakes demon cave into an absolutely forbidden space. It's a pity. After a long time, it gets a bit lonely. It's a bit boring just to have Mr. Xiaoyu accompany me. The tail feathers behind her are as white as snow, and she has ascended to heaven. Her face is a disaster for the country and the people, yet she is also extremely beautiful. You said, how wonderful it would be if there was no betrayal in this world. If I could find my ideal husband, I'd hope he'd come to pick me up on a rainbow cloud and become the unrivaled hero who saves our cursed clan. She was talking to herself foolishly. I have a longing for the colorful world outside, but I have no expectations. The sky foxes of all generations were either betrayed by unfaithful people or taken over by powerful beings. Eventually, their number became fewer and fewer, and the last one had to live in seclusion here. The strings of the zither move gently, and there is silence when the song ends. The 50 strings in each pillar seem to be telling the sorrow of the Skyfox clan for thousands of years. Xu Xianyin stretched out her hand, and a snow feather tail brushed across her palm. That's just wishful thinking, right? Suddenly, several figures fell from the calm sky. Xu Xuanyin's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He looked up at the sky, and the special induction between the gods echoed in the depths of his soul. Someone broke in. A piece of pure land created by the ancestors of the Skyfox, hiding the secrets of Wangxian Forest and Xianhu Demon Cave, has never been set foot on by anyone in more than 100 years, nor has it been discovered by any living creature. Today, a stranger broke in. Xu Xianyin felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy, but at the end of her sight, 3 wounded men were falling down, seemingly without the strength to even stay airborne, and they might even be killed by the fall. She raised her hand slightly, and the snow feathers turned into cushions to catch the 3 people. She flew away lightly, with a confused look on her face. There was 1 man and 2 women. The 2 women fainted but had amazing recovery abilities, and were emitting the unique fluctuations of the Age of Gods. The man seemed to be a human. Even though he was covered in scars, he was holding on and not fainting. The 2 looked at each other, and the man smiled and took out a jade bottle with difficulty. "We are still alive. Please, save my woman." The 9 extreme nether spring that Qi Mayan gave to Suyu was a secret treasure that could strengthen the body. It would be a waste to use it to heal wounds, but he couldn't care less now. After saying this, Suyu also fell into a coma. Xu Xianyin said in surprise, "Hey! I haven't agreed yet." The 3 were seriously injured. They must have been forced into the cold pond by some external force to have passed through Wangxian Forest. This external force must not have the slightest deviation, otherwise it will kill the person directly if too much force is used. Doesn't that mean the secret of Wangxianlin is exposed? For a moment, Xu Xuanyin's imagination was running wild. Although the man in front of her was very different from her ideal type, he really fell from the clouds. And doesn't he care about his own injuries? As a human being, his body is much weaker than that of the Age of Gods. Xu Xianyin sighed, put her hands on her hips, and muttered, "Humph. Just be thankful you're lucky to have met me. If it were anyone else, your 2 women would have been snatched away long ago, as they are both gods." Chapter 86, The Purest and Purest Song Xianyin, breaking through 2 realms of white jade body. When Suyu woke up, he felt that his body was greatly restricted. "I opened my eyes with difficulty and found myself wrapped up like a dumpling." So you wanted to complain, which little Karami made this? Even his mouth was blocked. "If you have rhinitis, you will suffocate." Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared before his eyes. The slightly oval face shape, plump apple cheeks and perfect lines and contours were flawlessly combined on this face. Just getting a little closer would captivate you with her unparalleled beauty and enchanting face. She seemed to be emitting a white light that would dispel any filth that came a little closer. Without any jewels or gorgeous decorations, it can show the most beautiful fairy dream in the world, as if falling into a fantasy world. Suyu's throat was a little dry and he was dazed. Out of this world, gorgeous and dazzling, a demon who brings disaster to the world. There is no doubt that this is the snow-feathered Skyfox. "Hey, don't move, your injuries are much more serious than theirs." "Ha? Why is there no sound? Can you hear me? Hello?" Xu Xianyin frowned slightly as she looked at the jade bottle Suyu had just given her. "How strange that a human like you possesses the 9 extremes underworld spring. It's yours anyway, drink it, it's just the right time to rebuild your body. You humans are such a nuisance. Your constitutions are so weak." Before Suyu could react, Xu Xianyin opened the bandage wrapped around Suyu and poured a bottle of 200 drops of 9 extreme dark spring into Suyu's throat. Gulp gulp. Unlike the life spirit liquid, the unprecedented pungent feeling of the 9 extremes dark spring filled the throat. The taste of the spiritual dew from the nether flower cannot be compared with the spirit of life. But the 9 extremes dark spring is such a precious magic level secret treasure that it is far beyond the reach of the life spirit liquid. Every inch of Suyu's meridians, every inch of skin, every bone, and every drop of blood were madly absorbing the magic power of the 9 extreme nether spring. Suyu's secret silver skin shattered and was replaced by brilliant gold. Then the brilliant golden skin fell off, and a touch of crystal clear white jade emerged. The physical realm has broken through 2 realms. White Jade Realm. At the same time, Zhouji Mingquan raised his own qi and blood to an unprecedented height. Also in the white jade realm, Suyu's chi and blood seemed to be twice as much as when he took the life spirit liquid. The most outrageous thing is, it seemed as if magic power was born in Suyu's body. Although there is only an extremely vague feeling, and although it is completely impossible to form a magic circuit, magic is magic. The external injuries were healed as before, and even the mental fatigue was swept away. Shi Mian didn't lie to Suyu, she really gave it to him. Xu Xianyin sat on her foxtail and floated in the air, quietly observing the man's every move. She was full of curiosity as she had never seen a male before. Even when he was bandaging Suyu, he observed a certain place for a long time. "Are you okay?" Xu Xianyin asked with concern. Suyu broke free from the bandages. Without having time to feel the changes in his body, he hurriedly asked, "Where's Arya? Where's Huan Yuan? Where's my women? How are they?" Xu Xuanyin's cheeks flushed. "They are very nice, but you should put on your clothes first." Suyu then realized something. Even though Suyu had a face as thick as a city wall, he felt a little embarrassed and quickly took out a piece of clothing to change into. "I was extremely nervous. My first encounter with the snow feather fox was so unbearable." But he didn't have time to think about it. After putting on his clothes, he said, "Take me there. I want to see them. Please." Although Suyu felt relieved after escaping death, he was already in a state of confusion and had lost all his thoughts. He could not feel at ease without seeing Arya. Xu Xianyin nodded gently. "Well, come with me." Xu Xianyin floated out of the bamboo hut. She lived in seclusion there alone, with only 3 simple bamboo huts and the most simple home. There were many beehives hanging under several mulberry trees outside, and the buzzing sound was endless. Lakes, water plants, flower fields, and beehives. Everything is so quiet and natural. "He's inside." Xu Xianyin pushed open the bamboo door of the bamboo hut next door. Arya and Kong Huan Yuan saw Suyu biting his lower lip lightly, tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Suyu hugged them. "Ha ha ha. God will never leave us without a way out." At that moment, I really thought I was going to die. The 3 of them huddled together and cried with joy. This first trip down to the Devil's Cave was filled with more storms and waves than most people would encounter in their entire life. Suyu lingered with the 2 for a while, then turned around and bowed, saying, "I am Suyu from the human race. Thank you for your kindness, young lady." Suyu will never forget the young lady's kindness. Xu Xianyin smiled and said, "Nothing, I didn't do anything." However, not taking advantage of others in this situation is already a great favor. Xu Xianyin asked curiously, "By the way, how did you get here?" This is what she cares about most. She lives in seclusion here, and she will no longer be safe if anyone finds out. Suyu hesitated for a moment, and finally told everything. "At least, you should be true to your conscience." Xu Xianyin listened silently and pouted at Arya. "Oh, I was wondering why you looked familiar to me. It turns out it was you I met that time when I went to Wangsin Forest. No matter when, everyone can't help but covet the snow feather sky fox." She was a little sad and a little lonely. Xu Xianyin frowned and asked cautiously, "So you're here to arrest me?" Suyu shook his head. "Miss, I have no way of repaying you for saving my life. I can swear an unbreakable oath to the Fenjianbang that I will never reveal the situation here for the rest of my life. The divine age pet is certainly important to me, but I cannot betray my benefactor and my own heart. Similarly, if I trample on this kindness, my woman will look down on me." Although Arya and Konghuan Yuan supported Suyu's choice of snow feather sky fox as his 3rd pet. But times have changed. From the bottom of my heart, I prefer Suyu's approach at this time. Be worthy of kindness and love. Xu Xuanyin's smile gradually spread. "Well, I can hear the fluctuations in your heart. You are telling the truth. However, according to what you said, I'm afraid that the so-called Beast Pavilion Master has already guessed the secret of this cold pond. I can't stay here anymore." Suyu had no ill intentions, proving that he had not saved the wrong person. "Unfortunately, the only pure land is no longer peaceful." Xu Xianyin racked her brains but couldn't figure out what to do in this situation. The reason was that if she hadn't been so playful before, she wouldn't have been exposed. Suyu said regretfully, "Yes, it's a pity to waste such a good place. There's not even any demonic ashes from the Calamity Demon Cave. I never thought this demon cave would have such a wonder." Xu Xianyin blinked. "No, it's not. This is not a disaster area. This is the land of 1,000 lakes." "Ah?" Suyu turned around in surprise and looked at the vast lake. I came to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave? Chapter 87, A Promise to Live Up to. Chu Xuannin's Choice. Ah. Suyu looked at Chu Xuannin in astonishment. What did you say? Arya and Kong Huan Yuan were equally stunned. Is this the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave? The three said in unison. The entrance to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave is located in Jianghe City, which is nearly 2,000 miles away from the Demon City. Why did you leave the Cave of Disaster just by crossing a 1,000-foot cold pond? Suyu was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the magic cave. There are still countless secrets in this world that have yet to be discovered. Then, Suyu realized the huge value of this matter. If there is a passage connecting the Disaster Demon Cave and the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, it will be of great significance. Currently, Daxia only owns 3 cities in the Eternal Demon Cave, which gives it some initiative, while the rest of the demon caves are all passively attacked. If Suyu had not obtained the priority quota to fight in the Disaster Cave this time, it would have been difficult to achieve such great results. If Daxia put its main force in the Calamity Demon Cave, causing the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave to slack off. Then, when it suddenly rushed into the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, wouldn't it be possible to take control of the entire Thousand Lakes Demon Cave battlefield in one fell swoop? Vice versa. Feeling the huge strategic significance of this, Suyu adjusted his breathing. Chu Xuannin blinked and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Suyu shook his head. If he really did that, this pure land would probably become a battlefield. This is unfair to Chu Xuannin. If it was before, Suyu would have executed it without hesitation, but now. Suyu shook his head and said, "No, I remembered something. Oh, by the way, I haven't dared to ask the lady's name yet?" Chu Xuannin wrote and drew, and a few white words appeared in her eyes. What a nice name. Miss Chu, may I ask what you will do next? I'm afraid, it's not safe here anymore. Chu Xuannin drooped her head at the thought, her 9 snow-feathered tail swaying in unspeakable distress and loss. Finally, she said, "Well, this is all your fault. You have to help me think of a solution." Suyu pointed at himself, "Me?" Suyu joked, "If you follow me and become my pet from now on, I can definitely guarantee that as long as I'm alive, you'll be safe. Otherwise, how can I help you find a solution?" Suyu teased casually, but found that Chu Xuannin was looking at him seriously. Her big, Kazalan eyes blinked, as if she was racking her brains to think about this matter. "No, are you serious?" "Ahem, sorry Miss Chu, I was just joking." Suyu quickly turned his eyes away. I have to say that Kong Huan Yuan's reminder was right. You can't just keep looking at the snow-feathered sky foxes, otherwise you'll easily be captivated by their peerless beauty. She is naive and gullible, and has a face that everyone wants to possess. Which man would not be tempted? If I keep watching, I'm afraid I really won't be able to resist the urge to monopolize her. Let me ask you, do you really want to take me away? Chu Xuannin asked timidly. Suyu bit off a piece of cloth from his clothes and covered his eyes with it. Chu Xuannin asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" Suyu said, "I have to admit that your appearance affects my judgment and my heart. Maybe you have the ability to judge whether others are telling the truth, but I have to tell you that humans are creatures that can even deceive themselves. So at least, I want you to listen to my true feelings." Chu Xuannin raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She didn't quite understand what Suyu meant. Are there really creatures that can deceive themselves? However, she was very happy that Suyu treated her with sincerity. "So do you really want to take me away?" she asked again. Suyu nodded gently, "As long as the girl is willing, I want to take you away. There is no man in this world who doesn't want to have you." Chu Xuannin asked quietly, "Will I be the woman you love most?" The voice is as pure as orchid, echoing in the valley. Arya's heart tightened for no reason. Although she was absolutely convinced, she still felt a little. Suyu said frankly, "No, Arya is the most important and beloved woman in my life. I will never betray our first love. Huan Yuan and I made an important promise. I will accompany her to the end of her wish. Even if you are willing to follow me, I can only put you third at most. I don't want to lie to you." Suyu did not forget that he came from another world. Before, I hadn't really integrated into this world. Therefore, although he had a lot of love for his family, he lacked a sense of belonging. It was not until he met Arya that Suyu felt that he truly belonged under this starry sky. Arya and Kang Wanyuan, who accompanied him through life and death, occupied the vast majority of his heart. Arya opened her red lips slightly, feeling warm in her heart. Calm Huan Yuani raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She did not regret following Suyu, and she knew that no one could replace Arya's position in his heart, but she still felt that the distance between Suyu and her was getting closer. Maybe one day, she would be the most important person to him like Arya? Xu Shenin laughed and said, "You're so weird. Mom's notes say that males are the best at deceiving people. My telepathy isn't that powerful. If you try to trick me, maybe I'll go with you." Suyu shook his head. "Maybe you think it's not important, but I will never lie to my woman. Except at that time. After all, big head son has to listen to small head dad." Xu Shenin asked, "One last question, are you a good person?" Suyu was silent for a while. "I don't think so. I'm at most half a good person, the other half a bad person. I can be a good person, saving my friends and protecting compatriots I've never met, but I'm also a bad person, and my desire for revenge is very strong. If anyone harms my family, my woman, no matter who it is, I will repay them 100-fold, even if it means rivers of blood, even if the consequences are severe, I will not hesitate. For the sake of the greater good, this option must give way to my love." Xu Xianyin closed her eyes, smiled slightly, and clasped her hands together. "If that's your answer, do you think I'll go with you?" Suyu was blindfolded and couldn't see her movements or expressions. He shook his head gently. "No, what I said is not nice. How could anyone believe what others say? But it's a decision I have no regrets about. I'm sorry to have disturbed your peace. Anything you need, if I can help." Xu Xianyin said softly, "Then please take responsibility." What? Our ancestors only left us this piece of pure land, and now it has been exposed. You have demolished my home, so you have to compensate me." Suyu was a little confused. Could the Sky Fox trust humans so easily? Xu Xianyin said calmly, "My dream foreshadows a certain future. In my dream, my beloved will come to greet me on a colorful cloud." Suyu laughed. "You want me to help you find your soulmate? Please, I'm not the matchmaker, I can't do that." Xu Xianyin shook her head. "No, although there are some differences, but you also fell from the colorful clouds." I'll go with you. But I have something I must tell you, and you can't regret it once you know it. Regarding the cursed fate of our clan. Chapter 88, The Third Pet, Snowfeather Skyfox. Suyu was very surprised and frowned slightly. "What cursed fate?" Xu Xianyin said quietly, "There's a legend circulating in the Holy Land that the Skyfox clan is a cursed clan. For thousands of years, all those who have had close ties with them have met an untimely death. This also makes the bloodline of the Skyfox even rarer. Today, I may be the only Skyfox left in this world. There may be a few in the Holy Land, but they are either slaves or..." Xu Xianyin smiled sadly. When her mother was still alive, she often complained about the unfairness of fate, which made her have an instinctive fear of the outside world. Suyu was stunned. "That's it?" Xu Xianyin said blankly, This is not serious? Aren't you afraid of death?" Suyu untied the blindfold and gently scratched Xu Xuanyin's nose with his hand. "Don't make trouble. Who isn't afraid of death? I'm just a little girl. I never believe in this kind of illusory fate curse. This is a complete loser's theory. Winners never talk lightly about what fate is, but rather emphasize how fate should exist. I don't know your clan, but I do understand greed and ambition. This is most likely a lie pinned on your clan to whitewash their own decadence in history, just like the descendants of a lost nation will always fabricate a story about their last monarch being the cause of trouble, to cover up their own incompetence. If this isn't a rumor spread by your clan's enemies, or if it wasn't deliberately targeted for some secret purpose, you actually believed it. If you're cursed, it's that the pure kindness of your clan has been cast into the filthy world." Xu Xianyin looked at Suyu blankly. She had never thought of it that way. But what the man said makes so much sense. Suyu smiled and said, "Don't believe this nonsense anymore. If there really is such a curse, I will be the one to bear it." Suyu flicked her head. Xu Xianyin rubbed his forehead lightly, and the things that he had been worried about seemed to become clearer and clearer. "Then why do those who are closely related to my clan?" Suyu interrupted, "No reason. Why do you always like to blame yourselves? We humans believe in revenge, even if it's 10 generations ago. Your tragedy is that you clearly have the power but don't seek revenge. Instead, you always find fault with yourselves. Please, destroy all those who have offended you, make their legs go weak and their knees tremble when they hear your name. How could you possibly be persecuted to this extent? I finally understand. Even a human like me wants to try my luck here after hearing that there's a celestial fox hiding here. This shows that all the races in the world have no respect for your clan at all. Everyone wants to take you over, let alone the myriad races in the heavens. Shu Shenin. Follow me, and we'll find those enemies who owe your clan their hatred, and demand it back one by one. If you can't do it, then just continue to lament the unfairness of fate with these flowers and plants. The Sky Foxes are the least combative clan in the Age of Gods. But today, the last descendant of the Sky Fox had Pandora's box opened by a human. Arya and Konghuan Yuan held their foreheads slightly. Even they were stunned by what they heard. This last generation of Sky Fox must have been coaxed by its master. The difference is, the master does what he says. Shu Shenin blinked slightly. Is this really okay? Suyu nodded gently. Of course, life is only once. This is the fairness given to all races in the world. Revenge is also the right of all living beings. Take their lives, trample on their pride, and make them tremble in hell for their deeds. You also said that you might be the only Sky Fox left in this world. How can you make such a statement without going out to look for them? Your fellow kin might be suffering somewhere and need your help. Shu Shenin blinked her beautiful eyes, gently covered her mouth, looked at Arya, and then looked at Konghuan Yuan. She believed that she must not have met the wrong person today. The other two generations of gods must have better vision and brains than her. For the first time, she felt that the cursed fate of the Fox clan was so hypocritical. Snow feathers fell, and the tail feathers wrapped around Suyu's hand and gently raised it. Then please take me away. Owner. Master is right. Perhaps there are other members of the same tribe waiting for Shenin. Shenin cannot be as determined as the master. Then let Shenin serve the master with everything he has. Please, master, fulfill my wish. Suyu held his breath and concentrated. Well, leave it to me. Boom. At the moment the contract was signed, a golden beam of light pierced through the eternally forbidden barrier and rose straight into the sky. On this day, the monsters and humans in the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave saw the sky pierced by golden light. The entire Holy Land and hundreds of marginal areas observed the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth at this moment. There are strange beasts from the Age of Gods in this world. There are beast masters of both divine generations in this world. But what it means when the combined power of the Age of Gods reaches 3, only a group of beings who have lived for countless years know. Ning Hanwen looked up at the sky. Even though he was on the battlefield, he still treated the enemy as nothing. Really? Shi Mayan was in the carriage, frowning. Could it be that you went to Wangxianlin because... The master of the beast pavilion sat on the azure dragon and raised his glass towards the bright moon. I was right. It's not those chosen by fate who are the children of destiny, but those who dare to break the cycle of fate and break their destiny who are the children of destiny. Although the fate of the Sky Fox is fabricated, it is not completely false. Can you accept it? No. Can this world withstand the challenge of newcomers? This Holy Land, which has been silent for 1,000 years, needs you to stir up the storm. This world needs heroic epics, but it will never allow heroes to be born easily. You will definitely come to my Feng Yun pavilion, because we are on the same path. In Suyu's mind, a contract void shrouded in white fairy light condensed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the third pet, the Snow Feather Sky Fox. Unlocking a new talent. S-level talent, Destiny Beacon, I am the wave. Destiny Signpost, I am the wave, no one can see through you. You will possess a special magical vessel, a magical circuit that holds the entire God Age sequence. I alone am the wave of all the races in the heavens. Note, after advancing to the Nirvana realm, it will evolve into an SS-level talent. Host, please improve your spiritual power and capture new pets to unlock new talents. New pets, new talents. At the same time, the contract with the White Fairy Light revealed Chu Xuanin's information. Name, Chu Xianin. Race, Fox Tribe. Sequence, number 008, Snowfeather Skyfox. Rank, 3rd level Transformation Realm. Spiritual power, Lingxi Realm. Talent, Snowfeather Pure Soul Sky SSS. Abilities, Foxtail Soul Cage SS Falling Shang Qingming Chu S. Good impression, admiration. Chapter 89 I am the wave. Breaking through the cold pond and being reborn. Arya gazed at the bright golden light and smiled. The ordinary boy when I first met him has become a prodigy standing proudly in the world, and can even cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth. That's what the little guy is like. Just being with him makes you feel infinite power. It was as if one was attracted by some kind of trait, making people want to believe him. Arya felt that Chu Xuannin's defenses must have been penetrated by Suyu, and the curse that had troubled their clan for thousands of years was answered in front of this man. Is this the right answer? Not necessarily. But it's better than no answer at all. At least, Suyu made Chu Xuannin want to leave this pure land for the first time, and gave her the determination and direction to integrate into this devilish world. Perhaps the sad wish of our clan in the future. Suyu quietly felt the changes in his body. The new S-level talent, Destiny Beacon, seemed to have planted a seed in the heart. The seed of magic continuously absorbed the magic power between heaven and earth to supply itself. It only needed a magic circuit to transmit the magic power to every inch of the body. At the same time, the physical strength that had just been upgraded to the White Jade Realm was highlighted. Now, even if Suyu was hit in the face by a cannon, he would not suffer much damage. What's more, the 9 extremes Dark Spring given by the little demon girl can break through the White Jade Realm and directly reach the Star Realm physical body. If I remember correctly, Mr. Shangguan, a demigod, has a physical strength of the Star Realm. It's scary to think about it. The White Jade Realm is already so powerful, what about the Star Realm? No wonder Chi Mayan was able to suppress Suyu and the other two by fighting 1 against 3, but Suyu was able to fight 6 against 1 and kill a useless guy like Natsum Shoshi. Nirvana is the watershed for beast masters, and this is true. Arya leaned closer and asked, "How are you, little one?" Suyu nodded in satisfaction. It couldn't be better. I'll tell you in detail after we get back. Both Arya and Konghuan Yuan felt that Suyu had undergone a huge change, and their curiosity was also aroused. Xianyin, how should we get out of here? To be honest, I just got shot down after a fierce battle, but it should be safe outside now. The Beast Pavilion Master's last words and merciful attack meant that they were not enemies, at least for the time being. Xu Xianyin pointed to the sky and said, "Of course, he left from the coal pond. To enter the land of 1,000 lakes directly, you must break the barrier. Once it's broken, it can't be restored." Suyu nodded slightly. "I understand, I won't untie it for now. Let's leave this place first. I'll take you to see the outside world." Xu Xuannin's beautiful eyes widened. "Okay. I'll pack my things." She skipped into the bamboo hut, her steps lighter and full of longing for the outside world. Arya chuckled and said, "Oh, it's a good thing I met this little guy. If I had met someone else, I would have been so happy even if I was sold." Konghuan Yuan leaned closer and whispered, "Huh, it's the same with sister, master." Just now, when you were asked about your favorite person, sister tensed up completely. She was so nervous. Arya's face flushed immediately. My king did not." "Haha, really?" My heart rate shot up to 150 at that moment. Suyu was shocked. "Is this true?" Arya rushed forward. "You, shut up." Suyu hugged Aaliyah from behind. "Little devil, you don't trust me so much? It seems that I didn't deal with you properly when I replenished my blood before. My physical body has broken through the White Jade Realm. I will make you obedient when I return." Arya's cheeks flushed unusually, and the phantom kite giggled beside her. "You can't escape, little witch. My spiritual power has reached the Spirit Lake realm. You have no reason to refuse." Konghuan Yuan lowered his head and nodded silently in embarrassment. After Chu Xianyin finished packing, he took the 3 of them and flew into the sky. They passed through the bazaar passage and entered the bottom of the cold pool. In Wangxian Forest, Bai Ruhui, with burns all over his body, lay on Shangguan Ling's knees, breathing weakly. "Hold on a little longer, old man. Calculating the time, the rescue operation should be tomorrow. Alas, I don't know what's happened to Suyu. A whole day has passed, and there's no news at all. If you don't come back before dawn tomorrow, I'll take you back first." Bai Ruhui opened his mouth slightly, but could not speak. "I see. Alas, whether it's children or students, no one is worry-free. Well, this student is truly extraordinary. He made great contributions to Daxia the first time he entered the demon cave. Even the leader of the Beast Pavilion showed mercy to him. It's a pity that some things can't be spread out, otherwise Suyu would really become famous in Blue Star. He is like a wave. We, the elders, hope to support him as he grows." Before he finished speaking, a whirlpool formed in the cold pond. Shangguan Ling caught sight of the unusual movement beneath the pond and asked excitedly, "Could it be?" Bang! The waves splashed dozens of meters high, and 4 figures rushed out in unison. "Suyu!" Suyu, Arya, Kung Wan Yuan, and Chu Xinying broke through the cold pool. This time they did not suffer too many injuries, and the three women were also unharmed thanks to Arya's immortality. Suyu stood on the water, with water droplets hanging in his hair, giving him a sense of transcendence. Shang Guanling found that at this moment she could not see through Suyu's depth, as if she had truly transformed. Teacher, I'm back. The four of them went ashore and came to Shang Guanling. Chu Xinying hid behind Suyu, poked her head out, and looked at the two humans curiously. Shang Guanling said, Okay, I'm glad you're back. By the way, who is this? Suyu smiled and said, It's a pleasant surprise, I guess. Seeing how close the two were, Shang Guanling guessed most of what was going on. New pet. Suyu's spiritual power broke through to the spirit lake realm? When did this happen? Furthermore, this is another peerless enchantress. Even in terms of her lethality to men, she is probably even more enchanting than Arya and the Phantom Kite. This student is really. Suyu looked at Bai Ruhue, Teacher Bai, you. Bai Ruhue was speechless, but looked at Suyu with gratitude. Suyu created an opportunity for him to take revenge. If Foxwind was still surrounded by so many ghost-faced foxes, he would definitely not be able to create a fair one-on-one opportunity. Even if he could win, he would be rescued by other city lords. Bai Ruhue gained temporary strength by breaking the long steps to becoming a god, but the damage was irreversible. This was not a scar, but a sign of the end of life. Arya's immortality can heal any injuries, but it cannot fill the missing origin. Alia, you said I have a way to save Teacher Bai? Shang Guanling looked up suddenly. She had already prepared herself mentally for parting with her husband forever, but in her despair she suddenly heard hope. Her heart was beating fast with excitement. Suyu, are you serious? Chapter 90, Miraculous Treatment, a sudden turn for the worse. Under Shang Guanling's eager gaze, Arya nodded slightly. What you knocked from the witch might be useful. The 9 extremes Dark Spring and the Holy Demon Yin Yang fruit? One makes up for the body, the other makes up for the spirit. Let me try. Arya continued, use the life essence first. If that works, use the 9 extremes Underworld Spring. As for the Holy Demonic Yin Yang fruit, try your method first. Shi Mayan gave Suyu 2 Holy Demon Yin Yang fruits. Suyu swallowed one, and the only one left was the only original body. If the replica is useful, it is better to keep it to start the strange fake. Suyu nodded slightly, yeah. Shang Guanling was stunned when she heard this. The life essence liquid was not so easy to get, as she also had some. As for the last 2 things, what are they? Unheard of. It's not her fault. The abyss demons rarely come to the disaster cave, so how could the teacher recognize their specialty demon spirits? Under Shang Guanling's astonished gaze, Suyu took out a bucket of over 100 liters from the storage items. A whole bucket of life essence that looks like stars is right in front of you. Not a drop, not a bottle, not a basin, but a fucking bucket. When did this thing become so prevalent? Are you here to treat your injuries or take a shower? Suyu coughed lightly. Ahem, I gained a little in Qingyan City, teacher, don't be alarmed. Suyu has no shortage of life essence. And with the 9 extremes Dark Spring, this thing is outdated. Instead of taking the life essence, it is better to rub the pseudo 9 extremes Nether Spring with your own hands. They are all dragon level, and the 9 extremes Nether Spring can also nourish the magic circuit. Then, Suyu pried open Bai Ruhue's mouth and poured a bucket of water directly into her mouth. Gulp gulp. Bai Ruhue choked several times and almost fainted, but a large amount of life essence filled his body. Others only took it a few drops at a time, but Bai Ruhue drank 4 or 5 liters, which was more than the blood in his body. Suyu's eyes lit up. Hey, it works! Try this. Suyu took out a small bottle and poured the dark purple Hades Spring, which Shang Guanling had never seen before, into Bai Ruhue's throat. Bai Ruhue suddenly felt a spicy sensation filling his throat, as if his entire throat was burning. It works! Teacher, look, Teacher Bai's burns have completely healed, and his energy and blood have recovered a lot. Shang Guanling was completely confused. This will definitely be useful. You've taken so much of this stuff, how could it be useless? Even if the person was about to die, Shang Guanling doubted that he could be saved. Finally, a yin and yang fish, one black and one white, flowing with the bagua pattern, and a magic fruit filled with holiness and darkness was stuffed into Bai Ruhue's throat by Suyu again. This is a replica of a strange fake. It does not have the miraculous effect of forcibly improving one's mental strength by 1 level. However, even though it is one level lower, Bai Ruhui's consciousness, which was about to go out, gradually revived. After revivification, he took a big step forward. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions continued to come from Bai Ruhui's body, shattering, mending, shattering, and mending again. His face was distorted and he was in great pain, but one thing was certain, he was recovering. Shangwan Ling covered her mouth. It works, it really works. Husband, hold on. Suyu's incredible treatment plan involves forcing a large amount of natural treasures into the body. Shangwan Ling even discovers that there are some magical treasures in it. With such an influx of resources, Bai Ruhui completely woke up and recovered as before. He blew his white beard, looking dreamy. Even my body felt much lighter. How is it, Mr. Bai? I feel good, even a little weird. The life force within Bai Ruhui far outweighed his own chi and blood. Although the steps to divine enlightenment had been shattered, he sensed another path. Good boy, it's worth it that I risk my life to save you. Suyu smiled and said, I'm glad you're okay, teacher. Then he changed the subject and said, but let's be honest. I've avenged the Lord of Qingyan City for you, and I've saved your daughter. Now we're even. Now, teacher, you owe me 5 liters of life spirit fluid, 100 drops of demon grade spirit fluid, and 1 demon grade magic fruit. I'll put it on the bill for you first. Remember to pay me back when you get back. Bai Ruhui's face darkened. Suddenly I thought, why might dying be a little easier? No, where does he get so many resources to pay off his debts? Bai Ruhui looked at Shangwan Ling for help. Shangwan Ling covered her face and smiled, we are already divorced, ex-husband, don't blame me for your own debts. Bai Ruhui felt aggrieved. You didn't have this attitude just now. It's over. I feel very satisfied with killing my enemy and avenging my losses, but I feel very uncomfortable with myself being bankrupt. Shangwan Ling smiled and said, alright, we can't stay in this troubled place for long. We need to go back quickly. A few people nodded and decided to go back and talk about it if there was anything. Shangwan Ling summoned Qingwan and jumped up with several people on her. In the air, Chu Xianin gently tapped Suyu's back. Suyu turned around and found that Chu Xianin had folded his 3 tails into a comfortable recliner. Suyu was overjoyed. He lay on the soft tail feathers of the snow feather sky fox, feeling extremely comfortable. Moreover, Chu Xianin could fly by herself, so he would even have his own exclusive seat for traveling in the future. Wow, she is worthy of being a girl from the Fox clan. Shangwan Ling didn't know what to say. She was really grateful to Suyu for saving her broken home. From now on, whenever the student is in danger, even if it means facing danger, she will definitely go to rescue him. Soon. The group returned to the Qingshi Gorge front line. To be on the safe side, at Arya's suggestion, Chu Xianin put on a fake Thousand Changes painted skin and slightly changed her appearance. It would be better to conceal the existence of the snow-feathered sky fox for the time being. After landing at the camp, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. It seemed like there was a hint of sadness on every soldier's face. Continuous bloody battles would put a great deal of mental pressure on people, but the war in this Calamity Demon Cave should be okay, right? At least humans are not passively taking the beating, and their high-end combat power is not inferior to that of the 7 city lords. Bai Ruhui even killed the lord of Qingyan City. He should be excited because the battle was going his way, right? Suyu wanted to find out something, but he found that even the soldiers in the 1st Battalion looked evasive when they saw Suyu. What happens? This left Suyu confused. We have made great achievements, shouldn't we celebrate together? Noticing that the atmosphere was a little off, Shangwan Ling said, Suyu, I'll take you to see Governor Xia. Your matter is of great importance, so don't talk nonsense for now. Suyu nodded, yeah. Just as they were about to go to the headquarters, they seemed to have received news of Suyu's return. In the command center, Li Zongwan led his men to urgently surround Suyu and others. Stop. Li Zongwan stood with his hands behind his back, looking murderous. Shangwan Ling asked in confusion, Li Zongwan, what do you mean? Li Zongwan said sternly, what do you mean? We were attacked in the battle to rescue the prisoners from Qingyan City and suffered heavy losses. Suyu, you are suspected of collaborating with the enemy. According to frontline military regulations, stop resisting immediately and accept investigation. Suyu and Shangwan Ling heard something like a bolt of thunder from the blue. What? Chapter 91, Arrest me? I won't leave a drop for you even if I pour it all out. It was like a thunderclap exploding in the ears of several people. Shang Guanling and Bai Ruhui, needless to say, their daughters are in that team. Suyu was even more shocked, and a chill surged in his heart. This was a great opportunity to fight for life and death, and you told me that I was attacked? Who did it? Suyu immediately thought of Qi Mayan. Is it her? He quickly rejected the idea. Was she crazy? Would someone of her status risk her life for humanity? It was impossible. If Suyu revealed that news, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Qi Mayan. Who did that? A terrifying guess made Suyu shudder. Li Zongwan said righteously, Huh? What? Do you, Suyu, dare to say that this has nothing to do with you? The news you sent back, the action you proposed. What was the result? As soon as the entire rescue operation began, we were surrounded by blood-sucking ants. The elite troops of the 3 demon cities were dispatched, and we suffered huge losses, with over 1,000 beastmasters killed in the battle. If we hadn't fought desperately and saved only half of the tens of thousands of hostages, the consequences would have been disastrous. Perhaps this was all a conspiracy from the beginning, between you, Suyu, and the foreign invaders, to trick us into falling into their trap. How can you atone for the tragic sacrifices of thousands of people? Suyu felt like there was something stuck in his throat. He almost lost his life, but what he got in return was accusations and betrayal with piles of corpses and blood. He wasn't afraid of being targeted, but Suyu had underestimated the bottom line of some beasts. They actually dared to defy the world and cause thousands of people to die tragically for their own despicable goals. Suyu lacked intelligence and could not figure out the conspiracy. But your Li family is definitely not free from responsibility. Shang Guanling nearly fainted, but she forced herself to say, impossible. Suyu was being hunted all the way and nearly died at the hands of the enemy last night. You say he's colluding with the outsiders? I absolutely don't believe it. Bai Ruhui stared at Li Zongwan. Li Zongwan saw the golden words on the Feng Yun ranking. Bai Ruhui was the ruthless man who killed Hu Feng. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He relaxed a little and said, Bai Ruhui, your daughter is rescued. But this doesn't clear Suyu of suspicion. Maybe this is just a smokescreen played by him and his enemies? After hearing the news of their daughter's rescue, Shang Guanling and his wife felt much more at ease, but they still stood in front of Suyu resolutely. I will never allow you to arrest my student at will. He has risked his life for Daxia and would never betray me. Li Zongquan, the cousin next to Li Zongwan, said coldly, it's hard to say. Suyu, let me ask you, how could you escape safely from the dangerous Qingyan city by yourself? Let me ask you again. A hostage saw the 9th prince of the demon tribe appear on the way. What is your relationship with him? You may not have defected to the enemies of the Calamity Demon Cave, but can you clearly explain your relationship with him? On the Feng Yun ranking, you escaped from the 9th prince twice, and he even had the demon lord as his guardian. This is simply impossible. Tell me, have you secretly defected to the demon clan? What is the hidden secret between you and the 9th prince? In addition to the Li family, many beastmasters and soldiers of the Dragon Eagle Guard also surrounded them in 3 layers. After what happened, they certainly didn't believe that Suyu had betrayed the Dragon Eagle Guard. But what the Li family said is not without reason. They are waiting for Suyu's explanation. Suyu felt a chill in his heart. Once you fall into the self-proving trap, you will never prove anything. Even if you cut open your intestines to prove that you only ate a bowl of noodles, what's the point? Suyu did not intend to answer Li Zongquan's question. At this time, you can only express your own opinions. Suyu said coldly, I really didn't expect that. Are you guys a bunch of idiots? I sent someone right into your faces, and you guys were able to catch it. And now you're accusing me of treason and collaborating with the enemy. Ridiculous. Without saying a word, Suyu took out the bucket of life essence from the storage item and smashed it onto the ground. At the same time, the main branches and vines of the crystal mist pine and cypress also came out. There is nothing more shocking than a bucket of hundreds of liters and tens of thousands of drops of life essence placed before people's eyes. Countless Dragon Eagle Guard beastmasters and soldiers stretched their heads forward, their eyes wide open, in complete disbelief. You can go to Qingyan City and see if the crystal mist pines and cypresses in the mythical realm are still intact. Ha, you're accusing me of collaborating with the enemy? What were you doing while I was risking my life on the front lines? I was passing on information despite the threat of death from mythical demonic plants, and you couldn't even provide a response, and you still have the nerve to accuse me? Collaborating with the enemy, leading to the destruction of the demonic plants protecting Qingyan City and the death of the Qingyan City Lord? If your Li family could have collaborated with the enemy 7 times like this, wouldn't we have raised the Calamity Demon Cave long ago? I think you're the one collaborating with the enemy. What Suyu threw out directly impacted the hearts of the Dragon Eagle Guard soldiers. They whispered to each other. Oh my god, I've never seen so much life essence. I've always said rumors are unbelievable. This is obviously the main branch of the mythical demon plant. That makes sense. Even if you really did collaborate with the enemy, why would you come back? Are you looking for death? But what Governor Li said makes sense. Li Zongwan saw that something was wrong and his face turned cold. Don't change the subject. Suyu, answer the question. What is your relationship with the demons? Suyu shook his head. I refuse. My biggest mistake was not reminding Lu Xian to block the news, letting idiots like you know about it, which led to the tragic death of my comrade. From now on, don't even think about getting any information out of me. Li Zongwan said angrily. What did you say? Suyu, you are so brave. Are you going to disobey orders on the battlefield? At the same time, he looked at the bucket of life essence liquid with envy. Their Li family is already a 9-pillar family, and the total amount of life essence they can store is only comparable to a barrel. Why would they let a junior hold it? I have to find a chance to swallow it up. Li Zongwan said in a domineering tone, as the commander of the front line, I order you to confess your crimes honestly. Don't hide anything. Also, hand over all your personal belongings for inspection. Otherwise, you and your family will be arrested and detained immediately. If you resist, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Suyu laughed and said, oh, forget it. Even if I pour out this bucket of life essence, I won't leave a single drop for you. Okay, that's all I have to say. I won't say another word until Principal Ning and Governor Xia arrive. Li Zongwan clenched his fists. You. Then don't blame. Just as Shangwan Ling and Bai Ruhui were about to step forward, Vice Principal Gui's voice rang out from behind them. Let's see who dares. Gui came with a group of Mo Ling teachers, elite students from the 3rd and 4th years, and star-level mentors from the other 9 schools alliance. Gui said coldly, Li Zongwan, this matter has not yet been concluded. Who allowed you to arrest my demon spirit students in public? Your Li family has publicly threatened our school Suyu before the matter has been thoroughly investigated, and even used his family as a threat. The 9 schools alliance will not tolerate this, and the Great Xia Academy alliance will not agree. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will report the truth to the chief instructor, Li Zongwan, and you will bear the consequences yourself. Shangwan Ling patted Suyu's shoulder gently. Don't be afraid, the teachers are here. Chapter 92, the situation is tense, but the real Black Hand has never been exposed. Upon hearing the news that Suyu had returned and was surrounded by Li Zongwan and his men again, Gui hurriedly called the Star Emblem mentors from the 9 schools alliance to come and support him. Many Star Badge instructors were also angry. Although they had no friendship with Suyu, the Li family arrested the people from the 9 schools alliance in public without saying a word. They really didn't take them seriously. Li Zongwan frowned and said, you can't say that, Gui. As the commander of the front line, I have the responsibility to investigate any mistakes. Is simply investigating Suyu's relationship with his family a threat? If he has no problems, why is he so resistant to investigation? Everything I did was legal and reasonable. It was Suyu's camp that disobeyed orders and turned the tables. They probably have something to hide. Suyu, if you have nothing to do with this matter, why are you unwilling to accept the investigation? Are you the only one being investigated? Someone in my Li family was also investigated, but they didn't disobey like you did. If I really want to prove your innocence, would I still wrongly accuse you? Li Zongwan Duan is righteous and fair. At least there is nothing wrong with the procedure. The Dragon Eagle Guards scratched their heads, feeling strange, but it seemed that what Governor Li said was not wrong. It wasn't just Suyu who was investigated. Other Dragon Eagle Guard battalion commanders who participated in the operation, as well as some Beastmasters from the 9 Pillars families, were also investigated. Gui refused to back down. But what evidence do you have against Suyu? The intelligence he passed on was proven to be true, and we did rescue thousands of our comrades. Moreover, when the battle broke out, Suyu was fighting the enemy in Wangxian Forest, hundreds of kilometers away from the battlefield. How could he have communicated with the enemy? Suyu is Mo Ling's student. If there's any investigation, it's ours. What right do you have to interfere? Li Zongwan, with his hands behind his back, said, he's also a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard. As the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Eagle Guard, I'm naturally within my jurisdiction. Besides, this is just an investigation, not a prosecution. You can send someone to observe the trial. It seemed that control of Suyu had become a crucial object of contention. Li Zongwan hadn't actually intended to arrest Suyu, he simply wanted to publicly discredit him, which affected his subsequent plans. Someone secretly recorded everything, edited it, and brought it back to the Magic City for public viewing, along with some of his actions in the Demon Cave. TSK. It was just that the bucket of life essence that Suyu brought out aroused his greed. Of course, this kind of strategic material must be uniformly allocated by Daxia. As one of the 9 pillar families that has contributed the most, our Li family deserves a larger share. There is another reason. Suyu, brought down the Wang family. He only found out later that the Wang family and Ishikawa were involved in a plan of the Li family. Gui sneered, I think you're just coveting the life spirit liquid in Suyu's hand. If not, our school will be keeping Suyu's personal belongings, and you can come and observe our internal investigation. Li Zongwan's expression changed. Suyu is your man, what can you find out if you favor him? As for his personal belongings, of course we need to examine them. Besides his one-sided statement, physical evidence is equally important. Arya, who was beside Suyu, had bloodshot eyes when she heard them targeting him, like a volcano about to ignite. Suyu stood in front of them, signaling them not to speak. Suyu needs to think about it from the beginning and see if there is anything he has overlooked. When the two sides were arguing and the situation was tense, a golden light flashed across the sky. Xia Tingyan landed in front of the command center and looked around. An inexplicable pressure weighed on everyone's heart. Greetings, Governor Xia. Everyone bowed their heads. Xia Tingyan said calmly, how can you make such a scene in front of the headquarters? Li Zongwan, Gui, why don't you shut up? The arrival of this heavyweight figure caused Li Zongwan's family members and the star-level mentors behind Gui to put away their magic. Xia Tingyan's eyes narrowed. Zongwan, this matter has not yet been concluded. You have privately claimed to have made an arrest. Your words are quite extreme. I will fine you 6 months' salary. Li Zongwan excitedly said, I. Xia Tingyan glared at him and whispered, yes. Xia Tingyan looked at Suyu again. Suyu, from a procedural point of view, you need to accept the investigation, but don't worry, I will let Lingya be in charge of guarding you. Apart from me, you can refuse to answer anyone's questions. Of course, your personal belongings will be kept by you. The rules still need to be followed. I promise I won't let you suffer an unjust accusation, okay? Suyu glanced at Gui, and Gui nodded slightly. Governor Xia can be trusted. Suyu said, okay, Suyu obeys. Lingya, go down with Suyu first. Letting the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, Li Lingya, to look after Suyu, at least showed a more moderate attitude. Xia Tingyan looked at the others again, what are you all doing here? The wounded are still waiting for treatment, and the crisis on the front line hasn't been resolved. Do you have nothing to do? Before he finished speaking, everyone dispersed quickly. Li Lingya came to Suyu and said helplessly, Suyu, and the rest of you, come with me. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. Shang Wanling comforted him, Suyu, don't worry, the teachers won't sit idly by and watch you get framed. Suyu nodded slightly, and followed Li Lingya to the 1st Battalion S base with several women. Although Li Lingya also has the surname Li, he has nothing to do with the Li family. He is an orphan raised by Xia Tingyan. The room arranged for Suyu was not bad. Li Lingya comforted him with a few words and then left. In the room, Arya and Kong Huanyuan's eyes were full of sympathy for Suyu. Zhu Xianyin was also a little at a loss. She had no idea what was going on. Suyu lay on the bed and comforted him, don't make that expression. Let me think about it. Kong Huanyuan said, could it be that witch? Suyu shook his head decisively, no, it shouldn't be. Arya, Huanyuan, from your perspective, are humans really so important that you need to give up your own lives? Kong Huanyuan shook his head slightly, but added, except you. Suyu rubbed her earlobe, I need to know something. Wait, I'll ask Governor Xia later. If I'm not mistaken, the little witch should be more anxious than me now. And I figured it out, Aliyah. Maybe Wang Yu and Hua Yingren aren't the real masterminds. Arya and Kong Huanyuan were stunned, huh? Suyu's eyes were sharp, the real conspiracy, the black hand behind it may not be exposed yet. In Zishuan City, the demonic city of blood-sucking ants, Chi Mayan was furious in the city lord's mansion. Shirgu. Who allowed you to contact other city lords and set up an ambush without permission? She was really furious. Just 10,000 humans, if Suyu wants them, just give them to him. The proud demon never bothers to go back on his promise. But Chi Mayan was more worried about what would happen if Suyu thought it was her plan. Who gave you the authority to start a war without asking for permission? Ninth Prince, this is news from within the human race. The opportunity for battle is fleeting. Are you teaching me how to do things? Chapter 93, Furious Chi Mayan, the end of the Wang family and Ishikawa. When Shirgu and Tang Qian were happily taking credit for their achievements to Chi Mayan, thunder exploded in her ears one after another, almost making her faint from anger. She repeatedly warned him not to take the initiative under any circumstances and to wait for her next order. Result? Chi Mayan was trembling all over. If Suyu knew about this and suspected that she did it, she would not be able to explain it even if she had 10,000 mouths. What to do? And the truth is, Shirgu received intelligence from within the human race, and this was an action requested by the Daxia human race themselves, and they paid a considerable reward for it, so Shirgu led the blood-sucking ants to set an ambush. Even if I tell Suyu, will he believe it? Could he possibly believe that they, the humans, asked to attack themselves? No, that bastard has a very good brain. As long as she can really make it clear that this matter has nothing to do with her, he will not rashly turn against her. Chi Mayan and Suyu are in a two-way binding situation. Suyu could certainly overturn the table, but it also meant that his cooperation with the demons would be made public. This may be in line with human strategy, but it is not in line with human emotions. The big bastard wouldn't be that stupid. Thinking of this, Chi Mayan scolded, "Stupid pig. Stupid. Your foolish and self-willed actions have disrupted my careful planning. My plan has been ruined. And now you shamelessly come here to claim credit. You. Demons such as Shirgu were trembling with fear, and were extremely shocked. Is this true or false? Not to mention, Gushi's brain had just adapted to the situation, and he trembled. Could it be that humans paid us to go out just to? Your Highness. Spare me, I'm so confused. Chi Mayan paused, then immediately echoed Shirgu's words, have you figured it out now? It wouldn't be difficult for such a large team to place a few trusted personnel in it and sneak into the starting point to carry out a top-secret mission. Those hypocrites of the human race didn't dare to act openly, so they hypocritically asked you to help them, and in the end, you. The bird venerable and the insect venerable looked at each other and wondered, is this really true? Is there? If any. The ninth prince had disappeared from their sight for a while, so it was only natural for him to arrange something. Furthermore, even if there were no such thing, taking the opportunity to attack the races in the marginal areas, reducing their numbers, or even exterminating them was the secret purpose of the demons. So the two demons nodded seriously, as if this really happened. Chi Mayan was furious and asked, tell me, how should I reward you? Shirgu's face turned dark. Although, the blood-sucking ant's face is black. After waiting for about 2 hours, Xia Tingjin walked into the room. The three women were roasting sweet potatoes by the stove, not disturbing the conversation between Suyu and Xia Tingjin. The two met face to face. This was the first time Suyu had a private meeting with a powerful figure in Daxia. Xia Tingjin spoke first. Actually, there is no need to investigate. I know that you have not betrayed Daxia, let alone the Dragon Eagle Guard. But something happened between you and the ninth prince of the demon tribe, right? He saw everything clearly, as if he had everything under control. Suyu did not deny. Well, how did you know? Xia Ting'an said calmly, analysis, and just now, news came from Zishuan City that Zishuan City Lord Shirgu had his arm chopped off. The monsters in the Calamity Demon Cave have completely left Qingshi Gorge. If nothing unexpected happens, the war in the Calamity Demon Cave is temporarily over. I feel that this is the ninth prince trying to show goodwill to you. If I'm right, you must have a secret about him, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't need to let you know his attitude. Suyu's eyes lit up. The top humans are all the smartest of the smart, and they can analyze a lot just from limited information and appearances. Suyu nodded slightly. The ambush was definitely not done by him, I am sure of that. Xia Ting'an was silent for a while. Seeing that Suyu had no intention of revealing the secret of the ninth prince of the demon tribe, he said, I understand. You used the secret in exchange for his protection of tens of thousands of hostages, but you can't tell anyone. Suyu thought to himself that this guy was amazing. With just a few words, he felt as if he were actually there. If the absolute strength of the human race was not far inferior to that of the demon cave, I really couldn't imagine what the monsters in the demon cave would be toyed with by the human spirits. Xia Tingyan's eyes flickered slightly. Procedurally speaking, their accusation of you collaborating with the enemy is not groundless. But since ancient times, sages have judged deeds, not intentions. The fact is, if nothing unexpected had happened, your actions would have saved tens of thousands of hostages and tens of thousands of families. You are a hero of Daxia, and a hero of the Dragon Eagle Guard. For that, I salute you. Xia Tingyan took out a document and handed it to Suyu. Suyu picked it up and glanced at it, his face darkening. But heroes can't defeat power, right? Xia Tingyan did not deny it. The document contains the results of the investigation and handling of Wang Yu from the Wang family and the Ishikawa family. In general, the Wang family was uprooted, and Wang Yu, Wang Feng and others were all arrested, but the head of the Wang family, Wang Changlin, and the commander of the 17th Battalion, Wang Ziyuan, disappeared and their whereabouts are unknown. All the Ishikawas in Daxia were captured. Before Daxia had the chance to hold Huaying Kingdom accountable, Huaying Kingdom took the initiative to contact Daxia to say that they knew nothing, and captured all the Ishikawas and handed them over to Daxia as an apology. Then a combination of active cutting, Smimasai, Fire Dragon burning warehouse, and willingness to compensate left Daxia stunned. And then nothing happened? Where's the traitor in the Blood Spirit team? Haven't they found him? The Li family must be involved in this matter, but there is no further news? Xia Tingyan nodded silently. There was a force that wanted to capture Arya and kill Suyu, but after much effort, they only managed to dig out a tiny bit. The document also described the entire process of the ambush, and that half of the demigods responsible for leading the rescue team were from the Li family. Why do we have to let the Li family go in the rescue operation? You can't. Xia Tingyan continued, can't you just keep it a secret from them? I'm sorry, Suyu, this is the army, the Great Xia Nine Guards, not a private army. We must follow the rules. The army of Daxia is an ironclad army, and anything that breaks the rules will hardly be allowed. There were no problems with the process, and the Li family also suffered considerable losses. Suyu laughed and said, I just don't understand. For what? To target me? Xia Tingyan's expression remained calm, yes and no. It is heartbreaking that the deaths of thousands of people were merely pawns in their struggle for power. It's not just you they're targeting, it's the entire Nine Schools Alliance, even the Academy Alliance and the Nine Guards of Daxia. Someone must take responsibility for something this serious. You, me, and everyone involved in the operation cannot escape responsibility. Xia Tingyan sighed and said, alas, it was my negligence to let you get involved in this matter too early. Now I need to explain it to you clearly. You should know that the rise of Beastmaster University and the Nine Guards of Great Xia has only happened in the past 10 or 20 years, right? But the Demon Cave existed much earlier, and we don't know exactly when it appeared. Why are the Li family called the Nine Pillars family? Because they were once the pillars of Daxia, but their influence and power have been gradually shrinking in recent years. Once you have tasted power, you can never get rid of it. Chapter 94, Guess Level Privileges, I just can't swallow this breath. Originally, they were the main force in defending against the demonic den. Their children could easily become Beastmasters. 80% of Daxia's strength depended on these Beastmaster families. It was only a little over 20 years ago that the brilliant chief priest emerged and founded the Beast Taming University, which changed everything. At least, it gives everyone the opportunity to become a Beastmaster. Xia Tingyan was referring to the awakening ceremony, which cost a lot of money every year, allowing many lucky people to become Beastmasters and live a wealthy life. 9 prestigious schools and over 60 ordinary Beast Academies train students much faster than their aristocratic families give birth to children. Over the past 20 years, a generation has grown, allowing them to hold key positions. The power and resources of the Nine Pillars family have been declining step by step, an irreversible decline. Especially in the past 3 years, for 3 consecutive years, the most promising person in Daxia was not from the Nine Pillars family. Xia Tingyan looked at Suyu meaningfully. Suyu listened to Xia Tingyan's words patiently and understood. Suyu is the most promising person in Daxia. He has a deep conflict with the Wang family, a subsidiary of the Li family, and has a very bad impression of the Li family. If this continues, the family will be irreversibly destroyed. Therefore, they could not tolerate Suyu. What about the Lu family? Could it be that Lu Xian's family also? Xia Tingjin shook his head. There are also two factions within the Nine Pillars clan. Commander Lu and the Yen family are both cooperative factions, advocating to follow the trend of Daxia and jointly resist the demon cave. The Li family and the Pei family are both aristocratic families. Suyu took a deep breath. I understand. The military and the academy will protect me, but they won't investigate the truth for me, nor will they investigate the Li family. Because neither the dead nor I are as important as the Li family, right? Xia Tingyan did not answer. The truth is always cruel. These things will be recorded in a small notebook, and will be dug out when Daxia no longer needs the power of the Li family. This is a compromise, but the defense of the demon cave is above all else. Once the demon cave is breached, tens of millions of people will die. This is the consequence of the loss of the defense line of the volcano demon cave in Huaying country. No one dares to bet. In this one battle alone, the Li family dispatched 3 myths, 16 demigods, and countless elites to the 5 great demon caves. This is how important they are in the eyes of Daxia. Suyu bit her lower lip lightly, and finally said calmly, I understand. Xia Tingyan comforted him, but don't worry. There's no limit to tolerance. If something happens to you, who risked your life for Daxia, it will completely infuriate everyone else. So they'll either pursue procedural justice or strike secretly. They'll never dare to kill you openly. Their goal is probably to use this incident to drive you out of the Dragon Eagle Guard, or at least prevent the military and the Great Xia Nine Guards from siding with you. I don't know what the final outcome will be, but you've made a great contribution, so I can agree to one condition. A condition that slightly violates the rules. Although the Li family spread rumors and slandered Suyu as a suspected treason. However, many instructors from the Dragon Eagle Guard, the governor's office of the Magic City, and the Academy Alliance were sincerely grateful to Suyu. Even if we are ambushed, even if we suffer heavy losses. Still saved many people. Suyu was silent for a long time, then said, I remember my teacher told me that S-level students are eligible to form a beast control team. Since I can slightly break the rules, I want to form a beast control team. Xia Tingyan's face froze. Is this a slight violation of the rules? This is a complete destruction of the rules. The beast taming squad does not exceed 50 people, but the beast taming group has a size of 500 people. After the beast taming corps is established, it will be under the jurisdiction of the Daxia military and the Beast Pet Association. It is also a combat sequence, but it may have a certain personal color. Only a very small number of people are allowed to form. Suyu smiled again and said, I don't want anyone else, I just want the 5,000 people I rescued. 5,000? A beast taming corps that is 10 times overstaffed? That special code is already 1/4 of the Dragon Eagle Guard's Beastmaster strength. The corners of Xia Tingyan's mouth twitched a few times. This is impossible, the military will never agree to it. Suyu has thought it through. Why can the Li family be so unscrupulous? Because they have strength and power, and their weight in Daxia is heavier than Mount Tai. Violence is their underlying color. Suyu is alone and weak, and any force will choose to protect Suyu, but they cannot support Suyu in killing the Li family. Maybe many people will compromise, after all, they are really powerful. But Suyu just swallowed his anger. You don't wear it if you do it, and you don't dare to do it. I dare. For Arya, for myself and my family, and for the souls of those who died unjustly, I must dare and be able to do it. Since you have trampled on the bottom line and chosen to use dirty means, Suyu does not intend to maintain his original enthusiasm. He told Chu Xianyin that he was only half a good person, and if he angered the other half, I'm sorry, I don't care about any consequences. Suyu's face was as calm as a poker. It seemed like in an instant that Xia Tingyan felt that Suyu had undergone some essential change. It was no longer like he was talking to a passionate young man, but rather like he was face to face with a gloomy old silver coin. Don't worry, Governor Xia, I won't make things difficult for you. I have something to exchange with you. No, I want to exchange it with the Daxia military. In exchange for them giving me the green light on this matter. Xia Tingyan's eyes fixed. What? What could convince the military to allow the formation of a privately led beast tamer force, one that was 10 times larger than the military's strength? Xia Tingyan said, You say. Suyu stretched out a finger and said, A passage. I found a passage from the Calamity Demon Cave to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. You are the commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard. I don't need to elaborate on its value, do I? If this hadn't happened, I would have reported it for free. Xia Tingyan's pupils constricted and even his breathing became rapid. No matter how many storms there were, the garrison commander had never lost his composure like this. But this is of great significance. If the operation is done properly, Daxia will have the opportunity to concentrate its superior forces to wipe out the two demon caves in one fell swoop. Even if the battle is poor, the two demon caves will take the absolute initiative, just like the Eternal Tribulation demon cave. The expansion of the territory in the demon cave means that a huge amount of resources can be developed, which means that more beast masters can be trained. The benefits are immeasurable. Xia Tingyan adjusted his breathing and asked, "Are you serious?" So you looked back at Chu Xianin. "Xianin, can we enter the passage at any time?" Chu Xianin whispered, "Not all the time. It has to be 5 days before and after the full moon every month. During other times, the power of the spacetime barrier will recover, and it will be impossible to pass through." Xia Tingyan slammed his fist on the table. "That's enough. Forget 10 days, 1 day, just 1 day. Daxia is enough to fight a war for the demon cave." Xia Tingyan said, "Suyu, I will do my best to mediate your conditions, but there are only 3,000 places. If you want more, the military will not agree. However, if you secretly expand the beast taming corps after it is established, I guess they will turn a blind eye. This matter is of great importance. I will go to the military headquarters now. Also, I think the military's attitude towards the Li family will also change significantly. You are much more mature than I thought. No, how should I put it? You don't look like a hero now. In a sense, the Li family can be considered a success," he said meaningfully. Successfully killed the hero Suyu, leaving behind a devil. Chapter 95, The Li Family's Policy. Endlessly evolving malice. At the same time, in Qingshi Gorge, Li family camp. Li Zongwan said dissatisfiedly, "Brother Shang, I did what you said. Didn't you guarantee that Xia Tingyan and Ning Hanwen would not come back?" Their original plan did not really intend to control Suyu. Instead, he took advantage of Xia Tingyan's absence to stir up internal conflicts, using Suyu's disobedience as an excuse to attack, angering Gui and others, which turned into an internal fight in the camp. Coupled with the mistakes that occurred in the previous hostage rescue, it is possible to get rid of Suyu and Xia Tingyan in one fell swoop by punishing both crimes. As a result, Xia Tingyan arrived in time to stop all this. At most, Li Zongwan would maliciously edit the incident and throw it into the modern world to tarnish Suyu's reputation. Li Zongxing shook his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the lords of the 6 demon cities would suddenly withdraw their troops? Without the pressure on the front line, he can come and go freely. What a pity, so much life essence is left in Suyu's hands. Isn't the reason for all this fighting for power and resources? However, it shouldn't be a problem to expel Suyu from the Dragon Eagle Guard, Li Zongxing added. Someone has to take responsibility for the failure of a war, and this is what Suyu proposed. The entire disaster area cooperated in the action. Even if you are innocent, it is unlikely that you will not take any responsibility. Li Zongwan lay on the recliner, feeling a little tired. "Brother Shang, I'm not at the mythical level, so I don't quite understand why we have to deal with a junior. I just found out yesterday that it was the family that commissioned the Wang family through Huiyingren to capture the God Generation vampire. Was it really necessary to go through such a big detour?" Li Zongxing waved his hand and blocked the tense space. "Keep your voice down." Li Zongxing warned, "Zongwan, if your child loses priority in awakening his talent, loses his quota for S-level talent reagents, loses his quota for upper-level pets, loses his supply of beast control resources, and is only allowed to start as cannon fodder on the front lines, and a single word from a battalion commander can suppress your son so much that he can't even lift his head, would you agree?" Li Zongwan immediately jumped up and said, "Of course not." "Why?" Li Zongxing shrugged. "That's all, isn't it? Daxia's resources are limited. Every bit more the Academic Alliance and Daxia military take, the less we'll take. What's more, traitors like the Lu and Yin families emerged from the 9 Pillars Conference. The family's situation is worse than before. If we want to stop this decline, there is a way. Above the Holy Land. And to reach the Holy Land, the Age of Gods is an essential ticket. It's true that they're taking the opportunity to suppress Suyu and Xia Tingyan for power, and that's something they can tolerate. But capturing Shindai is our ultimate goal, and that's hard to tolerate. Countless eyes are even staring at us, so we can only go around in circles. Also, letting you publicly challenge them is also for the other families to see. The Wang family fell, and our Li family didn't fail to react. In fact, the reaction was very intense. They must pay a price, otherwise where is the dignity of the family? If anyone can arbitrarily uproot an aristocratic family without paying the price, then the family will truly be finished. We have no way to retreat. Li Zhongwan was startled. This was the truth. After Xia Tingjin left, Suyu came to the fireplace. Arya handed the roasted sweet potato to Suyu and pouted. Suyu smiled and activated the taste link. Xu Xianyin was a little depressed and had a lot on her mind. Xianyin, why are you looking so miserable? Xu Xianyin whispered, is it because you brought me out that you were? Suyu tapped her smooth forehead with 3 fingers. What are you thinking about, little fox? Didn't I tell you that the curse of your groove is a living hoax? Don't you think about it? Humans are clearly at the end of the order. We have neither a strong body nor magic circuits, yet we can actually fight back and forth with all the races in the heavens. Why? Because humans also have something that will evolve infinitely. That is the endless evolution of mankind. Malice. Suyu recalled his experiences over the past few days and said, I made a serious mistake. I overestimated the bottom line of this group of people and thought they would never do such a despicable thing. Now that I think about it, it was just wishful thinking on my part. The little witch had someone in her face, yet she still managed to do something like this. Alia gently held Suyu's hand. Little guy, what do you want to do? Kong Huan Yuan also said, no matter what the master wants to do, we will always support you. Xu Xianyin bit the sweet potato and wagged her tail to show her approval. These humans are so bad, so bad. How can they be so bad? Although she didn't quite understand what they said, they are just very bad. Suyu said coldly, from what Governor Xia said, it seems the Dragon Eagle Guards can't stay here any longer. I'm going to form a beast taming group. With my abilities, I'm more than capable of arming anyone. 9 Extremes Nether Spring and Holy Demon Yin Yang Fruit. I was originally planning to make some replicas for the military, but now. From now on, I will only arm my own people. We need status, we need to surpass the Li family and the 9 Pillars family. This blood debt is due to my underestimation of the viciousness of these beasts. I will pay tribute with the heads of every member of the Li family. And, if you don't kill them, Arya, Huan Yuan, and Xianyin, none of you will be able to live safely in Daxia. Xu Xianyin frowned, alas, I always feel like I shouldn't have come out. It's not fun outside. Suyu patted her head and said, it's just in time for things to happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad. I'll take you to the human world later. There are so many things you haven't seen. Having said that, Xu Xuanyin's eyes lit up again and she nodded slightly. Suyu stood up and said, okay, we've finished what we need to talk about. Let's go meet my rescued people. Suyu walked out of the tent. Captain Li, please give me some favor. Li Lingya said helplessly, the governor asked me to keep an eye on you and stop you from running around. Can't you just stay still for a while? Suyu smiled and said, it's just to meet those who were rescued. I won't leave the barracks, so it can't be considered a violation of discipline. Li Lingya curled his lips, really? Suyu nodded, it's absolutely true. Can I still run away? Li Lingya finally said, okay, change into night clothes so that no one can recognize you. Okay. Several people followed Li Lingya and quietly walked out of the 1st Battalion's camp. When they arrived at a deserted place, Li Lingya suddenly whispered, Suyu, I heard from the governor that you are going to form a beast control group? Suyu's heart, which had been relaxing, suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, no. Would Xia Tingjin tell such a thing to a battalion commander? Li Lingya smiled strangely and put on a mask. Don't be nervous, it's just a joke. We have our own information channels. The pavilion master said you won't give in, nor will you willingly become a self-sacrificing hero. So I think now we have the basis for a conversation. Let me introduce myself again. My codename is Beast 11, a member of the Beast Chamber of Fengyun Pavilion. Chapter 96, Noble and Dirty, Night Banquet of the Beast Tamers. Suyu was stunned. This was something he had never expected. The trusted commander of the Dragon Eagle Guard's 1st Battalion, who had warned him to be wary of the veteran of Fengyun Pavilion and a beast master with outstanding military achievements, could actually be. It's a deserted place. Suyu laughed, this world is really scary. You can never guess when the people around you will surprise you. Captain Li, aren't you afraid that I'll reveal your identity? Li Lingya took off his mask and shook his head, you could do it before, but you can't do it now. Because it won't benefit you. On the contrary, I think our future cooperation will be very smooth. Suyu's face darkened, even now, I don't want to betray Xia. Li Lingya was shocked and said, "You misunderstood. I didn't ask you to betray Daxia. In other words, do you think Governor Xia doesn't know about my situation? It's just that he also needs someone to do something shady. Of course, I won't tell him about touching you." Suyu's brows relaxed slightly. This guy has a really good sense of timing. Suyu said unhappily, "Then thank the Beast Pavilion Master for me, even though I almost thought I was doomed." If he had not pushed Suyu into the cold pond, it would have been difficult for Suyu at that time to cross the 1,000-foot cold pond without Chu Xuanin's help. If he had not been able to cross the cold pond, find the special passage in Chu Xuanin, there would have been no current results. Overall, the Beast Pavilion Master helped me a lot, but he also scared me a lot. Li Lingya nodded slightly. "That's not necessary. The Pavilion Master guessed that you must be very grateful to him. Then let me give this to you." A mask with a lion pattern engraved on it, and the number of beast 99 is written between the eyebrows of the mask. You don't need to make an unbreakable oath to the wind and cloud list. You think you are a member of Feng Yun Pavilion, that is. If you think it's not, then it's not. Suyu was stunned. Is this possible? Don't look at me, I don't understand either. Okay, that's all I have to say. If you need our help in the future, as long as you can pay, everything will be fine. Everything? What if I want to massacre a family like the Li family? Li Lingya frowned and took out a piece of animal skin paper. Okay, let me see. 20 God and Demon Dao seeds, and... Excuse me. Although I don't know what the divine demonic seed is, I definitely can't afford it. Then please deliver a letter for me. To whom? The 9th prince of the demon clan. Li Lingya said happily, "Of course, distinguished guest, 100 drops of life spirit liquid." So expensive? Li Lingya explained, "Delivering a letter is not expensive, but the person delivering it is a bit dangerous." Suyu frowned. "Oh, do you think I will really believe you?" Li Lingya said, You may not trust Feng Yun Pavilion's stance, but you must trust Feng Yun Pavilion's credibility. If we can't do it, we won't accept it. If we do accept it, we will make an unbreakable oath. Don't keep insisting on your position with Feng Yun Pavilion. Tell me, between the life essence liquid given by the human race and the life essence liquid given by the demon race, which drop is noble? Which drop is dirty? Suyu nodded and said nothing. With the oath of the Fenji Unbang, he felt a little relieved. Li Lingya wrote a letter and swore an oath to the list of the wind and clouds in the sky in front of him. A faint golden light gathers in the heart, and once violated, it will strangle the soul. Li Lingya put his finger in front of his mouth and said, "The deal is done." Suyu hesitated for a moment before giving the 100 drops of life essence to Li Lingya. "Wait, can I pay on delivery? Even if you have a large family and a lot of wealth, you shouldn't squander it like this. The rich woman Chi Mayan is much richer than him." Li Lingya's face looked strange, but he finally nodded. "That's fine. Then pay on delivery. Send this bottle as well, to save her from getting mad." After Li Lingya accepted it, he patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, "Except for the fact that I came to see you wearing a mask, we are still comrades. Please come in, Suyu." Suyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Feng Yun Pavilion really knows how to pick opportunities. If it is determined that Suyu will not sacrifice himself like a hero, he can become an object of transaction or even a potential member. The 3 women behind me looked at each other, and I could only sigh, human hearts are so complicated. Arya found it funny when she thought of the little vixen's expression when she received Suyu's letter but had to pay the shipping fee. That scene must be very exciting. The group arrived at the resettlement camp. More than 5,000 people gathered here. They were different from ordinary people. Their faces were dull and their bodies were mostly injured. Life as a captive was not easy. In addition to the physical torture, the most important thing was that they were also mentally disturbed. No wonder they had such a bad fate. When they were about to see the dawn of hope, they were surrounded and annihilated, and half of their people died on the spot. Kong Huan Yuan frowned slightly. "Master, is this okay? My sister's immortality should be able to heal the injuries on my body, but these people are mentally." Suyu said with a firm look, "That's why I choose them. They are suffering, and what is the only thought in the minds of many people?" Arya said, "Hatred." Suyu nodded and said, "Yes. Whoever can ignite the fire of hatred in them will be a desperate warrior who will not care about life or death. Of course, there are some cowards and wimps who surrendered voluntarily. I only have 3,000 spots, so eliminating these people should be more than enough." Another point is that there are no aristocratic families here, because most of those people have already been taken away. Kong Huan Yuan nodded slightly. Thinking about it this way, there was at least no problem with this team's position. Suyu stood in the center of the resettlement camp's training ground. The appearance of this young man brought light to the eyes of the numb crowd. Whose family is here again? Maybe. My family also died in the Devil's Cave. Some people leaned over to see if it was their family members who came to pick them up, but eventually pulled back in disappointment. Suyu cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone, you may have heard of my name. My name is Suyu. As soon as Suyu introduced himself, those people with gloomy eyes stood up one after another. Even those with broken limbs still staggered to their feet, as if they saw light in their eyes. If for no other reason, they all heard that the man who risked his life to rescue them from Qingyan City was called Suyu. They didn't expect Suyu to be so young, and his realm was not very high. You really are. People looked up and their lips trembled. Suyu nodded slightly. Yes. I imagine you're still confused as to why, after finally escaping their clutches, we nearly perished in Bluestone Gorge. Let me be frank. I'm deeply sorry that I didn't do my best, allowing those ruthless individuals to take advantage. Ultimately, I only managed to save half of our group. In the eyes of those villains, your life, my life, and death are nothing but pawns in their struggle. Even though we were trapped in the enemy camp, I believe none of you would betray Daxia, and neither would I. However, in the end, all we got was a pile of corpses and our glory slandered. Many people have advised me to be patient and let the world go by. They are so important to Daxia, and they are more important than anything else. They want me to put the greater good first. But I just can't swallow this. I am weak and alone. I cannot redeem myself from this blood debt and this pain, so I want to form a beast taming group. A group of beastmen who use the flesh and blood of their enemies, the lives and souls of those sanctimonious and self-proclaimed chess masters, as a feast for our victory and revenge. Night Banquet Beast Taming Group. Chapter 97. I'll take you on a feast of revenge. Countless dull eyes refocused, and they were hit hard by a heavy blow before welcoming the dawn of hope, making them full of fear towards both humans and monsters. Amidst the fear, there was also anger and resentment. Suyu continued, the existence of the night banquet is for revenge. I want to unleash my wrath of revenge on those despicable humans and the ghost-faced foxes who are still living comfortably in Qingyan City. Tell me, will you choose to be a fighter who takes back your dignity, or a coward who just wants to survive? Some people may say, Suyu, I just want to survive. I'm too tired. I don't want to go to the battlefield anymore. Yes, you are right. Life is too important. But for us Daxia people, there is something more important than life, and that is dignity. I tell you, as long as Qingyan City survives, your enslaved dignity will never be reclaimed. As long as those high-handed people can still control your lives at will, your dignity will be meaningless. As long as you don't kill your enemies with your own hands, your dignity will never exist. Begging and escaping will not restore your dignity, nor will they protect your lives. Those who merely express indignation and protest are spineless cowards. We will pierce their throats with our sharp blades and trample upon everything they hold dear. I ask you, are you willing to follow me? Let's stake our hatred in dignity. Before our hearts stop beating, I will lead you to a feast of revenge. It was as if a spark had entered the hearts of those who had been numb. To be honest, many people want to escape and live in seclusion, but who can really forget the humiliating experiences of the past few years? Suyu was right. As long as the ghost-faced Fox clan hadn't perished, their dignity and lives would forever be in the past. Their lives would still be controlled by others. A man with a broken arm stepped forward and said, Suyu, my name is Zhou Zhang. I was the former company commander of the 7th Company of the 8th Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard. 90% of our company was killed. The few who survived were like me. They lost their arms and their pets. Of course I want to do as you said. But I, Zhou Zhang smiled sadly, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he felt indescribably sad. People like him make up the majority. In order to enslave them to work, the ghost-faced fox basically crippled and then killed the pets. What's the point of inspiring people if you don't have the strength to do so? Suyu nodded slightly. Of course you can, my friend. Arya. Arya raised her hand slightly, and a red light condensed on Zhou Zhang's broken arm. Countless people looked at this scene. What was shocking was that Zhou Zhang's broken limbs were reborn and revived under the influence of immortality. Zhou Zhang's eyes widened, and he swung his right arm in disbelief, shouting with excitement, "I'm back! Everything is back! My magic circuit is back too! I. He wiped away his tears and said, "Suyu, I owe you so much gratitude. Under the witness of the wind and cloud ranking, I, Zhou Zhang, am willing to make an unbreakable vow. From now on, I will follow Suyu and will never frown even at the sight of danger." Thousands of people were in an uproar. Broken limbs were regenerated. This incredible power was actually happening before their eyes. Suyu smiled and said, "Okay. Don't worry, if you are willing to join, no matter how badly you are injured, I can heal you. Although my realm is not high, I am still quite wealthy. I can't give you more, but I can still afford the startup capital of 100 drops of life spirit liquid per person." Suyu moved out the bucket of life essence liquid. Hiss! Thousands of people gasped. The 9 guards of Dixia didn't have much stock of life essence, a strategic resource that could strengthen the body, but Suyu actually took out a whole bucket of it. How much is that? 100 liters? That million drops is the bottom line. Is this a wealthy family? They absolutely believed that there was no one in the entire daxia who was richer in life spirit liquid than Suyu. After a moment of silence, thousands of people rushed over. "Suyu, no, Captain Su. I, Lu Chang, leave my life in your hands." Captain Su, I, Wei Shi, was originally ranked 102nd on the 1,000 Ghosts list. "Just give me a pet, and I can fight them all back. Captain Su, my talent for concealment is S-rank Shadow Array. I'll be the spearhead of the assault team. Even a demigod wouldn't be able to see through my disguise. Life, dignity, wealth, status. Their lost lives, everything they lost, and the great despair finally saw the dawn of hope today." 5,223 people, almost all of them are vying to join, and everyone is willing to make an unbreakable oath. About 700 people said they wanted to go home and discuss the matter with their families first, and promised to obtain their families' consent. Although there were less than 300 people who wanted to contribute, they were injured in different parts of their bodies. It was a loss of vitality. Their hair turned white and their teeth fell out. They were like candles in the wind, with the will but not the strength, and they withdrew regretfully. Despite this, Suyu still asked Arya to use immortality to heal their wounds as much as possible. Suyu was not disappointed. There are no real cowards among the warriors of daxia who dare to fight on the battlefield. A true coward would either kneel before even going to the battlefield, or choose to betray as soon as he was captured. How could he have survived all the torture until now? Li Lingya behind him couldn't help but sigh. Suyu seemed to be born with magical powers, making people want to believe in him. Governor Xia and the master of the Beast Pavilion both noticed this, right? Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Don't worry. Don't worry, everyone. I only have 3,000 spots. The extra people won't be able to join the team for now. But don't worry, everyone. From the day the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group is established today, we will never give up on anyone. Those with high enough realm and talent will join the team first. I will give you life spirit fluid to the rest of you. You can go back and exchange it for resources for cultivation. It won't be too late to join after you reach at least the transformation realm. You won't know until you check carefully, and you'll be shocked when you do. Of the more than 4,000 people who expressed their willingness to join the group, over 100 were at the Nirvana realm alone. The rest were mostly at the transformation realm. There are also more than 40 Beastmasters with S-level talents. Among them, Zhou Zhang, Lu Chang, Wei Shi, and Meng Qian even broke through to the wheel-turning realm Beastmaster after years of accumulation of magic power. The direct combat force is probably far greater than any battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard. There are usually less than 10 Nirvana Realm Beastmasters in a battalion, and the Dragon Eagle Guard has no more than 300 Nirvana Realm warriors on the surface. There may be more hidden forces in secret, but no matter what, the force that Suyu rescued is the absolute main force wherever it is placed. No wonder Xia Tingjin said at the time that it was impossible to agree. If the value of that channel wasn't so incredible, there probably wouldn't even be room for negotiation. Suyu smiled and said, "Today, November 7th is the founding day of our Night Banquet Beast Taming Group. From now on, Qingyan City, the Calamity Demon Cave, and the 9 Demon Caves of daxia, one day, we will make these beasts wake up from their nightmares in hell. Any enemy will only be a feast on our table." Chapter 98 Suyu's First Order, daxia's Decision. Li Lingya quietly left the resettlement camp. This was the tacit understanding between him and Suyu. Once the beast taming group was established, it would not be appropriate for him, an outsider, to stay there and listen to their secrets. In addition to distributing 100 drops of life essence to each person, so you also gave them a fake 1000 change painted skin. Although the function of the 1000 change painted skin forged through the S-level talent strange counterfeit is much weaker, its applicability is still maximized. Everyone was holding the fox fur mask, feeling a little confused. Suyu pointed at the 1000 changes painted skin and said, "Everyone, this is the ghost mask I tore off from the ghost-faced fox's face. As long as you put it on, it can modify your face to a certain extent. My first order is that all of you wear masks, leave the Calamity Cave, and upon returning to the Demon City, break up into small groups and go into hiding. Thousands of people gathered together would be too conspicuous a target. It would be easy for them to be targeted like Qingshi Gorge. We only gather together under my command when we are on the move. The rest of the time, I don't care what methods you use. Improvement, regardless of the consequences, assassination, kidnapping, as long as it's against the Demon Cave, you can do whatever you want. Even if it's difficult to deal with certain noble families openly, you can resort to shady tactics. However, I will give the responsible persons the specific targets for which families to target. There's only one principle: you won't suffer any loss. And you won't be captured. My next stop is the Imperial Capital's Eternal Devil's Cave. We'll meet there." People put on masks one after another, but were surprised to find that the magic cave weapons provided by Suyu were different from ordinary magic weapons and had no side effects. Even wearing it for a long time will not cause the slightest discomfort. If so, the operating space will be unimaginably large. Everyone shouted, "Understood. Please rest assured, Captain Su." The 5,000 people in the resettlement camp sincerely regarded Suyu as the leader of the beast taming group. Perhaps Suyu's strength was still insufficient, but Suyu cured their almost irreversible disabilities and made a vow to regain their dignity. People seem to have regarded Suyu as their spiritual pillar. Suyu divided the first batch of 3,000 people into 3 camps. Zhou Zhang, Lu Chang, and Wei Shi were each responsible for the organization and construction of a camp. There were also more than 1,000 people, and Suyu handed them over to Meng Qian. "I remember you said your talent allows for group camouflage. Although these people can't get a regular position and others don't recognize them, I do. I'll find a way to provide your funding. You are the spearhead battalion of my night banquet beast taming group." Meng Qian clasped his fists and said, "Don't worry, Captain. 5 years ago, we had less than 300 men, but we raided a camp of over 10,000 ghost-faced foxes and held them off for a whole day and night before finally defeating them. Even if you, Captain, let me do it again, I wouldn't frown." Suyu patted his shoulder and said, "That won't do. There are people who will sacrifice on the battlefield, but it will never be our people at the night banquet who will sacrifice. If you follow me, you're only allowed to eat meat and win. Your record is worthy of a combat hero, but our regiment doesn't need heroes, we only need demons." Meng Qian's eyes lit up, and he put his right fist to his chest. "Understood." Suyu used gratitude as a bond, and everyone made an oath that could not be broken. But in actual command, Suyu delegated power to 4 battalion commanders in the Wheel Realm, and temporarily selected 15 company commanders and 55 platoon leaders as grassroots commanders. A huge force was firmly grasped in Suyu's hands in just one day. At the same time, a heated debate broke out in the Daxia high-level meeting. "Old Xia, how can this be allowed? Even if a freshman has outstanding military achievements, how can he be allowed to lead a beast taming group at such a young age? It's still 6 times the 3,000-man staffing. This is impossible." Lu Shangyuan was shocked by Xia Tingjin's bold proposal, as if he thought Xia Tingjin was joking. In addition to Lu Shangyuan, the commander-in-chief of Daxia, Li Ming, the chief priest Qin Yuan, and the garrison commanders of the Demon Suppression Guard and the Longjiang Guard gathered together. Needless to say, once this matter gets out, it will inevitably cause fierce opposition from various forces. Xia Tingjin said calmly, "Commander Lu, I haven't finished speaking. What I'm about to say is of great importance, and it's also the condition Suyu is using to exchange with us. Before I say anything, I have to promise you something. This matter must not be known outside this room. There is no impenetrable wall in the world, and everyone's position is complicated and difficult to clarify. Even the Li family, one of the 9 pillars, has many members attending prestigious schools in the academic alliance. You are in me and I am in you. Especially Commander-in-Chief of Daxia. If there is anyone that Xia Tingjin cannot see through at all, Commander-in-Chief Li Ming, Chief Principal Qin Yuan, and the Principal of Mo Ling. These three people are definitely at the top of the list. Li Ming is a remote branch of the Li family, one of the 9 pillar families, but he has a very bad relationship with the Li family and was even kicked out by the Li family in his early years. No one can guess what these old silver coins are up to. Li Ming said calmly, then let's follow the rules. Several people raised their hands and took an oath. Xia Tingjin immediately said, so you discovered a passage the day before yesterday that can lead directly from the Calamity Demon Cave to the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. This is what he offered in exchange. If it weren't for the Bluestone Gorge incident, he would have donated it for free. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into silence. The eyes of a group of old foxes were rarely shining. What does that mean? This means that Daxia can completely place its main forces in either the Disaster Demon Cave or the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, and then make a feint to the east and attack in the west, flattening several demon cities in one fell swoop, reducing the pressure Daxia faces from 9 demon caves to 8. It also means that a huge amount of resources will be under the control of Daxia. The only disadvantage is that Suyu doesn't seem to trust the Daxia military. He would rather exchange it. Li Ming said, this is an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Bai, what do you Longjiang Guards think? Jiang Bai, the governor of Jiangha and commander of the Longjiang Guard, who guarded the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave, said bluntly, we must fight. Jiangha province cannot compare to your imperial capital and demon capital, and the pressure on the Longjiang Guard is far greater than that of the Demon Suppression Guard and Dragon Eagle Guard. Honestly speaking, if the war situation doesn't change significantly, even if all the members of the Longjiang Guard die in battle within 5 years, they won't be able to defend the Thousand Lakes Demon Cave. In terms of student quality and family strength, the imperial capital and the demonic capital are both among the best. Although the war is fierce, the power of the human race is equally strong. The situation in other demon caves is not so optimistic. Li Ming and Qin Yuan looked at each other and finally said, okay, I agree. Xia Ting'an, tell Suyu that he will be responsible for the placement of these people. He has been given a quota, but Daxia's finances are in jeopardy, so he will have to take responsibility himself. Xia Tingjin nodded slightly, yes. Li Ming added, also, Lu Shangyuan, go and give the Li family a warning. Don't make things too much. Patience has its limits. Lu Shangyuan felt the coldness from Li Ming and responded, yeah. Li Ming nodded, let's discuss it next. After the passage is opened, which demon cave should we attack first? Chapter 99, Strike a Heavy Blow. The hero's reputation must not be stained. In stark contrast to the brutal battle in the demon cave is the tranquility and peace within Daxia. At least the smoke of war did not spread to the world of ordinary people. This does not mean that they are not paying attention to the battle in the demon cave. On the contrary, they stay in front of the screen almost day and night, waiting for news from the front line. Whether it is official or rumor, any little thing can irritate everyone's sensitive nerves. The news that the logistics company of Qinhu Demon Cave left the fruits and vegetables donated by the public in the warehouse to become moldy and rotten, while the Qinhu front line only had dry food for war preparations, directly set off an uproar on the entire internet. Even the smallest action will be put under the microscope and criticized. After all, the tragic scene in the volcanic cave in Huaying country is still vivid in our minds. While the war in Daxia was in full swing, countries like Milica were also secretly making some small moves, making the already tense atmosphere even more sensitive. Finally, a shocking piece of news shocked the entire network. According to an unknown stakeholder in a disaster den, a short video recorded on the scene has become popular on the internet. In the video, Li Zongwan, as the frontline commander, angrily accused Suyu of treason, but cut out Suyu's rebuttal, leaving only Suyu's surprised and shocked expressions. It's just like the uneasiness when facing interrogation. At the same time, according to gossip, Suyu was secretly arrested by the Dragon Eagle Guard, but the arrest was not made public due to the social impact, but the actual losses caused are difficult to estimate. As soon as this news came out, it quickly ignited the internet. The title, Suyu is a traitor, took only 12 minutes to top the hot search list on various websites. Holy shit! Is this true? He is actually. I've noticed something's wrong with him. How could someone who failed the awakening ritual become the most promising person in Daxia without the support of the demon cave? Even Adam from Lika country isn't as powerful as him. There must be something fishy going on. Severe punishment must be executed. We can't let our taxes go to waste. Instigated by some people with ulterior motives, the barrage of abuse drowned out all rational voices. In the Li family residence, Li Zhongwan was browsing the forum with great interest. Brother Shang, this move is too mean. Could it be that you anticipated that Suyu would apply to form a beast taming group? The fishing reel attack insulted its reputation. Although it was not fatal, it was disgusting. But just last night, a piece of news came from the Daxia military that caused a huge uproar within the Nine Pillars family. The military approved Suyu's application for the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group and allowed it to be established independently. The Beast Taming Group was under the jurisdiction of the Pet Beast Association and the military and enjoyed all welfare benefits, but the beast taming resources had to be raised by themselves. Generally, beast taming groups that have to raise resources on their own have many industries in major cities, so this move can be a devastating blow to them. Li Zongxing smiled and said, "Humph, just a brat, a random move that turned out to be a blessing in disguise." Suyu thought that he had Xia Tinjin's support and wanted to build a powerful force to overthrow the world, didn't he? Does he think it's just a game? Food, drink, and training for thousands of people doesn't cost money? The exotic beast meat needed for thousands of pets is an astronomical sum. Tens of billions wouldn't be enough. I don't think he has any money or resources. How can he support these people? Also, find someone to keep a close eye on Suyu's men. Once they leave the demon cave, follow them throughout the journey. Li Zongwan smiled and said, "Of course." But before they had even opened half a bottle of champagne, Li Zongxing suddenly received a message from Lu Shengyuan. He listened slowly, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Li Zongwan realized that something was wrong and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Li Zongxing slammed his fist on the table. "That bastard Li Ming. Is he still a member of the Li family?" The noise on the internet lasted less than 30 minutes before it was suddenly swept away by some mysterious force. Just as the public was at a loss as to what to do, the Great Xia General Headquarters personally issued a public statement, telling the public the whole story of Suyu's incident. The Great Xia hero must not be tarnished. As if anticipating the actions of those criminals, the official documents not only detailed that the leaked video had obvious signs of splicing and voice changing, but also announced some of the battles that took place on the front line. Suyu, a member of the Dragon Eagle Guard of the 9 Great Xia Guards, braved danger and traveled deep behind enemy lines to deliver crucial intelligence. He rescued thousands of compatriots trapped in Qingyan City. He made an indelible contribution to the war against the Calamity Demon Cave. The Great Xia Command reiterates hereby. Heroes must not be insulted. This telegram is being sent to the entire nation. We will investigate the cause and severely punish those who deliberately distort the facts. In fact, Suyu has made outstanding contributions in the Demon Caves battles across the land. He ranks third on the Demon Caves ranking of beasts, the highest among all humans. He is second only to the 9th Prince of the Abyss and the Lake Spirit. His achievements are unquestionable. In the face of external comments, the Daxia command never really took action. Its shocking vindication of Suyu directly blinded the entire internet. What followed was a huge storm of words. "Oh my god, what did I see? Wow, who spread this rumor? Where do those colonists understand me? Daxia has a commoner genius because of collusion with the Demon Cave, and Lika country is just gifted and intelligent, right?" Furthermore, the media outlets controlled by the 9 guards of Daxia are also making an effort, cooperating with the governor generals in various regions to arrest over 100 people who were maliciously stirring up trouble. According to their confessions, they were only doing it for money. One ugly face after another was thrown onto the internet without any cover, and was criticized by everyone. It can be said to be a heavy blow. The sudden change in the headquarters' attitude caught the Li family off guard. In particular, more than a dozen media outlets controlled by the Li family were all closed down. Ryusuke Gen also warned Li Zongxing not to cause trouble again. The headquarters has reached an agreement. According to the procedures, some of Suyu's actions were beyond the rules, and given that his relationship with the demons was unclear, the governor's request was agreed to temporarily leave the Dragon Eagle Guard. But soon, Li Zongxing realized that he had fallen into a trap. Because a long time ago, after the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition, the Emperor's Spirit and the Demon Spirit reached an agreement that Suyu would join both the Dragon Eagle Guard and the Imperial Capital's Demon Suppression Guard. They wanted to expel Suyu from the Dragon Eagle Guard, so that he would lose the protection of the 9 guards of Daxia. Result? It seems that he has another special code. After all the bargaining, this is the result? How could he not be angry? It is said that there was chaos at the Li family residence that night, and a nearby hill was found razed to the ground the next day. So you just laughed it off. He doesn't care much about external comments. His beast taming group does not need to start up an industry for blood transfusion. The only thing that matters is the attitude of the headquarters. Suyu smiled and said to Chu Xianin, "Did you see it, Xianin? Just now, I was still a traitor who was criticized by millions of people, but when you show your value, everything will be reversed and I will become a hero again. So the fate of your clan shall be consigned to the dustbin of history. All the slander stems from lack of strength." Chu Xianin blinked at Suyu. There seemed to be light inside. Good impression, admiration, trust. Chapter 100: Chi Mayan's grievances, the transformation of Arya's followers. Suyu proved with his actions that a strong fist is the key to denying fate. When Suyu was being scolded by countless people, Chu Xianin felt the same pain and was so anxious that she almost dropped her pearls. In contrast, Arya and Kong Huanyuan remained calm. Although they were also very angry, they believed that Suyu could turn everything around. As it turned out, those dirty words were swept away in just half an hour. After staying for another 2 days, Suyu finally received a notice from Li Lingya. He was released. There were 2 transfer orders. One was that Suyu's plan caused unexpected heavy losses. Although it was not Suyu's fault, according to Daxia's accountability system, he would temporarily withdraw from the Dragon Eagle Guard's combat sequence. The other is the approval certificate of the Night Banquet Beast Taming Group. Li Lingya laughed and said, I never thought that after working in the Dragon Eagle Guard for almost 10 years, a newcomer like you would climb to the top." Suyu took the certificate and was quite excited. This means that he will lead a force to officially enter the power structure network of Daxia. Li Lingya whispered again, "I've taken care of your matter. This is my reply." After saying that, he chuckled and left. The reply letter has a special mark, indicating that it has never been opened. In the past few days, Suyu also asked people indirectly to find out. Apart from other things, the crazy critics in Fengyun Pavilion have always been famous for their trading reputation. Suyu shook his head and gently touched the Beast Pavilion mask in his pocket. What on earth do they want to do? 2 days ago in Zishuan City, when Chi Mayan returned to the city lord's mansion to rest, she found a strange presence in the room. Who? A black shadow gathered. The person who came had the strength of the reincarnation realm. He was surrounded by black mist and even avoided the sight of the 2 demon lords and quietly appeared in Chi Mayan's room. Chi Mayan became more alert and stared at the person who came. The shadow dissipated, revealing a beast-shaped mask. "Your Excellency, Ninth Prince of the Abyss, I have been entrusted with a letter for you." Chi Mayan frowned slightly and was about to reach out her hand when the masked man retracted his hand. "I'm sorry, the messenger requires payment on delivery, so please give me 100 drops of life spirit or a secret treasure of equal value." Chi Mayan's mouth twitched. This disgusting feeling. She seems to know which bastard sent the letter. These people from Fengyun Pavilion are very stubborn. Even if they have to be ground to dust, the masked man would rather tear up the letter. In desperation, she threw over a drop of 9 Extremes Dark Spring. The masked man smiled and said, "Received, dear guest, this is your letter. Also, if you want to write a reply, just write it and leave it on the table. I'll come get it. By the way, the courier said he doesn't accept cash on delivery." Chi Mayan gritted her teeth, unable to bear it any longer. Just as she was about to crush a piece of the jade disc and let the 2 demon lords teach the masked man a lesson, the masked man handed her a small bottle. "The messenger also said that if you want to kill and silence me, I'll give you this." "Okay, I'll take my leave. Please remember my number, Beast 11. Chi Mayan directly entered her own barrier, the demonic cinder flower. Lying on the petals of a dark flower, she first opened the small bottle. The extremely tempting taste of blood was intoxicating. Humph, this bastard. After opening the envelope, Chi Mayan felt aggrieved by the scolding she received. "Little witch, has your brain been assimilated by your pig subordinates? If I hadn't been able to discern pigs, I would have spread your deeds to everyone in the demon cave. I don't care what you demons think of humans, but this blood debt is something you owe me. Don't think you can just brush it off. You must pay it back. We are enemies, and there's not much we can sympathize with each other. Our transaction based on interests has been shattered by your stupidity. Now is the time for you to show your sincerity. I want to know who the human was who informed the blood-sucking ants. Also, there's something wrong with the war you launched. It's like, you're forcing these mid-sequence and lower sequence members to die. It's puzzling. You need to tell me the reason. I won't discuss cooperation with stupid demons. You've practically broken our agreement. It's up to you to decide whether or not to answer me. You'll bear the consequences at your own risk. Shi Mayan felt aggrieved in her heart. She couldn't explain it even with 100 mouths. Before the incident in Qingshi Gorge broke out, her seventh brother suddenly descended on the disaster area, leaving her no time to distract herself, and then the blood-sucking ants took advantage of the opportunity. She also couldn't figure out what was wrong with her towards that bastard Suyu. Perhaps it was the slight thrill she felt when Suyu said he would help her seize the throne. For the demons, that was the most loyal oath. Maybe, I don't want to be wronged by him. She decided to explain the whole story clearly and even revealed a little bit of information to Suyu. If you fail, the great demon will descend upon your planet. If you win, it is also our goal to use you humans to eliminate those tribes. You bastard, I told you this handle, you should believe that I didn't lie to you, and I didn't deliberately harm those people. The fighting in the land of disaster has ceased, but it's different in the land of eternal calamity. The races there are all attacking. I can only tell you that the seventh prince of my clan will take over the command of the land of eternal calamity. You have 5 days to prepare. After Shi Mayan stopped writing, he sighed in his heart. Are we really just based on interests? No way. Otherwise he wouldn't call me little witch. Suyu opened the letter and read it quietly. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Shi Mayan would never reveal the reason why the demons did this, even if he was beaten to death. Being able to say so much to Suyu has already broken down my defenses. Suyu laughed. This little witch had blurred the boundaries between her enemies, but as long as Suyu remembered it, it would be fine. Before you become my pet, I can only regard you as an enemy. Suyu burned the letter casually. Girls, pack up and prepare for the northern capital. We need to hurry to the Eternal Devil's Cave. The situation there is not optimistic. Arya remembered something. Wait. Little guy, I remember there was a maid here. Just to see how her transformation is going. By the way, little guy, you should prepare to reach the Nirvana realm. Nirvana is the first watershed for a Beastmaster. The gap between strong and weak in this realm is extremely obvious. Suyu had no doubt that Shi Mayan could defeat 20 Natsum Shoshi, and that was before she even broke through to Nirvana. Suyu nodded. Well, I will talk to teacher Shangwon before I leave. Several people did not waste time. Arriving at the original camp, in Suyu's room, a girl with twin ponytails was quietly cleaning the dust. Yen Linger knew everything that had happened in the past few days. She could not forget the back of Suyu when he asked them to go first and he stayed behind when the powerful demons arrived. War washes everyone's nerves and changes everyone's thoughts. Arya quietly stood behind her, her hands tucked under her armpits. Ah! A scream echoed in the camp. Linger, let me see how you've transformed. Wow, you seem to have grown a lot. Chapter 101, Flesh and Magic Circuit, Transformation and Nirvana. The rebound feeling is much fuller than before. Yen Linger broke free from Arya in surprise, her expression complicated. She truly experienced the benefits of being the Moonlight Messenger. Sequence number 19, Moonlight Envoy, with over 280 magic circuits alone. The abundant magic power made her feel hesitant and doubtful whether she was still human. He even mastered the Moonlight Messenger's SS-level talent, Moonlight Night Dance. It's no wonder that her father, the head of the Yen family, readily agreed to let her follow Suyu. This is a completely man-made powerful Beastmaster. As if sensing her annoyance, Arya pursed her red lips and said, Why? Are you still holding a grudge against me? Or are you thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Are you unwilling to serve the king and the little one? Yen Linger said angrily, What do you mean by ex-boyfriend? Brother Lon and I haven't. Arya held her mouth. TSK, are you trying to say you haven't broken up yet? Don't be silly. You are already my maid. Of course you have to obey my orders. Wouldn't your family be happy to see you following the little one? Yen Linger was suddenly speechless. This is the truth. It seems quite cruel to separate the two of them, but as children of aristocratic families, they have never had to worry about food and clothing since childhood and enjoy offerings above 10,000 people. Naturally, they are different from ordinary people and cannot act as they please. In addition to the potential shown by Suyu, the Yen family is more optimistic about Suyu than Sir Xiaolong, the failed genius. Arya smiled and said, Follow me, we are going to the imperial capital. Last time, your bloodline had not yet fully transformed, so I let you retreat first. Now you are a qualified fighter. Yen Linger was very weak at that time and could not help Suyu at all. And now the Moonlight Messenger can already display power close to that of the Age of Gods. Also, are you really thinking about your ex? Why do you even clean the little guy's room yourself? As if her secrets were revealed, Yen Linger turned her head away, ignored Arya, packed up her things, and left with Arya. Another campsite. Shang Guanling looked at Suyu with a smile. Yaching, come here, this is the benefactor who saved you. Suyu saw behind Shang Guanling a pretty young woman, about 1.7 meters tall, about 26 years old, with long hair draped behind her and an oval face. Bai Yaching was wearing a single piece of clothing with the right sleeve empty. Thank you, Suyu. She bowed lightly and said from the bottom of her heart. Suyu quickly pulled up. Don't worry, Teacher Shangguan, I know everything, Alea. Arya, who was called over, raised her hand, and red light gathered. When Bai Yaching's right arm was regenerated, the magic circuit was reconnected. Shang Guanling had a rare good night's sleep these days. With the only daughter rescued, the broken family seemed to have healed its wounds. This is all thanks to her student, Suyu. Bai Yaching held her reborn broken arm, and was so excited that she could not say anything more. I really didn't expect that there would be a day to wake up from the nightmare. Thank you. Suyu smiled. Don't be polite, senior sister, we are all family. Of course, your father owes me too much, and even his own people can't escape it. Suyu teased Bai Ruhui next to him, and Bai Ruhui's face changed. Damn it, his life was saved, but he ended up owing Suyu a huge debt. 5 liters is 100,000 drops of life essence liquid, an unknown magic fruit, and 100 drops of magic level secret treasure. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't pay it back. Shang Guanling smiled and said, Don't worry. I heard a rumor that you are going to form a beast control group. Suyu nodded, yes. Shang Guanling pointed at Bai Ruhui and said, Then let him work for you to pay off the debt. Otherwise, I'm afraid my ex-husband will never be able to pay it back in his lifetime. Bai Ruhui was stunned. My wife sold herself out in just a few words. Suyu frowned and took out a small notebook. Let me do the math. A Samsara Realm Beast Tamer has a monthly quota of 100 drops of spiritual fluid. That means Teacher Bai would have to work for me for 66,880 days to pay it off. Suyu saved his life, and he planned to repay him by being Suyu's free thug in the future. Anyway, he owed too much, so Bai Ruhui suddenly came to his senses. If you need to fight in the future, just call me. Besides, since you can't finish your work in this lifetime anyway, you have so many goodies. You're bound to encounter many demigod enemies in the future. Why don't you just give me some of your magic fruit and special spiritual fluid? I'll cover for you. The corner of Suyu's eye twitched. Oh my god, is this what it means to be in debt without worrying about it? Go, not a drop. I'm here to ask about serious matters. Teacher Shangguan, it's said that transformation and nirvana are a watershed. I want to know what preparations are needed to achieve nirvana? Strength, what is lacking is strength. Shang Guanling laughed, striving for nirvana just 1 month after enrollment. This is a bit shocking if it gets out. Well, it's time for you to think about it. Shang Guanling raised her hand and carved 2 paths into the air. I've told you before that there are 2 ways to achieve nirvana. Refining your body to nourish the magic circuits. When your body reaches the red gold realm, allowing your pet to break through will help you achieve nirvana, and magic circuits will be generated based on the strength of your body. It's generally believed that a scarlet gold realm body can generate 80 magic circuits, and a white jade realm body can generate 160 magic circuits. The number of magic circuits determines your magic power after your promotion, so you must be cautious. Another way to achieve fusion ascension is to transplant the magic circuits of all races. This method is very costly. While not dangerous, the success rate is extremely low, generally no more than 10%. However, the upper limit is stronger than physical ascension. It can even temper the physical body while transplanting the magic circuits. According to Lika's research, the total number of advanced magic circuits transplanted from lower sequence cells will be less than 100, those from mid-sequence cells will be 100-200, and those from higher sequence cells will be over 200. Currently, the published upper limit for human magic circuit generation is a white jade realm body plus a higher order transplant, which can generate 360 magic circuits. Of course, there are many strategic level beastmasters whose specific numbers have never been published, so they are likely far exceeded. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying his newly awakened S-level talent, Destiny Sign, I Am the Wave, was. The upper sequence can generate 200 magic circuits. What about the Age of Gods? The most important thing is that the Destiny Beacon can create a special magic container that can accommodate the magic circuits of all the gods. Arya, Konghuan Yuan, and Chu Xianyin alone can provide at least 700 or 800 magic circuits. In addition, the 9 extremes nether spring given to him by the little demon girl can break through the physical body from the White Jade realm to the Star realm. Suyu's breathing suddenly became rapid. If so, his superimposed magic circuits will leave all humans behind. Magic means everything. Qi Mayan's magic power is far stronger than his own, so her demonic cinderflower can suppress Kong Huan Yuan's Witch Knight. If I could do everything I imagined in my mind. I can't imagine it. Chapter 102, Return to the Imperial Capital, Huan Yuan. You all must give me. Teacher, how exactly should we transplant it? Shangguan Ling looked at the girls behind Suyu and couldn't help but smile. It seems that you have been prepared for a long time. One is to become a dependent directly like Yen Linger. One is biological dissection, which has an extremely high mortality rate. You definitely don't want that. The final method involves the Beast Master and their pet completing a ritual. They know exactly what to do, but this requires a high level of trust. Otherwise, the ritual could backfire on the master. Add to that some other unspeakable concerns, and most Beast Masters won't choose this method. As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu found that Aliyah, Konghuan Yuan, and Chu Xianyin were all a little embarrassed. Seeing her red cheeks, Suyu guessed that it was probably not a proper way. Okay, I understand, teacher. The fighting in the Calamity Demon Cave is about to subside temporarily, but the other demon caves haven't yet. As we agreed before, I'll probably have to go north to the Imperial Capital to report to the Demon Suppression Guard. The previous incident with Kong Huan Yuan was only resolved thanks to Suyu joining the Demon Suppression Guard. Now that his identity as a Dragon Eagle Guard had been taken away by the Li family, it was just the right opportunity for him to head north. Shangguan Ling nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Yaqing reluctantly. Suyu, can I ask you a favor? What's up? Yaqing told me she wanted to join your beast taming group. Although her parents didn't really want her to, but she kept insisting, you see. Bai Yaqing said firmly, Suyu, revenge on those beasts like the ghost-faced fox is something I must do in this life. I won't hold you back. You don't have to take care of me, I just want to be a member of your beast taming group. She was not present when the night banquet was held, but she was very excited when she heard about it afterwards. She also has the strength to achieve nirvana and is not far from the wheel of revelation. Suyu did not hesitate. The more people in his own beast taming team, the better. Okay, I have no objection. Senior sister, I will give a welcome gift to everyone in our night banquet beast taming group. This is yours. Suyu waved his hand and threw a small bottle filled with 100 drops of life essence to Bai Yaqing. Her eyes narrowed, and she was a little at a loss. It was the shameless Bai Ruhui who said, Boy Su, you have your daughters, but what about me, an old man? Suyu glanced at him and took out a small notebook. I see, I'll deduct 100 drops from your account. Well, you still owe me 99,900 drops. Bai Ruhui. Okay, teachers, I'll be leaving first. Bye. Bai Yaqing nodded to her parents and followed Suyu away. Since she chose to become a member of the night banquet beast taming group, she would always follow the footsteps of the group leader. Shangguan Ling and Bai Ruhui looked at each other, their eyes full of helplessness. Oh, I've grown up. By the way, if Suyu were to go to the imperial capital, wouldn't he happen to run into an international visiting delegation? Ex-husband, you should go too. Whether it's for our daughter or for Suyu. Bai Ruhui nodded slightly. Well, I will stick to the old method and follow secretly. There are probably quite a few people who want to harm Suyu now. He has done a favor for our family, and I will not let anything happen to him no matter what. Suyu's departure did not alarm too many people. But he called Lu Xian and a few others. In addition to the fact that the people in his team are trustworthy, Suyu also wants to thank Lu Xian. During the Battle of Wangxianlin, the Samsara Realm Beastmasters supported by the Lu family filled the gap in strength between them and the Huayin people and the Wang family. Lu Xian smiled and said, It's nothing, just don't forget our agreement. Suyu said generously, this is not a big deal. Not to mention 5,000 drops, even 100,000 drops will do. Lu Xian immediately said, Deal. Suyu was stunned and a little surprised. Lu Xian smiled and said, Why? Are you reluctant to leave? Captain Su, your beast taming group can't be too shabby. I can buy it with cash, real estate, etc., so you can afford to pay the members. So you thought about it and it made sense. Part of it was converted into city assets, and the other part was exchanged with Lu Xian for some spiritual fruits and leaves. Lu Xian obtained a large amount of strategic level resources. Their Lu family's accumulation in this regard was not as good as the Li family's, so this made up for an important part. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's not easy to be the leader of the beast tamer group. Every day when you open your eyes, you have to worry about the food and drink resources for thousands of people. Fortunately, the people in the night banquet are very competitive. According to reports from several temporary battalion and company commanders, they have sneaked back to the Magic City in batches, disguised themselves to shake off the pursuers, and will soon head north to meet up in the imperial capital. Su Yu and his companions flew to the imperial capital first. On the plane, Zhu Shenin was filled with curiosity and looked around. Su Yu, this thing doesn't have any magic power, how did it fly? The human world is indeed different from the marginal land. There was light in her eyes again, as if the previous dirty intrigues of mankind had not affected her. Su Yu smiled and said, this is human technology. Well, the human world isn't all bad, is it? Zhu Shenin nodded, yes. She tasted a lot of delicious food and had many strange experiences. Su Yu rubbed her head and talked to Aliyah. Aliyah, what exactly is the method that the teacher mentioned? There was some embarrassment in the eyes of Arya and Konghuan Yuan. Finally, he whispered, little guy, magic power, spirit and body are originally one. We call it the unity of spirit and body. After the spirit power reaches the Lingxi realm, it is possible to temporarily separate the soul from the body. This method is the true fusion of souls. Through the souls, we can share our magic circuits with you. The feeling is much more intoxicating than when we replenish our blood. It's just that, if you're not careful, your soul could easily be severely damaged. But on the other hand, although I want you to have my magic circuit, from a compatibility perspective, the Sky Fox's indiscriminately adaptable magic circuit might be more suitable for you. Su Yu held her hand. No, not just Xianin. After my spiritual power broke through to the Spirit Lake realm, I gained an additional S-level talent. Now, I can fuse the magic circuits of all of you god ages. Arya, Phantom Kite, give me all of you. Arya and Konghuan Yuan were stunned at first. I immediately realized the incredible value of this. Doesn't that mean? The two women looked beaming with joy, unable to conceal their excitement. Su Yu held Konghuan Yuan's hand. Huan Yuan, you promised me that you would give it to me after my spiritual power breaks through. This time, it's your turn to go first. Arya also nodded slightly. The ethereal heart of the ethereal tribe can force a person's mental strength to leap to a higher level. At the time, she used this as an excuse to temporarily delay. Although there were many ambiguous moments, they never took this step. Konghuan Yuan's ears turned red. Okay, let's go, to my house in Diling. At least, I want to be there. Su Yu leaned against her neck and kissed her gently. Well, as you wish. Chapter 103, Jeyuan, I don't believe Su Yu can be so powerful. Zhang Huiran and Emperor Ling's star emblem mentor had already returned to Emperor Ling University and agreed to Su Yu and others' request for temporary stay. A student took a photo of Su Yu and his group at the school gate, and the news that Su Yu was temporarily staying in Diling spread like wildfire. During the battle between the demon suppression guards and the 5 demon cities in the Eternal Demon Cave, some wounded soldiers temporarily returned to the rear for treatment and heard about this incident. They found Yang Shijia, a freshman who was participating in the 9 Schools Alliance exchange competition at the time. Xiao Yang, are you seeing things? Are they really junior sister Huan Yuan and that bastard Su Yu? Yang Shijia nodded repeatedly. Really? Brother Sikong, Brother Gua, it really is Su Yu, absolutely true. Although this group of people were injured, they were all talented sophomores and juniors, listed on the Demon Cave 10,000 Beasts list and the 1,000 Ghosts list, and were extremely powerful. Among them, Guo Chang, who ranked 44th on the 10,000 Beasts list, and Sikong Qi, who ranked 108th on the 1,000 Ghosts list, were particularly represented and gathered together. Guo Chang said viciously, how dare this bastard come here? And he even openly lives in the house of schoolmate Huan Yuan. How shameless. And you're all so weak and shameful. You actually let junior sister Huan Yuan be snatched away. I really don't know what to say to you. Ouch, my right leg. Damn, heal it tonight and come with me to his house. We must force him to return Junior's sister Huan Yuan to us. Si Kongqi nodded and said, yes. Everyone is bragging about how great he is now, but I don't see it. It's true that the rankings are filled with geniuses, but there are also flaws. You saw that he used scheming and trickery to escape from the clutches of the 9th prince of the demon tribe, which shows that his abilities are not strong. I just don't believe that Su Yu is as powerful as he boasts. This bunch of idiots often discuss Su Yu. When it first appeared on the 10,000 Beasts ranking, it really made people take notice. You can savor it later. But he discovered that the only tough battle that Su Yu had publicly faced on the 10,000 Beasts list was to kill a ghost-faced fox in the Nirvana realm. Who here couldn't do it? The rest are all about escaping and surviving. It only means that he has excellent survivability, but it does not mean how strong his fighting ability is. That's right, Xiaoyang, go and issue a challenge, and we'll go find him tonight. Remember to prepare the equipment for the live broadcast. Today, our Emperor Ling must expose the illusion of this hypocritical genius. Centered around the sophomores and juniors who had returned from the battlefield, the young men of Di Ling grew angrier the more they thought about the outcome of the exchange competition. I even secretly complained about the principal. He actually agreed so easily to let Su Yu take Kong Huan Yuan away. That is simply humiliating the dreams of boys. They used the short daytime to heal their wounds, and they must get everything back tonight. Kong Huan Yuan's villa is located in the corner of Diling, backed by a forest and surrounded by lush greenery. Su Yu sighed, the resources these families have are truly astonishing. Lu Xian and the others lacked life essence, but they were extremely rich in spirit leaves and spirit fruits. Su Yu exchanged them for tens of thousands of spirit leaves and thousands of ghost-level spirit fruits, which were at least enough for Kong Huan Yuan to advance to Nirvana, and even for the Wheel of Rebirth. Arya said, that's nothing unusual. It is said that the reason these families are so powerful is because they control a demon cave that completely eliminates alien beasts. Of course, this is just a rumor and has never been confirmed. Su Yu suddenly realized that this was indeed possible. Otherwise, the spoils from the battlefield alone would not be enough to support so many family members. Su Yu's harvest from the trip to the demon cave was incredible, but it was still difficult for him to support a group of beastmen. After having a hearty meal, Arya pulled Chu Xianin and Yen Linger to the next room. Before leaving, she lifted Kong Huan Yuan's chin. Sister, only tonight, I will give the little one to you alone. Then he looked at Su Yu affectionately and smiled, don't forget the business after you're done. Let's go, little fox. Hee hee, while the little guy is away, I want to see what you look like under your clothes. Don't worry, little one, I'll save it for you for the first time. Chu Xianin was a little worried, but she was already being dragged away by Arya. After being dragged out of the door, Chu Xianin asked curiously, Sister, what is the master going to do with Sister Huan Yuan? Arya was stunned, you don't know? She shook her head blankly. Arya smiled strangely. Well, I have to let you know this, so you don't get lost in serving the little one later. Chu Xianin blinked. Arya's eyes were very dangerous. After a few people left, Kong Huan Yuan sat on Su Yu's legs and leaned on Su Yu's arms. In fact, although Arya said she didn't care, she still cared a lot in her heart. Me, same. Su Yu felt the fragrance on her body, the unique fragrance that seemed to be from nature and could cleanse any soul. Kong Huan Yuan let him put his hand into her collar and rub it against her ear. I know that Arya is unique to you. But I think that I have also experienced life and death with my master. At least before the despair of Wang Xianlin, I never regretted it. You honor me too. I have thought about whether I will become as important as Arya in your heart. Su Yu hugged her tightly. Huan Yuan, you are you. You and Arya will be unique in my heart. In fact, if you want to achieve your wish, there are obvious shortcuts, but you also chose me, and chose to accompany me to grow during this precious time. You actually have no reason to die with me, but in Wangxian Forest, at the end of life's despair, I am glad that I can hold your hand. I can now open my heart and truly tell you, I love you. Kong Huan Yuan smiled and untied her skirt. She turned around, put her arms around Su Yu's waist, hugged him tightly, and whispered with a faint smile on her lips, I give you everything I have, my heart, my love, my soul. Even when you and I were on the brink of death, we never regretted anything. There are no shortcuts. I always believe that only you can help me realize my wish. Please allow me to presumptuously address you. Hubby, I love you. She kissed him passionately. Unlike Arya, her body temperature was not high, with a hint of coolness, but at this moment she made herself as hot as possible, wanting to give the best experience to the man in front of her. She was very shy, and every move she made was full of awkwardness. She immersed herself in it and also answered her own heart. Empty and thoughtful, no regrets. The ethereal heart can feel the kindness and malice of any living being. During the time she spent with Suyu, she never had any malice except for instinctive impulses. When did I fall in love with him? Maybe it was the initial heartbeat. Perhaps it was the first time that Suyu experienced life and death and turned the tide in Qingyan City. Perhaps it is the clenched hands before despair. Tonight, she blooms for the one she loves. Cater to it wholeheartedly. Chapter 104, The Beautiful Flowers. The boys of Emperor Ling collectively broke down. Tears welled up in her eyes. Suyu chuckled. Little witch, I like you. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, and the breeze blows through the trees, making gusts of wind. A group of boys from Emperor Ling rushed from the clock tower to Kong Huanyuan's residence. It is said that Suyu lives there shamelessly. Do you think Suyu might not be here? Impossible. There's no such thing as a rumor without a fight. Xiaoyang, are you backing out? If you're afraid of Suyu, just take the camera and stay away. Don't tell anyone that you're from Diling. Guo Chang, a sophomore, always thought that his freshmen were useless. They could actually let someone snatch away their school beauty on their home turf. What a shame this is. As for Suyu's strength, Guo Chang was even more disdainful. Many senior beast masters shared his view, believing that Suyu's number 3 ranking on the 10,000 beasts list was too exaggerated. I have just been promoted to the transformation realm and don't even have a magic circuit. How can I compare with these people who are about to achieve nirvana or have already achieved nirvana? Guo Cheng transplanted 200 magic circuits from a certain upper sequence, and combined with the physical strength of the White Jade realm, once he breaks through, he will be able to achieve a theoretical maximum of 360 magic circuits. In his current state, he is actually a humanoid beast who can tear apart some not-so-strong monsters without relying on talent or pets. Sikong Chi also nodded, that's right, our Emperor Spirit suffered heavy losses in resisting the beast tide from the Eternal Tribulation Demon Cave this time, and it's all because of you failing to win the exchange competition. This time, we must take back junior sister Huan Yuan. I really can't imagine how reluctant and aggrieved junior sister Huan Yuan must be to live with that bastard. Damn, let's go. I don't want junior sister to endure that man anymore. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. We are all men, and we can respect each other for a short time, but over time, who can control himself when facing the junior sister Huan Yuan? The group rushed to the outskirts of Kong Huanyuan's villa with great momentum. The Emperor Spirit is located in the core area of Daxia, and its safety has never been a concern. Suyu and others were not alert out of inertia. In addition, Kong Huanyuan likes quietness and there are no other dormitories nearby, so he naturally does not hide it. A group of people came downstairs. Guo Cheng volunteered, I'll take the lead. Okay, it's up to you, La Gua. We must rescue junior sister Huan Yuan. We must teach that bastard Suyu a lesson and let him know that we, Emperor Spirit, are not to be trifled with. No problem. Hey, what's that noise? Why does everyone feel like something is wrong? Following the source of the sound, I saw a silhouette of someone in a room on the 3rd floor of the villa, reflected by the light on the curtains. The woman's hairstyle seems a little familiar? The group of boys took a deep breath and were filled with indignation. Could it be that Suyu was molesting schoolmate Huan Yuan? Really? Yeah. It must be him. Don't want something like this? Outside the villa, a group of boys opened their eyes wide, their mouths looked as if they were stuffed with coptas, and their jaws were about to hit the ground. The cold, noble, and otherworldly goddess they imagined would face Suyu's disgust, rejection, and resistance, all vanished into thin air. A light breeze blew by, leaving a group of people alone in the wind. Sikong Chi was even more dumbfounded. He had finally killed a 2-headed griffin in the wheel-turning realm this time and had made many military achievements. When he heard that his schoolmate had returned, he was ready to show his goodwill. Result? The defense is broken. This group of people is completely defeated. Not only did their goddess get together with Suyu, but she didn't show any sign of reluctance at all. I'll beat your mother. It's like they are a bunch of clowns. No, this is unacceptable. Shock turned into a rage, and the group rushed in to kill Suyu. Just as they were about to take action, a blood curtain wall slowly rose up, blocking their way. Above the gate of the villa, a woman in gothic red clothes, with black wings blooming behind her, sat on a throne condensed from blood, overlooking the crowd below. I thought I didn't need to worry about the Emperor Spirit's defenses. Sorry, this road is blocked. A bloody curtain stood up, covering the entire villa with blood, and even sounds and silhouettes were no longer allowed to be heard by them. Guo Chang roared, his defense broken. Suyu, if you have the guts, come out and fight me. Si Kongqi frowned and said, Miss, I don't care what your relationship with Suyu is, please get out of the way. This is a matter between us, Di Ling, and him. Arya looked at everyone jokingly. Oh? A bunch of bastards, how dare you yell at me? You are here for Sister Huan Yuan, right? Excuse me, she is no longer your Emperor Ling's woman, but the little guy's woman. What belongs to the little guy belongs to me, but you bastards have nothing to do with her. They are experiencing something happy and important right now, and they cannot be disturbed by you. The boys felt very aggrieved. Yang Shijia recognized her and said, Brother Guo Chang, she is Suyu's pet. The vampire Arya from last year. Guo Chang, Si Kongqi and others were so angry that their teeth were itching. No matter what, since you don't let them, don't blame them for taking action. I can't just watch you, a bastard from Mo Ling, pick off our Di Ling school beauty. Get started. Kong Huan Yuan said quietly, Hubby, we need to merge our souls and break through the spirit lake realm. Suyu nodded slightly, yeah. The ethereal heart condensed in Suyu's heart. At the same time, in his mind, that amazing mental power seemed to be about to break through the spirit lake. Chapter 105, Soul Unity, Spiritual Sea Realm. Snow Feather Pure Soul Heaven. The spiritual lake, filled with light blue water droplets of spiritual power, overflowed from the lakeside. A whirlpool surged in the spirit lake, gradually forming wave after wave of waves. With the days as the center, they broke through the spirit lake and surged endlessly. The spiritual lake of nothingness spreads, and keeps spreading, forming a vast ocean. Spiritual power, spiritual sea realm. Transforming a lake into a sea is a crucial step in the realm of spiritual power, and it is also the reason why Kong Huan Yuan wants to keep Kong Lingxin until this moment. In the spiritual sea realm, the aura within the surrounding area of dozens of miles can be seen at a glance, and under the effect of the void spiritual heart, the perception of malicious intent is particularly strong. Any malicious intent that wants to be concealed will be exposed under the void spiritual sea realm. Even Suyu's mental power can affect matter. Tables, chairs, benches, flowers, plants and trees can all be controlled by his mental power. At the same time, another pet contract position is unlocked. It can be said that Suyu's spiritual power attainments are probably incomparable to ordinary beast masters in the Wheel of Reincarnation and Samsara realms. After all, there are so few ways to improve mental strength in this world. Kong Huan Yuan wanted to share his magic circuit with Suyu. Suyu stretched out his hand, and with the help of Kong Huan Yuan, the two of them left their bodies. When the spirit leaves the empty shell, the soul becomes extremely fragile and is likely to be harmed. If it were an ordinary person, his soul would easily be destroyed. No wonder no one chooses this method. After all, only Suyu's pets are Arya and Kong Huan Yuan, and other people as pets are all freak species even after they transform. Becoming one with the souls of lions, pigs and dogs, who wouldn't feel disgusted? This also requires the clearest trust between both parties. Suyu can feel the fragility of the soul body. Any slight disturbance will cause irreversible damage. Suyu felt that curves emitting star-like luster extended from the heart, circled around the meridians of the whole body, and then converged back to the heart. Magic circuit. Humans are born without magic circuits, so they are at the end of the sequence. And possessing a magic circuit is the key to nirvana. One after another, star blue circuits were lit up, 10, 100. 360. Suyu saw clearly the magic circuits in Kong Huan Yuan's body. There were as many as 720 of them. The magic circuit is given to Suyu, and Suyu can create half of the magic circuit. Kong Huan Yuan's soul quickly pushed Suyu away. If the soul is away from the body for too long, it will be damaged. Suyu's soul returns. The two looked at each other, and Kong Huan Yuan asked, How is it? Suyu said softly, I feel like my magic power has increased a lot. I have 360 more magic circuits. Can I do it again? Kong Huan Yuan quickly shook his head. No, if the soul fusion lasts more than 5 minutes, it will cause irreversible damage to the soul. Suyu sniffed, okay. Outside the villa, Wu Changgang shouted, Get started. A cool breeze blew, making all the boys feel chilly, which was extremely unusual. Looking around, snow white feathers were floating in the air, and the temperature was as cold as frost, as if a snowstorm was coming. The large-scale freezing caused all the plants to collapse, houses and the ground to crack, and the moon and stars in the night sky were all blocked by a white feather of snow. The desire to charge forward was suppressed, and Guo Chang asked, "What's going on? Yang Shijia, haven't you seen this vampire? Is this her ability?" Yang Shijia was stunned and quickly shook his head. "I've never seen such power before." Sikong Chi, who was in the Nirvana realm, also realized that something was wrong, not good. Although this is not a natural barrier, it is better than a barrier. Don't touch those white feathers. Unfortunately, it's too late. The light snow feathers were not fast, but extremely dense. What is even more terrifying is that some of these snow feathers are visible, while others are invisible, and cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. It is easy to dodge a spear but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. 6 of the boys had the light snow feathers fall on their heads, and they lost consciousness and fell to the ground in an instant. Then, a faint power was extracted and turned into a snow-white arc, converging into a snow-white crystal ball in the hands of a fox girl sitting on her tail behind Arya. The SSS level ability of the Snow Feather Sky Fox, Snow Feather Soul Purifying Sky. Large-scale changes to the climate and landforms, and the purest snow feathers to purify the soul and absorb strength. Any living creature that touches it will immediately fall into pure fantasy, and the extracted power will turn into the arm of the Sky Fox. Alia looked at the pure crystal ball and couldn't help but curl her lips. "Sister, give me some." The fox girl was none other than Chu Xianin. Chu Xianin thought of what Arya had said just now and pouted. No. I'm going to complain to Suyu. You just bullied me." Arya laughed. How could this be bullying? The 2 girls were chatting carefree, but the boys from Di Ling outside the door were in a miserable state. Guo Cheng angrily said, What kind of magic did you use?" Someone shouted, "Murder! Murder! Demon Spirit students killed people in Emperor Spirit." In their view, the man lying unconscious on the ground with his strength drained away looked like a shriveled corpse, and really looked like he had been killed. Chu Shenin pouted unhappily and said, "No. I wouldn't kill anyone, they just fainted." The Sky Fox, who possesses supernatural power but never kills, doesn't want to take the blame. The boys in Di Ling were in a mess. Guo Cheng and Sikong Chi looked at each other and thought that instead of avoiding Shuiyu, it would be better to capture the leader first. With a thought, the 2 of them took off into the air. Guo Cheng's pet was also a 2-headed griffin. It carried Guo Cheng into the sky, and the holy flame roared and gathered. The beast that Sikong Chi contracted was a 3-eyed golden lion. The 3-eyed golden lion's golden eyes contain terrifying energy, and a golden beam of light shines out dazzlingly. The fusion of holy flame and golden light fell from the sky. The blood-red curtain condensed at the speed of light, resisting everything. Arya raised her hands, and the blood light condensed from her blood illuminated the dark night. Chu Xianin curled the corners of his mouth. These humans had bad intentions, and he hadn't done anything wrong, so why did they come here to fight and kill? A Guqin appeared in front of her, and her soft hands gently plucked the strings. The leaping notes transformed into a falling tide of blue water, as if causing the river in the sky to flow back. It completely devoured the holy flame of the 2-handed griffin and the golden light of the 3-eyed golden lion. The Snow Feather Sky Fox's S-level ability, Luo Sheng Qing Ming Chu. Using the Qing Ming tune, he moved the heavens. His power was terrifying. The sound of the magic explosion even alarmed Emperor Ling's star emblem instructor. A long shout came from a distance, "Stop it." Chapter 106, Such an important thing, why didn't you tell me earlier? Star instructor Lin Li never expected that students would fight in a non-fighting arena at Imperial Capital Yuling University. The loud sound of the blue waves made him a little angry. How could Dasha's highest institution for beast taming allow such a joke? After rushing out of the bell tower and running to the back, I found that it was a group of boys from my school who were besieging the 2 girls. "Just fight. It looks like we are going to lose." Lin Li was shocked and quickly stopped him, saying, "Stop it. No noise is allowed within the Emperor's spirit." As a demigod-level being, he overwhelmed everyone the moment he arrived. Lin Li lightly waved the floating snow feathers and defeated them one after another. But, Lin Li was secretly surprised. The power of the snow feather can actually purify my own magic power. Could it be? Lin Li's eyes fixed on her and she recognized Arya. But who is that little girl behind Arya? Why have I never seen her before? This strange ability has never been recorded in any information about Emperor Ling. Linley cleared his throat and slowly lowered his voice. What's going on? They're fighting in the middle of the night at school? If this gets out, where will Di Ling put his face? Guo Chang, Si Kongqi, and others looked embarrassed. There were 20 or 30 boys there, and it looked like they were bullying the two little girls. But unfortunately, they were taught a terrible lesson. Guo Chang exaggerated his explanation. Teacher Lin, this isn't our fault. We're here to have a friendly discussion with Suyu, and ask him to return junior sister Huan Yuan to our emperor spirit. Before I even got through the door, this woman started fighting. Si Kongqi agreed. Yes, Teacher Lin, you see, it's our people who got hurt. Several of our junior students. Linley narrowed his eyes. Why did he feel something was wrong? He looked at Arya. Is that so? Arya crossed her legs and said with disdain, the little guy has important things to do. These bastards are not worthy of seeing him. She didn't bother to explain. Guo Chang hurriedly said, Teacher Lin, look. Why are those demon spirits so arrogant? Si Kongqi also said, that's right. Teacher Lin, it was that witch who made the students look like this. Suyu must come out and give us an explanation today. The other boys also shouted, that's right. Let Suyu come out. Apologize. You must apologize. When they thought about their school beauty at this moment, she was extremely twisted in her heart, and they had to teach him a lesson to vent their anger. Linley looked at Arya helplessly, but Arya didn't want to pay any attention to them. She threw a letter at him and said, the little guy said that if a mentor from the Emperor Spirit comes, he should pass it on to Jiang Huiran or the Demon Suppression Guard. Linley frowned, and after opening the letter, he was shocked by the contents. 4 days later, a wave of monsters will attack in large numbers? Linley was shocked and said, why didn't you tell me such an important thing earlier? Or you could just send us a message to let us know. Arya shrugged. I was just about to go look for you, but wasn't I stopped by the students of your school? Also, aren't the consequences of leaking information about the Calamity Demon Cave serious? Linley knew the situation was urgent, so he tried to remain calm and said, I understand. Then he turned around and said angrily, a bunch of bastards. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, a bunch of grown men bullying two little girls? Besides, they have important military intelligence, and you can afford to waste their time. Everyone, go to the arena and reflect on your mistakes. Each of you will be fined 500 credits. Guo Chang, Si Kongqi, and others stood there in a daze. Ha! No, teacher, why are your elbows bent outwards? What on earth did the letter say that caused his own star emblem instructor to impose such a severe punishment? That's 500 credits. It's hard to say whether an average student can earn 500 credits in a year. It's really losing both the wife and the army. Linley smiled apologetically again and said, Miss, can you please? He turned his head and looked at the student who was unfortunately hit by Shuiyu. Chu Shenyi nodded gently, okay. The pure energy turned into white arcs and returned to the bodies of those people, like a deflated balloon being filled up, restoring vitality. Linley smiled and said, thank you. As a guest, you are welcome to come. If you need anything, please feel free to ask. Turning back, his expression changed, get out of here. Don't you think you haven't embarrassed yourself enough? The boys from Emperor Ling hung their heads in disappointment as they prepared to rush to the arena. Arya didn't forget to add another knife. Oh, I'll go in and see what's going on. Phew. Like a knife stabbing my heart. At least, the most proud flower of their imperial spirit belongs to Suyu, and no longer to the imperial capital Imperial Spirit University. The blood curtain descended, completely enveloping the entire mansion. She didn't actually go in to see. At least on this day, she didn't want anyone to disturb Suyu. At the same time, she felt a surge of joy in her heart, as Suyu's magic circuit was born. She could clearly feel the endless flow of magic power coming from Suyu. My people's wish. Little guy, I'll wait for you. The next day. 300 words were deleted and nothing happened. Please understand. Suyu smiled and walked up to Aliyah. Thank you so much for last night, wife. Arya's cheeks flushed instantly. It was the first time Suyu called her that. You, what did you call me? Suyu tied up her wine-red hair and rubbed it against her ear. Yesterday Huan Yuan kept calling me husband, I think, this first time I should call you wife. Aliyah gently pushed Suyu. Humph, you're such a playboy. Just be thankful that I'm not human, otherwise I wouldn't allow you to find someone else. Then he looked at Kong Huanyuan and said sourly, Sister, you are quite courageous. I didn't realize that you are such a slut at heart. I haven't even called her husband yet. Husband. Suyu said, I need your magic circuit. Without your magic circuit, my soul is restless. Soul fusion, transplantation of magic circuits. What Suyu needed most was indeed hers. Before joining the battle in the Eternal Demon Cave, you must do your best to improve your magic power. The doorbell rang. Suyu, I'm Linley, the Star Emblem mentor of Emperor Spirit. I have something to discuss with you. His voice seemed extremely urgent. Chapter 107 International Visiting Group, Suyu's Conditions. Suyu simply changed his clothes and asked Kong Huanyuan, who had just woken up, to clean up the battlefield. After a moment, Suyu opened the door and said, Come in. Linley narrowed his eyes. Something urgent happened yesterday and he didn't have time to see Suyu. When he saw Suyu today, he felt a hazy feeling all over his body. Even with his knowledge, it seemed that he could not see through Suyu's true identity. How so? How can a student who has not yet achieved nirvana resist the prying eyes of a demigod? If Arya and the other girls were not still in the transformation stage, Linley almost thought that Suyu in front of him was a true demigod. After Linley sat down, he quickly asked, Suyu, what you said last night, is it true? Suyu nodded slightly. Excluding yesterday, there should only be 3 days left. The battle in the Calamity Demon Cave has taken a short break, and Dxia's elite forces are rushing to support the various demon caves separately. According to the order, they are about to wipe out the tide of monsters invading the Eternal Demon Cave. If you know the exact time of the opponent's attack, you can make arrangements in advance and seize the initiative. Linley had no reason to doubt the accuracy of Suyu's intelligence. He had heard about the Calamity Demon Cave. If no one had leaked it, Suyu's plan would have rescued tens of thousands of Beastmasters, which would have been an outstanding military achievement. The investigation is still ongoing, but the waters involved are too deep, and I'm afraid it will eventually come to nothing. Linley took a deep breath and said, I understand. I only told this to Principal Jiang, a few Xinghui instructors, and the commander of the Demon Suppression Guard. Don't worry, unlike the Calamity Devil's Cave, the Eternal Tribulation Devil's Cave is where we in Great Xia have the upper hand. Linley said confidently, the Demon Suppression Guards are stationed in 3 cities, with 80 battalions and over 80,000 Beastmasters. They are the core strength of the 9 guards of Daxia. There is no reason for us to lose here. Suyu was stunned. What a guy. No wonder people say that humans have the upper hand in the demon cave in the imperial capital. This combat power is truly enviable. Linley added, I'm looking for you today for another matter. What is it? Linley pulled out a document. Although it's wartime, Daxia has barely made it through the most dangerous phase. According to international practice, an international delegation will arrive after the exchange competition. The international delegation is composed of talented students from various countries who have made it to the top of the potential lists. Their purpose is to strengthen communication and exchange between Beastmasters from various countries. Since this is wartime, they have even expressed their willingness to join the Demon Suppression Guard as a regular combat unit. Suyu narrowed his eyes and said, Isn't this just causing trouble? Daxia is still at war, and yet it has to distract itself from receiving international visiting delegations? Suyu did not reveal the news that the 7th prince of the demon clan took over the command. The source of this information cannot be explained, and it is easy for people to guess that it was provided by Qi Mayan, which would make it difficult to explain. This means that even if the demon suppression guards have the upper hand in the Eternal Demon Cave, this war will not be easy. Linley smiled bitterly, There's nothing I can do, Suyu. Daxia's enemies are not just the demon cave. It is an extremely extravagant fantasy to expect human beings to truly unite. Good thing I didn't stab you in the back. This international delegation came here to take the opportunity to see the strength of Daxia. Linley continued, You're well aware of this year's exchange competition. You're the undisputed #1 among our 9 schools. Exchanges with international delegations are bound to involve sparring, and the reception happens to be held in our imperial spirit. For the dignity of Daxia, and for the reputation of our school, I would like you to shoulder this responsibility. Linley was a little embarrassed. It is somewhat embarrassing for a mentor of the Emperor Spirit to ask a student of the Demon Spirit to fight for him. But when he thought that Kong Huanyuan was also one of their Emperor Ling's men, he straightened his back unconsciously. Suyu, after all, Huanyuan is from our school. We, Emperor Ling, didn't try to stop you from taking her away, right? You can't refuse this little burden, right? Su Yu blinked. Compared to the dirty and filthy things that happened in Qingshi Gorge, the few confrontations that took Kong Huan Yuan away in the previous exchange competition were really not much of an obstacle. Besides, yesterday, Kong Huan Yuan was already his woman. Then let's discuss the terms. Su Yu raised his eyebrows and said, there are quite a few powerful people in this international delegation: Adam from Lika, Arthur from Plantagenet, Christina from Iris, Alexandra from Bear Country. TSK, they all look very difficult to deal with. Linley held his forehead slightly and said, stop pretending. Where did your clear eyes go? But there is no way. The strongest Kong Huan Yuan of Emperor Ling has been abducted by Su Yu. There is really no one to take the leading role among the freshmen. Linley said, alas, people's hearts have changed. Tell me, what do you want? Su Yu said, actually, it's just a small favor for you. Teacher Lin, which materials from the exotic beasts in the Eternal Tribulation Devil's Cave are suitable for crafting Devil's Cave weapons? Are you planning to take over Mo? Linley thought for a moment and said, the golden eyes of the three-eyed golden lion and the fire python heart of the red python clan are the most suitable. The beasts from the Nirvana realm will probably drop ghost-level secret treasures, while those from the Samsara realm will probably drop dragon-level secret treasures. You haven't reached Nirvana yet, right? Then you should only be able to use the ghost level. Su Yu's eyes lit up. No, Teacher Lin, if you help me capture a three-eyed golden lion and a red python in the Samsara realm alive, I will take the job. Su Yu didn't forget. The 1,000 painted skin in his hand was made from a secret treasure obtained by using the crown of blood to control the strange beast to commit suicide in a state of loyalty. This kind of magic weapon has no side effects and is generally powerful. Relying on the 1,000 painted skin, Su Yu escaped from Chi Mayan several times. After creating 2 dragon-level weapons, he can rely on the strange counterfeit to make a lower-level ghost-level weapon, which can be used directly after Nirvana. Linley is a little weird. There is no problem in taking Long Wu, but why do you want to capture him alive? Capturing someone alive and killing them are not on the same level of difficulty. Can't I kill him and bring him back to you? No, he must be captured alive. Although Linley felt it was strange, he didn't ask any further questions. Okay, I agree. Su Yu immediately expressed his stance. Ahem, Teacher Lin, don't worry. It is my unshirkable responsibility to do my best for Disya. I will never let Emperor Ling lose face in front of the international delegation. Linley sighed secretly. Alas, war changes everyone. Today's students are too realistic. Okay, just be ready. The international delegation will arrive tomorrow and won't delay your entry into the Eternal Devil's Cave. On an international flight. Adam Smith, I heard that you came here for Su Yu from Disya? I think he is a bit overrated. A blonde and blue-eyed man teased. A brown-haired man with a rather thin build and gold-rimmed glasses said in a deep voice, Arthur, I advise you not to underestimate him. Anyone who can escape from the Ninth Prince of the Abyss is definitely not an ordinary person. Arthur put his feet up on another seat. Oh, so what? He's just an expert at escaping. You and I are both beast masters who have broken through the theoretical limit of 360 magic circuits. Chapter 108, Weird Dasha, let us give them a warning. Arthur Mellon of the Plantagenet Kingdom said, compared to Dasha's foolish attempt at a national awakening, it wasted a huge amount of resources and actually slowed down their growth. Unlike us, they made the diversion a year in advance, allowing us noble gentlemen to awaken our power. It's much better than wasting it on the common people, ha ha. Arthur always thought that Dasha was very strange. The resources for taming beasts were limited, and instead of providing them to true geniuses, they had to benefit everyone. In the end, the awakening ceremony alone took a year to prepare. This makes the freshmen of Dasha generally lag behind the international geniuses by 1 year. 1 year is crucial for many beastmasters. Adam shook his head slightly, maybe. But there are 9 demon caves in Dasha. They have been able to resist until now, so it cannot be said that their approach is wrong. This method has indeed increased Dasha's manpower. Arthur remained non-committal, just using the human wave tactic. Adam, what do you think about that? As if something crucial had been mentioned, Adam frowned and said, I came here to see if Su Yu is as amazing as the legends on the myriad beasts list say. I don't care about other things. Arthur chuckled. Ha, you're still the same. You don't care about anything except what interests you. But Daxia is also strange. That Limu actually asked us to help them get rid of Suyu, and agreed to let us take at least one of Suyu's pets. Thinking of Suyu's pet, a fierce look flashed across Arthur's lips. That vampire, is it related to the Tsepasi family of your Lika country? Before you left, the head of the Tsepasi family told you to find a way to get it back. It just so happens that we've caught up with the Great Xia Demon Cave War. Logically, we'll be put into the same team with Great Xia's potential talents. That's a great opportunity for us to strike. Adam was silent for a moment. That's your business. Arthur shook his head. Adam was still as boring as ever. This matter still needs to be discussed with Christina from the Iris Kingdom and that Amaterasu from the Sakura Kingdom. Adam added, as for what you said about Daxia being strange, I don't think so. My teacher once said that Daxia has both the hardest-willed and the softest-willed people in the world. The more dangerous the situation, the more heroes will be born. I advise you not to show your fangs easily unless you are sure of victory. Arthur sneered. Could it be that this guy is scared by Suyu's reputation on the 10,000 beasts list? Then he turned to the other geniuses from the visiting group and said, friends, don't forget the purpose of our trip. A group of people with different appearances nodded slowly. The emergence of the Devil's Den has made life difficult for every country. Some countries have even been forced to reduce their budget expenditures to 20% or even 30%, relying entirely on debt to survive and almost going bankrupt. As the saying goes, if you can't defeat the Devil's Cave, can you defeat humans? Some people gradually gave up the idea of conquering the Magic Cave. They even gave up the area they occupied in the Demon Cave, withdrew from the Demon Cave, marked a restricted area near the passage of the Demon Cave, and blocked the entrance to fight. Although some monsters would be missed, it greatly saved expenses. But this also reduces the output of beast-taming resources. On the contrary, Daxia, facing as many as 9 demon caves, is still resisting, launching wars every year and repeatedly seizing demon cities. The number and quality of beastmasters in the entire Daxia have been increasing year by year. People realized that if they continued like this, the day when the threat from the demon cave would subside would be the day when they would surrender. I can't resist. You will not be able to resist. Arthur said, we need to give them a warning. We must not let them get through the demon cave battle so smoothly. While browsing the information of the visiting delegation, Suyu was amazed again and again. Wow, you became a beastmaster a year ahead of me. By the way, Mr. Lin, why did Lika only send Adam, who has the second highest potential, to visit us, and not the one with the highest potential? This is a bit strange. Suyu has some impression that this Adam was originally ranked 13th on the 10,000 beasts list and was previously ranked first among humans. Why is it only ranked second in the country? Linley smiled and replied, it said that their number 1 potential is not good at fighting. His talent is more, well, you know, that person has the ability to see through people's eyes and can determine a person's most correct gender at a glance. So, just consider Adam number 1. Suyu, okay. He couldn't help but think with a bit of evil humor that this guy was also Chi Mayan's nemesis. Unfortunately, he can only show his greatest value in Lika. Okay, I'll take my time looking through this information. You better go help me catch the strange beast. Linley sighed and set off quickly. Asking for help is not easy. Fortunately, we are at war now, so it is quite convenient to encounter a strange beast in the realm of reincarnation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with. After Linley left, Suyu lay on Aaliyah's legs. My 2 wives, how are you? I didn't lie to you, did I? I have fused both of your magic circuits. Arya and Kongwon Yuan sensed the changes in Suyu's body. The blood-red and transparent magic circuits intertwined with each other. The 2 energies representing violence and silence miraculously did not disturb Suyu's breath. And the magic container at the heart is cleverly combined and integrated. 720 magic circuits. I don't know if there has never been anyone like this before, but at this moment Suyu's magic power alone is enough to rival that of the Age of Gods. Arya said in surprise, I thought you couldn't withstand my magic circuit. Her magic power was extremely violent, and she was worried that Suyu's meridians would be broken. So he hoped that Suyu would transplant Chu Xuanin's magic circuit. The Sky Fox's circuits are naturally adaptable to any of the myriad races without any side effects. Suyu pinched her ear. No, my wife's magic circuit must be able to withstand it. Xianin, please wait a little longer. Even though my spiritual power has reached the spiritual sea realm, I can't hold on any longer. Wait a few days before transplanting a new one. Give my spirit a break. However, while the spirit can rest, the body can break through first. I hope the little witch didn't trick me. He used 200 drops of 1000 drops of 9 extremes nether spring to break through from the mithril realm to the white jade realm, and used another 50 drops to save Bairuhue. There are 750 drops left. I wonder how much 9 extremes dark spring this starry realm body needs. Suyu did not hesitate and opened a bottle and drank it in one gulp. The spicy feeling choked my throat, and it felt like my whole body was boiling, with an unknown evil fire burning. The little witch's food is really hard to drink. 100 drops, 200 drops. Finally. Muffled sounds exploded on every inch of Suyu's flesh and blood gushed out. At the same time, the soft body like white jade was dotted with starlight. Chapter 109, The Flesh in the Star Realm, The Walking Humanoid God Era. Magic power makes people transcend into saints, and the physical body makes people stand tall in heaven and earth. The stars seemed to light up a star-blue crown. Suyu didn't know how many magic circuits would be born when the physical body of the star realm broke through nirvana. But he knew one thing clearly. It seems that I am no longer the same as ordinary people. The body has been tempered to be extremely tough, and no matter how powerful the conventional weapons are, they cannot penetrate it at all. Even if a missile hits it head-on, it will only leave a little white mark on the skin. Physical realm, white jade realm, star realm. Kong Huan Yuan clasped her hands together and said, "Husband, congratulations." There was a strange glint in her eyes. There is absolutely nothing wrong with your choice. 3 years later, crossing the Forbidden Sea is definitely not a dream. Arya pinched Suyu's skin and said, "It feels pretty good." The little guy is no different from a god-level person now, except that he doesn't have the powerful attack and domain talents inherited from his bloodline. Judging from his physical strength and magic circuits alone, Suyu is already like a walking human-shaped god. It is the lack of offensive talent that prevents Suyu from truly possessing strong personal combat capabilities. But it is no longer difficult to tear apart a median sequence like the ghost-faced fox with bare hands. There was something strange in Chu Xuanin's eyes. She has met all kinds of people these days, but only Suyu makes her feel extremely special. Yan Linger's eyes were complicated. She had to admit that her boyfriend was far inferior in terms of talent. In other words, who among the young people of this generation in Daxia can compare with him? Now she is Arya's blood servant. Although she has obtained unimaginable resources from Suyu and even her physical body has reached the white jade realm, the only price is that Arya allows her to produce blood infinitely while absorbing a full 100 liters of blood every day. Sure, Xiaolong, can you still fulfill your promise and get her back? She couldn't help feeling a little confused. Suyu stood up and stretched. This thing is really not for human consumption. My two dear wives, do you need to use the 9 extremes dark spring to increase your physical strength? The two women shook their heads. Unfortunately, no. Kong Huan Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "The age of gods is a gift. Similarly, we can only draw strength from fixed secret treasures. The nether spring is, after all, hers, and it's incompatible with our nature." Only then did Suyu understand that although humans were at the end of the sequence, they were the most malleable race. It can absorb any form of secret treasures without distinction. Just like a perfect landscape painting, if you add one more stroke it would seem superfluous, but a blank piece of paper can be painted on at will. Suyu smiled and said, "I'm ready to ascend to nirvana." Alia, Huan Yuan, you guys need to speed up too. There's no need to rush Chu Xianin's magic circuit. Not to mention that Suyu was mentally exhausted at the moment and could not withstand another soul fusion. The bond between the two is still not strong enough. If they cannot communicate with each other, there will be a great risk in the fusion of their souls. Suyu was able to easily obtain the magic sharing of Arya and Kong Huan Yuan, and it was the love and tolerance of the two women towards him that allowed him to plunder their souls at will. Arya's plump lips pursed. Alas, this king requires 10,000 liters of high-quality blood. You and Linger alone are not capable of providing it. Although Suyu and Yan Linger's qi and blood are thousands of times more than that of ordinary people, the total amount of blood is fixed. Even if the hematopoiesis is activated without affecting health, the absorption speed is still not impressive. Suyu pinched his chin. Looks like we need to find a new waitress. Arya smiled and said, "Well, but little one, I don't drink smelly blood. I only drink the sweet and fragrant blood like you and Linger. This is not easy to find. You can only try your luck." Now the two of them provide blood much faster than before. On blood contract, Arya's progress is Advanced progress, 810,000. Suyu and Yenlinger can provide 200 liters every day, and it will probably take more than 40 days to meet the demand. And this is when the qi and blood are in full condition. If your qi and blood are weak, you won't be able to withstand Arya's unlimited blood production using the Blood Queen. All we can do is wait. Suyu looked at Kong Huan Yuan again. Yuaner, it's easy, all you need to do is. Kong Huan Yuan recalled a very bad experience and quickly raised his hands to push Suyu away, saying, no to violent feeding. Before going to the demon cave, she advanced to the transformation realm thanks to Suyu and Alia forcing her to eat spiritual fruits and leaves. There is no shortage of spiritual fruits and leaves obtained from Lu Xian, but the edible amount is limited. Arya teased, that's not right, why don't you force me to eat the spiritual fruit and leaves? Kong Huan Yuan's face turned red instantly and he looked at Arya angrily. Thinking back to the madness of last night, I have never been so submissive before. Suyu laughed, okay, just eat slowly. Take a day off and meet the so-called international visiting group tomorrow. When the international delegation was mentioned, Arya's face changed. Little guy, I have something to tell you. Imperial Capital Airport. The visiting delegation of more than 100 people got off the plane. Lin Li and the Li family, who were in charge of external relations, sent people to greet them. A blond man, incredibly muscular, stepped out of the cabin. He extended his hand and said, Ni hao. Gentlemen, I'm Brian from the Kingdom of Lika, leading this visiting delegation. Thank you for taking the time to greet me. Li Weishang, the leader of the Li family, said, You're welcome, Mr. Brian. Exchanging beast taming experiences with the geniuses of various countries is a common need for us. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. We will arrange for you to live in Imperial Spirit University during this period. Similarly, if you want to participate in the Demon Cave War and contribute to Daxia, we will not refuse. Brian nodded in satisfaction. Okay, thank you. Please. Lin Li was busy helping Suyu catch strange beasts yesterday and didn't remember to read the information of the entire visiting group. All we know is that Brian is a demigod of the country of Lika. There are also 8 demon caves within the territory of Lika, and the defense pressure is no easier than that of Daxia. The fact that they could spare a demigod to come here is enough to show how much they value it. Most of the more than 100 people on this trip are top talents from various countries. Unless they take the initiative to go to the demon cave to participate in the battle, Daxia will have no way to defend themselves if something happens. Even in the demon cave, I am afraid that they cannot be assigned too dangerous tasks, otherwise they will become the target of public criticism. It's really a hot potato. If it's done well, it can only show the country's prestige, but if it's not done well, it will cause big trouble. Lin Li glanced at Li Weisheng with a complicated look, wondering what kind of vortex was hidden in this. Adam Smith followed closely behind, glancing at the group of students behind Lin Li. He asked with a puzzled look, Hello, I'm Adam from Lika. I heard that Suyu from your country is also in the imperial capital. I wonder if he is. In order to deal with this visiting group, the imperial capital brought in all the top 10 people on the Daxia potential list. Among them, Shi Shaolong, Li Mu and others came to greet them. Obviously, the former number 1 on the human beast list did not take these 2 people seriously. I only want to see the popular Suyu. Chapter 110 Friendly Sparring? You Daxia freshmen are not good enough. Before Lin Li could reply, Li Mu said angrily, My dear classmate, Suyu is currently serving his sentence and is not in a position to attend such an event. Besides, isn't it a bit rude of you to be so eager to see Suyu when you arrive? Adam was a little confused. Could it be that he had touched a taboo? Lin Li quickly tried to smooth things over, classmate, Suyu didn't come to the airport, but he's currently visiting Imperial University. If you want to meet him, you can come back with us, and I'll introduce you. Adam drew a triangle on himself, thank you. Li Mu and Shi Shaolong were a little angry at being ignored. This long-renowned beastmaster from the Lika Kingdom seemed to have no interest in getting to know them. After all, they are among the top 3 on the potential list. Instead, Arthur from the Plantagenet Kingdom came over and offered his hand, saying, Oh, are you the second son of the Li family? Hello, I am Arthur Merlin, the eldest son of the Merlin family. Li Mu is the second son of the head of the Li family, and is also well known among the beast-taming families in various countries. Arthur's attitude was more like the way nobles usually greeted each other, while Adam seemed a little out of place. Li Mu's expression returned to normal as he shook hands with Arthur. Well, welcome. Suddenly, Li Mu felt a huge force coming from Arthur's hand, which made him feel pain. The powerful grip seemed to be able to crush his palm in an instant. He was so frightened that he quickly showed the mithril color on his palm. With the resources provided by the Li family and the gains on the battlefield, Li Mu successfully broke through his physical body to the mithril realm. Unfortunately, Arthur Merlin became a Beastmaster a year earlier than Dacia's students. With a body in the White Jade realm, it was extremely easy for him to control a mithril realm. Seeing this, Brian laughed and scolded, "Arthur, don't be rude." But he did not stop them and looked at Li Weiqing and Lin Li. In the end, Arthur probably felt that this was Dacia after all, and it was not appropriate to make too much trouble, so he let go of his hand. Sorry, I saw a talented Beastmaster from another country and couldn't help but want to test him. Usually when I meet Adam and the others, they greet me like this, but I didn't expect that, hee hee. There was disdain and contempt in his tone, as if he was mocking the young Beastmasters of Dacia, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Li Mu held his hand in pain, feeling like his bones were about to break. Such power was simply from another dimension. We are all in the transformation realm, is the gap so big? This made Lin Li and Li Weiqing very embarrassed. Although people abroad generally become Beastmasters a year earlier than those in Dacia, these family members have actually been exposed to them for a long time. They were outshined at the first sight, which is a bit. Sure, Xiaolong chose to stand up. After he got in touch with Li Mu, he received funding from the Li family and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Naturally, he could not sit idly by. If he could suppress the arrogance of these foreign geniuses, it would also help him enhance his own influence and have a better chance of winning Yanlinger back. Whenever I think of Yanlinger, I feel like there is a thorn in my heart. Sure, Xiaolong said, "You are wrong. True strength can only be revealed after a fight. In terms of physical strength alone, Brother Li has practiced at least half a year less than you, so it doesn't count. If you really want to communicate with us, why not go to the arena and have a fight? We are all young and energetic talents." Sure, Xiaolong had never been defeated before he met Suyu. Who is afraid of whom? Lin Li said, "Sure, Xiaolong, why are you also?" Before he could stop him, Arthur on the opposite side pinched his chin and said, "Okay. I originally came to Dacia with this idea in mind. It just so happens that I need to relax after sitting on a plane for several hours, so why not have a friendly exchange?" The men and women in the visiting group behind him were also quite interested and talked in low voices. "Christina, do you think this hot-headed Dacia boy can beat Arthur?" "Hannah, you're asking this even though you already know the answer." In addition to the potential rankings of various countries, there's a global ranking that our families use for reference. This impulsive young man can only barely rank in the top 100. How can he compare to Arthur? What a pity. If he were more handsome, I would definitely support him. Arthur Merlin and Sure Xiaolong made an appointment to compete, and the group immediately rushed to the Emperor Ling's fighting arena without stopping. Suyu went out and asked doubtfully, "Hey, why is the road so deserted? Huan Yuan, are there usually so few Emperor Spirit people?" Kong Huan Yuan was also a little confused. Maybe it's during the war, and they all went to the demon cave? Suyu took out his cell phone and called Lin Li, but no one answered. Didn't they say the international delegation would arrive today? I was thinking of going to see them. The people of Dacia like to watch the fun, and Suyu is no exception. At this time, Lin Li was really busy and had no time to answer the phone. Suyu met a passerby and asked, only to find out that the visiting delegation had already arrived, and Sure Xiaolong from Jianghe University took the initiative to challenge Arthur from the Plantagenet Kingdom. Everyone was rushing to the arena to watch, so there seemed to be few people on the road. When Yanlinger heard Sure Xiaolong's name, her heart sank and she gave Suyu a pleading look. Suyu smiled and said, "Okay, let's go take a look. Mr. Lin Li is probably right there. I have to go find him to get the secret treasure I want." When they arrived at the arena, the situation inside has reached its most intense stage. The shell of Sure Xiaolong's destiny black turtle was shattered repeatedly, and the extremely penetrating attack that Sure Xiaolong threw behind him with the piercing hero was also easily blocked by Arthur McLean. He held a golden sword in his hand, and his talent seemed to be able to cut out the brilliant sword light from the golden sword. Every strike contained huge magical power and was powerful and heavy. Boom! The turtle shell exploded. Roar! The heavenly fate black turtle howled in pain. Suyu remembered that this thing was extremely durable, but in front of Arthur, he couldn't even resist it. Behind Arthur, the illusory sword spirits condensed into substance, and with the help of the golden sword's sword light, they poured down like raindrops. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions were heard. Sure Xiaolong vomited blood, and was knocked out of the arena. The winner is decided. The whole audience was silent. In addition to the silence, there is also a sense of frustration. Sure, Xiaolong's pet is a black turtle, and his fighting style is also like a turtle, right? He didn't fight back the whole time, just like a turtle. Suyu's eyes fixed. Arthur's pet, or a spirit? Serial number 23, the Qilin clan. He is not really stronger than the black turtle, but he already possesses the magic circuit, so he is naturally not comparable to Sure Xiaolong. Arthur lifted his blonde hair and chuckled. Ah, I thought you, what to say? Is this the second most promising freshman in Disya? Your freshmen this year in Disya are not that good either. Chapter 111 Suyu vs Arthur Melon, sorry you are so fragile? Arthur raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone full of teasing. Sure Xiaolong's attack was like scraping to him, and he could cut off several layers of the turtle shell with a casual blow. When he attacked with all his strength, Sure Xiaolong had already been like a piece of catkins in the wind, and blood was spilled in the arena. As luck would have it, this was seen by Yan Linger, who had just arrived. Yan Linger trembled and quickly ran over and said, "Brother Long." After becoming Arya's blood bag, she never saw Sure Xiaolong again. Sure Xiaolong told her on the phone that he was working hard and would definitely get the recognition of the Yan family to win her back. She also kept encouraging Sure Xiaolong and explained her situation, that she had only had a little blood sucked and was not molested by Suyu. Only. Today's reunion showed his most unbearable side. Sure Xiaolong was lying on the ground spitting blood. A group of medical beastmasters came to support him, but when they closed their eyes, they saw Yan Linger's lost and distressed look, as if she had been pricked by a needle. What was even more painful was that Suyu, who was standing next to her, was full of jokes and didn't even look at him. It was like watching a clown dance. Suyu. The lover he longed for and the things he was determined to get back seemed to be becoming out of reach. The audience did not feel sorry for Sure Xiaolong's defeat for a moment. On the contrary, the way he was beaten like a turtle caused dissatisfaction among everyone. Is the gap between Dasha's freshmen and international students really that big? Humph, I've already said it, the 9 Schools Alliance Exchange Tournament is just internal entertainment. Compared to the real international geniuses, it's nothing but CJB. TSK, what a shame. This is still the second most promising. Oh, you don't understand, do you? Although it's second in the country, it's said to only barely make the top 100 internationally. It's just that foreign countries generally start a year earlier than us. Ahead? You're the only one who's behind. What about Suyu? How high can Suyu rank? Before, I could barely make it into the top 50, but now, it's hard to say, the list hasn't been updated yet. Wow, isn't that the end? There's not even one person in the Dasha potential rankings who can compete with them? Arthur Melling was quite proud of himself, enjoying the feeling of stepping on the geniuses of other countries. Although he felt that he was not as good as Adam, he shouldn't be inferior to Suyu, who was good at running away, right? Lin Li's expression was even uglier. He couldn't help but feel resentful towards Sure Xiaolong and his companions. You knew that the other person started earlier, but you still insisted on having a fight. How are you going to back down now? Suddenly, he noticed Suyu coming, as if he saw his savior. Lin Li hurried over and said, "That's great, Suyu. If you hadn't come, I don't know how this would end today. This Arthur from Plantagenet is too strong, he's completely at the level of a sophomore. I'll arrange for someone else to go." Suyu shook his head. "That's not necessary. When someone entrusts you with something, you should be loyal to them. Teacher Lin, did you get what I wanted?" Lin Li looked at Suyu's confident expression and couldn't help feeling suspicious. Could it be? In the Devil's Cave, has he really grown to the 3rd place on the 10,000 beasts list? He's been captured and locked up in the zoo. I haven't had the chance to take you to see him yet. Suyu nodded gently. Okay. In the arena, Arthur Merlin said casually, "How's it going? Anyone else want to give it a try? I didn't use up much energy. By the way, I heard that Suyu, who's number 1 on your Great Xiao's potential list, is also an Emperor Spirit. Why doesn't he come out and show off his skills?" The Imperial Spirit students who were watching the scene felt indescribably uncomfortable. They wanted Suyu to appear and kill this little yellow-haired boy, but they also felt that it would be embarrassing if the Demon Spirits people won for them. But if Suyu loses or avoids the fight, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the entire Dasha Academy? The more I think about it, the more aggrieved I feel. Some people prayed silently in their hearts, it would be better not to go, at least not to let the news that Arthur dominated the team all summer long get out, that would be too embarrassing. As a result, a familiar and mean voice echoed in my ears. I just woke up and wanted to see some fun. I didn't expect I'd be so famous abroad. What caught Arthur Melling's eye was a stern-looking man in a tight black suit, a little over 1.8 meters tall, with deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. His easygoing smile didn't evoke any warmth. It's like facing an iceberg pressing down on you, making it hard to breathe. Su Yuzhen is here. Damn, this feeling of hatred and hope. In the international visiting delegation, a group of international geniuses stood up one after another. Adam, Christina, and Hannah were all looking at this peerless genius who was famous in the demon cave. Arthur adjusted himself and smiled warmly, of course. Your Excellency is well known in the demon cave. Everyone knows you. When I came to Dacia, you were the one I was most interested in. How about it, are you interested in communicating? He stretched out his hand, golden swords circling at his sides, his gaze intimidating. But Arthur also noticed that there were 3 beauties of different appearances standing behind Su Yu. 3 high-ranking pets, at least at the Spirit Lake realm spiritual power. It's really scary. But Su Yu, the key to strength is the magic circuit. If you don't have a magic circuit to provide to your pets, even if you have 3 humanoids, don't even think about defeating me. Su Yu nodded gently, okay. Everyone is a guest. We in Dacia never neglect our guests. Please come in. Inside the arena, countless people held their breath. Su Yu, for Dacia and for Emperor Ling, you must not lose. As Lin Li announced the start. Arthur observed Su Yu calmly for a while. Suddenly, the Western-style golden sword turned into golden rays and shot towards the 3 women behind Su Yu. At the same time, a cyclone exploded under Arthur's feet. Boom! Arthur's mental strength and number of pets are not as good as Su Yu's, but he is confident that his magic power and physical strength are definitely better than Su Yu's. That is the simplest and most direct way. Frontal attack. A golden light flashed, and Arthur was already in front of him. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He thought, number 1 in Dacia, number 3 in the list of all beasts. That was a bit of exaggeration. It was indeed an illusion just now. Look, he's too scared to react. Only. Arthur's golden sword was blocked by the blood curtain that Arya casually condensed. When Arthur was less than 5 meters away from him, Su Yu moved his feet lightly. His arms shone with a star blue glow, and 720 magic circuits were lit up one after another. He swung his right fist. Boom! The fists of the 2 men created a cyclone, the ground exploded, and smoke and dust filled the air. Then, a scene that shocked the audience and international delegations appeared before their eyes. Arthur's right arm was bleeding profusely, the skin on his fist was worn off, and the bones were visible. The visiting group was stunned. Arthur, actually lost in the battle of physical strength and magic circuits? Severe pain tore Arthur's arms, and Su Yu's words were even more difficult for him to accept. I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be such a jerk. Chapter 112. I think you need at least 7 people. Arthur tried hard not to let out a cry of pain. In that attack just now, Su Yu didn't even let his pet take action. With his own physical strength alone, he broke through Arthur Mellon's defense. Arthur felt as if he had punched the black crystal, which was completely unshakable. Those lines that shine with star-like colors, could it be the star realm? This is impossible. No lower-level beastmaster has ever been able to elevate their physical body to the star realm. The white jade realm is already the limit. To transform white jade into stars is a characteristic of the Wheel of Change. But Su Yu did it. Arthur was knocked back more than 50 meters by Su Yu's attack, and a crack appeared on the ground, and blood spurted out. All his pride and self-esteem before coming to Dacia turned into a huge shadow that swallowed him up at this moment. The audience, which had been silent for a long time, burst into cheers of encouragement. What the hell? What is that? Am I dazzled? Isn't that the symbol of the Wheel of Revelation, the starry flesh body? How did he do that? He's clearly only at the transformation stage. You don't even need a pet to help. Where's that beast who was shouting just now? Who says our great Xia geniuses are inferior to others? I think your so-called international genius ranking is the world's top ranking. Can it compare to the Demon Cave ranking? That's right, I've made things difficult for you. Damn it, good job Su Yu, beat him like you beat us. Arthur Mellon took out a ghost-level boxing glove and put it on his hand. The serious wound began to heal gradually. In a contest of physical strength, I am no match for him. Then let us fight for the magic circuit. Arthur held the golden sword in one hand and summoned a lion-headed unicorn with the other. It has white hair and the body of a lion, but has the face of a unicorn from the ancient legend of the Plantagenet kingdom. Sequence number 68: Snow Lion Unicorn. The ground beneath the snow lion unicorn's feet was condensed into white frost, and then hundreds of ice cones rose from the ground. Combined with the golden sword, it looked like a rain of ice swords all over the sky. The frost caused visibility to drop sharply, giving Arthur time to charge the golden sword in his hand. However, Suyu said softly, "Xianin." Zhu Xianin held the guqin in her arms and played the Qingming tune. The melodious sounds of the Qingming tune attracted the blue waves to descend from the sky. The blue water waves washed away the white frost. The sound of the guqin penetrated her soul and the golden sword shattered. S. Luo Shen Qingmingku. At this moment, Suyu felt so relieved that he wanted to cry. Compared with the little demon girl and the other truly extraordinary geniuses in the demon cave, fighting humans was too easy. Swish! The green water waves caused the magic power of Arthur's golden sword to dissipate before it could even gather power. Xianin did not like killing and did not mobilize too much attack power, so Arthur was not injured, but his whole body was soaked by the clear water, like a drowned chicken. He stood there in a daze. There is no doubt that he was completely defeated in the confrontation of magic. His offensive collapsed at the first touch. On the contrary, Suyu's offensive was endless and unstoppable. This is definitely not just the pet's own magic power. Without the master's magic, the pet is not as good as its kind when fighting alone. Lose? Since becoming a beast master, he has never been defeated in the country. Internationally, he is second only to Adam, Alexandra of the Bear Country, and Christina of Iris, but he can barely resist. But when he met Suyu, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, helpless. Suyu spread his hands and said, "Ha, I feel that one-on-one is too unfair to you. If the visiting delegation is of similar strength to you, I think you need at least 7 people to come up." 7. Suyu S 1-on-7 declaration. Fuck, are you so arrogant? 1 against 7? But why do I feel like Suyu is the one who can do it? Hey, don't forget this bastard isn't afraid of crowds. Compared to that, Shi Xiaolong and that Li Mu are really trash. That's not true. Geniuses are different from one another. Suyu is number 1 on the Daxia potential list because there's only number 1 at the top. Number 2 really shouldn't try to be a jerk. The cheers from the audience were louder than the dull noise. Even if Suyu loses against 7 people, it's no big deal. As long as the visiting delegation dares to accept it, Suyu has already won. But right now, Brian narrowed his eyes. Arthur is no match for Suyu. There is even a huge gap. If they really listened to Suyu, 7 of them would gang up on one person. Even if they won, their international reputation would not be good. Don't answer it. No matter how he thought about it, he felt disgusted. Suyu is really good at creating difficult problems. Suyu didn't give them time to think. You guys came here just to communicate, right? We make friends through martial arts, not fighting to the death. Why not give it a try? Lin Li and other Emperor Spirit Star Emblem mentors were already grinning from ear to ear. It was indeed right to invite Suyu. The reputation this guy earned in the Eternal Devil's Cave is indeed not fake. But it is really powerful. Just when the delegation was hesitating, Adam Smith said, "Leader, give it a try. But it's best if we don't actually go in with 7 people to siege them. That would be too embarrassing. Let's do it in rounds, or 2 by 2. Brian nodded slightly. This is a way. Although winning a round-robin battle is not glorious, it sounds much better than a gang fight. I understand. Adam, Hannah, Christina, Alexandra, Otto, Wallenstein, go help Arthur. Christina, Hannah, and Arthur lead the charge. Yes. Everyone had no objection. Among the young talents of Daxia, only Suyu interested them the most. It would be a pity not to have a fight. After a little discussion, 6 people actually walked onto the arena. The boos in the arena were deafening, and Lin Li had to remind Di Ling's classmates to save some face for them. Suyu frowned and whispered, "Are you planning to come in groups of 3? But you better listen to what I said. All 7 of you should come at me together, or we'll lose pretty badly." Christina and Hannah's expressions changed. It is rumored that Suyu of Daxia is easygoing on weekdays, but once he is in a combat state, he becomes almost crazy. As expected. Hannah chuckled, handsome boy, although your stern look is very attractive, it's best not to look down on us too much. But we. Phew. Before Hannah could finish her words, she felt a chill in her lower left abdomen, which then spread throughout her body. So you stopped transmitting his voice and said loudly, I said, all 7 of you come together. Everyone stared at Hannah's back. Arthur Merlin uncontrollably stabbed the golden sword into Hannah's lower abdomen, and blood gushed out. He was so stupid that he actually dared to fight Suyu in close combat. Suyu would be doing him a disservice if he didn't draw a drop of blood into his body. The king's orders cannot be questioned. Arthur drew his golden sword and raised his right hand as if crying, yes, all glory to my king. Christina quickly supported Hannah. Hannah. Damn it. Otto, bandage her. You guys, stop standing around back there. In this 1-on-7 situation, once the tension is ignited, it is inevitable. Chapter 113 Suyu versus the 7-member group, I said you all come together. Christina never expected that Suyu would act so decisively. Although this sword deliberately avoided the vital points, it still caused Hannah unbearable pain. The reason why the Qilin clan ranks so high in the sequence is that they can detonate the opponent's magic circuits in a chain with just a slight scratch. It can be said to be a true anti-magic killer. Therefore, the demon cave armaments created by the Weapon Spirit clan are considered to be the best among all the weapons. Arthur Merlin relied on this rare clan of weapon spirits, coupled with his own unique special talents, to rank among the top 5 in the world. Only Suyu's innate ability is even more bizarre than theirs. 1 drop of blood cannot be controlled for too long, and if too much blood is injected, it will be easily discovered. Arthur broke free from the influence of the crown of blood and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Hannah. Carrying the anger of being humiliated by Suyu, he silently said, Suyu. Adam and the others walked forward, and he whispered, Arthur, you should get treated first. I told you before, don't underestimate Suyu. Suyu noticed Adam beside Arthur. His ascetic-like attire added a sense of mystery to him. This former number 1 human on the 10,000 beasts ranking possesses power beyond imagination. Suyu smiled and stretched out his hand, oh? Are you finally planning to go together? Let me see how your abilities compare to the 9th prince of the demon tribe. He was relaxed and carefree, yet with a hint of contempt, and he used the common language of the demon cave, which made the 7 people feel very uncomfortable. Adam warned, don't be provoked. Rumor has it that Suyu is good at using words to irritate others and make them lose their judgment. Besides, you have also seen his natural abilities. Be careful with the blood. Because of Hannah's injury, Otto had to treat her and Arthur. Only 4 people can fight at the same time. Moreover, Alexandra from the Bear Country doesn't have a close relationship with the others. Instead, her stance leans more towards Stasia, and she might even slack off. Christina and Wallenstein looked at each other. The 2 of them rushed out together. The one who is most confident of defeating Suyu is obviously Adam. Then the 2 of them would create conditions for Adam. Roar! Christina jumped up and jumped onto the pterosaur with its triangular wings spread out, covered in indigo crystals and echoing with a scream. The superior species of screaming pterosaur, sequence number 71 Crystal Soul Pterosaur. Wallenstein pressed his hands on the ground, and the ground surged with a series of dull sounds. Then a rock-shaped giant rose from the ground. He was more than 30 meters tall and absorbed rocks from the ground at any time and place to build his body. Sequence number 49 Rock Demon Species. Every punch seemed to shake the earth, and every blow was like the roar of a rock demon. The Crystal Soul Pterosaur circled above Suyu's head, and crystal cores fell down one by one. Each one would cause a small-scale crystal explosion, as if trying to test Suyu's defense. Suyu sneered. Temptation? That's too disrespectful to me. The so-called battle is a matter of life and death. There is never any chance to test. Shenin. Shu Shenin held the 9 celestial foxtails upright, clasped her hands together, and chanted something. Suddenly, the sky was covered in a white haze, and pieces of snow feathers fell with terrifying power. After being hit by Shuyu, the scattered crystals were immediately drained away, becoming no different from ordinary stones. At the same time, the sky was dominated by Chu Xianin. The space left for the Crystal Soul Pterosaur to move around is becoming increasingly narrow. Christina frowned. What the hell is this? Each snow feather falls very slowly, but the density is getting higher and higher, and any touch will be fatal. The Crystal Soul Pterosaur was hit by just a piece of snow feather, and a large amount of magic power was lost. The lost magic power turned into white lines and moved towards Chu Xuannin's hand. SSS Snow Feather Pure Soul Heaven. Christina was forced to circumvent and dared not get closer. After being struck by Snow Feather, Wallenstein's rock demon's massive body broke into pieces. Although he could regain rock mass from the ground, the increasing amount of magic power consumed made it difficult for him to cope. Is this all you have? Suyu's soft words seemed to pierce the proud hearts of the two people. But this strange ability really left the two of them helpless. There is no information about Suyu's third pet in the file. What to do? Of course, Suyu would not give them a chance to hesitate. Konghuan Yuan raised his right hand. The Phantom of the Spirit World. After observation, she found that the rock demon species relied on the core to provide magic power, and was then gathered from other rocks. As long as the core was destroyed, it would be equivalent to defeating the rock demon. No need to hesitate. The force of space breaking is activated. Wallenstein was horrified and hurriedly recalled the rock demon to the beast taming space, but the space-breaking force of the void kite hit his right arm. Bang! The blood mist exploded. The two geniuses in their own country were so beaten by Suyu that they couldn't even breathe. I said, all 7 of you come together. This isn't called a round-robin battle, this is called waiting in line to get killed. Suyu picked up the crystal core on the ground and smiled at Christina. Little girl, your attack is just like acting like a spoiled child. Christina's face turned red with anger. Suyu's mouth is so annoying. Finally, Arthur and Hannah behind him said with a slightly pale face, Tina, let's go together. With the addition of Otto as the healer, the team was finally complete. Christina's expression softened slightly, and she looked at Alexandra next to her. What do you say? Either we go together, or... She, who came from the bear country, thought for a moment, then rolled up her long hair and said, there's an old saying in Daxia, since you're here, you have to see everything. I'll figure out a way to deal with Shuayu, you guys go ahead. The 7 people gathered together, and Adam was still the one in charge. Alexandra summoned a white snow monster, chanting words that Suyu could not understand, making the already white space stain with a sudden blizzard. The sudden blizzard carries amazing magical power. Although it is not as deadly as the snow feathers, its density happens to offset the snow feathers. Although Chu Xuannin is still the one who gets the advantage, the offset magic power will return to Chu Xuannin's hands to form a cycle, but Alexandra is constantly consuming it. But in the end, we stopped this troublesome Shuayu. As if seeing hope, the other 5 people stepped forward and launched an attack again. After the illusionary kite finished singing, the inherent barrier was activated. SSS Witch Knight. The pitch-black Witch Knight and the terrifying echoes covered the sky and were about to capture Adam and his companions and eliminate them within the barrier. Adam didn't dare observe any further. The information said that the barrier possessed by the Konghuan kite was extremely terrifying. Once you were pulled into it, you would be fighting on someone else's home turf, which would be an overwhelming disadvantage. Fortunately, his title of the former human with the greatest potential was not earned for nothing. His body has been transformed by the Licca kingdom and has the means to resist barriers. Adam sat on the ground like an ascetic, drawing a triangle in front of him and a huge cross shining with holy light condensed out of the void. Chapter 114, 1 against 7. The Immortal Red Dragon Roar. Several years ago, the Milica people accidentally obtained a few remaining cells of sequence number 002, the Phantom God species, in the Demon Cave. The Artificial God Project was immediately launched, which was secretly called the Blasphemy Project. After years of research, it was found that cell transplantation can only be tried on mortals. If one has become a Beastmaster, even if he is at the first level of awakening, although he has not created a magic circuit, he will still reject it. After all, this is not an active gift from the Age of Gods. The Milica people divided the remaining cells into 88 parts, and only 6 people who participated in the plan survived by enduring the cell devouring by the phantom species. One of them was Adam Smith. Although he is a human, he has awakened fantastic abilities by relying on a few cells of the Phantom God species. SSS rank Cross of Nothingness. Call out to the Holy Cross with devout faith, replace the attribute of space with nothingness, and all external laws will be inviolable. Even the Black Turtle of Destiny, which is considered to have the strongest defense, pales in comparison to the cross. The Witch Knight of Konghuan kite eroded the space, but was blocked by the cross, and the inherent barrier could not be fully deployed. Thus, the witch-like scroll was presented to the world. The darkness of the eternal night, the witches chanting, the jumping little figures, and the obscure words recorded at dusty history and memory, condensing power into reality from the edge of fantasy. But it cannot break through the empty space guarded by the cross of nothingness. Adam's head was covered with sweat. The pressure of fighting against the gods with a mortal body could be imagined. Suyu frowned. And Jishui once said that talent is a reflection of the soul. Did this ascetic monk awaken such power because of the purity of his faith? It was the first time for many people to see the scene inside the barrier. Everyone in the audience was terrified. Some people tried to record it with modern equipment, but found that none of them worked. The barrier that was not fully deployed also disrupted the space. The phantom kite tried to suppress the cross, but could only confine it to a certain range and could not capture it completely. Suyu whispered, "It's okay, Huan Yuan, just suppress it." On the other side, Christina said excitedly, "Well done, Adam. Can you push back?" Adam gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can only barely hold on." The opponent is the Real. God's generation. Although there had been speculation for a long time, and Suyu officially announced that it was not the case, it could not stop people's suspicion. This time, Adam's identity as a member of the God Age sequence was confirmed, which made everyone feel depressed. Arthur Merlin recovered, holding the golden sword in his hand and muttering, "Let's go 5 of us. I don't believe that with both of his pets restrained, the 5 of us can't take down Suyu." Ultimately, a Beastmaster's main combat power is still his pet. The 2 of them were holding back Suyu's 2 pets, so how could the remaining 5 people lose? Okay. Wallenstein, do it. Everyone, stop hiding it. If you lose in a 7-on-1 situation, you'll be laughed at for the rest of your life. Wallenstein's rock demon was recondensed, and at the same time, he applied his own S-level talent, giving the surface of the rock demon a hardness that was countless times greater than that of fine steel. The rock demon stared at the various weapons thrown at him by Witch Knight and advanced forward. Hannah and Christina were on either side, with a phoenix and a pterosaur leaping up. Thanks to Alexandra's fight against Shueyu Hunshin, they once again had the space to soar in the air. Arthur jumped onto the rock demon, holding the golden sword above his head. His talent needed to be charged, and when he was healing just now, Arthur was preparing. He only needed an opportunity to explode. Otto stood behind the 4 people, and a flower-crowned demon plant spread and grew, tying up the phoenix and the pterosaur to maintain the overall formation. The first time they worked together, they showed excellent qualities. It can be said that under Nirvana, any human being is helpless in the face of such an attack. Except Suyu. Xianyin, give the magic power to Aaliyah. Chu Xianyin pouted and reluctantly gave the magic power she had accumulated with great difficulty to Arya. She also knew that she was not particularly good at killing, so she would definitely find Suyu and report yesterday's lawsuit after it was over. Arya received magic power from both Suyu and Chu Xianyin at the same time, and her condition was much stronger than ever before. Suyu gently plucked out the alopecia on her head. Accompanied by the complete lyrics of the Immortal Temple. There is a vast sea in the sky, and there is the underworld on earth. The earth and the sea will be bound to the sky. Soul sleeping in the underworld, listen to the hymns of the true ancestor and shatter the witch's night. The forms of the undead born in the underworld will change according to the fantasies of Arya and Suyu. The dark knights of various forms who had previously stormed into the vampire castle were the ones who left the deepest impression on young Arya. This time, it was the horrible creature that plunged Suyu and Arya into despair last time, reappearing as the undead from the underworld. Forged of blood and bone, painted in an eternal crimson. A red bone dragon bared its fangs and claws, emitting an excited dragon roar. Roar! Reenacting sequence 005, the terrifying power of the Dragon Clan. The circling red bone dragon above the Immortal Temple unleashes a terrifying dragon roar that can destroy the mortal world at the enemy in front of it. The dragon's roar, which was over 10 feet wide, poured out all of its magical power. The 7 people on the opposite side were horrified. Christina said hurriedly, "Arthur." Arthur Merlin did not dare to hold back. Golden threads rose up one after another, and the magic power accumulated by the Weapon Spirit Clan for several years was swung out with all his strength against the roar of the red bone dragon. Boom! The golden sword light and the crimson dragon roar collided and intertwined. Even with the magical power accumulated by the Weapon Spirit Clan, it still collapsed inch by inch in front of the crimson dragon roar. The immortal miracle, the bone dragon that was supplied by all the magic power of the 3 people, was not something any of the 7 people could resist. The golden light dissipated, the dragon's roar extended, and Christina had no choice but to use her ability. Shattered stars. The stars flickered, and the 6 people were moved back to the protection range of the cross, leaving only the afterimages of the stars in their original place. Wallenstein's rock demon was pierced by the dragon's roar, and then Otto's Corolla was torn into pieces. The energy shield composed of Hannah's 18 ghost-level magic weapons shattered layer by layer and finally reached the front of the cross. Bang! The sound of the explosion stirred up endless smoke and dust, and the holy light of the cross gradually dissipated. The dragon roar finally stopped, but it was obvious that the red bone dragon still had the strength to roar again. The smoke and dust dispersed. Even though the 7 men were still able to stand at the foot of the cross, they were covered in wounds and had to rely entirely on Adam's protection, otherwise they would have died on the spot. After looking around at the other 6 people, Adam said with difficulty, "We give up." The whole place was dead silent. At this moment, no one questioned the authenticity of Suyu's name on the 10,000 beasts list. The real number 1 human on the list of all beasts. Even when besieged by geniuses from various countries, they not only did not lose the upper hand, but instead achieved an overwhelming victory. With the strength of 1 man, he defeated 7 people in one. Chapter 115, Dominating the Contemporary World, Shocking the World. With Adam Smith's surrender, this simple exchange game came to an end. There is no doubt that Suyu's victory of 7 goals against 1 team trampled the so-called international potential list under his feet and crushed the pride of this group of geniuses. Indeed, they still have the ability to fight back. Nor did he fully demonstrate his strength. No matter how many methods one has, very few can reach the same level as Suyu. On the contrary, if I give up now, I can suffer less. Arthur said unwillingly, "Adam, don't you still have?" Adam shook his head. He has exposed enough, and if he wants to fight against Suyu, he must have the power of God. Without the age of gods, everything is empty talk. What's even more terrifying is that he realized that Suyu's magic circuits were not weaker than his own. After fusing some of the cells of the phantom god species, Adam was born with a full 540 magic circuits. If you take into account the physical body in the white jade realm, it is not impossible for the number to exceed 700 in the future. With such magical power, the cross of nothingness should not be suppressed by Witch Knight. However, the light of Adam's cross could never break through a radius of 10 meters, and it took all its strength just to resist the force of space. What does this mean? This means that it was not only Kong Huan Yuan's divine magic power, but also the magic power of the master, who was at least not weaker than Adam's, that was able to suppress him so badly. There is no chance of winning if we continue fighting like this. Suyu, you really live up to your reputation. Adam couldn't help but sigh. Then, the scene erupted in cheers. Suyu mercilessly crushed the strongest freshman in the contemporary international arena, and even saved face on Emperor Spirit's home turf. Even if there was still resentment, at least this moment was joyful. Too strong. It's a completely one-sided crushing defeat. Arthur and Adam, who boasted so loudly, didn't even leave Suyu with a scratch. A battle we didn't see, inherent barriers, epic creatures, a replica of the Age of Gods. Is this guy still human? Have you noticed that Suyu's magic power is not right? Can ordinary humans afford to support magic? Really? How many magic circuits does this guy have? The disastrous defeat of the international delegation allowed Daha to relax a little during the tense war in the Demon Cave. Brian looked at the dejected geniuses, comforted them briefly, and then warned them through voice transmission, "Don't be discouraged. Suyu is a bit treacherous. It's a good idea to know his cards in advance, so we won't be so flustered when dealing with him." The goal was achieved, but it was embarrassing. As the situation at the scene and more video footage were released, international comments were like a stormy wave, one after another. Suyu's name completely caught everyone's attention. The contemporary number 1 who emerged from among ordinary people has surpassed all the geniuses of this generation. On the Xiaolaniao forum, horror. This is the Empire's destroyer dragon. Even Adam is no match for him. I'm afraid our Amaterasu won't be able to defeat him either. Adam actually lost. Wow, what's wrong with our country? There's a huge gap between our education system and Dacia's. I heard that Dacia is promoting universal awakening. Even if you're just washing dishes with a monthly income of 3,000, you'll have a chance to awaken. Life spirit will also be given to everyone. It's true, I'm washing dishes in Dacia. On the other hand, we are not allowed to awaken without 10 million. I think Suyu is stealing our Gao and Appa's fighting skills. Funny, do you want to steal your kimchi? More and more stories about Suyu were spread outside Daxia, including Suyu single-handedly going deep into enemy territory to rescue his compatriots and challenging the 9th prince of the demon clan without losing. He became a symbol of a global civilian hero. Of course, there are also media outlets smearing Suyu. Milika's mouthpiece has repeatedly published articles claiming that Suyu has yet to address his views on gender minorities, including the fact that all of his pets transform into fair-skinned and beautiful humanoid forms, which is clear evidence of some kind of discrimination. The hustle and bustle outside had nothing to do with Suyu in the arena. Suyu asked softly, "Alia, is there anyone suitable?" Not only were they trying to target Suyu, Suyu was also targeting them. Normally Arya would find 4 blood servants, but now there is only 1. Arya nodded slightly, Those 2 girls are pretty good. Alia glanced at Christina and Alexandra with an evil look. The purity of their blood was no less than Yanlingers. Although it was not as fascinating as Suyu, it was still a very good tonic. Suyu scratched his chin. This matter needs to be considered carefully. This concerns Daxia's external affairs. If not handled properly, the pressure will be much greater than during the 9 schools alliance exchange competition. The best way is still the magic cave. Suyu stepped forward, regaining his composure and calmness. He softly extended his hand and said, "I'm sorry I was a bit too rough." Adam and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Alexandrova, who was not seriously injured, took the initiative to shake hands and said, "You really live up to your reputation." "It's nice to meet you, Suyu. I am Alexandrova from the Bear Country. May the friendship between our 2 countries last forever." Suyu nodded. "Well, you are quite powerful. There are not many people who can withstand Xuanin's power." "Thanks for the compliment." Adam wiped the blood off his face and said with a wry smile, "I'm no match for you." Suyu shrugged, "Nothing, you are quite powerful. Do you have any tricks you haven't used yet?" Adam said helplessly, "It makes no difference. At most, I can hold out for a while longer. If you like, I would like to visit you alone tomorrow." Suyu received news from Zhou Zhang that it would take about 2 days for the night banquet group to enter the demon cave in batches. Suyu nodded, "Okay." The rest of the people were not in a good mood. Especially Arthur Melling. He provoked a conflict and ended up losing miserably. He was completely unable to talk to his opponent as if nothing had happened like Adam did. At this moment, I even wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Because he has become the target of ridicule on the internet, his performance can be said to be terrible. He was crushed in a one-on-one fight and was controlled and backstabbed by Hannah. One ugly scene after another trampled upon his honor and dignity. He still has some tricks up his sleeve, but like Adam said, tricks that cannot reverse victory are of no use. Besides him, the other person who felt the most uncomfortable was Shi Xiaolong in the spectator seats. When he was cured, he happened to see Suyu fighting against 7 others. That huge gap is like a chasm that cannot be bridged in a lifetime. What was even more painful was that Yanlinger, who was standing beside him, looked at Suyu with a light in her eyes, and the difference between them was immediately apparent. What if even she changed her mind? Damn it! Shi Xiaolong couldn't help but think of Li Mu's proposal in a twisted way. If Suyu is not eliminated, he will be like a nightmare blocking their path to cultivation and will trap them for the rest of their lives. He clenched his fists, determined to cooperate with the plan and kill Suyu, even though it would cost him an unimaginable price. Chapter 116, Golden Eyes and Fire Python Heart, Adam visits. Suyu didn't have a good impression of this group of people, but after merging his soul with Kong Wan Yuan and seizing Kong Ling Heart, Suyu became extremely sensitive to malicious intent. This so-called visiting group had a lot of evil intentions towards him, and it felt like needles pricking him mentally. Only Alexandra from the Bear Country has no evil thoughts, and Adam's evil thoughts are much lighter than those of others. I have never met this group of people before, so there must be a reason why they harbor such malicious intent towards me. It's worth getting in touch with them to find out their purpose. Suyu always believes that those who endanger his safety should be eradicated. Thinking of what Arya had mentioned before about the past of the Sepasi family and Milika, Suyu felt that he could talk to Adam alone. Adam got a satisfactory answer, drew a triangle in front of him, and said devoutly, "Thank you, may God bless you." He followed the visiting delegation off the stage, and everyone looked very unhappy. Linley ran over excitedly and said, "Well done, Suyu. So inspiring. Commander Wu of the Demon Suppression Guard asked me to thank you. Many of the Demon Suppression Guard's soldiers were watching this duel. Your performance was truly inspiring. Due to the implementation of the National Awakening Plan, the geniuses of Daxia always started 1 or 2 years later than others, resulting in terrible losses in previous international exchange competitions. Suyu's sudden appearance this time restored a lot of face. Suyu smiled and said, "It's okay, it should be done. I have to be loyal to the person who entrusted me with this. Teacher Lin, is it time to take me to the zoo?" Lin Li nodded, "Of course. Come with me." Lin Li knew Suyu's personality, so he pushed away all the leaders and media who wanted to meet Suyu, allowing the situation outside to develop. He took Suyu straight to the zoo. The Imperial Spirit University covers a vast area, with the zoo alone covering tens of thousands of acres. In the imperial capital, where every inch of land is valuable, not everyone has such strong strength. For more than 20 years, the Demon Suppression Guards formed based on the Emperor Ling University have also been the main force in fighting against the Demon Cave. In the zoo, there are tigers roaring in the forest and monkeys crying. Lin Li said, "It took a lot of effort to capture these two samsara beasts. Fortunately, they were very active during the war, otherwise they would have been very difficult to find." Deep in the zoo, the three-eyed golden lion and the red python became extremely angry after hearing Lin Li's voice. Damn humans, they actually took advantage of the night to launch a sneak attack. How shameless of a demigod to attack someone below demigod. Perhaps it was some kind of conservatism, but demigods generally wouldn't think about anyone below them. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, if demigods went to slaughter each other's rear, the casualties caused by the unlimited war would be unbearable for any race. Lin Li held his forehead slightly. "Okay, what you want, alive. If we only take the golden eyes and the heart of the fire python, it will probably still die. Is it necessary to capture them alive?" Suyu thought for a moment and said, "Can I trust you?" Lin Li was stunned at first, but after carefully considering Suyu's words, he raised his hand and gave an accurate reply, "Although I'm not in the demon cave now. Under the witness of the Fengyun ranking, if you can trust me, as long as you are not on the side of the 9 families, I am willing to swear an oath." Suyu nodded and bit his fingertips. "Help me suppress these two strange beasts." Good. The divine power of the demigod spread out, and the two roaring beasts were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Suyu injected blood into the bodies of the two strange beasts. The eyes of the three-eyed golden lion and the red python were red, and some essential changes had occurred. Suyu extended his hand and ordered, "The king orders you to commit suicide." Crown of blood. The two beasts stopped speaking the common language of the demon cave and switched to the language of the humans of Daxia, stammering, "Yes. All glory to our king." He ended his life immediately. Suyu stepped forward and took out the three-eyed golden lion and the heart of the fire python. "When I was in the Calamity Demon Cave, I discovered that the secret treasures taken out in this way will have special effects when used to make the demon cave armor." Special effects? No side effects. Lin Li was shocked and said, "What? No side effects?" The demon cave armaments generally have side effects, and the stronger the ability, the stronger the side effects. The ghost-level armed forces are decent, and the side effects are generally tolerable. Although dragon level and above are extremely powerful, the side effects are also unbearable. Take the golden eye for example. This magic cave weapon, made to look like a monocle, can release divine light to break evil and is extremely powerful. However, once worn, it is easy to be contaminated by the resentment of strange beasts. Over time, the spirit will become very unstable, no different from that of an animal. If only the side effects could be eliminated. Suyu whispered, "I'm telling you this for Huan Yuan's sake, and because we're all part of the academy. Teacher Lin, do you understand what I mean?" Lin Li took a deep breath and said, "Leave it to me. Don't worry. I will personally ask Principal Joan to forge these two dragon-level magic weapons. I will keep it strictly confidential. I promise, as long as you are in the Imperial Spirit, in the Eternal Devil's Cave, I, Lin Li, will absolutely do my best to protect you." Even the strongest Beastmaster would envy the top-level Demon Cave armed forces. But people are deterred by the side effects. If this is true, then Suyu's value inestimable. In exchange for this, it is worth it for Lin Li, a demigod, to make his own promise. Good. I'll go back and wait for good news. Rest assured. Back at Huan Yuan's house, Chu Xianyin seized the opportunity to pull Suyu over and complain, Suyu, Arya bullied me last night. You have to take care of this for me. Didn't you say you would protect me?" Suyu was stunned. Huh? Wife Arya, what have you done? Arya's eyes were wandering and her smile was strange. Shu Xianyin whispered in Suyu's ear. A faint fragrance wafted through the air. It had to be said that the Sky Fox had none of the sassy air of the Fox clan, but instead was pure and fragrant. Then Suyu's ears turned red. How can it be repaired if I didn't see it? You know, besides liking beautiful women, I also want to see beautiful women in beautiful women. Suyu coughed lightly. Ahem, Xianyin, this can't be called bullying. In this situation, you have to learn to enjoy it. Look, didn't Huan Yuan and Aliyah enjoy themselves last night? Her head was shaking, and although it felt a little strange, she did feel something. Aliyah quietly took out Suyu's phone and said, Little Fox, you dare to tell on your sister? You have a lot to learn. Look, the little one has collected some great things. Go inside and watch and learn. Suyu was startled. Hey! Just when Suyu wanted to stop him, there was a knock on the door. You go in first. Suyu opened the door, and the person who came in was none other than Adam Smith, who had just lost. Suyu said with embarrassment, It may be not convenient for me here. Adam Smith silently drew a triangle in front of him. Excuse me for interrupting you, but I have something important to discuss with you. That vampire of yours is called Alya Tsepasi, right? I came to you because of the matter of the Tsepasi family. Chapter 117, The Pride of the Tsepasi Family and the Blasphemous Plan. Suyu's face turned serious, and he nodded slightly. Come in. Arya took the other two women back to the inner room and listened to the conversation between Suyu and Adam with her mental power. Suyu brewed a pot of tea and was silent for a while before saying, I don't think you would be so kind as to help a complete stranger, so I tentatively assumed that you were either a mouthpiece for the so-called Tsepasi family, or you were doing this for your own benefit. Adam held the teacup. You are really smart. You're right. Suyu frowned. The former, or the latter? Adam, or... Suyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then tell me, see if it is consistent with what I know. Adam carefully chose his words and whispered, You should know that not all vampires come from the demon cave. Vampires have long settled on Blue Star, and the Tsepasi family is the most famous. Their clan leader believes that Arya Tsepasi is undoubtedly related to the Tsepasi family. So I hope you and your vampires can return to the embrace of Lika Kingdom instead of staying in Daxia. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha, no. You don't think that such a light-hearted statement can make me join them, right? Adam smiled wryly and said, The current head of the family, Erwin Tsepasi, thought you would be willing, so they offered you a ticket to freedom. Although I think they are a bit whimsical. Adam's teacher was one of the people in Lika who had the most thorough knowledge of Bactria. Influenced by his teacher, he did not have that innate arrogance. So you felt that his IQ was insulted. Leave Daxia and join you? Putting aside the fact that there are no benefits, just looking at Suyu's abilities and pet, wouldn't he be sliced up and studied by that group of people if he went there? It's not like they haven't done this kind of thing before. Obviously, you know my answer without me having to tell you. You can tell that Tsepasi family that Arya is my wife and has nothing to do with them from now on. If they want to take her away, I promise to make them pay an unbearable price. Arya's heart was pounding in the inner room when she heard it. Although she was an exchange student from there, she had no connection with the so-called vampire family before she became famous. On the contrary, after becoming famous, the Tsepasi family took the initiative to flatter themselves. She didn't want to go back, and even more so, she didn't want to leave Suyu. Fortunately, Suyu's attitude was consistent with hers. Adam drew a triangle in front of him. Yeah, I understand. This is just a cover. Actually, I want to talk to you about another matter, but it also involves the Tsepasi family. I can't say it because of my oath. They've made up their minds, in more ways than one. After Suyu savored it carefully, he frowned and said, I understand. Sure enough, you still want to rob it? Yes, Suyu was not fully aware of the secrets of the Age of God sequence, but the value it demonstrated was definitely the ultimate dream of every beastmaster. Adam was implying that the purpose of this visiting group was actually Suyu. And the slight malice in him probably came from the promise made in the oath. What do you want? Adam's eyes lit up. Really? The strong ones who can survive the dangers of the Devil's Cave have good brains. As he ranks at the top of the 10,000 beasts list, he knows the judgment of the wind and cloud list better than anyone else. Suyu understood. Originally, this was also an oath, but I want to thank one of your Daxia agents. After he obtained this secret, he was no longer bound by the oath. Adam told Suyu about his fusion of number 002 phantom god species and his blasphemous plan. All of us will be treated as human weapons our entire lives. During the experiments, they were implanted with life-threatening poisons. If we disobey orders, they will detonate the poison. If my guess is correct, your vampire, Aliat Sapasi, is a member of the God Generation sequence, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. She possesses the power of immortality belonging to the third true ancestor. This power is my only hope. The switch to detonate the poison is in the hands of our team leader, Brian. I hope to exchange everything I have for a chance to survive. Even if it requires me to sacrifice my soul, I will do it. There was a fierce flash in Adam's eyes. Just like a drowning person clinging to the grass to survive, Suyu may be his only life-saving straw. Suyu understood it in his heart, and looking at it with an empty mind, he realized that it was not false. Chu Shenin also quietly conveyed the message to Suyu, saying that at least Adam did not lie. Maybe it's a limited truth, but it's the truth nonetheless. Suyu asked, selling your soul? Won't your master blame you? I can sense that your power is strong because of your faith, right? Adam drew a triangle in front of him and smiled. A merciful God will never hinder believers from saving themselves. Suyu chuckled. The fame gained through risking one's life will never be wasted. Doubts are bound to exist, but as long as you are truly capable, the real cannot be fake, and the fake cannot be real. Naturally, someone will come to seek refuge. Suyu raised his head and said, in that case, then, I allow it. You are allowed to live. Adam was so emotional that he took several steps back and knelt on the ground to worship. Before the witnesses of the leaderboard, I am willing to make an unbreakable oath. You, like the Lord, have saved my life. I will serve you as I would the Lord. A faint golden light surrounded him. Even on Blue Star, the power of the Fengyun ranking can still penetrate. No one would doubt that Adam, a favored son of Lika, a devout believer, and a hard-working human weapon, would swear allegiance to the not-so-friendly Dasha people. Isn't this also a kind of arrogance? After Adam left, Suyu walked into the inner room and lay on Alia's legs. What do you think? Arya whispered, you decide. Suyu murmured, the Blasphemy Project actually incorporated the Phantom God Seed. How surprising. This is the first time I've heard of something ranking so high. Arya also frowned. Well, the Age of Gods is extremely rare, and the top 3 are even more so, the stuff of myth and legend. We only know they exist, and only occasionally spot their traces. Little guy, will you regret it? What are you regretting? Arya tucked her burgundy hair behind her ears, looking incredibly charming. Meeting me will bring you many enemies. Suyu hugged her back and said, what nonsense are you talking about? It's them who are so arrogant that they regret it. Arya, let's teach those who dared to attack us a lesson. They won't be able to kneel down until their kneecaps are broken. Arya raised her eyebrows slightly and said to Chu Xianin with a smile, did you hear that, sister? Instead of wasting time on yourself, why not blame others? Chu Xianin nodded, not quite understanding. It seemed that he understood the source of Suyu's uniqueness. Chapter 118, Dragon-Level Armament. Hunters thirsting for prey. At night, Linli came again. In the suitcase are the magic weapons that the principal Jiang Huiran took time to make himself. The end result is stunning. No side effects. According to Lin Li's observation, this was the strange beast, under mental control, voluntarily sacrificing its life with absolute loyalty. In this way, the secret treasure produced will not be contaminated by the resentment of the strange beast when it died. Also, because it is voluntary, there will be no exclusivity in human use. After Suyu received it, Lin Li introduced, the dragon-level demon cave armament, the evil-slaying golden eye and the scarlet flame banner, are not very powerful among the dragon-level magic weapons of the same level, due to the limitations of the three-eyed golden lion and the scarlet python clan's ranking in the sequence. But, as you said, these two pieces of weaponry have no side effects. No side effects mean unlimited use. Demon cave armament, evil-breaking golden eye. Level, dragon level. Note, this monocle is crafted from the golden eyes of the three-eyed golden lion. It is renowned for its destructive power and unparalleled strength. Ability, evil-breaking divine light, a holy light that destroys evil, the nemesis of curses and resentment, activated instantly. Demon cave armament, red flame banner. Level, dragon level. Note, this flag, crafted from the red python's heart, will gradually control the earth's veins when driven into the ground, transforming their magical power for its own benefit. Ability, Red Flame Banner. The Red Flame Banner possesses the ability to multiply infinitely. Unless the main banner is defeated, the Red Flame Banner will spread across the earth, releasing destructive red flames as it controls the earth veins. Originally, these two magical weapons had extremely strong side effects. Golden eyes can cause insanity, so you have to be careful every time you use it. In addition to controlling the earth veins, the Red Flame Banner will also burn the Beastmaster's magic circuits. Often, before the user can gain sufficient control of the earth veins, the user will be burned to death. It is a rather useless piece of equipment. But after eliminating the side effects, these two dragon-level magic weapons will probably be among the best in the dragon level. Suyu, who is in the transformation realm, cannot use the dragon-level magic weapon yet. But you can first use a strange fake to downgrade and reproduce it. Suyu accepted it. Linley said, "Don't worry, this matter will not be spread out. This is a serious matter. It's best not to announce it until you become a demigod. Perhaps from now on, the Great Xian 9 guards and the Academic Alliance should no longer be obsessed with killing enemies and taking treasures, but should instead focus on capturing more alive." At the same time, he glanced at Suyu. Suyu knew it well. "No problem, if you catch enough exotic beasts, I will execute them in batches. I only ask for 5 out of every 100. Isn't that too much? As you know, I have a group of beastmen to support, and I'm a bit tight on money." Linley nodded. "Deal." Even though the points are small, Suyu doesn't have to pay any price. The Demon Suppression Guard has 80,000 Beastmasters, and the number of magic weapons they need is enormous. The annual output of the Emperor's Spirit alone is probably no less than 10,000. Linley didn't bargain either. Suyu is quite kind. Of course, this also includes some elements of winning over. This means that if something happens to Suyu in the future, Emperor Ling and the Demon Suppressing Guards, who are bound by interests, will stand by Suyu. Linley pondered, "How about coming every 6 months? Good." After this matter was settled, Linley mentioned another matter. "Suyu, the strategic plan for the Eternal Devil Cave has been finalized. This is Dasha's home turf, and no retreat is allowed. The Demon Suppression Guards and other forces will join forces and take the initiative to attack, hoping to capture another demon city. Due to your special status, with the consent of Garrison Commander Wu Meiming, you have been granted the authority to act independently. It's just that, the international delegation hopes to participate in the battle, and especially hopes to act together with young talents like you from Dasha. So, in terms of the order of participation in the battle, you will most likely act together." So you took a deep breath. "Who came up with this bad idea? Although I expected that this group of people would target me." Suyu also wondered if he could get rid of them in the Devil's Cave. "But I really don't want to bring it into battle, it would be too conspicuous." Suyu wanted to quietly get rid of this visiting group. Linley was quite helpless. "This is the order I received, but I don't know who made the decision." Suyu's eyes moved. "I understand." He touched his chin. It's not impossible." An idea suddenly popped up in Suyu's mind. Linley said anxiously, "Suyu, don't mess around. It would be fine if the delegation suffered casualties on the battlefield, but if..." Suyu interrupted, "In other words, as long as we die on the battlefield, it will be fine? Don't worry, old Lin. I'm going to do it cleanly this time, so no one can find any fault with it." Linley? Did I understand correctly? When you say clean, you definitely don't mean killing completely, right? But looking at Suyu's sincere smile, it should be, no way? Well, Suyu is a person with a broad perspective, so he would definitely not do that. Linley convinced himself, "Anyway, as long as you know what's going on, it's fine. I'll come and take you to the Demon Cave tomorrow." After Linley left, Suyu put away his kind smile. According to intelligence, the visiting delegation only includes one demigod. But the incident in Wangxianlin gave Suyu a wake-up call. Someone outside the country has mastered the method of tearing open the passage to the Devil's Cave. Thinking of this, Suyu decided to make a deal. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, transfer me to the commander of the 1st Battalion of the Dragon Eagle Guard in the Calamity Cave." "Captain Lee, it's me, Suyu. I want to make a deal with you." The visiting delegation's accommodation was brightly lit. But there was no one in the room. After becoming a demigod, Brian, the leader of the visiting group, awakened an extremely rare S-level talent, which is to break through a hidden space. In the space, fireflies illuminated everyone's face. Brian asked, "Adam, what does Suyu mean?" Adam said frankly, he doesn't want to return and warned us not to cause him any trouble.
Brian snorted coldly, humph, that old saying of Dacia really rings true, if you don't accept a toast, you'll be punished.
How come you didn't realize this vampire was Camillo when you were in Rika country? Well, since he has given up his only chance of survival, then let us carry out the Lord's will.
Alexandra, according to the original plan, you were responsible for selling our information to Suyu.
Does he think we don't know that there are void spirits around him? Suyu would never have thought that your talent could completely block your sixth sense. Alexandra smiled and said, of course. At least on the surface, Suyu's impression of me shouldn't be too bad.
In this secret space, a large net gradually formed. However, while the beast craves blood, the hunter also craves prey.
In Zishuan City, Shi Mian received another letter from Suyu.
This time there was only one sentence.
Little demon girl, do you want to kill the seventh prince of the demon tribe?
Chapter 119 Sequence 003 Flugel, The Remains of the Eternal Devil's Cave. The moment she received the letter, Shi Mian's heart was stirred.
What does he mean?
Whenever Suyu was involved, Shi Mian always felt that her brain was not as sharp as usual, and it took her a long time to understand. Although it was just one sentence, combined with Suyu's experience with humans, Shi Mian understood a little bit more.
Can Suyu kill the seventh brother? Shi Mian found it difficult.
Like himself, seventh brother has two demon lords as guardians. Unless a powerful human from the holy domain comes, there will be no problem in protecting seventh brother and helping him escape.
So the question is, can you create a situation where two people can go one-on-one?
Following this line of thought, Shi Mian seemed to have caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of Suyu's plan. The situation in the land of eternal calamity is different from that in the land of disaster.
Their humans have the upper hand.
It is not difficult to create such a situation.
Shi Mian picked up her brush and wrote, to the assholes. Seventh brother, besides commanding the war, this trip also involves a special relic in the land of eternal calamity.
It's said to be the place where a certain god fell. Perhaps to prevent anyone from disturbing their afterlife, the restrictions within are so severe that the deeper you go, the more your strength will be suppressed.
Ultimately, I'm afraid the only realm you can reach is Nirvana. Seventh brother is in the Nirvana realm. If you can really do it, I don't mind giving you some sweet treats. The location is in the desolate sand ridge, 500 miles east of the three-eyed Golden Lion clan's demon city. Shi Mian thought it through and realized that she was always led by Suyu. This time, I will also let you look forward to the benefits I will give you. Li family, a research institute somewhere. Li Mu looked at Shi Xiaolong and said, brother, have you thought it through?
He said with a firm look, of course.
As long as I can get rid of Suyu and get Linger back, I can accept any price. When facing the visiting delegation, he was beaten like a grandson. Suyu almost swept the entire area, his skills were simply amazing.
He will never be able to catch up with that gap in his lifetime. He even noticed that Yen Linger cared more and more about Suyu instead of himself. He didn't want to admit this reality and kept deceiving himself that he could catch up, but
Li Mu nodded slightly, I understand.
Brother Shi, come with me. You may not know this, but the reason our Nine Pillars family is different from others is because Dacia originally had 10 demon caves, one of which has been cleared out.
Shi Xiaolong was shocked, what?
Li Mu patted his shoulder and said, don't be so surprised. What's even more surprising is behind this door. Behind this door is the passage to the demon cave.
A god age once hid in this demon cave, but was captured alive by our Li family.
And she wasn't a half-demon like Kong Huanyuan, who only had a small portion of her bloodline. This was the purest god age, the last descendant of the god age who had broken through to become a demigod. According to our research, those who drink the divine blood have a chance of awakening their own innate talent, but the price is equally tragic. Surviving half of one's body is considered extremely lucky, and many people have died. However, according to the law, the higher the level of innate talent, the greater the chance of success.
Before, we didn't dare to use an S-class Beastmaster. Shi Xiaolong took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to give it a try. Behind Li Mu, an old man walked out from the shadows. Well, you are indeed Xiaomu's friend. The Lu and Yen families chose to join forces with ordinary people. Do you really think they are noble and upright?
They are just jealous of the resources we have. Since Suyu is going to the Eternal Devil Cave, he will definitely be tempted to explore the unique ruins of the Eternal Devil Cave.
Then, it will be your chance.
My friend, as long as you come out alive, the Li family is willing to lend you a helping hand. Sure, Xiaolong didn't quite understand what the old man said, but there was no doubt about it. This might be his only chance. He opened the door. Behind the door, there was an angel who was 100 meters long, shining with golden light, with 18 pairs of white wings spread out behind him. He was wearing a golden eye mask and was tightly bound by countless special chains. Sequence number 003, Flugel 18 wings, 6th wing, Nomia. Outside the door. Li Mu asked, "Grandpa, can he really succeed?" The old man said calmly, "Apart from talent, the deeper the obsession, the more likely one is to succeed. Accepting divine blood will also erase part of his humanity. It just so happens that after he kills Suyu and is completely replaced by divinity, he can become your third pet. Then, you will also be able to possess the God Era sequence. By the way, how's the plan going?" Li Mu said, "I heard from my father that the visiting delegation and the Tsepasi family have agreed. They only need the vampire to return, and we will handle the rest." Alright, the Zhanyu plan cannot fail. If I'm not mistaken, the fox beside him is most likely a divine being. If we allow him to grow up, it will be a devastating blow to the existing order of the 9 families. Foolish Lu Shengyuan wanted to rely on him to fight back against the Li family, but he didn't know that he was courting disaster. Lin Li took Suyu and others to the Eternal Devil's Cave. Also accompanying them were Suyu's team and an international visiting delegation. Lin Li was assigned a task by Jiang Huiren to keep an eye on Brian from the visiting delegation and prevent Suyu from getting into trouble. Now Suyu's value is growing, to the point where no one can ignore it. Suyu also received a reply from Chi Mayan. Fengyun Pavilion is really efficient. Of course, the shipping cost was borne by Chi Mayan. After reading it, Suyu frowned. "Oh Lin, the ruins of the Eternal Devil's Cave, are they very famous?" Lin Li was no longer surprised by Suyu's address. Anyway, he is not too old, not even 40, still in the prime of his life. Being called teacher every day makes him look a bit old. "I was planning to introduce it to you after you got there." "Okay, I'll tell you on the way." There's a reason why Daxia focused its attack on the Eternal Tribulation Demon Cave instead of the Calamity, Thousand Lakes, and other demon caves. This isn't solely due to the Emperor Spirit's performance in the exchange competition. In fact, even if you demon spirits took first place, your attack in the Calamity Demon Cave would be limited to a defensive strategy. Lin Li threw a map to Suyu. The 8 demon cities and the 4 great calamities of the Eternal Tribulation Demon Cave all originated from those ancient ruins. This place was once the battlefield of all races in the Demon Cave. More powerful beings fell here than anywhere else, thus forming ruins of all sizes. Some ruins are much larger than the great cities of Daxia. If you can find a special ruin, you might be able to obtain the remains inside. Of course, most of the prodigies on the rankings you're familiar with are also here. Suyu understood. Is the Eternal Devil's Cave the true gathering place of the geniuses of all races, apart from the restricted area? It is no wonder that Daxia is so concerned about the Eternal Demon Cave. Even after exerting all its strength, it was unable to conquer it. Here, Daxia is the most powerful, and correspondingly, the sequence race is also the strongest. Chi Mayan also gave Suyu information about the 7th prince of the Demon Clan. Chapter 120, Information about the Forgotten City, Wu Meiming's Trust. Name, Chi Mo. Realm, 4th Stage Nirvana Realm. Magic Circuit, 720 Divine Age Foundation plus 320 Star Realm Body plus 69 Extremes Nether Spring Nourishment. Talent, Unrevealed. One is an inherent barrier, which must be different from my Nether Flower. The other is unknown. Ability, Curse of 10,000 Nightmares SS Blood Demon Red Lotus S. Chi Mayan betrayed her brother completely. Without a doubt. Chi Mo's ability is absolutely top-notch. Thousands of magic circuits with inherent barriers. He was accompanied by 2 demon lords. Wanting to kill him is indeed a fantasy. Suyu was sure that Chi Mayan would sell his brother without hesitation, and he happened to figure out the purpose of the Abyss Demon Clan. If he handled it properly, he could divert the disaster away. If Suyu was able to advance to the Nirvana realm and send the 2 demon lords away, there is also the possibility of killing him. Remains. With all kinds of thoughts in mind, Suyu and others entered the Eternal Demon Cave. At this time, the Eternal Devil's Cave was experiencing a storm and snowstorm. The strong wind and heavy snow made everyone feel the bone-chilling cold. Lin Li introduced,
the Emperor spirit is suppressed at the entrance of the demon cave. The closest city to the entrance is Haiyun City. To the southeast of Haiyun City is Lingbai City, and to the northeast is Shirquan City. These three cities are where we, Daxia, are stationed. Apart from them, the closest one is the Golden Beast City where the three-eyed golden lion is. Suyu looked towards the east. This eternal devil's cave was extremely large. If those people wanted to enter from the outside. Suyu shook his head and decided to think about these things later. There is a relic called the Forgotten City near the desolate sand ridge mentioned in Chi Mayan's letter, which is Chi Muai's target. If that's the case. Suyu asked, Old Lin, what are the arrangements for the demon suppression guard? Now Suyu is the leader of the Beast Taming Regiment, and is under the unified command of the headquarters and the Beast Pet Association. His status is obviously higher than that of the battalion commanders, and he does have the right to know some combat plans. Lin Li transmitted his message. Garrison Commander Wu Meiming believes the Eternal Tribulation Devil Cave possesses the capability to launch a strategic decisive battle. He will deliberately create a flaw in Lingbai City's defenses to lure the beasts into a fierce attack on Lingbai City. He will then deploy his main force in Shirquan City. When the enemy forces emerge in full force, he will storm Golden Beast City, where the three-eyed golden lion resides. Using the tactic of besieging Wei to save Zhao, he will force the enemy to retreat. Finally, set up an ambush midway and fight a decisive battle. The demon suppression guards and the headquarters are ambitious and seem not satisfied with the stalemate with the strange beasts. They want to completely pacify one or two demon caves to relieve the defensive pressure. Suyu bit his finger lightly. This plan seemed to be well planned, but it was basically an open conspiracy. But there is a loophole. The commander-in-chief is Chi Muai, and the Abyss Demon Clan doesn't care about the lives of these races. They either break through the demon cave and break into human territory, or send these races away. If you really want to lure all the alien beasts back to help. Suyu said seriously, Old Lin, although it's not my place to interfere in strategic matters, I would like to meet with Commander Wu. Lin Li was rather embarrassed and frowned. Is it important? Commander Wu is probably. Suyu answered firmly, it's very important. If we're not careful, we could kill tens of thousands of beast masters. Daxia can't afford that. I am more or less a member of the Demon Suppression Guard. I am paid by the Demon Suppression Guard. It would be wrong for me to stand by and watch someone die. Seeing Suyu so serious, Lin Li grabbed Suyu's shoulders and flew into the air. Since it's so important. Sooner rather than later. Olju, send the remaining people to Haiyun City. He gave an order and took Suyu away from the spot. The three women were taken back to the beast controlling space by Suyu and taken away together. Haiyun City, Demon Suppression Guard Headquarters. A group of terrifying beings above demigods gathered together. The battle here is commanded by Wu Ma Ming and supervised by Lu Shengyuan. The Demon Suppression Guard is also the most powerful faction in the headquarters, and it is a place where the Nine Pillars family rarely intervenes. Lin Li broke into the Demon Suppression Guard camp and was stopped by the guards at the door. Stop. Lin Li said, I have something urgent to discuss with Commander Wu. It's urgent. Just as the guards were in a dilemma, Wu Ma Ming's voice came from the camp, come in. Within the headquarters. It was Suyu's first time to step into the decision-making meeting of Daxia's top leaders. The mountain-like pressure was shocking. Sitting in the innermost room, Wu Ma Ming, with dark circles under his eyes and a bad look on his face, as if he hadn't slept all night, asked tiredly, what's the matter? Suyu? He was a little surprised. He had asked Xia Tingjin about Suyu's situation in the Calamity Cave. There was no doubt that Suyu was involved in many things and had special sources of intelligence. According to the headquarters speculation, Suyu was very likely to have controlled the ninth prince of the demon tribe through his own abilities. This was not impossible. As for his reluctance to reveal it, it was probably related to the Qingshi Gorge incident. Suyu said, Commander Wu, I want to talk to you alone. Just 2 sentences. This statement quickly caused displeasure among some people. Pei Ruson, a member of the Pei family, asked, Suyu, what do you mean? You broke into the headquarters for no reason and even wanted to have a private meeting with Commander Wu? Are you trying to interfere with military affairs? Suyu frowned. Although the demon suppression guards have tried their best to eliminate the influence of the 9 families, it does not mean that there are no people from the 9 families at all. The Pei family, one of the 9 pillar families, and the Li family seem to be birds of a feather. Wu Ma Ming gently pressed his hand down. Rusong, don't get excited. Okay, Junior, let me hear what you have to say.
As soon as Wu Meiming's hands clasped the table, Suyu and Wu Meiming arrived at another campsite, shrouded in a light mist, as if isolating them from the world.
Suyu's heart tightened. The garrison commander's methods are extraordinary. Commander Wu, Linley told me about the deployment of the demon suppression guards. I dare to think that there is something wrong with it. Wu Meiming frowned.
The war was imminent, and a child was interfering with his strategy.
Which commander would not be furious?
But he held back and said, "Tell me the reason."
Suyu said, 2 points. One is that the demons don't seem to care about the survival of these races.
Even if you break through the Golden Beast City, the Beast Tide may not come to support you.
Secondly, if you trust me,
I'd like to advance to Desolate Sand Ridge, 500 miles east of Golden Beast City.
You can wait for my signal.
The main force will then bypass Golden Beast City and head straight for Desolate Sand Ridge.
It will definitely force the entire Eternal Tribulation Devil Cave to return for help.
Wu Meiming's deep eyes seemed to want to see through Suyu's thoughts. But Suyu seemed to be shrouded in white mist.
The power of the Destiny signpost blocks detection. Where is it?
A relic, the Forgotten City, seems to be the target of the 7 princes of the Demon Clan.
He was silent for a moment. I approve. Go ahead.
If you can find his trace, the entire Demon Suppression Guard will be your backup. Wu Meiming's brow, which had been furrowed with worry for a long time, seemed to relax slightly.
Suyu, since you brought it up, I'll bet the fate of the Eternal Devil's Cave on you. Xia can't afford to delay any longer, and I'm different from old Xia. Don't worry, no one can hold you back in the Demon Suppression Guard. Chapter 121, Night Banquet Gathering. We want the biggest pie.
It took Wu Meiming less than a minute to make the decision. But after he received the news of the Beast Tide in the Eternal Demon Cave, he stayed awake for 4 days and 4 nights to deduce the direction of the battle, and his brain was always thinking at a high intensity. After the 2 pieces of information given by Suyu, he corrected his thoughts.
Wu Meiming made a judgment immediately. You can take a gamble.
The plan seems simple, but that's how war works. Whoever makes fewer mistakes wins everything.
Try to simplify the entire plan and let each unit only take on one task.
Suyu's information made Wu Meiming's judgment on the outcome of the war slightly tilt towards humans. His fingers snapped again, and time passed, and he returned to the headquarters.
Everyone quickly looked at Suyu and Wu Meiming. Just as they were about to speak, Wu Meiming spoke first. Suyu, act according to your own plan. Suyu clasped his fists and said, Yes, thank you, Commander. The commander was able to convince Wu Meiming effortlessly, which showed that at least he had the magnanimity to tolerate others.
Although, it would arouse his suspicion about Suyu's source of information.
But that doesn't matter. The King Shixia incident taught Suyu one thing.
Your fist determines right and wrong. The rest of the people in the headquarters were all confused, not knowing what Suyu and Wu Meiming had talked about in those few minutes. And Wu Meiming obviously had no intention of revealing it.
Pei Rusong couldn't help but ask, Commander Wu, the battle plan.
Wu Meiming smiled and said, The battle plan remains unchanged, except that the Shirquan City troops originally planned to attack Golden Beast City will be led by me personally. Rusong, you and the others should guard Lingbai City together.
Pei Rusong frowned.
Setting an ambush halfway in the attack on Golden Beast City was undoubtedly the greatest military achievement and the task that was easiest to reap a good harvest.
Defending the city was purely a hard job. He felt a little unhappy.
But this is the Demon Suppression Guard, and his say is really not that important. Wu Meiming comforted him appropriately. Don't worry, you will definitely get a share of the spoils from the strange beasts annihilated in the ambush circle. I won't let you defend the city in vain. Pei Rusong and the others then relaxed their expressions a little. Okay, we will follow Commander Wu's orders. In a war to conquer the Eternal Devil's Cave, Wu Meiming cannot afford to make any mistakes. After Linley and Suyu came out, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart.
He actually managed to convince Wu Meiming. Suyu is really always bringing surprises to others. Suyu said, Lao Lin, are you going to follow me next, or?
Linley sighed, Principal Jian wants me to protect you and keep an eye on Brian from the visiting delegation. As a fellow demigod, he won't have a chance to harm you with me around.
After all, you're going to act together later. Suyu scratched his chin, okay. Then come with me. Let's go meet my lovely members. Cute. Linley didn't understand why Suyu used this word. Besides, When did your beast tamers come to the eternal tribulation Devil's Cave? Although the passage to the Devil's Cave has been open these days, I've never seen an order for more than a few thousand people to enter at the same time. With this doubt, Linley was taken by Suyu to a valley 100 miles outside Haiyun City. Linley didn't quite understand why he came here. Since Commander Wu has allowed you to move freely, why don't you wait for the visiting delegation to arrive and then choose a battlefield to participate in? Suyu stood on the top of the mountain. Arya held a blood-red lotus in her hands and raised it to the air. The blood lotus gradually grew bigger, like the most dazzling and gorgeous thing in the dark shadows. And this is the symbol of the night banquet. Suyu shouted, "Where is the night banquet?" Suddenly, people wearing strange masks emerged from the cave and appeared at the bottom of the valley. Linley was shocked. Even with his demigod perception, he couldn't realize that there was a legion of more than 3,000 people hidden under the valley. The fake thousand-change painted skin cannot completely imitate the scent, but it can only modify the scent to look like ordinary flowers and plants. Although it is extremely crude, who can tell whether the scent of flowers and plants in the wilderness is real or fake? Exist. Exist. The cries were completely different from the way he had lost his fighting spirit when he was rescued. Even the murderous aura and smell of blood filled the air, making Linley, a demigod, feel a chill of murderousness. What the hell is wrong with these people? Suyu reattached their broken limbs, allowing them to stand up again. He gave them life essence and allowed them to become beast masters again. Now, it is time for them to take back their own dignity. Suyu said, "You have only one mission. At the most critical moment of the war, when you hear the signal from desolate Sand Ridge and see the monsters rushing towards that direction like crazy, you must storm the undefended Golden Beast City as quickly as possible. Don't be afraid of the demonic plant that protects the city. It cannot leave the demonic city. Once its power spreads beyond the demonic city, it will weaken. That will be the time for you to eradicate it completely. Take away the secret treasure of the Golden Beast City, trample on their lives, and kill all enemies. Then rush to the next demon city without stopping. You must destroy at least 2 demon cities for me before others react. The night banquet beast tamers are only allowed to eat the biggest pieces of cake and the most delicious flesh. All that's left for others is slop. Do you understand?" Thousands of people raised their heads in unison. "We will win. We will win." The deafening sound and the overflowing murderous aura were chilling. Linley was speechless. Didn't Commander Wu agree to attack Golden Beast City? Changed? After careful observation, Linley found that this group of people was quite powerful. If they were placed in the Demon Suppression Guard, they could at least be as powerful as 5 battalions. No wonder there was so much resistance when Suyu was forming a group. What exactly did he take out to exchange with the headquarters? What's even more terrifying is that it seems that all of these people are extremely wealthy. Who among them has at least 5 pieces of ghost-level weapons? Oh my god, how much did Suyu give? Although this item isn't very valuable to a demigod, once multiplied by 3 or 4,000, it would be hard for an average demigod to come up with this kind of wealth. Looking at the stunned Linley, Suyu patted his shoulder. "Old Lin, are you interested in joining our dinner party?" Linley laughed. What a guy, he even set his sights on a demigod like me. Linley stood with his hands behind his back and said confidently, "Suyu, although your fortune is indeed considerable, you must know that I am first and foremost Di Ling's teacher. Besides, the price of hiring a demigod is not something you can just casually say." Before he could finish his words, he saw Suyu playing with a strange fruit, pear-shaped, with an yin-yang fish engraved with it, depicting the flow of yin and yang, just like the 8 trigrams, with yang representing holiness and yin representing darkness. It was undoubtedly a magic fruit from the forbidden area. Things that can forcibly improve one's spiritual power are hard to find. I was thinking that if I had enough money. Linley cleared his throat, ahem. Although I am Emperor Spirit's teacher, Emperor Spirit is an institution, not a power, and does not restrict instructors from joining any beast taming group. Chapter 122, Storms Rise, the forgotten ancient city reappears. You know, Suyu, I have always been firmly on your side. Linley himself felt that it was a bit shameless to say so. But, the means to improve spiritual power are so scarce in this world. He is already a demigod, but his mental power is limited to the spirit sea realm like Suyu. If he can go one step further, it will be an unprecedented qualitative change. Linley had to admit that if Suyu really offered this price, he could not think of any reason to refuse. Suyu put it away with a smile. "Ha, Lao Lin, let me tell you, nothing is impossible. But I only have one left. Linley couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Come to think of it, this stuff isn't enough for me, so how can there be surplus? Suddenly, Suyu changed the subject and said seriously, if I can achieve nirvana smoothly, maybe I can give you one. He didn't forget. All talents will experience a leap after reaching nirvana. It is very likely that the S-level talent, Strange Fake, will evolve to SS level. If so, there is hope of achieving a perfect replica. After the magic circuit was generated, the output of reproduction using magic power instead of physical strength increased by at least 10 times. What will happen after nirvana is hard to imagine. Linley's eyes regained their luster, and after struggling for a moment, he said, to be honest, it's already very difficult for a 7th level beast tamer to make further progress. As long as you can do it after nirvana, I will join your beast taming group as you wish. Sorry, Principal Jiang. Good. Just as the two were imagining the future, a beam of light shot straight into the sky in the distance from the Eternal Devil's Cave. Even thousands of miles away, it was still clearly visible. Someone has explored the geographical conditions of the Demon Cave and found that the Demon Cave is different from the Blue Planet. Its surface is flat, but it is also moving. A beam of light shone into the sky, dispersing the howling wind and snow in the Devil's Cave. A clear sky appeared, and light shone in all directions, even the list of the best in the sky was shining brightly. What happened? Suyu asked puzzledly. Linley's face was solemn. This is the symbol of the relic's emergence. The higher the realm of the demonic beasts that perished on this battlefield countless years ago, the louder the noise their relics made when they were revealed. This pillar of light. I'm afraid a powerful Saint Realm expert once fell here. Speaking of the Holy Land, even the demigod Linley was filled with yearning. Although there are only 2 levels of realm, that distance seems unattainable. Suyu suddenly realized, no wonder. It turned out to be the remains of a Holy Land. No wonder even the 7th prince of the Abyss Demon Clan has set his sights on it. Linley said with some regret, although the discovery of the ruins caused quite a stir, it's not easy to confirm their location. The phenomena of heaven and earth caused by the discovery of these ruins are too huge, and the actual scale still needs to be explored. Suyu smiled and said, I know where it is. Lao Lin, take me to Desolate Sand Ridge. Besides, doesn't the visiting delegation want to travel with me? I'll just take them all with me. It would be hard to explain if I killed you somewhere else. But in the ruins, if you die, it's because you are greedy. Don't blame others. Linley took a deep breath. No wonder Suyu was able to convince Wu Ma Ming. It turned out he had the intelligence already. Good. Golden Beast City, City Lord's Mansion. Jinja, the city lord of the three-eyed golden lion, knelt on the ground, looking up at the superior species from the restricted area. Sitting in the city lord's mansion, a slightly melancholy man, wearing a black robe with exaggerated patterns, a short knife shining with cold light on his waist, a high nose bridge and thin lips, as well as long crimson hair belonging to the demon clan, all exuded the powerful deterrence of a superior. The 7th prince of the Abyss Demon Clan, Chimu Wai. Jinja didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise the 2 demon lords beside Chimu Wai would crush him to ashes in an instant. The 3 major forces in the restricted area are the Well of Gods and Demons, Dragon's Nest Island and the Forest of Light and Shadow. Every year, a leader is sent in turn to command the battles in the marginal areas. And every time it is the turn of the Abyss Demons, it is the most difficult time. Your Highness, the ruins have been unearthed. Do you want to postpone the attack? It asked cautiously. Chimu Wai played with his dark purple dagger. No. You 5 tribes keep up the pressure. If we don't drive these lowly humans out of the land of eternal damnation, these ruins will always be intruded upon. Jinja, you don't want to? Sweat dripped from Jin Zhang's forehead. He knelt on the ground and said hurriedly, Your Highness, the three-eyed Golden Lion clan will absolutely follow your orders. The 5 tribes have assembled in Golden Beast City and will attack Shirquan City and Lingbai City at dawn tomorrow. Chimu Wai nodded gently, yeah. After Jin Zhang left panting, Honored Eagle said, Your Highness, we've already found out that the person who fell here was probably a Saint Realm expert, and it's very likely that this is the place where one of the 18 wings of the Skyflugel fell. That place is very spooky. I specifically asked the name of a 3-eyed golden lion and threw it in. In less than half an hour, I couldn't even remember its name. Chimu Wai's eyes lit up. Will the world gradually forget about the forgotten ancient city after we die there? The Eagle Venerable said, Yes. After I returned, I searched the roster of the 3-eyed golden lion and discovered that his name had also vanished. Only his family remembered him.
This power of forgetfulness should only erase traces of those with less profound ties.
Chimo nodded slightly. What a pity. Otherwise, I can bury all my brothers here. Forget it. As long as I can get the relics of the Holy Land inside, this trip will not be a loss.
My ninth brother is still unhappy because I took over the command, without even considering his own strength.
Venerable Eagle smiled and said, Indeed, the depths of this ancient city will suppress any existence to the Nirvana realm. Although the ninth prince is quite talented, he may not be a match for a true Nirvana genius in the forbidden area. Only if the seventh prince takes action, these sacred relics will never fall into the hands of others. Number 1 on the 1,000 Ghosts list, invincible in Nirvana. This is the source of Venerable Eagle's trust in Chimu Y. No need for an escort and no need to worry. If they can't even sweep Nirvana, it's time for them to change masters. After the night banquet beast taming group set out, they hid in the mountains and lurked in the plains, and slowly explored the Golden Beast City in batches. Suyu followed Linley back to Haiyun City, and went to Huangsha Ridge together with the international visiting group and Suyu's team. The members of the visiting group had long heard of the mysteries of the ruins of the Eternal Demon Cave and gladly accepted the opportunity to explore the ruins. They naturally knew the danger and wrote letters in advance and sent them back to their respective countries, stating that their life and death had nothing to do with Dasha. On the road. While Suyu's team was still asking Suyu about the ruins, Alexandra from the visiting delegation came over. His long dark brown hair and light blue gem-like eyes complemented each other so well that several male members of Suyu's team couldn't help but take a second look at him. Suyu, do you mind if I join your team?
Speaking of relationships, our Mao Xiong nation seems to be closer to your Daxia nation than the other members of the visiting delegation.
Chapter 123, Holy Land Relics, Pride of Each Race. Alexandra's smile was genuine, without a trace of falsehood.
Coupled with her beautiful face, it is easy for people to believe what she says. The boys in Suyu's team rushed to show their courtesy to Suyu, and Li Su and Wei Gang had already started chatting with her.
Suyu laughed. No buddy, are you so hungry? Since the war in the Calamity Demon Cave came extremely suddenly, war is the fastest ladder for people to grow. Even Li Su and Jishui and others successfully reached the transformation realm. If they didn't win the war and receive the rewards for their achievements, with their talent, it would take at least another year to achieve this. Nearly 60,000 enemy chiefs were beheaded in the disaster area, and countless materials and treasures were harvested. Even if they were distributed equally, everyone would have a lot, not to mention that they first followed Suyu and then Lu Shen, and ate a lot of meat. The ancients were right, a cannon shot is worth a fortune. Just as Suyu was sighing, he noticed Adam looking at him from a distance. Adam made an inverted triangle gesture in front of Suyu. Suyu's pupils narrowed. This devout man always draws an equilateral triangle, but this time he made an inverted triangle. I see. This Alexandra is unreliable.
Suyu narrowed his eyes and smiled, You're welcome anytime. The fighting ability displayed by the young lady is quite good.
It can offset Xuanin's ability. Most people don't have such talent.
With you here, I'll feel a lot more relaxed even when facing a strong enemy.
Li Su leaned over to Suyu and whispered, Godfather, I beg you, you have so many beautiful girls, please leave some soup for the brothers. Suyu glanced at him. Look at what you have accomplished.
However, allowing them to please each other might help Alexandra relax her guard.
Okay, I won't compete with you.
Alexandra pursed her red lips and said, Thank you, may the friendship between our two countries last forever. Then, she paused slightly and said hesitantly, Actually, there's another reason.
When I was visiting the delegation, I kept hearing them discussing things about you, Suyu, intentionally or unintentionally, and they weren't very friendly. Although some of the language is difficult to understand, it seems that they are planning something. You must be on guard.
Alexandra reached out and held Suyu's hand and said worriedly.
Suyu gently pulled his hand back, Thank you.
But miss, I already have a lady I love, so don't hold the hand of a strange man easily in Dasha. Alia on the side raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Although this girl looks okay, her looks are not enough to make her give up Suyu.
Alexandra smiled politely, As long as you are prepared. I'm on your side.
Before we came, our Grand Duke instructed us to be friendly with Dasha and to break with the visiting delegation if necessary.
If we enter the ruins, I hope you can give us your guidance. Suyu nodded, Yeah.
At the same time, a trace of fear emerged in my heart. This guy did not fully demonstrate his abilities in Pet, probably intending to give Suyu a fatal blow at the most critical moment.
And she concealed it very well, even the ethereal heart couldn't sense any malice.
I don't know if it's ability or the magic cave's weaponry. The group, each with their own agenda, bypassed the Golden Beast City and arrived near the desolate sand ridge. There is no grass growing within 300 miles around Huangshaling, only Gobi Desert and vast desert. The closer they got, the more Suyu and others discovered that there was a town in the distance that had never appeared on the map.
Town? Where can there be a town in this desolate mountain area? Stupidly Su, didn't you hear Suyu say that this is called a relic?
According to legend, it is a mausoleum where the powerful men of the demon cave guarded their remains after their death.
Turtle, this ruin is so huge. I thought it was a cave in some remote mountain area. Not just Li Su. Even Suyu was coming into contact with the ruins in the demon cave for the first time. Judging from its size, the forgotten ancient city must occupy an area of at least 50 miles. It is magnificent and ancient, and the faint pressure it exudes is heart-pounding. Sanctuary ruins. What exactly exists inside?
Linley couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. Suyu, most ruins have restrictions.
Once we step in, I'm afraid Brian and I will be suppressed. It's hard to guarantee who will come. The sanctuary ruins are extremely rare even in the restricted area of the demon cave.
In recent years, there have often been geniuses from the top sequence races who came to the Eternal Demon Cave to participate in the looting of the ruins.
However, due to the existence of restrictions, different demon caves have different restrictions on beastmasters.
This has resulted in the human race being unable to rely on accumulating the number of strong people to occupy some demon caves. Once the races are pitted against each other in terms of innate talent, many beastmasters often find themselves at a disadvantage. Therefore, over the years, humans have lost more than they have won in the battle for the ruins of the Eternal Cave.
Suyu smiled and said, "Relax, old Lin. I won't lose to someone of the same realm as me." Linley nodded slightly.
Indeed, even if they are geniuses in the restricted area, since everyone is in the transformation realm, someone may be able to defeat Suyu, but Suyu is still safe if he wants to protect himself.
People came to the foot of the ancient city wall.
The city wall emitted a gray light, which rose from the bottom to the sky. It was like a wall of size that no one could cross.
If you want to go in, you have to go through the main entrance.
The main gate is the magnificent Tianmen. Suyu used his mental power to investigate and found that it has 999 steps. A crimson ball of light flickered in the sky above Tianmen,
as if warning everyone not to try to be clever.
Lu Xian's eyes moved slightly. She didn't expect that after following Suyu to the Eternal Devil Cave, she would encounter such a great opportunity.
But opportunity often means danger.
At the end of the sky, a carriage pulled by 6 dark horses came out of thin air, followed by a goshawk and a golden eagle, like guardians on both sides. The terrifying majesty reminded people of a familiar feeling.
Lu Xian's pupils constricted. Abyss Demon Clan. Is it really impossible for them to miss each other since they are closer? Suyu frowned. The 7th prince of the demon clan, Chi Mu Wai?
In addition to him, more and more alien races appeared from multiple directions, like a surging wind in clouds.
A dragon roar tore through the sky, and a giant dragon transformed into a human form and landed on the ground. It was a man with black hair and black dragon scales covering his body. The ground shook, and trees rose from the ground. On the trees stood several elves with dark skin, golden eyes, and pointed ears. And various ethnic groups. The Shadow Clan, the Black Turtle of Heaven's Fate, the Red Flame Demon. It's not just humans, and not just Chi Mu Wai, who are rushing to the ruins. Some of them are countless geniuses in the demon cave. It seemed like they had crossed the Forbidden Sea just for the holy ruins in the land of eternal calamity. Chi Mu Wai, I didn't expect you to come here too. Longjia, why don't you stay on your Dragon Nest Island and wade into this mess? Do you want to become this prince's mount? Really? Speaking of which, we haven't even competed yet. It's hard to say whether you can hold your ground as the number 1 on the 1,000 Ghosts list. Chapter 124, Ancient City Stairs. Waves wash away all the dust. Longjia raised his dragon claws, eager to try, and seemed not to think that Chi Mu Wai, the so-called number 1 on the 1,000 Ghosts list, was scary at all. We are all from the Age of Gods, but the Dragon Clan is still superior to the Demon Clan. But what he didn't expect was that the special forest elves, the night elves and light elves who lived in the forest of light and shadow also came. Sequence ranking number 010 Gifted Elf. The power of elves blessed by special beings is far greater than that of ordinary elves. Since you two are so interested, I also want to test your skills. A night elf walked out from the elven tree canopy and murmured softly. Shimohuai snorted coldly, "Humph, Kayla, you'd better take care of yourself. The relationship between the three major forces within the restricted area is not good. Taking turns commanding battles in marginal areas is nothing more than a compromise. A compromise that rushes into the starting point. Unfortunately, although many human enemies have been eliminated from hundreds of demon caves, it is still very difficult to rush into the starting point. The three parties had no choice but to reduce the fighting as much as possible. It also reduces conflicts among the various ethnic groups that follow the three major tribes. This does not mean not to fight. On the contrary, the dark forces behind the scenes are becoming more and more vicious. Especially this relic, if you die in it, there will be no evidence. Shimohuai had anticipated their arrival and had some plans in mind. Now that you are here, you will sleep forever in these ruins. It might be your honor to die together with the strong men of the Holy Land. The other races followed the three major tribes and formed three distinct camps. But outside these three camps, Shimohuai and other demons noticed that there was another special team. Human beings. Shimohuai, Longjia, and Kyla frowned slightly. Human beings are the most special existence among the sequence groups. Although he clearly does not have any magic circuits or physical strength, and is ranked at the bottom of the sequence, he is miraculously able to contract with all kinds of strange beasts, allowing him to surpass the latecomers. Although they are far from being comparable to the powerful races in the restricted area, the development in recent years can't help but make the monsters worried. Especially since this group of lowly last-placed ones have even frequently made news of their victories over higher-ranked ones, this has caused these demons to harbor even more hatred towards humans. I didn't expect that this group of lowly tribes would also get involved here. Long Jia said contemptuously. Shimohuai snorted coldly, "If it weren't for you guys hindering us, we would have driven the human race out of the land of eternal calamity long ago. How could we have them occupy nearly half of our territory now?" Kyla sneered, "You can't say that, Prince Chi. If you hadn't stabbed me in the back last year, my clan would have wiped out half of the demon suppression guards in Golden Beast City. How could all this trouble come about?" At the same time, the three monsters also felt it. There are quite a lot of divine auras among the human race. This group of lowly humans actually reached out to mythology. What a blasphemy this is. Long Jia stood with his hands behind his back. "If you want to kill the humans first, Brother Chi, I promise that I will not interfere." Kayla also extended her hand and made a pleased gesture. Shimohuai sneered in his heart. "Will I believe your nonsense? There are two demigods among this group of humans. If they really fight, the two demon lords will easily win, but it is not a good thing to reveal the secret to the Dragon Clan and the Gifted Elves. Even in Shimohuai's opinion, it would be better to reveal the truth to the human race, as that would pose less of a threat. He said calmly, "Humph, boring. This ancient city staircase will eliminate them. Why make wedding dresses for others? Now the 5 tribes are attacking Lingbai City and Shirquan City. Once I finish exploring the ruins, I will deal with these humans." Kyla and Long Jia had the same idea as Shimohuai, and had no intention of fighting with the human race right now. They just noticed that the human who had escaped from the 9th prince of the abyss time and time again seemed to have come too. Kira whispered something to the elf beside her. "Maybe he is a good seedling, and it would be great to take him back and make him a slave." Suyu glanced over and found that he had seen no less than 10 of the god generation sequences that were usually extremely difficult to encounter. Together with the geniuses of the upper sequence races behind them, they were a very influential young generation team even in the restricted area. Sure enough, his decision to ask Wu Maming to raid Huangsha Ridge was correct. Even if there are more than 20 demigods and several myths among all races, once danger arises here, even if it means sacrificing the 5 cities, these people from the restricted area will urge them to return for rescue. Otherwise, if any one of them dies, the wrath of the restricted area is not something the marginal land races can bear. Linley looked at Brian and said, "Brian, do you want to go in with the delegation?" The gray light restriction emanating from the city wall had a very obvious effect on suppressing the realm. It's hard to say whether they can retain half of their strength after entering. The deeper you go, the greater the danger. Brian said, "I have to go in. If the visiting group suffers a great loss and I'm not there, I can't afford it." Linley took a deep breath and said, "Then, I'll go too." He must keep a close eye on this one and only demigod. In the dark, Bairuhue followed Suyu and his daughter by Yaching. He was also a little surprised when he first arrived. Bai Ruhui's concealment method was so good that he was not even discovered by the demon lord. He was thinking, should he follow Suyu in, or? Suddenly, he saw Suyu looking around in the distance, as if looking for something, and then he gently made a gesture with his hands. Bai Ruhui understood immediately. This is asking him to go find Wu Ma Ming. The time has come. Notify the demon suppression guards, point their swords at the desolate sand ridge, and capture this group of people in one fell swoop. Bai Ruhui understood what he should do and quietly disappeared. Chimu Wai said to the two demon lords beside him, Eagle, come with me, and Eagle, you stay outside and guard. Only one demon lord is needed to follow and pass through the outermost area. Leaving a myth outside is also a plan to intercept the gains of the ruins if someone leaves the ruins early. The arrangements for the other two tribes are almost the same. Then, Chimu Wai took the lead and stepped onto the stairs in front of the Tianmen gate of the ancient city. A torrent of spiritual power rushed down in an instant, and the skin was trembling under the pressure of the faint magical ripples. But Chimu Wai was not afraid at all and climbed up the Tianmen step by step. Long Jia, Kaila, and other tribes followed closely behind. Suyu said, let's go too. Hold on as long as you can. If you can't, ask me for the life essence. Everyone nodded and followed him up the stairs. Suyu asked Arya and the other two girls to return to the beast-controlling space. It was just a gate, so there was no need to use immortality. He didn't want to expose Arya's abilities in front of the geniuses in the demon cave. Suyu stepped onto the stairs, and the torrent of magic power was like a flood, as if it wanted to wash him away in an instant. Fortunately, the powerful strength of his Star Realm body was enough to hold on. It was a bit difficult for others. Even Lu Xian, who made the fastest progress in the team besides Suyu, had a look of pain on her face. Chapter 125, The Stairway to Heaven is not just a battle of egos. Brian turned around and asked with a hint of worry, can everyone hold on? As a demigod, this torrent of magic power was not a problem for him, but he was worried about whether others could enter the ruins. Battlefields and ruins are considered the best alchemy stones for beastmasters. There are records of even mediocre beastmasters suddenly rising to prominence on the battlefield, and there are quite a few of them. Although the visiting delegation secretly targeted Suyu, that was later. For now, entering the ruins should be the top priority. Arthur and the others nodded slightly. They are all geniuses from different countries, so they won't be eliminated at the beginning. However, a few members of Suyu's team were struggling. Although they had experienced the baptism of war and had made great progress, the progress in tempering their bodies was not fast. Li Su and Jishui and the others felt suffocated by the waves of magical energy with every step they took, and needed to stay still for a long time. However, in the progress of climbing the stairs before the heavenly gate, the human race seems to be lagging behind. Chimu Wai, the leader, took the lead and had already stepped onto the 100th step, followed closely by Long Jie and Kaila. The other superior races are at levels 70 or 80, while the human race falls behind level 50. The two demigods, Linley and Brian, naturally hoped that more people could enter the ruins, so they took the initiative to stand in front of everyone and bear more of the magic torrent, so they did not walk very fast. With the help of the two demigods, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Of course, not all of humanity is left behind. When Suyu realized that the human race was lagging behind, he distributed some life essence to everyone, and he strode forward, surpassing many superior races such as the fire demon and reaching the first echelon. Adam followed closely behind and walked not far behind the first echelon. Brian frowned and thought to himself. The potential of this guy Suyu is truly unfathomable, and he is not inferior even to the geniuses of all races. How did he elevate his body to the strength of the star realm and the transformation realm with the starry glow emanating from his body? The professor was right. Suyu will become a serious threat to the country of Lika in the future and must be eliminated. He glanced at Lin Li next to him again. Do you think a demigod can protect him? I'm not the only one who wants to take action. He looked back, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. One after another, sporadic humans quietly climbed up the stairs to the heavenly gate. Li family, Kai Paisai, did you succeed? The first 300 steps were not difficult for the first echelon, and they walked smoothly. However, the middle 400 steps were a little difficult. Suyu's strong body was washed by the magic power and splashed with some blood. Chimu Wai also frowned. The owner of the ruins did not want anyone to break in, and the Skygate stairs he set up indiscriminately attacked all living beings. Even demigods and lords endured their fair share of the magical torrent in the last 300 steps. Boom!
One of the fire demons was so reckless that it was swept away by the torrent before it could even find its footing, and was crushed into a pulp. In the distance, in another demon cave, Chi Mayan was using a special amethyst ball to observe every move at the gate of the forgotten ancient city. In addition to acting stupidly in front of Suyu, her mind is not simple. She has planted her own spies among the subordinate races following Chimu Wai. To her surprise, Suyu is only less than 5 steps behind Chimu Wai in this ladder to heaven. Could this guy really kill Brother 7? Let me take a good look, you bastard. When Suyu stepped onto the last 100 steps, there were fewer and fewer people and monsters behind him, and most of them stopped halfway and could not move forward. Suyu finally saw the end of the stairs. It was a seemingly ordinary cloth bag, but when it opened its mouth it could blow out an endless torrent of magic power. Secret treasure. It's definitely not an ordinary secret treasure. Suyu quickly sent a message to Linli. After Linli calmed Lu Xian and the others, he told Suyu that he must rush up and get this secret treasure. Compared to beastmasters and exotic beasts at lower levels, the restrictions on the last 300 levels above demigods are actually even greater. He even caught up with the Eagle Venerable of the Abyss Demon Clan. Moreover, in the last 300 steps, it is extremely difficult to use any ability. The torrent of magic power is not only destroying the body, but also severing the magic circuit, and the supply of magic power is disappearing. Chimu Wai, Long Jie and Kyla also obviously noticed the roaring torrent of the cloth bag, and no longer hid, and rushed forward with all their strength. Black mist was rising from Chimu Wai's body, dragon scales were on Long Jie's body, and behind Kyla, flowers, plants and trees emerged from the torrent and clung to the ground. One step at a time, one step forward. Suyu didn't dare to hold back any longer. If Chimu Wai got the cloth bag, and he got in a bad mood and blew him away while blocking the wind behind him, that would be bad. Arya. Hearing Suyu's call, Arya appeared behind Suyu. The eternal red healed all of Suyu's wounds. The Blood Queen's forced control made Suyu take several steps in a row, and he actually walked in front of Chimu Wai. Chimu Wai widened his eyes. He was in the Nirvana realm, so the devilish wind he endured was naturally more terrifying, but he still didn't expect that he would be surpassed by lowly humans. Long Jie and Kyla gritted their teeth, the breath of the age of gods. Damn, it's the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. This place seemed perfect for her. Now the three of them didn't dare to hide anymore. Long Jie's hands transformed into dragon claws, clawing at the ground one by one as he advanced. Undeterred by the demonic wind, his powerful claws leaped over 20 or 30 steps in a row, accelerating rapidly. The night elf Kira turned half of her body into light. Inheriting both the attributes of light and darkness, she blended them into one, using the blade of light and darkness to break through the demonic wind. Chimu Wai even exhaled a breath of demonic energy and directly used himself to unfold his inherent barrier. Chi Mayan's barrier is a dark flower. His barrier is a locust tree. But in the stairway to heaven, the barrier was affected by the devil's wind and could not be deployed smoothly, but it was able to resist the devil's wind and move smoothly. Suyu smiled. There is also this trick. Huan Yuan. Huan Yuan left the beast taming space, and she started Witch's Night after she had already finished chanting it completely. The upside-down headless witch and the starry night barrier further offset the demonic wind. Suyu jumped 50 steps in a row and jogged all the way along this terrifying staircase. The ethereal witch. He's actually a beastmaster who possesses 2 divine ages simultaneously. It really gave Chimu Wai, Long Jie and Kyla a little shock. What's even more terrifying is that Suyu is already at the front, only 10 steps away from reaching the summit. The three of them stared with wide eyes, never expecting that the most despicable human being would be able to steal their chicken successfully. No! Chimu Wai couldn't tolerate it, even if he was baptized by the magic wind, even if activating his ability might make things difficult for Long Jie and Kyla, he couldn't tolerate it. 10,000 Nightmares Curse. From his evil eyes, endless curses and vengeance attacked Suyu from behind like vengeful spirits. Suyu glanced. Shanine. Chuxuanin's 9 snow feathers blocked behind her, she held the guqin in her arms and played the Luosheng Qingming song. The tide of the blue sea rises, and with the blessing of the magic wind, the power of Qingming Chu is strengthened and pours down. Boom! The power of the curse was dissolved by the power of music. The surge of magic power actually gave Suyu a push, allowing him to directly cross the last 10 steps, which were originally the most difficult. Chapter 126, Magical Secret Treasure Linksy Bag. You people are so nice. Chimu Wai never expected that the power of the curse that could kill with one strike could be dissolved. What made him even more embarrassed was that the airwave generated by the explosion pushed Suyu near the pocket that released the magic wind.
Long Jia and Kyla were both shocked. Fox.
The 9 pure white tail feathers were as white as snow, and her face seemed to be decorated with some special magic. Although she was still beautiful, people did not immediately associate her with a certain existence.
It wasn't until she used the waves of magic wind to deflect Chi Mui's attack that they realized this seemed to be the legendary Snow Feather Sky Fox.
An ordinary and lowly human being actually contracted 3 gods.
Unheard of.
If the mask were to be removed, one would wonder what kind of peerless beauty would be hidden beneath it.
Suyu stood in front of the pocket that released the magic wind and stroked it gently. Hee. The 7th prince of the demon tribe? You're such a nice guy. Are you afraid that little dragon and the little elf will get it before me?
In one sentence, 3 people are disgusted at the same time.
Veins popped out on Chi Mui, Long Jia, and Kyla's foreheads.
Although the latter knew that this was just lowly humans being humiliated, it made sense when he thought about it carefully. Judging from the vicious competitive relationship among the 3 tribes, it is really possible that they would rather give benefits to humans than to the 2 of them.
Long Jia and Kyla looked at each other. Could this human have secretly reached some kind of agreement with Chi Mui? It's not impossible. That's what conspiracy theories are like. As long as you think about it, there are countless reasons and excuses.
Chi Mui felt the strange gazes. Especially being treated like this by mere humans. In his heart, Suyu had been quietly included in the kill list, just like his brothers and sisters. Looking at Chi Mui with a sinister face, Chi Mayan in front of the amethyst ball felt so happy. This bastard is really capable. It's only been a few days since we last met, but your strength has improved significantly. If she thought carefully, she would realize that all the progress was made thanks to the supplies given by Chi Mayan. Unconsciously, she felt a little relieved in her heart.
Is it because Suyu stepped on Chi Mui for her? Or is it because Suyu improved thanks to the things she gave him? Suyu smiled lightly and put the cloth bag away.
The moment he touched it, the golden and blue patterns on the pocket lit up inch by inch, and the information belonging to it flowed into Suyu's mind.
Secret treasure, Lingxi bag. Level, demonic level.
Effect, releases the Wind of Concord. Different levels of Wind of Concord are released according to the magic power of the magic provider. Since it has not been processed into a magic cave weapon, the effectiveness of the Lingxi bag is quite simple. Open to release, close to stop.
Moreover, the Lingxi bag originally relied on the magic power of the ancient city to release the demon lord who could suppress the mythical realm. After falling into Suyu's hands, the terrifying demonic wind suddenly weakened.
Swish swish swish. The demon lords and demigods behind him climbed onto the top of the city wall one after another, and the various forces once again stood clearly at the 4 corners. Linli looked at Suyu in surprise.
The Lingxi bag is definitely a top-notch item, and it is very likely to affect the subsequent exploration in the ancient city. The Eagle Venerable witnessed what happened above and said with a sinister look on his face, "If you don't want to die, hand over that thing."
In addition to him, the protectors of the Dragon Clan and the Gifted Elves also cast their eyes over.
Linli had walked past the ruins before and sneered, "What a fool's dream.
After entering the ruins, you will be randomly teleported to different locations. At worst, we can just dive in headfirst.
What can you do to me?"
Eagle Venerable gritted his teeth. The restrictions of this broken relic are so annoying that they restrict the hands and feet of even the strongest. Otherwise, if a mere demigod dared to speak to him like that, he would have chopped off half his head long ago. Luna, the light elfin guardian of the forest of light and shadow, said, "Oh, are you going to let us watch helplessly as you humans monopolize the secret treasure? Even if you escape in, our 3 tribes can still join forces to strangle you humans. The 3 tribes have never suffered such a loss. The first secret treasure at the door may not be the most valuable item in the ruins, but it is often a key to unlock the deep mystery." The situation came to a standstill for a moment. Linli could not compromise. He knew that if he did, he would be crushed to death by the 3 powerful tribes.
But if it's really as Luna said, it would be a trouble.
If humans are targeted by all races without restriction after random teleportation, they will probably suffer heavy losses.
At this moment, Suyu stood up and said, "I have a suggestion, why don't you listen to it?"
Linli just told Suyu the reasons why the 3 tribes opposed it, and Suyu immediately understood the demands of the 3 tribes.
Suyu opened his arms and said, "Anyway, you didn't come to this ruin just to kill us humans. This pocket may be a key to open the depths of the ruins.
Otherwise, with the foundation of your 3 clans, you are still missing a magic level secret treasure.
So, it's simple. I can make a vow that I will never break.
When the key is needed, I will share the opportunity with everyone present.
Of course, if you can't reach the deepest point, don't blame me. You can try to rob it, but I promise you will destroy the key before you kill me.
Immediately, Arya aimed a blood-red blade at the Lynxy bag. The hundreds of demons present felt a jolt in their hearts.
I was afraid that Suyu would accidentally cut the Lynxy bag.
Venerable Eagle and several mythical demons looked at each other in bewilderment.
I have to say, Suyu's move, although it makes people feel uncomfortable, it must be admitted that this is one of the most appropriate methods at present. Otherwise, even if Suyu handed over the Lynxy bag, the 3 tribes would fight to the death. Chimo Y was extremely unhappy. This feeling of being led by the nose is disgusting no matter how you think about it. But now, I am controlled by others. He could see that Suyu's determination was absolutely true. If Chimo Y dared to move a finger, he, Suyu, would destroy the key. Damn. Chimo Y said viciously, okay, the Abyss admits it. The Dragon Clan agrees. The elf has no objection. You swear an oath to the leaderboard. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth. Took the bait. Ever since dealing with Chi Mayan, Suyu discovered that there were too many manipulable parts of this unbreakable oath. He made a vow to give fair competition to every living being. After the demons confirmed that everything was correct. Although they were enemies, neither of them wanted to start a big battle on the periphery. They all come to the ruins to make some money. Before we actually left the ruins, to be honest, we were actually standing on a small wooden boat. Shimowai looked around and said, since we are all here for this relic, before entering the depths, I advise you to be honest and behave yourself, so as not to trigger the restrictions in this ancient city. Then he looked at Suyu with an evil smile. But if someone is unlucky and is killed silently, don't blame others. Chapter 127 Ancient City Teleport. The dead buried in history. Many demons looked at Suyu unkindly. My thoughts are stirring. It is indeed unwise to start a fight outside the ruins. But if they are lucky, one of the 3 tribes can be teleported close to Suyu, then they will most likely have a huge advantage. Tisk, that's true. Then it depends on your ability. Long Jie said with a smile, as if he had regarded Suyu as a meal. Although Suyu performed brilliantly in the Tianmen stairs. But what threat can a human being who has not yet achieved nirvana pose? Linley breathed a sigh of relief. This is the best result we can achieve. Just like this, Suyu's situation in the ruins was in danger. But he found that Suyu was holding his chin and smiling with the same malicious smile. It seems like he thought of something. Could it be that he has some new tricks up his sleeve? A group of demons did not hesitate and entered the ruins one after another. Suyu followed closely and entered in the middle. Linley handed a seed of his demon plant, the sunflower, to Suyu. As long as he had the seed, he could always keep track of Suyu's location. Including Suyu's team, Yenlinger and others all got a seed. Brian, a member of the visiting delegation, also prepared a response plan. After entering the ruins, if you can protect yourself, give priority to gathering. If you cannot protect yourself, then hold on and wait for help. Try not to die outside the ruins. The ruins are very dangerous. Unless necessary, the monsters and demons are generally unwilling to take action. If they are unlucky enough to trigger some kind of restriction, even a demigod will feel uncomfortable. After everyone agreed, they all entered the ruins. A gray light flashed by. Suyu opened his eyes and found himself in a cramped, dilapidated house. The furnishings in the house were old and covered in dust. The space was not big, and not even a ray of light came in from the window. It was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Suyu summoned Arya, Kong Huan Yuan, and Shu Xianyin from the beast taming space. At the same time, he lit up a ghost-level magic weapon, Candle Shadow, that he held. The candlelight was made during the exchange competition to fight against the wind and snow, but now it can provide lighting. It's a pity that it can't be used for a long time, otherwise the candlelight will drip not wax but magma. Aliyah, what should we do next? This is Suyu's first time visiting the ruins, so it would be better for him to ask the pets of the Age of Gods directly. Arya shook her head, and Kang Wanyuan didn't understand either. Shu Xianyin quietly raised her hand. Well, there seems to be some record in our clan's history. Suyu looked up. Oh? What's recorded? Shu Xianyin gazed around,
the ruins of the fallen Saint Domain Masters will reappear the souls of those they once buried.
I'm afraid this ancient city is not a deserted city, but a town inhabited by the dead.
Although the resentful spirits of the slaughtered undead are no longer as powerful as before, they are still extremely dangerous. Once touched by them, they will cause irreversible damage to your soul power.
Suyu frowned. This relic is indeed dangerous.
Just now, Suyu heard footsteps passing by the door of the dilapidated house. The footsteps were very light, not like those of a human or a demon.
I'm afraid it's what Chu Xianin mentioned, the undead. As for why they didn't enter the house, there are two possibilities. One is that they can only wander the streets and the house is relatively a safe house.
The other is that the undead realized that the person in the house is stronger than themselves and dared not enter. For testing purposes, Suyu asked the three women to return to the beast taming space. He put on 1,000 changing painted skin and disguised himself as a creature with the aura of an extraordinary realm. But the undead still did not enter.
This means it is the former, the house is safe and the street is dangerous.
Arya said, I can't be trapped in the house and die.
We have to get out.
Sister Huan Yuan, you and I both have methods to target the spirit.
I will be in front, and you will be behind to protect the little guy and the little fox. Kong Huan Yuan nodded slightly, yeah.
Arya's death apostles him and Void Kite's phantom soul drawing directly target the mind and may be effective against undead who may have lost their physical bodies.
Suyu is going to the deepest part. It's dangerous to stay on the periphery.
According to Linley, the deeper you go, the stronger the restrictions of the ruins will be, and all people and demons will be suppressed. According to the information from the little demon girl, they will all be suppressed to the Nirvana realm. If you run into someone like the Eagle Venerable from the demon clan on the periphery, the scene would be so beautiful that you dare not even look at it. Suyu was in the middle, groping his way out of the dilapidated house. The undead spirits wandering around seemed to sense the breath of the living and rushed over. Behind Arya, the harp of blood and bone played. Behind him, Kong Huan Yuan clenched his hands, and obscure images poured into the brains of the undead behind him.
Chi.
The undead in front were controlled by Arya's death apostles him, and the undead in the back had their spirits destroyed by the phantom memory and disappeared directly.
Arya sighed softly, the undead on the periphery aren't very strong. They seem to be some kind of lower-order beasts, unable to activate their racial talents. Although there are many wandering undead.
But his strength was very weak, which did not put too much pressure on Suyu.
Suyu came near the killed undead.
It dropped a small black stone. The texture is very strange, as if it is isolated from magic power, and it is impossible to detect what level of treasure it is.
Suyu frowned, since the undead outside are not strong.
Arya, Phantom Kite, charged straight into the depths.
But try to kill all the undead along the way. This thing might be useful. Xianin, where is the nearest person to us with the seed Linley gave us? The seeds were given to Chu Xianin for safekeeping. Chu Xianin pointed in the direction of the inner city, probably less than 500 meters. The holder hasn't moved.
The seeds of sunflowers contain the magic of the sun and rely on the power of the sun to determine their direction.
Walk. No enemies were detected nearby.
Suyu's spiritual power in the Linghai realm is not as high as that of some demigods, and he is far ahead in perception.
Sweep all the way forward. There are hundreds of those strange black stones collected. Advance to the room indicated by the sunflower seeds. Suyu pushed open the door. A girl with twin ponytails and lively eyes was startled at first, then smiled with relief. It's like seeing a savior. Suyu. It's Yenlinger. She followed Suyu into the ruins, and it was impossible for her not to be worried. She was far from having Suyu's courage. Although she was not timid, she had to go through a lot of ideological struggle before using the ability of splitting her spirit body to explore the situation outside the ancient city. Suyu pinched her cheek, and Yenlinger was surprised that she did not resist Suyu's approach.
Arya will blame me if I lose you.
What? Are you scared enough to drop your little pearls?
Yenlinger wiped away the excited tears from the corners of her eyes. No.
That is. Let's not talk about this anymore, Suyu. I've discovered the night elf from the 3 tribes not far away using my ability, spiritual body-soul division. Suyu's eyes lit up. He held her hand, really? Chapter 128, Meeting on a Narrow Road.
Suyu vs. Night Elf Kayla.
Real. Yenlinger whispered, well, my talent is the spirit body splitting. No matter whether it's the undead, humans, or demons, they won't be able to detect it. Over there, I saw that night elf looking for her companions. Suyu realized that this might be an opportunity. The night elf Kira, a gifted elf from the God Age sequence, is also in the Nirvana realm and ranks 3rd on the 1,000 Ghosts list. Countless halos seem to indicate her invincibility. But Suyu calculated the pros and cons. Even if I lose the fight, I can definitely run away. If he wins, no, he doesn't need to win. All he needs to do is inject his blood into her body, enslave her, and control her. This will give him an unimaginable advantage in the subsequent battle for the ruins. There is a dark hand behind Suyu. He didn't know how the visiting delegation and the Li family would attack him, but Suyu had to prepare now. Alia noticed the change in Suyu's eyes and smiled. What? Do you want to fight? Suyu nodded, of course. There were 5 of us beating her. If you lose, you can escape. If you win. The more Suyu thought about it, the more confident he felt. Phantom Kite pulled him into the barrier and fight. Good. A split-second decision. Arya took Yenlinger's hand and said, "Little girl, you are now a Moonlight Apostle. As my king's follower, you can't lose to those night elves." Yenlinger nodded. I used my spirit body to set up a teleportation array in a house near her. Once activated, we will appear directly beside her. Suyu smiled. Yenlinger was previously selected as an S-level student. This ability definitely has a huge advantage in affecting the outcome. Even if they don't win, Yenlinger's spirit body can arrange the retreat route in advance. The value of this is self-evident. Good. Don't worry, with me here, we can all survive. Yenlinger felt warm in her heart, clasped her hands together, and activated the spiritual formation. Let me explain this in 2 ways. The original preparations for the Forest of Light and Shadow were extremely thorough, and they could even gather as soon as they entered the ruins. The Light Elf Guardian of the mythical realm even prepared a divine secret treasure, but, as expected, an accident happened. The first level of restriction after entering the Forgotten Ancient City is to suppress the divine treasure. It's extremely unlucky. This caused Kira to lose contact with the other elves in the Forest of Light and Shadow for a while. This is an extremely dangerous behavior in the ruins. Fortunately, Kira discovered that the undead in the outer city were not strong. Elves who love nature and life are natural enemies of the undead. While they restrain the undead, they are also restrained by the undead. At least, there shouldn't be any problem entering the inner city. Kira observed the ancient city from the outside. The outer 30 miles are made up of countless dilapidated houses. 30 miles into the inner city, there is a city wall, and inside is a magnificent dark building complex, which is the so-called inner city. Her partner should be waiting for her there. Just when Kayla had just killed an undead and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, 5 auras of the transformation realm appeared in the room next to Kayla, and the aura of one of them was very familiar. Suyu. Her eyes widened. How come Suyu is here? In addition to the shock, there is also a touch of ecstasy. The key is in Suyu's hand. A mere transformation realm cultivator dares to act so presumptuously in front of her? Before she could make a move, Suyu actually took the initiative to attack. Arya's bloody blade slashed open the room, and the Dark Witch Knight barrier quickly spread. Without the interference of the magic wind, the Witch Knight descended in the ancient city. The ethereal voice of Konghuan Yuan echoed in her ears. Telling the eternal night, the dawn is coming. The dark night covers the sky. Still, the soul of hope sings the praises of paradise. Awake, Witch Knight! Layer upon layer of pitch-black ribbons, after Suyu activated the magic circuit, the barrier of the illusion kite unfolded perfectly for the first time. The abundant magic power ensures that the Witch's Night will no longer be easily interrupted, and the density of the ribbons has increased 3 times. The obscure and depressing graffiti on the ribbons interfere with reality more and more. The witch's dream comes at this moment. Chang chang ching. Cry, cry, cry. Shouts, cheers, cries. Even Kayla, who was in the nirvana state, still felt her ears trembling and her mind wandering. The witch's dream becomes reality. The power of the witch invades reality. The dark undercurrent surged, no longer the sporadic witch weapons, but an endless undercurrent that swallowed the earth. Suyu, give your all from the beginning. In the night of the witch. White snow feathers slowly fell, covering the sky. Snow feather pure soul heaven. Blood-soaked castles and spires stand everywhere.
The Immortal Temple. In order to fight against the top 3 on the Thousand Ghosts list and the gifted elf Kayla, Suyu formulated a strategy.
5 minutes. Only 5 minutes.
Use all your means, do not test, and do not leave any secrets.
Kira's pupils trembled and the corners of her mouth twitched in shock.
Although it has long been speculated that the pet of this human beastmaster is very likely to be a rare pet from the 3 great divine ages, this moment was confirmed.
The true ancestor of the Blood Clan, the ethereal witch, the snow-feathered sky fox.
The descendants of the tribe that disappeared in the demon cave are either being raised or hunted in the restricted area, and their traces are extremely rare. On this day, the memories that were once buried in history reappear before Kira's eyes.
Kayla clasped her hands together.
There was no time to chant it in full. Holy Tree of Light and Shadow. The sacred trees of light and dark rose from the ground, their width comparable to Arya's Temple of the Undying. With the blessing of the Nirvana realm, the leaves and branches of the Holy Tree of Light and Shadow were as easy as a finger. The dark tide of the witch was blocked by the holy wave of light, and the drifting snow feathers were broken by the flying leaves condensed from the leaves of the Holy Tree. The Holy Tree of Light and Shadow belongs to the dark side, emerging from the shadows and entrenched around the Immortal Temple. The magic circuits in Kara's body exploded, and she drove the Holy Tree with all her strength, trying to defeat Suyu's 3 gods by herself. And she, as a top-level Nirvana realm being, does have this ability.
Suddenly,
behind her, a teleportation spirit formation appeared. After entering the battlefield, Yenlinger relied on the power of her spirit body to set up a series of teleportation arrays. When there was a large space behind Kayla, she sent Suyu behind her. The screaming dragon wings flapped and rose up, and the dusk longbow absorbed its own blood and turned into a blood arrow. The magic wind from the lynxy bag behind him was howling.
A blood arrow shot out at a speed of Mach 10. Bang!
When the blood arrow rushed to Kayla's eyes, Kayla felt an unprecedented sense of fear and deadly temptation.
How could anyone who could rank in the top 3 of the Thousand Ghosts list be just an ordinary person?
The ripples of one of Kayla's golden eyes spread out, and when the blood arrow was about to hit her, it was absorbed and dissolved by the ripples spread out by the golden eye. Having lost contact with the blood, Suyu frowned.
Sure enough, it's not that easy. The range that the golden eye can lock onto should be extremely limited, otherwise wouldn't it be better to use it for attack? During the first wave of conflict, Kayla was horrified.
Not only was she forced to reveal her trump card, but she even felt the possibility of defeat at that moment.
Chapter 129, The Witch of Paradise. The Final Judgment.
Kayla Bethdel, born from the miracle of the sacred tree in the Forest of Light and Shadow. The Forest of Light and Shadow has a sacred tree that connects heaven and earth.
The sacred tree blooms once every 300 years, bears fruit once every 300 years, and is born once every 300 years.
The miracle that the sacred tree has nurtured for 900 years is the most special existence among the elves, the gifted elf. They enjoy the gifts from the gods and stand out from the number 90 elves, the upper-level clan. Other elves that belong to the gifted clan include the lake elves. They have their own pride that belongs to the age of gods.
Even the god and demon well in Dragon's Nest Island cannot press down the noble elves' foreheads. Walking in the restricted area, which tribe would dare not give them face?
Even Long Jia and Chi Muwei only competed with her, but they also had to consider the serious consequences of killing each other. They have never experienced the test of life and death, and have never even thought that they would lose their lives. They are not as bloodthirsty as the demons, but they are not soft-hearted either.
In their eyes, they only deprive others of their lives, enslave others' personalities, and trample on others' dignity.
They have never really thought that one day a living creature will come to claim their lives.
But today, Kayla Bethdel felt threatened more than ever before.
The blood arrow just now seemed to be weak in power and might only cause a few insignificant scars to Kayla Bethdel. But it made her feel a great fear of life and death.
Suyu asked the 3 gods to cover him, trying to hurt himself with just the ghost-level weapons? It doesn't make sense logically. There is only one explanation.
This blood arrow is strange, it will stimulate Suyu's other talents. Seeing that his attack missed, Suyu moved away. Against this kind of opponent, the same move can only be used once.
Kira put away all her contempt and arrogance.
She knew that if she underestimated Suyu, even if she was ahead of him by a major realm, a critical watershed, she might not be the last one laughing. What's more, Suyu obviously possessed a body of the star realm and a magic circuit that was not inferior to the god era sequence.
The gap between the realms was not too big.
The only impact was that his innate talent and the strength of his pet's talent were not as good as the bonus of his Nirvana realm.
After a brief moment of calm analysis, Kara jumped onto the sacred tree. Human, it seems I underestimated you. You are even more dangerous than Shimu Y.
Although the human race is at the end of the sequence, once they grow up and possess pets from the age of gods, they may not necessarily have an advantage even if they are also from the age of gods. Her contempt came from her instinctive disdain for Suyu as a human being.
Now, we have to take it seriously.
Suyu sneered, then take your pride and rot in the grave.
Arya.
Suyu immediately switched his fighting style. From the three women's feint attack to help Suyu launch a surprise attack, it changed to relying on Arya for a frontal breakthrough.
Arya brought out the blood-colored bone dragon from the Temple of the Undying. The huge dragon roared passionately, the sacred tree swayed, and Kara looked solemn.
The horror of the vampires is that as long as there is enough blood, they can create all kinds of fantasy scenes.
Roar!
The bloody roar, the crimson roaring whirlwind swept across the sky and earth, merging with the dark tide of the witch night, and the red and black intertwined sonata attacked Kara from afar. Kayla Bethdel condensed the sacred tree into countless wooden shields, opened her arms, and called out in the direction of the moon. Although the moon cannot be seen within the barrier.
But the blessing of the moon allows the night elves to dance in any danger. Shadow of the moon, pierce through the fog and shine for the night.
The white light became stronger and rushed straight into the sky, 10 feet, 100 feet. The wide white light combined with the shield of the sacred tree and the red and black roar to attack.
Boom!
There was a loud bang, the roar dissipated, and the white light was broken.
Huan Yuan. Right now. Kira's trump cards are the sacred tree and the gift.
When she had no backup plan, Suyu passed the magic power that Chu Xianyin collected through Shueyu Jinghunshan to Kong Huan Yuan.
With the magic power at its peak, Kong Huan Yuan completely brings the picture of Witch Night back to reality.
Compared to the obscure and abstract symbols in its original form. This time, the interweaving of pitch black and star blue was like countless blue figures singing praises of paradise. The devilish sound pierced the ears, and the paradise depicted in the witch's dream made light blue lines spread in the air.
The entire space was like a mirror, cracked inch by inch. The cracks spread to the holy tree, including the holy tree. The branches were shattered, the leaves were cut off, and the white light was cut in half by the cracks. The nirvana form of this inherent barrier. It was finally unlocked after Suyu was able to provide magic power. Witch of Paradise, Final Judgment.
The enemies in the space where they are located are all shattered.
Kayla Bethdel was terrified.
She had never fought against a witch and had no idea of her abilities. She could only judge from fragments of historical records that witches were good at mental manipulation and spatial power.
I didn't expect it to be so shocking. Her golden pupils rippled, trying to resist the close-range crack judgment.
However, Kong Huan Yuan was also concentrating his mind and focusing his eyes.
Spiritual Phantom.
The golden pupil that was blocking the attack was eliminated by the space-breaking power of Lingkong Phantom, and the witch's final judgment fell on Kara's head.
Kayla Bethdale gasped and clasped her hands together. She was actually forced into a desperate situation by Suyu.
Being forced into a situation where I had to use external objects by a mere human. The Aurora Shadow, a demonic relic of the Age of Gods left by the ancestors of the Forest of Light and Shadow, is a blend of the hearts of light elves and the souls of night elves. Every time it is activated, it will bloom with aurora and shadows, purifying and destroying everything within the visual range of 10 miles.
Half light and half darkness, it spread rapidly with Kayla Bethdel as the center. Destroyed the spreading witch trial.
The weapon made of magic-grade secret treasure is as powerful as a demigod, and Kong Huan Yuan is unable to resist it with his current magic power. The spread of the Aurora Shadow made Suyu sigh helplessly.
You guys have so many great treasures. But this is still within Suyu's imagination. Phantom Kite, Arya.
The Phantom Kite understood what he meant and kept the power of the Aurora Shadow within the barrier, and drove everyone out of the barrier of the Witch's Night. Kira, who suddenly returned to the ancient city, had a brief mental delay, and at this moment, Arya sent Suyu to the Night Elf. The two were less than 5 meters apart, their pupils looking at each other.
Kayla was the first to realize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and hit the target with one strike.
The branches of the sacred tree exploded Suyu's head.
However, even though I know this is a huge trap,
an eternal red light flashed, and the fatal wound was healed in an instant, and the blood turned into endless fine needles that hit Kayla Bethdel. Kira realized the deadly temptation and huge crisis in the blood, and attacked 5 people including Suyu, Alia, Kong Huanyuan, Chu Xianin, and Yen Linger at the same time. The Aurora shadow continued to embed itself into the holy tree, and the branches of the shadow holy tree pierced the faces of the 5 people.
Chapter 130 Suyu's Order. Xianin, your magic circuit. Swoosh. Boom.
Suyu's blood was turned into a blood needle by Arya's blood queen, and then exerted an immortal effect, piercing into Kira's body. Kayla Bethel's shadow holy tree increased its power by several levels and nailed into the faces of the 5 people. Blood splattered, and Kira's body was covered with countless scars from the blood needles, but she still smiled confidently. She saw that if Suyu and the others did not have Arya's immortality, they would have died long ago. Even so, 5 people were shot in the head, and the immortal light became extremely dim. I'm afraid they have lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, Yen Linger activated the teleportation array that had been set up throughout the battle and transferred all 5 people away.
Kayla breathed a sigh of relief.
Her injury was not serious, but at least in her opinion. Suyu and others are already at the end of their strength.
Won the battle.
But Kayla felt a little strange, as if she had not won, as if her attack had missed.
But she saw it with her own eyes, so it couldn't be fake, right? The other side.
With the help of Yen Linger's teleportation array, Suyu and the other 4 were teleported back to the dilapidated house. Except for Suyu, the 5 people had no obvious signs of injury.
Kong Huanyuan was the first to collapse into Suyu's arms due to exhaustion. Her magic power was overdrawn the most, followed by Arya. The 2 women leaned in Suyu's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Yen Linger couldn't help but sweat.
Just now, the dark branches of the shadow holy tree were less than a centimeter away from piercing her head.
Although she knew that Arya possessed immortality and could heal even if she was shot in the head, that would definitely be a huge pain. But she was puzzled. Why didn't Kayla Bethdel attack at this last little distance? After her bloodline was replaced by the Moonlight Messenger, she also possessed a certain blessing of the moon.
Kira's chanting of calling the moon also amplified her power, but Yen Linger did not think that it was her teleportation that stopped Kira's offensive.
Yen Linger looked a little depressed. What a pity, Suyu, we were just so close. Suyu tilted his head and said tiredly and with difficulty, what a pity. Didn't we win?
Yen Linger was extremely surprised.
Win?
The only one who had retained a lot of magic power, Chu Xianin, said faintly, yes, we won.
Didn't you see that the master injected his own blood into the body of the night elf? Yen Linger suddenly understood. Yes.
Suyu's blood has special powers that can force someone to sign a contract or even force him to become his pet.
Could it be?
Suyu shook his head. I have no intention of signing a contract with her to make her my pet. Not to mention that she is a realm higher than me and it is impossible to do it. Even if she has achieved nirvana, I don't plan to keep her.
Yen Linger was a little confused. Why? The rather tired Kong Huanyuan smiled and said, of course she's not pretty enough. My husband only wants pretty girls as his pets.
Suyu rolled his eyes at her.
Slander. Pure slander.
Yen Linger puffed up her cheeks and said in confusion, although I can't compare to Sister Arya and you, I think I'm about the same as Xianin.
Chu Xianin frowned slightly. No. I am much prettier than her.
She is dark-skinned, and I
am wearing a mask.
Chu Xianin, somewhat unconvinced, gently peeled off the fake painted skin on her face. A stunning face came into view, and even Yen Linger, a girl, was stunned. This is a face that even the most famous painters cannot depict, like a goddess from heaven, otherworldly and otherworldly.
Chu Xianin put the mask back on.
Suyu told her that an overly beautiful face would attract the covetous heart of any man.
Since she likes a quiet life, it's better to cover it up. Yen Linger curled her eyes and said, I believe Sister Huanyuan now.
You only have the most beautiful girl in your eyes.
Suyu held his forehead slightly. What the hell is going on? You're thinking the wrong way. Of course, I don't deny that it's impossible for me to find a male pet. Bah, let's talk business. Besides her looks, ahem.
Given our current situation, even one more Nirvana realm cultivator wouldn't help. It won't affect the fight for the ruins, and may even arouse the complete hostility of the gifted elves. So I used my blood to give her 2 commands. I first had Kong Huanyuan cast Phantom Soul Painting on her, creating the illusion of a headshot. Then the first order was to believe this illusion and think that we had one. The second order is to obey all my commands when calling her by name. Based on these two orders, a unique contract was formed. Suyu extended the power of the blood crown and was not in a hurry to make her surrender.
Kayla Bestel has a huge influence among the gifted elves.
Perhaps her attitude at the critical moment can directly affect the entire battle for the ruins.
Suyu smiled and said, "So, we won. I want to thank you, Linger. Without your ability to discover Kayla, we wouldn't have the favorable conditions we have today."
Yen Linger smiled faintly and nodded. She admired Suyu more and more in her heart. Even the God Age elf had fallen in front of Suyu, and the most important thing was that she was completely unaware of it.
Arya continued, "What are you going to do next?"
Suyu scratched his chin. I exploited a loophole in the oath and made the people of the three tribes believe me. In reality, I only promised a fair opportunity, not a fair method.
Next, of course, I'll let them see the evil of humans.
Suyu smiled strangely.
Arya said softly, "Well, I believe in you, little one. It's just that, the transformation realm might not be able to support us in truly defeating Chimuwai, Longjia, and the demon lord who might be suppressed to the Nirvana realm.
Sometimes, conspiracy is powerless in the face of absolute strength."
So what do you mean?
Arya said, "The king in Huan Yuan's magic power has been greatly depleted and needs to be restored.
While we're at it, Xianyin, transplant your magic circuit to the little fellow.
The ruins must contain many treasures that can help us advance our realms. After all, even the Holy Land must abide by the law of conservation of magic power.
We need to reach Nirvana before the decisive battle. Let Linger be in charge of the alert. Xianyin, can you do this? Magic circuit transplantation.
This requires a soul fusion ritual. Any slight distrust may cause soul scars."
Chu Xianyin and Suyu had not known each other for long. I'm a little bit worried about the trustworthiness. And then,
after all, she is a girl who has never had any experience.
But
the current situation, the agreement between him and Suyu, and the thought that his own people might still be in the restricted area. She gritted her teeth and tore off the mask.
I want to try.